Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The plot tells us that a huge tower appeared in the center of the city. It was the end of the world. People looked at the banner where the girl was telling the news. People everywhere were saying that an apocalypse or catastrophe had begun. This tower called people. A message appeared saying that if they want to prevent the fall of humanity, they must accept the challenge of the tower. The plot suggests that those who had the strength and courage to confront the tower accepted the challenge. The man shouted loudly about what kind of humanity this was. We are told what they were called. Many warriors supported him, and raising their weapons above their heads, shouted about what kind of humanity this was. The plot says that they were called Tower Walkers. Many monsters rushed at people. Frowning, the guy prepared to clash with the demons. He ran towards the monsters with lightning speed. He slayed monsters with his blade. The plot told that while clearing the tower, they found an object. In the man's hand was a blue stone emitting a bright light. A message appeared that spoke of a regression stone. It turns back time and sends it back to the past when the tower just called it. The user's memory will be preserved. To activate it, you need to destroy the stone. The plot told us that this is the stone of regression. The man, holding the stone in front of him, said that he would use it and tell them everything about what would happen. He crushed this stone with his fingers. People covered their faces from the light that came from the stone. The guy was suddenly taken aback. The group stood in front of the light and asked if the man had disappeared. The plot tells us that for those who had two choices, rise or die, a new chance has appeared, called regression. The people were attacked by demons and they, holding stones in their hands, shouted that they were also using it. We are told that most of the walkers chose to regress. Two guys watched what was happening. The brunette noted that there was still one more person down. The blonde asked if this was the last one. He suggested that perhaps not. Behind them were many corpses of monsters. The guy said he hoped so. The plot tells us that this is a regression to the past, where he can correct his failures and mistakes. Lava flowed from the demon's mouth. The guy stood in front of the monster, leaning on the blade. Turning around, he asked Yunwen to move on. The wounded guy was lying near a column. He called out to him. His gaze fell on how the wounded guy was holding the extinguished stone of regression in his hand. Approaching him, he said that Yunwen, and this cannot be. He looked at Yuen and asked for forgiveness. He was stunned by what he saw. Yuen wondered what would happen now that they were all gone. He opened a huge gate from which a bright light came. He noted in his thoughts that he would not return back. Many snowflakes flew in front of his face. The demon called Yuen an incredible person. He stood in front of a huge monster. Ice Wolf noted the fact that no one had yet been able to challenge the 99th floor. Yuen noted in his thoughts that he would not regress. He grabbed the sword in his hand. He brought the blade to his face. Thoughtful, he noted that he would reach the top. The stranger watched many pictures of Yuen. Smirking, he guessed this time. The enraged monster continued to say that he had caught some good prey. There were several birds sitting on the wires. The guy took a packet of chips from the machine. The news was talking about moving on to the next topic. The guy was surprised that the chips spilled out of the pack. He asked what was wrong with it. The background said that yellow dust had made it difficult to see clear skies lately. The girl, watching him, asked if he was a thief and if he was secretly eating chips. The guy told her that this was not so. The news said that the weather did not allow going outside. Suddenly they announced breaking news. Taken aback, the guy looked up at the TV. It said that a sudden earthquake occurred in the vicinity of Seoul and so far the scale was small, so there were no casualties. The ground under the guy's hands began to tremble. The news reported that the geological agency said the size of the earthquake was slowly increasing, with a public statement that a response plan was needed. Surprised people looked out of the window. Suddenly something began to emerge from the ground. More piles of earth flew in different directions. The earthquake broke the windows, sending shards of glass flying. Tears appeared on the girl's face. Earth was falling from the lantern. People asked if everything was okay. A passerby said he called an ambulance, so it should be there soon. Holding the girl in his arms, the guy asked if she was okay. She asked what this thing was, after which the guy turned around. From the window one could see how the view was blocked by a huge building. In Great Britain, a tower rose into the sky. In Japan, a girl watched from a window as a huge building emerged from the ground. The plot tells us that a mysterious building of enormous size has appeared in Seoul and other cities in every country in the world. Many people were discussing what was happening. We are told that people called it the Tower of Nightmares. A message appeared congratulating him that he had been chosen as the Tower Traveler to save the world. The guy asked about the Wanderer in the tower and pressed the accept button. A bright glow appeared in front of him. People emitting light appeared in the tower. The plot tells us that the people who jumped to the front edge of the tower accepted the challenge. In front of them lay gold coins, armor, and weapons. We are told that they were blessed by an interface system so that they could gain items and skills just like in a video game. Huge messages appeared in front of the crowd of people. The plot told us that they soon found out that it was not a game. In front of them were many projections that showed what was happening outside the tower. A notification appeared that a tower collision would soon occur in their world. People screamed and asked if this was the view of the tower from the outside. Construction work was taking place in front of the tower. Looking up, the builder asked what it was. Their gaze fell on the demon. They wondered if it was a person. The construction workers were shouting that it was dangerous and that someone should call 911. Behind the monster's back were black wings. Many long teeth protruded from its mouth. Many demons began to scream loudly. The plot tells us that this is a great disaster. When monsters poured out of the tower into the world, it was the influence of the tower. There was a loud sound coming from the sirens. People fled from powerful explosions. The tanks fired at the monsters. The green demons screamed loudly. The monsters destroyed the tanks. All that remained of the city were ruins. The plot tells us that a third of humanity died from the monsters that swarmed from the tower. The people who entered the tower were frightened by what they saw. We are told that the people inside the tower had no choice but to watch it all happen. In front of them was a message that they had been chosen to travel the tower to save the world. The guy, lost in thought about the words written on the notice. Standing in front of the many projections, people offered to climb the tower, noting that they had been told that they could save the world and they would. The guy screamed that if they cleared this tower, he was sure that this nightmare would end. Many people raised their weapons above their heads. We were told that people who have received special powers and qualifications are the last hope of humanity. People ran into battle. The plot tells us that to stop the fall of humanity, many warriors fought with monsters. We were told that these travelers had cleared the tower. The guy sighed and put his hand to the large stone. People standing in front of the boulder said that they could not move further while it was blocking their path. They wondered what the problem was and if they couldn't just break it. They came to the conclusion that this could not be solved by brute force. The man hit the stone with his mace. While breaking a boulder, the strangers turned to a guy who asked to check something out. Their gaze fell on a blue stone from which a glow emanated. They wondered what it was. The man cried out that this stone was shining. A message about the regression stone appeared in front of them. They wondered if it was possible to go back in time. The stranger screamed that there could be no such cheating item. The plot introduces us to Hwang Inchin, the boss of the Wanderers. He stated that he would use the stone and tell everything. He crushed the stone with his fingers. People covered their faces from the bright light. They watched in surprise as all that was left of Hwang was a blue glow. They looked at the clot of blue light and said that it had disappeared. They looked at the stone columns. People wondered if the boss might return. They asked if he should not appear in the present even if he returned to the past. The plot introduces us to Sakamoto, a former science teacher. He, holding his glasses, said that this cannot be and he is sure that Hwang has gone into the past of this world. Looking down, Sakamoto said that, however, the timeline had diverged, so he could not meet them again. He noted that it was said that the current situation was a splitting of the universe's timeline. In his head there was an image of the planet cracking in half. The plot explains to us that Sakamoto tried to explain the current situation with the help of various scientific theories, such as the multiverse theory and the parallel universe theory, saying that the current situation was a splitting of the universe's timeline. He imagined how an identical outline appeared near the planet. The plot tells us that, in other words, the moment Inchin disappeared into the past, their world and Inchin's world completely diverged. Sakamoto looked at the stunned guys and said that he could say that they did not understand anything. He emphasized in his thoughts that whatever it was, the only thing they were sure of. Sakamoto imagined the image of Hwang Inchin and continued his thought by noting that he had returned to the past, and even if he went to the past, their current world would not change. He remembered the projection about the regression stone and reported that as far as he knew, the objects of the tower had never lied. Holding the stone in front of him, Sakamoto said that this stone could return each of them to a unique time frame. He noted that this is all hypothetical, but it is possible that all people using this stone will be sent to the same timeline. His gaze fell on the stone of regression. Sakamoto said that the objects in this tower have abilities that far exceed human knowledge. The clouds in the real world turned red. The tower was struck by red lightning. The plot tells us that, meanwhile, in the world outside the first tower, a second tower appeared. The monsters ran at lightning speed. Many demons jumped from the tower. The plot told that before every person on Earth dies, a huge number of monsters fell from the tower. We are told that the travelers had to make a decision. The stranger held the stone in his hand. They had to choose to either go back in time using the regression stone or a bloody sword was sticking out of the ground. The plot noted that the second option is to stay there and die. The monster killed several people. People tried to escape from the demon. He killed a man who, screaming, asked to be saved. The guy said that it was all over and there was no more hope. People held stones in front of them and decided to use them. The stranger stood on the battlefield with his hands down. To his right stood a guy who asked for forgiveness and said that he thought it was all over. A blue light appeared next to him. The stranger fell to his knees. In front of him was a huge demon. He crossed the two blades in front of his face. He dealt many blows to the monster. He landed in front of the surprised guy. There were green drops of blood on Yunwan's smiling face. He asked if everything was okay. The guy turned around with a surprised face. His gaze fell on the crowd of warriors. Yunwan asked if all the fools ran away. Tears appeared on the stranger's face. Yunwan thanked him for persevering and holding on until the end. In the man's hand was a stone of regression. The hand holding the stone clenched. The plot tells us that these were people who were not shaken by the hope called the stone of regression. Yunwan said with a serious expression that it was time for them to go. We are told that these are people who wanted to protect not the past, but the present. They were humanity's last suicide squad. There were many people behind Yunwan. The bloody guy lay on the hot ground inside. Drops of sweat flowed down the protagonist's face. Lying on the rubble, he wondered where exactly everything had gone wrong. There were drops of blood and broken stones on the floor. A severed hand fell to the ground. Yunwan ran towards the huge monster. Heading towards the demon, he called out to Yunwan and said what was coming. The main character flew up to the monster from behind and screamed so that Yunwan would not worry. The main character swung his katana and said, "Why don't he just?" Yunwan crossed his blades. Continuing, Yunwan asked why not die already. They dealt many blows to the monster. Dark clots of mana hovered around the area. The main character asked about who died. Smiling, Yunwan replied that fortunately no one, and if they rest a little, even the wounded will recover. Jaewon's gaze fell on the way his warrior was healing the hand of another. The main character suggested that at this rate it would be possible to go all the way to the last floor. The warriors waved to Yunwan with a smile on their faces. The main character answered them with bewilderment. He looked at the blade lying on the floor. A message appeared saying that it was a dragon-suppressing sword. Jaewon read the description, which said that the Tiger Ghost, the owner of the 85th floor, forged this sword 1,000 days and 1,000 nights to slay the dragon, and it has the energy of the sun and the moon. Taking the sword in his hand, the main character noted in his thoughts that a stronger weapon had appeared just in time. He noticed that it was just like Yunwan said. While looking at the blade, Yunwan emphasized the fact that they would actually be able to go all the way to the last floor. The main character, while deep in thought, noted that he thought that things were going smoothly. Yunwan's face was disappointed. The plot takes us to the 98th floor in a room of hellfire. In front of the main character was a huge demon with steam coming from his mouth. Drops of blood ran down his blade. The axe lying on the floor melted. Several warriors were pierced by arrows. Yunwan was taken aback by what was happening. A demon's hand was heading towards him. The monster threw the main character to the floor. Blood began to spray from Yunwan's mouth. His gaze went blank. He noted in his thoughts that it was empty inside. In the head of the main character, his memories with his squad split. He noticed that all the time they spent defeating them together. Beads of sweat ran down Yunwan's face. The monster began to concentrate fiery energy in its chest. The main character wondered if it was all for the sake of dying in vain like this. Yunwan watched as the demon directed blobs of hot lava at him. Yunwan appeared behind the monster. He prepared himself for the blow with a serious look. He hit the demon in the back. He dealt many blows to the monster. Yunwan screamed for the main character to come to his senses. Taken aback, Jaewon called his comrade's name. Yunwan pushed away from the monster's back. He flew into the air. Waving his arms, he screamed that he couldn't defeat this demon alone. The monster began to turn towards Yunwan. Yunwan was dumbfounded. Drops of blood ran down Yunwan's hand. The demon pierced him with its horn. The enraged protagonist began shouting the name of his ally. The demon began to run at high speed. He ran in the opposite direction from Yunwan. The monster began to scream loudly. He stuck the horn Yunwan was wearing into the wall. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. Yunwan was furious. He rose to his feet. The main character picked up his katana from the ground. Yunwan ran towards the monster. His gaze completely went blank. The white light from his eyes was directed towards the demon's back. Seeing the white stream binding the monster, Yunwan wondered what kind of light it was. He imagined himself destroying the monster's stone back. Frowning, the main character headed towards the demon. The monster turned around and was taken aback. Yunwan was approaching him at lightning speed. Black smoke rose in the area. The demon fell to the floor and was bleeding lava. Lying on the floor, the stricken monster coughed. Turning around, Yunwan told Yunwan that they had to go. Blood was flowing from his wound. The main character watched his wounded comrade. Jaewon's gaze fell on his hand, which held the extinguished stone. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. Smirking, the injured Yunwan asked Yunwan for forgiveness. The main character stood silently over him. In his mind, he imagined the image of Kim Yunwan, whom he was stroking on the head. Yunwan remembered how he kept hairs with him. The main character noted that in this evil and cruel tower, Yunwan never lost his smile. An image of him laughing flashed into Yunwan's mind. The main character emphasized the fact that for this appearance the Wanderers gave him the nickname Smiling Knight. Yunwan thought about this Smiling Knight. The main character watched Yunwan's saddened face. Yuan noticed that this was the first time he had lost his smile. Turning around, the main character told him to go. He started to walk away from Yunwan and asked him to hurry up and go before he changes his mind. Yuan walked away from there with a lost look. Yunwan looked after him, smiling. He noted that the main character was a fool who noticed this. Holding the stone in his hand, he wondered if it was too stupid to use this stone as he expected. Yuan walked up the bloody steps. Leaning against the wall, the main character continued to rise. Yunwan noticed in his thoughts that Yuan is a much stronger person than he thought, and thanks to him, he is now confident in this too. The main character was holding his stomach, from which blood was flowing. He sat down on the windowsill. Yunwan emphasized that Yuan would definitely be able to climb to the top floor of this tower. Looking down, he stated that if it was the main character, Yunwan said that it was a relief that Yuan was in this world. The main character continued on his way. Blood was dripping from the windowsill. Yuan walked up to the gate and put his hands on it. A leaf touched his hand. The main character began to remember his friend. Many green leaves scattered from it. He said he was moving forward. Having opened the gate, white light began to break through. Snowflakes began to fly into the room. Yuan was surprised by what he saw. His gaze fell on the snow-covered ice floes. The main character wondered if this was a snow field. Snowy wind streams passed among ice blocks. The breath of the main character made him fall. The dragon concentrated naked mana in its mouth. Yuan ran through the snowy area. He jumped away from the dragon's icy blow. Having landed, the main character began to slide through the snow. A dragon appeared in front of him and asked if Yuan had finally given up. The main character raised his icy hand to his face. Smirking, Yuan replied that it was not like that, and that he thought that the dragon was tired of playing with him. A blue stream of energy raised piles of snow. The main character hid in a cave and breathed loudly. A dragon passed over his head. As he passed by, he asked if Yuan had decided to play hide and seek again. The main character held a rag in his teeth. He noted in his thoughts that 10 years had passed since he arrived on the 99th floor, noting that he had faced countless adversities on his way to the 98th floor. He began pouring red liquid over his icy hand. Yuan emphasized in his thoughts that the dangers of the 99th floor were incomparable to any other floor. Holding the rag in his teeth, steam began to emanate from the main character. Yuan imagined a dragon that emits blue breath. The main character, while deep in thought, noticed that the boss of the 99th floor was the ice dragon Velchesis. Yuan emphasized that the breath of this dragon from the Forgotten Lands was difficult to endure even with maximum cold resistance. He began to examine the katana in his hands. The main character, in his thoughts, stated that if it were not for the equipment left behind by other travelers, he would have been dead long ago. A blue aura enveloped his body. Yuan noted that he received the dragon-suppressing sword on the 85th floor, and the ice demon armor was given to him by Yunwan. The main character looked down. He placed his hand on his bracelet and noted that it was the Fire King's bracelet. The name Hand Soil sounded in his head. Yuan closed his eyes. He imagined the image of a girl in front of him. He asked her for forgiveness. The spirit of the girl carefully watched the main character. Clenching the bracelet into his fist, Yuan wondered what if he were stronger. In his memories, there was an image of a cracked sword. The girl was bleeding. At that moment, the protagonist's eyes went blank. Yuan was called out. Sitting at the table, he apologized with surprise. The blacksmith, watching him, asked if he was going there again. The main character replied that he had to go. While drinking tea, Yuan stated that he felt like he would succeed this time. Grinning, the blacksmith asked if this was really so. The plot introduces us to the blacksmith Atopo's J. Water flowed from the stone dragon's mouth. The plot tells us that this is a village created by Atopos after defeating the boss of the 50th floor, the dragon harbinger Ultiminus. Upset people placed flowers on the covered corpses of people. The plot explains that the wounded and dead were carried there every day, but people did not lose their hope. The green flag fluttered from the gusts of wind. We are told that the priests assembled a rescue party to save the raiding parties that were unable to continue the fight. The man was hitting the hot iron with a hammer. The plot told us that the blacksmiths of the workshop repaired equipment for free for travelers fighting for humanity. Holding the mug to his mouth, Yuan assumed he was. There was a blacksmith sign on the house. The main character continued to state that Jay is the only blacksmith left on Atopos. Jay was repairing Yuan's blade. The blacksmith replied that there was no point in bringing up the topic since the main character was the only client left anyway, noting, more importantly, that supplies had not been coming from the lower floors lately. Jay noticed that just a few months ago there was a mineral supply line. Frowning, Yuan emphasized in his thoughts that this was natural. The main character, with a serious look and thought, stated that there were not many living people left in this tower. Yuan noted that he doesn't even know what year it is. He presented the ruins of the city and said that the impact of the tower had already happened more than 10 times. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how he was standing on the first floor. Jaewon highlighted the fact that some time ago, people stopped appearing in the summoning arena on the first floor. Looking at the blacksmith, the protagonist said that it was safe to assume that humanity had been wiped out from the face of the earth. Jae listened silently to Chief Yuan's speech. Continuing to forge the sword, the blacksmith asked if there was anything that had been on the main character's mind while he had been walking up and down the tower lately. Taken aback, Jaewon noted in his thoughts that even if the tower is the same as always, he imagined himself standing near a large boulder. The main character stated that in the place where the stone of regression was discovered, he watched as unknown hieroglyphs were written on the wall behind the boulder. They meant that there was a tower within a tower and a nightmare within a nightmare. Yuan noted and thought that these were strange scribbles. Putting his hand to his head, the main character thought that it could just be someone's drawing, not to mention the fact that he does not understand what it means. Jaewon told the blacksmith that there was nothing special. Jae reported that Grandma Halen disappeared the other day. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. An image of Hwan popped into Yuan's mind and he noted that people don't age in the tower, and if someone disappears, it could mean one of two things. He imagined the image of the guys holding onto the rocks. Yuan noted that the first option is that they are a thing of the past. He imagined the image of an injured Yunwan. He remembered the window from the tower. The main character emphasized that the second option is that they jumped from the tower. Yuan looked at the picture of the blacksmith hugging Halen. The main character noticed that Halen from Hyland's potion, along with Jae from Jae's workshop, were one of the few remaining assistants on Atopo's. Drops of sweat ran down the blacksmith's face. Yuan watched silently as Jae forged the blade. The main character turned to him with a serious look. Yuan asked Jae to teach him the blacksmith skill. He continued to swing the hammer. He didn't react to Yuan's request. The main character looked at the blacksmith with a smile on his face. The dragon asked Yuan if hide and seek was over. The main character left the cave. He stood in front of the monster. The dragon highlighted the fact that since the creation of this tower, not a single person had managed to challenge the 99th floor alone. The main character had a grin on his face. The monster stated that he recognizes Yuan, noting that he is an incredible person. The main character said that the last creature that recognized him was not a person, but this monster. Yuan looked up at the dragon. The main character noted that he would miss the dragon after he killed it. The enraged monster replied that, to Yuan's great regret, this was impossible. Pulling out the blade, the chief replied that you will never know. Holding the blade, Yuan continued his speech with a smile, saying that you will never know until you try. He asked what the monster thought about this. The main character, with a serious look, began to talk about the armor that the dragon was so proud of. He watched as his armor shattered. He reported that the monster's brain was slowly cracking. The dragon began to concentrate mana in its mouth and called Jaewon an impudent man. The monster declared that the games of the main character had come to an end. Yuan stood up with lightning speed. He rushed straight at the monster. A powerful blow was visible in the area. The snow from their fight scattered in different directions. The main character's blood dripped onto the ground. Bloodied Yuan is stuck in ice blocks. The monster watching him said that he was trying to fight to the end. There were several dead people behind the main character. The dragon noted that even if Yuan tries his best to hold on, the fate he will eventually face. Icy hands began to embrace the main character and call him by name. The monster said that his fate was terrible loneliness, and the ice spirits of the people held Yuan's face. The dragon noticed that his fate was also a feeling of helplessness. The angry monster called out to the main character. A bloodied Yuan told him that he was talking too much. The main character broke out of his shackles. He pointed his blade at the dragon. The monster watching him noticed that Yuan was trying to be strong, but it was just a simple piercing. He asked the protagonist to give up, noting that he would not be able to win with this technique. Yuan pointed his katana at the monster with a serious look. While in thought, the main character emphasized that he began clearing the tower later than the rest of the travelers. He remembered watching people learning various techniques. Yuan noted that because of this, whether it was hidden skills or hidden classes, he constantly missed out on opportunities to obtain them. In the memories of the main character, a picture surfaced of how he trained on a mannequin. Yuan stated in his thoughts that because of this, he even abandoned other skills and devoted himself to only one. The main character noted that this was a piercing. He imagined cutting off the head of a mannequin and talked about how he pierced and pierced. Yuan remembered how he killed a monster that had a hole in its chest. The main character highlighted the fact that due to the fact that he had impaled his enemies approximately 50 million times, his comrades began to call him the Impaler, and around the same time he began to notice changes in his strikes. Yuan remembered unleashing a lightning-fast series of attacks. He watched as he pierced the monster through. The main character noticed that his strike became more accurate, faster, and more powerful. Yuan imagined blood splattering on his face. While in thought, the protagonist stated that as a result, his strikes were no longer a simple movement, but had an attack power at the same level as a hidden skill. Yuan emphasized the fact that since it is not a skill, it does not require spiritual power, so he will not get tired of using it. Heading towards the dragon, the main character noticed that even this was too much. He launched a series of attacks at the monster's face. Yuan wondered if the monster had even a single scratch from stabbing it hundreds of times with his sword. The dragon began to prepare for its icy breath. Taken aback, the main character noticed that it was too late for him to dodge. Yuan was suddenly taken aback. He saw a white light that was directed at the monster. He remembered seeing this light when he fought the fire dragon. The main character emphasized in his thoughts that he is sure that this is the same light. In Yuan's memories, a picture surfaced of how white light tied the demon's back. The main character stated that this is the same light that he saw on the 98th floor. Yuan noted in his thoughts what this meant. He clenched his blade with all his might. The main character suddenly rushed to attack. He pierced the monster with a powerful blow. Upon landing, Yuan kicked up piles of snow. He looked at the dragon with a serious look. The enraged monster asked how the main character dared. Grinning, Yuan said that only a little was missing, noting that he tried to completely blow off the monster's jaw. Flapping his wings, the dragon asked if the main character had become more confident just because he hit once. The monster floating in the air began to concentrate blue energy. The dragon stated that he would definitely finish Yuan this time. A powerful stream of mana came from the monster's mouth. The main character was running away from many volleys of the dragon. Jumping away, Yuan wondered in his mind if he was flying and attacking again. Frowning, the main character declared that he had no chance of winning. The monster landed next to Yuan, who was lying on the floor. Watching the main character, the dragon said that he was very sorry. The monster said that if there were at least 10 people like Yuan, he could defeat him. The enraged protagonist asked the monster to shut up. The dragon reported that if only their race had not been deceived by the Nightmare Stone, fate could have been completely changed. Yuan was taken aback by what he heard. He asked about the Nightmare Stone. The surprised protagonist asked what the dragon was talking about. The monster struck Yuan. The dragon watched the main character run away from him. The monster was taken aback by what he saw. The gate to the floor closed. Yuan stood leaning against the gate and tried to catch his breath. In his thoughts, he noticed that it was close. There was a low health sign above Yuan's head. The main character emphasized the fact that if he had been scratched by the dragon's claws at the last minute, he would have died. He recalled the image of a monster that spoke of what if their race had not been deceived by the Nightmare Stone. Drops of blood and sweat ran down Yuan's face. Looking up, he said, "The Stone of Nightmares means." The plot takes us to a snowy area 5 years later. A huge object fell onto the icy ground. The monster's skull fell to the ground, breaking the ice. Lots of notifications appeared. They said that the main character received the title Nightmare of the 99th floor. His user level had reached its limit. Yuan's vitality had reached its limit. The main character's magical power has reached its limit. Yuan's agility had reached its limit. Grinning, the main character swiped away the messages. Sitting on the corpse of the ice dragon, Yuan reported that a lot of things were popping up. Looking away, the main character called out to the monster. He asked about what the Nightmare Stone was. The bleeding dragon replied that Yuan already knew the answer to that question. The monster's armor was completely destroyed. A black blade lay in a pool of blood. The dragon said that everything would open on the top floor. A message about the ice dragon sword appeared. The main character learned that this is a sword filled with the breath of the ice dragon Vepchesis. When its owner shows his will to fight, the blade of the sword opens. Examining the short blade, Yuan noted in his thoughts that it didn't look much like a sword. The main character was suddenly surprised. He saw the black dragon blood begin to fly up. A black space appeared in front of him. Yuan asked if it was a door. His gaze fell on the fact that there was an inscription on top. The main character, in his thoughts, noticed that this was finally the last floor. Yuan said with a serious face that he would go there. The main character entered the black cloth. Above the door, the sign about the 100th floor began to disappear. The inscription changed to the control room. Yuan exclaimed loudly to move forward. This was the 100th floor he had been able to cross. The man plunged headlong into the pool, which was supposed to reveal all the secrets. Yuan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this. Many touch panels with images appeared in front of him. The hero opened his mouth in surprise because in front of him was a view of the entire tower. The guy began to look around in bewilderment at everything that surrounded him. While examining the contents of this room, the guy heard a stern voice that greeted him. Yuan quickly turned around, but found no one. The voice continued to say that it hoped the guy would come into the village first. The voice announced that the guy should not worry, relax, and wait a little while he prepared something for him. After some time, a system window appeared in front of the guy and a voice warned that it was here that he would recognize the moment that would upset him. Yuan began to study the information in front of him. It was written on the screen that the hero was the firstborn to complete the tutorial of World 294 and his achievement would be forever entered into the Eternal Library. The guy was amazed to read what was presented before him. Suddenly he exclaimed, not understanding what it meant. Yuan didn't understand why the path he had covered was called a tutorial. The hero froze in place and began to look with his eyes for whoever the voice belonged to. But the guy couldn't find anyone and desperately kicked into the water, and it washed over him up to his knees. A voice from the void mockingly said that it saw the hero's shock, but he advised me not to take everything to heart. The guy felt that the moment he found out about this, the earth disappeared from under his feet and the world inside collapsed. A male silhouette with the head of a lion appeared from the dark place and said that the flow of feelings could drown the hero. Smiling evilly, he said that it was most likely too late. Hundreds of thousands of drops flew towards the young man, and the beast continued, noting that the hero coped well with the task. Observing the whole situation, the unknown person suddenly changed his face. The hero standing in front of him, who had lost the ability to move, pierced his enemy with a poisonous gaze. Jaewon's gaze pierced the soul of a creature unknown to them. The man with the head of a lion grinned and noted that the guy quickly came to his senses after that. The hero coldly and indifferently asked the man who he was. He, in response to the guy, politely apologized and said that he forgot to introduce himself because he was glad to meet them because no one had ever reached this level. Baring its fangs, the creature introduced itself as a demon named Beastrain. He was the owner of the Tower of Nightmares that Yuan had just passed through. The benevolent greeting did not sway the man, and he asked in the same detached manner that if he had now completed the tutorial, it meant that there was also the main game. The demon's mouth widened into a smile and he confirmed the hero's words, but noted that he wanted to show Yuan something. The demon made a click with his furry paw and panels appeared in front of the guy where the hero was just beginning his journey. Footage from past years began to appear before the guy's eyes, broadcasting the most important moments for the hero. Yuan listened with interest to the speeches of his friends, who were no longer with him. The demon compassionately said that he understands how glad the hero is to see his loved ones now. A picture appeared in front of the guy of how he, Soil and Yunwan were talking and then did not yet know what they were about to experience. The next shot was when the guys joined the team of stronger walkers, and this was the moment when Yuan met them. Beastrain sadly said that now the guy sees those faces that he will never see again. Next was a shot of Yuan fighting. The demon was impatiently awaiting the next moment. And then, the moment when Soil called out to Yuan, and he looked at her with a confused look. The girl smiled sweetly and asked the guy not to look at her, but to fight. The demon himself had no idea what would happen next. All this time, Beastrain watched the tragic future of each character. So, Soil, whom the hero tried to bring to her senses, died before his eyes. The death of Yuan, who before his death asked for forgiveness from his friend. The demon said that he also cried when he looked at it. The demon, a little upset, asked the guy if he remembered the feelings of sadness, rage, and regret that he felt at that moment. But without waiting for an answer, he said that despite everything, these feelings should remain with Yuan. The hero looked at him gloomily, but Beastrain decided not to hesitate and declared that he was ready to give him a new chance. Opening his fanged mouth, the demon made his proposal in a particularly tempting way, which was for the hero to start the game from the very beginning. Enveloping the guy with his demonic essence, Beastrain asked if it was an excellent offer. The demon continued, saying that in the human world this is possible, but only in the novel, and now Jaewon himself can go through everything all over again and without losing his memories of the past. Suddenly the guy asked in shock if this was not the end. He couldn't believe that their mission wasn't to go through the tower and save the world. The holographic window he had seen the day the boy became a walker appeared in his mind again. Little by little, Jaewon began to realize that the entire path he had traveled was a deception. From the very beginning, when the towers began to appear, it was impossible to stop their influence. All this time, many walkers struggled with the fact that it was impossible to win. Thousands of people died just like that, and the true savior of humanity was never supposed to appear. The guy directed his speech at the demon in front, who confidently expected the young man's answer. But looking confidently at his opponent, Yuan unwaveringly replied that he had no intention of going back in time. Hearing these words, the demon chuckled nervously. The laughter grew and turned into insane screams of the monster. Splashing his interlocutor with saliva, Beastrain laughed, but his laughter turned into a roar. Yuan looked at the demonic creature with a serious and stern face and, having calmed down, he grinned at the guy's words about the past. And looking into the hero's eyes, he began to explain that there was no object in this tower. But he stopped mid-sentence, swallowed his saliva and continued, assuring that no object in the whole great land could send a person into the past. Jaewon looked at the demon indignantly and sternly said that he did not understand what Beastrain was talking about because he himself had seen the stone. But the demon, grinning, said that all of humanity had succumbed to the deception of the Nightmare Stone. If no one believed, then many people would have avoided their fate. Upon hearing this news, Yuan visibly brightened up and realized what was really going on. The demon continued the story, saying that the stone that appeared in front of the walkers was not the Stone of Return. Beastrain called it the Nightmare Stone. Those who used the stones did not return to the past, but we're stuck in a terrible nightmare. The demon grinned maliciously, saying that before the 77th floor he could not imagine that there existed a race that was extremely obsessed with returning to the past. Jaewon listened gloomily to all the words of the demon and delved into it. Beastrain noted that only people could be so stubborn. The hero listened to the speech that the demon made and calmly replied that none of the walkers knew about it. The demon laughed maliciously and, without answering, suggested starting the main game. Beastrain assured the guy that he would not send him to the past, and the hero would start a new game. A system window popped up in front of the guy, congratulating him that he had completed the tutorial and asking him if he was ready to start the main game. The demon, encouragingly, said that he hoped that the young man would make the right choice, but Jaewon decided and pressed the deny button. Beastrain was greatly surprised by the guy's choice. He clearly expected a different outcome. Jaewon coldly thanked the demon for the fact that thanks to him, the guy understood the essence of this tower. A holographic window appeared behind the monster with a sharp movement. There was information about the Tower of Nightmares, and whoever answered the tower's call would be placed in an endless nightmare. Jaewon looked confidently into the eyes of his opponent, which sent a chill down his spine, and said that he was already in the Tower of Nightmares. The demon panicked when he heard these words. The guy leaned on his leg, taking a pose in which he would be ready to start a fight. The hero slowly began to draw his sword, repeating that if he kills the demon, he will be able to move to the next floor. The guy reached for his sword, saying that if he kills the demon, he will move to the next floor. Jaewon was clearly serious about killing. The demon held his head and laughed, saying that the next floor does not exist, because now they are at the top of the tower. The hero looked sternly into Beastrain's eyes and said that he did not believe a single word he said. In a split second, the demon's eyes flared with the fires of rage, and he growled, asking Jaewon whether he really wanted to receive a reward for clearing the floor, because Beastrain could not even imagine that the thirst for a reward would take over the guy so much. He enveloped the guy with his entire demonic shell, playing with him. The demon's head dissipated in the air, turning into a shapeless cloud, but the voice clearly asked what the guy wanted. Beastrain extended his hand, saying that he was ready to give him all this because Jaewon deserved it. But the guy stood unshakably with the sword, coldly saying that he didn't need anything from him. The demon distorted into a monstrously scary grimace and extended his hand to the guy, offering to return to the human world. The demon confidently said that the tower was one continuous nightmare. After all, if so, then nothing happened outside. The guy asked in surprise what this meant. A woman's voice came from behind him, and later another, talking about traffic jams. Jaewon turned around and saw the holographic panels turned on, showing the outside world. He looked dumbfounded at what had happened, while hundreds of people scurried around, buying tickets for themselves and talking with their families. The hero was amazed to see this and could not understand what was happening around him now. Voices surrounded him from different sides, and he tried to distance himself from it, but in vain. The demon grinned and looked at the confused guy, noting that he could see how he was beginning to understand what was happening around him. Pictures of happy people appeared in front of the guy, and Beastrain continued, saying that no one died, so it's wonderful. The demon noted that everyone has family and friends, everyone is busy with something, and for such a brave hero as Jaewon, this is great news. The demon with a sly expression on his face snapped his fingers, adding that he almost forgot the most important thing. A room with a man appeared before the hero. He was unconscious. Jaewon looked at the guy in bewilderment, recognizing familiar facial features, and asked Beastrain if it was really him. The demon mockingly replied that many years had passed in the world of the tower, but in the world of people it was only a month. With self-confidence, the demon replied that no matter what, Jaewon would not be able to defeat him, because the hero had only completed the tutorial and the demon was something more. Beastrain added mockingly that the difference between them was like between a man and a dragon. Lowering his eyes to the floor, Jaewon answered with confidence in his voice that if so, then the difference is not that big. Pointing his sword towards the beast, the guy shouted that he had already killed one dragon. The demon grinned maliciously and rushed at the guy, feeling the taste of victory. The guy didn't leave either, and with an invincible and determined look he rushed at the beast, which, in turn, was surprised at the young man's stubbornness. The two opponents locked in an unequal grip, but it was all in vain. Returning after another fight with the demon, Jaewon powerlessly opened the door. The guy was incredibly exhausted and frayed, calling out to Jay. He did not hear an answer. Walking a little further and calling him again, the echoing silence continued. Jaewon took the hammer with helpless efforts, starting to forge something for himself. Sweat appeared on the guy's face, and his teeth gritted disgustingly from the work on which he was spending his last strength. On the 72nd day, the guy challenges the demon to a fight, but cannot deliver even one blow that would crush Beastrain. But the guy was glad that he himself did not die, although the demon himself was not eager to kill the stubborn hero, and this was incomprehensible to the hero. Jaewon popped up on the graphic panel, echoing that despite all the pain he needed to endure, no matter how many days and years it took, Beastrain listened to the guy's speeches, chewing his claws on his fangs and supporting Yuan's thoughts. The demon watched with interest the panels in which Yuan was, and Beastrain excitedly said that if he held on a little longer, he would be able to sell the guy. Continuing to chew and grind his claws on his teeth, the demon looked at the guy with enthusiasm, seeing in him his most special commodity. The demon was a manufacturer, and this was the first time he had seen such a hero. Manufacturers must ensure that the product takes root safely on the Great Land, and thanks to a two-step processing process on the ground floor, the best seeds are filtered out. Thanks to tutorials, manufacturers can get the best product. In the main game, the selected seeds begin to bloom wildly. In the second treatment, water and fertilizer are provided to the expensive shoots. The problem that the seed, namely Yuan, refused to grow caused the demon to panic. The thought of killing the guy often crossed Beastrain's mind. But death in the tower does not mean that the guy's soul will die. The thought that after the murder the soul could deteriorate was what bothered the demon most of all, and he concentrated and intensely thought about what he should do next in order to extract profit from the guy. Taking a thoughtful pose and sighing languidly, Beastrain concluded that no matter what he did, the collectors clearly would not leave him alone. Nervously knocking on the lacquered chair with his claws, the demon was convinced that Jaewon needed to be properly raised in soul, because this was an important stage in his becoming a demon of the highest class, because in addition to this, he still needed to pay off the debt for buying the tower. Hundreds of problems and boom were hovering in the demon's head, but he continued to work himself up, saying that even the gods want to buy the guy despite the fact that they do not work with the world of demons. In a matter of seconds, Yuan burst into the 100th floor noisily, taking the demon by surprise, but he quickly repelled the guy's attack, asking him what he wanted, because there must be some kind of motivation to so persistently achieve the goal. The guy fought heroically, but remained silent to all the demon's questions. The same one asked him why the guy couldn't give up, because if he agreed to switch to a simple game, then it would be better for Yuan and all resistance would not be needed. Beastrain mocked and played with the guy, stopping his desire to kill Yuan. The guy purposefully stood on his feet until the last moment, trying to give his best, but suddenly the enemy disappeared from sight. Yuan noticed the demon's two bright fiery eyes in the reflection of the sword and was confused for a minute. The sword rang without hitting the demon, and the hero furiously tried to deliver at least one crushing blow to the monster, but any attempt was unsuccessful. With a loud crash, huge blocks of ice covered the guy head first, causing severe injuries. Yuan stood up with the last of his strength, coughing up blood from his mouth and finding at least a little strength within himself to continue the fight. But with one movement of his massive paw, the demon threw the guy back and, breathing furiously into his forehead, began to seek an answer about what the guy needed. Because Beastrain was ready to give him any hidden skills and objects, but the guy refused every time. Jaewon began to drink a hole in the demon with a fierce look, and then proudly said that he wanted to kill him and move on. But such an answer only angered the owner of the tower even more, and he, roaring, asked what he needed to do for the guy to move on to the main game. A small and barely noticeable smile appeared on the guy's face, because Yuan realized that Beastrain had run out of patience, which meant that he could easily be manipulated. The guy, tensely, said that he wanted to ask him a question. And within minutes, the demon and Jaewon were talking, and the first thing Beastrain mentioned was that there are many universes in the world. Talking with the demon at the table, the guy replied that he and everyone on Earth knew about the existence of a multiverse and a parallel universe, which surprised Beastrain to the core. Without dwelling on this, the owner of the tower decided to move on to specifics, telling about the main dimension called Great Land, and already under this dimension there are many subworlds. The Earth on which people live is only one subworld that exists among others, and the rest call this planet World 294. Watching the pop-up holograms depicting worlds, Jaewon listened carefully to the demon, and he, in turn, said that thanks to the Tower of Nightmares, walkers upgrade their skills and accumulate items, and thus they get used to the system of the Great Earth, getting a chance to go to a new world. Demons like Beastrain watch over the game and influence its course. Looking at the demon, Jaewon asked why this was needed and why Beastrain needed to do this. Baring his fangs and smiling like an animal, he said that it was hard to explain, and besides, he assumed that the guy would not be interested in it. By snapping his finger, the demon produced a hologram of the tower and nightmares in front of the guy and decided to move away from the topic, saying that, most likely, the guy would be interested in knowing why exactly the Tower of Nightmares appeared in his world. And getting up from his seat, the demon took on an angry look, asking if the guy wanted to ask about this. Beginning his philosophical speech, the demon began to lead to why Jaewon and his humanity were destined for such a fate. Angrily revealing his mouth, Beastrain rapturously said that the land was chosen absolutely by chance. But Jaewon's rough and stern voice interrupted the demon's speech, asking why Beastrain controls the tower. The demon was clearly confused when he heard this question and, nervously gritting his teeth, asked the guy what he said. Ewan asked another question, which was whether the demon gets a reward for what he does. Beastrain burst into nervous and anxious laughter at these words and replied that it was more charity than reward. Stretching his smile to the ends of his mane, the demon said that he noticed that the guy did not believe him and began to assure Ewan that many demons love charity. He began to assure that even some friends simply quietly watch the walkers and do not interfere, and some can intervene and help their favorites, but suddenly a melodic sound was heard and a letter began to appear in front of the demon. Gradually, their letters formed sentences, and this was a message from the owner, who wrote that the goods were still at the ripening stage and could not be killed or negotiated with. Beastrain laughed fearfully and nervously, trying to look the guy in the eyes. Ewan lowered the entire demonic soul of this creature with his gaze. Of course, the guy didn't believe anything and called it nonsense. A notification with his personal information appeared in front of the guy. Ewan sat among the cold glaciers and looked at the notice, barely moving her fingers. He drank the mixture with his hands trembling from the cold and lowered his head down and began to think about everything. He had nothing to promote, and that was the honest truth. No matter how much Ewan fights against his archenemy, he will never be able to defeat him. The guy was in an extremely depressed state and fell on the cold snow next to his sword, freezing his hands and body. The hero's gaze expressed despair in being driven into a corner, and Jaewon understood that this was the limit for all people. There was dried blood on the corners of his lips and the guy spoke extremely heavily. But suddenly something headed towards the guy and he looked in fear at what was approaching him. Thoughts swirled in his head and he began to examine the miracle that had come to him, asking questions about what it was. Ewan experienced a strange feeling when he felt gold crumbs on his nose and began to look at them in shock. Moving a little closer, the guy decided to examine an interesting phenomenon. He thought it was an illusion and tried to touch the gold particles. Ewan grabbed them in his fist and they scattered like dust under the yoke of his fist. They spun in the air, gradually trying to join their golden counterparts, and then the particles began to look like pieces of sticky sugar which took on more and more new forms. Ewan realized that what he sees is part of every world, so it doesn't matter what form they take. The guy remembered all this when he communicated with the demon and in a split second returned to reality and drew attention to the message from a certain owner. Ewan looked decisively and firmly at Beastrain and grinned at his words about volunteering. The guy decided to ask the next question about who the owner is and whether he is the king. The demon grinned playfully, expecting this question, and said that he was glad that the guy was interested. Beastrain began his story by explaining that the masters are the rulers of the great land, and only the winners of the main game can go there and receive special patronage from the hosts. Ewan looked at the demon calmly and asked what kind of patronage he was talking about. The owner of the tower smiled slyly and jokingly said that the hero's future could change depending on which patron he chooses. The demon roguishly approached the guy and began to promise that if he listened to him, then he, Beastrain, could give him his word and choose someone really worthy as a patron. Running his claw along the guy's slightly devilish cheek, the owner of the tower warned that all this would happen when the guy agreed to participate in the main game. Ewan noted that the demon behaved like a pestering salesman in some company, while Beastrain took on a rather businesslike appearance, submitting the guy's arguments. A little later, the hero decided to answer the owner of the tower and said that he would do as he wanted. Wrinkling his face into a lively and decisive expression, the young man said that in 10 days he would leave this place, no matter what the cost. And now, 9 days later, Ewan continued to prepare to fight his sworn enemy. Beastrain watched the guys and mockingly cursed, noting that the guy was doing meaningless things even now, showing how he wanted attention. He impatiently reassured himself that he only had to wait a little while and then his plan would be perfect. Another thought flashed through his head about how in vain he had followed his nightmares and bought this tower. Beastrain became furious when he again remembered how he had been deceived. The demon was told that the tower was built by a nightmare master and was assured that the opportunity to acquire such a tower comes only once in a lifetime and that this is the oldest building of the first generation of construction. The footage of the sale again popped up before his eyes and Beastrain understood that if this was a third generation tower, he would have completed the tutorial with his own hands without harming the product in any way. And in the trash from the first generation, he could not do anything without the consent of the hero himself, who, of course, did not agree and decided to fight the demon, wanting to go to the next stage. Throwing himself over on the sofa and taking a lifeless pose, he said words of humility with the fact that poverty is the most terrible thing that could be imagined. Beastrain looked forward to tomorrow because the end of everything would come. The next day came. The obligatory tips before the start of the main game and summary information about the Great Land appeared on the holographic screen. And also after this there was a message about an invitation to the main game. The delighted Beastrain asked Jaewon if he had learned everything that the demon sent him and the guy weakly thanked him and nodded. The owner of the tower impatiently pressed the guy, forcing him to quickly press the consent button. The demon, through tears of happiness and joy, spoke about how much he had been looking forward to this day and from the overflow of feelings and emotions, tears appeared in his eyes. But one movement of the hand changed the entire subsequent plot, and also resulted in Beastrain's strong anger. Standing on the ground, the demon, drooping, asked the guy what he was doing and why. Yuan pierced the soulless demonic body with his sword. Pulling out his sword, he proudly replied that the demon himself should understand the hero's intentions. The demon stepped on a huge circle with his machinations, and a second later, the plants of the 91st floor appeared from the black iron forest. Restoring and stretching his hand, Beastrain sternly said that this was truly the first time he had seen such a hero as Jaewon, and the way he, the owner of the tower, was acting now should have been done this way from the very beginning. Smiling evilly, he looked into the guy's eyes and asked if he agreed with his judgment. Jaewon's body was lifelessly chained to the stems of a huge iron plant, but even in these conditions, he did not lose confidence and asked what the demon would do, because in order to end the game, the player's consent must be given, which the guy is not going to give. The beast laughed evilly and began to laugh, saying that he had not expected the hero's consent for a long time, but this time he was eager to ask Yuan a question. The demon asked the barely alive guy why this tutorial goes on and on. The demon said that the Tower of Nightmares automatically closes the game 100 days after the tutorial. Hearing these words, Jaewon became timid and could not utter a word in response to the demon. He, in turn, callously and playfully replied that he would leave the guy here and he would slowly move on to the main game. During all the time that the demon was talking, Jaewon managed to free his hand and quietly reach for the sword and then turned to Beastrain. The guy began to say that he knew that the demon on the Great Earth is called a flattering gentleman, said that Beastrain lived 784 years and visited 128 worlds, selecting and killing walkers. Filled with power, Jaewon said that he knew how eager he, the owner of the tower, was to hand it over to a collector named the Black Lord. The demon became furious after hearing so much information about himself and through his anger roared about who he was, Yuan. The guy smiled mockingly and sarcastically replied that he was a commodity that had been grown by a demon for several decades. And saying that it was no longer there, the guy angrily got rid of the shackles that oppressed him, attacking the demon. The demon looked with horror at the advancing guy, who was extremely serious. Beastrain dodged Jaewon's attack with a quick and deft movement. He stopped, stomping loudly, and looking into the eyes of his enemy, began to gain strength. But the guy repelled any of his attacks, and this made him much weaker than he was. The demon screamed in horror, "I can't believe how this hero manages to prevail over him, over the strongest Beastrain." The guy broke all the shackles and took on the demon. The owner of the tower could not believe that the hero could become super adapted. Jaewon's eye burned with the brightest fire, and the other burned only with the desire to defeat the demon. From the very first day to reaching the 100th floor, the hero began to doubt that the tower was also part of the nightmare. During the fight with the demon, he doubted that it could kill him. "I doubted it even when I was in complete despair and depression and thought that this was the limit for all people." And gradually all the little pieces began to come together. He saw the demon and what he did. Yuan saw how the particles turned into bizarre messages, and after so much doubt, when the guy had nothing more to think about, he realized the attack and became indestructible. The guy struck one blow after another, causing severe pain to his opponent. The demon did not understand what was happening, and he was shocked by all the words that he heard from the guy. Beastrain flashed his teeth angrily, trying to damage the hero. The demon became furious and took on a new terrifying form, spreading its claws in different directions and preparing to attack. Beastrain angrily rushed at the hero and said that he should hold back on everyday life and it was better for the guy to give up rather than continue the fight that was meaningless for him. Jaewon heroically defended himself and fought back his enemy, although the powerful blows with his paws brought him severe pain. The demon continued his speech, saying that in order to master the second level of voluptation immediately after completing the tutorial, you need an unusual talent. But Beastrain underestimated the guy's abilities and called him a stupid person, not suspecting what was hidden in him. The owner of the tower roared fiercely that the hero would never defeat him, Beastrain. The guy was not ready to stop halfway and did not want everything he was striving for to end this way. Blood slowly rolled from the guy's hands onto the sword. It was only a matter of seconds before the main game started. But Jaewon stood until the last, repelling his enemy and not allowing himself to be knocked to the ground. The demon burst into laughter and said that not a single action of the guy would stop the start of the main game and that the guy was worse off because of his stubbornness and it would be better if he gave up. Second by second they were approaching and here was the fatal number. The numbers flashed before Yuan's eyes and when he saw the fatal number, the guy got ready. In a split second, the hero rushed into the attack in order to inflict severe damage on his enemy. The guy attacked the enemy using strong energy that literally shook the demon. Beastrain screamed when he saw the guy boldly deal damage to him. The news that Yuan didn't just adapt killed the demon from the inside. He was torn with anger and hatred for the guy. With powerful force, the guy struck blow after blow to his opponent and a loud victorious noise surrounded everything around. The demon roared and became furious at what Yuan was doing to him. Finally, the guy pushed the demon and told him to listen to him at that moment. But first the hero felt that awakening was just around the corner. He continued by saying that humans are not weak enough to be mere pawns. The demon standing in front of him was reduced several times, but the guy told him with confidence that people are not just a commodity on which you can bid and sell them at a higher price to whomever you want. Pointing the sword at the monster's eye, Jaewon proudly said that he would no longer follow the path prepared by the demons. Having defeated Beastran, the hero began to feel better. He proudly said that now the moment had come when he would move to the next floor. The guy shouted confidently that from now on he would go higher and higher until the world that the demons were building came to an end and until their entire creation collapsed. Hundreds of fragments fell, breaking on the marble floor of the cursed 100th floor, and Jaewon proudly spoke his victorious words. From now on, he was not in the database of this tower. He did not have a name, title, class, abilities, and skills, which previously exceeded the norm and played a huge role. All this collapsed in a matter of seconds, and through the sounds of broken glass the words of pity of the worthless demon were heard. He howled and whined, trembling with fear as the fragments hit the floor, hitting him. The demon asked to stop all efforts because there was no last floor. But pointing the sword towards the tiny monster, the guy said that the demon was wrong and there was a next floor. Beastran was wary of the guy's sword and shook nervously as he watched what was happening. The guy heatedly continued to echo that he was saying all this for a reason. On the previous floors he saw symbols and signs that meant a lot. They were all over the tower and on the 78th, 66th, and 57th floors of the tower. Jaewon understood that the Tower of Nightmares was just an imitation of the original nightmare that stood at the top of the Tree of Illusions. Yuan exclaimed, turning to the demon, that this place was the root of the Tree of Illusions, but Beastran did not understand what the guy wanted and asked him. The hero concluded that if there is a root, then there is a trunk. The guy said that if he breaks through to the top, and without saying anything, he began to break through the heavy layer of bark. A loud crash filled the 100th floor. A huge crack appeared and began to split in half, and the owner of the tower howled, looking at how his creation was being destroyed. Suddenly, a holographic window popped up, where it was written that the tutorial was temporarily closed due to an error in the download. Then a window popped up again, broadcasting that cleaning the game had failed. And the last step was how the tutorial ended. The young man woke up in the jungle, not understanding where he was. He exhaled heavily and stood up. Yuan wandered further, finding his way. Suddenly, a huge black paw appeared, and then a small pack of huge, ferocious wolves with big teeth came forward. They surrounded Jaewon. Jaewon, holding his sword at the ready, calmly looked at them. Suddenly, huge wolves took off from their place. They opened their mouths wide and rushed straight at Jaewon, emitting a deadly aura. The wolf rushed at Jaewon at great speed, and Jaewon raised his elbow forward and made a slight lunge. The body of the wolves instantly split into two. Yuan sighed and then turned around. He saw a huge wolf in front of him. The ground was crumbling under his feet. He had several black horns, and his fangs were as tall as Jaewon. The wolf looked at Jaewon menacingly, and Jaewon thought that it seemed that one light attack would not be enough for this creature. Jaewon extended his sword in front of him at great speed, and then the wolf's body was pierced by an unbearable energy. He opened his mouth and screamed in pain. Blood gushed everywhere. Jaewon used a medium lunge. Yuan walked up to the dead body of the wolf and tore the horn off of it. Jaewon looked at the dead soul of the wolf and, having collected all its horns, said that it seemed to him that the monsters here were not so strong. Suddenly something caught his attention. He turned around and furrowed his brows. In front of him he saw green creatures who were dressed in white capes. One of them shouted that a man, how dare he. This creature menacingly opened its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and, stretching its arm forward, shouted that it was the horn of a Theahorn. Yuan looked at them and furrowed his eyebrows, and then thought that he couldn't figure out what they were talking about at all. Yuan pointed to the horns of the monster he had just killed and said that they are talking about them. If so, then let them agree. He will give them this thing, and they will tell him what this place is. The white-robed creature made a quick dash forward. She swung her sharp claws at lightning speed. Yuan was able to dodge at the last second, and then said that they should watch. The creature swung at him again. Yuan dodged again, looking at the talking monster, said that they are bug-eyed bastards. Next time he will kill them. Yuan looked ahead menacingly. He blocked the creature's blow with his katana, and then told him to die. After some time, Yuan sat in a circle of dead creatures, blue blood everywhere. Jaewon, looking at one of the creatures, stuck a sword into him, told him to answer where he was. The monster said in a hoarse voice that he was like a person. A second later, Yuan pulled the two appendages that were on the monster's head, and he desperately screamed, tears flowing from his eyes. Jaewon looked at him menacingly, told the monster to answer him normally. The creature only answered that it was a man. Kill him immediately. The creature opened its eyes wide, and then a blue liquid sprayed from its mouth. Yuan, with furrowed brows, sat on the creature, holding its 2 appendages in his hands. He said that this idiot bit his tongue and then thought that these creatures seemed weak to him, but it turns out that they are not so simple. Yuan looked at the 2 tendrils he tore off in the creatures, and then he stuck them in the ground and walked away. Yuan grabbed one of these creatures and, looking at it, said that he did not recognize anything about what objects were there. A system message appeared in front of him that a small backpack. He needed to use a backpack to store equipment. The capacity was 2 cubic meters. Yuan looked at the small bag of cloth and leaves. He said that it looked like it was his inventory now. The system stopped working after he left the Nightmare Tower. Yuan remembered the snowy island hanging in the air. He thought that he would gain access to a system of other dimensions, but Yuan looked at the crystals lying near his feet and then said that it was good that he had at least some access to information. A system message appeared in front of him. Spirit Stone. It is possible to increase the energy of the Spirit Stone. Yuan looked carefully at the blue crystal and then thought that the color, of course, is different, but the essence is the same. Who creates these stones here? Yuan opened the backpack and rummaged around, thinking that he thought they were quite valuable. Yuan looked at the various monster weapons and then said that he couldn't carry that much with him. He needed to throw something away. Suddenly the black dagger vibrated. Yuan asked what was happening again. He examined it carefully, and a second later he felt something incredible appear behind him, its mouth opening wide. Terrible sounds were heard in the middle of the forest. Yuan sat calmly, touching his hand, thinking about something. He looked at the various things lying on the floor. His attention was drawn to a small, tied piece of paper. He said that nothing had changed. Is this really a map? Opening the map, he saw the location of several castles and some large tree. He asked what was this chaos. Yuan clutched the piece of map and wondered what the idiot from the tower had told him about this place. We are transported into the deep jungle. Several fierce wolves, with their mouths wide open, rush forward. Someone's long black heel appears. This is Mino, smiling, rushing forward at full speed. Suddenly she looks to her left. Something catches her attention. Mino throws his spear forward and it hits something, and someone screams. She grabs her face in fear and says that she didn't mean to hurt the guy, and then adds that she will try to change the hunting location. The guy with red dreadlocks smiles and then laughs and says that everything is fine. He clenches his teeth and, frowning his eyebrows, looks askance at Mino, and then thinks that this time she was saved only by the fact that she was good. How bad must she be to shoot him right in the knee? Mino continues to shout that it's a pity, and the guy replies that she has nothing to apologize for. Suddenly, 3 young guys notice something. They look ahead in fear, and Mino shouts for them to look here. A huge monster with long horns runs forward. One of the guys shouts that this woman has contacted the bighorn. Mino, smiling, runs away from him, arms outstretched, and the monster rushes after her at great speed. The guys shout that she should not come near them. Someone is watching all this, and a guy with red hair shouts for everyone to gather. Yuan looks down from the hill. He thinks that this girl seems stronger than the others. They don't get along. At this rate they will soon die. How did they even get out of the Tower of Nightmares with such skills? Yuan frowns and looks down, puzzled. And then the guy with red hair, frowning his eyebrows, stretches his hand forward. There are 3 claws on it, which begin to heat up. He shouts, "Fight," and uses the breath of the Fire King. Suddenly this guy with red hair opens his mouth wide and looks ahead in fear. The guy grabs his ear and angrily screams, "Vile." Mino laughs and, smiling, asks him for forgiveness. And then, looking at him arrogantly, she says that it's rude, she just wanted to help. The guy with red hair, smiling, turns around and shouts that where she wanted to help, a huge monster, opening its mouth wide, almost reached him. Someone from the side shouts for his Hyang to be more careful. A second later, Yuan takes a big leap forward from the cliff. He pierces through a huge monster at great speed, causing a strong flash using the medium lunge skill. Blood spills in different directions, covering the whole face of the Hyang. Hyang watches as Yuan, with a huge sword emitting strong energy, begins to stand up, a thick layer of dust surrounding him. Yuan's bloody sword begins to be visible in the dust, and then he comes forward with a calm face, standing on the monster's head. Looking at Yuan, Hyang shouts who he is. The young guys who hunted the monsters ask that this is normal. They can really take the body of the bighorn. Mino stands behind them, biting her nails. She frowns and looks forward. Yuan says yes, they can take it. Someone asks, "What, by the way, is this horn? Is it something special?" Yuan, frowning, looks ahead. Someone says that, of course, it will take at least 10 people to kill the bighorn. Yuan, looking at them, thinks that the monster he killed had 5 horns. That means, probably, the more horns, the stronger the monster. Mino bites his nails and looks menacingly ahead. And then she takes a step forward. She is unhappy, looking at Yuan, asking who he is. She frowns and says that chaos is not a simple world. No one can kill a bighorn with a simple lunge. Where did he come from? Yuan turns around and looks at her silently, and then suddenly it says chaos. Yuan approaches Mino and, looking at her carefully, asks what chaos means. Mino looks at Yuan in surprise, understanding what he is talking about. We are transported to the jungle. Someone asks that his name is Yuan. Yuan lowered his head, walks forward and says yes, and Hyan turns around and asks if Yuan is passing through here. Hyan looks at Yuan puzzled and asks if Yuan doesn't know the local language. Yuan says yes and Hyan says that's weird. Hen, frowning, says that this doesn't happen often here. Mino walks behind them, looking menacingly at Yuan's back. Hyan asks if this is normal, and isn't it true that they can take away the bighorn's body? Yuan replies that yes. Mino, looking ahead menacingly, thinks that this guy is saying that he is only here through the passage. And then he remembers how Yuan killed a thick horn with an incredibly strong attack without using any skills. Mino extends her hand forward, a purple aura appears around her, and a system message appears in front of her that she was unable to use the skill. She, stretching her hand forward, thinks that even her strength is not helping her. Mino looks at Yuan's back. A system message appears in front of her that the check is impossible. She thinks that it must be that his powers are outside this system. Mino frowns at Yuan and then wonders who the hell he is, and then she tells Yuan that she has a couple questions for him. She, looking menacingly in front of her, continues to say that chaos is not a simple world. There are only a few transition points here. No one can kill a bighorn with a simple attack. Yuan looks at her carefully and then Mino asks where he came from and who he is. Yuan says chaos, what does it mean? Mino looks at him angrily and shouts that Yuan is joking or something. Yuan calmly answers no, and Mino asks why then such a question. Yuan, not understanding, looks at her and then says that Yuan doesn't even understand what she's talking about. She asks who he is. It's so hard to understand. Yuan, looking at her, replies that he understands everything. He remembers his life with friends and family, how he studied and worked. He wonders who he is. His entire past on Earth lost its meaning after falling into the tower. In the tower he found new allies and friends with whom he had fun. He thought that he had new comrades with whom he created many new memories. He remembered the beautiful girl who looked at him with a smile. He thought that after finishing their training they disappeared like a mirage. Yuan thought and imagined his friends in his head, and then thought that his comrades probably lived somewhere on Earth, so he could retain all the memories if he started over, but they wouldn't remember him and everything they've been through. Yuan looks at Mino and replies that he doesn't remember anything. Mino looked at Yuan with a pitiful look and then said that no, could it be amnesia? And then she angrily took a step forward, extended her finger towards Yuan and screamed that he thought she would react like that. He could have tried to convince him that he had amnesia. Yuan calmly replied that he didn't say that he had amnesia, and Mino screamed angrily, what's the difference? Yuan turned away, and Mino screamed that he was the powerful of the abyss. Yuan wondered who else it was. Yuan pulled out the blade that was hanging on his belt, began to vibrate, and he said that it was clear to him, let her stop nagging. He then took out his sword and began rummaging through his backpack. Mino looked at it with horror and thought that it was a super weapon. Yuan's weapon opened its mouth wide, and Yuan threw several old daggers and swords at it, which it quickly destroyed. Mino thought that, it turns out, it's all about the power of the weapon and not about strength. The young guys, the hunters, turned around and looked back with displeasure, and then whispered that it looked like a super weapon. This guy was showing off with his swords. Mino wondered if she was really seeing a super weapon now. Yuan fed his weapon a small amount of balls and daggers. Mino, looking at him, thought how clumsy. She even furrowed her eyebrows and clenched her fists, and then thought that Yuan ruined the task for her. She would have completed it easily if not for him. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide and it dawned on her. She walked up to Yuan and told him to forget. She won't question him anymore. She wants to offer something. She got there, smiled and asked if Yuan wanted to listen. The girl, who introduced herself as Mino, spoke about the chaos, and they began to discuss the squad. Mino said that this is a vile team of guys from the Red Leaf clan. Yuan turned around and looked at the guys he was traveling with. He wondered if this was how she wanted him to kill them. Yuan looked at the guys carefully, and Mino said that soon they will get to Yuan. He will understand everything himself, and it's better not to look at them for so long. Hen looked up at the sky and then said that it was getting dark, so they should stay here. If they went out at night they would provoke the monsters. One of the hunters was sitting in a tree, and Hen was sitting by the fire and yawning. Yuan was sitting under a tree and looking at the sky. He thought that, according to the map, there was a village nearby. Yuan raised his hand to the small glowing lights, and then he squeezed it. A system message appeared in front of him that awakening, the second stage of cognition. Hyan and his partner looked towards Yuan angrily, and then his partner turned to Hyung and said that this guy's energy level was below threshold. His spiritual power was even lower than him. Hen replied that he knew so. Hyan remembered how Yuan destroyed a huge monster with one blow, and then said that it turns out that Yuan managed to defeat it only thanks to a super weapon. The guy replied that yes, as far as he knows, a super weapon is an item that can only be obtained in the abyss. Hen asked what he said about the branch of the Tree of Illusions. This is an abyss. She held a small blade in her hands and examined it. He thought that it looked like they were really planning something bad. They would be horrified if they found out that he got this weapon there. That idiot from the tower said that such a weapon was not one of the most impressive. Just think that someone is hunting for it. Ewan, looking up, frowned and thought. Ewan looked at the blue sky and then thought that he didn't think it was the almighty earth. Suddenly, someone began to run as fast as they could. They ran through dense thickets of trees, and they thought that they were moving. Ewan looked up calmly, and Mino ran up to him from behind from the bushes and shouted, "What is he doing? They are following him." Mino grabbed Ewan by the collar in fear and shouted that he already had a sword. Let him use it against them. Ewan looked at her displeasantly and then replied that no, he had nothing. Someone came forward and Mino was desperately and angrily trying to get Ewan to his feet. He said that he lent this sword to someone. He took it to look at the night shift. Mino screamed that Ewan gave his sword to some stranger. If there is a limit to his carelessness. Hyan came forward with his friends. They surrounded Ewan and Mina, and then he laughed and said that Ewan is a fool. He will find a use for his weapon. He's okay, even with this weapon. Don't forget that he got involved with the Red Fox bandits. They asked displeasantly that Hen called them for the sake of two people. Hen replied that he wanted to finish with them as quickly as possible and return. She even furrowed her eyebrows and then said that they were idiots and wanted bloodshed. Ewan smiled as he watched Mino get into a fighting pose, and then wondered that now he could see what she really was like. The bandits, swinging their swords, rushed forward with all their might, and Hen remained behind. Smiling, he extended his hand forward and shouted for them to kill them. Mino rushed forward at high speed and swung her arm. At that same second, a pair of daggers flew at the bandits, killing them instantly. Mino rushed out of her seat, and then she flew up to one of the bandits. She swung her leg and knocked out his jaw. Mino grabbed her dagger, and then she threw it in front of her with all her strength. The bandit with a dagger stuck in his head fell dead to the ground, and Mino landed next to Ewan. She smiled and said that she was sorry that she had gone too far. And then she extended her hand down. Daggers appeared around her. The bandits looked at her in fear. She said that she was just very angry now. Mino straightened her hair. The daggers pointed at the bandits, and then she added that they had secured a terrible fate for themselves. The bandits, along with Hen, looked at Mino in fear. There were corpses of their allies around them, and then Hen said that he immediately realized that she was a real witch. Mino held her hands in different directions with a smile. There were daggers around her that gave off a deadly aura. Hen said, looking at her, that he realized this when she set the monsters on them. Hen furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, and then asked to address the ghostly warriors. She smiled and, holding her hand up, asked what difference it made to him. Then she suddenly extended her hand forward. A large number of daggers rushed towards their targets at great speed. She said that they killed so many newcomers who did not understand anything. She is sure that many of the inhabitants of Chaos are eager for their death. Hen smiled and swung his claws, and then laughed and said that the ghost wars would not help such pathetic people. He cut all of Mino's daggers in one blow. He held Ewan's weapon in his hand. He smiled and said, "So this must be a special case, which means she will die here, the witch." Mino looked forward menacingly and asked that Hen was really only counting on super weapons. Hen looked forward menacingly, and then smiled and laughed. He said that he had another plan. Mino looked at him carefully, then thought that they were at least at the first stage. Mino looked around and saw a huge number of bandits. She thought that there were 30 or 40 of them. Then she frowned and, looking around, said that she immediately felt that there were many more of them. Hen, along with his bandits, came forward, then said that she thought that he would go into a fight without proper preparation, go into a fight against a ghostly witch and a guy who killed a huge monster with one blow. Hearing this, Ewan frowned and turned around, and his Hyung said that if he knew that he would get super weapons so easily, he would not have gone so far. A black fox sat on one of the trees, licking its lips. He jumped down from the tree and Mino, looking at him, asked that he was here too. There must have been not much going on in his life lately. The black fox opened his mouth wide and then extended his tongue forward. He licked his claws and, looking menacingly forward, said that the witch would continue to consider it an honor to punish her. The black fox walked forward with the bandits, and then said that more than half of the Red Fox clan had gathered for her. Mino looked forward with a smile. She began to get nervous and then said that what an honor it would be for her. Let him wait a second, since they have so much time. She thought that she could not defeat him alone. He's still at the third stage. Ewan turned around and Mino told him to be an amnesiac. That is, a strongman from the abyss. She looked up at the sky and then added that she didn't want to say it, but she couldn't protect him. Mino threw the blue stone to Ewan. He grabbed it, and Mino told him to grab it and run. Ewan thought that it was a nightmare stone. He looked at it and asked what it was. Mino replied that it was a stone of return. Let him use it, so he can move to the nearest fortress. Mino looked ahead in fear, and then added that she only has him, so let Ewan use it. Ewan clenched his fist. A flash of light appeared in front of him. He thought that this stone does not return to the past. This stone saves in the present. He remembered his comrade, who was lying dead on the ground, holding a stone in his hand, and wondered what if instead of that useless thing. Yuan tightened his grip on the stone that Mino gave him. He wondered what if he had given him this stone. Yuan looked at Mino and asked that if she had the opportunity to go back in time, she would. Mino furrowed her eyebrows and turned around, and then said that he thinks now is the time for such questions. He is a complete idiot. Of course not. Hearing this, Yuan looked in front of him in surprise. She smiled and said that she had worked all her life. She added that if she dies, she will die today for no reason. She will not return to the past. Yuan grabbed her shoulder, and then he pulled out his sword so she wouldn't die today. Mino looked at Yuan puzzled and asked what. A second later, there was a bright flash where Jaewon stood, and the ground collapsed under him. Yuan made a strong lunge forward, cutting the hand of one of the bandits. The Black Fox opened his mouth wide, his eyes lit up, and he shouted the 14th reincarnation of the Flame King. The bandits screamed and smiled on their faces. With real love, their weapons were covered in flames, and the Black Fox himself ran forward with them. Yuan, looking forward without a moment's hesitation, swung his sword. And then, with his brow furrowed, he used magic, a lost spell. He literally rushed past all the bandits in a second, cutting right through them, one after another. The next second he was in front of the Black Fox, extending his sword forward. The Black Fox was able to block his attack with his claws, but suddenly his hands began to crack, and Jaewon's sword went right through, cutting the Black Fox's flesh. Han looked ahead in fear, his face filling with liquid. The Black Fox fell to his knees, making Chaos into a white liquid, and Yuan shook his sword. Yuan stood in front of a shaking Hyan, who pulled his super weapon forward. The remaining bandits ran away in fear. Yuan grabbed his sword by the hilt, and then he pulled it forward. A large blue flash appeared from there, destroying all the remaining bandits. This skill is called a light lunge. Mino looked at it in fear. She wondered what it was, how it was possible. Mino remembered how she followed Yuan through the forest when he gave away the horns of a huge monster. She remembered how the bandits looked at Yuan, the super weapon. She wondered what she thought about him, that he was coming, who did not understand anything. She remembered how Yuan gave up his weapon. She thought that he was just an idiot with no self-preservation instinct, but everything turned out differently. This guy. She looked at Yuan, who was standing in front of a huge hole in the ground, and even thought that he turned out to be very strong. Nino called out to Yuan, who turned around. She looked at him in fear and asked who he really was. He smiled and asked who he was. He turned to her and said that she had already forgotten. Mino looked at him, puzzled, and Yuan said that she knew who he was. Yuan wiped the weapon from the liquid on it, asked that she had problems with memory. He thought that he was the only one suffering from this. Mino looked at him angrily and said that how petty, now he will remember this for the rest of her life. Mino, shocked, extended her hand towards him and told Yuan to return the stone she gave him. Yuan replied that he had lost it. Then she angrily clenched her fists and screamed that he had lost such an expensive item. Yuan replied that she should try to look if she wanted. We are taken to a small fire in the middle of the forest. Yuan looks at the sky and then wonders how peaceful it is. Nino angrily shakes out his backpack and shouts that he is nowhere. She really has to waste her time on this because of some stranger. Meanwhile, Yuan was feeding weapon fragments to his super weapon. Mino looked at him angrily. Yuan said that she already sees and knows. Mino asked what this means. Yuan replied that she knows who he is. Yuan looked down at the fire and replied that he was human. Mino, frowning, sat down near the fire and asked what he was kidding. Yuan asked her if she was a human. Mino replied that she was almost a human. Yuan clenched his fist and replied that it was good. Mino looked at him in surprise and wondered what he was up to. She turned her head away in surprise and thought that this was true. Looking at the fire, she thought that it was really enough to just be a person. Yuan and Mino walked through the jungle. Mino turned around and said that Yuan really forgot everything about the almighty earth when he fell into chaos. Yuan replied that yes, something like that. Mino lowered her head and replied that he was lucky, that he had forgotten everything. Yuan asked what was so good about memory loss. Mino replied that most here would envy him. It was obvious how and why they all fell into chaos. Yuan looked at Mino, puzzled, and asked what was obvious, then added how Mino ended up here. Mino stopped, and then she furrowed her eyebrows, looked menacingly at Yuan and said that he really knew what he was talking about. He would regret his question as soon as he found out the answer. We are transported to the Gorgon fortress, to a large castle. The castle gate is open. Yuan and Mino walk towards it, and then Mino says that they are there. Yuan turns around, puzzled, and he looks at a certain structure not far from the castle, and then thinks that it looks like the first floor area in the Tower of Nightmares. Suddenly, looking at this structure, he notices something. As he gets closer, he looks at him fearfully. Many naked people appear in front of him, coughing and holding their throats. They are all desperately screaming and asking for help. Looking at them, Yuan thinks that he knows this facial expression well. Mino looks at this with a sad look and then says that it seems like there are 1,000 times more of them this time. Yuan replies that it can't be, and Mino says that now he understands that he asked her how she found herself in chaos. She looks at them menacingly and then adds that never again, let him not ask this question here. People are coughing and clutching their heads, tears are all coming from their eyes. Mino lowered his head, adding that he would never do this in the kingdom of the dead, in chaos. Yuan asks that if you die on the almighty earth, you end up in chaos. Mino replies that yes, but if you die here, then this is the end. If someone dies, then the soul turns into nutrients for the tree of illusion. After death it stops circulation. Several soldiers in white boots came forward, someone shouted to get to work. The soldiers held bags in front of them, and a commander with a thick beard walked ahead. He told them to line up and they would escort them. The commander held the bag out in front of him and told them to put it on and get in line. The commander put a blanket on the child, and then said that he died because he was weak, let him stay upright, before that he only drew comics. Suddenly someone addresses the commander named James. James raises his head and looks ahead. James saw Mino and, frowning, asked why she came to the northern entrance. Mino replied that she just dropped in, they knew each other, so she would be grateful if he let her through as soon as possible. Mino came closer, and James, looking at her, said that everything has changed. Not so long ago they were given orders to check the identities of everyone who enters the fortress. Mino, looking at him, replied that he was talking about that old big brother ID, why now? Mino looked at Yuan menacingly and told him not to say that he didn't have an ID. And then Mino smiled. She thought, okay. She approached James with a smile, apologizing and saying that she had completely forgotten about her ID. She held out a bighorn horn to him and asked him what it was like. Looking at it, he thought that it was a bighorn horn. James coughed and quickly put the horn away under his jacket, then said that he had checked their ID. James extended his hand to Yuan and asked that he would provide documents. Yuan replied that he had nothing, what to do now. Mino smiled and, looking at Yuan, said that someone is in a difficult situation and if he tells Mino to help him, then she will help. James crossed his arms and furrowed his brows and then said that without identification, entry into the fortress is strictly prohibited. Yuan, looking forward, reached for his bag and then replied that he understood. Mino screamed in fear for Yuan to wait. What was he going to do? Looking at him in fear, she thought that they just shouldn't tell her that he was going to kill the guards. Mino imagined in her head Yuan killing James with one blow, and then thought that he, of course, was not completely sane, but she doubted that he would come to that. Mino imagined in her head how Yuan turns to her near the entrance to the fortress and asks why she is not coming. She wondered that he was capable of this. Mino fearfully stood in front of Yuan and shouted for James to stop, actually Yuan. James turned around in fear. He heard someone ask what was going on here. Mino looked ahead in fear and thought that they were in trouble. The soldiers shouted in unison that they wished them health, and Mino thought that it was he, a prominent figure in the Gorgon fortress. Someone stepped forward, his boots decorated with metal inlays. A young guy with long hair, wearing white clothes decorated with golden shoulder pads, stepped forward. This is the most famous captain of the checkpoint in Chaos, the captain of the northern entrance, Carlton Stubborn. Carlton approached James and asked what was going on here. James saluted in fear. And then Carlton, closing his eyes, thought about it and said that he wanted to get into the fortress without an ID. Carlton crossed his arms and looked at Yuan and said that this was of course impossible. Yuan asked why and Carlton said why was he asking. Carlton looked angrily at Javen. His eyes shone bright blue, and then he said that if there are difficulties with confirming the identity with an ID card, the captain has the right not to allow the visitor into the territory of the fortress. This is enshrined in the 4th paragraph of the 37th article of the law on the right to visit the fortress Gorgon. All the soldiers fell to their knees. Blue hoops appeared around them. Mino also knelt down. With a frown on her brow, she thought that he was using the law of fortress skill. This one's head was pounding even more. Yuan pulled his sword forward. Carlton said that in order to avoid a similar incident happening again, suddenly Yuan said enough was enough. Carlton opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. Yuan held onto his sword and looked at Carlton menacingly, then said that he doesn't care about laws. They locked eyes, and Jaewon added what should be on the certificate. Carlton wondered what was going on, how he interrupted the skill, and then Carlton said that the certificate should indicate the name, organization, status, skills, KVAS, criminal record, level of spirit, and one more thing. After hearing this, Yuan replied that then he doesn't need an ID. He looked forward menacingly and said that he would not confirm his identity. Carlton raised his hand and then wondered why the skill wasn't working against him. Several blue luminous chains jumped out from Carlton. Then he said that in this case, he, Captain Carlton, would be forced to arrest Jaewon in accordance with the 6th paragraph of the 2nd article of the law of the fortress. The chains bound Jaewon's body. Yuan looked at them as the chains wrapped around his body, and then he broke them apart in a second. The soldiers, frightened, looked in front of them and shouted in one voice that he got rid of them like a power forge. Carlton looked ahead, puzzled, then asked how Yuan did it. Mino looked at Yuan in fear, and then Yuan pointed his finger at her and said that they could let him through just like this girl. Mino looked at Yuan in fear and wondered what she had done. She remembered giving James the bighorn horn, and how James hid it under his uniform. James, along with his subordinates, looked forward in fear and thought that he was the recipient of a bribe, and his friends were accomplices in the bribery process. Ewan threw something forward. A frightened Mino ran up to him and shouted for him to wait a minute. Carlton caught what Ewan threw. He looked at his hand. A scared James was standing next to him. Ewan told Carlton to take it and let it go. James frowned menacingly, shouted loudly that how dare Jaewon bribe the captain. He was simply out of his mind. James shouted to the captain that Jaewon needed to be executed immediately. Carlton, looking at his hand, raised his other hand and subdued James, and then asked that his name was Ewan. Ewan replied that it was. And then Carlton smiled and clenched his fist and said that he had been waiting for him, the gossip messenger. The device illuminated Mino's forehead with a green glow and reported that the spirit pollution exceeded 15%. It was recommended that she carry out treatment as soon as possible. Carlton looked at her and said that her spirit was polluted. He asked if she needed to be told what to do. Frowning, Mino replied that she understood everything. Looking at her, Ewan asked about spirit pollution. She put her hand to her face and said that the main character really doesn't know anything. She imagined people sitting in an hourglass. Mino said that spirit pollution is a chronic disease that affects everyone living in chaos. She noted that the protagonist's spirit would gradually become polluted while he was there. Mino said that once the pollution reaches its maximum. Her gaze fell on James's and she said that was why the horn was so valuable. Mino asked Ewan if he saw how fascinated James was by this. She remembered how he examined the horn. Mino stated that horns are the only medicinal ingredient that can weaken the pollution in chaos. Putting her hand to her face, she noted with a pleased look that she received it for free thanks to someone. Carlton brought the device to Ewan and said that he would now conduct an assessment. A camera appeared on his device. The protagonist's face was illuminated by a yellow light. A red triangle appeared on the device. Shining a red light on Ewan's face, the device reported that it was impossible to measure his level of spirit pollution. Carlton and James were taken aback by what they saw. The device said 0%. Smiling, he said that he sees. He took Ewan's hand. Placing something in his palm, Carlton said that he was returning these ghost crystals to him since the check had already been completed. The main character with a serious face stated that Carlton does not need them. He informed Ewan that the ghost crystals were not something he should give to someone so easily, calling him the Herald of the Green Clan. Holding his hand in front of him, the main character declared that he was not one of the Greens, or whatever he called it. Carlton had a smile on his face. He said he knew it. Watching the main character walk into the village with Mino, James asked if the leader really wanted to just let them go. Carlton turned to him and asked if he knew what the properties of the ghost crystal were. James asked with a serious face, "Isn't this a valuable element that can enhance the spiritual power of an opportunist?" Taking off his glove, Carlton replied that this was true, but this was not all the properties. James was stunned by what he saw. Carlton's hand was hit by the crystal. He asked the head if this was due to the ghost crystal. Carlton looked down. He imagined a creature from the Green Clan holding a crystal. Carlton revealed that if he is not from the Green Clan, he will not be able to use the ghost crystals, noting that they are the only ones who can possess these crystals and avoid contamination. He remembered how Ewan held that crystal without consequences. He said that in his opinion, he does not look like one of them, but he witnessed that Ewan could calmly hold this crystal. James asked about how Carlton could trust the main character. He replied that he doesn't trust Ewan, but he trusts his spirit. James asked again. A picture of how he pointed the device at the protagonist's face surfaced in Carlton's head. He asked if James remembered the moment they assessed Ewan's pollution levels. He replied that he remembered and asked if this led to an error. Carlton emphasized that as far as he knows, the measuring device is never wrong. Looking at Carlton, a surprised James asked what it was then. He replied that there was only one possibility, that the instrument could not measure the impurity of the spirit. Carlton remembered how the device said 0%. He presented a vivid image of Ewan. Carlton stated that the protagonist's spirit is purer than anyone in the chaos. Surprised, James asked how this could be. Looking at the wall of the tower, Carlton replied that it didn't really matter if he was from this clan or not, they just needed someone who could use the ghost crystals. He noticed that those inside the fortress, the Sashi, would decide what to do with Ewan. Taken aback, James asked if this was related to Castellan's illness. Carlton replied that he did not know the exact details. Stopping, he said that now. Smirking, Carlton told James that he had heard that a certain person who allowed someone to pass was bribed for it. He asked if that was true. James was scared by what he heard. The main character walked through the settlement and noted in his thoughts that not only were these roads damn difficult. Behind him was a stunned Mino. Ewan noticed that this laggard was pulling him down. Mino was amazed by the blue streams of mana. The main character recalled how she was asked to make sure that next time she would have her ID with her, noting that according to the Gorgon entry law, Article 7, Section 34, anyone who will not provide an ID, as well as anyone who uses a fake, stolen one, or someone else's ID may be denied entry. They may also be heavily penalized and fined for their actions. However, Carlton noted that since Mr. Jaewon spoke in her defense, she is forgiven, and under no circumstances should she resort to bribery. He noted that according to the law of entry in the Gorgon, Article 11, Section 6, anyone who gives a bribe, money or any valuable things, as well as the person who receives these items, will be punished. The main character remembered how Carlton waved after them and said that Mino would eventually come to his senses and wished to enjoy his time in Gorgon Castle. Ewan emphasized in his thoughts that he did not think that the effect of the law would last so long. The main character noted that Carlton is a rather unpleasant person. Walking across the bridge, Ewan greeted the man and said that he was looking for a blacksmith who specialized in swords. The suspicious man watched as the main character pulled out his blade. Ewan asked if there was a blacksmith who could make a sword of that level. An evil grin appeared on the stranger's face. Candles illuminated the room. Nino looked down. Putting her hand to her forehead, she asked about when they entered the village. Ewan noticed that she had finally come to her senses. Entering the dark tunnel, the main character stated that now Mino can go his own way. Catching up with Ewan, she asked him to wait and asked how he could be so callous, noting that he decided to leave her and leave. Mino asked if the main character was still offended because she tried to leave him at the entrance to the castle. Looking down, Ewan replied that Mino led him into the castle and that was enough. The main character said that she would only get in the way. Turning around, Ewan looked at her with a serious expression. Watching her, the main character imagined how half of her body turned into a skeleton. Ewan stated that he and she are different. Leaving her, the main character noted that therefore she should go her own way. Mino stood silently. She bit her lip in resentment. Her scream caused a powerful gust of wind. With an enraged look, she screamed for him to wait, noting that he himself did not even understand where he was going. The blue sky illuminated the fortress. Ewan said he could just ask people passing by. Mino replied that the main character should ask her, because she knows this place like the 5 fingers of her hand. Ewan frowned at what was happening. The main character said that he was going to find the nightmare stones. Mino became interested in what she heard. Waving her finger, she said that she had an idea where one might be. She asked if Ewan wanted her to accompany him. The main character agreed. Removing his hand from his bosom, Ewan said that it could wait. Looking at the men, the main character assumed that these guys wanted to create problems for them. The bandits looked at Ewan with a grin. They discussed whether these were the right people with a good sword. The man asked if the main character's sword was flaming. Frowning, Mino asked who they were. She said they should leave if they didn't want to get hurt. The bandit asked if the red-haired miss had a big mouth. Steam was coming from the bandit's nose. The man noted that Mino should choose his expressions carefully. The bandit was beside himself with rage. The stranger reported that their little brother gets angry when he hears bad words, noting that swearing is bad for a child's development. The man said with an evil grin that if Ewan and Mino wanted to avoid being swatted by their younger brother, they should give up their blue sword. The main character with a straight face said that he did not want to. Surprised, Mino asked if he was the youngest. Behind the bandits was their huge younger brother. The man asked if they understood the situation they were in. The stranger said that if they did not want to get hurt, they should already give up the sword. Stunned, Mino screamed and asked how he could be the youngest. The big man rushed at them. He swung his axe and shouted that he was punishing him for bad words. A blue stream of energy flew in front of Mino's face. The bandit's hand was cut off. The strangers were stunned by what they saw. Standing in front of the lying big man, Ewan said that they are noisy guys. The main character held a blade in his hands. He pulled his sword towards the bandits. Ewan said with a serious look that if they want to fight, they can attack. The man's gaze fell on their accomplice. He asked about how Ewan could. The enraged bandit screamed that the protagonist had cut off the precious hands of their sweet junior. Mino and Ewan listened to the stranger's cries with stony faces. They shouted that they would never forgive the main character and that he would pay for the murder of their charming brother. They ran into battle and declared that they would show them the bond between the brothers. Ewan held the sword in front of him with a calm expression. White liquid flowed down the main character's blade. They stood in front of the corpses of the bandits. Mino said it was amazing and asked how he was able to finish them off with one blow. Ewan replied that all he knew was the blow. She asked if the main character was joking. Ewan said that he knows a light kick, a normal punch, and a hard punch. Mino said with delight that her friend also uses only one skill, just like the main character, noting that he does not use punch, but slash. Frowning, Ewan asked if her friend only used slash. Mino asked why the main character missed before. Ewan looked at her with a serious expression. She remembered how a powerful explosion blew up the wall behind the bandits. Mino questioned why the protagonist blew up the roof instead of aiming at them. She reported that she thought Ewan couldn't control his power. The main character said this with a calm face. He imagined holding his blade in front of him. Ewan revealed that when he encountered them, someone was using a hidden skill on the other side. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how there was pink mana on the roof of the house. Yuan stated that he just scared him because he was a little annoying. Taken aback, Mino asked if the main character simply destroys roofs if someone annoys him. Yuan asked if everyone does this. She asked if the main character wanted her to give his skills cool names. Yuan asked about cool names. Mino suggested Black Gap or Asura Infinity. The main character replied that he did not like such pretentious names. She asked how about Decay or Shooting Star. Interrupting, Yuan asked her to just keep walking. They stood in front of the counter, behind which a woman was talking about how, today only, 3 pairs of socks for the price of 1. Looking at the sign on the building, Mino cried out what she found, noting that this place was the Fall of Twilight. She told me that this was a blacksmith shop owned by a nightmare. Mino said that this is the largest forge in Gorgon. She was surprised that a stranger asked if they were here to order weapons. Leaning against the sign, the stranger asked for forgiveness, noting that it would take some time if they sent their commission today. The plot introduces us to Master Navin from the Fall of Twilight. Taken aback, Mino asked why this was and whether all the seats were booked for today. Turning around, Navin replied that the workshop manager was absent and only the deputy manager was available, and he was very busy today. Many people looked at the sword that lay on the table with delight. Navin said that if they need something, it is better to buy ready-made than custom-made. The blacksmith's gaze fell on the blade, which lay on the canvas. He said that it was a sword made from the horn of a 4-horned creature, noting that he would finish the sword if he could just make a hole in the hilt as a decoration. Enthusiastic students shouted that they also wanted to try. The plot introduces us to Deputy Chief Michael Garnard from the Fall of Twilight. Michael stated with a grin on his face that it was the horn of a 4-horned creature. He noted that it was not easy to even break through it and asked if the guys wanted to make a hole in it. Taking the sword in his hands, Michael cried out that it was good and he liked it. He stated that whoever could drill a hole in this sword, no matter who it was, could be the deputy chief of the Fall of Twilight for the entire day. The student was trying to punch a hole in the blade and asked why it was so difficult. He hit the sword, which sent sparks. The other students asked him to leave, noting that it was their turn. They asked about how Michael made this blade in the first place. Sighing, Michael said that they were weaklings. He asked how he could scratch it if he couldn't even hit it normally. Michael emphasized the fact that he gives them the opportunity to use this vast workshop as the guys want, but they cannot even scratch the sword. Raising his hand, Navin asked when it would be his turn to touch the sword. The main character moved towards the entrance to the workshop. Navin asked Yuan to wait a moment, noting that he couldn't go inside. Michael's gaze fell on the main character. Walking past a crowd of students, Yuan announced that he would try. The guys wondered if the main character was a traveling artisan. Crossing his arms, Michael said with a grin that he doesn't know which workshop Yuan is from, but he won't succeed. He suggested that the main character only thinks it will be easy because his students can't do it. Pointing his finger at the blade, Yuan asked if he should punch a hole there. Michael reported that it's not that these brats are bad at it, it's just that he's very good. He added to his speech by noting that the 4-horned horn is a very difficult material to process. The main character pointed his finger at the sword. Michael stated that Yuan's failure is obvious. Michael's face was stunned. There was real horror in his eyes. The main character made a hole in the sword with one finger. He began to twirl the blade on his finger. Yuan asked, now that he had done it, if he would become deputy chief for the day. The blade on the protagonist's finger began to crack. Michael was surprised by what he saw. He was furious and started shouting that Yuan was a crazy fool. The students tried to restrain the enraged Michael, who was heading towards the main character. He asked Yuan if he knew how much the sword was worth. Taken aback, the main character said that he had held back. Smiling, Mino noticed that it was clear how Yuan was holding back. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he had not calculated his strength and had slightly overdone it. He asked Michael for forgiveness. Gritting his teeth, the blacksmith asked if Yuan thought an apology would be enough. Grabbing the main character by the cloak, Michael screamed that this blade was incredibly expensive. He asked what he would say to the customer, noting that Yuan broke his weapon. The main character with a calm face said that he would give him a better horn. An enraged Michael asked how such a beggar was going to give a better horn. Yuan reached into his bag. He extended a horn towards the blacksmith's face. The main character said that it was from a monster with 5 horns. The students were taken aback by what they saw. Michael's gaze fell on the horn, after which he cried out that it was a 5-horned one and that it was the horn of Granok. Yuan asked if this was a worthy compensation, noting that he didn't have another horn at the moment. Holding it in his hands, Michael replied that this was more than enough, calling the main character a dear client. Putting his hand to his chest, Yuan said that he was calm then and asked if he could use their workshop. Turning around, Michael asked the guys to close the door. The students accepted the blacksmith's order with a serious look. While leaving with Yuan, Michael asked him to follow him. Smiling, Mino stated that she thought everything would be fine now, so the main character could go to work, but she had somewhere to go. There was a sign on the door of the forge stating that it was closed. Pointing to the workspace with his hand, Michael said that this was the best Gorgon forge, Fall of Twilight. He emphasized the fact that they have better conditions and labor there, noting that Jaewon is now the deputy head of the workshop, so he can use everything as much as he wants. I adjusted my cape and the main character thanked the blacksmith. Holding the horn, Michael asked where Jaewon got it. Taking off his cloak, the main character replied that he got it with his own hands. Taken aback, Michael asked if Jaewon was hunting alone. Looking down, the main character replied that it was so and that it was a monster with 5 horns. The surprised blacksmith wondered if he was the man who hunted the 5-horned one. Putting on an apron, Ewan asked for help. Michael, deep in thought, stressed that he did not think that in all the chaos there was a person like Ewan. The main character said that he needed a sheath, but this was his first time making one. The blacksmith asked if Jaewon said about the scabbard. He placed his hand next to the horn. Taken aback, Michael asked if the main character wanted to make a scabbard only with Granok's horn. Ewan extended his blade towards the blacksmith's face. Michael asked in surprise how big his sword was. Putting his hand to his face, the blacksmith noted with delight that this was a 100% copy of the Ice Dragon sword. Michael noted that he was sure that it was made by a nightmare, so it is rare and the sword is quite beautiful. Holding the protagonist's blade in his hands, Michael suggested that using Granok's horn was too much and he would prefer that Jaewon make a new sword from the horn. The main character's blade jumped out of the blacksmith's hands. The sword began to transform before his eyes. Closing his eyes, Michael stated that he did not expect it to be a spiritual weapon. While in thought, the blacksmith noted that judging by the energy he felt from the sword, it seemed that the spirit contained in it was the spirit of a superior race. Michael wondered how the main character got hold of him. The blacksmith was surprised by what he saw. Blue streams of energy emanated from Jaewon's sword. Michael said that the main character's sword evolves. The blacksmith said that seeing how his form changes, it looks like a significant evolution, and when it is completed, he will have to give a new name to the sword. Ewan asked about the new name. Michael watched the aura emanating from the blade. The blacksmith reported that the spirit weapon loses its original name when it undergoes evolution. Crossing his arms, Michael said that nothing could be done and the materials were eaten. Holding the sword in his hands, Ewan declared that everything was fine and he had another one. Holding a horn in his hands, the blacksmith spoke about how the main character could have another one. Taken aback, Michael noted in his thoughts that since these were Granok's horns, there should be 5 horns. The blacksmith asked about how he could be useful as a temporary deputy chief. Frowning, Ewan asked first of all to show how it works. Standing opposite the main character, Michael agreed and asked if there was any form he preferred. Smiling, the main character said that he would leave it to the discretion of the blacksmith. Smirking, he said that when this Twilight Master craftsman, Michael will show Jaewon his skills. The plot takes us to Gorgon Castle. The sun's rays illuminated the palace. The man was holding a cup of tea. He was sipping hot tea. They asked him for forgiveness. A stranger was kneeling in front of him, his head bowed down. He reported that they knew that the bandits from the back streets were killed by him, but they had lost their target. The plot introduces us to the commander of Goron Castle, Jurchen Cheever. He continued to drink tea, lost in thought. Looking at the soldier, Jurchen asked how the bandits were dealt with. Continuing to kneel, the knight replied that the fact was that he was not sure. In his memories, a picture surfaced of him lying on the roof next to the hole. The soldier said that before he knew it, he passed out on the roof. Foam was coming out of his mouth. Jurchen asked if he had been caught. Putting his hand to his face, the castle commander wondered if Jaewon had seen through the stealth skill of the 3rd stage opportunist. Jurchen guessed that this probably meant he was at least a level 5 opportunist. Watching the warrior, the commander of the castle ordered more people to be assigned and find the main character, even if this required searching every corner of the castle. The knight accepted the order. Sunlight illuminated Jurgen's office. Closing his eyes, he put his hand to his forehead. Opening his eyes, the castle commander frowned. His gaze fell on the way the tea in the mug was shaking. While he was sitting on the chair, a loud sound was heard. Hitting the table with his fist, Jurchen addressed the castellan. With an angry look, he asked him to be patient a little longer. There were many mugs in front of the beer barrels. A woman's voice came. People sitting at the bar watched the pink projection of the girl. She put her hand to her face and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. Placing her hand on the notification, the girl said that today's final clip is the one they are all familiar with. The pink screen showed footage of the battle. The girl said that this is the hottest clip in Little Brother, and it is a clip that has caused heated debate. She noted that this was a solo clearing of the 99th floor. The man in the projection with an unknown face swung his katana. People looked at the pink screen with interest and discussed what was wrong with this fool. A passerby said that he bet that after this all the monarchs would take them in. The guy asked what they were talking about and if they had heard. Holding his beer mug, the man said that this tower had been suspended. People started asking why this happened. The guy replied that he was sure that some stupid demon had been caught cheating. The men discussed with dumbfounded faces that there were rumors that he had run away and abandoned his cultivation duty. The guy said that the clip was also fake. The man asked how someone was supposed to clear the first generation tower. He noted that most demons only managed to buy a tower on credit. The guy replied that if it was him in the video, he would have posted it on 404 updates or something like that. Waving his mug, the man asked the woman for another one-horned ale. Suddenly the bar door swung open. Mino entered the bar. Taken aback, people watched her and talked about how beautiful she was. She walked up to the bar counter. Mino sat down at the table. The drunk man asked for forgiveness for his insolence. Looking at him, she ordered him to disappear with an enraged look. The frightened stranger replied that she was right and he should not do something that he would later regret. A dark aura emanated from Mino sitting at the table. In his thoughts, he wondered why she felt so bad. She placed the gold crystal on the counter and cried out that she wanted a drink. Mino said she's had enough. There were empty glasses on the table. The contents of the overturned bottle were leaking. Holding onto a mug of beer, Mino screamed that she simply couldn't believe it. She said that this fool was completely out of his mind. Mino asked who he thought he was. She asked if the barmaid knew what he said next. The plot introduces us to the owner of the pub, Claire. She sighed, crossing her arms, and said that she had heard enough and Mino should shut up, noting that she couldn't even get drunk, so she should stop being a bore. Watching her, Claire asked why she was wasting her time on him when she could have any guy she wanted. Mino, who was sitting at the table, replied that when she looked at him. Frowning, she continued her speech and said that he was starting to piss her off. She imagined an image of Ewan with a burning area in front of him. Mino noted that the main character breaks everything. She had a picture in her head of Ewan grabbing his blade. Mino said that the main character swings his sword willy-nilly as if he doesn't care about the rules of this place. In her head, Ewan looked down and said that this was enough. Confused, Mino reported that the main character kept saying strange things. She remembered how she stood near the corpses of the bandits and told Ewan that he did not hesitate to use his power when he did not even know what kind of place this chaos was. In her memories, the main character turned around and noted that they were not people after all. Mino remembered how Ewan looked at her with a serious look in the tunnel. In the main character's head at that moment, Mino was half a skeleton. Ewan stated that they are both different. She held onto her mug with a sad look. Mino began scratching the mug with her claws and stated that the main character made her feel like she was nothing. With her hand outstretched, Mino stated that she and Claire and everyone here have lived a hard life, but then Ewan appears out of nowhere and, in her memories, a picture surfaced of how she and the main character walked down the street and asked him why he was looking for the Nightmare Stone. Mino had an image in her head of Ewan telling her that she wouldn't understand even if he told her. She screamed that the main character was looking at her with an expression that said they were both different. Furious, Mino started screaming that whenever she sees this, she really does. Claire, putting her hand on her head, said that she was an immature child and she should not interfere in all this again, noting that she should not even approach him. Looking up, Mino tried to address Claire. Interrupting her, the barmaid said that if she stays with this guy, then, removing her hand, Claire said with a serious look that Mino might die. Taken aback, Mino asked why she was saying such strange things and why she would die. A golden flow of energy appeared in the pub. The flow of mana was directed towards Mino. A golden bird appeared and gave her a letter. Looking at the scroll, a notice appeared in front of her that this was a letter from Carlton Xavier, the commander of the Northern Outpost, which was addressed to the minds of the Shadow Warriors. Mino asked in her thoughts if it was Carlton. She imagined his image and wondered why the bull's head had sent her this. She started to open the letter and stated that she had a bad feeling about it. She was asked if she was the witch of the massacre. Mino was stunned by what she heard. Grabbing the blade, she replied that some people call her that. She was grabbed by the hand. The man looked at her with an angry look and said that he liked rough dating, but he was busy, so that would be another time. He said that he needed something that Mino should do for him. Makel's hammer shattered. He fell to the ground. Before him was a demon who declared that the blacksmith should not come there. Stunned, Makel wondered how he should improve such a monster. There was fear in his eyes. He asked about how such a world could exist. Ewan grabbed him by the cape and told him that he needed to come to his senses. Looking at him, the main character asked if Makel had forgotten that they were in the process of smelting. They jumped back from the blow of a huge monster. The main character noted that the blacksmith said that he would help, so he should help properly. The instrument broke on the horn. Wiping the sweat from his face, Makel said that he couldn't do it anymore, noting that his tools couldn't even touch him and it was too high a level for him to cultivate. Ewan replied that it's not a question of levels. The main character closed the blacksmith's eyes. Ewan noticed in his thoughts that the first stage of awakening is doubt. The main character emphasized that it is the power to destroy the true essence by doubting the world. Ewan reported that it is about seeing. Makel's eyes began to glow yellow. The main character, while deep in thought, emphasized that the second stage of awakening is understanding. This is the power to understand that the world is destroyed. The blacksmith lowered his gaze. He watched as the horn began to melt. Black liquid flew up in front of him. Covering his face, Michael asked what was happening. He opened his eyes. In front of them was a huge demon. They jumped back from the monster's blow. Ewan looked at the blacksmith. The numb Michael wondered what it was and whether this was the true essence of the five-horned beast. He wondered in his thoughts if he had used his pathetic skills on such a creature. Turning around, Michael saw a door. Lost in thought, the blacksmith noted that this could not happen. He assumed he was sleeping and needed to wake up. The main character watched as Michael ran away screaming that this must be a dream. Ewan frowned at what was happening. Opening the door, the stunned blacksmith asked to be saved. He was horrified by what he saw. In front of him was a crowd of dead people. Michael began to tremble with fear. The skeleton noted that he had already finished processing. The dead man looked at the blacksmith and asked if he was the deputy chief. Michael saw a red abyss. The skeleton said that this fool has no right to see this yet. Drops of sweat flowed down the face of the stunned blacksmith. There was a powerful impact on the ground. Ewan jumped into the air and was in front of the demon's face. Michael asked how such a world could exist. The main character applied the tip to the monster's body. He swung his hammer. The blacksmith wondered how he ended up in such a world. The monster began to scream loudly. Ewan held onto his body. He looked at the demon with a serious look. The main character headed towards the monster. Yellow sparks began to come from his eyes. He aimed his hammer at the demon with lightning speed. Ewan punched the monster in the face. Grabbing his head, Michael asked why he started screaming loudly. The blacksmith remembered telling the main character that in this world there are actions that are useless no matter how many times they are performed. In front of the horn lay many broken instruments. Michael gave the example of a person trying to catch up with the talent of nightmares or push beyond their natural limits. Pointing a finger at Jaewon, the blacksmith suggested that he had become too old to handle Garnak's horn. Michael said that the main character should have found him earlier. Holding the cigar in front of him, the blacksmith stated that Jaewon said that he came there not because of him, but because of the workshop manager, who is a nightmare. Michael said that a lot of time had passed since the boss left and he was sad that there was only one person as pathetic as him left. He wondered how a man who had not even built a tower could be a disciple. Ewan responded that it wasn't his race. Watching Michael with a serious look, the protagonist said that everything is fine as long as he can make the sheath, so he needs to continue. The blacksmith refused, noting that he had already tried enough. Ewan said with a calm face that Michael could do it if he tried 100 million times. The blacksmith began to laugh and asked about 100 million, noting that the main character was really young. Ewan imagined Jay being behind Michael. The blacksmith stated that he was sure that it didn't look like he was trying to help the main character, but he was trying very hard. Michael said that he tried very hard to watch Ewan. The blacksmith noted that he was not sure that the main character believed him. Ewan remembered the image of Jay, which said that he had mastered all the skills related to blacksmithing and now he could confidently say that he could repair any weapon in the Tower of Nightmares with great probability. Looking up, Jay said that having achieved this level of success, he came to a strange thought. He looked at Ewan, who was sitting at the table, and suggested that perhaps he wasn't aiming for a 99% chance of success, but instead was trying his best to run away from a 1% chance of failure. The main character lowered his gaze with a serious look. Ewan remembered the sign that said that the user had reached his maximum. With his hand on the table, the protagonist stated that Michael was the one who worked harder than anyone else. Ewan asked if the blacksmith knew how the principle of the processing skill worked. Michael introduced a huge demon. He said that the skill of processing nightmares is one of the initial skills. The blacksmith noted that this is something that has existed from the very beginning, like fire and water. Michael asked how a person could explain the origin of the world, and even if he could, what would be the point of explaining such a thing? Looking down, Jaewon stated that what Michael was saying only meant that he was using a skill without understanding what it actually did. Frowning, the blacksmith silently listened to the words of the protagonist. Putting out his cigarette, Michael suggested that this would strengthen the hammer and chisel of spiritual power and tune that power to break off the horn. Pointing his finger at the students, Ewan asked that if this is such a simple principle, then why can't other masters use processing? The blacksmith replied that this was because they had not yet learned the skill. Taken aback, Michael wondered in his thoughts that if the principle behind this skill was so simple, even if they hadn't learned it yet, shouldn't they at least be able to do something like that? Ewan stated that they don't know what this skill is, but they still use it. The students were taken aback by what they heard. They said that the main character speaks as if there is a person who uses the skill, knowing its principle. Sitting opposite Jaewon, Michael asked if he knew the principle of processing. Pointing his finger at the horn, the main character replied that he did not know, but gradually understood it. Jaewon began to split the horn with his finger. The blacksmith asked about how the main character uses processing. Many people were watching Ewan. The main character asked the blacksmith to look carefully and tell him what he saw. Michael's gaze fell on the yellow particles. The blacksmith asked if this was the splitting of particles. Ewan replied that it wouldn't be easy. The protagonist noted that this is because Michael's incredibly hard work has also strengthened the wall of the world that he can barely see. The blacksmith's face was illuminated by yellow light. He asked about his hard work. Ewan shared that there is nothing wrong with hard work. He asked if the blacksmith should have realized by now. The main character stated that if he cannot do this after so much hard work, then it is not he who is to blame, but the world itself. Taken aback, Michael asked if the world itself was to blame and not he. Ewan asked if the blacksmith was wondering why he kept screwing up. In Michael's memories, a picture surfaced of how the nightmare splits metal. The stranger said that this was good for someone like Michael, noting that it was originally a nightmare method, not a human one. Michael asked what the human method was then. The stranger asked how he knew. Michael watched as there were pink clots of energy above the nightmare's hand. The stranger told the blacksmith to blame the race into which he was born, adding that as a human he could not rise above the level of an apprentice. Michael recalled how he forged weapons in his youth. Putting his hand to his head, the blacksmith asked what he should do. Michael asked if Ewan wanted him to fight against the world or something like that. The main character stated that this is an honest world where they see results equivalent to the amount of hard work they put their soul into. Ewan wondered what was wrong with getting used to this test. The main character watched the blacksmith with a serious face. He asked Michael if this was fair, noting that it was a world of deceit that caused him to not give his all. Ewan said that the blacksmith may be old, but he can still fight. The main character's gaze fell on the horn. He asked to look again. Ewan stated that Michael should not rely on the system, but instead use his own eyes. In the blacksmith's burning eyes was the horn of a monster. He stood in front of a red abyss. Michael watched Ewan's battle with the demon. Blacksmith wondered if the protagonist had always lived looking at such a world, noting that it was a world without skills or interface. Michael emphasized the fact that this is an honest world where there is no cheating. He clutched the chisel in his hand. The blacksmith asked in his thoughts about how you can live like this unless you are crazy. An enraged Michael swung his hammer and asked how. The blacksmith asked if they were really crazy. Putting the chisel to the horn, Michael hit it with a hammer. The sunlight illuminated the blacksmith. Michael asked if Ewan was really going to leave like that. Leaving the room, the main character replied that he needed to go because the work was completed. The blacksmith's gaze fell on the sheath of the protagonist. Michael noted that Ewan's soul blade liked this scabbard. The blacksmith asked if the main character had already chosen a name for the sword. Ewan replied that he hasn't chosen yet. Michael asked if the main character would mind him naming him. Turning around, Ewan looked at the blacksmith with a smile. An image of the protagonist's blade appeared in Michael's head. The blacksmith said that he decided to use the fighting language as a basis because it sounds cool. Michael noticed that he had drawn the symbols of a creature of loneliness. Ewan asked if it was Maverick, just like the general. Smiling, the blacksmith replied that this was true, noting that he did not think there was a better name for this sword. Michael and his students looked after the main character and wished him a good journey. He asked to wait for Ewan. The main character was taken aback and turned around. Putting his hand to his chest, Michael said that in the world that Ewan sees. The blacksmith asked with interest who he looked like. The main character with a calm face replied that Michael was a man. The blacksmith was upset by this answer. He watched Ewan walk among the dead, shrouded in a red glow. Michael, while in thought, emphasized the fact that the main character does not look back. The blacksmith noted in his thoughts that he was wondering if there was anyone else who could understand this lonely world. The guy, without turning around, asked the girl walking behind, who was imposingly clicking her heels, about why she was following him and Mito. Grinning a little, asked the guy if this really didn't suit him and whether he thought about what she had their ulterior motives. Ewan turned around coldly, looking at the girl's mocking face and asked if she was already planning something behind his back. Smiling slyly and looking into the guy's cold and gray eyes, she asked how he guessed. Mino bit her lip and winked at the guy, saying that she was planning to kill him. Looking sideways at the girl's cunning face, Ewan wondered what she would do after she killed him. Thinking and choosing an answer, Mino said that she would take the soul stone and live happily ever after, without thinking about anything, to which the guy sighed languidly and turned his face away. Making a sad and dissatisfied grimace, Mino confirmed her words and nodded. Looking at the guy's emotionless face, the girl was surprised at how he reacted to everything that was happening, and after standing for a while, she pushed the bag into his hands, saying that it contained clothes that she was giving him as an apology. Walking along the quiet streets of the city, the young people were talking, and during the conversation, the girl asked Ewan what he planned to do, because he had never encountered nightmares before. Stopping and sighing languidly, looking at the sky, the guy said that Michael told him about how to find them. When meeting with them, Ewan wanted to ask the nightmares about the Tree of Illusions and how to get into the abyss, because that was what worried him very much. Continuing to walk further, Mino was surprised by this and asked the guy why he needed this. The guy grinned a little, looking at the girl, and asked if she was really interested in his goal. The girl sighed and asked Yuan what would happen if he reached the abyss, because those who return become champions of the abyss, but before Mino could finish speaking, the guy quickly said that he was not going to return. Hearing these words, the girl opened her eyes in surprise and misunderstanding of what Yuan was saying. Barely standing on her feet, because they were shaking violently, Mino exclaimed when she heard these words. Erupting in anger, the girl began to scream about who the guy was to act in such a way, who gave him such a right, and continuing to speak out angrily in his direction, she became exhausted. Coldly looking at Mino, who was burning with anger, Yuan remained silent, listening to how bad the guy was, how other people's opinions meant nothing to him, because the guy continued to pursue his line without any respect for others. The girl looked at the people passing by and angrily expressed her opinion towards the guy, saying that Yuan does not consider these people to be people. Mino heatedly shouted at the guy, because everyone around him was human. She was too much hurt by Yuan's words, so the girl started screaming at the guy, blaming him for many things. Mino's phrase that she was also a human, even if not strong like Yuan, echoed through his head. Hearing this, the guy emotionlessly lowered his gaze to the floor. Many moments flashed through his head, and the one when Mino was in mortal danger and she was ready to die, without returning to the past, accepting her fate with a smile. Then the enemy wanted to drive an aspen stake into her. Yellow particles began to rise from the girl's shoulder, making Mino unable to move. Suddenly there are words that the witch should act more carefully, because if she does not keep her promise, then the old woman's life will come to an end. She was asked in all feminine ways to bewitch the guy in order to bring him. Yuan knew that the nightmares had a hostage and their main target was the guy himself. Suddenly, in a quiet and languid voice, someone said that they were in an alley on the other side of the street. The red mana that appeared attracted the guy, but the thought of intervening and saving the hostage seemed pointless and stupid to Yuan, not worth his time. No matter how much he saves them, reality will not change. Passing by people, the guy saw them as skeletons, decomposed corpses. Jaewon saw and understood the whole essence of this rotten world, so he did not see any point in salvation. He mentally cursed this world, where everything is determined and decided by numbers and skills, as well as people who sold their souls in order to increase these numbers and their quantity. Yuan only knew those people who didn't have crazy ambitions and goals, weren't satisfied with living another day so that everything was fine with them. But besides the fact that the stupid speeches of the witch were ingrained in his brain, the guy was thinking about that he needs to get rid of the girl in order to start looking for the nightmare, and the witch's hand split that red dome. Even when she screamed at him, saying that she did not see him as a person, Yuan himself did not see her as a person, because to him she seemed the same as others. Suddenly, her speech brought the guy out of his thoughts, because Mino said that her paths with Yuan diverge, because she does not see the point of staying with him, who has such goals. The guy did not immediately understand what she was talking about and looked at her in surprise, opening his mouth a little and mentally trying to understand her already annoying speech. She said irritably that after this he had nothing to worry about, because they would not meet again. But all this time, Yuan saw something different in her, so he practically ignored everything and looked at her with misunderstanding. As he watched her, the guy thought about why she looked like a human. Suddenly, in an echo, he heard that the witch had betrayed everyone and the others needed to be informed about this, so they did not lose the meaning of why they needed to bring the demon of nightmares. Yuan exclaimed upon hearing these words. But first of all, he wanted to change his clothes. People were rushing around the house in crowds. Mino, who was perplexed about what happened a few minutes ago, came onto his threshold, her heels clicking. She was fussing and didn't understand why it all ended like that. Opening the door with her slender hand, she apologized for being late and came inside. Broken bottles, an overturned table, and a mountain of garbage appeared before her eyes. On the threshold she was met by a huge man and a couple more behind her, and the thug, laughing loudly, said that it would be better to finish her off earlier. Under the arm of one of his friends lay Cleo, who said with irritation and pain in her voice that she would definitely die because of Mino, but she was quickly shut up. The plot introduces us to Janya, the leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan, who looked closely at the girl and noticed that she was alone, so he asked about the deal. The girl's eyes lit up and swords appeared behind her, and she mockingly said that the leader was ridiculous because she was a witch, so she had the right not to keep her word. Pointing daggers towards Janya, she proudly said that the guy would not come here. Suffering images surfaced in her head, and she said that the guy didn't want this. Hundreds of daggers flew towards the robbers, and the girl shouted that the guy wanted something else. Flying over the heads of the men, she angrily said that Yuan wants to destroy this world. Janya, grinning angrily, cried out that the witch had gone crazy because she was ready to stand alone in front of many strong guys. And at that very second the robbers pounced on her, surrounding her like furies and flying towards her one by one. They used shadow techniques to achieve excellence in combat. Janya said that if a girl is called a witch of destruction, Then she attracts horned ones. The shadows began to attack her, and the leader said that he was ready to watch to see if she would attract them now. And demonic creatures began to attack from above one by one. But Mino with dexterity repelled all the blows that the shadows dealt her. Pointing the blade towards one of the shadows, the girl killed her. Heels clicked loudly on the wooden floor. The leader of the clan pointed a huge sword towards the girl, which was the same height and size as her. With a quick wave of his hand, he began to strike in her direction. Each swing drew crosses in the air. Janya struck her with blows, and Mino endured it all through severe pain, but this time she flew back a little. Landing on his feet, the clan leader stood up and smiled as he watched the worthless witch rise. Mino was wounded and her dress was torn. Looking at her, Janya said, laughing, that she no longer looked like a witch of destruction, but a witch of stupid decisions. But the girl was annoyed by this, because if they were in an open area, it would have been easier for her. Janya said with a stern face that no one would hear from outside, because they had created a soundproof barrier, so the girl should not be stubborn, but rather bring Ewan to them. Looking at the leader of the clan with eyes burning with anger, Mino said that the dark forest would not leave this so easily. Holding the sword near the head of the hostage and grabbing the old woman by the hair, he said that it was funny for him to hear this because the dark forest could not do anything in Gorgon. But even if they find out about this, they will both already be dead. Filled with energy and strength, Mino sent 7 Arcana blades towards Janya, but in response a spell about an ice barrier was heard. All 7 blades broke into pieces and fragments against the barrier, and the clan leader laughed evilly as he advanced on Mino. He looked at her threateningly, saying that he was ready to tear her, the Witch of Destruction, with his own hands. Hundreds of ice shards flew towards her, and the girl angrily swore at the leader. Even while hundreds of demonic creatures were attacking her, she thought about Ewan. The moment was replayed before her eyes when the guy asked her if she had the opportunity to return to the past, would she return? And looking at the floor, her eyes were burning, and it was at that moment that she realized that she wanted to go back to the past. Janya swung his sword over the girl's head, and she only thought that if she followed him, she could see the end of this world. The bright light of the magic sword reflected behind her. With a loud jerk, Janya was ready to strike the Witch of Destruction, but extraneous sounds distracted him from the decision he was ready to implement. His entire team looked at the opening door in bewilderment. With a sharp clap of his foot, Ewan appeared in front of Mino. He said with irritation that he hated moments like this the most. The girl stood up and, looking decisively at him, asked if he had really changed his mind about destroying the world and came running to save her. Her face expressed fatigue after the fight, and the guy, without answering her question, gave her his thing. A little irritated and cold, the girl looked at him and asked if he really came to her just for this. Suddenly, the menacing voice of a guy was heard from the crowd, who asked if this was the same guy with the soul stone and grinned at the fact that he came on his own and didn't have to look for him and run after him. Without answering anyone's questions, Ewan asked with rudeness in his voice if the nightmare demon was with them. The clan looked at the young man in confusion, but he, his eyes sparkling in the sun, firmly ordered the nightmare to be brought to him. The demons from the clan looked at Jaewon with confusion and said that he was clearly out of his mind, and this was also confirmed by the fact that he went against the castle. Ewan looked at them coldly, but Mino said with apprehension that the guy should be careful, and turning to her, he nodded. The girl added that they are all stage 4 adapters, and those who have reached this stage are considered high level, so Mino advised not to underestimate them. But the guy asked with irritation whether the witch really thought that he would lose. In response, she shook her head negatively. Suddenly, turning towards his enemies, Ewan noticed a blow flying towards him and 3 demons who were insultingly expressing themselves towards him, hoping that they would fight back. But looking decisively towards the thugs, the guy decided to attack them. He sent an ice beam at them, causing terrible damage, and the girl standing behind the guy squinted and turned away. Janya did not expect such a blow, but managed to move away thanks to his good reaction. Ewan chuckled at how the demon dodged. The entire clan, subordinate to the leader, was thrilled to learn that Jaewon turned out to be an adapter, and no one warned them about this, and someone even suggested that he was the champion of the abyss. A dragon appeared before the guy's eyes, and he knew that the first and only one who could evade was the 5-horned one. Jaewon assumed that the adapters of the 4th stage and the 5-horned one have approximately the same strength, although the beast withstood that blow, which means the guys will be clearly weaker than him. Moving away from his thoughts, the guy was filled with energy and a thirst for revenge on his enemies, because he had no time to waste on thinking. Mino, standing behind Ewan, cried a little and sniffled, but even this guy did not turn around, but continued to pierce the demons with his gaze. Suddenly the witch could not stand it and burst into tears, looking at her Aunt Cleo, who was being subjected to various tortures. One of the clan held the barmaid by the collar, and the other suggested hitting him again, and at the same time grabbing the old woman. The woman proudly tried to say something, but her words were followed by a powerful slap on the cheek and a shout to her to shut up if she didn't want big problems. Mino looked at what was happening with tears in her eyes and cried out to her aunt to hold on a little longer, because they would definitely save her. Looking into Yuan's eyes, the girl asked the guy through tears whether he could handle it, but he began to take out his weapon, thinking that the question was unnecessary because he came here to find Nightmare. He thought to himself that he would not care who stood in his way, an enemy or an ordinary dead man. Mino grabbed the guy by the cape, and in a shaking voice she said that her aunt was also a person. Memories suddenly flooded back to him, and he remembered the people, the tears of the Witch of Destruction, and was confused. Yuan looked around with a confused look. Each of the now standing demons appeared before him in a completely different image, which made him hesitate, but Cleo's clear and firm voice asking the guy to attack and not wait woke him up. Gradually, the darkness began to dissipate, and in front of him appeared the sweating face of an old woman, who was held by bony hands, and she, in turn, screamed for the guy to attack the enemy faster. Pulling himself together and throwing away unnecessary thoughts and visions, focusing on reality, the guy pointed the weapon upward, and with a loud noise it made everything around tremble, from which Mino pressed down and covered her ears. A huge pillar of ice screamed and pierced the roof of the building and the sound barrier. This was absolutely noticeable in the people's spots of the city and attracted the attention of Carlton and his army, who asked exclamatingly what was happening there. The chief looked puzzled at the sparkling pillar in the distance. Blinking his snow-white eyelashes a couple of times, he gave the order to laugh at the place where this phenomenon came from. A huge hole was made in the roof and in the barrier. The clan looked with fear at the leader, who was no less annoyed than they were, and everyone listened to extraneous sounds. Suddenly voices were heard ordering the bar to be cordoned off. Carlton's army burst through the door, and seeing Jaewon from afar, the chief looked at him with interest. With a determined and dangerous look, he examined the guy and asked him about what happened here. Jaewon said with indignation, but in a calm tone, that the army had arrived on time, because now in front of him were the violators of his favorite law. Pointing his finger at Janya and his guys, the guy said that it was these guys who violated the 4th paragraph of Article 276 of the Gorgon Code. Getting excited, but holding back and trying to speak in a calm tone, Yuan said that most likely the guys were planning to use this bar as a starting point to destroy the world. But Mino, standing behind him, quietly said that Yuan himself was planning to destroy the world. Looking at everyone present, Carlton with a firm voice said that in accordance with the 4th paragraph of Article 174 and the 6th paragraph of Article 124 of the Gorgon Code, he, Carlton, was proceeding with immediate arrest on charges of damaging private property on the territory of the Citadel and kidnapping a civilian faces. The demons began to panic when they saw Carlton's hand and said that they needed to leave. Pointing a hand with a magic chain towards the men, the army chief asked the clan demons if they really thought they could escape. The chain instantly twisted the two men, causing them to double over and realize that they were trapped. Carlton straightened his hand, which began to illuminate with light. In a second, a magical weapon appeared in his hand, and the boss rudely said that it was useless to resist further. Janya rushed as fast as he could to Carlton, not understanding what kind of nonsense was happening. Both men locked in combat and their weapon bells rang. The ceiling and protective barrier above them were breached, and Carlton and Janya began to fight, kicking up dust around them. The army chief fought heroically against the clan leader, who was clearly terrified that he might lose. Carlton's weapon crashed into Janya's sword, shattering it into pieces. Janya flew off the ground with a roar. With a piercing cry, he attacked Carlton with a sword, shouting insults in his direction. Without being taken aback, the man pointed his magic chains towards the leader. The chains instantly bound Janya's hands, making an unpleasant sound. Cartlon knocked the huge brute to the ground with a crash, causing the stone floor to crumble into hundreds of pieces. The hole in the ceiling was illuminated by luminous particles, filling the air with their brilliance. Carlton presented the weapon to Janya's chin and he let out a heart-rending sigh. Pressing the gun tighter and tighter to his throat, the leader suddenly said that he was surrendering. At that same second, magic chains surrounded Janya's hands and Carlton said with confidence that this was the right decision. But then the voice of Janya was heard, who said that according to rumors, the boss was really a fool. The clan leader threw the cannonball to the side, which both men followed with their gaze. The cannonball landed on the ground with a huge sound and little by little poison began to come out of it. In a matter of seconds, the room was filled with acrid smoke. The smoke came out of the house, and sitting on a tree, Janya watched this picture. He said that he did not even expect from himself that he would have to use a black cloud. Then the guy standing behind in the respirator said to Janya that he had inhaled a dark cloud. The leader replied that if the guy inhaled a little, he would live. Janya sat scared when suddenly a voice was heard behind him. The guy behind him said that Janya used the black cloud without the leader's permission. The plot introduces us to the elder of the Golden Heaven clan, the demon of debauchery, Hiksalan. He, sitting on a branch, asked the guys if the Witch of Destruction was really so good that they used a caustic cloud, although Janya promised to deliver Mino to him alive. Hick looked piercingly at the leader, listening to him. Janya said that he did not use the black cloud because of the witch, but the silver soldier forced him to do it. Looking around the damaged house from above, Hick asked the leader if the silver soldier with chains was really in that room now. Janya responded positively and heard Hick laugh and say that he was glad that Carlton experienced such a gift because the performance came out of it quite well. Hayek looked down a little puzzled and called Janya. His gaze was directed at Mino and Yuan coming out. Hayek asked about who is next to the witch. Using his magical weapon, Jaewon removed the poisonous smell from the witch and led her forward. The guy quickly used his weapon, which was impossible to follow. It cut the air noisily. Suddenly the guys from the clan came down from the tree. They asked each other in puzzled thoughts about who it was and why the black cloud had no effect on him. Janya appeared before Hick and thought that even if he was a green envoy without horns, he still should not convert with such an ability. Yuan stood opposite Mino with concern and looked at her. Looking at the rebel clan, he thought that perhaps these were the last. The hero looked at the clan angrily, realizing how this infuriated him. Yuan looked at the clan men with furious irritation. With a loud noise, the guy hit the ground with a magical weapon and thought that he clearly didn't want to use it, but he had to. The dragon's huge mouth appeared behind him and deafened everyone with its scream. The clan representative stepped back in shock from the strong sound waves and continued to look at Jaewon in confusion. They rushed screaming into the scattering, frightened by the monster and not understanding what was happening. Yuan stood in the center, controlling a huge dragon that was getting bigger and bigger. Huge sound and energy waves made people get scared and rush across the shaking ground. They fell, afraid of being overthrown. Having completed the process, Yuan headed towards the people lying down, confidently walking towards his goal. He held a weapon in his hand and walked straight towards the man. Hayek saw and furiously asked what kind of monster it was, and suddenly he said with a shout that it was time to kill Jaewon. Janya crawled to the side with fear, nervously cursing towards the guy. Sweat dripped down Janya's forehead and he barely crawled in order to get away from the battlefield as quickly as possible. There were people lying around, and one of them, gathering his strength, woke up the other, pronouncing his name over and over again, but it was all in vain. Overpowering himself, the leader crawled and thought about why everything turned out this way. Janya's teeth were grinding and making unpleasant sounds, but suddenly a leg appeared in front of him, and a voice from above said that this was the leader's only chance to survive. Jaewon appeared before Janya, stubbornly looking at the worthless leader and asking where their clan was hiding Nightmare. The man sternly asked about the nightmare, and suddenly the image of a red-haired guy appeared before him, standing with his back to him, and Janya said that he saw no point in helping Jaewon because when he finds out about this, the leader will regret that he did not die earlier. Yuan looked questioningly at Janya, asking who he was talking about and who he meant by he. There were corpses lying around both men. Janya said that he would die anyway, and he reached into his pocket to get something. Janya took a stone from his pocket and pulled it towards his teeth. Yuan looked in surprise and realized that it was a soul stone. Moving into memories and imagining people, the guy remembered that he was thinking about how everyone in the city was taking something like drugs. Nino said that most likely these are not drugs, but a substance that reduces the level of spiritual corruption. Putting his fingers to his temples and screaming heart-rendingly, Janya said that no one wants. But suddenly, his eyes instantly widened and began to take on a demonic appearance. And then he agreed that no one wants to become a ghoul. In a matter of seconds, rough tentacles sprouted from Janya's back and head. The man screamed loudly and his shadow turned into an incomprehensible creature. People ran away in shock at the sight of the huge monster, screaming from powerlessness and misunderstanding. The ghoul exposed his yellow and uneven teeth, making a terrible grinding sound. And he appeared before people in full power and grandeur, uttering huge roars from his mouth. It was this creature that was called a ghoul. He bared his mouth and growled at everyone passing by, thirsting for blood and threatening with his very appearance. He tore, threw and grabbed people with his shapeless claws. With instant speed and enormous strength, the ghoul impaled them on his horns with one swing. In his eyes there was a hell that was impossible for an ordinary mortal to look into. The decaying corpses that Jaewon saw like a nightmare ran away in fear from the monster, and the guy did not understand the truth of this world. The ghoul bowed before the red mana, which had a hypnotic effect on him, and Jaewon thought about the point of holding on to pride and the point of being afraid of something. Baring his mouth of rotten fangs at defenseless people and frightening them seemed like an impunity and free gesture for ghoul. He was under the influence of red hypnotic mana, but was also ferocious and dangerous to society. Directing his huge hand towards Jaewon, Gul said that the guy said goodbye to life. Many tree tentacles stretched towards the man, breaking everything in their path with a crash. Yuan was ready to take the blow and heroically stood among the tentacles reaching towards him. With a bright fire in his eyes, he looked at what was happening and did not understand how in this huge world. His thoughts were constantly interrupted by the screams of a ghoul who was trying to reach the guy. Jaewon held the sword in his hands, cutting off Ghoul's attack, and he continued to think about how man can exist in this world. Jaewon pierced his enemy with a fiery gaze, not understanding what was wrong with him. The ghoul bent over the guy, shining his teeth. Jaewon couldn't sense his essence of truth. Then the hero pointed a magical weapon towards the monster. The weapon was already at his barely protruding chin, which clearly angered the ghoul more and more. Jaewon was ready to fight the monster and didn't care about anything anymore. The guy with the magical weapon flew to attack the ghoul. He gave all his strength to him in order to destroy the monster. The ghoul opened his mouth because he did not expect such a strong blow. He flew several meters back, losing his head. His head flew in the other direction, depicting a distorted, frightened grimace. The monster was decapitated, and its already useless head lay to the side of the body. The mucus of the monster itself in raindrops flowed down the ghoul's dead head. Two people running through the forest appeared in the guy's memories. It rained, as before, at many important moments in Jaewon's life. So now, when he defeated the ghoul, thereby saving his life. Raindrops completely encircled the monster's lifeless head. Parts of the ghoul's body gradually dissolved. After adjusting the armor on his arm, the guy relaxed. He looked piercingly at his enemy and asked himself who he even was. Stepping on the remains of the ghoul, Jaewon said out loud that he hoped that there were those who knew how to find the nightmare. The guy began to move away from the battlefield, passing the bloody puddles that the rain smeared on the ground. At that very time, Mino, with pain inside, bowed her head down and only the voices that no one should approach drowned out her speech. She wanted to ask for something. Jasmine saw how bad the girl was and did not know how to help her and what to do. Everyone ran to help the army chief while Jaewon stood opposite the witch, but he watched what was happening behind him. Carlton was on the ground exhausted and asking for help. Suddenly, Jaewon turned to the girl who grabbed him by the cape. The guy looked at her and saw that she was black because she was infected. The girl, with a heavy voice, asked Jaewon to kill her. The guy looked at the girl puzzled, not understanding what was happening and realizing only that he was finished. She held him by the cape and asked for help. The witch turned out to be human, as Jaewon did not regret about it. Pictures appeared in my head when she was with him. The guy didn't understand why he couldn't understand her, even though he used scanning. A picture appeared in front of him as she talked about how she would kill him, but even then the guy could not understand what was wrong with her. Waking up from the memory, Jaewon began to take out a magical weapon. Jaewon looked at the girl in fear, not understanding whether he was making the right choice. But pushing all his emotions into the background, he decided that he would not allow the destroyed world to destroy himself. But before the hero had time to do anything, someone grabbed him by the hand and shouted at him not to do this. It was the ant who was stopped by the silver soldiers, but she tightly grabbed the guy's hand, saying that it was not too late. Mino said through pain that despite this, Cleo herself needed to be taken to the hospital. The ant, looking exhausted, asked to wait a little longer. Next, chambers appear guarded by silver soldiers. There, inside lies Mino's lifeless body. When asked whether there is a chance that she will survive, the answer is that after this there is no chance. Jaewon stood aside, listening to every word of those who examined Mino's body. Suddenly, an urgent announcement from the Gorgons appeared on the screens, ordering all the undead to gather in the castle. People panicked and began to rush through the streets like ants, not understanding what was happening. The voice echoed that immediate evacuation of the population was required. Suddenly, a guy running by scaredly asked a man in a white suit about where to go. But suddenly the man turned around and clearly not a man appeared in front of the guy, but a terrible monster with many fangs. It pointed its sharp claws towards the frightened boy's face. Many monsters attacked people on the streets, eating and crushing them. Suddenly someone's feet slipped loudly through all the commotion. But no one paid attention to this because the monsters were becoming countless and they were increasing every second. Monsters surrounded people, but suddenly a man came out of the crowd and thrust a sword into the body of one of the monsters. But suddenly someone quickly slipped further. It was a huge man with a sword. The blood of the monster he had killed flowed down the blade. Jaewon looked out of the tent and saw a man. He thought that this was the one Mino was talking about. Suddenly, Jaewon's voice made Jaewon turn around and meet Cleo's eyes, who was holding Mino's hand. She said, turning to the guy, that she knew that he was a person who refused to follow the rules and was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Jaewon listened to her attentively, and the ant continued, saying that people like Jaewon are ready to go over their heads and she has seen many of them. Touching the girl's dead forehead, Cleo said that people live here not out of their stupidity or whim, but because they have nowhere else to go. The barmaid looked at the girl's body and said that people are afraid, that's why they live here. The guy thought seriously about this, and Cleo continued, asking herself the question of what they were afraid of. Pictures flashed before the guy's eyes of how he was able to adapt and engage in battle with the demon, having heard the woman's words that people are afraid to go upstairs. He also imagined the moment when he defeated Beastrain and overcame the tower, hearing Cleo's words that people are afraid of what awaits them next. After a short silence, the woman opened her mouth, revealing her snow-white teeth, and said that she had noticed that courage was important to Jaewon. She agreed with this because it is difficult for her to understand the guy because she is not as brave as him. Frowning a little and looking into Yuan's very soul, the woman said that she was sure of one thing. Mino said that she didn't want Yuan to leave, but my aunt, on the contrary, said that it was better for him to leave. A picture of the guys appeared before the guy's eyes when he heard what Mino said about people seeing hope in him. He imagined many dead when Cleo said that people would be afraid of him. Gritting her teeth until they began to grind, the woman said that people like Yuan are true. The guy saw the almost completely infected face of the girl, who asked him not to turn away from the world. Iwi thought about all these words and looked down at the floor. Suddenly a phrase rang through the crowd about how much medicine was left. The guy turned around and saw the infected chief of the army, and the doctors said that most of the medicine was used to stabilize him, so there were no pills left. Everyone screamed in amazement. The voice of another man also burst out, ordering the doctors to immediately find all the necessary medicines, and the subordinates went to complete the task without hesitation. Suddenly Yuan's eye fell on something and he thought it was a horn. And so it was, because in one of the medical bowls the subordinate pushed the horn, crushing it to the extreme. Only at that moment did Jaewon drop what this horn was for. A minute later, they brought the liquid to Carlton's mouth and began to shove it. The doctors were afraid to think about what would have happened if even the horn had not helped. Many tried to maintain a normal atmosphere, encouraging the team that the captain would hold out. Suddenly, Yuan asked the man who was temporarily in charge whether he would return if he became dead. The captain looked at the guy fiercely and shouted, asking him why he was doing this. Suddenly, Yuan pulled Carlton by his uniform, and in a split second he began to hit him on the cheeks, thereby arousing the captain's anger and telling the army chief to come to his senses and give answers to the questions. The man suddenly became agitated and started yelling at Yuan, reproaching him for how dare he hit the captain. But suddenly a sigh was heard from the boss and all the subordinates crowded around the man's bed. Carlton suddenly said Yuan's name in a slightly mangled way. The boss took the guy by the hand and said that he had a request for him. Carlton asked Yuan to kill him. The guy bent over the body of the silver soldier and asked if he should not ask for salvation. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at Javan, the man said that he agreed with paragraph 1, paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Code from the beginning of the existence of the soul. But Carlton could no longer finish speaking, because he was getting worse. Looking at the floor, Yuan didn't understand the man's stupid stubbornness. But continuing to hold his hand, I thought about what if there were more people like him. Then he wouldn't have been stuck in that damn tower for more than 40 years. But at that same second, Carlton's body began to weaken and fall because the infection of the soul reached 94%. Huge black veins began to appear on the face and the dead began to appear. Suddenly a voice called out to everyone to move away from the bed. Huge golden armor appeared on the threshold. Captain Zahir, a representative from the Department of Destruction of the Dead, appeared before everyone. The face of the man who remained in charge distorted into a terrible grimace, and he called the captain. Holding a weapon in his strong and large hand, Zahir repeated Carlton's last words, and the man looked at everyone with a courageous and piercing gaze. He said in a loud bass voice that he must destroy all the converted dead. The captain swings his weapon. He says that he must kill Carlton, the captain of the Northern Gate, and while Yuan tries to grab his blade, he says that there is also one unknown one, after which the captain is very surprised, looking at Yuan. He sees the way Yuan looks at the captain, holding his blade with a serious face, and Yuan says that he won't allow him to be killed, he still has a couple of questions left for him. After which the captain looks at Yuan clearly dissatisfied. He thinks about how he stopped his blade with his bare hands, after which the captain says that he does not know who you are, and they look at Carlton dying. And the captain says that he is about to become a dead man, and if they allow this, a terrible disaster will happen, and they just want to prevent it. Yuan looks at the captain with a serious face, holding his blade. He says that he will really become a dead man, after which Yuan pulls out a black rock and everyone is very surprised by this. He says he thinks it will help him. It was a bugler's horn, and with the help of it you can bring him back to life. And they watch as Yuan breaks this horn with a displeased face. The man screams in fear that he has destroyed such a valuable item. After which Jaewon gives this powder to Carlton and the girls. One of the knights was clearly very moved by this act. He says what a relief it seems that the readings have finally stopped changing, Captain. After which he comes into shock. They look at the girl and how she is covered in black. And the captain says in surprise that her stamina level is too low, so the rotting process goes much faster. And while water begins to flow from the mine's mouth, the system sends notifications indicating that the level of soul destruction has reached 99% and rotting will soon begin. And the knights say that they will no longer be able to help her. And while the captain draws his weapon, they ask him to call Chano, and the captain says he can make a dead man's blow. Ewan, who is watching this from the side, looks on in surprise. He He thinks about what a dead man's blow is. The blacksmith says that she heard that a dead man's blow can help with the destruction of the soul, after which she is grabbed by several soldiers and taken back. The captain says that divine medics are called only on special occasions, and he cannot call him for such a trifle. The person who gave the turn was very surprised by this. I thought, why is this a trifle? The captain goes forward. Ewan stands in front of him. The captain tells him that he does not want to discuss anything, and he should leave if he would be so kind. Ewan, in turn, takes up his blade, and while the captain looks at Djekovanov in surprise, he says that he will kill this woman because she asked him personally, after which Ewan takes out his weapon and points the mines at his chest. He thinks about that doubt, and while two soldiers are holding the blacksmith, she screams about what Ewan is doing and he needs to stop immediately, and where Ewan placed his blade, magic begins to shine. Ewan looks at her as many magic lines appear around him. Ewan tightens his grip on his blade. While he stands, liquid drips onto the floor. Then there is a huge flash and Ewan closes his eyes to protect himself. He opens his eyes, after which Ewan looks around, being in an empty place. Is he talking about what it is? And Ewan notices an old man sitting on the bed. He starts laughing, after which he runs his finger over Mina's face, speaking of how her dear sweet girl brought herself to this point. He talks about allowing this sweet child to help, after which she looks up with a connection. When he noticed Ewan, he became very scared. He tells him about who he is and how he came into her world, after which he peers at it, and watching Ewan, he sees a huge aura about him. He talks about how such a big soul can be in such a tiny brain, like a 5-year-old child. My God. Ewan looks at this old man. He thinks that doubt does not work on him, and this old man is the source of destruction of the soul, and she can survive if he kills him, after which this old man attacks Ewan. And while Ewan is serious, the old man is very surprised. He thinks about how he was able to stop his sword. He asks Ewan how he managed to block his blow, after which the old man notices how his weapon begins to crack, and the space around begins to crack. The captain and the others are surprised at what they see. Speaking of which, it's the same. After which the old man, along with his broken weapon, points his finger at Ewan and gets angry. He talks about how he dares to behave this way in his world and who he is. After which the old man notices how small fragments remain from his weapon. And while Rabat watches in surprise as the old man begins to scream, he shouts that his favorite sword 3 horns is missing. Ewan watches this in bewilderment. The old man says that he cannot believe that he destroyed his beautiful sword, and, it seems, he broke it with his hands. After which this old man sat down with a dissatisfied face and crossed his arms. It was the divine medic's Changho. The captain approaches the medic in surprise. He talks about what, as the owner of the fortress, he is doing here. Why does he get angry, looking at the captain and answering that a beautiful woman is about to die, and what difference does it make who is the owner of the fortress? The captain, along with the other soldiers, is perplexed. They say what the doctor means. Just why is he pointing his finger at Ewan? Speaking of what was more important, what he was going to do was stop him from performing a dead man's strike. And he destroyed his sword, making such a blow can only be done with help. After which this old man watches Ewan's weapon. He talks about what kind of sword this is. And while Ewan stands in disbelief, the old man examines Ewan and his weapon. He talks about where he got such an incredible weapon and how shiny it is, and the scabbard is also made of Guernica horn. And Ewan grabs this old man's hand. He continues to talk about where he got such a rare one, after which Ewan looks at the old man. He talks about whether he can save this woman if he borrows his sword, to which he smiles, looking at Ewan. He says that, of course, he can, after which Ewan hands over his weapon. The king thinks that he just gave his weapon to someone he met, and while Ewan watches the old man with a serious face, he thinks about how he seems to be very confident in his abilities. Is the old man inspecting this weapon? He thinks that this is not what is important now, after which he talks about what a strange aura it is, and the sword is exactly like its owner. The captain, along with other knights, watch the old man in surprise. He, in turn, stands up and is about to attack, after which the old man smiles. He says, let's see what this weapon is capable of. Various white effects began to appear everywhere. Ewan raised his head in surprise and didn't understand what was happening. But then he remembered the old man who was holding the sword and thought that this was similar to the effect of the skill of doubt, and remembered that the old man shouted that he would still dance with him. Ewan stood right behind this old man and realized that such a world belonged to this old man. Suddenly the sword fell out of the old man's hands and flew to the floor. Ewan watched as the old man collapsed from exhaustion and just lay motionless on the floor. He looked at him with a blank look and turned to him. The old man turned completely red and sweat was dripping from his face, and he said that his magical powers were already running out, when suddenly he begins to hear various sounds and sees changes around him. The very white location in which he was located began to slowly disappear, and those silhouettes that were around him began to fly out of the sword, and the old man grumbled displeasedly that his drawings were disappearing. He looked at the floor with sadness on his face, saying that he was very sorry. After these words, that same sword appeared near his face. While Jaewon was holding this sword in his hands, the old man told him that he was doing very stupidly. Because he was not familiar with this world, he really believed that he could repeat his signature blow. Jaewon looked down with sadness on his face and said that he didn't know how to strike at all. He began to squeeze this sword in his hands even more tightly. The old man noticed this and began to frantically shout at him to stop, because the blow of a dead man is not so simple. Jaewon immediately began to remember the words that he was mistaken about something and was behaving rather carelessly. Gathering his strength, he told his thoughts to shut up. His hands that were holding the sword began to glow with a bright yellow aura, and dark energy began to drip from the tip of the sword. Jaewon looked forward with a very confident look and said that he was swinging his sword to save another person's life. The old man looked at him with wide open eyes in surprise and said that this was impossible. Jaewon tilted his head further, wondering what she was like, after which he struck the ground with his sword and a black burst of energy appeared there. He began to swing his sword even harder, and then he began to remember Mino with red hair, thinking that she was very frisky and stubborn, and she was also quite sensitive for an assassin. These black bursts of energy scattered everywhere, and he continued to remember Mino's look, realizing that this girl would never betray her neighbor and she was also very, very trusting. He ran forward, swinging his sword, when suddenly he stopped and noticed something. Right under his sword was the silhouette of her eyes. The old man and Jaewon looked at the resulting drawing of Mino together, and the hero thanked her for remembering something good. We are taken to the hospital to Mino's bed. Jaewon stands right above her and just watches. She looks back at him with sparkles in her eyes and a smile on her face. Captain Jaeher was also in this room and said that the destruction of the soul is on the decline, so it seems that the process of decay has stopped, and he cannot understand how this is even possible. Jaewon looked down with half-closed eyes as various voices were heard throughout this room. Jaewon turned his head to the old man, who was sitting on a barrel and talking about how now he doesn't seem so narrow-minded, and then he asked who he really is. The old man remembered how Jaewon used his sword and said that the dead man's strike was a very difficult technique, and he did not understand how he could learn such a thing. Captain Jaeher turned his head and turned to the old man, asking if he really managed to repeat that very blow of the dead man. The doctor tilted his head and said that he didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The whole crowd turned to Jaewon while the old man said that his dead man's blow is not a skill at all, and it is for this reason that no one is able to repeat it, so in that case, this guy is exactly the same as him. They all peered at Jaewon and called him awakened. We see the silhouette of a man who breaks the system window, and it is said that the awakened are beings who have gone beyond the system, of which there are only a few, and they belong to those who rejected the process of adaptation to the system and gained incredible power. We were also shown a huge tree that glowed with a bright golden light, and the narrative continues that these people have power far beyond chaos, and there are only a few awakened ones in all the great lands. Captain Jaeher looked at the doctor and again asked that he was able to repeat the dead man's blow because he was also awakened, but the old man interrupted him, saying that it was too early for them to draw conclusions about him. Captain Jaeher bowed his head, immersed in his thoughts, and said that if there was now another person capable of making such a blow, then they would be able to save the owner of the fortress in this way. He looked at the doctor and said that there is nothing more important than the life of the owner of the fortress. Suddenly the gaze of all the guys who were there fell on a man who was wearing a cloak, and the edges of this cloak were gilded. Jaeher looked at him in surprise because he said that he had received permission from the fortress and ordered them all to disperse. Several people came into their room, completely dressed in black cloaks. The main one had sharp claws, and people peered at him, thinking that this was apparently the captain of the Shadow Squad. Some parts of the cloak were torn and very long, and the guys could not understand what they had forgotten here, because the squad of shadows had nothing to do with the dead. When suddenly the captain of the squad bends his knee in front of Jaewon and says that the captain of the Shadow Squad shows respect for the messenger of the messenger, and then asks him to lead them to the fortress. And as soon as he finished these words, he noticed the doctor and Captain Jaeher, which made him very surprised and asked what the extermination squad and the divine medic were doing here. The guys looked at Jaewon and asked him that he was the same messenger. After some time, our guys find themselves in the fortress of the city of Gorgon. We will also see how a man stirs tea with a spoon and says that they have finally met. After all, right in front of him at the entrance stood Jaewon and his squad. The man was wearing white gloves and crossed his fingers, saying that he should introduce himself before talking. A gray-haired man with a beard and a smile on his face said that he was Jurchen Cheever, and added that he was dealing with the internal affairs of the Gorgon fortress. Bright sunlight came through the window, and Jaewon also introduced himself to him in response, and Jurchen, laughing, said that this is how the divine physician described him. Jaewon looked at him with half-closed eyes and a confident expression on his face, but at that moment Jurchen asked him directly that he was a messenger. The captain of the Shadow Squad was very surprised, because Jaewon said that he was not the messenger of the messenger. The doctor, sitting on the floor, looked up and said that the soul stone is capable of not only increasing spiritual energy, but also establishing the clan of the messengers, and if he is not related to them, then where can he have the soul stone? And why is his soul not destroyed when using it? Ewan held this soul stone in his hand and said that he had found it and could calmly take it in his hands, and after he was asked what happened to the owner of the stone, he replied that he had killed this owner. Captain Jaeher was very taken aback by such words, and before he could hear Jaewon's answer, he asked how he could be dead and who dared to kill one of the 5 detachments of the Great Lands. After he realized what Ewan said, he started yelling at him, but Jurchen started to calm him down. Jaeher sat on the sofa, crossing his arms and letting off steam while Jurchen said that most likely Ewan had his own reason. Ewan looked to the side, remembering what happened then, and said that they were the first to attack him because they wanted to steal the horns that he got, so he fought back. Jurchen began to scratch his beard, thinking that the messengers of the messenger were very greedy when it came to materials. He looked at Ewan and asked if he could tell him in detail about his fall into chaos. After some time, he took up a mug of tea and said that he understood everything, and then asked to summarize everything that had been said. Jurchen began to imagine how he walked through the jungle and said that he accidentally walked into chaos. Then he accidentally received the soul stone and, quite by accident, ended up in the Gorgon fortress. He imagined the expression on Ewan's face as he held the crystal in his hand and examined it. And then he imagined how he uses the doctor's sword and says that after all these accidents he got into trouble with the divine physician and was able to repeat the blow of the dead man, which he saw for the first time in his life. Ewan nodded his head positively. The doctor began scratching his head in surprise and shouted that how could he believe his words, to which he received an affirmative answer. Jurchen said that in order to gain someone's trust, you need to learn to trust yourself. There were papers and a pen on his desk, and he asked if he could ask him a couple more questions. He waited a couple of seconds, waiting for the intrigue. And then, when Ewan tilted his head down, he asked that he was human. Ewan was very surprised by this question and raised his head with wide open eyes. He remembered how he launched a huge beam into the sky, and reflected on the fact that he did not enter the game and left the world, destroying the Tower of Nightmares, so his soul does not have a clear shape. So there is a good chance that the Tree of Illusions perceived him as a dead man and sent him into chaos. Ewan remembered being admitted to the hospital and having a breathing mask put on him, and he realized that his body was most likely still on Earth. Jurchen looked at him with a piercing gaze while Ewan asked how he could understand that he was alive, to which he received the answer that accidentally falling into chaos is a rather strange reason that no one would utter. Jurchen spoke these words with a very serious expression on his face. Ewan was a little worried, so he moved his hands while Jurchen asked him that he didn't want to reveal his identity because he was afraid of threats. Jurchen started tapping his finger on the table, saying that he seemed close, but then he decided to apologize for some actions. He remembered how his men followed Ewan and were beaten. Jurchen opened the system window and said that he should have been aware of this because he was much stronger than they thought, so surveillance was not so easy for them. Jurchen opened several more from one system window and said that they still managed to dig up something on him. Some information about Jaewon was written on these windows, and Jurchen said that his danger level was SS and his power level could not be determined at all, and he also caused about 380 million Korin in damage. Jurchen looked at him with a piercing gaze and a sparkle in his eyes, asking if he knew what people like him were called. At this point, the old man interrupted and started shouting to the whole room that people like him were called weirdos, but the captain added that he did not understand whether Ewan was a hero or a villain. They all looked at Ewan, who was sitting with his eyes half closed, and said that he was just crazy, because for some he is a hero, but for others he is an eccentric, and they can call him different things. Jurchen sat right in front of him with his arms crossed and said that he calls people like Ewan the main heroes, because such heroes have special traits, that's why they are famous. Ewan looked at him with great confusion in his eyes, thinking that why should he be the main character? Are they in a comic book or something? Jurchen, with his arms outstretched, said that he is not that famous because someone is trying to hide him from the public and he seems to be hostile. Ewan began to remember James and Mino, while Jurchen said that if it weren't for the one who was hiding him, he would not have had any problems with the documents. Ewan began to imagine being chased by a huge red hand, and Jurchen added that he was the main character who was being pursued by an incredible force that could not be controlled, and therefore he fell into chaos by mistake. Ewan looked down with a thoughtful look and thought that a force was following him, but he couldn't tell for sure. He then suggested that the monarch was most likely behind this. He began to imagine all sorts of inscriptions and continued to think that he was one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. Ewan was sitting on a chair and struggling with his goatee, wondering how strong they were, when suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts and told that they would not ask who he was, and they would not ask for compensation for the damage done to the Gorgon fortress, and they, on the contrary, they will protect him. The sun illuminated this entire fortress, and Jurchen said that the Gorgon fortress was really strong enough to withstand the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. Jurchen was also illuminated by sunlight, and he asked that the monarchs were pursuing him, to which I received the answer that there is a possibility that one of them is definitely stalking. Jurgen placed his hand on the table, saying that this was excellent, because monarchs have no right to interfere in the affairs of chaos. Ewan looked at Jurchen and asked what they wanted in return. Jurchen directed his gaze to the floor and asked him to do him a favor to save the owner of the fortress. 2 hours later, we see our guys going down the stairs to the basement, and Jurchen said that the captain of the northern gate and an unknown woman are recovering in a hospital. The girl who accompanied them and held a candle in her hand asked if they really wanted to go to the training field and not to the special guest room. The doctor walked right behind Ewan and asked him if he wanted to compete, to which he received a negative answer. When suddenly Ewan turns around in surprise, because the doctor asked him what else he had. It turns out that they had cleared the master's tower. While they weren't going down the stairs, Ewan asked if the doctor knew anything about this. Now they have already arrived at the entrance to the training hall. The old man ran into the hall with a smile on his face and shouted that if Ewan won, he would answer any of his questions. They both looked at each other, challenging, and the old man added that he would definitely not win it. At this time, the chan with the fire turned over and fire and smoke came out of it. Ewan silently looks at the floor, and smoke also comes out from there. There was a huge hole in the floor, from which came the scream of an old man. Ewan held onto his sword while the old man asked him for revenge. He turned his head dissatisfied. Ewan began to look around the entire room, which was completely broken, and said that he had already lost, and the old man continued to say that he had not yet used his strongest technique, after which he would die. It was clear from Jaewon's face that he was already tired of being there and that the old man repeated this phrase 100 times. From a huge hole in the floor, an old man asked Ewan how old he was. He looked at him with half-closed eyes and said that he was probably about 60 years old. Again, the joyful cry of the old man began to be heard from the hole, who said that he was 1,000 years old and his pitiful 60 years of life were nothing against his 1,000. Ewan stood in front of this hole and asked what he really did was strike for exactly 1,000 years, to which I received a positive response. At this point, Ewan decides to joke with him, saying that it seems like he has been training for no more than 10 years. The old man grabbed the ground with his muscular hand. He jumped out of this hole, leaving behind a huge ball of dust, from which Ewan covered himself with his hand. Swinging his sword, he fell towards Jaewon. Madness and joy were visible on his face, and he shouted that they would look at what he said after such a blow. Following the old man's sword, a mint-colored ghost flew towards Jaewon. These ghosts resembled tigers in their shape. Ewan began to defend himself from his blow by holding his sword up. They flew at each other, swinging their swords, and between them there were traces of the wind from their swords. Their swords crashed into each other and sparks flew everywhere. Pieces of Ewan's torn clothes fluttered in the wind due to such a fierce battle. The sparks were so bright that they blinded Ewan. Ewan is knocked back right away from his enemy. The old man continues to attack him and makes a dash towards him. He looked at the old man with a very wary look, not understanding why he was thrown so far from the usual blow. The doctor was all beaten up, covered in scrapes and bruises, but with a smile on his face, saying that his technique was quite interesting and asked what he called it. Ewan looked at him, his face full of bewilderment, and he said that this was his usual blow, to which the old man said that this was a rather terrible name. Then the old man added that no one would think that a technique with such a name poses any threat. Ewan began to grab his sword, saying that he had one more technique. Everything around him began to glow with red fire and a red aura, and his eyes shone with a bright white light. The old man's mustache began to develop in the wind from such a strong aura, and his eyes were wide open in surprise. His pupils began to dilate so wide that the reflection of a distraught Ewan could be seen in them. Ewan walked towards him like a berserker in the middle of a mountain of corpses. Ewan raised his sword up. Then a huge and bright beam appeared from this sword. The doctor began to sweat, and his teeth were trembling, because he had forgotten the fear of meeting this monster. And all his thoughts were that he was unlikely to be able to repel this attack, and maybe it would be different from the king's blows, but for sure will be no less powerful. This brightest beam pierced through the ceilings in the Gorgon castle and was released out, making the old man more frightened than before. Ewan leaned down with blazing eyes, saying that he was already approaching him. As he walked further and further, the old man began shouting for him to stop. The doctor fell into complete hysterics, tears streaming from his eyes and snot from his nose, and he shouted that he completely admitted his defeat. We are transported to the great lands of the 5th region of Steel, where some mechanisms are taking place. This city was located on a hill. We see some kind of window opening through which the sun's rays are coming. A man in armor stood near this window and asked what this dark scoundrel had done, and his servant, kneeling, said that, as far as he knows, the monarch of pitch darkness currently has connections with chaos. A man with white hair and big muscles turned around, asking why he had these connections with chaos, and his name was Huoyu. His gaze was filled with anger, and he said that all the monarchies of the Great Lands had signed a treaty on non-interference in the affairs of chaos. His minion began to tremble with fear, saying that everything was somewhat more complicated than he thought. He immediately opens the screen in front of him, asking to look at him, and on the screen we see Ewan. Ho looked at him with confusion and said that this was a video called Hero of the 99th Floor, which had gone viral at one time. Huo was very surprised, because his servant added that the Monarch of Pitch Darkness was going to contact this product. The servant jumped sharply at his question as to where he was now. He imagined Ewan walking forward towards the cracked glass and said that he refused to enter the game and broke through the roof of the tower, so he is said to be in chaos now. Ho was in complete shock and asked how this was even possible, since the cultivator was supposed to be watching him on the 100th floor, to which he received the answer that Ewan killed the cultivator. Ho asked him that maybe this was some kind of joke, but the servant replied that he himself did not believe it at first, but the Monarch of Pitch Darkness was completely sure of it. Huo covered his mouth with his hand and said that the Monarch of the 9th region and the connection with chaos. A bright ray of sunlight appeared directly above the servant, and he said that they only recently learned about it. He began to imagine all this on a geographical map, adding that the Monarch of Pitch Darkness, it turns out, has been dealing with chaos for a long time. Huo looked into the distance, crossing his arms, while the minion said that several associations from chaos had been maintaining a close connection with the Monarch for a long time. He imagined a huge tree with golden leaves in front of him and thought about what this Monarch of Pitch Darkness was up to. He looked forward, completely immersed in his thoughts. The servant stood up, because he was ordered to send a notice that Ho was going into chaos, and he asked him that he wanted to interfere in their affairs. Ho looked at him and said that he would just look from the outside to figure out what was happening, so he should send the top 10 gold rank warriors and he young. He saluted him, thinking that thank God he wasn't being shouted at today. Ho began to scratch his shoulders as he continued to ponder the chaos. He was standing right in front of the window. I thought about Jong Ho, although he would have lived longer if his character had been softer, but no one would bother him there. The old man frantically shouted for him to stop. Ewan held the sword in his hand and tried to throw off the old man who was hanging on him, shouting that he would not allow him to be taken away. The doctor came down to the ground with a dissatisfied face and asked how this was even possible, since he had been training punches for about 40 years since he managed to learn this. Ewan looked up and scratched his chin, saying that he had done that punch about 10 billion times. The doctor displeasedly asked that he did not eat or sleep and was punching 8 times per second, to which Ewan replied that he could punch 100 times per second. Ewan crouched right in front of the old man and asked why he thought such an attack could only be made with a sword. His hands began to become covered with yellow spots and glow. The doctor opened his eyes wide in surprise and could not believe that this was the same alien energy that he felt when he saw him. Ewan glowed bright yellow, and the old man thought that it was not even energy or fighting spirit, it was his anger and desire to change the world. The doctor wanted to touch his aura, and as soon as he began to touch her, small knitting needles pierced his fingers right through. He was very surprised to see him in such a state, and could not believe that he himself had turned into a blow and was striking this world every moment. The old man began to scratch his fingers and looked up. Ewan stood up, looking down, and said that he had performed this strike about 10 billion times, and then he handed the old man the paper, asking if he remembered it. The doctor began to read what was written, while Ewan said that this was the contract they signed before the fight, and that the loser would owe the winner a wish. Ewan stood and read aloud what was written on the paper. I, Divine Physician Young Ho, swear on my honor and by all the beauties of the world that all the conditions of the contract have been fulfilled. But the old man did not appreciate this and began shouting that he understood everything. The doctor looked at him, and in his head he immediately imagined how Ewan was lying on the sofa and he was waving fans at him and asked that he was going to make him a servant. The doctor looked at him with half-closed eyes because Ewan replied that he was not interested, but he just wanted to know the answer to one question. At this time, many stars were visible on the street and they decided to take a walk. They walked through the palace grounds, and Ewan asked if the doctor knew who the owner of the tower was and if he even knew that towers create nightmares. Ewan began to imagine many towers covered in purple aura, and said that the tower is divided into ranks from F to S, but there are also those nightmares who are not interested in this. He introduced a shadow with bright purple eyes and sharp claws and said that the master is someone who has already created an S-rank tower as an apprentice and has become an exemplary craftsman. But just because the tower was built by the master does not mean that he owns it. Jaewon walked forward and looked down, continuing to say that only a special tower that is not related to the cultivation process can be called a master tower. So why are such towers needed? They continued to walk down the corridor, and the old man replied that he did not know. After all, no one can understand what the owners are thinking about. In general, there are rumors that they are behind the truth of the universe. But one thing is known for sure, awakened ones sometimes appear among those who have cleared the owner's tower. The old man looked at the floor, and Jaewon asked that he was also from such a tower, to which he received the answer that he was from the 4th Melville Tower. We see a white whale with red eyes, and this tower was known as the White Whale. A huge white whale appears on the 1st floor of the tower and begins to hunt people. We see a crowd of people standing in the arena with the sea around them. The doctor splashes in the water with a frightened face and says that now it may seem like nothing, but then it was a real disaster. He recalled seeing corpses of people in broken ships, saying that countless fighters had died, and it was a miracle that he cleared the tower. A man with an octopus head stands and uses system windows. The doctor looked at him with a frightened look. The old man walked forward and asked that it seemed that he was also from the Master's Tower. So which tower did Jaewon clear? To which he replied that it was Millark's tower. The old man turned to him in great surprise, asking what kind of tower it was. They looked into each other's eyes, and the doctor said in surprise that it turns out that there was an awakened one who had cleared Millark's tower. The old man began to run forward, shouting that of course he knew, because he was traveling with him. Ewan looked at him with wide eyes and sparkles inside them. The old man walked forward and said that he was traveling with him. Ewan looked at him puzzled and asked, with a Millark. The old man, walking forward, replied that it was a long story. And then he turned around and invited Ewan to take a walk. We are transported to the city. The guys are sitting near the bar, drinking beer and talking about something. The waitress brings a plate of shish kebab and then says that it is 1 plate of skewers. The old man, smiling, looks at the waitress and tells her that now she will sell in a shop on the street. The waitress hits the table with a glass of beer and says that some guy has smashed her establishment to pieces. Someone shouts from afar that he needs 2 more beers. Ewan, thoughtful, looks down, and the old man says that after everything she found the strength to open a shop. It seems that she really needs money. The girl replied that the old man should just drink. Ewan glanced at the beer and food in front of him. Various people walked past him. The old man said that he seemed to feel that something was wrong. Ewan raised his head in surprise. The old man drank a glass of beer and said that everything here looks kind of dead, and why would there be food in a world where there is no hunger? He frowned and looked into the mug. In it he saw the reflection of happy people, and then said that chaos is a blessed world. The old man introduced happy people drinking and dancing, and then said that this is a place where souls, tired of war in great lands, could finally exhale. Every soul heals here differently. Warriors were able to lower their weapons. Singers sang about peace, not war. Ewan looked to the side in surprise. Someone shouted for the idiot to watch where he was going. Ewan saw 2 angry guys in front of him, who put out their fists and were ready to fight. He asked what it was all about. Ewan started drinking beer and said, "Isn't this a drunken fight?" He looked into the mug in surprise and said that it tasted like water. The old man put his mug on the table and then said that no, this is not a drunken fight. They are just pretending. Here no one can get drunk, get hungry, get old in the end. The old man looked at the people who were buying food and eating meat, and then said that, however, in this blissful land, people still miss the past and begin to behave as they did during life. The old man pointed at himself with his hand and said that in this world you cannot get hungry if you don't eat, and you can't get drunk if you don't drink. In this world he has a body, and his heart beats again. The old man immediately jumped up on the table and, stretching his hand to the side, shouted loudly, looking at Giovanna, that, however, some faces appeared. Against the rules, it was a team of madmen who dreamed of the impossible. They came together to return to life. The old man imagined formidable warriors in his head, and then shouted that they were a detachment of seekers of the depths. Jaewon, looking at the old man in surprise, asked why they needed to explore the depths. The old man folded his hands and frowned as he answered to find the fruit of rebirth. He imagined a large golden tree in his head and then said that this fruit grows on the tree of illusions. Ewan looked at the old man in surprise and then said that by rebirth, the dead can somehow come back to life. The old man smiled and answered yes. He imagined in his head a tree with golden fruits hanging from it, and then said that the only way to return to his life was to eat the fruit of rebirth. The old man looked menacingly in front of him, and then added that a detachment of deep explorers had been formed to search for this fruit. The old man smiled and added that around this time he became awakened, so he had nothing to fear. He was only 150 years old. Les, looking at the old man, replied that he wanted to say that even Mullark took part in the expedition. The old man answered exactly. In his head, he imagined a formidable knight in purple armor with a mask on his face and long horns. The old man said that he was the leader of the squad. He was special. We are transported back in time to a large tree. Dragonflies fly up to the bamboo that sticks out of the water. Water from one bamboo flows into a small lake. Someone says that the awakening process was quite interesting. Nillark, looking at the old man, says that he did not fully manifest himself, so he did not fully awaken. It seems that he went his own way. The old man continued to look at the water, and Millark added that it must be hard. The old man replied that Millark should not say that. Millark replied that he probably did not feel well after cultivating. The next second the old man swung his sword. He stuck it into the tree right next to Millark's face, and then, looking menacingly ahead, he asked why the nightmare needs to go into the depths. They create towers because they don't like small enclosed spaces. Millark swung his sword and replied that he had nothing to say. His apology on behalf of all nightmares was nothing, which means the old man thought that he had never heard of it. Millark, looking ahead, said that it was just his job that he had to do all his life. Hearing this, the old man thought again that he could not believe that there was a nightmare that regretted creating the tower. The old man pulled out his sword from the tree, and then Millark said that the old man may not believe it, but he decided to find the tree of illusion. The old man looked at him in surprise, and Millark continued to say that he was only going to explore the depths because of the tower. Millark entered the water, then said that he wanted to stop cultivation. Millark, holding the old man's sword, extended it forward towards him, and then said that that was why he was participating in the expedition. The old man looked at the black sword and said that that was why Millark wanted to stop cultivation. Jaewon asked that he succeeded. The old man replied that he did not reach the end and was only at the entrance to the depths. And then he imagined in his head the knights who got there and looked at the starry sky. He replied that it seemed to him that Millark had reached the tree of illusion. The old man, along with his comrades, looked at the bright starry sky and was surprised. He said that fruits began to fall from its branches, and the detachment was able to return to chaos not empty-handed. Jaewon, looking forward, thought that how to understand this. If the old man got the fruit of rebirth, then why is he still here? The waitress came up to them and said that, of course, she understands that the old man is dead, but at least let him say the right things. She looked at him displeasantly and asked what he knew, that the expedition had failed. The old man replied that it didn't even exist then. What did she even know? Jaewon looked at them carefully. The old man replied that they got the fruits. The old man lowered his head and continued to say that on the approach to chaos, someone was waiting for them. A huge ferocious monster with big teeth. An army appeared in front of them with huge armored horses with dark riders. The old man said that these were the lords and leaders of the great lands. One of the knights in white armor, holding his sword at the ready, menacingly rushed forward at them. The old man said that they themselves were simply afraid to go into the depths, and even the owners of all the fortresses and the detachments that took part in the expedition. The old man remembered the torn banner and said that they could not resist them. The old man remembered how he looked at them in fear, and then said that the difference in power was too great. They were from another dimension. They stole their fruits. We are returned to the city, and the old man says that with each death they absorbed the stolen fruit and were reborn. This lasted 900 years. The old man, frowning his eyebrows, hit the table with a mug of beer, and then said that they even had a special palace of rebirth. Any dead lord was reborn in order of rotation. It was decided from the very beginning who had the right to live and who did not. Jaewon lowered his eyes and remembered the people with a downcast look who walk around the city aimlessly. He thought that this is why they are all so depressed. They understand that they will never find the life they miss so much and will never receive fruit. Jaewon looked at the sleeping old man and said that, if you think so, Millark, but in response he only heard the old man snoring. The waitress came up to him and, sighing, replied that it was useless. He was already drunk. He had probably accumulated the entire volume of 1,000 years of work. Jaewon imagined the image of Millark in his head and said that, as he understood, after the end of the expedition no one saw the nightmare. It seems that he said something and disappeared. Suddenly, the waitress and Jaewon turned around in surprise. Someone said that he both lost and won. James appeared in front of them. He raised his hat with a smile and thanked Jaewon for his help yesterday. If not for him, their master would have died. Jaewon looked at him in surprise, and James continued to tell him not to say that he had already forgotten him. James smiled and told Jaewon to come to the northern gate if he is going to chaos again. He doesn't need an ID now, he already knows him, just let him keep it a secret from the captain. James turned away and blushed, smiling, while Jaewon and the waitress continued to look at him in surprise. Jaewon looked in his direction silently. Suddenly, someone began to rush forward as fast as they could, shouting that he needed a medic. He stayed at Jaewon's place with the waitress. Jaehae appeared in front of Jaewon. He was breathing heavily and was very worried about something. Jaewon, looking at him, said that he was the leader of the extermination squad. Jaehae, looking ahead in fear, shouted that they were in trouble. Jaewon looked up at the sky. He saw a strong black energy coming from somewhere far away. He and Jaehae ran forward at great speed, then wondered what he thought. The owner of the fortress was in a state of death. Jaewon reached for his weapon and simply looked ahead. He saw dark energy accumulating over the city. He thought that this spiritual pressure was 10 times greater than what he had felt from the dead earlier deep inside the fortress or under it. Jaewon looked forward thoughtfully. He remembered the commander of the Gorgon castle, who said that he would not ask for compensation for the damage caused to the Gorgon fortress. They would protect him, just let him perform one service, save the owner of the fortress. Jaewon looked at Jaehae and said that the owner of the fortress is decaying, Jaehae, which is true. They ran forward at great speed towards the main tower. Jaehae said that he suddenly became enraged. Usually this happens no more than once a week, but today. Jaehae looked forward menacingly. Then he added that he wanted to warn Jaehae in advance so that there would be no misunderstandings. The owner of the fortress is a good person. He was an incredible person before the decomposition began. He looked carefully at Jaehae, and Jaehae continued to say that the owner of the fortress was one of the travelers into the depths. Jaehae thought, into the depths. Jaehae looked at Jaewon and then said that he also knows how to do a dead man's blow. He can help them since there is no divine medic nearby? Jaewon answered no. Holding the old man with him, who was sleeping soundly, he said that he simply repeated his movement. He was not so good, although he could teach him. Jaehae and Jaewon reached the castle. The ground began to shake under their feet, and Jaehae shouted that it was an earthquake. This couldn't be happening. Huge dark energy came out of the fortress. Looking at it, Jaehae shouted, "Master." He covered his face with his hands from the incredible force. And then Jaehae saw something in fear. Two knights appeared in front of him, one holding a huge hammer and the second standing with a long spear, his back turned. Seeing them, Jaehae said that this is the captain of the Tower of Destruction and the captain of the Tower of Despair. The captain of Destruction smiled and replied that they had not seen the captain of the Destruction squad for a long time. Looking at Jaewon, he thought that this is the one who knows how to do a dead man's blow. Jaewon read his thoughts, and Jaehae, furrowing his brows, shouted for them to retreat immediately. This is urgent, they know this very well. Captain Destruction replied that he was afraid that they would have problems with this. They had orders. Jaehae watched with furrowed brows as the captain of Destruction jumped off the building and approached him, then asked whose orders it was. Jaehae, looking forward menacingly, asked that they intended to go against the rules of heaven. Captain Destruction smiled. A purple badge was visible on his chest. He jokingly mimicked and asked what to go against the rules of heaven. Captain Destruction stood next to Captain Despair, who also had a purple badge. He said that their skies were a forbidden paradise. And then the two of them rushed from their spot, somersaulting in the air. They swung their weapons and flew straight at Jaehae. Jaehae raised his head up and fearfully thought about how fast they were. Jaehae struck with his hand and shouted at him to move aside. The next second, two struck down, a large release of energy occurred, and stones scattered in different directions. Jaehae rested his feet on the ground, which had already begun to fall apart. Captain Despair's weapon was locked into Jaehae's weapon. He, standing firmly on his feet, blocked the trident of Captain Despair with his saber, and with his hand he was able to hold back the huge sledgehammer of Captain Destruction. Ewan looked at him and laughed and said that he was not bad. He looked at how Jaehae resisted the two of them and thought that he had not expected that the ban on the thief had his own people in the fortress. Jaehae said that it seems they have changed quite well during this time, but do they know who he is? Captain Despair, looking at him, replied that he should not think that they were the same as before. Jaehae swung his sword and the two flew off in different directions. He looked menacingly in front of him and shouted for them to think carefully that if they retreat now, the owner of the fortress will grant them forgiveness. Captain Despair landed and, looking forward, asked who the other owner of the fortress was. He stood up to his full height and asked what he was saying about this carcass underground. Captain Despair remembered how he and the other captains looked at the owner, who was in chains underground. He said that he couldn't even keep his powers under control and couldn't distinguish good from evil at all. Captain Despair looked forward and said that this was not the heaven they served. Jaehae looked forward menacingly, and then Captain Despair turned to him and said that he was still loyal despite everything that was happening around him. Jaehae, frowning, replied that he believed he would return. Captain Despair, looking at him, replied that was why. At that same second, Captain Destruction swung his sledgehammer at him. Jaehae stood in a stupor, and Captain Despair, looking at him, said that this is why they do not waste time on empty talk. The next second there was a bright flash, a huge beam of light rushed from the heavens. Captain Despair, looking forward, replied that if he had been even a little smarter, he would not have had to fight. He looked at the huge hole in the floor and asked what was wrong. Jaehae was lying on the floor. His clothes were upset. He was looking forward menacingly and holding his sword in his hand. And then Jaehae spat and thought that they were only at the 4th stage. There were 2 of them, but they wouldn't be able to defeat him. How could they do it? Jaehae looked at their dark images, thought that he could not determine how much faster and stronger they are. This is not just a strengthening. It looks like Jaehae, looking ahead in fear, thought that this is decay. Something is wrong here. It is dangerous. The old man flew forward at great speed, and Ewan shouted, to run away quickly. Ewan swung his hand and threw the old man forward at great speed. Jaehae, the power task is in the old man's hand. There was a red spot on his face. Jaewon said it was because he was pushed. Ewan looked at him carefully. The captain of destruction, looking at Jaewon, said that he never heard an answer. He knows how to do a dead man's blow. Jaewon replied that it would be acceptable. The Captain of Despair and the Captain of Destruction carefully examined Yuan. Yuan read their thoughts. They thought that Yuan was not similar in appearance to them. It was difficult for them to tell whether he was lying or not, whether he really performed a dead man's strike. It seemed as if he was far from their level, as if he couldn't even strike normally. The Captain of Destruction was about to say something when suddenly he felt something behind him. The Captain of Destruction looked forward, and Yuan appeared behind him, raising his fist. He asked, "Such a blow." The Captain of Despair and the Captain of Destruction looked ahead in fear, and in the next second, Yuan dealt a crushing blow to the head of the Captain of Destruction. He flew straight into the wall at great speed. The Captain of Despair turned around in fear and shouted to the Captain of Destruction. But literally a second later, Yuan made a dash at great speed towards the Captain of Despair and swung his fist. The Captain of Despair only managed to put his spear in front of him. Yuan looked at him menacingly and said that he was too careless to defend himself. The next second, Yuan hit the Captain of Despair's head with an uppercut with all his might, his mask breaking. But he was able to stand on his feet, and then he swung with all his might and hit with his spear, causing a strong wave of energy, but Yuan managed to jump away from it. The Captain of Despair began to swing his spear. He spun it around him, not allowing Yuan to approach, and then, making quick movements of the spear, he lunged forward and shouted that Yuan was a weakling. Yuan wondered if he was feeling a stronger energy now. He frowned and looked at it and wondered what it was. The energy of retribution? No, this. Yuan looked at the exhausted face of the Captain of Despair. He shouted that Yuan thought that someone like him could save the owner of the fortress. Yuan wondered if it was fear. He, looking forward, continued to think that they were ready to hand over each other with such abilities as ridiculous. He would not be able to save him. Yuan looked at the old man and wondered if this was his job, but Yuan made a quick dash forward and pushed away from the spear of Captain Despair. The Captain of Despair looked up fearfully with Jaehyun. Yuan, holding his sword, flew at him from above at great speed. He frowned and said that killing the two of them was not a problem for him. We are taken to a dungeon. A torch burns with a bright flame on the wall, and dark energy can be felt throughout the dungeon. Maina and Cheever looked forward with furrowed brows and felt a dark aura. The columns were collapsing and there were many cracks in the ceiling. Looking ahead, Cheever said not even a day had passed since the dead man's strike. Cheever looked at the owner of the fortress, who was hanging chained in chains. Bowing his head, he asked how did he get to this state? Cheever thought about it. He remembered how he himself saw with his own eyes how the doctor dropped in to see him, after which the process of decomposition slowed down. Cheever frowned and looked down, and then wondered why he had lost control again. Why this happened just when there was the slightest hope of a cure. They could have helped him if he had held on for at least another month. He remembered the old man's words that there was nothing to be done now. His dead man's blow would still be just a pitiful semblance. The owner of the fortress was in a more dangerous position than Mino. An ordinary person had long since become a dead man. He held out for so long only thanks to his strong will. The old man furrowed his eyebrows and looked to the side, and then added that they could count on him to hit the dead man, but only in a month. He had never tried this before, but he thinks two people could help. The old man looked at Jaewana and thought that only if one of these people was the background. Cheever, remembering the old man's words, clenched his teeth. He looked askance at the commanders and thought that one of them knew for sure about Jaewana. He knew that there was a traitor among them. Cheever remembered how he came to the owner of the fortress, and he, looking from the balcony, told him that people had come who knew how to control the process of decomposition of the soul. Cheever answered him that they were not messengers of the messenger. The owner of the fortress, with a smile, looking forward, replied that this is why he wants to meet them personally. That day, Cheever, frightened, frowned and asked personally, but dealing with the corruption of the soul is very dangerous. Cheever, worried, looked at him and added that why not send the captain, for example, and the owner of the fortress, turning around, laughed and replied that he did not believe in his strength at all. The owner of the fortress hit himself in the chest with his fist and, smiling, replied that Cheever had forgotten who he was. He survived the war. Perhaps he lost in the fight for the fruit, but he would never sit idly by when it comes to the inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress. That day, his whole arm became covered with growths, and his veins swelled. Cheever wondered what it was. The owner of the fortress was completely absorbed by this force. Cheever wondered if it was really the caretaker of the fortress. The caretaker of the fortress went on reconnaissance. Cheever looked down and thought that he had returned with a crumbling soul. And among the witnesses was he, Maina. Cheever looked in front of him in fear and wondered if it was Mina. Maina, looking ahead, said that everyone should be on alert. This is very serious. Cheever turned to him and said that it was dangerous. He offered to go out, accompanied by a doctor. Maina, looking ahead, replied that the Gorgon fortress would come to an end if they continued to stall for time. Cheever looked at him in fear and said that they cannot perform a dead man's strike without the help of a doctor. Maina wants the caretaker dead. Maina, looking forward, replied that Cheever understood that they could not cope with him, even by joining forces. Cheever then asked what they should do. Nina replied that he would perform a dead man's blow. Upon hearing this, Cheever became very frightened and, puzzled, looked at Mina, then shouted that no, these were extreme measures. Maina, looking at the collapsing ceiling and walls, replied that they could not wait any longer. They needed to save his spiritual energy with the help of a dead man's blow. Cheever, turning to Maina, replied that they did not have a ghost. Maina answered the commander. He frowned and added that everyone had known for a long time, there was no point in hiding it. Someone's silhouette appeared in the passage, and someone said that he was here. Mina and Cheever turned around in puzzlement. A man in a black cape, with long claws, at the end of which he held a golden casket, appeared in the passage. Everyone in the room shouted in fear that this was the captain of the Dark Shadow. Cheever, looking at him in fear, thought that he could not believe that the commander's close associate turned out to be a traitor. Cheever looked at the small chest and thought that Mr. Ewan's crystal was in this chest. Maina, frowning, turned around and looked at Kalia, and then said that the future Gorgon fortress depended on them. Why then they hid such an important item? Cheever looked ahead silently, frowning, and Maina continued to say that he knew best what would happen if the decomposition process was completed. Maina looked at Kalia with a frightening look, and then said that he was not going to turn the gentleman into a real dead man. Maina imagined in his head a huge monster that opens its mouth wide. Black shadows come out of it. He said that Cheever himself perfectly saw with his own eyes what a threat to the Gorgon fortress an ordinary dead man could cause. Cheever clenched his fist, and Maina continued to say that the special dead bring disaster and destruction to all the places they enter. He wants it. Cheever looked at Maina as he looks at the collapsing grate, and thought that the caretaker of the fortress was on a rampage, and the doctor was not around. His decision was justified. He frowned and turned away, and then said that, however, possessing the crystal does not mean anything. Cheever imagined in his head a green monster holding a blue crystal in his hands, and said that the dead man's blow is a special skill of the messenger's envoys, where they will now get them. Maina smiled and turned around and said that there was no need to worry. Behind the commander of the Dark Shadows, people with bandages on their hands and torn capes walked with their hands clenched. Maina said that he had already found people trained in this technique. Dark energy was emanating from them. Maina, looking at them, continued to say that they are not messengers of the messenger, but they can strike. Cheever, watching them carry the chest with the crystal, thought that this was all terribly wrong. He looked fearfully in their direction and wondered what if they struck like that. Cheever looked at the owner of the fortress and thought that the master's spiritual energy would be imprisoned in the crystal. Cheever imagined the crystal in front of him and thought that since the energy does not directly belong to chaos, any person who took possession of the ghostly crystal would be able to gain the spiritual energy of the caretaker and become the master of the fortress. Cheever, looking ahead in fear, wondered what if the Gorgon fortress fell into the wrong hands. One of the guys, whose hand was wrapped in bandages, grabbed the blue crystal. Looking at this, Cheever wondered if there was someone who could use the crystal of the owner of the fortress. He remembered how he cheerfully looked at his possessions and said that people had come who knew how to control the process of decomposition of the soul. Remembering these words, he looked forward in fear and thought that people who know how to control the process of decomposition from the heart. Cheever, looking at Maina, thought that 6 months ago the caretaker's soul began to decompose, and now he cannot control his own powers at all. Was this all really in the commander's plans? Cheever took a few steps forward and, turning around in fear, shouted for help to stop the commander right away. But, turning around, he looked at his comrades in fear. They stood still and did nothing, but simply watched the ceremony. The next second Cheever fell to the floor. He stood on his knees, looking at the collapsing grate, and then said no, they are all involved in this. Maina extended his hand with a smile, and people, wrapped in bandages with a crystal, began to walk towards the owner of the fortress. Cheever thought there was nothing he could do. The owner of the fortress hung with his head down. Looking at him, Cheever apologized to him. People wrapped in bandages extended their hands towards the crystal, and strong energy began to come out of it. Cheever remembered the face of the cheerful owner of the fortress and wondered if he could not protect the Gorgon fortress because of his own complacency. Cheever clasped his hands, a tear fell on them, and he thought that he was truly sorry. He clenched his teeth, trying not to cry, but the tears flowed from his cheeks on their own. Suddenly, the ceiling of the dungeon collapsed, and large blocks of stones rushed straight down. And then literally a second later, strong energy pierced the ceiling and there was a bright flash. Stones began to fly in different directions. Heavy smoke began to rise in the Gorgon fortress. The commanders, puzzled, looked at the hole in the ceiling. Someone was crushed under the rubble. They all looked up, and then someone asked what. In fact, Cheever, looking up, was filled with hope. There was still a tear in his eye. The captain of the Dark Shadow pressed himself to the ground and looked menacingly at the ceiling. And then someone jumped down. It was Jaewon along with Jahair. Ewan looked carefully at everyone in the dungeon. The commanders continued to look at those who disrupted their ceremony. Suddenly Mena, with furrowed brows, shouted loudly, asking who he was and how he dared to come here. Jaher, looking menacingly at Maine, told him to stop here. A second later, the body of the Captain of Despair fell to the floor near mine. The Captain of Despair along with the Captain of Destruction lay on the ground, and Jair continued to say that the news of their treacherous deeds had already spread throughout all the skies. Their comrades had long unraveled everything. Nana looked forward menacingly and frowned. The Captain of Destruction's body blistered, and then he whispered that he was very sorry. And a second later it exploded, white liquid spraying out of its body. Jaher, looking forward in fear, shouted what the manager was doing. Mena smiled and, looking forward, replied that he dared to assume that they decided to take their own lives because of the revealed truth. How can you blame him for failing to prevent death of his own free will? Jaher, that's just ridiculous. Jaher held the doctor on his back and then, looking forward, shouted for everyone to pull themselves together. This is a rebellion. If the rot continues, all the plans of the manager will come true. Suddenly, someone pointed a sword at Jaher. The commanders surrounded him and put out their swords. Jaher asked what they were doing. One of the commanders replied that he was very sorry, the captain of the destruction squad. Jaher looked ahead in fear. One of the commanders continued to say that this is the will of the manager. No one dares to go against the rules of the Forbidden Paradise. Jaher must remain in place until the process is completed. Jaewon looked around the room carefully, and Jaher shouted that they were all cowardly traitors. Jaewon, looking forward, said that the fortress would provide him with safety for saving the owner of the fortress. This is an empty promise. Cheever, holding his wounded arm, looked intently at Jaewana. Ewan continued to say that since the Gorgon fortress could not guarantee him anything, Cheever asked what that meant. Ewan replied that they needed to change the conditions. Cheever looked at Jaewana, puzzled, and asked what. The Dark Shadow captain and Mena continued to watch Jaewon, and Jaewon replied that he would save the owner of the fortress and destroy all the traitors. The old man continued to sleep, and Jaewon, looking ahead, said that they would give him this old man, and he would repeat the walk into the depths. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ewan with puzzlement and fear, and Ewan said that they would help him. Mena clenched his teeth and said menacingly what kind of nonsense this is. Mena looked at Jaewana and said that he had already heard the story about the guy who killed the dead man with one blow. He thought it was just a story, but it seems to be true. Ewan looked forward. Mena replied that in that case. Mena frowned menacingly and said that they would also go. He pulled himself towards his sword, and then, smiling and stretching his hand forward, the captain of the Dark Shadow rushed to the attack. A huge number of ninja jumped from the ceiling, swinging their weapons. All the commanders immediately attacked Jaewana. Ewan, looking forward, used a huge amount of his power, his eye glowing with strong energy. A huge aura of power came from him. Jaher, covering the old man, turned away from her. Huge blue rays destroyed everything in their path. The captain of the Dark Shadow, without having time to do anything, had his arm torn off in a second. His mask was destroyed. He looked ahead in fear. Ewan rushed forward at great speed towards the ninja. The captain of the Black Shadow, looking at Jaewana, thought that this was an endless stream. The captain of the Black Shadow made several quick leaps forward. He, along with his other allies, approached Ewan. Ewan furrowed his eyebrows and laughed, and the captain of the Black Shadow, looking menacingly forward, continued to approach. Ewan brought his sword forward and made a normal lunge. A huge energy flew out in front of him. The energy crushed one enemy after another. Mena, putting his hands forward, tried to reflect this deadly death ray. He, looking ahead puzzled, thought that he was mistaken. The blow could not be blocked. Mena did a somersault to the side. A huge energy was approaching him. At that same second, a large explosion occurred, causing a strong flash. The owner of the fortress continued to sit in place. Mena turned around in fear. He saw that this energy almost killed the owner of the fortress. He thought that if Jaewon had been hit, he would definitely have died if he continued to try to repel the blow. Jaher and Cheever watched this in fear. Cheever wondered what kind of destructive power he had. Jaewon heard the thoughts of his rivals. They were thinking about what to do next. They cannot continue to act according to the plan. A huge number of ninjas accumulated at the entrance to the dungeon. Someone continued to think that if something happens to the owner of the fortress, not so. We'll have to move on to plan B. Jaewon looked ahead menacingly. He continued to listen to someone's thoughts about how to use the dark smog, even if because of it the entire Gorgon fortress would be destroyed. Ewan looked forward menacingly. He looked at Mine and addressed him, saying that he was the manager of the external affairs of the Gorgon fortress and the foreman of the Forbidden Paradise detachment. He did not know what he was achieving and why he was destroying souls. Ewan grabbed his sword and added that he knew one thing for sure. An incredibly strong energy came from Ewan. The ground began to collapse under his feet. He grabbed his sword with both hands and said that he liked people like Mena. Mena, looking forward in fear, shouted loudly to do everything possible to destroy him. Yuan wondered if there he was. Mana left the dungeon, and the ninjas rushed to destroy Jaewana. Yuan said that he is truly grateful because it is thanks to people like Mana. Yuan raised his sword towards the ceiling. A huge number of ninjas were approaching him, swinging their swords. Yuan smiled and looked up peacefully, and then he released incredibly strong energy that glowed in multicolored colors. He said that he would easily destroy this world. The beam was so powerful that it could be seen throughout the entire Gorgon fortress. It went all the way to the skies. And then he strived even higher and even further. Cheever looked at this magical rain in fear. Jaher ran up to him and, grabbing his hand, shouted at him to get up. Cheever, looking up, thought that this was an all-consuming hope. Laser beams have begun to fall in the world. People need hope, hope beyond measure. Cheever remembered the owner of the fortress and thought that this hope could not be broken by any difficulty. Jaewon looked at this magical rain. Cheever thought that he could not believe that he saw in a man from the world of destruction that all-consuming hope that the owner of the fortress spoke about. White smoke was slowly rising on one of the hills. Mine's corpse lay on it, his limbs torn off. He smiled and said that Yuan is a monstrous idiot. He was late, the Gorgon fortress is all ready. Mana began to laugh and said that he was the owner of the fortress. Yuan walked up to him and stabbed him with his sword. Jaher and Cheever ran to Javan in fear. Javan asked if the old man was still sleeping. Jaher replied that yes, nothing could wake him up. Jaewon grabbed the old man and threw him into the wall with all his strength, which made Jaher open his mouth and get very scared, shouting what Jaewon was doing. The old man woke up and screamed that his back was a familiar feeling. Yuan replied that the old man could wake up on his own. We are taken to the owner of the fortress. His hand is on the floor, and then the owner of the fortress was able to squeeze his hand a little. A system warning appears saying that attention, the level of soul destruction has reached 99%, rotting is beginning. The area in front of Yuan turned red with multiple error notifications. The man asked what all the fuss was about. A message appeared indicating that the system was assessing the target's danger level. A wounded man lay near the destroyed wall. The main character called out to the Castellan. The projection reported that the assessment was not possible. The old man's face was serious. The notification said that the system's verdict was a mega ghoul. There were many error messages flying around in the sky. The notification said that the automatic warning was activated. The frightened crowd of people ran away. The soldier was ordered to evacuate everyone so they wouldn't get into trouble. After saluting, the warrior accepted the order. James, holding his cap, looked up with a dumbfounded look. He asked what it was. His gaze fell on how a huge stream of red aura emanated from the castle. He asked a question about what was going on inside the castle. The old man ran, raising clouds of dust. He called out to the captain and asked him to take his internal commander with him and evacuate quickly. He began to draw his blade from its sheath. The old man called out to Yuan and asked him to help him clear the path. He noticed that the main character's blow was too sharp and not suitable for saving people. Taken aback, Jaewon asked when the old man changed his weapon. He answered with an angry look to the main character that he changed it when he broke his weapon. The old man began to run, exuding dark mana. He and Yuan stood in front of the Castellan, to whom he was chained. It was heading towards him. The old man swung at the Castellan. Standing in front of him, behind the Castellan was a view of the city shrouded in the evening sky. Chingyo recalled how they drank beer. He suggested to the Castellan not to drink anymore. The Castellan asked the old man not to talk nonsense, noting that it was just water and nothing would come of it. Chingyo turned to the Castellan and said that he looks great when he drinks. There was a white void in front of the old man. Laughing, the Castellan asked him to stop flattering. Chingyo said that capturing such memories that were forgotten is slash. Yuan stood next to the old man. Chingyo said that when they have a lot of good memories, they can at least avoid the bad ones. Taken aback, the old man lowered his gaze. There was a red demonic aura behind the Castellan. Chingyo called out to him. The old man's gaze fell on the black outlines of people. The demon looked at Chingyo. Taken aback, the old man declared that this was not the Castellan. His eyes glowed red. He began to rise. Stunned, Chingyo said that something was wrong there. The main character, watching him, called out to him. The old man repeated that this was not the Castellan. Yuan was surprised by what he heard. The chains holding him were in tension. Chingyo reported that it was something else. The shackles were broken. Black veins appeared on the Castellan's neck. The main character and the old man raised their heads and looked at the huge monster. The Castellan's gaze was completely blank. His eyes suddenly glowed red. The monster lowered his hands. A black aura began to emerge from him. Red mana began to flow from his forehead. The Castellan hovered in the air in front of them. Taken aback, Chingyo stated that it was definitely not him, noting that it was. The Castellan began to land. As he stepped on the ground, he began to exude dark energy. Yuan and the old man were dumbfounded. The demon kept his hand on the ground. The huge monster was behind the Castellan. The demon said that this was amazing and he never thought that he could get into this world, and also into such a body. The monster noticed that in the end, This man turned into a ghoul. The demon looked at the numb Chingyao. The monster said he saw a familiar face. A grin appeared on the demon's face. He and the castellan looked at the old man with a smile. The monster turned to Chingyao, calling him incompletely awakened, and asked how he was still in chaos. The demon asked if the old man had found in the abyss what he wanted 9 years ago. The dumbfounded old man noticed in his thoughts that this is the owner of the dead palace, which is located in the center of chaos, noting that he is also the only creature that can open the gates to the abyss. Chingyao named him the sole king of chaos. Frowning, Yuan noted in his thoughts that he couldn't even understand what it was, even with suspicion. His gaze fell on the castellan. While deep in thought, the main character noticed that he looked very much like a ghoul, but that was not the case. Yuan wondered what it was. The castellan extended his hand forward. The demon asked why the old man did not leave chaos. A dark aura began to spread from him. Chingyao and Yuan covered their faces with their hands from the powerful flow of mana. The monster asked if it was for the sake of protecting this miserable world. Opening his eyes, the old man noted in his thoughts that with one movement of his finger, there was a black void around Chingyao. The old man continued his thoughts and noticed that the demon was able to erase the world he had created. There was a grin on the castellan's face. Yuan looked at him with a serious face. The monster called the main character an interesting person. The demon noticed that Yuan is the one who has a human heart despite being fully awakened. Chingyao legs were shaking. He thoughtfully emphasized that this is the power of the Soul King, the descent of the ghoul, noting that he clearly used it on the body of the castellan. Taken aback, the old man said in his thoughts that this meant it was just a clone. In front of him was the huge face of a monster. Chingyao said that he couldn't believe that even a demon clone could be so powerful. The old man turned his gaze to Yuan, who called out to him. He watched the main character. Yuan asked if he failed. Taking the blade, the main character said that he was now thinking. A yellow light began to come from Yuan's eyes. The main character continued his speech and said that he was thinking of killing him. Smirking, the monster asked if Yuan was talking about him. Standing in front of the main character, the demon asked if he said that he wanted to kill him. The monster started laughing. He looked at Yuan with a smile and noted that he was an interesting person. Stretching out his hand, Chingyao asked the main character not to do this, noting that he would not succeed. He imagined a black outline of a man. The old man stated that even Moloch is not able to do anything to the Soul King of Chaos, adding that even if it is his clone, he is still. Interrupting Chingyao, Yuan asked him not to be afraid. Holding a sword in front of him, the main character said that he could kill him. Taken aback, the old man looked at Yuan and mentally asked how he could be so calm when faced with the impossible. The demon began to laugh loudly. He lifted his head up. His neck was tense. The main character carefully watched the monster. A black blade began to emerge from his mouth. He asked Yuan to show his best. The demon grabbed the blade with both hands. His gaze fell on the main character. The monster called him a stupid awakened one. The demon's sword exuded a dark aura. Holding the blade, the monster noted that Yuan had a human heart. Chingyao looked at the demon's sword. He noted in his thoughts that this was the sword of emptiness. The stunned old man noticed that this terrifying weapon instantly turned half of the expedition squad into ghouls at the entrance to the abyss. Chingyao emphasized the fact that he saw those weapons again. The monster lunged at Yuan. He approached the main character with lightning speed. Yuan looked at the demon with a serious face. The monster stated that he had seen this expression before. The demon stated that the main character was heading into the abyss. Taken aback, Chingyao thoughtfully asked about the abyss. The old man watched their fight. He emphasized in his thoughts that he already knew that this fool was strange, but he never thought that he had such intentions. Stretching out his hand, the monster noted that there are still people who want to get to the end of this world. He noted that this is not enough. The demon grabbed Yuan by the head. The monster said that the main character is even weaker than that nightmare 900 years ago. He swung his blade at Yuan. The main character grabbed the monster by the hand that was holding his head. The demon threw Yuan to the ground. A powerful stream of energy cut off the monster's hand. The main character jumped away from the demon. Putting his hand to his face, Yuan noted in his thoughts that this was great and that one hand was already finished. The main character emphasized that all that remained was. The demon swung his hand at Yuan. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. He jumped away from the monster's blow. Yuan leaned back and dodged the demon's swing. He pointed his blade at the monster. Yuan directed a stream of mana at the demon. The monster struck with his sword. He destroyed the ground beneath him. Yuan's cape was pulled over the demon blade. The main character stood in front of the monster. The demon said that pollution is a disease of the times. Yuan looked at his injured hand. The monster stated that from one touch of the sword of emptiness, hundreds of years would pass. Watching the protagonist's hand, the demon corrected himself, saying that thousands of years would pass. Smirking, the monster said that the soul cannot withstand this time, grows old and becomes dirty. The demon emphasized the fact that by doing so, Yuan becomes a ghoul. The main character with a calm face said something like this. Yuan's hand began to be destroyed. He cut off his hand and stated that he just needed to tear it off. The monster noticed that the main character cuts off his aged soul with a sound mind, noting that this is outstanding willpower. The demon began to laugh, saying that this was not all. Dark energy began to emanate from the monster. He began to exude energy from everywhere. Yuan was taken aback by what he saw. The monster extended its hand towards the main character. He aimed many projectiles at Jaewon. Covering his head, Chingyo began to scream. Covering the old man with himself, the main character repelled all the monster's blows. The demon stated now that he looks at it. The monster asked if this sword in its sheath was a copy of the one from the Tower of Nightmares. A stunned Yuan deflected the demon's missiles. The monster said that was quite excellent for a toy created by a nightmare. Taken aback, Chingyo screamed. Grabbing his sword, the main character said what he knew. He placed the blade in front of him. The monster lunged at Yuan. The main character watched this closely. Their blades collided. The old man flew away from their blow. Watching Yuan, the demon noted with a smile that if he continued to resist, his soul would not be able to stand it. The main character frowned at what he heard. Yuan noticed in his thoughts that the monster is right and he cannot win. There were many particles flying around the demon. While in thought, the main character emphasized that he did not see the demon's weak point, no matter how many times he used suspicion, and the strange particles made this place too confusing to concentrate on. Yuan noted in his thoughts that his unique world is called White Engraved World. He imagined himself standing in a white space. The protagonist emphasized the fact that this is a world created by his ideal to remember everyone who has disappeared, noting that each awakened has their own unique world. A picture of people with dead people walking among them popped into Yuan's head. The main character stated that the shape of this world is shaped by the keyword they received upon awakening, like an emotion or desire. He imagined the dark aura of the monster. Yuan noted that the more powerful the awakened one, the more creatures he can bring into his unique world. The main character grabbed his blade with both hands. Yuan noted that if this is the case, he parried the demon's blow. The main character jumped away from the monster. Yellow sparks began to come from his eyes. A red substance appeared under his foot. Yuan used Oblivion. The area among them began to turn red. Lying on the floor, Chingyo noted in his thoughts that this was hell. Taken aback, the old man noticed that this was really hell. He wondered if Yuan lived in such a world. His eyes were full of horror. Chingyo watched the main character. The old man emphasized that this is a hellish landscape where only hatred and anger against the world exist. Looking up, the monster saw a red eye. The demon stated that this was Yuan's ideal. He began to absorb the red aura. The monster noticed that this was really interesting. The main character pierced the demon. Holding the blade in front of his face, Yuan noted in his thoughts that those annoying particles had finally disappeared. Black mana began to flow from the monster's mouth. Tentacles appeared around the main character. They grabbed Yuan's sword. Approaching the main character, the monster said that he continued to challenge him like a fool, not knowing how to finish him off. The demon threw Yuan to the ground. The main character screamed in pain. The ground beneath him began to collapse. The monster continued to slam Yuan into the ground. Chingyo was dumbfounded by what was happening. Huge boulders scattered everywhere. The monster stood on the main character. He stated that Jaewon, the one who would not give up hatred, was an interesting creature whom he had not met for a long time. The demon began to remove the blade from his chest. He swung his sword at the protagonist's face. Smirking, the monster noted that it was fun and it was a pity. The demon blade was near Yuan's face. Suddenly the main character opened his eyes. He grabbed his blade. Yuan cut the monster in half with blue mana. The main character cut off the demon's head. The monster watched what was happening with a smile. Yuan said it was funny. The main character grabbed his cape. After throwing it off, Yuan declared that he had just begun. Lying on the floor, the demon said that this was funny. The monster said that the main character could not even leave a single scratch on him. The demon's body began to recover. He regenerated at great speed. Yuan covered his face with his hand from the wind. Dark streams of mana appeared on the monster's forehead. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. Standing in front of the huge monster, Yuan asked what now. He raised his head up. The main character dodged the demon's blow. The monster swung his hand at Yuan. His hand was next to the main character. He fired a powerful punch at Yuan. From the demon's swing, the main character flew into the wall. He started coughing up blood. The monster pointed its blade at Yuan. The demon destroyed the stone wall with a powerful blow. The main character appeared behind him. Yuan swung his blue blade at the monster. The demon turned with lightning speed. The main character sent many blows to the monster. Yuan was in the face of the demon. The monster stated that over the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had, from time to time, witnessed the existences that created the world. The demon noted that they all independently climbed to the top of this tree with different questions. His eyes filled with red light. The monster asked what world-spanning answer Yuan was looking for there. The demon asked what the question was. He pointed his sword at the main character. The monster struck the ground with a powerful blow. His blade was shrouded in clouds of dust. Watching Yuan carefully, the monster said that he sees this world. The main character swung his blade. Drops of blood ran down his face. The demon noted that this world is Yuan's issue. Their blades collided. The monster asked what this world means for the main character then. The demon asked if this was destruction. They aimed many blows at each other. The monster asked if this was annihilation or extermination. Smirking, the demon said what that meant. He imagined a red eye in the sky and a sword sticking out of the ground. The monster said that apocalypse is the only suitable name for this world. The demon noticed that this is an arrogant world. Yuan rested his hand on the ground. The monster asked if the common man doubted the value of the existence of the ghostly tree. Directing a blow at the main character, the demon asked if he still doubted this by the standards of their world. Yuan asked if the monster hit his head and what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The main character jumped up from the ground. The demon asked what Yuan said. The monster noted that this was not the right question. There were splashes of water in front of the main character. He stood on the water. Drops were running down his face. Yuan thought about this situation. The monster was watching the main character. Yuan emphasized that he had already experienced this somewhere. He remembered the outline of a black monster. The main character was taken aback by this. Jaewon noted in his thoughts that in front of him was a shadow descending on the castellan. The main character jumped. Yuan noted and thought what this meant. The main character took a deep breath. He extended his hand towards the monster. The demon was taken aback by what he saw. A powerful stream of blue energy was directed at the monster. There was a powerful explosion. Clouds of dust rose from the destruction. The demon leaned his hand on the ground. He looked at Yuan and stated that he was an insanely arrogant person. The enraged demon asked if the protagonist couldn't understand that he couldn't kill him, noting that it was stupid. The monster said that he was already bored with this and it was time to end it. He began to rise from the ground. In front of Yuan was an even bigger monster. Yellow sparks began to come from the eyes of the main character. I saw bright streams of mana in front of the demon. He jumped into the air. There were golden particles in front of Yuan's face. They formed into a thread. It was aimed at the demon's body. The main character noted in his thoughts that he knew this. Squeezing the hand that held the blade, Yuan noticed that it was attached to his main body. The main character headed towards the monster with lightning speed. He pierced the demon's body. The stunned monster said that this was impossible. The demon noticed that this was a skill from the rift. The main character held a blade in front of his face. He destroyed the monster's body. The demon addressed Yuan, calling him an existence experiencing the apocalypse. The monster said that it would wait for the main character at the entrance to the abyss. Drops of water fell to the ground. Yuan lay leaning on a boulder. He lay in the water and sighed loudly. The main character's face was illuminated by the light. He noticed in his thoughts that he had to become stronger. He imagined pink mana emanating from his blade. Yuan emphasized that he needed more than just a punch. The main character noted that, in particular, heavy blow is. He imagined people running away from the flow of mana. Continuing his thought, Yuan stated that this was a skill suitable for fighting an army. He remembered the monster's gaze. An image appeared in the main character's head of how he was directing a huge flow of mana. Yuan noted that against a strong person, the area of effect is too large to be effective. Drops of water ran down his face. The protagonist emphasized the fact that this time he could only use it as a distraction to buy some time. Yuan stated that he would need a new skill specifically designed for dealing with single targets. Streams of smoke rose into the sky. Qingyao was littered with stones. Jaehae and Jurchen were near the ruins. The castellan called out to Jaewon. The main character was taken aback by this. He looked at the man. His face was illuminated by sunlight. He asked Jan to come to him. Lying in the water, the castellan said that he had become a ghoul but was still watching the main character. There was a deep gash on Yuan's arm. The castellan reported that he was actually grateful that the protagonist fought the Soul King of Chaos. He grabbed Yuan's hand. Removing his hand, the main character called out to him. Veins appeared on the castellan's face. He suggested that perhaps it was time for Gorgon to change. Jaewon's hand was illuminated by yellow mana. The castellan asked the protagonist to accept it. Yeon's wound began to heal. Closing his eyes, he said that the main character was somewhat similar to him. The castellan had an image of Jaewon's comrades in his head. He stated that he felt warm memories. He looked at the main character with a smile. Jaewon's hand exuded golden energy. The castellan asked him not to forget about the human heart. James ran up to Jaehae and Jurchen and asked if everything was okay. Jurchen was taken aback by what he saw. He watched the main character and turned to him. A black symbol appeared on Jaewon's hand, which the commander of the Gorgon Castle informed him about. Jaehae and Qingyao took a knee. James and the knights supported him. Jurchen began to cry and in his thoughts he called out to the castellan. He imagined his image and noted that he understood if this was his desire. Jurchen stated that they knelt in front of Ewan. The commander of the castle announced that he was welcoming the new castellan Gorgon. The main character carefully watched what was happening. The plot takes us to 2 days later. The ruins after the battle were cleared out. Ewan was sitting at the table. Jurchen addressed him, calling him castellan. Sighing, the main character stated that he was not a castellan and had already told him that he would not do this. Ewan looked at the notice. Jurchen said that since the main character looks like he forgot the details of his promise, he will remind him. Jaewon considered his promises, which included saving the castellan and killing the traitors. Jurchen's promises included to help organize a detachment for an expedition into the abyss. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he wanted to tell him to take responsibility because the castellan was dead. Jurchen replied that it was something like that. Looking at him, Ewan asked if there was a problem, noting that the castellan was dead, but he was the new castellan and he was alive. Smiling, the commander of the Gorgon castle replied that this is true and the main character must keep his promise in the future since Sir Javen is now a castellan. Putting his hand to his head, the main character wondered in his thoughts how everything turned out this way. Ewan reported that he could not waste time in this castle and must continue climbing, noting that he needed to go to the abyss. The sun's rays were shining through the windows of the castle. The protagonist asked if he could simply transfer the position of castellan to someone else. Jurchen replied that he couldn't do that. He noted that this is impossible since Gorgon does not recognize them. Placing his hand on the table, Ewan wondered if the Gorgon had something to do with this symbol. The main character wondered if this thing had chosen him. The commander of Castle Gorgon revealed that this is why the position is not something that Jaewon can give to someone else just because he wants to. Jurchen noted that the only time castellan Gorgon can change is when the castellan meets his end. He placed a huge stack of paper on the protagonist's desk. The castle commander said that these are documents that need to be settled today. The main character began to look at a stack of documents. Jurchen noted that since Sir Jaewon had just become a castellan, he had also included useful notes and information. The main character began to read a document that spoke about the Gorgon law. The law stated that insulting the castellan on the street would lead to public flogging. Insulting the castellan twice will result in the soul being divided. Insulting the castellan 3 times will lead to the complete destruction of the soul. While deep in thought, the main character noticed that this was a kind of law. He wondered if that was why everyone had only good things to say about the castellan. Jurchen said that the items in the castellan's box are free to use. He said that he will be collecting books, so the poet Ewan should call him if he needs anything. The main character opened his desk drawer. He looked at the contents of the box with interest. It contained a folded sheet of paper. Ewan wondered what it was. He saw the writing on the sheet. The main character in his thoughts asked about the 17th castellan. The leaf began to unfold. Ewan was taken aback by what he saw. The leaf began to voice the text and said that it congratulated the main character, although it did not know who he was. The leaf began to fold into origami. He talked about what if Ewan found it. The leaf gathered into the figure of a man. He said that this means that the main character has become the new castellan and he must think carefully about how to manage Gorgon Castle. Taken aback, Ewan wondered if it was a magical leaf. Leaf stated that Ewan should be confident, noting that the castellan only has one job. The main character listened to the leaf's speech with a straight face. List continued to say that the only work is the search for pleasure, noting that a good castellan is one who gets a lot of pleasure. Leaflet asked that public safety be left to the administrative division. Jaewon should leave internal affairs to the internal commander and leave external affairs to the external commander. Leaf stated that they would take care of everything. List said that he is not the first to give such advice, but this is wisdom passed on by generations of castellans. Taken aback, the main character asked in his thoughts whether all previous castellans were such slackers. The leaf said that according to Big Brother statistics, half of the castellans were overworked and this accelerated their spiritual pollution, which led to their deaths. No one's face became serious after hearing this. The elder wrote notes on a piece of paper. He wrote that this advice is not only for the main character, but for the entire Gorgon. The old man wrote that he hoped they would not be greedy. He was sitting at the table. He asked not to try to change anything and not to exhaust yourself in vain. People watched the man with a smile. The old man wrote that everyone who exists there understands perfectly well that this world cannot change. Green tree leaves were flying in the city. He wrote that therefore what he needed in this world was not change, but prolongation of life. He squeezed the piece of paper. He advised that they therefore need to stay put for the survival of many instead of looking for a chance for a few. Dark mana began to flow from the old man. He once again asked not to be greedy. The leaf began to curl up and declared that the only good castellan was this. The sheet curled into a ball of paper. Continuing, he said that this is a castellan who does nothing. Ewan listened to this with a serious face. The main character noted in his thoughts that he was beginning to understand what kind of existence the castellan of this place was. Ewan, sitting at the table, was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The main character noted that an existence that deprives hope for the sake of survival. Ewan thought about the existence that stops the changes in the lives of many. Holding the books in his hand, Jurchen asked the main character what he was thinking so hard about. Jaewon turned to the castle commander with a serious look. Watching Jurchen, the main character declared that he would get rid of the castle and Gorgon. They made eye contact. The castle commander asked what this meant. Ewan said he'll start from there. He asked what a castle was. Putting his hand to his chin, Jurchen thought about the answer. He imagined a huge city. The castle commander replied that a castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects allies from enemies. Ewan asked with a calm face about what if there were no more enemies. Jurchen was taken aback by this question. The main character wondered what would happen if no one ever invaded the castle. Sweat began to flow down the castle commander's face. Jaewon stated that the castle would no longer have a reason to exist, and in this case the castellan would not be needed, however. Holding the book in his hand, the stunned Jurchen said that the castle of enemies and something like that was impossible. The glass behind the main character cracked. Ewan stated that this is not true and that it is possible. The main character was illuminated by sunlight. He revealed that this is because he will unite chaos. We see a coat of arms depicting Libra, and it is said that people are not buried in chaos, because to say goodbye to entities that have disappeared forever. A ceremony of the floating soul is held, and if a funeral is held in order to count the skills of the Mesha, then with the help of the ceremony they are forgotten forever. We are at a farewell ceremony, and the narration continues that during the ceremony, the life story of the deceased is spoken over and over again until it is completely erased from the world of chaos. And this is also the last thing that chaos can give to those who leave its borders. Jurchen bowed his head with sadness in his face and said that they remember Imel Groshek, but they cannot bury him because he no longer exists. There was a painting of Imel on the wall, and Jurchen continued to say that eternal memories would now become food for the Tree of Illusions. All the people who were sitting in the hall listened to his words while he said that sooner or later they would forget Imel Groshek, so over the next week, while the ceremony was going on, they would remember him for the last time, and they would talk about him incessantly so that nothing remains at all. Jaewon began to squeeze his hand. He stood near the window, crossing his arms, thinking that now he knew the name of the man who had given him the position of caretaker of the fortress. His eyes were directed upward and shining with a bright yellow light, and he heard someone's dialogue that said that this foreigner in a uniform had become the new caretaker. He began to examine the people, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation, and they were talking about how such a young soul could really take the post of caretaker of the fortress since he was not even 100 years old. Ewan turned his gaze to the side because someone turned to him, saying that he would like to measure his strength with him. It was a girl in a purple dress. She was looking at our hero with a smirk in her eyes when suddenly another person approached him and called him. A man with a multicolored beard approached him and asked him that he was the new caretaker. The same girl in the dress tilted her gaze down because a man approached her who said that she was one step behind and addressed her as the leader of the Holy Maiden Guild, because it seems that the old raccoon from the Forest Guild of Scientists was already ahead of her. She raised her head proudly and said that she found it rather amusing, and then asked what his bets were, calling him a doctor. The old man looked forward with half-closed eyes and said with disdain that there would be something to bet on. Ewan was wearing a tight shirt and stood in front of that man with a multicolored beard. We are still in the hall where the funeral took place, and a man with a beard asks our hero how old he is, because in appearance he is quite young, to which he receives the answer that he is about 60 years old. He began to scratch his chin and said thoughtfully that the order of succession had apparently changed in the Gorgon fortress, and then asked him that he was the caretaker's son. Ewan could still hear the conversations of these people who looked at him with judgmental eyes, and this time they were already judging that man with a beard, because age does not matter at all. The man extended his hand to him, saying that he hoped they would get along. He had a gold tooth and his eyes were full of lies, and he introduced himself as the leader of the Forest Guild of Scientists, Jang Il-han. While the hero peered at him, he realized that there was a rumor that the new caretaker was a stranger, and finally Chan would be able to return all the humiliation that he had to endure 10 years ago. Chang Il-han knelt down and was told to obtain permission to form a new representative office in the Gorgon fortress. He remembered Carlton pointing his hand at him and telling him that he was under arrest for trying to bribe the guards. He remembered the laughing Imel, who said that he could not establish a representative office that traded in bribes and had problems with the law. The old raccoon was wrapped in glowing chains. Jang Il-han smiled disgustingly and realized that he had been cruelly rejected by the caretaker of the fortress, but now he was dead and the commander of the Northern Gate was in a hospital. He saw the main character extending his hand to him with a straight face, and he believed that he was just some weakling, so this chance was given to him by heaven. As soon as they shook hands, various effects began to appear around the old raccoon's hand. These same effects began to creep up Ewan's arm and then began to hit him directly in the forehead. A huge gate appeared behind him, and it was the ability of the old raccoon, the 8th gate of hell. These gates began to swing open, and steam came out of them. Immediately after the gate opened, the head of a huge, angry dragon emerged. Fire began to burn from the dragon's mouth, and then this fire began to fly straight at our hero. Everyone sitting in the hall looked at our hero and saw how these effects were creeping right into his brain, and said that he looked rather strange, and the old raccoon acted very vilely by using the 8th gate of hell on him. Chang Il-han used this magic on him and smiled with all the teeth he had, and also mentally asked him how the battle formation skill tasted to him, because he must now be watching the hellfire of the red dragon Tiamat. He believed that soon he would start screaming and begging for mercy, so he had to listen carefully. When suddenly he opened his eyes wide in great surprise, because the hero told him that there was an interesting greeting in the chaos. His hand trembled with fear. Yuan looked at him with a confident look and said that now he has to return the favor. Immediately after these words, he began to use his magic on the old raccoon, and he was so scared that he could even write it in words. Sparks began to shine from his eyes as he began to use his lost enchantment. A huge red eye appeared right above the old raccoon, scaring the living daylights out of him. He looked up and squealed in fear. The old man fell to his knees in fear. People looked at him kneeling in front of the new caretaker, and they did not understand what had happened to him, and were also very surprised that Yuan was able to break through the 8th gate of hell. While the old man was trembling with fear and looking at the floor, Yuan said that insulting the caretaker would result in public corporal punishment, but today he is kind, so he warned that Chang Il-han should not do that again. The girl in the purple dress looked at him with great surprise, wondering who he even was, and the doctor puffed out his cheeks, asking what that was all he did to him, because he expected the caretaker to stab him a couple of dozen times. After what happened in this room, they decided to continue and listen to the warden's welcoming speech. Yuan walked up to the lectern and prepared for his speech. The doctor looked at him with a frown and thought that the time had finally come for his welcoming speech, but for some reason he now had a bad feeling. The hero put his hands on the table, introducing himself as Javan, and said that he was the new caretaker of the Gorgon fortress, and added that he did not know Imel Groshek. Everyone there was in great shock from his words, because he said that he didn't even know what he did and how he lived his life. Even Captain Jahir stood with a blank look and a wide open mouth, while the caretaker said that he did not know what kind of caretaker Imel was, and he didn't know anything at all. Jurchen looked at him with a noticeable shock on his face. Yuan spoke all these words to a huge audience, saying that he does not care at all about the life of the previous caretaker, since he already knows that they are dissatisfied with him, because they must think that he is a mediocre newcomer since he became a caretaker pure coincidence. But he immediately admitted that there was some truth in this, because he himself, without wanting to, took this position. He began to scratch his hands with excitement and said that they were unhappy with the candidacy, and he was not interested in the position, and asked the question of how they would then be able to achieve the common good. He pointed at himself and said that he had already thought about this question for about 30 seconds and found a solution. The next thing he said was very motivational, so sparks were shining around him and as if he had already gained the authority of the people, and what he said was a proposal that whoever could defeat him one-on-one would become the new caretaker. He looked straight at this huge crowd and added that the one who manages to do this first will take his place. When suddenly someone hit the chair with a bandaged hand and started laughing furiously. It was a man with a headband and gray hair. He shouted that their new caretaker was brave and that Imel had chosen an incredible person, and this man's name with the headband was Cayman, and he was the leader of the South Sea Guild. Someone asked our hero that this was the only condition, to which he received the answer that, of course, there is one more, and that is that they have a month of time, and therefore whoever challenges him will be defeated by looking forward with a confident look. He said that he would be forced to join the expedition team into the depths, and the expedition itself would take place in 2 months. All the people who heard this were completely shocked by such a statement. They could not believe it. Jurchen began to remember how the main character was attacked. Then he remembered how the people stood before him, kneeling, and he decided that he believed in Jaewon. After all, he had saved the Gorgon fortress and was recognized as the now-deceased caretaker. Jurchen imagined this huge fortress, continuing to reflect on the fact that even despite his ridiculous decrees about the destruction or, conversely, the unification of chaos, he is ready to accept the challenge of anyone who wants to become a caretaker, and even despite the strange behavior during the welcoming speech, he decided to give he has a chance. We see various holiday decorations and signs with messages. 2 guys stood opposite each other, talking, and they both did not understand how a stranger could become a caretaker. And Jurchen thought that no matter how strange he was still a caretaker. The guards pointed to their feet with their hands and shouted for everyone to disperse, because passage further was strictly prohibited. A crowd of angry knights was banging on the door, shouting that they had been given a chance to fight the caretaker, so they should open the doors. When suddenly this door swings open, and from behind it you can hear the screams of that crowd. Jaehae pulled out a news report with a picture of a doctor in front of him and began shouting apologies for disturbing him so early, and then added that it seemed things had gone too far. At this time, Jurchen had cucumbers on his face and poured tea past the mug with surprise in his eyes. After such a statement, he immediately rushed forward along the corridor. He grabbed the door handles with his hands and began to swing the door open, and huge stacks of papers flew out of it. The minions who stood behind Jurchen were completely shocked, and he said with anger on his face that he had accumulated too much work. He walked straight towards him, stepping on sheets of paper. He approached Carlton, who was sitting at the table, all beaten up, and said that he couldn't just sit and pretend to be active in such a mess. As soon as he realized who was sitting at the table, he was very surprised and asked what he was doing here. Shouldn't he be in a hospital? And then he begins to get very angry because the caretaker has disappeared somewhere. His cry could be heard throughout the fortress. He asked where the caretaker had run away. We see a statue of Carlton which depicts meditation, and then this statue collapses into small particles due to the blow of the sword. The doctor looked at all the broken statues and said that he broke every single rare statue. He can even imagine how much it costs because just think, he trains on Carlton's collection. Ewan told the old man not to worry because he had developed a skill, and the old man asked what kind of skill it was. At this moment he begins to take a fighting stance, when suddenly a bright green aura begins to shine around him. The doctor looks at him with a surprised look and smiles, saying that the stance is more graceful than usual, because, judging by the movements of the sword, he must have been inspired by his blow. Ewan looked at him with half-closed eyes as he said that the name of this skill would be Chunu Strike, and the hero asked if he wanted him to test this strike on him. The doctor was very frightened, grabbing his sword, and shouted that it was just a wonderful name, and said that he had had enough, because he did whatever he wanted, not realizing that the heavens had their limits. Ewan held onto his sword and prepared some kind of attack while the doctor said that today he would bring him to his senses and become a caretaker. Immediately after these words, Ewan hit the doctor with his ball ability, but he still managed to jump away from the blow. This powerful blow flew straight into the wall, destroying it, and the old man was angry and shouted that he was also giving back, hadn't he been taught to respect adults. While the old man was shouting in displeasure, something fell down very loudly behind him. They both turned around in surprise, not understanding what had happened. We see someone's hand blazing with sparks of electricity. It was some guy with blue hair, so apparently Ewan's blow hit him right, and the old man recognized him and asked if he wasn't from the clan of the Thunder King. Steam was coming out of that guy's mouth, and his eyes were empty, and the old man was right after all. This is the leader of the Thunder King clan, Yun Young. We are transported some time back to the same room, where someone asks what he is sure about the fact that you are training here. The same leader of the Thunder clan put his hands on the ground and replied that they were already convinced of this. He began to look directly into the gap that was located above Ewan's training area. He noticed the caretaker swinging swords and said that this was a pretty good place for training. His hair and his whole body began to shine more strongly with sparks of lightning, and he himself thought that today he would become a caretaker. He raised his hand and began to charge some ability with his sparks, realizing that he did not care if they called him a coward, because for him, killing is the result of a fair fight. He began to smile because he imagined how he would win, but suddenly he was very surprised because Ewan's very same blow flew right into him. At the same moment, he sharply opens his eyes and gets very scared. He jumps out of bed and screams in fear. The doctor was right in front of his face and shouted that he had finally woken up, but this did not calm Yun at all, but on the contrary, scared him even more. They were in a huge room, and Yun asked why he was here, to which he received the answer that Yun had been such a bungler all his life, and the doctor knew that this day would come sooner or later. When suddenly he noticed Jaewon training and asked who he was, and the doctor replied that he was the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. The doctor turned away from him as he shouted that he was not heard of in the Great Lands or in all the chaos. The old man simply winked at him silently. He started looking at Ewan's training and said that there was no point in recognizing him. Ewan looked forward confidently. The old man looked in surprise at how he was shining with a bright aura. Ewan stands under the starry sky in the middle of a destroyed building, and the doctor adds that everything connected with him makes no sense. Yun looked at him with great confusion in his eyes. Ewan turned his gaze to Yun because he shouted to him that this does not count as a victory. At this moment, Yun again glowed with bright blue auras, sparks, and said that he holds victory if they try again, because how could a future caretaker attack so cowardly from behind cover? Ewan turned his head at him, sweat dripping from his chin, and agreed to fight again. He waved his hand at him and told him to try to attack him again. This made Yun angrier than ever, so the veins on his cheeks bulged. He rushed to attack him in a very short period of time. He struck with his 2 daggers, but our hero simply dodged them. Yun said with a crazy look that he was faster than he looked. He swung his 2 electric swords and shouted to try and dodge. Ewan looked at him with a confident look and half-closed eyes. he saw a huge thunderstorm flying towards him. This whirlwind broke the entire floor beneath it, throwing stones in all directions. Yoon's legs also glowed with electricity, but Yoon simply jumped away from this blow, to which Yoon made a dissatisfied sound. His hair began to shine more than ever, and he said that he had not intended to resort to such measures, but he would have to. Magic energy began to appear behind his sword. Literally a second later, a huge flash of lightning appeared there. It was the power of the Thunder King. Yoon looked at him with a distraught look, thinking that he would end them with the power of the Thunder King, but Yoon just happened to be behind him at that moment, which surprised him greatly. He then said that this skill takes too long. Behind Yoon, a flash of Yoon's magical power began to appear. We see the door slowly open, leaving a trail of dust behind it. The same Yoon stood right in the doorway with a huge bump on his head and a smile on his face. He said that the caretaker had struck down the leader of the Thunder King's party, and that was their latest news. The doctor sat next to Yoon and said it was a great job. Yoon then looked at him with trust in his eyes and said that he had the support of the strongest. We see a picturesque Japanese house, and it is narrated from Yoon's point of view that it took him exactly 100 years to get there. We see several servants sitting on their knees as important people pass by, and Yoon himself was a member of one of the 5 famous squads of the Great Lands, the Yuan Squad. He bowed his head and looked down with weariness on his face like all the other minions. He recalled how he bowed his head to the ground and his hands were still covered in wounds. He remembered how they beat him, because he was not a member of the detachment at all, but an ordinary servant. Standing among the crowd, he was very emaciated, and it is said that the players who cleared the tower also became members of the squad, deciding to spend the rest of their lives together, but ultimately they all died, some on the battlefield and some from overwork. He looked straight into the soul, and it is said that he labored for 100 years, watching his comrades die, but miraculously managed to survive. He remembered how a thumb had been touched to his forehead, and with the trust he had earned over time, he was able to gain official status as a minister, and it was then that he challenged his fate. He looked up with a fingerprint on his forehead and realized he wasn't going to live like this. We see some sealed door and, betraying his hard-earned trust, he stole Yuan's secret treasures. That same treasure was a huge magic ball, and he acquired the highest level skill Lightning God. In his hands was the very magic of the Lightning God, and this skill rejuvenated the cells of his body the moment it was appropriated to him. His hair changed color, and all the wounds and abrasions began to disappear immediately, because this skill transferred knowledge to him for further use. This was the treasure of the Yuan detachment. Of course, Yuan pursued him for 20 years, and was eventually beheaded. Now he is already standing and looking forward with a grin on his face, because after being called into chaos, he managed to take 9th place in one of the 100-year-old squads with the help of the Lightning God. He looked ahead with great anger. He remembered how Yuan was right behind him, and realized that this guy had not even lived hundreds of years, but became a caretaker. Yuan looked forward with a dissatisfied but confident look. He remembered the doctor when he asked him how this guy could become a caretaker, because does that make any sense? To which he received the answer that he would not be able to understand him. He looked at the doctor with surprise on his face and decided that he, who perfectly understood the feeling of despair after an expedition into the depths, was now smiling. We see Yoon's dissatisfied face. He was right next to the doctor, and the doctor told him that he could count himself lucky in this fight. Yoon touched the statue, and the doctor continued to say that he met this guy before he knew true despair. Yoon was still upset and just looked up, and the doctor said that he couldn't seem to figure out what was so special about him. And he said that a week ago the Gorgon fortress was almost captured by a detachment of Golden Skies. These words interested Yoon very much, so he looked forward with wide open eyes. He immediately turned to him and simply remained silent, waiting for the story to continue. The doctor bowed his head sadly and said that he could not say exactly how he managed to win everyone over to his side, but it seemed that they had been preparing for this for a long time. He imagined all these people being against themselves. He immediately remembered how Yoon raised his sword up and used a huge beam of magic. He said that to those who saved the Gorgons from destruction and defeated the king who possessed the body of the caretaker, he remembered how Jaewon struck down a huge dragon with one blow. I also remembered how they all stood on bended knee in front of Yoon, because the one who saved them was him, their new caretaker. Yoon looked at him with a very surprised look and couldn't believe it. He then shouted to him in fear as to why he couldn't have told him about it earlier, to which the old man replied that it was not he who attacked him without even giving him a chance to say it. Suddenly someone approaches both of them, and they are very surprised by this. Kaiman came to them along with the head of the squad, who had red and white hair. It was the leader of the Fiery King's squad, Gan Hwan, and he said, grabbing his sword, that he had come with the leader of the South Sea squad so he could start the fight already. Gan stood in front of him, holding his sword, while Yuan said that it wasn't necessary at all. Looking at him with half-closed eyes and an underestimating look, he added that they could attack him together. The two were very surprised by these words, while he said that he was honing his technique, so he did not have so much time to fight individually. Yun grabbed hold of the doctor in fear as he closed his eyes and said that it seemed like a lot of people were going to get hurt today. Gan, moving his foot away, said that then he would regret his words. He had a bright smile on his face and thought he would win it. He charged while his sword was on fire. The entire blade was engulfed in bright flames. The blade of this sword passed right next to Yuan's eyes, but at the last moment, Yuan dodges this blow, and the blow goes right over his head. A huge fiery beam crashes into the wall and destroys it. The doctor begins to shout at him with displeasure, asking why he decided to burn the entire hall, but Yun understands that in this state he will not hear him at all. Gan bared his teeth during the fight, and he hit Yuan directly, but he blocked his blow. Gan began to laugh furiously, asking that he was afraid of the flame of his sword. Yuan raised his fist, saying that he was not afraid of its flames at all. Immediately after these words, he struck his sword with his fist with terribly great force. Then he began to grab his sword, and with an arrogant tone he slowly said that he would tell later whether he was afraid of his blow. Gan was very frightened by these words and his blow. Yuan simply put his foot forward. He was stretching his arms, and in front of him there was a huge hole in the wall, and he said that the use of force was still not easy for him. Yun's jaw almost dropped to the floor, and the doctor covered his face with his hat, asking how he could explain this to Jurchen later, when suddenly Kamen began to pull his sword straight out of the floor, turning it into water. At the place where he took out his sword, there was still a puddle of water that gave off a blue aura. Yuan looked at him sideways while they said that Gang Hwan was fine now. He turned his head displeasedly at Kaiman and told them to attack together. Kamen bowed his head and said that he could not stand fire. Drops of water ran down his arm from behind his sword. He placed this sword on his shoulder, saying that then they should fight while the rain fell around him. They looked at each other with a sparkle in their eyes. On top of the Nick stood Chan with coal, from which 2 chains had been cut off, and they still looked at each other. Yuan looked ahead with half-closed eyes and thought that first electricity, then fire, and now water. It reminded him a lot of Pokemon. He peered at Kaiman, who was looking at him with a confident look, and realized that he looked stronger than his 2 previous opponents. Yuan lunged forward. He hit it with all his strength with his sword, but it blocked his blow. Kaiman's eyes glowed blue. Sparks flew everywhere from their blows. Yuan looked at him while those same sparks flew past him, and realized that this guy was somehow different from everyone else. There was a bright trace coming from Kaiman's eyes, and Yuan thought that he was not just carelessly rushing forward like the others, but that he was in control. Kaiman swings his sword sharply. He hits the ground with all his might so that the entire floor cracks and flies up. But suddenly something really surprised him, and that was that Yuan dodged such a blow and was right above his head. Yuan, falling down, prepared an attack. But Kaiman continued to block all of his attacks, causing sparks and effects to fly everywhere. Kaiman suddenly jumps to the side as a huge fire whirlwind appears right below him, which he dodges. Kaiman jumps to the side and stops thanks to his legs. He looked forward as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek and laughed awkwardly. He looked at Jaewon, behind whom there were huge ruins, and said that if he had been hit, only chips would have remained from him. Yuan still turned to look at him with a sparkle in his eyes as he said that he lost. Kaiman began to put his sword away, and Yuan told him that he still had not shown what he was capable of, but he replied that it was already clear to him how it would end. With a smile on his face, he said that since he lost, they could talk about going into the depths. Gan began to furiously shout at Yun, asking how he could even lose to him. The doctor sat next to him on a barrel and said with a smile that why was he blaming him, he'd better blame himself for the defeat. They were all sitting next to each other and Yun asked what they were going to do about it. Gan looked askance at Yuan while Yun said that they had lost, so they would have to join the expedition team into the depths. Yuan was surprised because Kaiman said that he came here for this anyway. Kaiman looked forward with a smile and they asked him that he was not joking and that he really came for this. He said that it was so. Gan looked at him with sparkles in his eyes and thought that this really looked like him. He recalled how Kaiman stood near the crowd of knights with a bandage and reflected that, being the best friend of the former caretaker of the fortress Imel, he could not join the first trip into the depths because he was not strong enough. He immediately remembered everything that was in these depths, remembered how the defeated knights returned. Kaiman looked forward in shock, his eyes trembling. Kaiman reached straight for the doctor, and at that moment he saw the disintegration of the expedition team into the depths. He looked forward with confidence in his eyes and thought that this happened 900 years ago, and he sharpened his knife just for this day. He turned to the doctor and said that he was planning to join the expeditionary force in the near future anyway. The old man began to take off his hat, asked for what purpose the Fire King came. He crossed his arms and said that he lost anyway, so he had no choice. The doctor turned to Yoon and asked what he would do, to which he replied that he had already made his decision. At that same second he rushed forward at high speed. Yuan looked at him with wide open eyes while they shouted at Yun's back, "Where is he running?" The doctor reaches out to him and yells at him not to fight him again. Yun ran forward and shouted Yuan's name. As soon as he ran up, Yuan was about to draw his sword, but he just fell to his knees. The entire trio was in complete shock at what he had just done. But here, on his knees, and thrust his head to the floor, he shouts that from now on he is the leader of the Lightning God Squad, swears to honestly serve and obey him. Yuan, with complete confusion on his face, just stares and remains silent. But after a while he says that he shouldn't swear allegiance. Yun, with his face buried in the floor, shouts that he guarantees his loyalty and he is even ready to die for him. Yuan looked at him and said that he was already dead. Yun was upset by these words. While there was a hole in the roof of this hall, his cries of prayer could be heard everywhere, so that they would accept him because he was ready to be even a simple captain. The doctor doesn't understand what he's talking about, what kind of acceptance. Yun tearfully continues to say that he will not steal secret treasures, and yet he stole the lightning god art after being accepted into the clan. The doctor looked at him and shouted that he was the leader of the lightning god squad, so how could he say such things about his squad? He began to get up from the ground, and his hands were shaking a little. Kamen and Gan listened to him attentively. He bowed his head and said that the lightning god squad no longer existed in chaos. The doctor, sitting on a barrel, asked in surprise what he meant by this. How could he not exist? Yuan was also imbued with this situation, so he bowed his head with sadness on his face while Yun said that there were only 7 survivors left, including him. Yun cried like a child and trembled, shouting that the lightning god squad was destroyed a week ago. They all watched as he knelt and cried as he spoke those words. He looked forward with a very upset face. Water was dripping from the cauldron in which the fire had previously burned. The old man scratched his chin and looked at the floor, repeating his words that the lightning god squad had disintegrated. Yun, being very upset, replied that it was true. There was still a puddle of water in that room from Kamen's ability. Asterisk asked when this happened, and Yun repeated that, as he said, it happened a week ago. The doctor bowed his head, saying that the lightning god squad had disintegrated, and at the same time, the Gorgon Fortress announced the selection of a new caretaker. He remembered the new caretaker's welcoming speech. He imagined Yun looking through the gap above the hall and saying that he had come here to get the position of caretaker, having convinced himself of victory in advance. Immediately, he remembered how Yuan stood right behind Yun and said that as soon as he tried to throw the first blow, he was broken. He remembered Yun's frightened look. The doctor looked at him with half-closed eyes and added that the detachment was destroyed and he could not become a caretaker. And now he asks to see the caretaker himself, not knowing where else to go. After these words, Yun beamed like a child and shouted that it was so, and the doctor said that he had apparently lost all shame. Kamen stood with his arms crossed as the doctor said that the lightning god squad had disbanded a week ago, so why had there been no rumors about it at all? And Kamen added that even considering the distance between Manticore and the Gorgons, 1 week was too long. Yun looked at the doctor and said that, according to him, the caretaker saved the Gorgon Fortress. The old man frowned and looked at him, saying that he had already told about this, because this boy saved them from the Golden Heaven Squad. When suddenly he realized what he was hinting at. Yun. Gan, with a worried expression on his face, asked rhetorically what the Golden Heaven Squad had done, and Kamen replied that it couldn't be so because the disorder of the fortress a week ago was caused by the actions of the Golden Heaven Squad. The doctor lowered his hat onto his face, saying that the Golden Heaven Squad destroyed the Lightning God Squad. Yun looked at the floor, confirming his words. He looked up and said that they were not the only ones who suffered in this battle. The 2 flags were burning from the fire and were completely broken, and he said that the Shadow Squad was the 3rd rank and the Heavenly Dragon Squad was the 1st rank. Someone is sitting on the edge of a building while a fire blazes ahead of them, and Yun added that no one was able to resist the Golden Heaven Squad. The town was burning with fire while ninjas in purple robes were jumping on the roofs of buildings. Gan and Kamen were stunned by this information. The doctor looked at Yun and asked what happened to Manticore Castle then. Yun remembered this castle, which was all cracked and destroyed, and said that it was completely captured by the Golden Heaven Squad exactly a week ago. The doctor frowned and looked at the floor, saying that now everything was clear to him, and it was simply impossible to hide this information for a whole week. Manticore Castle was covered in some kind of purple shell. This shell was created by several magicians, and the doctor said that this means that the Golden Sky detachment that captured Manticore's castle is controlling the skill system and blocking communication. These mages put their hands forward, using their magic to create a shell. Gan grabbed his head and said that he didn't understand anything at all. Yun looked at the floor while Gan asked what they wanted to say, that as many as 3 squads were destroyed at the same time, and it was all the rank 10 Golden Heaven Squad that did it. Kamen looked to the side and scratched his chin as Yun confirmed his words, then Kamen added that he heard that the Golden Heaven Squad was growing in strength, but he does not understand how they managed to become so powerful in just a couple of years that they could take control of an entire Manticore castle. They all turned to Ewan with a blank face, because he asked that the lower the rank, the greater the power. Ewan looked down and there was no emotion on his face. Yun peered at him for a long time. Yun decided to joke with sarcasm, saying that he only realized it now. Immediately, Ewan began to seethe with anger, asking what. After this, everyone was scared out of their wits because they saw Ewan's condition. It was as if he had turned into a demon with glowing red eyes, and Yun was trying to justify himself. He clasped his hands and started shouting that he would explain everything if only he would spare him. Ewan calmed down and stood with his arms crossed, and Yun wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that he had survived. The doctor laughed at him, saying that he still managed to escape death. Yun began to narrate that there were only 4 great castles and 10 detachments, and they were usually called the 10 chaos detachments. We see several elements of power, and Yun continued to say that these 10 squads are different, because each squad has a different rank from 1 to 10. It represents in the form of a pyramid from the 1st to the 10th level, and the 1st rank unit is the most powerful, and the 10th rank is considered the weakest and is very different from the 1st, just as the 1st rank is different from the 3rd. Gan held his head while Yun sat on the floor and said that the 9th rank Lightning God Squad, the 3rd rank Shadow Squad, and the 1st rank Heavenly Dragon Squad were defeated by the 10th rank Golden Heaven Squad, which is how they also captured Manticore. He began to bite his lips, saying that he did not know whose support they had enlisted, but he was sure that someone was definitely behind it. Ewan looked down and remained silent, reflecting on this group of golden skies. He realized how he had met the people from the nightmare and was standing right in front of them. And at first he thought that they were just ordinary people maintaining contact with nightmares. He looked at Yun and realized that, however, they had tried to capture the Gorgon fortress and had already captured Manticore. They were storming the fortresses one by one, as they most likely had the same goal. The man with a beard looked forward and said that if he talked about the nightmare, his life would lose meaning. He introduced a man in a yellow robe and said that if he found out, he would be in trouble. Ewan peered down and wondered if the nightmares and he were in the Manticore castle. Ewan looked forward with a very confident look and was preparing to act, when suddenly we see huge drops of blood dripping onto the floor. We also see the severed head of the king. Some guy covered himself with a fan and was told that they had failed to get the guard's horn, but he replied that nothing could be done about it. The king and his guards lie on the ground, headless, while this guy with a fan lies on his throne. He had wide eyes and a star in the middle of his forehead. It was the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad, Lim Jin Hong. Yun stands on the inscription with his hand on it and says that he is glad to welcome everyone who is new to Chaos, and asked a rhetorical question about what the 10 Chaos sects are. We see a battlefield and a huge number of balls, and Yun said that this is the name of the main Chaos squads that arose 900 years ago, when the first squad was assembled in the depths. We see 3 squad leaders, and each squad has its own leader in addition to the leaders. The squad also has a deputy and a sergeant major, whom you may remember from previous actions. We see a bloody hand, and Yun continues, Mr. Ewan is too strong, but the squad leaders are no slouch, they can kill dozens of high-level souls. We are shown Gan, Kaiman and Yun himself says not to forget that the lower the number, the more powerful the squad. He runs forward with a smile on his face and points his finger up, saying that the strongest leaders will appear soon, so you need to watch this video carefully. He began to whisper in his ear, saying that the Lightning God squad was the best, and the old man interrupted him and said that, in fact, his squad was destroyed. We are transported to the Manticore fortress. The purple-robed ninjas say that they captured the leader of the Sky Dragon squad, but first cut off his ankles. Lim began to take out a small dagger as he was told that the leader of the Shadow squad was still fighting. He began to twirl this dagger on his finger after hearing that the Shadow leader would soon surrender. He threw these daggers directly at the king's lying head. He began to bite into the apple that had his drool dripping down it and asked if he had managed to catch the leader of the Lightning God squad. One of the guys replied that not yet, and at that very second a dagger stabbed into his shoulder. This dagger pierced him right through. The boy grabbed his shoulder and trembled in pain and begged for mercy. While eating an apple, he shouted that he had had enough. There was blood on the second ninja's cheek and Lim asked where he ran off to. He was told that, most likely, to the Gorgon fortress. While eating an apple, he looked up, thinking that he had not expected the leaders to start uniting as soon as he took over Manticore. He looked up, thinking about this Gorgon fortress. He imagined a new caretaker in his mind, because he heard that some crazy person had appeared in Gorgon, who was recruiting people for an expeditionary force to the depths, playing for the position of the fortress's caretaker. He could not at all think that people with such ambitions remained in the chaos, and he sent troops there that were somewhat smaller than in Manticore. A squad of his ninjas is running along Gorgon's roof. He remembered a man in a white suit named Mine, who was doing everything possible to strengthen his position. He looks ahead, continuing to be in thought, and realized that now a meeting with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness seems absurd to him, and said the command screen. A huge screen appeared in front of him, on which Ewan was visible. He peered at Yuan and asked, "Is the new caretaker's name Yuan?" He was told that it was so. He moved closer to the screen and realized that it reminded him of someone. Suddenly, a huge letter appeared on this screen. He leaned back in his chair dissatisfied, shouting that a message had arrived from the monarch of pitch darkness, and, most likely, he would again ask to work on a product that had deviated from the plan. The king's corpse lay on the steps and there was a large screen in front of him, and he asked why they should be held accountable for the system's error. He started tapping his fingers on the chair. Suddenly, the guy who was pierced with a dagger trembled and said that each time what was happening seemed more and more meaningless to him. There was a huge pool of blood under his feet, and he said that perhaps some product was able to kill the tower cultivator. The second ninja watched as he trembled and blood dripped from him. Suddenly, Lim began to laugh furiously, baring his teeth, and shouted that they wanted to destroy the tower itself and come to chaos. At the same moment, he threw another dagger right at the head of this ninja. There was a small hole on the screen from a dagger flying through it. This hole began to close, and Lim was very unhappy, asking if there was any sense in all this. The guy lying on the ground began to evaporate while Lim said that this was simply ridiculous and, most likely, he must be just crazy. He continued to take a bite of the apple and stood up from the throne as he was asked what they should do with the leader of the Lightning God Squad if he fled to the Gorgon Fortress, which Lim ordered them to do. He raised his head up and, with teeth sharp as fangs, began to lick the apple core. We see a crest depicting Libra, and one of the ninjas says that he heard that the leaders of all 10 squads began to converge on the Gorgon Fortress as soon as they heard the news of the choice of a new caretaker. Lim said that he was going to deal with them anyway in the name of unifying chaos, so this is even to their advantage. He held an apple core in his teeth, and his eyes had very narrow pupils, and he said that the Gorgon Fortress would soon be overrun by the dead. He looked up with that crazy look. He began to remember how there was a huge red aura around the Gorgon Fortress, and thought that exactly a week ago the fortress was infected by an evil entity. He imagined a madman with red eyes and fangs, calling him the King of Disaster. He sat back on the throne, continuing to think that traces of his presence had quickly disappeared, but the descent of the king was not the worst thing. He began to smile very madly, saying that the dead call upon their own kind, so now all the inhabitants of Chaos will understand why the king is called a disaster. We are taken back to Yuan's hall, where there was a hole in the wall, and someone says that it turns out that someone is patronizing the Golden Sky Squad. They all sat on the floor in one circle and said that one of the monarchs of the Great Lands was behind this. Yun looked at them and said that this could not be, because monarchs are forbidden to interfere in the affairs of chaos, but no one else could sponsor such a powerful organization. Gan recalled the 100 Swords battlefield and said that there were rumors that a war had broken out in the Great Lands, and it was possible that someone would use this as an opportunity to interfere in politics. So why don't they contact the Renaissance Palace? Cayman was very surprised by this. He was a little worried, because he remembered the same Liberation Palace that shone brightly in the middle of the night, and it was said that the Renaissance Palace was the resurrection site of the monarchs of the 5 noble families and the members of the organization who owned the fruits. Gan sat opposite the doctor and said that if at least one monarch dared to intervene, then this did not mean that he had broken his oath. The doctor began to scratch his mustache, saying that, perhaps, for the removal of the fruits for the Renaissance Palace, the monarchs and members of the 5 noble families swore that they would no longer interfere in the political affairs of chaos. Gan raised his head and started shouting that they needed to raise this issue. Cayman crossed his arms, saying that they had no evidence, and moreover, he did not want to ask for help. He said this with a very confident face, but with a dissatisfied look. Gan looked at the floor, thinking about this, and Yun raised his head in surprise, listening to what Cayman was saying, namely, what they were going to do if it turned out that the creator of the Renaissance was not on their side. The doctor lowered his hand to the floor, still holding his hand on the ground. He looked up and said that everything was much more serious than they thought, so what should they do now? He presented the castle of Manticore and said that it had been captured, and the 3 leaders of the 10 squads had also been captured. Yuan looked down with a blank look and listened to what they were saying. And they said that if this continues, then very soon there will be a war. And Yuan said that it does not matter because they are their enemies with whom they will still have to fight. The doctor was very unhappy with the acceptance of this fact. Immediately the doctor remembered the words of Jurchen, who said that it seems that the caretaker is trying to leave his post by uniting chaos and getting rid of enemies. Because if there is no fortress, there will be no caretaker. The doctor looked from under his brows with a very serious and frowning look. The sky was visible through the hole in the ceiling, and the doctor asked Yuan, is he really going to unite chaos? To which he receives the answer that this is not at all the same as capturing the 4 fortresses. The doctor sat and escalated the atmosphere, saying that the Renaissance Palace was a much more terrible enemy than all the leaders combined. He introduced huge riders on horses, who were equipped with armor of the highest quality. Yuan stood with Christie in his arms, and they told him that he would not succeed with such abilities. The old man looked down, adding that there are things in the world that simply cannot be done alone, no matter how strong a person is. The sun's rays began to break through this hole in the ceiling. These rays of the sun began to reflect from the weapons that stood on the racks. Ewan looked at the old man and said that it doesn't matter at all, because that's why he's here. Ewan looked at him with a very hopeful and confident look. Ewan's face was illuminated by the sun's rays. The old man looked at him in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, the main character stated that, as Chingguo said, he does not have enough experience and he has not lived that long. Ewan pointed out that it makes no difference if there is an old man. Confused, Chingguo asked about when he said he would go with Ewan. Looking at him, the main character asked if he would go. The old man was upset by what he heard. Frowning, Chingguo noted in his thoughts that he could not believe that this brat, who was not even 60, was giving him such a feeling. Ewan crossed his arms, looked at Yun and Gan and said that this applies to them too. They also heard everything, noting that he is not just gathering a detachment for an expedition. The main character presented a map with all the kingdoms and stated that his goal is to unite all chaos. An image of a palace appeared in Ewan's head. The main character said that then he plans to raise the Resurrection Palace, which stole the fruit 900 years ago. Jaewon said with a serious look that after this their expedition would begin. He noted that all he needed were comrades who would work together and achieve common goals. Sitting on the ground, they listened carefully to Ewan. The main character noted that if they are not sure, they can leave and he does not hold anyone back. Kamen asked what Ewan would do if none of them helped him. Standing in front of him, the main character replied that then he would do it himself. He asked Ewan if he had been told that such a thing was simply impossible. A dark aura hovered around the main character. He stated that he would make this possible. They were taken aback by what they heard. Kamen started laughing loudly. Pointing his finger at himself, he said with a smile that he would follow the Castellan, noting that he would go to the abyss or to the palace, and he would follow him anywhere. An enthusiastic Yun said that his words are the same and he feels in the guise of Ewan. Sighing, the main character stated that he told him that he did not like this. Standing near the wall, Ewan asked what about the Fire King. Putting his hand to his head, Gan replied that he had not decided yet. They looked at him in bewilderment. He started shouting that his reaction was the most normal among them. Gan asked if they knew anything about the main character that they so blindly accepted his offer. Stretching out his hand, the King of Fire admitted that he was not sure that Jaewon would be able to lead an expedition into the abyss, noting that he had little experience and the enemies were too strong. Gan said that he just wants the Castellan to prove to them that he is worthy. The main character looked down and thought. Jaewon imagined standing in front of 3 shapes of people. The Fire King revealed that Gorgon has 6 leaders. Gan said with a serious look that apart from the 3 of them, if the 3 remaining recognized him, then he would also recognize him. Ewan calmly replied that he agreed. Taken aback, the King of Fire asked in his thoughts whether this was possible. The main character said that he has a condition. Ewan walked towards Gan. The Fire King asked about the condition. Standing in front of them, the protagonist stated that if he was to be recognized by Gan, then he should be recognized by him. The King of Fire asked how they could do this. Ewan replied with a serious look that the tournament would help them with this. The main character announced that he was organizing a tournament with the position of the Castellan at stake. The Gorgon leaders were taken aback by what they heard. Ewan stated that Gan needs to make it into the top 8. Standing with a calm face, the main character said that this was his condition, after which he would recognize the King of Fire and accept his test. Hitting the ground with his hand, Gan asked what it all meant. Kaiman stated that this is logical and the fact that they are among the top 10 does not mean that they are the strongest in chaos. He asked when the tournament would start. Violet streams of energy were heard throughout the building. Ewan replied that he was starting. Jurchen, shrouded in dark mana, opened the doors and called the Castellan. The enraged castle commander handed over the letter. Looking at him, the main character stated that he could tell that it had already begun. Jurchen's letter said that anyone who wants Jaewon's position should act. The main character read that the first Gorgon tournament will begin and selection by elimination starts today. Sunlight illuminated the castle. Putting his hands to his forehead, the castle commander sighed. Grinning, Jaher noted that the Castellan clearly already had some kind of plan in store. Hitting the table, Jurchen asked what the other plan was. The commander of the castle reported that the situation was already worse than ever. An image appeared in Jurchen's head of how a crowd of mercenaries captured the soldiers. The commander of the castle said that the outer fortress is already full of these big guys from Chaos, and those who are trying to see them. Jurchen noticed that all the checkpoints are now parked, and they are trying to confirm the identity of people. Looking at the castle commander, Carlton suggested that he did not like the Castellan's decision. Closing his eyes, Jurchen replied that it was not a matter of personal preference, but a matter of principle. Carlton asked with interest whether the policy could not be adopted without a meeting if, in the event of an emergency, the majority agreed to it. He noted that the castellan had already received the consent of the majority. With his palms folded, the castle commander replied that this was true since the majority of the 5 leaders who agreed. He looked at the people sitting opposite him. Continuing his speech, Jurchen stated that the majority of the 5 or 3 of them who had been appointed recently. Carlton, Jair and Claire listened attentively to the speech of the castle commander. The commander of the castle imagined how people ran away from powerful magical blows. Jurchen noted in his thoughts that during the battle situation, 4 of the 5 leaders in charge of the inner fortress were killed and the remaining leader was left disabled by the end of the battle. He noted that taking this opportunity, the protagonist appointed leaders from his circle. The castle commander imagined Claire standing by a pile of gold coins. She was appointed head of the finance department. In Jurchen's head there was an image of Jahar holding a shield. He became the head of the security service. The castle commander imagined Carlton standing at the table with a wooden hammer in his hands. He was appointed head of law enforcement agencies. Jurchen said in his thoughts that this is why all matters go without worries. The castle commander wondered how a second-tier opportunist who had been a bad girl in the past was going to manage his finances. Frowning, Claire suggested that the castle commander had problems with the castellan's policies. She asked if Jurchen knew what values this policy created. Looking at her, the castle commander asked about the valuables. Claire said she was talking about values and asked if Jurchen looked down on her just because she owned a bar. Putting his hand to his chin, the castle commander began to deny her words. She stated that this is what his facial expression tells her. She imagined mountains of gold coins behind her. Claire said that money will definitely be collected where people gather. She said that Gorgon is currently experiencing the largest surge in visitors due to the tournament being held there. Rays of sun were shining through the windows. Claire asked if Jurchen knew where the tournament was. The castle commander replied that he had not confirmed this yet. Claire said about the northern kiosk street in the outer fortress. Taken aback, Jurchen asked again and said that it was the same one. She replied that it was the street where everything was destroyed during the attack. Claire imagined people clearing away the ruins. She reported that townspeople who had lost their jobs repaired them and worked as assistants during the tournament. Putting his hand to his face, Jurchen noted in his thoughts that he knew about the tournament, but did not expect that Ewan would find the necessary manpower in such a place. Claire said with a serious face that in the current situation, the fort's losses amounted to 12,787,000,000 horns. She asked about how the castle commander thought what their profit was for the last 2 days of this tournament. Watching her, Jurchen replied that according to his information, they were still analyzing it. Claire slammed her hand on the table. She cried out with delight that the profit was only 13,280,000,000 horns. Claire asked about who knows how much the amount would be if she added residual income. Jurchen was taken aback by what he heard. She asked why he was so dumbfounded. Claire began to get up from the table. She said that whether in this world or any other world, counting money was her job. She was illuminated by the rays of the sun from the window. Claire stated that she was not sure what the castellan wanted to do. Sunlight fell on the sheath of the protagonist. Claire revealed that she doesn't know if Ewan will actually form a group for the expedition or wage war on all of Chaos. She said she knew one thing for sure. The main character watched as tree leaves fell on his shoulder. He watched from a cliff outside the city. Claire stated that Chaos would change from now on. A huge whale was swimming in the water. The water was illuminated by the sun's rays. The plot takes us to the south of Chaos, to the vast ocean, to the southern castle located in this region, the Dryad. Vegetation grew on the stone columns. The area was under the sun's rays. The plot tells us that this is a natural fortress made from the branches and secretions of the Dryad's guardian plant horn, created by absorbing water from the vast ocean. The girl put her hand to the vine and turned to the Dryad. The plot introduces us to the castellan of the Dryads, Aisha Lindkrop. Sitting on a tree trunk, she said that changes were coming. Aisha closed her eyes. She used a top-level skill. Opening her eyes, she began to exude blue energy. Aisha used clairvoyance. She looked at the stone mountain. Her gaze fell on the black outline. Aisha was taken aback by what she saw. She saw the image of a huge ghoul. Aisha wondered why the ghouls were heading to Gorgon. She emphasized the fact that it was a walking Margit, one of the 3 great ghouls. The monster's eye glowed red. He glanced at Aisha. She was taken aback by what she saw. Looking down, she sighed loudly. Aisha stated that she must tell Castellan Gorgon this. She extended her hand forward. The blue bird flew up. The plot takes us to northern Gorgon Street. Loud screams were heard in the area. The audience in the arena cheered loudly. A man sitting in the stands noted that in just 3 days they reached the top 16. The plot introduces us to the leader of the primitive world sect, Shin Mujek. He observed what was happening and said that everything was moving too quickly. He turned his gaze to Chingao. The old man told him that it was all because of Gang Hwen. Chingao noticed that he went on a rampage during the preliminary fights, spewing fire from everywhere and trying to kill everyone. Mujik said that he and the old man had not seen each other for a long time. Chingyo, holding his hat, reciprocated his feelings. The old man was suddenly taken aback. He observed Mujik's aura. Smirking, Chingyo noted that he had not wasted any time and could see that he had become stronger. Observing the old man, Mujik said that he could say the same about him. Powerful explosions were heard on the battlefield. Chingyo said that he didn't expect this from Mujik anyway. Gan fought with the warrior. The old man noted that he did not participate in the tournament, despite how much he loved to fight. Mujik said with a serious look that he loves fair fights and lets such dirt pass through. Chuckling, Chingyo said that Gang H1 would start spewing fire again if he heard Mujik. The Fire King swung his axe. He sent a powerful stream of fire. The fire destroyed everything in its path. Smirking, Gan wondered in his mind if he had gotten her. He suddenly became numb. The knight fell from the air directly towards him. The Fire King watched her with his head raised. A powerful blow was heard in the arena. Clouds of dust rose. The girl held a blade to Gan's head. The crowd started screaming that Gang H1 lost. Frowning, Mujik noted that her movements seemed very familiar and it was like putting his hand to his chin. The old man interrupted him and declared that this was his skill. Chingyo imagined the image of a man behind a girl. The old man said that this is the Steel Monarch Hoyu Blue Cloud stage. Surprised, Mujik asked what Hoyu's subordinate had forgotten there. Chingyo watched what was happening with interest and noted that he was also surprised. The knight left the battlefield. The old man said that the monarchs were hatching some kind of conspiracy and that's all he knew. Jaher held the microphone and talked about how the top 16 was over and they were moving on, noting that this was the quarterfinal they had all been waiting for. Taken aback, Mujik asked if they were starting already and if it was too early. Smiling, Chingyo replied that it was all due to the Castellan's impatient nature. The warrior began to enter the battlefield. The spectators shouted with delight that it was finally the turn of the leader of the sect of the Learned Forest and they couldn't wait. The warrior waved his fan. The plot introduces us to the leader of the sect of the Scientific Forest, Jugemen. He stood on the battlefield with a grin. The audience wondered if they would witness the abilities of Chaos's finest strategist. Chingyo watched him with interest. Juge looked at the old man. Chingyo began to have a dark aura. He asked if he blinked as a greeting. The old man suggested that he could use a good thrashing. Frowning, Mujik asked to control himself, noting that Juge is not even 400. Jan took off his cape. Smiling, Chingyo said that Mujik was right. The main character grabbed his blade. The old man stated that Yuan would do it for him. He stood in front of Juge. They made eye contact. He turned to the Castellan and reported that he had heard about his plan, but it was impossible. Observing the battlefield, Mujik asked if this guy was the new Castellan. Chingyo replied that it was. Mujik narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Yuan and Juge. Looking at the face of the main character, Mujik noted in his thoughts that he would be very surprised if he defeated Jugeman. Looking at the old man, he said that it was strange and Yuan's energy was similar to his. Mujik asked if the main character was his student by chance. Smiling, Chingyo asked about the student. Yuan swung his blade. The public was shocked. Mujik was taken aback by what he saw. Jurchen watched what was happening. Juge was hit by the protagonist's blow. Yuan looked at Juge, who was slammed into the wall. He lowered his hand. Smiling, Chingyo asked if Mujik really thought that the main character could be his student. He looked at Yuan and asked if a monster like him could be his student. Jurchen appeared and said that he would explain everything to us today. He asked about the 4 castles in Chaos. A picture appeared with 4 coats of arms. He reported that 4 castles exist in the 4 directions of Chaos. To the north are the Gorgons, to the east are Manticore, to the south are Drita, and to the west are Garuda. An image of dark monsters appeared. Jurchen asked if we knew that castles were actually built to protect souls from ghouls. He noted that the castle walls serve to stop their onslaught if something happens. An image of Jaher and the wounded Carlton appeared. Jurchen said that therefore, when ghouls appeared, the main task was to immediately get rid of them. He stood next to Jaher and noticed that he was also trying to take care of Carlton, who had almost become a ghoul. An image of Aisha and Yuan appeared. Jurchen said that the Castellan exists in every castle and is a representative. Each Castellag has a stigma and a guardian horn of a different shape. The Dryad Castle appeared. He noted that this castle is unique today and that it was built using a plant-type guardian horn. The outline of Juge was visible in the clouds of dust. He noted in his thoughts that his opponent's place in the quarterfinal table was empty. He put his hand on the ground. Deep in thought, Juge noted that he only realized later that the empty seat belonged to the Castellan. Yuan watched him. Juge emphasized that he felt relieved. He noted that the reason why he took part in this tournament. Frowning, Juge noted that the reason was to give advice to the arrogant Castellan. He imagined the image of many warriors. Juge said in his thoughts that in the past there were also people who gave hope to others. He emphasized that they gave them a new purpose in life which they had lost. In Juge's head there was an image of the world collapsing. He emphasized that hope, which cannot be realized, has turned into even greater despair than before. He rose to his feet. Juge, thoughtfully, noted that this is why he came to trample on this hope, since it would soon turn into despair. He stated that he had been doing this all these 400 years. Frowning, Juge looked at Ewan. He noted in his thoughts that therefore he could not lose and this would not happen. Juge asked if the protagonist thought he could defeat him. He noticed in his thoughts that defeat would nullify all these 400 years. Ewan watched him in bewilderment. Watching the main character, Juge turned to him and noted that he only stated that this was a one-on-one duel without clearly defining the rules of the competition. Behind the main character, his image appeared in a shirt which said that he would give the position of Castellan to the one who could defeat him. Ewan asked what this meant. Smirking, Juge declared that he wanted to have a battle of wits with him. He clarified that it would not be fair to fight the way he wants. Dissatisfied spectators shouted that the sect leader was playing dirty. They shouted that if he lost, he should admit it with dignity. Frowning, the old man noted that he knew Juge would do this. Crossing his arms, Mujik stated that it would be difficult to predict who would emerge victorious in this battle. Chingyo suggested that Juge was offering the kind of game that these cunning strategists love so much. The old man lowered his gaze and fell into thought. With his hands in his pockets, Ewan agreed to Juge's terms and asked what the game was about. Placing his hand to his chest, Juge noted that he would then assume that the main character had accepted the offer. Ewan was suddenly taken aback. Blue mana appeared in front. A small world began to form. A playing field appeared under the protagonist's feet. He stood in the middle of a tiny city. A notification appeared wishing you welcome to the world of strategy formation. A huge message appeared in front of him. It said that since Ewan was a newbie, he could check the rules and controls in the guide above. The main character asked what it was. Juge stood on the other side of the playing field. He said it says formation, but it's essentially a simple game. Juge said that it was created by the Nightmare of Marks. He was inspired by the game Border. Ewan looked at the notice carefully. Smirking, Juge stated that even the strategists of the Great Land often play it. He noted in his thoughts that he was the best player in the entire abyss. Putting his hands behind his back, he asked if the main character should be given time, noting that he was a beginner. Putting his hand to his chin, Ewan replied that he didn't need it and the game was easier than he thought. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. In his thoughts, he asked if the game was inspired by the Border. He presented the image of a man and two monsters. Jaewon, thoughtfully, noted that the main scenario includes 3 races and a war between them, and the game is dedicated to developing a strategy to destroy all enemy buildings. Behind the crystals was a small palace. Jaewon noted that buildings must be destroyed by collecting resources and training troops in real time. The main character, deep in thought, emphasized that he knows a game with exactly the same system as this one. Ewan noted that the boundary must be the same game from the ground and there is no one on Earth who does not know about this game. In the protagonist's memories, there was a sign hanging on the building that said about the 404th zone of the game. He recalled sitting at the computer. The main character emphasized the fact that he had also played it about 1,000,000 times. Ewan wondered what was wrong with these nightmares. Observing the main character, Juge asked if this area suited him. A message appeared that Zhongmeng had chosen the Lost Garden as a battlefield. Ewan had a smile on his face. He replied that it could be whatever suited Juge. A sign appeared behind the main character stating that he had chosen the human race. There was a notice behind Juge that he had chosen the nightmare race. He looked at Ewan with a malicious grin. Juge in his thoughts emphasized the fact that the main character chose the human race, the weakest of the 3. He may be arrogant, but he is still a beginner. He imagined the red nightmares. Juge noted that the nightmare race he chose becomes stronger throughout the game, but also creates winning situations in the early and mid-game. He extended his hand. Juge noted that he would first use his workers to build and lay the foundation, and then use overwhelming numbers of troops to win. A human soldier cut off the head of a nightmare. The warriors fought against nightmares. Taken aback, Juge cried out that this was impossible. An enraged Juge looked at Ewan and questioned what he was doing and why he was attacking him, noting that he even used farmers to attack. Juge was surprised by what he saw. Several towers appeared in front of him. He wondered when Ewan managed to set up 3 watchtowers. The archer pulled his arrow. The nightmares were hit by many arrows. Juge noticed that moreover, the main character placed others behind the watchtowers. He frowned at what was happening. He looked at Jaewon's army. Juge noted in his mind that farmers with a lot of health were blocking his path when he tried to destroy the watchtowers. Archers shot the nightmares from the towers. Juge, in thought, noticed that he cannot leave them like this and he is trying to defend himself, but this does not help and he cannot even collect resources or build more buildings. Looking at the main character, he asked what kind of strategy it was. Ewan looked at the many messages he received. The main character in his thoughts noted that this is a common strategy in Korea, and the way to deal with it is well known, noting that professional players tear and throw when you use it. Satisfied spectators shouted. The old man and Mujik watched what was happening closely. Taken aback, Jude thought about this strategy and realized that Yuan was definitely not a beginner. He turned to the main character. Jude shouted that Yuan couldn't play like that. An enraged Jude shouted that it was polite not to attack each other for the first 10 minutes of the game. Watching him, Yuan asked about politeness. Extending his hand, Jude replied that they usually build towers and collect resources, and then, frowning, the main character asked if this was stated in the rules. Jude was dumbfounded by such a question. Yuan said with a serious look that if it is not said, then there is no difference. Jude fell to his knees. There were clouds of dust in front of him. He bit his lip and asked in his thoughts about who Yuan was. The main character watched him with crossed arms. Jude emphasized the fact that Yuan completely lacks common sense and intelligence and is at odds with all the standards he knows. Raising his head, Jude noticed in his thoughts that this was why. He was dumbfounded. Jude noted in his thoughts that he therefore could not predict Yuan's limits. The main character looked at him with an arrogant face. Jude emphasized the fact that he could not defeat him. He lowered his head. He thought about what all these 400 years could be like. He looked at Yuan's sheath and noted that he was just waiting. Jude's fan was lying on the floor. He noted that he was just waiting for this moment. The main character stood in front of Jude, who was sitting on his knees. He told Yuan that he lost. The audience watched what was happening in the arena. The main character stood against the wall with his arms crossed. Chingyo asked about when he learned strategy formation. Mujik landed on the battlefield. Falling to the ground, the old man said that he thought that Jaewon only knew how to swing a sword and spent all his time doing it. Holding his mustache, Chingyo revealed that since the new spiral slash technique was partly inspired by his slash, it would be wrong to say that he was swinging the sword the whole time. The old man remembered Yuan making a powerful blow. He started talking about that new technique that the main character used against Jude Meng. Chingyo asked if it was a spiral slash. Frowning, the main character asked about the spiral slash. The old man replied that this was true and that would be the best name for this technique. Looking at Chingyo, Yuan stated that he would only use a punch. The old man noted that it was inspired by his slash, so the main character should call him that. Putting his hand to his chin, Kaiman said that since both the slash and the blow are designed to kill his enemies, the word fatal can be added. He called it a doom spiral. Leaning against the wall, Yuan replied that that was the end of the matter. The stunned old man asked if the main character really agreed to such a name. Yuan calmly noted that he would prefer the second option. The main character shifted his gaze. He looked at Mujik. Yuan said that he looked quite strong and invited him to fight. Mujik calmly noticed that the main character is very straightforward as he sees it. Chingyo looked at him and asked if he told him that Yuan does not respect older people, but attacks them. Frowning, the main character said with a sigh that all the elderly people there are not weaklings and are very strong, so he does not need to pretend to be good. The angry old man asked if Mujik saw this, noting that Yuan should always have the last word. Mujik watched as a stunned Chingyo pointed his finger at the main character. He noted in his thoughts that these 900 years after the collapse of the expedition into the abyss, this was the first time he saw the old man enjoying a conversation. Mujik pictured the outline of a masked man. He noticed in his thoughts that this was Moloch. 900 years ago he led an expedition and gave dreams and hopes to chaos, and in the end, all that was left of him was a symbol of despair. He looked at Yuan's face and wondered if he would compare to Moloch and if he could replace him. He remembered how the main character struck Jude. Mujik noted that based on his last fight, Yuan is incredibly strong. He imagined his impassive face. Mujik emphasized that if you take into account the potential of the protagonist, he is better than him in this regard. He narrowed his eyes. Mujik noted that he was wondering what the personality of the main character was. He imagined Yuan standing back to back with Moloch. Mujik noted that he did not feel a strong sense of righteousness from him and he was the complete opposite of Moloch, who was polite and mature. They made eye contact. Mujik asked in his thoughts what this strange bloodlust he was feeling was. He was suddenly taken aback. A red eye appeared behind him and looked at him. Mujik turned around sharply. He saw the stands of the arena. Looking at Chingyo, he wondered if Yuan might be awakened. Sighing, the old man noted that Mujik had noticed. He frowned and emphasized the fact that the protagonist was fully awakened. Jahir announced that they were starting the next match of the semi-finals. Turning around, Chingyo said that the next match was starting. The main character began to leave them. He walked up the steps. The old man said that now is not Yuan's turn. Frowning, Mujik asked if the main character had fully awakened, noting that then it was. Turning around, Yuan said that he wouldn't beat around the bush, adding that they were just wasting their time. Mujik in his thoughts suggested that the main character is the one who has surpassed the third degree. Chingyo watched Yuan as he stood on the battlefield. He was dumbfounded by what was happening. He looked at the main character and asked what he was up to again, noting that it was something strange again. Yuan looked at the people standing in front of him. His eyes began to glow yellow. The main character noted in his thoughts that if Kaiman and Yun were excluded from them. He looked at the 3 remaining Gorgon leaders. Yun noticed that the other 3 looked quite strong. He looked at the woman shrouded in a red aura. The main character thought about the woman with the chain sickle, noting that even suspicion could not find out what she was hiding. Yun wondered who she was. Jaher looked after the main character and said that his turn had not yet come. He asked why the main character is there. The spectators shouted as the Castellan entered the arena and wondered what he was going to say. The man pointed his finger at the guy and ordered the newcomer to quickly turn on the recording skill. The main character grabbed the microphone. He brought it to his mouth and asked everyone to listen to him carefully. Many lights illuminated Yun. The main character said that he had seen enough of the participants' strengths and he knew their place. Kaiman and Yun were taken aback by what they heard. Yun stated that it gets boring just watching from the sidelines. The old man and Mujik listened to him attentively. The main character said that he was thinking of changing the way the competition would be held. Yun was asked to wait. The girl came forward. The plot introduces us to the leader of the clan of priestesses, Ja Jikryong. She stood in front of the main character and asked if he even understood what he was doing. She looked at Yun and asked who gave him permission to do what he wanted and why he decided to change the format now. Holding the microphone in front of him, the protagonist announced that he was abolishing the one-on-one rule. Ya asked if he wanted them to fight in teams. Standing in front of a crowd of warriors, the main character replied that he thought it was possible to say so. The girl replied that this was impossible and dividing the participants into teams would be very problematic. She asked how they would then choose the winner. Yun deadpanned and said he thought she misunderstood him. The protagonist said that he did not say that they would make the task more difficult by dividing the participants into teams. He stated that there would only be one team, 6 of them would be the team eliminating him. Taken aback, Ya asked what Yun said. Kamain and Yun were dumbfounded. The Numja asked the main character to wait. The main character said that he would fight. He stood in front of the warriors and declared that he would fight against them alone. Jaewon said with a serious look that he gave his word that he would hand over his position as Castellan to the one who defeats him first. Chingyo and Mujiak were shocked. The spectators were surprised. The happy audience began to shout that this was a chance to find out how strong the Castellan was and asked him to show them what he was capable of. The girl started laughing. She stood in front of the main character and said that she was interested in what it would be. Yun watched her carefully. Smirking, she said that she had been thinking. She noted with an angry smile that she thought something interesting was about to happen. Yun grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted that he would hand over the position of caretaker, and then Yun tossed the speaker to the host. Yun looked around the arena carefully and wondered what he needed now. He looked at the happy people and thought that he needed the people's trust. He remembered his comrades and thought that trust grows through rapprochement. He remembered his companions happily waving at him and thought that close relationships develop over time, and then Yun lowered his head. He looked at his calloused hand and his sword, and then wondered what, when time was short, was the only way to gain trust. Yun clenched his fist and looked forward menacingly. He wondered what happens when you demonstrate overwhelming power. Suddenly black hair appeared. A girl dressed in a black dress with chains on her belt walked up to Yun and looked at him carefully. Yun and another warrior looked at her in shock. Seeing her, everyone was horrified. She smiled and looked at Yun and said that he was her type. Looking him straight in the eyes, she added that it would be a pity if he died now. And then the girl turned around and waved her hand at him and added that she would finish there. She began to walk away from him. Yun looked carefully in her direction. Zahir, puzzled, asked what it was all about. At such an exciting moment, she simply left. The girl stopped in the center of the arena and, looking down, thought, and then said that soon this stupid test would end and then. She smiled and remembered Yun's face and whispered that then the one would appear. Yun, looking at her, thought that he was the one. Yun stepped forward and stretched his hand upward with a smile, and then said that he too was giving up. He didn't think he could defeat a caretaker with such abilities. He scratched the back of his head with a smile and thought. Yun, looking at him, thought that he was a treacherous idiot from the Thunder King clan. It turns out that he was ready to get into the squad for the sake of preserving his own dignity. Kaiman clenched his fist and said that their faithful servant was also giving up the competition. He, looking menacingly forward, shouted that he admitted that he could not touch even a hair of the caretaker. Jaewon, looking at him, thought that this is the leader of the South Sea clan. However, now he is talking about justice, although they are only ruining everything. Yun furrowed his eyebrows, wondering what if this continues. He looked after the departing warriors. Ya appeared in front of Yun. She, accompanied by her servants, smiled and said that it seems that everything is not working out the way Yun wanted. Yun, looking at her, thought that even if everyone else was defeated, the plan would not come true. Yun furrowed his eyebrows and remembered the Caimans with Yun. He said that it was a pity, of course. Maybe at least the 3 of them would attack him. Their arrogance knows no end. He thinks that everyone is just trying not to screw up in front of him. The girl standing next to Ya used magic to tell her that maybe she could just show him what she could do. JHA replied that his strength did not matter because he would not be able to repel the attack at the same time. Let her calm down. The captain stood behind her with her brow furrowed as Ya continued to say that she forgot that they weren't here to take down the caretaker. Ewan looked at them menacingly. He, standing opposite them, thought that they were not here to fight. Ewan continued to read their thoughts. The girl in the black cloak stood behind Ya. Ya asked what Heen was going to do next. Heen, looking ahead, replied that she still needed to watch the development of events, who would cover the Forbidden Paradise squad, forcing the Steel Lord to take a step. Then she looked ahead and replied that she couldn't tell much, they would simply do what they came for. Ya pursed her lips and then asked what she should do. Heen replied that they wanted to find out. What kind of caretaker is this? About such words, JHA twitched and thought about what? JHA imagined a chessboard in her head and thought that they wanted to know which one was the pawn. She gritted her teeth and replied, I see. Someone says that this is the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. Ya, with his head down, says that they are not going to fight Ewan. Ewan furrows his brow and asks why they're giving up. JHA, looking at him, replied that she did not think that this was the correct formulation. Unwillingness to fight and raising a white flag are extremely different things. Ewan asked that they weren't going to fight like that. Ya raised her hand and replied that she wanted to convey to Ewan that. JHA extended her hand to the side and replied that they were ready to voluntarily join the expeditionary force. Hearing this, the old man frowned and looked forward with displeasure, and the Cayman and Yun were horrified. Ewan furrowed his eyebrows and asked what their motives were. Ya asked what Ewan meant by that. She raised her hand to her mouth and answered what motives could there be if they were trying to help people stuck in chaos return to normal life. The people sitting in the arena, with frowning eyebrows, said that why are they so suddenly? Let them take out their knives already. Ewan continued to silently and dissatisfiedly look in front of him, and Ya continued to say that she proposed to discuss everything, since everyone was already assembled. Ewan didn't intend to take up the position of caretaker, isn't that logical? She smiled and added that they would start there. Yun and the others carefully followed the conversation, and Ya continued to say that initially it was not about the caretaker's revenge, but about recruiting a squad into the depths. The people, puzzled, looked at each other, and JHA continued to say that, to be honest, the caretaker's methods amazed her. The leader of the sect of the primeval world listened to her carefully, and JHA continued to say that after the unsuccessful campaign 900 years ago, no one had ever tried to do something on such a large scale. She raised her hand and said that's why she's proud to be here and believes everyone here feels the same. Ya turned to the old man and said that they were all not here because of the position of caretaker. Ja pulled off her scarf that was on her face and threw it up. Her eyes glowed, strong energy came from her. She rose above the ground, purple butterflies flying around her. The light grew stronger and the butterflies scattered further and further. She said she wanted to hear their true motives. People's eyes changed their color to purple rather than looking at her thoughtfully. These eyes see the whole truth. JHA continued to watch everyone with her eyes wide open. She asked what brought them here. These eyes make you plunge into the palaces of the mind. People lowered their eyes and thought. And then she asked, is the battle really the main reason? Or is it about future chaos? This was the ultimate skill. Ya put her hand on her chest and, looking around, said loudly that she believed that chaos had not forgotten their prayers. She used very fairness. People started talking. They said that the squad in the depths of the leader of the Divine Lady squad was right. People smiled and thought about what they had come for. Ewan furrowed his brows and folded his arms as he looked around. He wondered what kind of skill this was. Everyone is enchanted. He looked to the side menacingly and thought that he could finish this with one blow. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and said that he was supporting the leader of the Divine Lady squad. It was an old man with a long white beard and thick hair. He said, raising his hand, that he had not come here from the north for any ordinary battle. The people looked at him in fear and asked him about the wandering sword general. Ya turned around and saw the sword general standing at the far edge of the arena. General Sword smiled, closing his eyes. Someone said that he is as strong as all 10 units combined. Looking at him, Ya smiled. Ewan was bursting with anger. He furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, and then wondered what was wrong with them. Are they all together? We are transported to the Gorgon fortress. There is a strong wind outside. Carlton walks along the castle. Suddenly he notices something and looks up somewhere. He approaches the doors and begins to open them. Going inside, he saw a large blue eagle fly up to the table. He took a few quick steps towards him and asked what it was, an eagle hunter. There was no one in the office for a long time. When he flew here, strong energy came from the eagle. Carlton looked at him carefully. Some symbols began to appear. When he saw them, he was horrified. A message appeared in front of him that the dead were heading to the Gorgon fortress, the owner of the Dryad fortress. Carlton looked out into the street in fear, opening the windows wide. What he saw frightened him greatly. A huge funnel-shaped cloud of clouds appeared above the Gorgon fortress. The whole sky turned black. He said it was impossible. We are transported to Ewan. He folds his hands and frowns, silently looking up. Ewan sees how the whole sky has turned black and jaw butterflies are still fluttering nearby. Then, being on the other side of the arena, he says that yes, there is no need to give away the internal conflict. She folds her hands and adds that they have to work together, so it's time to end this competition. She looks at people intently and says that they have already achieved their main goal. Behind them are countless souls ready to risk their lives for an expedition into the depths. JHA wondered what now that everything is in her hands. She furrowed her brows and continued to think that there was only one thing left to do. People looked in front of them in shock, and JHA continued to say that, however, one question remained unanswered. Ya looked at Ewan and said who will become the captain of the expeditionary force. The old man, looking menacingly in front of him, said that this girl was at her best again. The leader of the primordial world sect confirmed the old man's words. He frowned and looked forward menacingly. Then I thought that she was using very righteousness and the highest illusory skill. He looked at Ja, who was floating in the sky, and continued to think that now she was just using her tricks. What is she doing? Leader of the Divine Lady Squad. Ya, hovering above the ground, looked at Jaewon and said that she hoped that the caretaker of the fortress would take on such responsibility. Ewan, looking at her, frowned, and she continued to say that she thinks the current caretaker of the Gorgon fortress is a unique genius in the history of chaos. His strength and intelligence surpasses all the leaders of the 10 squads. The people sitting in the arena began to talk. One man said to his comrade, as expected from the leader of the Divine Lady Squad. His companion replied that she was an amazing person who strives to elevate others, but not herself. General Sword smiled and asked if there were any objections. The position of squad captain cannot be achieved through strength and resourcefulness alone. JHA looked at him in surprise and said that in this case, a swordsman, in his opinion, what else should a captain have? General Sword extended his hand forward and said that he should be able to lead countless people. This is a natural trait. The Sword General looked into the black sky and said that he believed that they should take a closer look at the fortress keeper to determine. He thought that the leader of the Divine Lady Squad could do this. JHA asked, puzzled, how she would do this. General Sword looked closely at Jaewon, Ya, and said that why not use the righteous check on the caretaker. Hearing this, Ya smiled, and people began to rejoice. One man said with a smile that with the help of this skill they could easily understand what kind of person he was. Another guy clenched his fist and shouted for them to use it quickly. Jaher smiled and shouted that they are asking the leader of the Divine Lady Squad to use the righteous check. Everyone except the caretaker, let them leave the field. JHA smiled and replied that it seemed to her that nothing could be done if this was the desire of the majority. She extended her hand forward, butterflies flew in her direction, they began to form a pattern on the ground. Ewan turned around, frowning, and Ya asked what he thought about this. He frowned at the patterns appearing on the ground, and Ja, floating in the air, said that they would undergo a righteous test to become the captain of the expeditionary force. The old man clenched his teeth and laughed. He frowned and looked forward and said that the righteous test she had wrapped them around her finger. The primordial world sect leader replied that almost everyone knew about the outstanding ability of the leader of the Divine Lady Squad. He continued to say, looking at JHA, that people at a high stage of adaptation asked to go through a righteous test in order to fill in the missing characteristics and move on to the next stage. He himself had never done this. The old man clenched his teeth and, looking ahead, thought that if Jaewon again simply raises everything here into the air, then the expedition will be covered with a copper basin, because no one will want to follow the captain, who can kill at any moment. The old man began to nervously bite his nails and, looking ahead in fear, thought that if he did not intervene, his soul would come under scrutiny. This was an immersion in his personality. What would he do? Ewan calmly looked at Ya and replied, okay. The old man, looking at him, opened his mouth wide and stood in a stupor, and Ja asked what it meant. She looked at him and asked if Ewan was ready to undergo the righteous test. Ewan replied, yes. She smiled and answered okay. The man, frowning and sitting in the arena, looks at Ya and Ewan. He asks why these two are only standing. When will the righteous test begin? Suddenly he looks ahead in fear and shouts, what? We are taken to a ship that is floating in the middle of a storm. Suddenly the ship breaks into two parts and begins to sink. Ewan holds onto the deck with all his strength. Ya says that this time the location is for a righteous test. Ewan looks at Ya, who is hanging over the sea, and she says that it will be an ocean. The ocean mainly spills into dangerous seas. Ewan looks ahead with furrowed brows. Boxes and barrels fly down into the sea. Ja, flying over the ship, says that, as everyone can see, sometimes the ship crashes. Suddenly a small boat appears from somewhere. A man sits on it and stretches out a word into the water, shouting so that people will grab it. A man pulls one guy out of the water, but another guy is overboard. JHA says that, fortunately, a rescue boat appears in time. The man looks at the sea and shouts that there is one more person left overboard. The guy shouts in fear that the boat can only hold 10 people. Otherwise, if they take someone else, another guy with a blanket on his shoulders says that they will have to put it on, otherwise they will all die. Suddenly someone grabs Yuan's arm and shouts, "Captain." Yuan turns around and sees that purple energy is coming from the one who grabbed his hand. The guy shouts for Yuan to make a decision quickly. Yuan looks at him and wonders how he ended up on this boat. A system message appears in front of Yuan. His first task is to save the majority and sacrifice one person, or the second is not to abandon one person. If he drowns, then altogether. Yuan looks at the sky with furrowed brows, and Yi extends her hand to him and asks what he will do. Yuan, looking at the system message, thought that this was the righteous test. Ya, while in the air, extended her hand to Yuan and asked what he would do. Yuan looked at the drowning man, and Ya thought that if he chose the first option, he would be accused of being heartless. Ya glanced at the team, who were looking at Yuan with furrowed brows, and then thought that if the second, then it was poor judgment that the caretaker would not choose. Yuan, clenching his fist, looked menacingly at Ya, and Ya thought that the people would inevitably doubt his candidacy for the role of captain of the expedition. Yuan opened his mouth and was about to say something. What Jha heard shocked her. He shouted that he was choosing the third option. He frowned at her, and Ja asked what he was talking about because there were only two options. Yuan replied that there was a third option to save everyone and save the vodka from drowning. Ya pursed her lips and wondered if he had really found a secret exit. Yuan looked at the large system message with two options in front of him. Suddenly it began to disappear. A second later a new one appeared. Do not abandon anyone. He will save the person who has fallen into the water and ensure the safety of those in the boat until the rescue team arrives. This solution appears only when searching for your own solution. Yuan looked at the system message. I wondered if this was the third option. He looked at the clouds in the sky and thought about the only way to save everyone and not lose his humanity. Ya furrowed her brows, pursed her lips, looked at Yuan menacingly, and then thought that she intended to make him look short-sighted by giving only two options, but her plans were disrupted. Ya, looking at the boat where Yuan was standing, said that then she will listen to him. What is his third option? Yuan looked at the sunken ship and asked that they were in trouble because of the sea. That was true. Ja replied yes. The dark clouds began to dissipate and light appeared. Yuan said that in that case. He smiled at Ja and said that he would simply destroy him. Hearing this, Jha was horrified and then wondered what he was talking about. He lost his mind due to overexertion. Yuan stood firmly on his feet, and then he grabbed his sword and put it in front of him. Ya, looking down in horror, shouted for Yuan to stop what he was up to. The old man, looking at this, thought that this was a pose. The old man, his eyebrows stretched forward, and then shouted for everyone to urgently move aside. People started running from the arena in fear, shouting what was happening. Yuan swung his sword and caused an incredibly strong blow in front of him. A huge column of energy poured forward, destroying everything in its path. The frightened sailors grabbed their heads, not understanding what was happening. Zhao looked ahead in horror. Everyone else who was in the arena watched what was happening with furrowed brows. Many system messages appeared saying that there was an error in the system. Yuan, with his eyes downcast, looked down. In front of him was the arena, which he tore into pieces. Someone shouted that it was a miracle. Everyone was saved. The girl threw herself on Yuan's neck, shouting, "Captain." Yuan frowned and clenched his teeth. He looked at her displeasedly and told her to let go. A purple glow began to emanate from her. The girl, along with the other sailors, looked at Yuan smiling. Their bodies began to disappear, and the last thing the girl said was that she thanked Yuan for saving them. Yuan looked at her in surprise. He extended his hands towards her, but suddenly disappeared. A system message appeared in front of him that the righteous test was over. Yao looked at Jaewon in anger and shouted what he was doing, the caretaker of the fortress. She, looking at him angrily, said that Jaewon, was going to say something. An incredibly strong energy emanated from him. He, looking menacingly at Ja, told her to stop this nonsense. Ya, looking fearfully at Yuan, continued to look at him menacingly. Jaewon stood in front of Ja. Many system errors appeared. The Gorgon fortress was ordered to unite. Ja looked back in horror. She asked what was happening. And then she saw Yuan begin to run towards the hole that had appeared in the arena. People watched in horror what was happening. From this moment all events were cancelled. The gates of the fortress were closed. All residents urgently needed to evacuate to the northern street. The guy looked at his friend in fear and asked what was happening. The old man ran forward as fast as he could. He carefully looked forward along with the rest of the commanders, and Jaewon, Yun, looking ahead, said that the Black Spot Squad was completely destroyed. Someone answered that the Lightning God Squad was destroyed in the Manticore, and today they were faced with a crowd of the dead in the Gorgon fortress. Yun said with a smile that perhaps this was his last day. Gan, standing nearby, sighed and, smiling, replied that he was going to die, who would then join the detachment in the depths. Yun looked at Gan with a smile and asked why his legs were shaking then. The Fire King, Gan, by the side and, frowning his eyebrows, shouted for Yun to shut up. The old man looked calmly ahead. He, looking down, thought that just think, This Ket, who has not lived even 900 years, is now leading the Chaos, the Boundless, the Captain of the Southern Sea, Scientists, the Divine Lady, the Fire King, and the God of Lightning. Looking at everyone who stood next to him and did not look menacingly in front of him, he thought that 6 leaders had gathered in the Gorgon fortress. The old man straightened his hat and thought that he didn't think that he would ever witness something so amazing, and then the old man said that what was happening reminded him of the events of 900 years ago. The Primordial World sect leader, looking ahead, asked what the old man was saying about the Palace of the Dead. The old man replied, yes. The sect leader turned around and, frowning, replied that there was definitely something similar back then, but he didn't understand why it was here. The old man, looking forward, frowned and thought that the dead man was calling other dead people. He remembered a huge monster with tentacles sticking out of its mouth and thought that when a mid-level dead man appears, small dead people flock to him. When a huge dead man appears, mid-level dead men gather around him, and there are Gorgons in the fortress. The old man looked at the dead man, who was looking ahead with a smile and a big red eye. He was holding a black sword in his hand. The old man thought that a disaster had arisen in the Gorgon fortress, the king of the dead. The old man imagined huge terrifying creatures and thought that this disaster had forced every fortress to build high walls. A terrible catastrophe was approaching the Chaos. A huge number of dead of different types and different levels were approaching the Gorgon fortress. Among them there was an incredibly large one. Huge dead men stepped on the ground. It shook under their steps. The old man said that it was a mega dead creature walking in reverse magrite. A huge dead man with bright red eyes moved forward, his mouth wide open, from which many tentacles protruded. We are taken to a village, destroyed houses everywhere and black smoke raging. A man with an artificial arm holds a girl by the arm, her leg is torn off, they all look ahead in fear. A second later, the girl is quickly killed. Ya looks up in shock, a huge number of monsters are flying at the bottom. The guy runs in fear, all his veins are swollen. JHA thinks, looking at him, that this is the end. The dead man swings his arm and destroys one person after another. Ya's whole body is shaking, she thinks that everything has come to an end. The old man falls to the floor and stretches out his hand in front of him. Trembling with fear, he turns around. A huge dead man appears in front of him, his mouth wide open. He approaches him. He turns around and shouts no. A huge monster quickly approaches the old man. Someone pushes off from the ground. The general of the sword rushes forward at great speed. JHA, looking at him, thinks that this is the venerable swordsman. She frowns, screams loudly in her eyebrows for help as soon as possible. She thinks what a relief. The monster grabs the old man and bites off his hand while the sword general runs past. He lowered his head and said that he was sorry, but fighting such a dead man was too much even for him. Hearing this, JHA looks ahead in fear. She thinks that nothing can be done, absolutely nothing. A second later, the sword general is overtaken by a dead man. It wraps its tentacles around his body and rips out his guts. In this world, love and the choices made ultimately lead nowhere at all. Ja is shocked, looks ahead, tears come. She thinks that it is possible to achieve justice in this world. She watches how men and women are destroyed one by one. JHA raises his eyes up and thinks that there is nothing left here but. She looks at the huge number of dead people who, opening their mouths, attack her. She thinks that only blind hope remains. Suddenly, strong shocks of energy appear, tearing the dead in two. JHA watches what is happening, puzzled. Yun menacingly, looking ahead, cuts the dead man into 2 parts, and then, with his eyebrows furrowed, he shouts for Ja to pull herself together because she is the leader of a squad of divine ladies. All the other commanders smile and, with furrowed brows, swing their swords. Ya turns around, puzzled, and sees that they have surrounded her and are protecting her. She fearfully, looking forward, thinks that why with a retaliatory strike they can only gain a little time, they certainly won't win. Yun attacks one of the dead, sticking his weapon into his eye. Ya, looking at this, thinks that he is so fearless because of his frivolity. Yun jumps back, stabbing his weapon into the ground. His hands are shaking. Ya notices this, but thinks that no, he is trembling. He is also scared, but then the hope of what makes them fight. Yun sighs. He, looking at the dead who surrounded them, laughs and says that it is not so simple. Someone shouts that enough of these pitiful exclamations. A new gesture of strong enemies awaits them. Ewan holds his hand on the ground. The most powerful of the dead, Magrite, appears in front of Jaewon. He carefully examines Jaewon and approaches him. Ya says that there is someone capable of defeating them alone. One of the dead, swinging its claws, attacks Ewan. Ewan grabs him by the throat and lifts him in the air. A huge number of dead people run straight ahead behind Ewan. Ewan squeezes the throat of one of the dead. His head jumps to the side. Nagrid, opening his mouth wide, lets out a loud scream. Stones absorbed by dark energy begin to float in the air. Ewan, looking at them, frowns and says that they shouldn't destroy buildings so carelessly. The stones begin to fly at high speed straight towards Jaewon. Ewan, looking at the stones flying at him, jumps to the side, and then makes a strong jerk forward. He dodges stones at great speed. and then he stops. He is frowning, his eyebrows look menacingly forward, and he thinks that this is an annoying ability. Magrid, with his mouth wide open, throws stones directly at Javen. Javen, looking at this, thinks that he is lifting objects into the air as he gets closer if he increases the distance. Magrid opened his mouth wide, and a purple sphere of energy appeared from there. And then a huge energy beam pierced everything that was in front of the monster. Javen dodged this beam. He looked menacingly in his direction. Ewan began to run at that moment as he acted better. A huge explosion of energy occurred behind Ewan, and a large number of stones flew towards him. Magrid again began to collect dark energy in his mouth. Ewan looked forward menacingly, teeth. He pushed off the ground. Strong energy approached him at high speed. Ewan only managed to put his weapon in front of him. The old man, holding his sword tightly, looked menacingly at the dead. His hands began to shake. He wondered what else. He reminded you of the memories when his expeditionary force was destroyed and he was left alone. Is it really that just a mortal can't do anything? The old man looked at the huge number of dead people that were right above him. He did not know what to do in the face of absolute despair, and they could not do anything. The old man looked up in shock. A bright light appeared from somewhere. The caretaker of the fortress appeared in front of him and said that the people living here needed help. The light shone more and more brightly. Magrid and Javen began to fall down. The caretaker said that into all-consuming hopes. Javen, swinging his sword, destroyed Magrid by inserting his sword into his mouth. He clenches his teeth, continued to press on his sword. The light began to shine brightly. The caretaker said that this is hope that cannot be broken by anything. Ewan made a huge number of blows. Breasts fell down towards me. A bright flash. There was a huge explosion from the fall. The whole earth shook. The man stuck his weapon into the ground and hovered over the girl, shielding her from the column of dust. Gan Hwang and Kaiman tried to stay on their feet in the strong gust of wind. Shingyo, he raised his head and looked in surprise at the top through the patch of dust. The dust began to gradually clear. A huge, terrible monster lay unconscious and covered his eyes, drooling. The Doctor of Despair carefully watched as the unknown man with a sword towered over the corpse of the monster. After a moment, Ewan smiled widely and looked at the old man, and then noted in his head that he should have done this earlier. Shinchio put his hand to his mouth, looked closely at the protagonist and shouted who he was, and Ewan turned sharply and looked back at the sky. A huge crowd of monsters approached him from the sky. A moment later, Kamen, with a furious face and a swing to strike, shouted, "Castellan." The Doctor of Despair looked at the sky with fear and surprise. They watched as terrible monsters approached from the sky in a huge column right at the main character, who carefully stood on the corpse of the monster. Ewan carefully lowered his head down and tensed slightly. A moment later, he smiled slightly, did not raise his head, and said not to stand in his way. The main character cut through the monsters with a sharp movement. Ewan stopped with his huge, black sword in his hands and looked straight. Then his eyes glowed with golden light, and with great fury he raised his sword to strike. The main character dealt a powerful, direct blow from which the earth shook and a column of light remained. Shingyo looked at him with great surprise. The main character began to watch as water began to fill everything around and noticed in his head that then he would simply divide the sea. The entire crowd looked at the huge crack in the wall with war and flew back along with its fragments. All city residents fled in horror from the destruction. The warriors stood below, watching furiously and with great interest as the protagonists raised their heads. Shin Mujik protected the Doctor of Despair from the wind and noted that it was reckless, and Chinchio lowered his head, hid behind his hat, and replied that he decided to support his recklessness. Is that so? The leader of the Primordial World sect looked gloomily straight, carefully examined the situation, and said that then they, too, would become reckless like him, and the entire squad of warriors came closer at that moment. The entire squad of brave warriors surrounded the protagonist from all sides and furiously made their way forward, while Jaewon stood and watched peacefully. Shin Mujik held his sword at his side. A moment later, he delivered a powerful series of blows to the monsters, thereby cutting them apart. Zhuge Meng put his hand with a fan to his side and looked straight with an evil grin, and the Doctor of Despair looked at him carefully and asked where he had been all this time. The Cayman began to quickly fly straight and raised his huge sword to strike. Then he cut off the monster's head with a sharp movement and clenched his teeth slightly. The fast guy was quickly approaching the monsters, and there were lightning bolts under his feet. Yunyang suddenly jumped straight at the huge monster and rushed towards its head. A moment later, Yunyang struck a powerful, lightning-fast blow to the neck and dealt with the monster. He landed, looked proudly at the monster and asked if this was the King of Fire, and Gan Hwang behind him glared at him and shouted that he was busy, so don't talk to him. Yunyang looked carefully at the approaching monster with huge claws and said that he was ashamed to say this, but a moment later, the guy grinned, lightning appeared around him, and he added that he felt he had to say this. The leader of the Thunder King caused a huge, electric explosion, sending the monster flying into the distance. Yunyang stopped on the ground and crouched slightly, holding two blades in different hands. The leader of the Thunder King clan straightened up, stood in a pathetic pose and, staring straight, asked if he didn't look very cool now. He looked carefully at the loudly laughing leader of the Fiery King squad and asked him to say something. A huge monster with eyes in its mouth was approaching the warriors with great speed. Gan Hwan looked at him with fury, held his sword in front of him and noticed in his head that his body was beginning to slow down due to fatigue. A huge stone began to fly towards the monster. Gan Hwan looked at the monster with surprise and a huge number of questions as a stone flew right into his face. The girl, covered in bruises, stood with her hand down. It was she who threw the stone. A tongue with eyes crawled out of the monster's mouth and stared at the girl with red eyes. A moment later, the monster flew with lightning speed near the leader of the Flame King's squad. The monster opened its mouth wide and rushed straight at the girl. She opened her mouth wide, lowered her head and, closing her eyes, shouted, "What now?" A moment later, flails glowing with blue light appeared near her. The chains quickly grabbed the monster, and he only raised his head with his tongue up. Stubborn Carlton carefully looked through his outstretched hand at the monster with his blue eye. The commander of the northern checkpoint stood surrounded by knights with an outstretched hand. Chains flew endlessly from behind him and he noticed that they were here to help. Gan Hwang looked at them with a huge smile. A moment later, he delivered a powerful blow, cutting the monster in half, and shouted that this was another matter. The wounded and bandaged boy backed away in horror in front of the monster, at which thorns flew at that moment. They came in quickly and sharply jumped into the air. The main character stood in front of a huge crater and tried to stay on his feet. After a moment, he looked straight and smiled slightly. Then he raised the sword high into the ground, point down. Ewan stabbed his sword into the ground with a sharp and powerful movement, and his eyes glowed golden. All the roads in the city suddenly lit up with a bright blue light. Construction work was going on at the breach in the wall. 10 days have passed since the battle event. Everything is happening in the Gorgon fortress. The entire city was destroyed. The inhabitants of the fortress walked and tried to restore the city, and Michael Garnard reveals that 10 days have passed since the 3 large ghouls and Magritte were defeated, this news stirring up all the chaos. Michael Garnard walked menacingly with a huge, black-purple spire in his hands, and Ewan added what they thought was the biggest change in the chaos after this incident. The deputy chief turned his gaze sharply to the side and looked gloomy. Navin stood next to the magic paper and pen, put his hand on his chin, looked carefully at the deputy chief and asked, after saying that life has become better, what exactly has become better? Several elements appeared next to the crystals in the head of the huge, bearded man, and he replied that since 6 of the 10 clans moved their headquarters here, a huge increase in supplies began, including animal horns, and thanks to this, abnormal economic growth was visible. Navin looked away slightly, looked thoughtful, and said what he was thinking. He looked closely at how the villagers were all working together to rebuild and added that the situation looked bad enough to say that life had gotten better. Navin also noticed how the residents passed horns to each other with a huge smile, and thought that, strangely enough, those around them looked lively and cheerful. Nakel abruptly approached the guy, hovered over him and said that he could only talk like that because he didn't see the wave line. Michael imagined in his head how the protagonist caused a huge, direct typhoon and told that the line of waves, the incident when the Black Sea of Ghouls was cut by one sword. The girl stood with her hand down. Carlton extended his hand in front of him and stood behind the girl. The guy looks at the spiked monster in horror, and Michael added that it looks like those who saw it were fascinated. Everyone rushed to the wave line and fought with the ghouls, and many people died. What did people see that day? The deputy captain opened his mouth with a huge smile, looked menacingly at the guy and added that in any case, the only thing a fool like him could say is that life in Gorgog has become much better now. That's all. Navin put the pen to the magic paper, thought about it to say that they could live in chaos, and then wrote that the Gorgon people began to live. A moment later, there was a strong shock, and Navin looked to the side in fear. He looked at the deputy in horror and asked loudly what it was, and Michael replied to relax, "This has been happening quite often lately." Navin raised his head to the big man in horror and noted in his head that such an explosion is impossible only if high-grade opportunists do not fight with their spiritual power. Navin looked at the luxurious city standing on the hill and added in his head that if he thought about it, he said that 6 of the 10 clans had moved their headquarters here. A moment later, Navin jumped up with a pen in his hands and shouted that there was a war between 10 clans. This was exclusive, and Michael tiredly turned back, stared over his back and noticed that he was thinking, you could say so. There was a huge explosion in a huge building in the middle of the city. 5 shadows appeared above the guy and the huge man and hovered in the air. There were 5 clan warriors in the sky, and Navin and Michael looked at them carefully. Huge Meng rushed down with a crazy face, along with the rest of the warriors. Michael smiled broadly and noted that there were 5 of them today, and Navin froze in horror. The main character sharply lowered his sword to the ground. Ewan stared straight ahead, rested his head on his hand, and noted that they all still had a long way to go. The glass flew sharply into the masked guy's face and broke into small pieces. Lim Jinhong looked straight at him angrily and rudely asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The leader of the Golden Heaven Squad sat on the throne, looked carefully at the man in black, near whom a broken glass fell, and said that he would try to say it again, and the man said that during the attack on Gorgon, the Mega Ghoul Magritte was killed. Lim Jinhong clenched his trembling fist and noted in his head that this was impossible. He imagined a terrible monster in his head and added in his mind that a Mega Ghoul is as strong as a 9th degree opportunist of the Great Land. The leader of the Golden Sands Squad imagined a terrible knight on horseback and thought that to fight him, you need to be at least at the level of a lieutenant general. Even in the chaos there are only 3 Mega Ghouls. Lim Jinhong lowered his gloomy head, looked at the floor and ordered a proper investigation to be carried out immediately, and the man in black jumped back sharply and said yes. The leader of the Golden Sands Squad put his hand to his mouth, looked straight ahead and noticed in his head that this was impossible, this was some kind of mistake. The torn flag stood in the middle of the bright flames. 4 days had passed since the recent events. News of the destruction of the northern branch of the Golden Sky sect near the Gorgon fortress had spread. There was a huge hole in the ceiling and someone said that they were weak and what they had been doing all these centuries. A detachment of knights sat in confusion. They were all beaten, some had a swollen eye, and some also had a swollen mouth. Yun Yang remembered how Zhuge Meng flew from the sky and wondered how he could win against such a thing, and shed tears slightly. A moment later, the protagonist called him and he responded sharply. Yuan looked at him carefully and rudely and noticed that fast legs were all he had, and Yun Hai looked at him thoughtfully. The main character turned his head sharply and looked first at a man named Gan Huan, noticed that his strength was good, but he was too slow, and then glanced at the man named Zhuge Myung and noticed that he thought too much before making a move. Yuan looked carefully at the Sajia Gukryong and noticed that she had good agility and intelligence, but terrible endurance, and then noticed that she was addressing a man named Kamen. He looked closely at the headband-wearing warrior and noticed that he was the best among the group. He had an excellent foundation, and he was not weak in any aspect. However, this also meant that he was not particularly good at one thing. Yuan straightened up, folded his hands on his chest and confidently looked straight and said that the problem that they all share is the fact that without due effort something has already been achieved. Shingyo began to wrap his mustache around his finger, smiled broadly and noted that this brat certainly knows what he's talking about. The main character sharply turned his gaze to the Doctor of Despair and noticed that the old man was also very weak, considering that he had lived for more than 1,000 years, and Chingo looked away displeasedly and said loudly that the protagonist was a brat, but he was right. The old man imagined in his head a magician in a mask with 2 huge horns, above which were the emblems of the sects, and thought that 900 years ago, the leaders of all 10 sects were at the 7th stage, and the leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, who was considered the strongest, was at the 9th stage, and Mulak was in a completely different league. But even with such strong people, the expedition was still difficult. It's not for nothing that the Abyss is called a terrible place. A burnt flag appeared in the main character's head and he said that after the recent victory over the northern branch of the Golden Sky sect. He then looked sharply at Yun Yang and noticed that half of them were at best seriously injured, and at worst almost dead. They didn't even attack the Manticore that is their headquarters. When they get such results after fighting one sect, how they can count on the expedition. Yuan looked at the warriors confidently, opened his mouth wide and remarked that this was why they would have a special training for a week starting from today. Zhuge Meng blushed slightly, opened his mouth wide, and imagined himself pumped up due to special training. He looked carefully at the protagonist, called him over and said that each of the leaders of the 10 sects is an opportunist. The 15 levels of the opportunist stage, which measure their strength, cannot be surpassed in a short time. Usually it takes 10 years for a non-opportunist to enter the first stage, then the second takes 20 years, the third 40 years. 2 heroes, Mino and Jania, appeared in the head of the Scholar Forest sect leader, and then added that in the end, 80 years into the 4th. Most people end up losing their lives before this happens, which is why opportunists above the 4th stage are so respected. The main character lowered his head slightly, looked carefully at the leader of the Forest Scientist sect and asked what he wanted to say. Zhuge Meng looked carefully at the protagonist. With a slightly frightened look he asked if he wanted to make them awakened, and all the wars carefully looked at the leader of the sect of the Learned Forest. Gan Huang looked at the sect leader with his mouth wide open and asked about the awakened ones, and Yun Yang also looked surprised and nervous, and Zhuge Myung looked at them carefully and noticed that he had heard that they were not constantly accumulating their strength. The main character opened his eyes wide and a negative-colored head appeared in his head, and the leader of the Scientist Forest sect added that they were using sudden enlightenment to move on to the next one. The main character then replied that he wanted to make them awakened. Yuan looked directly at the warriors, looked at them, extended his hand and added that if they could completely abandon their own world. Yun Yang looked at the protagonist in shock and fear. Qinggao began to come closer and said that for a perfect awakening they would need to go through 3 stages. The old man stood at the side of the protagonist, looked carefully at the warriors and added that the first stage is the destruction of the world of adaptation in which they have lived until now. The main character opened his eyes wide, heard that people who reach this stage acquire eyes that can see the world differently and look into its essence, and wondered what he was talking about. Suspicion. Yun looked questioningly at the old man and asked, the destruction of the world of adaptation. Ja Gukren looked straight ahead, lowered her gaze slightly, and noted that this meant that they had to give up all the advantages of the system, such as skills and status. Yun looked straight attentively and joyfully and said that this is exactly what he meant, and Ja Gukren looked at him offended and said that the god of lightning. She was surprised that he became one of the leaders of 10 sects with such a level of knowledge. The lightning god turned to her with his tongue hanging out and replied that no matter his shortcomings, he was still a hyper-opportunist. Yuan imagined in his head a bald, half-naked man who was reaching his hand towards the golden color and said that hyper-opportunists are people who are often called blessed by the system. They have an excessive affinity for the skill and interface system, and ultimately their growth rate is about 100 times came out than that of ordinary opportunists. This applies to most powerful beings, including the 12 monarchs. Gan Huang looked at him carefully, tilted his head and noticed that he was an idiot. They were all hyper-opportunists. Kamen gloomily lowered his head, closed his eyes, thought that no one could refuse such a talent overnight, and then said that he was not one. A moment later, he raised his bright blue eyes to the protagonist, looked angrily and added that if he could become stronger, he would put everything on the line, be it skills or peace, except hatred for monarchs. Ja Gukren turned sharply at him, looked at him angrily and asked if he even understood what he was saying, and then said that this meant that they needed to throw away everything they had achieved so far, and it would not end with them just losing them achievement, and then looked at the silent warrior and wondered if he had forgotten about the great disappearance. All the wars sharpened their gaze and stared at each other. Yuan looked at them carefully and asked about the great disappearance. Ja Gukren sadly lowered her head, looked carefully at the floor and began to tell her that it all started with a fault. A piece of paper appeared in her head, which was pierced by a sword and blood flowed from it, and then she added that they suddenly appeared on the Great Land 700 years ago. They would fight against cultivation. A group of terrorists called the Rift declared themselves to the whole world. In the girl's head, the knight hung chained with that same sword, and then she said that they brutally killed the monarchs of the 4 regions who most resisted their declaration, and declared the following: if they want to become awakened, let them head to the Forgotten Lands and renounce the world. The girl sharply raised her head to the ceiling, carefully examined it and noticed that the number of people who then gathered in the Forgotten Lands was in the tens of thousands, but almost nothing is known about what happened next. Ja Gukren looked carefully at the crack in the ceiling and added, because they had literally disappeared. Yun looked carefully at the girl and asked, all of them, and she carefully looked at the floor and answered that a very small number of people returned then, and her companion was among them. She said that she had become awakened, but this was only the first stage. The main character looked at her carefully, folded his hands on his chest and asked what happened to them. The leaf began to fall into the hole in the ceiling. When the leaf flew past Ja's face, Gukren, she answered with pain that they all committed suicide. She remembered how one of the people had purple smoke coming out of his nose and he was suffering, and said that each of them suffered from a severe form of schizophrenia. Some went crazy and others lost their memory. There were different symptoms, but one thing is clear, they said that don't know who they are. The main character turned thoughtfully to the side, and the entire squad of warriors looked at him carefully. Yuan sharply turned his eyes to her and examined her carefully and said that now he would tell her 2 things. He looked closely at the racks of bows and spears. Ja Gukren looked at him in disbelief, closed her eyes slightly and heard that firstly, he is not from the Rift, although he can understand why she doubts him, because he is awakened. Kamen scrunched his face thoughtfully after the protagonist said that secondly, awakening could be dangerous, as she said, which is why he will only take volunteers with him. Ja Gukren looked closely at the training racks and asked what would happen to those who refused, and the protagonist replied that he would also make them stronger. The girl looked furiously at the protagonist and asked how, and Yuan glanced at her carefully and replied that they would just have to increase their level. Ja Gukren looked at him with horror and surprise and asked again and did not listen to what the leader of the clan of forest scientists said. Zhuge Meng darkened slightly, looked carefully at the floor and heard that it was impossible to raise the level in just 1 week, and time was running out, and Yuan noticed that he could solve this problem. The main character looked attentively and rudely over his shoulder and said to follow him. They began to walk through a chic city with huge clocks and windows. They came to a black-purple statue and Yuan and Chinggyo looked at it carefully and froze. Nakel turned his head sharply and carefully examined the approaching people. He turned to the protagonist with a smile and said welcome, and the Castellan looked at him carefully and asked if they could begin. Yun leaned his hands against the building, raised his head in surprise and asked if this was not the same building that was built with the help of horns, and Yuan noted that then he should demonstrate it to them. The building suddenly began to glow. The lightning god jumped back sharply, looked at the squad in horror and noticed that it was not him. Facing a warrior named Ganhwan appeared a golden screen into which he stared attentively. A moment later, the same screen appeared in front of the warrior named Kamen. The golden screen suddenly lit up and there was a question in it. He accepts the carp challenge deemed Towers of Nightmares. Shingyo looked at the screen in surprise and asked which nightmare tower he was talking about. A huge, golden notice appeared saying "Welcome to the Carp Tower of Nightmares." The main character took a confident step along the light blue floor. The entire squad of warriors began to look around in shock and try to find a way out. And Shingyo noted that he did not expect that he could build it using only the strength of a mortal. And Kaiman added that it was actually impressive, even if the tower consisted of 2 floors. Meng made a slightly dissatisfied face and said that he was so touched, he thought that he would be here not to dominate, but to make a breakthrough. Young clenched his fists, raised his hands and looked around with shining eyes and shouted that he thought so too. That's exactly what he wanted to say. The main character looked at them angrily and noted that if they were done being surprised, then let them listen. From now on I will do all my training here. The warriors stared at the endless expanses of the ocean. They hung in the air. Yuan turned to them, looked confidently and said that in this tower time flows 100 times slower. 1 day outside will be equal to 100 days inside. This means a week will be equal to 700 days. So we have almost 2 years. Young imagined that outside the tower he was happy and only a week had passed, but inside he was noticed and dirty, and about 2 years had passed. The lightning god suddenly jumped in fear after the protagonist said that, however, inversely proportional to time dilation, the rate of soul pollution will increase. The fatigue that the soul will feel will increase due to the increase in the density of time. A function has also been added that allows you to automatically log out when the soul pollution exceeds 80%. The beasts outside the tower will always have their horns ready, so they won't have to worry about the pollution. After hearing what Young looked at the protagonist with burning eyes and said that he always thought that he was a soulless person. How prudent, and Yagukren looked angrily at the lightning god. The protagonist then looked at him annoyed and asked, and the god of lightning replied that he said that he would follow him all his life. 2 variations appeared, one pure red and the other honeycombed and blue, and the protagonist noted that he has now divided them into those who want to awaken and those who do not. The main character stood near 2 gates. Kaiman immediately entered the blue door, and the whole squad remained looking at the choice. And Jaewon looked at them carefully and said that those who want to awaken should stand to his right, those who want to increase their level should stand to his left. A moment later, magical purple butterflies appeared in the sky. Gukren fired projectiles at the lightning god and asked how he dared to look down on the skills of the priestess clan, and he replied that no matter what the speed of the priestess was, she still would not be able to keep up with the speed of the thunder god. Young turned around and started running away with a huge smile. There was a huge, fiery explosion behind him. The lightning god jumped back sharply. He turned around in a jump and stared into the fire. Ganhwan stood and looked carefully at the explosion. A moment later, he began to take out his weapon, looked straight ahead angrily and shouted that speed is not important, destructive power is what matters, and when they talk about strength, then all the laurels go to the King of Fire. Meng suddenly flew up into the sky on his feathers. He stopped abruptly and took out a fan, then sighed and said that it was hopeless, that's why they didn't have anyone. He looked carefully at the 3 warriors, who sharpened their gaze at him and added progress. Meng began to quickly run away from the priestess, the King of Fire and the God of Lightning, while Shin Mujik watched from the side. He made a dissatisfied face and watched the rest of the guys. A moment later, the main character folded his arms across his chest, looked carefully at the warrior named Kaiman and noticed that, as he had expected, Kaiman was the only one who wanted to awaken. Kaiman looked at him carefully and nodded his head approvingly. Gukren looked angrily at the protagonist, opened her mouth wide and said that even though he was going to raise the level of those who refused to awaken, it was not easy for high-grade opportunists like them to become stronger. In the girl's mind, the man was meditating near a waterfall and stacks of books, and then added that they must improve their skill either by reaching a certain level of realization or by learning a new advanced skill. The main character angrily lowered his head, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that there was a simple solution to this problem. Gukren rushed towards the protagonist, opened her mouth wide and angrily shouted that it was not so easy to get an advanced skill book, that he had decided to steal it from the Great Five. Young grinned slightly, closed his eyes and remembered how he himself stole this book. Yuan looked at the girl confidently, grinned widely and noted that they didn't necessarily need a book, she just needed to learn from a teacher. Gukren stopped abruptly, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked what he wanted to say, that he would teach them skills, and the protagonist straightened up, looked at her carefully and replied that he would not teach them. Gukren looked at the protagonist with great surprise and shouted at him not to tell her. Yuan smiled widely, lowered his head slightly and said that from now on, They will teach each other. Shin Mujuk folded his arms across his chest, looked away angrily, and thought that the idea of learning each other's skills was definitely innovative, something that proud leaders were unable to come up with. Huge thunderclaps appeared in the tower. Yun Yun quickly rushed forward with glowing eyes. Gan Hwang, with sparkling eyes and a wide smile, flew with a full swing. Ja Gukran put her hand in front of her and began to use her magic, and the main character began to say that he was the strongest. A moment later, the warriors did not allow me to finish and shouted that the god of thunder, the king of fire, the divine priestess. Then there was a huge explosion from which Huge Meng flew out and shouted that they were stupid idiots. Shin Mujiek did not move from his place, looked straight ahead and thought that he didn't know if everything would go according to the main character's plans and wondered how Kamen was doing on the second floor. Kamen fought his way through the thick darkness with a glowing sword. He delivered a sharp blow in a straight line and wondered how many times he repeated this, 100,000 or a million. Kamen, sweating, continued to push forward through clenched teeth and added in her head that definitely more than 10 million times. At this moment, the protagonist told him to increase his speed. Yuan appeared behind the warrior, watched him practice his strike and looked at him carefully. The main character lowered his head, gritted his teeth when he heard the question of whether Kamen could become stronger at this rate, and asked him in response that he was still wondering about this, and then added that he should feel it himself. Tired Kamen continued to repeat blow after blow. Kamen tensed his gaze, rushed forward, hearing the question that he still felt awkward because of the inability to defeat other opportunists, and answered that he himself knew better than anyone that he was devoid of talent. The main character watched carefully as Kamen practiced the blows, said that he was wrong and reflected that the diligence and sincerity that he was able to cultivate to achieve his current strengths came from pure effort, unlike other leaders who all received extraordinary blessings, as well as his soul strength not losing itself even after reaching a point of doubt. The strength that led him to awakening is based not only on talent but also on willpower, and then Kamen asked if he really believes that he can do it. The warrior's eyes filled with motivation and joy when the protagonist responded positively. Yuan looked at the warrior confidently, made a serious face and said that therefore he should also believe in him. The Kamen swallowed sharply and froze slightly. A moment later, he clenched the sword in his hands and trembled slightly. Then, with a sharp blow, he thrust the sword in front of him, and his eyes glowed blue. It was deep night, the Gorgon fortress was neatly illuminated by the bright moon, and a dark silhouette was visible on the roof of the cathedral. The girl was sitting on the roof and drinking from a bottle. She looked down carefully, smiled slightly and noticed that it tasted good. Xiao Ha looked carefully at the tower created by people and said that even after living for hundreds of years, they still foolishly believe that they can change something. After a moment, the girl turned her head to the side and asked if it was true. Qingyao stopped abruptly on the roof. Xiao Ha looked at him carefully, straightened her hair and greeted the master. The old man looked at her angrily and asked what she was up to. The girl lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes and replied that he was cruel. So much time had passed since their last meeting and invited him to return, because everyone was waiting for his return. Qingyao looked at her angrily, grinned his face and noticed that he told her that he would not return. He cannot be with inhuman people, they fight for people. The girl stood up abruptly, turned her attention downwards and noticed that in fact, they were the only ones fighting for them. Xiao Ha slowly walked up to the old man, looked at him, folded her hands on her chest and sarcastically added that they were a rift. Qingyao lowered his gloomy head, looked at the floor and said that they were using people for their own interests. After the great disappearance everything had to end and for the rift, they had lost all meaning and purpose, being notorious. After these words the girl laughed loudly. She abruptly put her hand to her mouth and hid her wide smile. Xiao Ha leaned towards the old man, looked into his eyes carefully, apologized for not being able to restrain herself and asked if it wasn't funny. Her hair shone gorgeously under the moon. She began to approach the old man as much as possible, looked madly into his eyes and rudely said that because he played a major role in planning the great disappearance, wasn't it? Xiao Ha abruptly walked past the old man, and he noticed that this was far from the truth, and the girl replied that sometimes things don't happen the way he wishes. But he still didn't stop the great disappearance, he just let everything take its course. A moment later, she sharply turned her gaze over her shoulder at the old man and added that for this she was grateful to him, if not for him, he would not be here. The girl looked carefully at the high tower and asked if he knew that people in the rift were still learning his method. A bunch of mediocre people. They swung swords hundreds and thousands of times, standing against each other. Xiao Ha began to slowly pour water into a small glass and noticed that they continued to do this again and again, killing each other. She imagined in her head a bloody mess with corpses and monsters, from which a glass of blood was pouring out, and she stood under it with her head raised, and said that among them only a small number were able to reach the billion mark. In a life and death situation they were able to transcend your limits and see a new world. The old man lowered his head, closed his eyes slightly and heard that this was the key to entering the first stage of awakening demonstration. A moment later, Chingyo abruptly began to draw the weapon from its sheath. Then he abruptly took it out and turned to the girl, at the same time saying that this was the wrong key. Xiao Ha looked at him carefully with relaxed eyes and noticed that he was on his own again. He hadn't even woken up completely, so he understood. The girl sharply raised her eyes, and the whole world around became white, and she said that his unique world was still the same. She imagined an old man standing under a huge pen and said that he is the one who is afraid of losing his humanity, and the one who, having spent so much effort on creating the world, is not even able to draw something. Xiao Ha began to slowly reach her hand behind her back and said that she, however, filled her world and became the captain of the second Rift Corps. A moment later, 2 chain weapons flew towards the old man. The chains were approaching very quickly. Chingyo raised his head and noticed the red outlines around the chains and was surprised. The white world began to break through and snowy mountains appeared. The old man watched as the whole world was cut by sharp chains. He looked carefully at the girl and noticed that he had heard that she became a captain, which means she reached the 3rd stage. Xiao Ha moved her hand to the side, smiled slightly and, closing her eyes, noticed that it was not just the 3rd stage. The old man's feet began to slowly sink into blood. Chingyo noticed how reflections of the warrior's mortal battles began to appear in the blood. The girl looked carefully at the skulls covered in blood and asked how he knew what it was. On the blood, an image appeared of huge pools of blood spilling over the marble monuments. Chingyo's eyes widened in surprise when Xiao Ha noticed that this was a landscape of great extinction. The whole world around was covered in blood, huge statues emerged from it, and Xiao Ha spread her hands to the sides, in which there were weapons on a chain, and asked what feelings he felt looking at his own masterpiece, a sea of blood filled with corpses. The girl looked carefully at the embittered old man and said that the living do not try to pretend to be dead, just as chaos is not able to change. The girl looked carefully at the headless statues from which liters of blood were pouring out, and then noticed that the world would not change. A moment later, Xiao Ha smiled widely, closed her eyes, and called the old man into the rift. The girl suddenly opened her eyes when the old man said that the world would change, and asked again, and he replied that he said that it would change. The old man looked at the girl carefully, the protagonist began to appear in his head, and said that this time he would definitely change. Xiao Ha looked around carefully, saw an ocean of blood and her reflection on it, and said that she couldn't believe that he was still capable of such an expression on his face and that it was his doing. The girl looked carefully towards the old man and added that he would collapse, just like 900 years ago in chaos and 700 years ago in the Great Lands. He would collapse, just like then, he would leave everything and run away. A moment later, Xiao Ha turned sharply, angrily began to leave, and said goodbye to him to do what he wanted, but the rift would be watching him. The drop began to fall in the void. A drop fell into a boundless reservoir. The main character noticed that the 1st stage of awakening, doubts about the world, came and put his head to the water, and a broadly smiling reflection appeared opposite him. The protagonist added that the 2nd stage of awakening is understanding the world in which he doubted. The drop began to sharply separate and fly upward. Ewan spoke about the 3rd stage of awakening, forgetting yourself and creating your own world. Kamen closed his eyes tightly and a huge number of drops began to appear around him. The main character with a drawn sword was flying towards a warrior named Kamen. Ewan quickly flew towards him, his eyes glowing golden, and shouted for Kamen to come to his senses. A moment later, the main character crashed into the ground with enormous force and Kamen managed to dodge. The warrior stood up sharply and braked, and then looked at the protagonist with fear. The protagonist began to emerge from the pile of dust, saying that he did not want to see his pathetic side. Ewan then began to quickly raise his sword. A moment later, the protagonist rushed his blade towards the warrior named Kamen and shouted at him to fight as if he were going to die. Kamen looked straight at him in horror. He began to notice drops of water around him and thought that he couldn't even set his mind to win. Kamen, from a series of blows from the protagonist, began to disappear and turn into water and added in his head that he could not even imagine how strong he was. The main character raised his head high and golden essence appeared around him, and Kamen began to slowly sink into the water and wondered if he had become stronger. Kamen looked attentively with his mouth open at the protagonist. After a moment, he closed his eyes tightly and hunched over and then wondered what he was doing. The main character with golden eyes scrunched his face in anger and shouted at him to get rid of the restrictions imposed on him by the world. After these words, Kamen sharply opened his eye in which the pupil glowed. Kamen suddenly surfaced, fully recovered and took a stance with a sword at his side. This is the 3rd stage of awakening. A moment later, Kamen gritted his teeth and rushed towards the protagonist with a powerful attack. And Ewan smirked slightly. Kamen and Javen flew at each other with an attack while the ocean raged around them. This is called forgetting yourself and creating your own world. Kamen looked at the protagonist with crazy eyes. Huge waves rushed right when the warrior said, "Moon Eye." It began to rain lightly, the drops hitting the water loudly. Kamen sat on his knees, head down, in the rain with his sword stuck in the water. The warrior sharply raised his head and looked at the protagonist after congratulating him. Jaewon extended his hand to the warrior and noticed that he had entered the third stage. Kamen abruptly grabbed the protagonist's hand and asked if he had definitely become stronger, and Yuan replied that he had become much stronger. Kamen looked carefully at the crater left by the protagonist and thought that the castellan was also in the third stage, but he did not think that he would be able to keep up with him no matter how many restrictions he surpassed. It was a bright and noisy morning on the street. Someone was already shouting that the current method of the expedition was no good, and another was saying that he wanted to say that he did not recognize the protagonist as the captain of the expedition. The meeting room was filled with different people who were communicating at the table. This is a meeting of three parties. One at the table says that only Gorgon, who called everyone on the expedition alone, speaks of a violation of the contract, and the other replies that so much time has passed. Why did they still have to follow the Treaty of the Four Fortresses? Yun Young opened his mouth wide, looked closely at the evil man and shouted that these are people who said this who did nothing before the expedition into the abyss, who now cares whether it is fair to them, and the man looked at the god of thunder and replied that it's outrageous. Commander of the Gorgon Castle, Jurchen Cheever put his hand to his head, slightly twisted his face and said that the incident with the Golden Sky Clan, the reason why they were all gathered here today, needs to calm down, suggested returning to the main topic. The castellan of the Garuda Fortress, a cold-blooded golden monarch, an opportunist of the 8th degree, Gal H. Vidong looked carefully at the hall, made an angry look and, interrupting the man, said that since they had already started, they must continue. He thinks that the captain who will lead the expedition into the abyss should be re-elected after a fair vote. Castellan of the Dryad Fortress, Aisha Linkrop folded her arms across her chest, looked carefully at the center of the table and said that she had to say that there was some truth in his words. Jurchen Cheever looked sadly and carefully at the table and heard that where the protagonist had gone, he should have been informed about this meeting. He noted in his head what the guys told him. Jurchen Cheever remembered how he hit the table with white gloves and added in his head that at the moment when the castellan left, they received a proposal to hold a meeting of the three parties and they could not reject it and soon received a letter about the arrival of Garuda's envoys. In his head, a gorgeous bird flew above him and he jumped up sharply with a surprised look at it, and then added that the team of opportunists had returned. But the team of awakened ones remained and now, due to the lack of a decision-making party, they were in flight. Gal H. Widong leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on his chest and said confidently that first of all, how can they trust a man who is not even 50 to form an expedition and they want him to become captain? Tell him they are crazy. A moment later, Gal H. Vidong slammed his palm on the table and loudly inquired that they wanted to entrust all the chaos to some unknown beggar. The man turned his head sharply when lightning appeared near him. Yun Young approached the man and put the blade to his throat with the words to say it again. A drop of sweat ran down the golden monarch's cheek and he asked what he was going to do. He wanted to talk with his fists. The armored man reacted sharply, put his hand on his sword and looked angrily towards the lightning god. Gan H. Wang abruptly jumped out of the podium with a sword, and all the other warriors looked at him carefully. Yun Yang looked angrily at the golden monarch and noticed that if he wants to change the captain, he will have to go through them, because they do not want to change anything. The arena was illuminated by the sun's rays. Gal, watching Yun, asked if he really wanted to fight him. Holding the blade, he asked the castellan of the Garuda Fortress about why not. Yun asked if Gal was unsure of himself. Smirking, he stated that he would let Yun make the first move. Flying up behind him, Yun said that he would have started without his words. Yun had a wide smile on his face. He ran in front of Gal. He stopped and looked at him. Yun moved around him at lightning speed. Smiling, Gal noted that Yun was indeed fast. He jumped up very quickly. He watched Gal from the air. Gal was taken aback by what was happening. Yun landed in front of him. Deflecting his blade with a yellow shield, Gal stated that he was truly surprised, calling Yun God of Thunder. Holding back Yun's blow, Gal said that he was strong and it was hard to believe that he had only reached the 7th stage. Blue streams of mana flew in front of Yun's face. Retracting his hand behind his back, Gal said that he recognized that Yun was stronger than he expected. Many golden emblems appeared in the area. Gal asked if Yun knew. He watched as there were many golden seals around Gala. Gal stated that no matter how hard Yun tries, the 2nd level barrier cannot be overcome so easily. He crossed his arms in front of him and noted that by this he wanted to say that it was impossible to defeat him, an opportunist of the 8th stage. Gal used the golden meteor ring technique. He sent many golden emblems towards Yun. Gal said that Yun's childish tricks had come to an end. The stunned Yun covered himself with his hands from Gal's blows. Taken aback, Gan called out to the Thunder God. Yun fell to the ground after being hit by Gala. He reported that Yun fought well, calling him the leader of the clan. Looking at the people in the stands, Gal said that he thought that everyone had seen the result of this battle with their own eyes, noting that since he won this battle, it was time to fulfill their promises and choose a new leader. Interrupting him, Yun asked who gave him the right to say that. Yun was enveloped in blue lightning. He stated that he was still standing upright and feeling great. Holding the blades in front of him, Yun assumed that Gal must be bored, noting that he was talking nonsense. He asked me to try not to sleep a wink from now on. Stretching out his hand, Gal noticed that this meant that Yun did not know the word surrender. Yun rushed at him. Gal called him a simpleton and asked if all he had was speed. Yun's sword was engulfed in flames. He reflected the Gala emblems by applying the Yun Yang style of Gang Hwan's skill, the 18 styles of the Fire King's sword. The Gala seals burned out. Taken aback, he wondered in his thoughts whether this was the Fire King's sword. A thick fog appeared in front of Gal. Yun used the Yun Yang style of Juge Man's skills, style 1 and 8. The Gala was surrounded by green smoke. He wondered if Yun knew the style 1 and 8 of the Forest Scholar clan leader. The enraged Gal, screaming, asked how they could fall so low, giving away their precious skills. Yun flew out of the fog to Gala and declared that only he could fall so low. He flew through Gala at lightning speed and wounded him. Gal said that everything was clear to him. There was a blue wound on his shoulder. Taken aback, Yun turned around. The wounded Gal was enveloped in golden mana. He stated that it was time to become more serious and show him real strength. Yun was surprised by what he saw. A huge cloud of energy appeared above Gal. Spectators began to run away from the stands. Mujek, with his arms crossed, watched the battle closely. Gal's eyes shone with a bright light. A huge cloud of mana raised powerful gusts of wind. A powerful stream of mana fell to the ground. The energy destroyed the battlefield. Gal applied the golden ocean of 10,000 circles. Debris from the arena was scattered to the sides. Golden mana enveloped the battlefield. Aisha watched what was happening in surprise. Surrounded by a flow of energy, Gal asked where the Thunder God had gone and challenged him to see if he could cope. He suddenly became numb. His gaze fell on Yun's cape, shrouded in blue mana. He was heading to Gala. An enraged Yun announced that Gala's childish tricks had come to an end. A huge lightning bolt headed towards Gala. Yun reported that the Garuda leader fought well. He used blue sky sword form, unlimited divine stance, spiral dragon style. Gal watched as a stream of blue energy was directed towards him. Drops of water fell to the ground. Yun's blade was in front of Gal's face. Stopping him, Mujik said that the God of Thunder needs to stop. Looking at Gal, Mujik asked if he agreed that the fight was over. The Garuda leader's hand glowed with golden light. Mujik asked if he wanted to call on Garuda's guardian angel. He asked if this was the same decree about the giant dead man. Mujik asked again if he wanted to call him there. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gal lowered his gaze. He said that he lost. Standing up, he addressed the Thunder God and noted that it was a good battle. Looking into the stands, Mujik reported that Gal had lost to the Thunder God and asked about who was next and who wanted to challenge. While watching Aisha, Mujik proposed to her. Frowning, Aisha listened to Mujik's proposal. He noted that if he wanted, he could go down to the arena. Ja approached Gal. She turned to Mujik, who was asking what it meant. Looking sideways at him, Ja replied that as he saw, she was crossing to the other side. Grabbing the blade, Mujik asked what she was up to. Surprised, Gan asked if she was in her right mind. The man walked towards the arena. Watching Mujik, JHA said that according to her observations, the chance of victory on this side is much higher. The man was illuminated by the rays of the sun. He turned to Mujiku and announced that he was calling him. His gaze fell on the entrance to the arena where the dark image of a man stood. The plot introduces us to the Jade-Faced Monarch, Bang Chanil, a 9th stage opportunist. He extended his hand and told Mujiku that they had not seen each other for a long time. Taken aback, Jurchen wondered why Bang was there. In his thoughts, he asked if it was his doing, the meeting of three hands. Mujik called out to Bang. He was enveloped in bright mana. He asked if the sworn enemy of Chaos, who stole the fruit 900 years ago and slaughtered countless souls, had decided to return. Placing his hand on his chest, Bang replied that these were heartless words and asked Mujik to forget about the past and unite. Bang said that the Steel Monarch misses Mujiku, calling him an old friend. An enraged Mujik asked if Bang was now serving under him. Bang replied that this was exactly the case. Bang presented the image of a large man standing against the backdrop of a fortress. He revealed that the Steel Monarch has a soft spot for martial artists. The sky above the arena darkened. Mujik assumed that the Steel Monarch had no choice and therefore accepted such trash as him into his ranks. Smirking, Bang asked if Mujik was still angry with him because of the past. He noticed that the Steel Monarch had forgiven him, but what about Mujik? People are very different. Mujik was beside himself with rage. Bang asked him not to be so heartless towards his fellow martial artist. He asked if they had been through a lot together. Mujik rushed at him and asked if the man who betrayed Miram dared to say this. Bang raised his hand. He deflected Mujik's blow. He noted with a smile that this was cruel and this was their first meeting in 900 years. Frowning, Mujik called out to Bang. After striking him, Mujik began to talk about the Dryad, Garuda, and the clan of priestesses. He asked a question about when they first managed to fool them. Bang replied that he didn't understand what Mujik was talking about. Bang's hand was enveloped in dark mana and he stated that they were simply giving advice so that they could make wise and reasonable decisions. Having repelled Mujik's blow, he noted that he wanted to add that from the very beginning, he, Castellan Gorgon and others dreamed of something unrealistic. Smirking, Bang said that it was a pity. Turning around, the enraged Mujik ordered him to shut up. His gaze fell on the stands. Aisha watched their fight. She frowned. They turned to Aisha, calling her the Castellan of the Dryads, and asked her not to give in to emotions. The man was walking towards her. Coming out of the dark tunnel, the guy said that she made the right choice. Turning around, Aisha remained silent. The plot introduces us to the emissary of the Steel Monarch, Hai Young. He presented Jaewon's battles and said that Castellan Gorgon was much more dangerous than the Golden Sky Clan. He noted that the protagonist is using the expedition to unite chaos. He had an image in his head of Yuan holding the blade in front of him. He reported that the monarch considered him a threat. A picture of the main character standing against the backdrop of a nightmare surfaced in his imagination. He emphasized that the mark given to those who want to replace chaos. He noted that every time a threat appears, hope also appears. He imagined an army of warriors standing on a rock. In his head, Aisha stood on a red field. He reported that this ultimately leads to despair. He noted that if they did not get rid of him, they would not avoid bloodshed and chaos. He pictured Aisha standing against the backdrop of a bloody battlefield. He emphasized the fact that she lived 970 years, and she herself clearly remembers what happened 900 years ago. Aisha noted in her thoughts that she would not allow this disaster to happen again. Stretching out his hand, he said that that was why he was asking for Aisha's cooperation. He said that in a week a meeting of the three parties would be held in Gorgon. Looking down, she wondered if she had made the right choice. Bang parried Mujik's blow and suggested they stop already, noting that he couldn't win. He asked if Mujik hadn't figured it out yet. He turned around sharply. A bright glow emanated from his katana. Swinging his blade, Mujik used the Sword of Heaven technique. Bang watched this technique closely. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Holding Mujik's katana with his fist, Bang revealed that there were already large differences in abilities between the opportunist stages, but the difference was between the 8th and 9th stages. Holding the blade, Bang noted with a grin that the difference was simply enormous. Mujik frowned at what he saw. Grabbing his hands, Bang stated that when Mujik reaches the 9th stage, then they will talk. He placed his hand on Mujik's chest, from which a glow was emanating. Bang stated that someone like Mujik cannot understand the true power of a monarch. Mujik was knocked back by Bang's blow. The arena was enveloped in Bang's mana. Taken aback, JHA noticed in his thoughts that the real power belongs to the monarch class. The wounded Mujik sat on his knees. JHA noticed that Mujik was defeated with one blow. Bang stood over him. JHA emphasized that the Jade-Face monarch who rules the 12th region has not even reached the Great Monarch stage. She noted that directly below the Great Monarch is a Lieutenant General, and then a Major General, but he is neither of them. He is the lowest rank of the three, Brigade General. Stunned, JHA noted that she could not believe that they were forming an expedition to fight these monarchs and victory was impossible. Looking at Mujik, Bang asked him to finally give up and say goodbye to his dreams, adding that they could not win. He asked if they had reached a fairly high position in chaos. Mujik was lying on the ground. Standing over him, Bang declared that they should not try to reach the heavens because they could not reach them. Mujik listened to his speech with a stony face. He looked up. His blade flew next to Bang's face, who said that if they want to exist peacefully, then. Hair was falling from Bang's head. He asked about what Mujik had just done. He held the katana next to Bang's head. He asked Mujik not to say that he had decided to continue like this. Holding the blade, Mujik stated that 900 years ago, Bang was the one who defeated them in the Resurrection Palace and stole their fruit. It started to rain. Mujik noted that they had lost many comrades then and he would never forget the shame they experienced that day. Raising his blade, the enraged Mujik cried out that everything was different now. He swung his blade. Bang replied that Mujik was still boring. He asked if Mujik had finally chosen death. The katana was enveloped in bright energy. A powerful beam came from her. Mujik used the Enigma, Sword of Heaven technique. Bang was taken aback by what he saw. He waved a huge stream of mana in front of him. Mujik used a form of heavenly destruction. The enraged Mujik began to scream. Bang extended his hand, from which dark mana emanated. He said it was a pity. Streams of dark energy began to emanate from him. Bang used the bottomless pit technique. Mujik was taken aback as his technique dissipated. Holding his fist shrouded in dark mana, Bang reported that in the end, Mujik was unable to reach the heavens this time either. He noted that he could not do it either 900 years ago or now. He grabbed Mujik by the head. Holding his face, Bang declared that he couldn't change anything. Gan began to shout, calling out to Mujik. Beads of sweat ran down Bang's face. He said that Mujik should blame Castellan Gorgon for his unfulfilled dreams. The outline of a man entered the arena. He turned to Mujiku and asked for forgiveness for being so late. Drops of rain flew past him. He said that the castellan would be late, noting that he was a little busy. Cayman began to draw his sword from behind his back. Entering the arena, Cayman declared that he would fight until Yuan arrived. Holding Yun in his arms, Jurchen asked what could be more important to the castellan than being present in this set. He noted that the expedition could end at any moment before it even begins. Walking through the wet arena, Cayman asked the commander to calm down and take a deep breath, noting that everything was fine and he was there. Approaching them, Cayman turned to Mujiku and asked if he was okay. Looking down, Mujik asked Cayman to surrender, adding that he was no match for him. Standing in the rain, Cayman replied that Mujik could rest assured that everything would be fine. He looked at Gan and Juge and said that the two of them should evacuate people away from this place. Taken aback, Juge asked what Cayman was even talking about. Mujik's katana lay on the ground. Juge cried out that Sir Mujik was unable to defeat him. He noted that even if the two of them attacked, it was unlikely that anything would change. Cayman turned to the leader of the clan of forest scientists. He stood face to face with Bang and asked to let him fight him. Taken aback, Juge said that it was Cayman. He held his blade and noted that it had been a long time since their last meeting, turning to the jade-faced monarch. Putting his hand to his chin, Bang asked if Cayman knew him. He said he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. He imagined Cayman among the crowd of warriors. Bang asked if he was the same recruit who couldn't join the expedition into the abyss because he was weak. Cayman replied with a serious look that everything was in the past. Smiling, Bang noted that judging by the fact that Cayman was trying to stop him, he had become stronger. Waving his sword, Cayman asked if Bang wanted to test it out for himself. Bang stood in the rain. He rushed to Cayman and offered to check the progress. He dodged Bang's punch. Dark mana enveloped his hand. Cayman pointed his blade at him. He struck Bang's hand with his sword. Bang was taken aback by what he saw. There was a powerful explosion, from which Bang jumped back. Holding his hand, he said that it was not bad and asked Cayman what kind of skill it was. Taking the sword with both hands, Cayman replied that it was weaker than a heavy blow, but stronger than usual. Holding the blade in front of him, Cayman cried out that it was a superb blow. Frowning, he asked Bang to give it his all. Cayman noted that otherwise Bang would die at his hands. Drops of rain fell on Bang. A dark aura began to envelop him. He asked if he would die. Dark hands appeared behind Bang. He asked if Cayman believed he could kill him. Cayman was taken aback by what he saw. Bang said that he was a weakling who believed in his own strength. Huge black hands headed towards Cayman. He bounced away from many of Bang's punches. He asked if Cayman had decided he could kill him. Upon landing, Cayman skidded across the ground. He pointed his sword at Bang's dark hand. There was a powerful blow. Frowning, Cayman declared that this place would be Bang's grave. Bang chuckled at what he heard. He pointed many hands at Cayman and said that in the end, he never understood his place. Cayman watched Bang's blow closely. He frowned at what he saw. He remembered Yuan saying that he was congratulating him. He extended his hand to Cayman and announced that he had entered the third stage. Sitting on his knee, Cayman asked the main character if he had definitely become stronger over these 2 years. Yuan asked about 2 years. The main character said that the second floor has a completely different time period than the first and the leaders of the other sects will spend 2 years there. Smiling, Yuan asked if Cayman thought he had dealt 10 billion blows in just 2 years. Cayman's eyes glowed blue. Water appeared under his feet. He applied the vast world of the ocean. Taken aback, Bang wondered if Cayman was awakened. He noted that only the castellan was awakened, but then another appears. The Cayman was enveloped in a watery aura. He dealt a powerful blow to Bang. An enraged Bang asked if all he had were petty tricks. Huge waves rose around Cayman. He started screaming. A huge tsunami rose up. Cayman landed a heavy punch. Bang was stunned by what he saw. The rain continued to fall over the arena. Puddles appeared in the arena. Cayman held his sword close to him. He stood opposite Bang. Bent over, Bang groaned in pain. Cayman swung his blade and in his thoughts, what was needed again? Ja held the blades between her fingers. She threw them at Cayman. Taken aback, Cayman asked in his thoughts if this was the head of the clan of priestesses. He dodged her throw. Cayman said with a serious look that the castellan had mentioned this earlier, that Ja's betrayal was just around the corner. She started shouting that she was asking the South Sea sect leader to retreat. Standing in front of Cayman, Ya stated that it doesn't matter how much stronger he has become, noting that he can't defeat Bang and these 2 years of training won't change anything. She asked if Cayman had thought about what would happen next. Holding a blade oozing blue mana in front of him, Cayman asked if she was talking about 2 years. He looked at her and said that he was. After delivering a powerful blow, Cayman stated that he had been striking for 200 years. Cayman's powerful energy destroyed everything in its path. Gan and Juge covered their faces from the bright light. Jurchen was stunned by what he saw. Clouds of dust rose from the ruins. Surprised, Mujik wondered if Cayman had won. The sun's rays began to break through the rain clouds. Mujik noted in his thoughts that the castellan knew what would happen and therefore sent Cayman there. He noticed that Yuan was aware of the fact. Kamen stood in front of the ruins of the arena. Nujek noted that the main character realized that chaos should stand on its own 2 feet instead of relying on him. A notice appeared that showed a picture of Kamen and said that it was a crushing defeat for the 5-Zone Brigade General. Aisha looked at the notification and looked away. Kamen said she was the only one in the congregation who changed her mind. Sitting on the sofa, she replied that she came there because he convinced her, but Kamen sat down opposite her. Aisha said that they know better than anyone how dangerous monarchs are. Sunlight illuminated the library. She asked if Kamen really wanted to fight them. He replied that it was true. Aisha imagined the dark outlines of people with red eyes behind her. Kamen stated that the Golden Sky Clan was nothing compared to the Resurrection Palace. Aisha said that he certainly defeated the Brigade General. However, his true rank was much higher than what was said, and in fact he is a Lieutenant General. She noticed that this meant that stronger opponents than him, great monarchs, awaited him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kamen replied that he knew that. Looking at Aisha, Kamen said that they fled 900 years ago, but now everything will change, noting that you cannot run away all your life. Taken aback, Aisha noted in her thoughts that she had an image in her head of Kamen, and she noticed that he was an opportunist who always struggled with uncertainty because he was not gifted. She remembered how Kamen extended his hands to Chingyo lying on the ground. Aisha, in thought, emphasized that he was the one who experienced despair when he faced a wall that could not be overcome by sheer effort. She looked at his serious expression and noticed that she could not believe that he had changed so much. She wondered if he was really the Kamen she knew. Many voices could be heard from outside the window. Aisha said that if Kamen is so sure of it, then she is sure too. She pulled the curtain aside with her hand. Looking out the window, she saw a crowd of people standing above the tower. Looking at Kamen, she asked if this was the Tower of Nightmares. He replied that this was true both for the castellan and for the old man. While observing the tower, she asked if he had carried out cultivation in this place. Kamen looked at the dark tower and said that cultivation may look like this, but it is not what she thinks about. Kamen stated that it would not become a product at this location. Taken aback, Aisha thought about the words he said. He approached her and addressed Aisha. She wondered if Kamen became so strong because of this tower. Pulling back the curtain, Kamen asked Aisha to take a look for herself. Gan and Yan looked at each other with furious faces. Carlton examined the tower carefully. People were scared. Kamen reported that chaos was now independent. Looking out the window, Aisha said that even ordinary people are trying to enter the tower, although they are afraid. She asked why they were doing this. A bird flew in the sky. Kamen replied that it was because of the desire to choose what they had been waiting for so long. The eagle soared in the air. Kamen noted that they were waiting for the freedom they lost 900 years ago. Many people stood at the tower. Kamen declared that they must gain their freedom with their own hands. Aisha put her hand to the glass and said that she saw what? It was illuminated by the sunlight that came through the window. She noted that they want to believe in themselves again. The bright sun illuminated the desert. Aisha asked where the castle and Gorgon had gone. Yuan sat next to the old man near the oasis. Chingo guessed that the meeting of the 3 parties should be ending by now. The main character answered him that this is true. Yuan held a container of water to his mouth. The old man asked if the main character really decided not to go, noting that there were many strong people there. Yuan replied that Kamen could handle them. Frowning, the main character stated that Kamen had become stronger than Chingo. The enraged old man shouted that this was nonsense and that he was 100 years ahead of Kamen. Yuan said that Chingyo also started over. Looking away, the old man replied that it was true. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why, noting that he would soon reach the 3rd stage. Holding a vessel of water, the old man replied that it was because he had chosen the wrong path. Yuan wondered if the direction changes if one awakens in a different way. Surprised, Chingyo asked if the main character knew this. Watching the bright sun, the main character said that in any case, the old man's view of the world is different from his, which means the direction is also different. The old man listened to Yuan attentively. Chingyo stated that he and the rift awakened in the same vein. He imagined blood dripping from the blade. The old man noted that the first stage of awakening is analysis. He remembered his blood-stained face. Chingyo said that after that there is no second collection. He imagined a huge puddle of blood and noted that the final stage is dedication. The old man said that the awakening that he knew was not something incomprehensible. He remembered how many hands reached out to him. Chingyo stated that he was simply slaughtering enemies in his path. He noted that the analysis did not question him. The old man imagined how hands were holding his face. Chingyo reported that the collection did not torture him. He noted that in this way he achieved his awakening without question or torture. The old man imagined his hand covering his eye. In his head there was an image of Yuan being visible from behind his hand. Chingyo emphasized that this guy is different. The old man said that doubt asked about the reason for its own existence, and understanding tormented itself over the reason for the existence of the world. He imagined the main character walking towards the red eye. The old man noticed that this is why they endlessly question and endlessly suffer. Chingyo noted that he even received a unique world. This is a path along which they will endlessly doubt the veracity of this world. The old man said it was a thorny path. His gaze fell on the water in the oasis. Chingyo asked about how old Yuan is. The main character asked the question if he was on his own again. The old man with a serious face suggested that the third floor of the tower was completed a few days ago, noting that based on what Makel said, the time on the third floor is 100 times higher than on the second. He imagined the Tower of Nightmares. Chingyo reported that Yuan had been away from chaos for 2 days and had not been seen on the second floor. The old man noted in his thoughts that this meant that the main character was on the third floor. He looked at Yuan and asked about how long he spent there. The main character smiled silently. He said that he spent 2,000 years there. Taken aback, Chingyo asked if the main character thought he was crazy and if Yuan thought he would believe him. Sitting near the shore, the main character said that if this is true, then the old man will address him as you. An angry Chingyo asked if the main character was laughing at him. The surprised old man said that it was simply incomprehensible that he had been there for so long. Yuan said with a calm face that as expected, he couldn't stay longer. He started to get up. Looking at the old man, the main character said that it was time for them to move forward. Sighing, Chingyo said that no matter whether Yuan lived 1 or 2,000 years, to him he would remain the same boy. They jumped up from the ground. Frowning, the main character stated that even after living an extra 200 years, the old man had not changed at all. They moved at great speed. Looking at him, the old man asked if Yuan really wanted to go against the Resurrection Palace. The main character replied that it was so. Chingyo introduced the glowing palace and said that the Resurrection Palace is not an easy opponent. He noted that it was not too late to wait for reinforcements from Gorgon, and only then strike at them. Looking at the old man, Yuan asked if the old man really thought that the monarch would wait until they gathered the awakened ones. The main character noted that he had already predicted this course of events. While moving through the desert, Yuan said that therefore they should attack when these fools let their guard down, noting that he did not plan to fight against all these palace guys either. The main character said that he would take from them the most valuable thing they have. Chingyo imagined fruits emitting bright light and asked if Yuan wanted to steal them. The main character said with a serious look that he wanted to steal something else. He introduced the image of Hai and Bang. Yuan said that he wants to steal the treasure of nightmares that turns a living person into a lion. He imagined a dark gate with a golden border. The protagonist suggested that they could enter chaos if they used this gate. Moving at lightning speed, Yuan stated that then, if someone took all the fruits and broke the narrow gate, then the monarchs would not be able to enter chaos. The main character noted that they, of course, can enter if they die, but there is hardly anyone willing to do this. In front of them was a high fortress. Jaewon said that in any case, to implement this idea, he needs to go through this place. The main character said that this is the Acropolis of the Manticore at the entrance to the Palace of Resurrection. Moving towards the gate, Jaewon stated that the Manticore is now under the rule of the Golden Sky Clan and these guys will not let them through so easily. The old man asked what the main character was going to do. Yuan swung his blade. He struck a powerful blow at the gate. The main character said that he would do what he always does. Kamen appeared and tells us that he will briefly go through the monarchs of the Great Land. He imagined a pyramid. The most powerful is the Great Monarch, after him comes the Monarch, next to him is the Lieutenant General, and at the end is the Major General. Kamen told us that the Great Monarchs are the rulers of 12 regions, the Steel Monarch rules the 5th region and is a Great Monarch. Kamen noticed that the lowest rank among the 3 is Major General, there is also a Brigade General, he is out of this league, that is, below. A huge pillar rising upward illuminated everything that surrounded it with light. Chingyo looked at Yuan sternly and turned to him, saying that only the 2 of them were now opposing the entire fortress. The doctor asked if the guy had a backup plan. Looking at Chingyo, who was sitting opposite him, the guy said that he would do everything as he always did. The doctor looked from under his forehead at the young man and told him to put in more effort because it was much better. Suddenly, a strong stomping sound began to be heard behind the men, and later the enemies arrived, of which there were a large number. The doctor said that the enemy standing in front of them was their obstacle to reaching the Palace of Rebirth, to which Yuan replied that he knew about it. The guy stood up while stamping his foot and began to gain energy. He resolutely pointed his weapon towards the enemies, who were already almost near his nose. With strong magic, he swept away all opponents at a long distance and returned to his position. At this time, Lim Jin was scratching his temples with a fan. Looking at the holographic window, he said that he now understands that the rumors clearly do not lie. On the screen, he looked at Yuan's battle and the leader said with interest that moments such as the destruction of the northern group of Golden Skies and the path of the wave were the work of Yuan. Lim Jin flipped through the episodes on the holographic screen with interest, realizing that Yuan was the product he asked for. Looking at the moment when Yuan was still in the glaciers and before the victory over the tower and Beast Train, the leader said that he could have checked the screen earlier and would have known everything. Sudden holographic glitches above his head caught his attention. The voice said that he noticed how the leader was filled with doubt. Clicking his finger, Lim Jin saw a familiar man, who said that it was hard for him to even look at it. Siren appeared in front of the leader in all her glory and said with a smile that she only now understood why Jaewon was connected with the Black Sea. The girl winked playfully at Lim Jin and smiled slightly. The guy, lounging on the throne, greeted her coldly and reminded her not to forget that this was chaos. Approaching closer and closer to the leader and knocking her heels, she heard from the guy's lips that only Siren could dress like that. She said rudely that she was not going to dress in mud color like everyone else. Sitting down next to the disgruntled guy, Siren said that the guys from Muram had already walked a little further and thought that Muram was where they were now. Spying on what the guy was doing and what was shown on the screen, she playfully winked at the leader. Pushing Lim Jin away, the girl began to peer at the screen and paid due attention to Yuan's technique. She watched with interest and admiration as the guy fought his enemies. Siren was surprised how Yuan killed several as one with one blow. Moving away from the girl, the guy irritably asked the girl if she really didn't have enough patience. To this, Siren enthusiastically replied that yes, but Lim himself should have told her that there would be something so interesting. The leader was surprised that the girl called it interesting. Siren smiled, revealing her fangs, and replied that she would be interested in how the Jade Monarch would appear in the chaos, although Lim himself had only heard about it. Dead mercenaries suddenly appeared in his thoughts and he said that he knew how all of them sent to Karyuta were killed. Lim suggested that this was the work of the Jade Monarch. He vividly imagined how the monarch was leaving the killed mercenaries, and then Lim said that, most likely, both Karyuta and Drea were on his side. Moving away from his fantasy thoughts, the guy began to look around the walls of the hall and said that it was funny that monarchs should not interfere in the affairs of chaos, because that's what the rule says. Imagining a huge field similar to a chessboard, Lim said that even the minions of the iron are trying to control the chaos. Making a pawn move, the leader said that in this way this place becomes a battlefield for the monarchs of the Great Land. Siren smiled mockingly after listening to Lim's speech. She moved towards the leader's ear and whispered that she had already heard how one of them had already killed the Jade Monarch. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and looked questioningly at the girl. The leader looked dumbfounded into the girl's eyes and asked if the Jade Monarch was really dead and who killed him. Slowly going down the stairs, the girl said that one of the heads of the clan did this. Lim was surprised that it was the clan heads who did this and could not understand where they got such strength from. In the thoughts of both guys, a picture of the death of one of the participants appeared after Siren said that the Lord of the South Sea killed one of the participants in the expedition into the abyss. Lim stared at one point for a long time, thinking that the Jade Monarch was too strong an opponent for someone like the Lord of the South Sea. The young man suggested that even if he hid his true skills, then it would not be clear why the Lord did this. The image of the Southern Sea Lord appeared in his mind, and the leader thought that the Jade Monarch was on the side of the Iron Monarch, the Lord of the 12th Zone, the Great Land. Lim began to think with reasoning that hierarchy is very important in this great land, so lieutenant generals are also considered important people. A whole system appeared in his head, which Lim could not understand, because how could he kill an important person? He was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of Siren, who asked about further actions, since the product of Lim became a lord and received support. Looking at the holographic screen where Yuan was depicted, the girl asked the leader if he was afraid for them when Yuan himself found out about this. Lim said with irritation that it would be better for them if their product came to them. Nervously waving his fan and looking at Siren in surprise, he suggested that the girl's monster, who used the power of the dead, might appear. The guy exclaimed that they could send their dead guest away. At the same time, Jaewon stood next to the healer looking at the defeated enemies, who were lying helpless and showing no signs of life on the ground. Shingo lowered his gaze a little in confusion, turning to Yuan saying that this was strange, because he didn't understand with what forces they could intimidate all the chaos. Yuan looked at the doctor with detachment and confidently said that he did not think that this was the end. Suddenly people began to appear and the doctor's speech was interrupted. Many monsters rushed towards the heroes with a loud stomp. Shingo and Yuan looked at the approaching opponents and exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the two of them could not defeat so many people. The mummies were slowly catching up, heading towards the men. The guy said that these people emanate a strange energy reminiscent of the dead. Suddenly a voice from somewhere asked if these were the same discoverers. Someone's nimble shadows flashed over Jaewon's head on the roof of one of the buildings and stopped right above the guy. The sound attracted the man and he looked up as he heard himself being honored. Two silhouettes broke away from the roof, flying down. Someone's voice rang out and said that he was surprised that the hero himself would come to them. Two guys landed quickly, raising a column of dust. The guy directed his gaze towards the heroes and smoothly opening his torn mouth said that he was glad to see both the hero and the doctor. Chingyo warily began to defend himself with a sword and asked who was in front of him and why he knew him. Pointing a sharp spear towards the doctor, the guy mockingly asked if the doctor had already forgotten him. The guy barely opened his mouth, saying that collecting antlers and moving patients was the time when he was the one doing all this. The doctor peered in surprise at the guy's facial features and, realizing who was standing in front of him, exclaimed. Memories of how he looked before and now appeared in Chingyo's head. The plot introduces us to a character like Heinz, the arbiter of justice. He replied with a mocking smile that he was pleased that the doctor still remembered him. Chingyo looked at the guy dumbfounded, his mouth open in surprise, and suddenly exclaimed, asking what the Gorgon defender forgot in the golden skies. Looking at Heinz's covered neck and protruding hair handles, the doctor asked many questions, not understanding what Heinz was doing in such a place. But the man called out to him, thereby stopping his speech. He objected indignantly, asking how the doctor would talk about it like that after what the Gorgons had done to him. Looking at the guy, Chingyo suddenly remembered everything. He was transported 100 years ago and a strong stomping sound sounded in his ears as if in reality. The guy asked in a deep voice what happened here. Chingyo recalled that the Gorgons then fought with the Moon Clan, which no longer exists. The guy standing in front of him was kneeling, but his back was not turned. He told the doctor that while that was not happening, the Moon Clan attacked them. Then, after the clan's attack on Gorgon, 50 people died. Suddenly the young man turned to him, and the doctor saw the guy's blackened and disfigured face, which expressed fear. This was the only person who survived. Under the light of the bloody moon, the corpses of the soldiers lay, but only one of them, kneeling, looked up. This survivor was Heinz. After this, having recovered a little, Heinz went to the doctor and turned to him. Convulsively touching his shoulder, the guy asked Chingyo to make him stronger. Since the doctor was from Urim, he most likely could have done this. Without turning around at the guy's request, Chingyo clarified the guy's name. Heinz nervously grabbed part of the doctor's robe while he said that he understood how difficult it was for him because he accepted such a fate as a weak person. Stopping Heinz's hand in the air, the doctor made a click. Chingyo turned around, looking at the shaking guy and said with detachment that in 1,000 years, in chaos, he had seen many people like the guy himself. Relaxing his facial muscles and looking indifferently at Heinz, he said that he could not help. Leaving the guy alone under the glow of the moon, the doctor finally apologized. Grabbing his head with his hand and lowering his gaze to the floor, he said that he still remembered the doctor's words. Then Chingyo said that if a guy wants to become stronger, he should try. Nervously tugging at the bandage that covered one of the guy's eyes, Heinz said that efforts are only available to those who can afford it. Sweat mixed with tears covered the doctor's face, and he listened to the guy's speech about how, but especially in chaos, because such luxury is not available to everyone. Finally, with a quick movement of his hand, Heinz removed the bandage and said loudly that he had tried. The guy's face opened up and now one could see that under the bandage he was hiding the rotten and black part of his face. He screamed about stopping believing in his ideals, about throwing away everything he lived for. They stood up warily, trying to defend themselves. The doctor looked at the guy in surprise and could not understand what he was going to do. Taking the weapon into his hands, the guy said that the weak adapter of the second level died 100 years ago. Directing his gaze towards the heroes and exposing his empty eye socket, the guy said that he was Heinz, deputy head of the Golden Heaven clan. Dust flew in a column towards the heroes. The sharp tip of the weapon was pointed in their direction and, mocking, Heinz said that he had heard a lot about how the Lord knew how to use a lunge. Getting into a fighting stance and laughing loudly, the guy said that he was ready to watch this. Heinz's weapon was engulfed in smoke that resembled the fangs of a monster, and he sent Balkan's 8 claws towards them. Many angry and fanged jaws rushed at the heroes. Heinz decided to strike the carotid artery. The monstrous monsters opened their mouths, viciously rushing at the Lord. Ewan looked at them and confidently decided to strike. The huge monster screamed and rushed at Jaewon, while he pointed his weapon towards the monster with many mouths. Attacking his enemy, Jaewon destroyed many of the red dragon's mouths with a huge rush. The Lord's power was many times stronger than Heinz's, which the guy easily repelled. Heinz watched in horror as Ewan defeated him. Putting his weapon behind his back, preparing to strike, Heinz exclaimed, not understanding where the Lord had so much strength. The guy standing behind turned to Heinz, saying that it was better to work together, to which the deputy did not respond. But a split second later he yelled for his entire army to attack the heroes. Looking around and seeing that they were surrounded on all sides, Ewan was ready to strike at any moment. With coldness and indifference, the Lord looked at the multitude of enemies. Lim Jin watched this entire battle and, looking at what was happening, he did not understand what was happening. On the holographic screen was Ewan, who was attacking his enemies. Lim couldn't wrap his head around how Ewan managed to cut up his men. The leader noted that if he had come and united with the others, then, most likely, they would have defeated him faster and clearly would have been able to win. Suddenly, the screen showed how Jaewon was being attacked from above by his fighters, but even seeing such a picture, the leader said that in any case, their losses were great and even if everyone fell now, then Lim Jin's efforts would fall. Suddenly Siren called out to him and, sitting on the arm of the sofa, looked at the guy with displeasure. Lim distantly asked what she wanted. The girl winced, closing one eye and turning away her nose, and said that she did as the leader ordered. She studied the soul-destroying stone, created dark energy, and thereby helped gather the soldiers. Lim looked at the girl a little confusedly and remained silent, not wanting to answer. Siren grinned mischievously, and grabbing the leader by both cheeks with her thin hand, she decided to put forward her own rules. She leaned towards him, laughing evilly, and offered Lim Jin a deal. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the battlefield, and someone pronounced the title of Jaewon in a loud and majestic voice. The Legend of the Wave Path. Heinz looked dumbfounded at the rising staircase and was clearly amazed that the Lord was able to open what was impossible. Jaewon rushed into the attack with a strong jerk. Possessing enormous strength, he received the title of Lord in just a month, but Heinz himself did not like anything about him. Exposing his rotten part of his face and thinking that even after 2 years, the deputy himself is still a newbie, and Yuan became a lord in a month, and that was what angered him. In a matter of seconds, Heinz turned into a huge monster and tentacles came out of his mouth. The monster roared Yuan's name. Proudly holding a weapon in his hands, Heinz tried to attract the hero's attention and shouted that he would show him all his strength. At these exclamations, Jaewon turned around, looking towards the enemy with anger and irritation. Angry and embittered, Heinz roared as he waited for Yuan to attack him. With one blow, the deputy overturned huge boulders, causing them to break into pieces. Many dead people were cut into pieces by one blow from the guy. Clutching his weapon in his hands, the monster turned to the Lord. Directing a strong blow towards Jaewon, Heinz said that he received his strength by giving up his life. He gave up his beliefs to get what he wanted. Mercilessly attacking the Lord with a spear, from which blood flowed like an open wound, Heinz exclaimed angrily. Yuan looked at his opponent indifferently and, opening his mouth, said, suggesting that they finish. But a second later, a huge cloud of magic blinded Heinz, which is why he did not immediately understand what had happened. Stretching his entire body forward and attacking his opponent with all his strength, Yuan's punch was too strong. Barely slowing down, leaning on his spear, Heinz grabbed the ground with his claws. It seemed that the guy's face was becoming scarier and scarier every second. Looking indifferently at the guy's disfigured face, Yuan asked why all the people in chaos are the same. The rot on Heinz's face filled new areas, and he only clenched his teeth and tried to fight back. No one understood how Yuan was able to hit the deputy head of the 9th grade adapter so hard. The doctor tried not to let anyone near the Lord so that he would not be attacked from all sides, although cries were heard from all sides for everyone to attack the Lord. But suddenly there was help behind the deputy, who laughed evilly, warning Yuan. Lord Gorgon was seriously opposed to his enemies, although both of them worked hard for this victory, dealing a powerful blow, but Jaewon understood that these were not efforts, but empty words. A strong blow blinded everything around. The ground vibrated violently from such an attack. Heinz was horrified, his mouth opening in surprise. The white glow absorbed Heinz. The weapon jumped out of the deputy's hands with a loud noise. He raised his head up and the decomposed part of his face was illuminated by a red light. The guy exclaimed in shock at what he saw. In front of him was the same tree that was surrounded by red mana. Heinz couldn't believe his eyes. The left side of his face became similar to the other, and the man himself turned into a skeleton, but he could not believe what he was now seeing in front of him, the world of the awakened ones that he had heard about. Heinz began to stretch his hand towards the light, which gradually turned to dust. With his empty eye sockets, he looked at a world that was intended for those who had already given up. The large clawed hand disappeared, and the man himself looked at the eyes that monitor the world and study everything in it. Heinz didn't understand how Yuan fought this. The hand melted into thin air as the deputy took in the sight in surprise, realizing that Yuan was out of his mind to be working with this. Heinz's entire body began to turn into dust, and he realized that he was mistaken when he thought about fighting him. He almost dissolved, taking on the appearance of ordinary dust, but he understood that if he had not given up then, he would have remained in his world. This bright explosion was very strong and caused heavy damage to everything in the surrounding area. But besides this, Heinz would not have been able to see something similar on his way if he had not entered into a fight with the guy. After many minutes, everything passed and someone was heard shouting that Yuan was an obvious monster. All buildings were destroyed, which shocked everyone. In one day, the 1,000-year-old treasure Manticore was destroyed. Heinz could not come to his senses and looked at the sky for a long time with his mouth open. Now it was not a strong thrust, but a killing thrust. The doctor looked at all the enemies with fear, saying that some were still alive, but it was better not to waste time. Yuan replied that they needed to stop talking and move on. Chingo looked around at the shattered buildings and asked how Yuan managed to do this. The Lord experienced the feeling that when his lunge touched something, everything around him became absorbed in his own world. Yuan stood confidently on his feet and answered Chingo that he simply hit with all his might, to which the doctor looked in surprise, realizing that with a simple blow Yuan could change the whole world. Chingo thought that perhaps this was the next stage after self-destruction. Examining the ruins, the doctor said that they now have an open path, and after that, Jaewon did not see any more enemies, because the golden heavens also most likely suffered due to his blow. Suddenly, the heroes looked in surprise at something appearing in the sky, and the healer noted that Jaewon had gone a little overboard. A hologram appeared above their heads and Yuan asked what it was. The doctor suggested that this was a change in space. Opening his mouth in surprise, Chingyo doubted his words. Suddenly Siren appeared above them, answering that her dead were too timid, and the healer realized that this was a skill of transcendental movement, namely deformation. She landed on the ground with a slightly vibrating bang, and the healer was still thinking about the fact that only one person could use this skill. Yuan looked at the girl's appearance indifferently, not understanding what kind of show she was putting on and who she even was. Siren was stunned when she heard the guy's words. She asked with horror whether he really didn't know her. Suddenly, a holographic window appeared in front of her where she was depicted. Siren asked if he really didn't watch Hot 10 of the Week or Tower Above Tower. She pointed him to the screen with her image and, a little angry, Siren asked if he had a hologram panel at home. Suddenly, the doctor intervened and said that this girl was a demon of nightmares. Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon learning that the girl was a demon of nightmares. The doctor coughed a little and said that all men knew about her in chaos. Suddenly, Chingyo's hat flew away, and Siren said that the old boy, as she called the doctor, turned out to be quite smart. The hat ended up in Siren's hands and she said that she asked not to call her that anymore. Having put on the hat, the girl noticed that it was dirty and Siren said that the real demons of nightmares are a completely different race. The girl played with the doctor without giving up her hat and said that after so many years of her life, she could understand this. She gave up her hat and soared into the air. The girl introduced herself as Siren Armel, saying that she was not just a demon of nightmares. Yuan looked at her calmly and thought that the golden skies had brought her in. Despite the fact that he had many questions, he decided that now was not the best time. Yuan thanked the girl for introducing herself and asked her to give him directions. Siren smiled, revealing her fangs, and apologized, saying that it would be difficult. Yuan listened to her coldly and soullessly as she talked about receiving the request. Smiling mockingly and turning to Yuan, she said that she needed to stop them at any cost. Lord Gorgon looked at Siren with irritation and said that nothing would come of it. The girl exclaimed in surprise when she heard these words. Siren screamed in bewilderment, looking at the heroes preparing to attack, and told them to wait and not do everything rashly. She invited Yuan to become her product. Lim Jim lay lifeless on his throne while Siren spoke about how the man who asked her to stop the Lord was now on the verge of death due to Yuan's attack. A strong blow flew at Siren, from which she was able to pull away, after saying that the girl could forget about this request, but her speech was interrupted. She exhaled and screamed, staggering back. Disappearing and evading the guy's attacks, the girl asked if he would continue to behave this way and if he didn't understand what was happening now. Yuan looked down at the floor and thought that the girl's pressure was too strong and he couldn't believe that she was at the level of a lieutenant general. Siren touched her hand to her chest and said that the Dark Blacks were looking for Yuan and why the guy couldn't understand that a girl could save him. Yuan looked at the girl indifferently, who said that if the Lord agreed to this, then even the Great 12 would not be able to touch him, to which the guy indifferently refused. Snapping her fingers, the girl said that she had foreseen this answer. In a second, headphones appeared in her ears. Holographic panels appeared before her and Siren decided to act. Something terrible began to rise from the ruins and the girl said that since he had decided so, she would force him. The doctor exclaimed in horror, turning to Jaewon, that Siren was using magic. The vibrations began to revive a certain creature, and the girl herself decided to use the magic of the nightmare demon. Little by little, the silhouette of the monster began to emerge, but Siren warned that if the guy wanted, he could change his mind and tell her. A dragon resembling a snake appeared and opened its mouth towards the heroes. Yuan replied that he also didn't want to waste his energy. The doctor and the Lord were surrounded by terrible monsters making unbearable sounds, and they tried to quickly think about how and what to do. Yuan decided not to waste time and attacked one of the snakes. Siren, who was watching the process, was triumphant. She looked at the heated heroes in the battle, giving unnecessary instructions. Chingyo fearfully said that this way the fight will never end. Jaewon, holding the weapon in his hands, coldly said that first of all, you need to attack Siren herself and then move on. Jaewon drove his weapon into the ground in one motion, thereby emitting terrible vibrations. The snakes began to wither before our eyes, feeling the power of the Lord. The weapon was spinning the sand around, and the girl suddenly said that the guy was not particularly stupid because he wanted to hide in the sand. Yuan directed his penetrating gaze towards Siren and decided to attack her. She confidently hung in the air, looking at the guy and turning to him as if mocking him. The girl put her hand forward, preparing for the click, and smiling cheerfully said that she could clearly see what the Lord was planning to do. Yuan walked irritably towards her, quickly drawing out his weapon. But after a split second, the girl disappeared into thin air, noticing that it was easier than it seemed. Siren stood up proudly, waiting for the next time she would have to click, and asked the guy to think about what a bow would be for him and whether he even knew that this proposal was unprofitable for the girl herself. Moving away from the screen and closing her eyes, she said she had been called the Fire of Charm for the Siren's first place finish on the Big Brother show. But her speech was interrupted by sounds from the sand. The girl looked in amazement because she did not foresee such an ending. The guy made a huge funnel out of sand, surrounding Siren with it. Yuan directed this blow towards the girl, and she only had time to think about whether he had really moved from visualization to embodiment. He thereby diverted her attention and grabbed the girl by the throat. Then Siren realized what a monster the guy was. Yuan pointed a gun at her and asked if she would continue to do this. At that moment, the Lord did not feel any hostility from Siren. The tip of the sword was already at her cheeks, and the guy began to think that if he saved her life, the girl might be useful to him on an expedition into the abyss. He imagined a tree of life that Siren might know about. But besides this, the guy had a lot of questions for the girl. She smiled playfully, and the Lord decided to invite her to go with him to the Gorgon, but Siren interrupted him, asking if he really wanted her to give up. The girl laughed maliciously, which meant a clear refusal. The guy was dumbfounded and thought about something of his own. Siren flew down with a loud whistle, but in a second she was able to teleport. She waved at Yuan and said that she could imagine how hurt he was that he almost caught her. The guy did not expect the girl to run away. Strange sounds came from behind him. Suddenly, Yuan felt Siren's cold hands on his cheeks. The girl wrapped her arms around the guy and asked him if he was scared. Lord, it was like an electric shock. Strange things began to happen to him, and lights began to flash in his eyes. In front of him were the 8 gates of hell. He stood in front of the huge door, not wanting to enter. He heard an annoying voice behind him, and it turned out to be Siren. The girl asked if the guy knew about the 8 circles of hell. Yuan immediately realized that this was an illusion, but replied that he had already been influenced by this technique. The girl extended her hand to Yuan and said that her 8 gates were different and something else. The girl continued to talk about how only a demon of nightmares could create 8 gates. The guy rubbed his eyes from the bright shine. The first gate of wind hell appeared in front of him. Later, the guy found himself in front of the 4th gate of hell of the black chains. He looked coldly at the door that appeared in front of him. Chains surrounded him, but he instantly broke them. Yuan decided to start the fight. Next, the guy found himself at the 6th gate, which is a hell of ice. He cut through the ice blocks in a second. Siren looked at what was happening with indignation and surprise, not understanding how the guy was coping with it. The Lord stood right in front of her, and she asked if he was really human. What she saw took her breath away, but the guy replied that there was still something left that he would like to show. The girl smiled and winked at the Lord, saying that he was really strong, but it would be much more difficult. Within seconds, Yuan changed his position. He found himself in front of a gate that emitted a purple glow. The gate was surrounded by stone hands, which gradually opened the door. The crack became larger and larger. Suddenly the door opened and something poured out of it, resembling water, but very muddy. She instantly flooded Yuan's feet. Sweat ran down his face, and he saw a terrible picture. Corpses of people appeared in front of him. Yuan peered at the dead in amazement. Siren sat down on the edge of the gate and said that this time the guy would have to try, because it would be difficult, since the creation of Skill 8, the gates of hell could not go further. No one has passed through the 7th gate. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of Jaewon holding a saber in his hand. Later, the guy faced 3 people who resembled him. They looked coldly into the guy's eyes. The man in the middle exclaimed, smirking at how the guy didn't recognize them. The 7th gate was everyone's own hell. Pictures began to appear in front of the guy, where he was depicted. His teenage period. Later, the period when he was still small. Picture of where he was on duty. Yuan realized that it was himself only at different times. All versions of him stood in front of the man, fists clenched. Yuan involuntarily pursed his lips, wondering to himself about what was happening. He held the weapon with irritation, not giving in to panic. But suddenly one of his versions pointed a sword at him. The guy looked in amazement at what was happening. The coppers fiercely turned their weapons against Yuan. The Lord looked at them puzzled and realized that they were similar not only in appearance, but also in skills. A little apprehensively, holding the weapon in his hands, Yuan realized that the coppers seemed to think the same way as him. The versions of the guy were clearly serious, and even now they were calculating how strong and dangerous the hero himself was. The guy quickly moved towards the spears and thought that if he came out first and tried to defeat them with the difference in strength, then everything would work out. The Lord, with an angry and fierce grimace, attacked the enemy, but in response, the guy made an attack, which even upset him because the versions seemed to know only about this. Yuan tried to strike at least some blow, but the clones calmly dodged his attack. Suddenly, the Lord began to be surrounded by purple smoke. His eyes grew dim and the guy looked blankly at his surroundings. In addition to the fact that the copies were trying to attack him, the guy was surrounded by smoke, which was not clear where it came from. Smoke penetrated every crevice and Yuan realized that this was not ordinary smoke. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard behind him. The guy turned around, afraid that someone was standing behind him, so, without having time to see who it was, the Lord managed to attack his opponent, piercing him. It was one of his clones. Yuan's version hung in the air and suddenly lowered its head towards him. The two guys' eyes met, but the clone's gaze was too hypnotic, but he told the real Yuan to stop. But not wanting to listen to anything, the Lord attacked his clone. A split second later, the guy stood opposite the murdered man. Suddenly, a voice was heard in his head as if someone was calling him. Opposite him stood a guy covered in blood and tears and apologizing. It was Yuan himself. He looked fearfully at the one who stood opposite him. The guy was in a room where he was surrounded by corpses, and opposite him stood a man with a weapon. The guy standing in front of Yuan was apologizing to him. The Lord himself subconsciously understood that these were his memories, and these are memories from before he got into the tower. The man stood in tears and sobbed loudly like a child. "I apologize to Yuan." The man burst into tears, justifying himself by saying that he had no choice. He thanked the corporal for everything and pointed the muzzle directly under his chin, firing. Suddenly, Yuan yelled for him to stop. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The bullet fell to the ground with a ringing sound. The Lord, as he now recalled, that the guy standing opposite him was his successor in the army and an advisor who often helped him. The receiver killed all those who mocked him without reason. Yuan's hands trembled, because the guy understood that he was the only one who survived from the entire company that night. Yuan was now behind bars and he understood that almost all the top and bottom bosses were fired that night. The receiver wrote about Yuan in his diary, thereby proving his non-involvement in the bullying. But now the guy was behind bars for 15 days in a military prison. Yuan realized that he could have saved the guy. From then on, the young man hated the system. Each of his fights was difficult for him, and he hated everything that surrounded him. Yuan cut off a part of himself, withdrawing from the system. Soulless people surrounded him, because he was in a world where the system destroyed people's personalities. Hundreds of memories flooded into the guy, and he couldn't cope with them, but only fought with versions of himself, gritting his teeth tightly. With each clone killed, more and more memories of the past came back to him. So, in his memories, a silhouette of his mother appeared, calling him. Having killed the next clone, his friends appeared in front of the guy, thanking him for everything. Next, the silhouette of Yuan appeared before his death when he thanked the guy for always being a Ryash. Many friends popped up in his head again and again, and the name Yuan was heard through all the cracks. The little version of him sobbed loudly. Yuan sent a strong blow in his direction, not wanting to remember all of this. The clones asked the guy to save them. Sweat poured from the young man's forehead, but he did not notice anything. Dead clones lay on the cold ground, repeating his name and pointing at him. The last clone lay gasping on the ground, asking Yuan who he was. The guy looked at the boy in amazement, seeing himself in him, and pulled away. The young man's eyes filled with tears of despair and pain. He decided to finish off his clone by pointing his weapon at him. He cut a version of himself into pieces and then the illusion was gone. Yuan was trying to recover from what happened to him, and Siren's voice appeared in his head, ringing like a trill. The girl asked him how the 8 gates of hell tasted to him. Siren sat cheerfully on the gate and said that many people note that to awaken you need to self-destruct and forget about yourself. Awakened ones who have undergone self-destruction are usually even weaker before the gate. He almost didn't listen to her, and a tear ran down Yuan's cheek, but he didn't show it and looked indifferently at what was happening around him, trying to recover from what had happened. The girl said that even the demons of nightmares sometimes go through suicide because they cannot cope with their overgrown ego. Siren continued her speech, saying that he, as a person, needed this, but did not have time to finish, as the guy began to emerge from the illusion. The doctor beat Yuan, trying to wake him up so that the guy would open his eyes. Siren held the guy in her arms and talked about whether he could withstand the return of all his personalities after self-destruction. All that arose in his head were memories, forgotten for the sake of self-destruction. All the gates in that world were open to him. From there came a voice about who he was. In this world, he had to kill himself in order to move on, but he could not answer the question who he was. Tears welled up in his eyes, preventing him from saying anything. The guy was lost among his clones. I don't understand what he needs to do next. Hundreds of memories, such as him sitting opposite with a close girl, awakened the man in him. This was his own hell. The guy realized that he didn't see anything, and his body seemed very heavy. He was again in a flashback where he was asked what awakening was. Before him was a memory of how a huge man sat in front of the doctor and he answered the question that awakening is a way to see. The voice argued that awakening means seeing the truth in this world. A memory from Kamen's training appeared in Yuan's mind. The doctor explained to Kamen what awakening is and that the awakened ones see the true meaning of this world and the particles from which this world is created. Kamen repeated everything after the doctor and heard his voice, which said that adapters could see a special date and see the world in a completely different way. This is precisely the self-destruction that the awakened ones talk about. But they must be careful about alienation. Jaewon's eyes suddenly widened, and he heard the doctor's words that when you see too much, some particles become invisible. Extending his hand above him and looking at it, Yuan realized that he had fallen under this influence. The Lord understood that this was the alienation the old man was talking about. Since he saw too much, some particles became invisible to him. When he heard too much, some particles became quieter. But that wasn't important to him now. The guy's gaze was lowered. He understood that he had already passed this difficult path. All his clones, like memories, suddenly appeared before him again. No one before him could go that far. Memories, one after another, arose in the guy's thoughts. Suddenly, a small version of himself appeared in front of him. But a second later, the illusion disappeared and the guy was already looking at the brightest star. The young man said that he just wanted to say how hard it was for him. The starry sky surrounded the guy and he looked at it with delight. The sky itself was reflected in his homeless eyes. It kept his memories of the past and the past. Yuan raised his head, looking at the endless sky. The question of who he even was puzzled him. The guy began to take out his weapon, ringing it frantically. He did not understand who he was and what he had forgotten here. Yuan pointed his sword at the sky, touching the stars with it. A bright beam moved away from the sword, which touched the sky. Although the guy didn't understand where he was glad that he was here. He drew some figures in the sky with his sword. All the memories he had forgotten during his 2,000 years of training resurfaced in his mind. A pattern resembling the number 3 appeared in the sky. The Lord looked at him with enthusiasm, admiring him. Thus, he made a connection between these memories. Yuan was blinded by the beauty of the sky. He understood that all this sky that surrounded him was himself and his memories. Suddenly, strong vibrations were felt in the air. Jaewon appeared again in front of the gate. Siren did not understand what was happening and why the 7th gate. She covered her mouth a little, laughing, but was amazed at what happened. Drool flowed from her mouth, dripping from the corners of her lips. The girl's look was frightened and puzzled. She was distracted, which made Siren begin to breathe heavily. Yuan closed his eyes, saturated with energy. When he opened them, his gaze was full of confidence and was endowed with some new energy. The girl watched what was happening in horror, and the guy thought that he had really lived for more than 2,000 years. Suddenly, everything that surrounded him seemed to begin to gradually collapse and the gates fell in on themselves. The luminous particles settled on the ruins again. The guy looked at the light that pierced his eyes and was no longer afraid that he would pinch him. He looked up confidently, waiting for what would happen next after self-destruction. The gate appeared in front of him again, but several times larger because it was the gate of the 8th circle of hell. Now the guy's task was to get out of here. We are shown a door, the entrance to which was destroyed. Yuan stands right in front of these gates, holding a sword in his hands, and thinks that now he must definitely get out of there. He put his hand on this door. This door began to open, and he looked at it intently. This entire door began to glow with a bright yellow light. As soon as the door began to open a little, Yuan was very surprised. Yuan stood in the middle of the huge ocean and saw the starry sky. He peered into these stars, not understanding why the room was empty. Suddenly, some stars began to shine brighter than others, and words began to form from these same stars. Yuan saw a bright inscription in the sky, which said that someone had gone through all the gates of hell and wanted to tell him a story. Yuan peered at the inscriptions and thought that the record must have been left by the one who created these 8 gates of hell. Suddenly, he was very surprised, because he read that this man still remembers the day when the expedition detachment to the depths broke up for the first time. The next thing that was written in the sky was, "I am Millark Armelt, and this is the memory of my defeat." We are transported to an abandoned desert city. We hear voices in one of the buildings. It was the old man who was trying to bring Yuan and Nightmare back to their senses. The doctor looked at him and didn't understand why he didn't wake up, because he also brought Nightmare there, who used the technique against him. But it seems he won't wake up very soon. He also looked at this Nightmare girl, who was sleeping just like Yuan and the old man, thinking that once Nightmare lost consciousness, the illusion should dissipate, but apparently it didn't work. Through the window, he saw people from the Renaissance Palace already approaching him. He hid around the corner while these same people passed by him, and thought that it seemed that there were people there with the rank of Major General. Someone walks on the ground in ragged shorts with bare feet and asks, "Did anyone find them?" They told him that they had not found it. It was a guy with white hair and a ponytail who ordered us to comb through every corner. His look was full of madness, and he said that he was completely sure that they were somewhere nearby. This was the adapter of the 11th stage, the monarch of the secret fragrance, Yun Garam himself. The old man bared his teeth when he saw him, and he did not understand what he had forgotten in the chaos. After all, just think, one of the most powerful people in the world entered the fight. Garam heard a rustling sound and stopped abruptly, listening. One of his squad asked what was the matter. The doctor was very scared and hid around the corner. Garam raised his hand up, which was blazing with fire, and said that it was enough for them to wander around. Then he clenched his fist with all his might, with a wave of fire emanating around it. At the same moment, Nightmare snapped her finger. In place of the house where they were hiding, only ruins and fire remained. Garam looked at all the ruins around and said that they had escaped. He turned with a very creepy look and ordered his people to raise everyone in Manticore and find the leader of the Forbidden Paradise squad. Nightmare Girl teleports with a very frightened face and screams how many times today she almost died. When she landed, she grabbed Ewan by the collar and told the doctor that she saved his life, and he didn't even tell her anything. As soon as he got out of the sand, he began to shout that it was he who saved her life, and apparently, she forgot who protected her all this time. She calmed down and said that then they saved each other, and the old man asked what they would do then. She began scratching her chin as she thought about the plan and said that they had better head to the Gorgon fortress first. Ewan was still sleeping and she said that she just had something to do with him. The old man looked at her, saying that he had already sent a letter to Gorgon by postal eagle, but he did not think that Ewan would be unconscious for so long. An eagle landed on Cayman's hand, and the doctor said that the additional troops must have already split up. Cayman, standing in front of everyone, shouted that the caretaker of the fortress had notified them that the Manticore fortress had fallen. Everyone stood and listened to Cayman's words, and he continued to shout that now the Seize the Moment squad and the Gorgon army would split up and head towards Manticore. Cayman shouted a battle cry and everyone began to raise their arms and swords and shout furiously. Cayman looked ahead and shouted, what did he forget in the chaos? The guys began to advance, shouting that they had more and that the Renaissance Palace was not an enemy. Shin began to strike with his burning fist. The rest of the guys flew after Shin, using their unique abilities. Juge stood with a very surprised face, realizing that an army of 300 awakened ones was advancing, so this time they had a huge chance to win. Garam grabbed his knee with his hand, saying that he did not understand. He sat on some rock, continuing to say that wouldn't it be better if they just accepted this world order and sat quietly. He began to slowly get up from this stone, when suddenly he instantly swung his fist, and his hair began to burn with fire. He smashed a stone flying past him with his fist, saying that they were too ambitious. This stone shattered into 1,000 small pieces and pierced through all the people who ran towards it. Hundreds of his teammates were dying near Juge, and he did not understand what kind of person he was. A huge stone was flying straight at him, and tufts of hair were falling from its black and white tail. Yun stood with a very surprised face, holding a dagger in his hands. The blood of his teammate flew right in front of his face. Garam stood with his eyes wide open and said that they needed to retreat quickly. The veins on his legs were very noticeable. Ordinary privates from the detachment shouted that this could not happen. Yun began to get angry and scream. They attacked Garam. After these words, everyone flew to attack him, and he just put 3 fingers forward, which were burning with fire, and said that they were fools. He clenched his fist, from which fire emanated. Small pieces of blood flew straight at the guys. Yun was able to come back from these blows, so they flew past him. The ordinary rank and file were very frightened by this attack. Garam's hair was on fire and he used his powers on it, and one of his shots hit Yun right in the shoulder. He was very frightened by this and grabbed his shoulder, from which blood was gushing. It is said that the Gorgon Liberation Army seized the moment to clear the way to the entrance to Manticore. After Yun was injured, he started screaming for everyone else to run away. Drops of rain ran down Garam's hand as he clenched it in his fist. He stood alone in the midst of a mountain of corpses and fire while rain fell on him from above. And the story continues that with the appearance of the monarch of the secret aroma, a radical turning point came in the battle. We are transported 10 days ahead to the internal policy room of the Gorgon fortress. Jurchen clenched his fingers and looked at the many notification windows, saying that from the 3rd stage Awakened Company and the 1st squad leader Carlton, to the 9th stage Adapter Company with countless leaders and other Seize the Moment companies, half of the army was destroyed in just 10 days. This is a turning point because they lost 5 3rd stage Awakened ones, and they were part of the main force. Aisha fingered her fingers, which were trembling, and said that it would be difficult to continue waging war, and moreover, the army of the Renaissance Palace was already approaching the gates of the Gorgon fortress. She looked down as she continued to say that if they accepted the offer of the Renaissance Palace, but Gan did not listen to her and shouted at her, saying that she was offering to agree to their demand to hand over the caretaker of the fortress and the tower just to save his own skin. Cayman looked at her with a dissatisfied face and said that Gan was right. They cannot betray the caretaker, although she may be very perspicacious, but she will not be able to predict the future, so you should not blindly trust your skills. And look, I spoke with them on this topic, saying that they only need to pave the way. Aisha, with a very frightened look, said that they now have no chance of winning. They themselves understand this, so why not ask the monarchs for help? Jurgen opened his hand and asked her what she was saying about the Steel Monarch. They immediately remembered how Garam destroyed a large number of their fighters with just one stone, and said that now all the monarchs sent away by the Renaissance Palace were in the 9th region of complete darkness. They remembered the same city that was located on a hill, and said that almost everyone knows that there is a centuries-old enmity between the Steel Monarch and the Monarch of Pitch Darkness. Jurgen looked at her intently, remembering how they killed the Jade Mask Monarch, and asked her that she had completely forgotten about it. We see some small golden gate, and someone says that technically the Jade Mask Monarch is not dead, because the one who falls into chaos through the narrow gate will simply return to his body after death. The ribbon on the Cayman's head slowly fluttered in the wind, and he said that even if the Steel Monarch wanted to help them, they should not enlist the help of other monarchs. Aisha was still very scared and asked why they shouldn't ask for help. At that moment, the windows in the room opened and the curtains were flapping due to the wind. It was Nightmare and the doctor who teleported into this room. Yuan lay deep asleep in bed as Cayman said that they couldn't ask for help just because the chaos had to be released. The doctor and Nightmare stood next to Yuan's bed. He started shouting at the Nightmare girl, pointing his finger at Yuan, saying that he was a scoundrel and shouldn't he be brought back to his senses properly after she put him in this state. She reluctantly pointed her finger at him while the old man asked what spell she used if he still wouldn't regain consciousness. After 10 days, she replied that he talks too much, and besides, isn't he a healer? While Yuan was sleeping, they were arguing with each other, and she said that since he was so worried about them, then let him do something, to which the doctor shouted in response that if he could, he would have done it a long time ago. He looked at her sideways and asked why she was still here. Wasn't she on the side of the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? She closed her eyes, imagining some kind of vortex with a purple aura, and said that their contract was no longer valid because there was a person who could go through the 8 gates of hell. The bookshelf was illuminated by moonlight, and the doctor asked that the 8 gates of hell were the very illusion she created, saying that the leader of the scientist squad also uses this skill, and added that he would not succumb to such a skill. She got very angry and asked what skill it was, and the enraged woman began to shout at the old man, saying that the 8 gates of hell are an incredible skill, and considering that the gates were not originally intended for people. And the true power of this skill is that the skill can only remove Nightmare, but then she calmed down and looked askance at him, saying that she hoped that someone else would be able to use this skill, so she taught it to the leader of the scientist squad. She sat on top of these gates and said that no one had yet managed to overcome the 8 gates of hell. She remembered the first time Yuan saw the 8 gates of hell, and said that although she had seen them broken through a couple of times, she understood why they were not used by people back then. She crossed her arms while the old man looked at her and continued to say that only the consciousness of the person there was destroyed, not the skill itself, but this person is not like everyone else, speaking of Yuan. Then she remembered Yuan's piercing gaze. Then she remembered how a mountain of corpses lay behind him, and said that he not only destroyed her consciousness, but also completely destroyed the skill because he broke through the 7th gate, which no one had previously succeeded in, and approached the last one. She imagined Yuan standing in front of the last, 8th gate, and said that the 8th gate is the gate of reward, because those who manage to pass the 7 gates receive an incredible reward. The old man began to clench his fists, thinking that a person who could overcome the 7th gate and approach the 8th could become the king of chaos, and it was Jagel Man who spoke, and it seemed to him that he was just muttering some kind of nonsense, and it turned out that he wasn't joking. The old man turned his head, asking what the 8th gate was. Nightmare Girl still stood with her arms crossed, imagining a man with horns in purple form behind her and adding that the reward was the legacy left by her godfather. The doctor saw Yuan's hand move and was very surprised by this, when suddenly Yuan suddenly stands up and grabs his head, and the doctor with tears in his eyes shouts that he has finally come to his senses. Yuan seemed to lose his mind and looked at his hands. After some time, the wind was still blowing in the room. Yuan was sitting on the bed and the doctor was waving his arms. They say that's how it all happened. After all that has been said, Yuan gets out of bed and goes to the door. As the door opened, it began to creak while they asked him where he was going, to which they received the answer that Yuan was going to the meeting room. The old man ran ahead of him, saying that he shouldn't go there because there were people walking everywhere who were going to give his palace rebirth. Standing right in front of him, he spread his arms in different directions and said that since he really needed to go there, he must first step over it. Yuan simply stepped over him, causing Nightmare to start crying with laughter. The doctor was completely defeated, asking that he just stepped over him. The big door in the will office opened, and everyone was very surprised to see Yuan. Yuan looked at them with sparkles in his eyes. Gan and Kaiman shouted joyfully that he had finally woken up, and this was a great relief for them. Jurchen and Aisha looked at the floor because they were very ashamed to look into his eyes. Yuan just listened to them in silence when suddenly everyone was sincerely surprised by his words because he said that he was going to the Palace of Rebirth. Kaiman started shouting at him that he shouldn't do that. After Garam's blow, Yun was left without a hand and told him to think carefully about this because he couldn't go there, and clenched his other hand in a fist with all his might. He stood up and slammed his remaining hand on the table, and then began to scream furiously as tears welled up in his eyes. What did Yuan know that while he was lying in bed, they had lost several comrades, and they would not have died if they had not known hope and freedom. Yuan bowed his head as Yun continued to say that they didn't even have time to hold a farewell ceremony, to which he received the answer, "I'm so sorry." He remembered Yuan's first speech and said that he hated him with all his heart for life, for freedom and hope. Yun bowed his head with bitterness in his eyes. Then tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that despite all this, they really needed him. He jumped up from his seat and cried like a child, screaming not to go to the palace and begging him to stay there. The doctor was imbued with these words and almost cried himself while Yun said that it was better to fight and die in battle together. He looked at Yuan's back and thought that he had given them something incredible, that now, in order to protect it, they would give their lives. Then the doctor looked at all these guys, who were genuinely angry, and some were even crying. Yuan raised his head and said that it seems they are all mistaken. Yun was very surprised by his words that he even stopped crying, because Yuan said that he was not going to the palace to give up. The doctor became very wary, thinking that if only he would not say what he was thinking. At the same moment, Yuan very confidently said that he was going there to raise the air. Jurchen and Aisha seemed to be broken inside after such words. The doctor experienced exactly the same range of emotions, thinking that he was crazy. Yun approached him asking if he was crazy, to which Yuan replied that he was always fine. Gan and Kaiman started shouting at him that he wanted to destroy the Palace of Rebirth, and when was he going to do it? Yuan crossed his arms and said that he was going to do it right now. Nightmare leaned against the wall, thinking that he was a rather strange person, because she had a feeling that the word reality was simply missing from his vocabulary. The rest of the guys also bowed their heads, lost in thought, and the Nightmare continued to think that people are always forced to bow to circumstances so that no one will follow him. Suddenly she was very surprised, because someone said that they should get ready. Everyone started shouting at once for him to take them with him. The entire hall was filled with shouts that they would destroy these scoundrels. Nightmare Girl was surprised by this, thinking that they had all lost their minds, so why were they all getting up? She began to imagine ordinary people, saying that they used to be ordinary souls and calmly existed like that. Why did they suddenly become so concerned about freedom, real life, and deliverance? She remembered how they all raised their arms and swords in the air for the battle cry. Yuan stood in front of all the guys, who were charged with great motivation, and she realized that it was all because of him. We see the Liber crest, and Yuan said that he was grateful for the words of encouragement, but this time he will only need 4 people, including himself. The doctor crossed his arms with a smile on his face because Yuan said that he would go along with him. Then Kaiman began to rejoice because he would also go with him. He then pointed his finger at Nightmare Girl, saying that the last person would be her. She was very surprised by these words and was completely confused. Then she pointed her finger at herself and asked in fear that she would go with him. Yuan looked at her with a sincere smile. She still had no face and was asking why she should go somewhere. Gan began to shout that 4 would be very few, so he needed to be taken with him, to which he received the answer that 4 would be enough. Nightmare began to shout displeasedly that she should listen to her first. Yuan crossed his arms while she was still yelling and told them not to be upset because they still had a lot of work to do, and she shouted that she wasn't going anywhere. He began to imagine the map and the Palace of Rebirth until he was asked that everything would come to an end after the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth. So what will happen after the chaos unites? Aisha scratched her chin and said that not everyone recognizes the Gorgon Fortress as a center of chaos, so there will certainly be a series of riots, but the remaining troops will deal with them. Nightmare began to pull the poor doctor's mustache while Yun asked why not leave power for the plans following the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth. And in any case, the lords would not be able to penetrate into the chaos if they destroyed the narrow gate of the Palace of Rebirth, so the lords would no longer pose a threat to them. Jaewon tilted his head with a confident look, asking where there was such confidence that the destruction of the narrow gate would end the war with the lords, because the narrow gate was not the first path to chaos. Yun tilted his head with a very surprised face, remembering that death exists and saying that it was simply impossible. Yuan looked at him with sparkles in his eyes, saying that they should be prepared for any outcome. Nightmare grabbed him by the collar and shouted that she wouldn't go anywhere, and Yuan thought that the old man lost in the fight with her. Suddenly she calmed down and became interested, because Yuan asked that she didn't want to know what followed the 8th gate. She still held him by the collar, and he said that if she helped him, he would tell him what he saw at the 8th gate. We are transported to some kind of laboratory, where everything shines bright pink. It was the siren's personal laboratory. There were various instruments and books everywhere. Someone grabbed a banner and said it was very unpleasant. Cayman and the doctor looked at all of her items and said that it was expected that after becoming a master, everyone became obsessed with themselves. She typed on the keyboard and completely blushed with shame, saying that she did not do this herself, but her godfather did everything. She turned away, still typing, and thought that she couldn't believe that she had brought people into her personal laboratory, because she would never have done this if they had not asked to use her devices to move to the Palace of Rebirth, and if she wouldn't have to use the lab equipment. The old man started laughing a little, saying that this girl even made a tower. We were shown some kind of tower with gears and a guy with a sword, and we also see a window in which it is written about this product that the name of this tower is Reborn 10 billion times. She looked at how Cayman was holding some kind of letter with a heart, and screamed for him to put it down because she did this when she was only 1,200 years old. Cayman looked at her with a blank look, thinking that she was really one of the 500 famous masters, but she began to scream, asking why he was staring at her, and why was he funny about this. Ewan put his hand on some tower, and a notification window appeared in front of him that it was a cultivator without cultivation. She fell to the ground and thought displeasedly that it would be better to see a dancing deer than this. Cayman and the doctor were absolutely emotionless, and the doctor himself said that it was quite surprising that everything he saw did not cause any emotions in him. He most likely had really aged, and Cayman added that quite a lot of time had passed. Serena tilted her head with a tired look and thought about how they were once products. She imagined herself playing with these toys, and said that they were creatures locked in the space of her imagination, those very products. She took one doll in her hands. Looking at her, she began to twist her head and break it in every possible way. After she had played enough and got tired of it, she hit the doll on the table with all her might, so that it crumbled into small pieces. Ewan stood near the table and asked what the name of this tower was. Siren looked at him. He points his finger at the tower, which is engulfed in spikes and fire. She said that this tower is called the World After Destruction. Ewan looked at this tower very surprised, where she said that this is the name of this tower, but it is not finished yet. She immediately remembered how he grabbed her by the throat and hit her in the face, thinking that this tower was what she imagined when she first looked at him. A bright pink light began to illuminate the stairs, and she continued to think that, frankly, she could not even imagine how he felt when he looked at her. A pink portal lit up right behind her, and she thought about how she had never imagined the tower as a product even once. Cayman began to enter the portal, and she reflected that she had a strange feeling, as if she felt that something had gone wrong. She looked at the World After Destruction tower, and she didn't know what exactly happened at all. Ewan began to enter this portal himself, and she wondered if the reason why her godfather went on an expedition had something to do with this feeling. Entering the portal, they appeared in some kind of world where there were various crystals and night everywhere. They walked along a narrow rock on which flowers and crystals grew. After some time, they approached the Palace of Rebirth. We see shadows of guys talking about something. Someone at the top of this palace is sitting and shouting for them all to line up. This man began to yawn and think dissatisfiedly that if there was someone here who really had the ability to be reborn, he would have long been sent to the fruit storage room and not stand in the crowd. The man with white locks said that they had already waited for half a year, so isn't it time to give up? And the man himself was a general named Hickmeyer. He was the lord of the 72nd generation Rebirth Palace. The guys that were there had heard him say that it wasn't that he couldn't resurrect, but that he just didn't do it because of his powers, and they didn't understand what the problem was. Hickmeyer held his hand up, smoke emanating from it, as they said he wasn't so different from them. He didn't like it very much, so this smoke started flying around him, and he called him insolent. The Lord launched a blow at him with his aura. They both began to choke, screaming that they couldn't breathe. The Lord held his hand in front of them, asking them if they wanted to die. The two were already lying on the floor and trembling in pain, screaming for him to spare them. The Lord put his hand on his chin, saying that if it weren't for the treaty, he wouldn't be rotting here. He immediately remembered how he shook someone's hand while chains were flying around, and it is said that lords who died during the war and returned to chaos take over the powers of the Lord of the Palace of Rebirth, and the term of office of the Lord is limited by the death of the next one and his appearance in chaos. The sky was in a purple haze, and Hickmeyer was really waiting for the next lord to appear, then he could get out of this piece of chaos. He began to remember the Lord of the Jade Mask and thought that there were strange rumors that this same lord had appeared in chaos and was defeated by the awakened one from the Gorgon fortress. He imagined an entire squad raising their arms and swords to the battle cry, and continued to think that a squad was now forming somewhere in the depths, intending to attack the Palace of Rebirth. Hickmeyer closed his eyes and looked down with a smile, asking if they dared to come here. All the people there were tired and unhappy, while he said that there was no doubt that something had happened since the lords had passed through the narrow gate. The gate behind these guys began to crack a little, and he continued to say that because of the title of lord, he could not leave this place, and it was a pity that he could not see for himself, when suddenly one of these guys noticed something was wrong. Out of great surprise, he stood with his eyes wide open as a bright light illuminated him. This gate exploded, shattering into small fragments. At the same moment, something flew out of the gate at great speed. Hickmeyer's throat began to tighten and veins became visible. After that, his chest began to swell very much as he inhaled air. After he had accumulated a huge amount of air, he began to scream, emitting a powerful beam from his mouth. His beam crashed into the same mana that was flying out of the gate and stopped it. He extended his hand and a sword began to appear right in his hand. After that, he made a dash, realizing that this was a double invasion. He flew across the entire field with white eyes, thinking that this person had the same level as him. He began to strike with his blade-sharp sword. With all his strength, he made a blow, which left a pink mark, and asked that perhaps his opponent was the one who is called the Lord of the Gorgon Fortress. His blow was blocked by the Cayman's sword, which splashed water everywhere. There was a water core in the middle of this sword. After he blocked the blow, he threw it quite a distance away and replied that he was not a lord. Hickmeyer became very angry and bared his teeth. Cayman only calmly said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The doctor began to approach him, and then Ewan himself approached. Cayman narrowed his eyes and said that they came to pay for the past 900 years ago. The doctor held a huge sword behind his back. Cayman also held onto the sword that hung on his back. He got into a fighting stance and launched 4 water strikes at Hickmeyer. But Hickmeyer again collected air in his mouth and released it with great force. This air turned into a bright flash that blinded the Cayman. He tried to cover himself with his hands and sword, thinking that he could not see anything at all. His bandage stripes were clearly visible in his eyes and nothing more. His eyes darted from side to side, trying to see at least something among this fog. He begins to bite his lips, breaking out in a sweat, and he can't believe that he is unable to locate it despite numerous trainings. He bowed his head as if he was in despair and believed that he was truly incapable of anything. But then he remembered the words of Ewan, who said that he could do anything and should believe in it. Therefore, he began to squeeze the sword in his hand with all his strength and believed that he would believe in his own strength. He closed his eyes and tried to find Hickmeyer's location. At that very second, Hickmeyer was directly above his head and was preparing to strike. But Cayman was able to notice this and sharply turns his head so that a blue trail was visible from his eyes. Thanks to this, he was able to dodge his blow. Hickmeyer jumped away from him and landed on the ground. As soon as we saw his body, there was a huge cut on his stomach from which blood was flowing. Blood was also flowing from Hickmeyer's mouth, and he fearfully asked how he could sense his presence. After this, Hickmeyer was genuinely angry while Cayman stood with a confident look and called him arrogant. Ewan walked up to the doctor and said that he was going to grab the nightmare and head to the Den of Delight. At this time, the nightmare that was standing behind Ewan looked around and could not see this fight due to the fog and called it complete boredom. We are shown the bright Rebirth Palace, and Ewan says that the Delight Lair stores fruits and a narrow gate that is on top of the Rebirth Palace, and the energy emanating from the Delight Den is not the best news, so they should be careful. The doctor bowed his head and said in a very menacing voice that he and Cayman would try to get rid of the monarchs heading to the Palace of Rebirth. At this time, the palace began to completely collapse from the inside. 2 guys walked along the corridor. It was a man with angry eyes and a second man with gray hair. One of them was the general of the Ring of Fire, and the other was the general of the 7 Perils. The pupils of the general of the 7 Perils began to dilate greatly, and he asked what it was because he saw a small silhouette of a doctor in the fog. They both stopped and shouted that they were aware of their presence, but the doctor had already drawn his sword and was preparing to attack. A bright trail shone from the doctor's eyes and he ran straight at them, swinging his sword. He unleashed a shockwave with his sword, which the 2 dodged. Having landed on the ground, they said that a doctor of despair had come to them, but he had ordered the caretaker of the fortress to be escorted out, but some strange old man had come, who apparently wanted to die. The doctor peered at them closely, realizing that they had so easily returned from his blow, so he needed to be on his guard. They took out their guns and said that it was not too late, because they could bring the keeper of the fortress here. They both stood in a fighting pose and said that even if he could resist them, he would not be able to cope with the generals guarding the fruits here. The sword that was in the doctor's hand began to glow with bright green energy, and he said that instead of wasting time on idle chatter, they should attack. The silhouette of a tiger appeared right above his sword. We are transported deep into the Palace of Rebirth, and we see some kind of cauldron from which a violet fire is blazing. 2 girls wearing makeup are smiling, and noise is heard everywhere. We are in the upper room of Delight's lair, where we see several guys being entertained by girls. Their subordinate named Rat General Leica came to them and said that it seemed to him that there was some kind of fuss going on at the main gate. So, maybe we should go check it out. Two guys were there and said that there was no need to pay attention to this because Hickmeyer would take care of everything. Two guys with red hair also said that every time they visit Chaos, they stop here, otherwise they will be unhappy, because in the Great Lands you can get into trouble if you fall for the general of the Women's Union of Castration. They poured some drink into a glass and said that, to tell the truth, they did not want to remain a eunuch for the rest of their days. After these words, the whole company began to laugh unrealistically. We are shown a purple curtain while someone in the crowd says that he doesn't know why, but people in Chaos complain about life like that. Behind this curtain sits a man with two women, who says that these people from Chaos live in such a wonderful place, and this was the first dragon general. There was a pink drink in the glass, and there was silence everywhere. But only Leica stood and listened to everything that was happening outside, and thought that these noises sounded rather strange. The fifth general threw back his head while Leica asked that they still go and check, to which he received the answer that the Palace of Rebirth itself would take care of everything, so he shouldn't spoil the mood and just have fun. The purple fire was still burning from the cauldron, and the rat general was worried, saying that if anything bad happened, he would bear the responsibility. At the same moment, the same glass of drink flies into the head of the rat general. The fourth general, with water dripping from his hand, said with a very menacing look that he had made too much noise. Leica grabbed his head while his eyes turned red with anger. They told him that it would be better for him to shut up and have fun. He is too noisy. If he needs that, then let him go himself. His hands holding the staff trembled with fear, and the five sat with vile smiles on their faces. Laughter could be heard from all this crowd, and they asked what he was suggesting they do. Their eyes were bright red and they had evil grins on their faces. Leica clutched his staff even tighter in his hand as sweat dripped from him, and then in a trembling voice he said that he would go himself. He began to leave this hall while name-calling could be heard behind him. He turned his head with a look full of hatred and decided that one day he would definitely take revenge, when suddenly a scream began to be heard from behind the main screen where the first general was sitting. Because of this cry, the screen began to develop, as if in the wind, and a silhouette could be seen right from under it. His eyes were like rubies, they were so red. The rat general, seeing him, was very frightened that he even began to purse his lips. Running out of the hall, he shouted that he would be back soon. These five began to pull the girls closer to them, saying that their big brother, as always, silenced everyone. And the first general replied that he simply could not stand loud noises. The girls, looking frightened, began to press themselves against his torso. We see a candle burning with a pink flame, and this crowd is laughing at the rat general. This candle began to burn stronger and stronger. Suddenly, small effects appear right above them, and because of the wind they created, the candle began to blow out. One of the guys looked down with a very thoughtful look and just remained silent. I noticed and asked him what happened. Suddenly they were all very surprised by what happened next. Jaewon's squad was flying straight towards them. They were very shocked, not understanding how they were able to get through. They screamed in fear. Yeon flew towards them, pointing his sword. They managed to jump away from this powerful blow. Small fragments from the floor began to fly everywhere. The guys started covering their eyes with their hands to protect their eyes. Many small stones flew past them, and in front of them there was a very bright flash. And all this was done by Jaewon alone, who held a sword in his hand. He looked at them with a very confident and serious look. The eldest brother looked out from behind the screen and said that he must be the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. Yeon turned to him and confirmed his words. The first general began to drink something from his glass, adding that it was surprising that he had appeared in person, and suggested that perhaps he had gone completely crazy. Putting the glass back on the table, he asked that he had come to keep his word. Yeon opened the screen with his sword, replying that this is not what he came for. Looking at him intently, he said that he had come to get rid of them all. The first general looked at him with exactly the same look, and then he began to grin evilly, asking why he had come to get rid of them. Something started to happen right behind the first general, and he said that a worthless soul from Chaos should not say such a thing. A blood dragon appears right behind the first general. Siren starts yelling at Yeon to be careful. Yeon is very surprised to see this thing in front of him. In a very short period of time, this dragon turned into a huge dragon and began to hit Yeon, but he was able to block his blow. After he blocked the blow, he flew into the column that was behind him. He places his foot on the column. As soon as he was on his feet, he prepared to jump, when suddenly something very much alarmed him. This is why all those five rushed to attack him. The two of them cut this column into two parts with just their swings. Yeon dodged and rolled on the floor. After such a dodge, he got to his feet and prepared to block more blows. He closely watched all their actions. Then the elder brother came out of his room and told him to get up, because he would make him pay back in full for disturbing his peace. All five of them looked at him with crazy smiles on their faces, and the main one said that he would doom everyone who was dear to him to suffer. Yeon looked at him with bright yellow eyes, and then the first general, with shining eyes, ordered all his brothers to attack him. All five of them began to attack him simultaneously, so that he was completely confused. But for now, Flamenco began to strike with his sword, baring his teeth. Such a blow sent out a deadly beam, which the guys dodged, and they shouted to him that powerful attacks are useless if they miss the target. Yuan turns his head with furious eyes. He blocks a blow from one, and 2 more blows land in his back, and he thought that they didn't give him even a moment's rest, so this could become a serious problem for him. One of them began to wish him death. He made a powerful sweeping blow. Yuan jumped up and flew towards him at full speed. He kicked him in the face. While Yuan was fighting with 2, another one runs towards him. The third of them is already using deadly scythes. These scythe strikes flew straight towards Yuan. He still manages to notice them. A yellow mark remains from his eyes. The 2 of them were still able to land several blows on Yuan. One of them screamed at him on his face that no matter how strong he was, he could not win alone. And the second one, with the same grin on his face, added that even a major general could not repel their attack alone. Yuan's hands were bloody and he held the sword in front of him, confirming their words. With a very serious look on his face, he said that he had a little trouble fighting back alone. He then held out his sword as a bright blue aura began to appear around it. They all watched as he charged his attack. This attack blinded and fascinated them. He looked at it with wide eyes. Another one of them simply looked with half-closed eyes, as if nothing surprised him anymore. Yuan got into a fighting pose, saying that he should lift them all into the air. Immediately after these words, he struck with his ability. With this ability, he created a powerful beam that smashed everything around. The walls of the Palace of Rebirth began to crack at the seams and collapse, and while the doctor was fighting against these 2, he began to think that it was too noisy here and, most likely, it was Yuan who entered the fight. He blocked the blow of the general of the Danger family. There were ruins of this palace everywhere. The same columns began to collapse in the same way as the walls. Yuan was already breathing heavily from such a blow, when suddenly he opened his eyes wide in powerful surprise. That 5 began to slowly walk towards him. Yuan was in complete shock, so much so that his face was dripping. The eldest brother protected his entire 5 brothers thanks to one barrier. His gaze was as arrogant as one could describe it. Yuan was surprised. The first general told him what a pity it was. He walked towards the main character. Yuan was perplexed. The 5 generals stood in front of him and were enveloped in red mana. The first general extended his hand towards the main character. Siren floated above the red dome. Taken aback, she noticed in her thoughts that she had not thought that he would be able to defend himself from such an onslaught. She looked at the first general's face and thought that the people from the Resurrection Palace were really on another level. Hitting the ground with his sword, the first general said that he was surprised that the main character came there with only such pathetic tricks in reserve. Holding the sword near him, the first general exclaimed that Jaewon had decided to simply mock them. Red mana began to emanate from his sword. He said that he would show him the difference between the forces, calling them the rabble of chaos. The second dragon general looked at the main character with a serious face. The 5th dragon general's eyes began to glow red. A red clot of mana rose in front of Jaewon. He tried to shield his face from the bright light. While in red mana, the first general told him that he could consider it an honor. From the red smoke, dragon paws began to appear. The monster's eyes filled with red light. Yuan frowned at the first general's speech. He told the protagonist that this technique was too valuable to use on someone like him. The red dragon rose in front of the main character. The monster told him that from now on, he should use everything he has. Yuan was scared by what he saw. He jumped in front of the monster's head. The main character rushed at him. Yuan frowned as he walked towards the dragon. He hit the dragon with powerful blue energy. After his blow, he hit the monster in the red barrier. Yuan held the sword in front of him. The dragon told him if he was serious. He removed the sword from the red barrier. Attacking the main character, the monster asked him if Yuan was able to somehow hurt him at such and such a level. The main character was pushed away from the dragon. He stopped with his sword. He was stunned. The dragon began to prepare to attack. He clenched his sword in his hands. The dragon released red energy from its mouth. Yuan tried to deflect her with his sword. The monster was furious at this. A powerful stream of red energy collided with the blue mana of the protagonist. Yuan was tense. The monster's blow destroyed the earth. Fragments of stone scattered in different directions. The glass of the dome cracked from such a blow. The red dragon hovered over the main character. He pointed his claws in his direction. Approaching him, he said that it was a nuisance. Clouds of dust rose. The monster said that the main character could have lived longer if he had continued to hide in the shadows. Yuan extended his hand filled with blue energy and told the dragon that arrogance was his undoing. The main character with a sword stood on the head of a red monster. Yuan, furious, said that it was his turn now. The dragon came face to face with the main character and said that it was impossible. The dragon, in a rage, asked if Jaewon had misunderstood, calling him a fool, and he also added that his attacks were not able to pierce the dragon's scales. An enraged Yuan suggested checking it out. putting a sword to the monster's head. The main character said whether this was really so. The sword concentrated its power at one point on the dragon's head. The monster was stunned and thought that he was aiming at only one point, realizing that it was dangerous. The dragon received a strong blow and confirmed that the main character was doing wrong. After the blow, the monster declared that he would not allow Yuan to do whatever he wanted. The monster dealt a powerful blow to the main character. The dragon looked carefully at the site of the impact. The damaged area was without Yuan. The main character was behind the red monster, calling him. The focused protagonist declared that the monster talks too much. The dragon watched Jaewon's actions carefully. The main character dealt a heavy blow to the dragon. The beam of yellow mana was concentrated into a powerful stream of energy. Kamen watched this from the side. Holding the broken sword, he began to understand something. The wounded Kamen realized that the Castellan had succeeded. Watching the battle, Chungyo assumed that the main character had succeeded, concluding that everything had calmed down at one moment. The old man exclaimed, holding his hand to his face, that simply following him is very tiring. The dome was completely destroyed and filled with smoke. The dragon was defeated. The main character stood in front of him. He held the sword in his hand. Siren was surprised and thought that when the main character said that only 4 would attack the palace, she thought that he behaved rashly. The first general put his hand on the ground. Having assumed human form, he rested on the ground from fatigue. The frowning general said that, of course, sitting on his knees in front of the main character, he continued his speech and said that he would make him regret it and would never forget this humiliation. The first general shouted furiously so that Jaewon would not think that this was the end, and he would definitely return there and tear him into small pieces. Against the backdrop of a broken dome, the general told the main character that no matter what he does, he will not die. While in the smoke, Yuan said that he was partly right. The main character, furious, told the first general that, after all, they had arrived through a narrow gate. The upset general asked him if he knew this. Yellow streams of energy emanated from the general. He grinned and asked if the main character should know what he did wrong. Continuing his speech, he reproached the main character for the fact that he may not see, but as long as their souls and bodies are connected to their brain, they will never die. The enraged Jaewon said that all that awaits them after death is a return to their true bodies, which are located in the Great Lands. The main character cut the yellow energy and declared that it was too late for regrets. The first general was surprised. The yellow energy was completely cut down. The general was very furious that he had broken the connection. Yuan had the upper hand over him. The main character found out what it was like for him. With a serious look, he learned what it was like for him in the face of real death. The first general looked at his hand. Sitting without a hand, he could not believe that Yuan had cut off his connection to his brain, saying that it was impossible. The first general said that he did not want to die, with an upset face. The general shouted with rage that he understood everything, asking Jaewon what he would like, skills or status. The first general asked him what he wanted, saying that he would ask the great monarch to give him whatever his soul desired. Lying broken, the fifth dragon turned to the first monarch. Lying in front of Jaewon, the first general claimed that he would tell the dark monarch about this. He was sure that the monarch would agree to his any request. The general said if she saves his life, then he promises to do absolutely everything for him. Siren watched this. The angry Jaewon stated that he would never even lay a finger on a single soul in the chaos. Just please, said the general. Like in the moment Yuan cut off his head. The general's eyes reflected the protagonist's face. The first general's head fell to the ground with great force. Rat General Leica was at a loss. Frightened, he thought that one of the 5 dragon monarchs could not die like this. Leica, worried, thought about checking the main gate, but heard loud noises coming from there. He was shocked by who he was and how he was able to cut off the connection. The trembling Rat General said that in any case, the major generals must be informed about this as soon as possible. Surprised and grabbing Leica, the old man found out who he was and why he was scouring every corner like a rat. Shingyo laughed and found out who he wanted to tell this to. Tired Jaewon heard the call of Kamen. He said that he was the leader of the Southern Sea and had successfully completed his mission, holding the generals in his hands. The old man asked Kamen if he liked bossing him around. Yuan said with a surprised face that they did a good job. Exhaling, the old man said that they captured them at his request, but this task was not easy for them because they wanted to kill them. Kaiman and Changhyo stood surrounded by the corpses of the generals. The old man said displeasedly with a grin that Leica was heavy. Amidst the destruction, Yuan asked in surprise who it was. The old man said that he was hiding near the entrance and he decided to take him with him. The surprised Siren remembered that this was the timid monarch. She said that he achieved his rank with the help of spiritual powers, but he doesn't have enough strength, that's why everyone humiliates him. The upset old man said that he would forget about him for a while. Continuing his speech, he asked Jaewon why he left them alive. The angry main character said, "This is so." Continuing his speech, he said to make sure that they were dead by strongly waving his hand at that moment. In his hand, he held the sword tightly. There was a powerful blast of blue energy. Clouds of smoke rose. He unleashed many more blue mana strikes. Leica was very surprised by this. In his thoughts, he thought it was a nightmare, looking upset. In his thoughts, Leica recalled the Palace of Resurrections and said that there all the monarchs gained immortality. He thought that all mortals were counting their days until they would leave because their time was limited. The monarchs who found endless life did not count these days. Because they had no need for it, they constantly had fun with girls and were in their circles. Thanks to immortality, they forgot about death. Their entertainment lasted 900 years. Ewan stood in front of a large red mana tree. Leica sat in front of the main character. He was really afraid of that death, which he forgot about all the time. The rat general screamed loudly at Jaewon's feet and asked for mercy because he had no intention of fighting from the very beginning. Behind the pensive protagonist stood Siren. She asked Ewan why he was frozen and whether he was going to kill him. Leica was very scared and was waiting for something. Holding his sword in his hands, Ewan said that he would let him live because in the end he needed witnesses. The rat general was happy and sat on his knees. Jaewon asked him where the fruits were. Leica only thought about the fact that he was spared. Then he heard the main character and remembered the fruit. Leica raised his hand and pointed where the fruits were. His hand pointed to the top, to the beautiful golden vault. The general of the rats said that it was called Reverse. The golden top of the dome opened above them. The vault was created by a famous nightmare master. Leica said that it can generate passwords endlessly. It will be difficult to open it without the help of a master who has just died. Ewan stood angry. Behind him was a sparkling siren. He said that if they had a master like the one who created him, then this would be a completely different matter. The nervous main character said clearly. He was tense and held the sword with both hands, saying that he would try to pierce it with his blow. Cayman and the old man stood in bewilderment, telling him that he must control his strength and regretting that they did not have a master of such a level. Siren, irritated, said angrily, "But here I am, what are you doing?" She started typing something on the pink keyboard. Pressing the keys, she said with delight that she had unlocked it. The upset Ewan said that this storage facility was lousy after all. The golden vault slowly opened. Siren was outraged and stated that it was all because she was a beauty. The vault opened, blinding everyone around. The main character was blinded. Siren covered her face with her hand. Cayman, like everyone else, was waiting for the opening. In his thoughts, he said, the expedition into the abyss was created for this purpose. I remembered how I helped the old man get up. The yellow light blinded him. He thought about his fight and Ewan's blue mana. In his thoughts he said, after so much time, they've finally achieved it. The vault opened up, blinding everyone with a golden light, and golden knights stood behind them. In Cayman's hand was a fruit that was filled with golden energy. He looked at the golden fruit in bewilderment. Everyone held a golden fruit in their hands. Ewan found out if these were all the fruits that were available to them. The irritated old man said that they had been used for 900 years, so they were almost gone. He added that there would not be enough of them to share among others in the Gorgon, not to mention the whole chaos. Cayman stood with pity on his face. The main character looked at him with a golden apple in his hand. Cayman had a fruit in his hand. She told him, "Take it if you want, everything is fine." He was blinded by the light from the fruit. The main character looked at him. The old man looked thoughtful. Ewan said that he was more than qualified for this. Siren stood waiting. The main character said, "So make a choice," holding a golden fruit in his hand. Lawan continued his speech and turned to Cayman, who stood in confusion. He saw his reflection in the golden fruit, reflecting that a lot of water had passed under the bridge since then. He had gone through difficult times and had been going through this for a long time. He recalled how he stood among a crowd of warriors. He helped the old man get up, thinking that many suffered from humiliation and lost loved ones for the sake of these fruits. Holding the fruit in front of him, he clenched his teeth, thinking that this was their reward. But he violently crushed the fruit in his hand. The old man was perplexed by what was happening. Siren and Leica also did not understand why he did it. The main character thought. Siren and the rat general were furious at what had happened. Siren asked what he did. Leica also spoke about the fruit. Ewan looked at Cayman and asked him, "Tell me why you did this." Cayman, gritting his teeth, tensed. Looking at Ewan, he said, "Because there are only 10 of them left." Seeing the golden apple in front of the sword, Cayman said, the moment he picked it up, he realized that these 10 fruits would sow the seeds of conflict. He added by saying that they would start fighting each other in hopes of getting one of them. Cayman looked into the sky where the golden light came from and said, "If this day comes, then nothing will help the chaos." The main character was illuminated by golden light. His face was thoughtful. He reflected that it was not easy to decide on this. Cayman looked at the main character and asked him if he could do the same with other fruits. Ewan thought that not everyone is capable of this. The main character looked at the golden fruit very carefully, thinking that someone in the chaos had to do it. Cayman crushed the fruit with his foot. Ewan thought that's why he took Cayman with him. The old man was surprised and said that if the others saw this, they would be shocked. The main character reflected that he believed that Kamen would do this from the very beginning. Kamen stood on the water as Yuan reflected that he could choose despair, hoping for salvation in the midst of that despair. A hole appeared in the window. Yuan found out from him whether he would definitely not regret it. The Kamen, with a cheerful face, grinned. An addictive energy appeared in the window. It attracted him. He replied that never in his life. The main character shouted out to Kaiman. The old man was at a loss. The golden energy hit the floor with great force. Siren slid along the floor with the old man, not understanding what the hell was happening. Yuan didn't understand anything. The Kamen lay wounded in the ground. The main character called him. Yuan looked at him. He said, "Pathetic insects." Siren and the old man were scared. They saw the guy's wings. The plot introduces us to Major General Storm Monarch Kanale, a 10th level opportunist. With an angry face he said, "How dare you touch the fruit?" The frightened old man shouted, "Wake up, Kamen." Kanale grabbed the old man's face with his claws. He threw it at the wall. The plot introduces us to Major General Monarch of Silence Megiddo, a 10th level opportunist. The old man screamed in fear. The main character called the old man. Garam came up and said that they had crossed all limits of what was permitted. Kanale was preparing to attack. Garam said thoughtfully, "Now their time of reckoning has come." Yuan looked at him angrily. The rat general was hiding in fear behind a mountain of stones. Leica looked at Garam and wondered if it was him. Among the 3 major generals of the 9th region, one of them was Samyang Garam himself. The rat general imagined how Garam stood on the mountain of skulls and did not understand that one of the 5 strongest general majors of the almighty earth appeared before him. He thought that he needed to hide so that they would not get to his head like to fruit. Garam thoughtfully called out to Kanale, "Megiddo." After, in his escape, he said that the insect's head belonged to him. Megiddo insisted that he should not get in the way. Jevkin exclaimed irritably. Servant asked to grab Kamen and the old man and run away. The fleeing Megiddo said that now is not the time to worry about others. Megiddo's tentacles grabbed the main character by the legs. Kanale cried out nervously, "Die." Megiddo and Kanale tried to hold off Jevkin. The main character suddenly broke out. Megiddo tried to catch him with his nails and declared that he could not hide. Yuan hit him on the beak with his sword. The main character tensed, gritting his teeth. He said, "Quick." Jevkin slid along the floor. Megiddo and Kanale surrounded the main character with their energy. He thought that among those with whom he fought, they were on a completely different level. Kanale accumulated his mana for the strike, saying that he had high expectations, because wherever he went, the main character was on everyone's lips. But his expectations were not met. Kanale began his attack on Jaewon. He was hit by Kanale's strong energy. The whole earth shook. The main character was exhausted and entangled in Megiddo's mana. Kanale and Megiddo looked at him and asked if he was exhausted after spending all his energy on the dragons. Megiddo recognized another empty sound, and he wasted his time on such an insect. Surprised, Garam proclaimed what a disappointment. Looking at him, Kanale said, "Let's finish with him." Megiddo added that he was going to do just that. He released a bolt of his dark energy at him. Yuan was pinned to the ground by Megiddo's mana. The main character looked angry. He claimed that they were monsters. Yuan wondered what kind of monster this was. He split the history of Manticore, which goes back thousands of years, in half in an instant. He stood in front of the ruins of buildings and thought that this was not just a heavy blow, but that it should be called a world blow. The old man imagined the main character behind him and thought that he should avoid using him. In front of him was an exhausted man. He thought that he could use the power of the spirit without restrictions, but in return it would consume a certain amount of mind. The main character with a serious face thought that if he recklessly used force, he would collapse from powerlessness. Gritting his teeth, Yuan believed that these monsters were on the same level as he was when he first appeared in the chaos. He thought that he needed to get rid of them while they underestimated him. He attacked them with a sword. I thought that he would not restrain himself and would finish them off in an instant. His feet began to slide across the surface. Yuan charged his sword with turquoise mana and was about to strike. Suddenly his sword was filled with red energy. He hit them with all his might. Everything around was in a red aura. His eyes sparkled red. His blow combined the power of 5 world blows. Their skulls were cracked because of this, and their eyes were flying out. The impact created a huge red rift in the ground. Garam stood nearby and watched it. He did not understand how the main character could do this. Siren jumped down from above, holding the old man and Kamen in her hands. Flakes scattered across the battlefield. Garam stood at the epicenter of the battle and said in surprise that he showed such power using only physical strength. It was incredible. The main character tried to hold his sword with both hands after such a blow. Tired Yuan said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. Garam, with a crazy look, asked the main character if he was ready to fight him. Garam began to reflect on his past. A long time ago, there was a nightmare who wanted to meet the monarchs of the 12th region. Mullah came and called Samyang Garam. All the monarchs rejected his request, but he did not give up. Garam came to Mullah and said that he wanted to see the Dark Monarch. The last region that Mullah visited was the 9th. Mullah turned to Garam and asked him to lend him strength so that he could climb the Tree of Illusions. There were many corpses on the battlefield. He thought that the value of existence and the elevation of life in this world are abnormal. He asked to remember the anger and suffering that he experienced when he was one of the weak. He said that this world can still be changed. Mullah was thinking about destroying the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusions. Mullah represented the starry sky. Garam thought that this was a nice delusion. His hand filled with a red aura, then he understood why the Dark Monarch did not want to meet with him. Garam was completely covered in red mana. He thought that the Great Land is a place that belongs only to the strong. Garam said if he wants to change this nightmare, then let him show him what he is capable of. He noticed in his thoughts that they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Garam was covered in injuries. He said it was the 3rd day. Garam was trampled into the ground. Mullah stood in front of him. He recognized its power. Garam was amazed. He thought that he was sorry that he could not believe that such a monarch as Mullah was just an opportunist. Then he thought, what if he is so strong without magic? He imagined his image and thought that he had the right to talk about the Tree of Illusions. Garam noticed in his thoughts that after that, he walked through all of chaos. Behind Mullah stood his army. Garam noticed that he stood at the head of the expedition in order to change the world. Garam remembered how Kaiman helped the old man get up. He remembered that after the theft of fruit by the monarchs, no one heard from him anymore. He noticed that nothing had changed. The main character charged his sword with a blue aura for a powerful blow. Garam dodged Yuan's attack. His face was illuminated by blue energy. Garam noticed that he has powerful attacks, but then he extended his hand and filled it with red mana to attack, saying that this was not enough. They clashed with the blows of their magic. Garam was surprised that he had all the cards in his hands, but he did not know how to use them. Yuan was furious in his thoughts. He couldn't believe that his attack was so easily blocked. Garam launched an offensive and said that with this level, he is no different from a child who first picked up a sword. Garam was behind him, releasing a wave of red mana at him, and noticed if he found something like that. Yuan found himself in front of Garam's fist. Garam pushed him away with his strong attack. The main character screamed in pain. The blow was so strong that he was slammed into the ground. Garam turned to the half-dead Yuan and said, "Get up." He's still able to. The main character leaned his hands on the floor. Yuan leaned his back against the counter and began to fill his sword with energy. Garam turned to Kessel and Gorgon. Yuan frowned at what he heard. He extended his hand towards the main character. Holding his hand in front of him, Garam assumed a fighting stance. He asked Yuan to show him how strong he was for daring to talk about the Tree of Illusions. Watching Garam with a serious look, the main character noted in his thoughts that he was stronger than 2 weapons combined. Watching Garam, Jaewon noticed and thought that he uses a special technique, and even if he tries to read it with a skill, it will not help, but only speaks about his experience. Having rushed at him, the main character wondered why he was still so strong. Jaewon was heading towards Garam at lightning speed. Pointing his blade at him, the protagonist wondered how a simple experience could make him so strong. Yellow sparks started coming out of Yuan's eyes. Taken aback, Garam said that he hoped this reckless attack was not all that was left in the main character's reserve. Yuan suddenly changed his direction. Garam looked at the outlines of the main character. Yuan was behind him. Garam was enveloped in red energy, after which Yuan used a world strike. He told Yuan that these were cheap tricks. He turned towards the main character. He swung his fist at the main character. He landed a powerful strike on Yuan. A powerful explosion was heard from his blow. Frowning, the main character wondered if Garam had blocked the world's blow only with his fists. Garam jumped on Jaewon. The main character watched Garam soaring in the air. With a powerful attack, he knocked Yuan to the ground. Garam landed on the ground. He told the main character that spiritual attacks do not affect him. Yuan lay wounded on the ground. Standing above him, Garam noticed that such attacks using the system were irreparable. It exuded red streams of energy. Garam said that the awakened ones are always trying to destroy the system of the world. Grabbing Yuan's head, he noted that there was one thing they didn't know. Raising the main character, Garam declared that this was someone's unique world. While suspended, Jaewon noted and thought that this means that Garam's power is natural and it comes from the world. The main character emphasized the fact that the root of strength is in him. Watching Garam's face, Jaewon noticed that he was the system of the world. Streams of mana began to hover before his eyes. The main character's mana began to spread throughout the area. He used the moon eye. Powerful gusts of wind began to hover around him. Garam stated that Yuan is using another technique from outside. He threw the main character and said that a unique world without an original creation is no different from a weak spell. Yuan cried out in pain. Garam sent a powerful stream of energy towards the main character. Yuan was slammed into the ground. Standing in front of the prone protagonist, Garam said that he was disappointed. He began to concentrate mana in his hand. Garam stated that this was not what he expected. He held back the cloud of energy with both hands. Garam noted that he expected more from the awakened one. He sent a huge stream of mana towards Ewan. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. He began to hold back Garam's blow with his blade. The skin on Ewan's fingers began to burn. Frowning, the main character held back the blow. Swinging his blade, he dispelled Garam's mana. Holding the sword next to him with his wounded hand, Ewan noted in his thoughts that the Moon Eye impulse did not work at all. Stretching out his hand, Garam said that he had finally met a worthy enemy, but was now losing interest. The main character listened carefully to Garam's speech. He asked Jaewon to open the origin and show it to him. The main character frowned at what he heard. He imagined himself standing near the huge gates. Ewan emphasized in his thoughts that generation is a reward that he will receive from the 8 gates of hell. He imagined how golden streams of energy appeared in the dark space. The main character, in thought, noticed that in this room, Moloch left a reward called a recording of hell. Ewan remembered standing in front of the golden letters in a dark space. He noted that there was a note about the stages of awakening. Looking at the notes, the main character read that following the rules of awakening, the keywords may change, but the awakening itself consists of 6 stages. Ewan imagined walking among the dead. He noticed that they were created to destroy the existing world. A picture of a golden flow of mana surfaced in the protagonist's imagination. He imagined a red area with a red eye in the sky. The main character noted that the first stage is doubt, the second stage is understanding, and the third stage is dedication. Jaewon, thoughtfully, noted that the 3 stages are the first half of the fallen world. The main character presented his dark outline and himself emitting golden mana. Ewan noted that after the world fell, the remaining stages create a new world. The main character noted that the dark outline is the fallen world, stages 1 through 3. Ewan's golden outline is the origin, stages 4 to 6. The main character emphasized that the other 3 stages are the second half. Red streams of mana covered the ground. Ewan noted in his thoughts that he felt that the next stage was just around the corner. The main character held the blade with his wounded hand. Ewan noted that he still didn't understand what this birth meant. Stretching his hand towards the main character, Garam said that he was a pathetic worm and asked if he was not able to use his own world correctly. He said that he couldn't wait to see him. Looking at Jaewon, Garam said that he would open it and check it himself. Siren, hiding behind the ruins, was dumbfounded. The main character was beside himself with rage. He rushed at Garam. Extending his hand, Ewan asked Garam in his thoughts not to do this. A grin appeared on Garam's face. He began to smile widely. Siren hugged Kaiman with a scared face. The main character noted that this life means everything to them. Standing in front of them, Ewan, thoughtfully, noticed that everything was different for them, noting that the guys, unlike people like him, who could be resurrected at any time. The main character emphasized that this world is for them. Holding the sword behind his back, Ewan noticed that this was the only world for them. The stunned Siren screamed that the main character was a fool. There was a powerful explosion. Streams of fire covered the area. Clouds of smoke rose from the destroyed dome. Siren was lying on the ground. Raising her hand to her face, she began to rise from the ground. She was stunned by what she saw. Her gaze fell on Ewan, who was holding his blade with his hands. Frowning, the main character thought about their only world. Garam was taken aback by what he saw. Ewan noted in his thoughts that he thought he was starting to vaguely understand. Many memories flashed through his mind. The main character thought about the only world and noticed that he grew up with his parents, went to school, made friends, cried, laughed, was sad, and was devastated. Ewan noticed in his thoughts that all these countless memories. Bending over, the main character continued to hold onto his sword. Thoughtful, Ewan stated that back then he never questioned the world he lived in. He imagined the image of a merchant and noted that he existed because he did not question the world. The memories did not leave his head. The main character emphasized that thanks to this confidence, the world system was created. Ewan noted that this is what is needed to begin the generation. The main character said that all you need is conviction in your world. Holding the blade, Jaewon said in his thoughts that faith is a strong belief that is forgotten and he needs an insurmountable faith to give birth to the world. The main character was enveloped in golden mana. He noted that he could not do this alone. Ewan noticed that not only he now, but also he in his past memories should be yearning for the new world. Garam's hand exuded red mana. He pointed his fist at the main character. The voices in Ewan's head were telling him that the world he was talking about was fake. Behind the main character was his outline from the past. It asked him to stop running away from reality. The voices in my head declared that this was the world Ewan lived in, not the one they lived in. The voices said that they had no reason to help him. The main character noted that he could not convince everyone of his memories. Ewan turned towards Garam. He raised his blade. He presented many of his images. Swinging his sword, the main character said that if they were not going to help him, Ewan asked the voices to leave with a serious look. The main character, thoughtfully, noted that he would not convince them. The ruined Resurrection Palace was shrouded in clouds of dust. There was a powerful blow. Gusts of wind enveloped the building. Ewan hit his back against the golden crossbar. Garam's fist was in the face of the protagonist. He directed many strikes at Yuan. The main character tried to hold back the onslaught of Garam. He swung at the main character. A powerful blast of red mana rang out. Garam landed on the ground. Taken aback, he said that he was surprised. He looked at the wounded protagonist and asked if he was already tired. A voice appeared in Yuan's head and asked him to listen to it. Before him was his outline, which asked whether he was going to die so miserably. Frowning, the image of the protagonist said that if he died, then they would die too. There were many memories in his head. His image asked if he had forgotten. Yuan was lying on the crossbar, and behind him were comrades from the past. The outline asked if the main character had forgotten what they went through to get there. Yuan's image with a serious face asked him not to do anything stupid and just run away. The main character began to fall to the ground. Yuan sat on his knees. A voice in his head told him that he had had enough of despair. Surprised, Garam said that he thought that the main character would last for some time, but alas, he was disappointed. Yuan stuck his blade into the ground. The image of the main character and Garam were taken aback. The main character lowered his gaze. Holding the blade, Yuan asked with a serious expression if Garam was saying that he was disappointed. Many outlines of the main character looked at him with a smile. A voice in his head said that the main character had gone crazy, noting that for a moment he forgot that they were one. She stood behind Yuan. The voice agreed with the main character, adding that it was only this time. Garam was happy with what he saw. The outlines of the main character were enveloped in a golden aura. An aura surrounded Yuan. He closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, the main character began to exude purple mana. The destroyed dome was illuminated by the energy of the protagonist. Then one used generation. Garam was shocked by what he saw. Surprised, Siren said that the main character actually opened it. Behind Yuan was a huge red eye. The main character noted in his thoughts that the fourth stage is the ability to turn lies into truth. Purple particles began to fall from the sky. A bright stream of mana appeared. Yuan reported that it is the ability to turn belief into reality. A dark blade fell from the sky. Particles fell on Yuan. The main character looked up. He caught the falling sword. Yuan noted in his mind that awakening the fourth stage is a theory. Garam's gaze fell on the purple blade of the protagonist. He said that this is Yuan's unique world. Grinning, he noticed that the phenomenon that denies everything in this world is a perfect combination with the word fall. Looking at the main character, Garam said that this is a catastrophic world. He noticed that this is a world born with the sole purpose of destroying other worlds. He rushed at the main character. Heading towards him, Garam said that even so. Yuan held a pink blade next to him. Adding to his speech, Garam said that the result would be the same. The protagonist's mace collided with Garam's fist. A powerful blow sounded between them. Yuan held back Garam's blow with his blade. He told the main character with a grin that finally, sparks began to come from the main character's eyes. Garam reported that this is what is called a battle. Yuan swung his second blade. Garam pointed his fist at the main character. They ran across the battlefield, striking each other with many blows. Garam stated that his blood was boiling and it reminded him of the battle with that nightmare 1,000 years ago. He excitedly said that he was grateful to Yuan for helping him remember that feeling again. The main character frowned and continued to listen to his speech. Garam pointed his fist towards Yuan's face. The main character fell to the ground from his blow. Garam said that everything has an end. He ran towards Yuan with lightning speed. The main character was preparing to bounce off the wall. He watched Garam. He was approaching Yuan. He pointed his sword at Garam's fist. There was a powerful explosion. The main character pushed off from the crossbar. He sat on the crossbar, holding two blades in his hands. Yuan noted in his mind that he had been thinking about this all the time. He squeezed the hand that held the pink blade. The main character wondered for what purpose he lived and pierced. Garam appeared at the side. Yuan dodged his blow. Garam's shot hit the golden crossbar. The enraged protagonist watched him. He noticed in his thoughts that now, he remembered how he and Garam ran and struck at each other. Yuan stated that he now recognizes and pierces. He imagined himself as a child holding a huge blade. The main character noticed that he felt as if he had been transported to a time when he did not know the rules of the world. He imagined himself running across the crosswalk towards the red energy. There was a red flame under his foot. Yuan noted that he enjoyed it without a second thought. The main character lowered his gaze. Hearing Garam laugh, Yuan looked at him. His gaze fell on the laughing Garam. Covering his mouth with his hand, he asked the main character for forgiveness. A smile appeared on Yuan's face. The main character noted in his thoughts that despite the situation, he was grateful that he was able to meet such a worthy opponent. Yuan pointed his sword at Garam. He rushed at the main character. Yuan noted thoughtfully that he hoped it was a moment. Many explosions were heard from their strikes. The main character emphasized that he hoped the moment would last a little longer. Yuan's blade collided with Garam's fist. Taken aback, Garam jumped away from the main character. Standing on the crossbar, the main character began to ask if this was it. A smirk appeared on his face. He continued to ask if this was all the power of the system. Garam, looking distraught from the battle, replied that this was not all. He struck Yuan's sword. Powerful gusts of wind arose from their collision. The ruins of the palace scattered all over the place. The palace was turning into ruins. A powerful explosion rose from the dome. Siren covered Cayman with her body. Clouds of smoke rose around the palace. The main character landed on the ground. Throwing off his cape, Garam said that for the first time in 1,000 years he had so much fun. Standing in front of Jaewon, Garam said that he did not think he would meet such an opponent in chaos, noting that he was touched. The main character listened to his speech with a calm look. Yuan called out to him. Garam was taken aback by what he heard. Standing opposite him, the main character said that he felt this during their fight. Holding the sword in his hand, Yuan stated that he had felt the way he had been pierced for the past 1,000 years. He imagined an image of Garam swinging his fist at him. The main character stated that Garam also trained one skill for 1,000 years. Yuan imagined a nightmare standing behind him. The main character noted that it was a shame that someone like Garam was just an opportunist. Yuan stated that he was very sorry that a monarch like him chose this path. Garam was surprised by what he heard. He began to fill with rage. Looking at the main character, he said that he wanted to ask. Watching Yuan carefully, he asked what he wanted to do. The main character waved his sword. Garam saw Malak behind him. Yuan revealed that he was going to conquer the abyss. Smirking, Garam stated that his empty words were similar to the words of that nightmare. He was enveloped in red mana. Garam said that the abyss is full of people who are superior to him. He clenched his hand into a fist and declared that the great monarch had surrendered. Garam was enveloped in red energy. He said that in the end, the nightmare suffered the same fate. He was beside himself with rage. Enveloped in red mana, Garam asked if Yuan said he wanted to try. His energy spread throughout the area. A vortex of mana appeared around him. The main character covered his face from its powerful energy. Black armor appeared on his head. He folded his hands. Jaewon's gaze fell on Garam's dark wings. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. Yuan's eyes filled with fear. Shrouded in dark energy, Garam said that then. A black demon appeared behind the transformed Garam. He used the general's skill, the Dark Gatekeeper. Watching the huge statue, Siren was scared. Cayman lay at her feet. She noted in her thoughts that Garam is the gatekeeper and this is turning into a demigod. Siren added that he said that he was at the level of a major general, but that was not the case. Watching Garam, she noticed that he was already at the rank of lieutenant general. He took the red spear in his hand. Pointing his spear at Jaewon, Garam asked to prove this through his world. A smirk appeared on his face. He extended his hand towards the main character. A huge stream of mana appeared in front of Jaewon. The main character noted in his thoughts that he is a gatekeeper protecting the world of the system. Yuan wondered if someone who loved the system was capable of summoning it. The main character crossed his arms in front of him. Yuan noted in his thoughts that he realized this the moment he met the gatekeeper. The protagonist's gaze began to spread purple mana. Pink streams of energy began to emanate from his blade. His soul blade was enveloped in a blue glow. Yuan, in his thoughts, noticed that he lived only to destroy this world. Garam smiled at what he saw. The energy of the blade began to mix. Holding the blade in both hands, Yuan noted in his thoughts that he would put all his strength into this attack. While striking, the main character began to scream. Garam rushed at him. Yuan sent a purple stream of mana upward. Their mana collided. The energy of the main character began to destroy everything around. Yuan's energy flow was heading towards the city. Powerful gusts of wind were heading towards the city. The wind blew away Siren. Garam watched the furious Yuan and said that this was great. Smirking, he asked if the main character could block the attack of the gatekeeper, who had several hundred lives. Garam's gaze fell on Jaewon's powerful flow of energy. Garam was taken aback by what he saw. The blue mana of the main character passed through the red energy of Garam. Yuan screamed loudly as he struck. The main character destroyed Garam's mana. Yuan's energy rushed into the statue. The demon began to scream. The main character destroyed a huge monster. Watching this, Garam called out to the Dark Gatekeeper. Turning around, Yuan addressed Garam. He was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on the protagonist's hand. Above Yuan was a huge blade. Looking at Garam, Yuan said goodbye to him. He extended his hand. A huge sword rushed towards Garam. He looked at what was happening with a smile. Watching the sword that was at his head, Garam reported that it was an entertaining fight. A powerful light explosion was heard in the area. Clouds of smoke rose into the air. The palace turned into ruins. Garam lay at the epicenter of the strike. Thick steam rose from it. The wounded Garam asked if he had lost. Taken aback, he said that everything became so obvious when the end came. His gaze fell on the red eye. Garam stated that this is the eye that observes and controls everything in this world. He imagined the branches of the tree reaching towards his eye. Garam said that where the gaze of the Tree of Illusions is, there is the edge of the abyss. The main character approached him. Garam noticed that this is the place where the first nightmare lives. Watching Jaewon, who had a huge tree behind him, Garam declared that he needed to get there. He was taken aback by the words of the main character, who replied that this was not so. Looking at Garam, Ewan stated that this is a place that he must destroy. Smiling, Garam said that the protagonist's world may become unpopular in the abyss, noting that this is too harsh a truth to accept instead of losing hope. He watched the red eye as many monsters flew by. Garam said that no one would want to live after what they saw. He noted that he could not imagine that such a strange world would hang in the sky. Garam started laughing and stated that even after everything, if there are people who believe in Ewan's world. In his head there was an image of the protagonist's allies walking towards the tree. Garam said that they would find in him what they once lost, but in return they would live in despair for the rest of their lives. Garam, with a serious face, asked Jaewon to cut off this connection before his body returned to the Great Land. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist asked if Garam had any last words to say. There was a golden thread above Garam's head. He asked Jaewon if he reached the abyss safely, he should find Gainak and tell him about it. Garam noted that the main character should be careful with Maed, adding that if he finds out that Jaewon has opened his world, he will not sit idly by. Watching him, the main character said that he did not understand only one thing. He asked Garam why he didn't kill him. Holding the sword in his hand, the main character remembered their battle. Ewan noticed that Garam had a lot of opportunities before he awakened. The main character asked why Garam didn't do this. Taken aback, Garam asked why and replied that no one knew. A memory of how he asked for strength to climb the tree of illusions surfaced in his head. He remembered standing in front of Moloch. Garam noticed in his thoughts that this world with empirical concepts and novelty of existence is extraordinary. He recalled his battle with the nightmare and reported that this world could still change. He presented the image of Moloch and said that if they destroy the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusions. Garam said that this world was unable to change and only the last words of the nightmare remained in his memory for a long time. Ewan asked if this answer was only correct for him or for the whole world. Smiling, Garam stated that he would consider himself to have repaid his debt to Moloch. Looking at the golden line, he said that it had been a long battle. Lying on the ground, Garam asked to end this. Ewan held the hilt of the blade in front of his face. The plot tells us that it was on that day, exactly 917 years and 244 days after the failure of the expedition to the Moloch Abyss, came and walked towards Ewan, holding on to Siren. He watched the main character. Garam looked at Kaiman with a grin. Jaewon pierced Garam's head with his sword. The plot told us that Chaos was finally freed from the Reincarnation Palace. Moonlight illuminated the night sky. There were many lights burning from the castle. People walked along the illuminated streets. People clinked glasses of beer. The man sat at the table with a distressed look. The image of a man was visible from the window. Ewan said that Juge is still alive. He was taken aback when he heard the main character. Turning around, Juge looked at Ewan. The main character stated that he thought Juge was dead because he didn't see him at the last meeting. Covering himself with a sheet, Jun smiled and asked if Ewan thought he would have died so easily, noting that he was still one of the 10 leaders. The main character looked at him with a smile. Juge asked if Ewan defeated Garam. The main character replied that it was so. Clutching the blanket, he informed Jaewon that Garam was a great monarch in every way. The main character, with a serious face, asked if Juge knew him well. Looking down, he replied that their family knew Garam's family very well. He presented the image of Garam near the high gate and told that they were the ones who drove them out of the Great Land and those who took their place among other famous families. Juge noted that they are also known as the house that produces the best soldiers. He presented an image of Garam in demonic form and said that since he had attacked Samyang Garam, a member of their family, they would not just sit idly by and would intervene soon. Placing the fruit basket on the table, Ewan told Juge not to worry about it, noting that these guys wouldn't be able to cross the border. Juge asked what the main character wanted to say by this. Taken aback, he lowered his gaze. Surprised, Juge asked if Ewan received the narrow gate. The main character replied that it was so. Ewan presented the golden emblem and stated that this is why they have a minuscule chance of getting into Chaos, because the only way to get there alive is through them. Looking at the back of the main character, Juge said that even this cannot be sure and they can go there without the help of the narrow gate. Ewan replied that he understood his concern, but these guys were determined to sacrifice their own lives to come after his soul. Turning around, the main character stated that then it would be worth dealing with them. As he left the premises, Ewan asked Juge to take care of himself. The door to his room slammed shut. Smirking, Juge said that whether from the very beginning or now, he noticed that the main character is truly a mysterious person. The night sky illuminated the castle. Ewan looked out the window. Looking up, the main character noted in his thoughts that a lot of water had passed under the bridge since he arrived in Gorgon. Many memories surfaced in his head and he noticed that a lot had happened since then. Sighing, Ewan noted that he even managed it. Looking at the huge stack of papers, the main character emphasized that he had managed to become a castellan. He pictured Carlton's face and noted thoughtfully that, one way or another, these had been busy days. He remembered the surprised faces of Jurchen and Carlton, who were discussing that the castellan had disappeared again. Covering his face with his hand, Carlton, sitting at the table, ordered to find the main character. People were shouting that the head of the department was in tears. Putting his hand to his chin, Ewan realized that he hadn't done anything at all the entire time. Someone called out to the main character, after which he turned around. A drunken Chingao shouted that he and Cayman came to him because of the stupid Came, who persuaded him to drink with Ewan. Stunned, Cayman asked about when he persuaded the old man, noting that he himself brought them there. An enraged Chingao asked who he had brought, noting that he was a venerable elder and it would be a great sin to slander him. The distressed Cayman cried out that it was true. Taken aback, the old man said that it was true. Cayman was at a loss. Ewan watched their discussion. The old man was beside himself with rage and asked if this was what Cayman had expected to hear. Chingao stated that when elders tell him something, he should bow his head and listen with respect. Cayman asked the old man in this case to say at least something normal. The enraged Cayman cried out that he was 1,154 years old. Making a grimace, the old man replied that he was 1,200 years old, calling Cayman a buffoon. A sweaty Cayman said that Chingao was acting like a child. The angry old man asked what he said. Ewan had a smile on his face. Watching them, the main character noticed that the time had come. Looking out the window, Ewan noticed that it was time for him to leave this place. He looked at the starry sky and emphasized that he had even become attached to them. The entire night city was visible, with beautiful towers. It was raining outside the window. Jehan sat on a chair and watched the cloudy weather. Pensive Carlton turned to the main character and asked him if he was listening to him. Seated Ewan told him so where they were staying. Carlton, standing in front of him with two yellow screens, said that they were talking about the Tower of Nightmares Carpdime. The main character and Carlton talked at the table. Ewan learned from him in more detail. He learned from him that he generally listens to him. Pensive Carlton explained to him that people talk about the time difference, which is very large. Ewan asked him if it was in the tower. Looking at the yellow screen, he said that the number of suicides is growing, and the number of awakened people is getting smaller. The main character thought deeply. The main character remembered that this can be understood because time in the tower is multiplied 100 times, and this is only on the first floor. In front of the hourglass, there was a pile of armor, dead warriors. Ewan thought that excessive concentration harms the soul, and holding on for 100 years is not an easy task, but one cannot become awakened without such efforts. Carlton stood in front of the main character. He told him to obey, to which Jaewon said, "Let Michael deal with this." The main character's hand was on the arm of the chair. Carlton told him that by practicing only punch and slash he would not become awakened. To which Ewan replied, "Let him give it to them." Two knights stood. Behind them was a black castle. Javier told him to maintain a system that would allow them to cultivate the awakened in the long term. A woman was selling fish, and there was a working guy behind her. Carlton continued to say that those who do not want to awaken must be excluded. Ewan sat at the table with a very smart look and said that awakening is not the only way, and everyone can also adapt. Carlton looked at him and asked if he really thought that way. The shelves of books were illuminated with yellow light. The main character told him that all people think differently, to which Carlton replied, "Awakening is not salvation, some can make a living by adapting." Ewan looked at him aggressively. The main character sat at the table in front of Carlton and asked him what. Carlton held his hands behind his back, squeezing them tightly, and said that he should know about him. The awakened Carlton continued to talk about how he had entered the third stage of awakening. Evil Carlton said that he was unable to see his unique world. Worried, Ewan thought that this couldn't happen. The old man sat over a drop of ink with a sword in his hands. Ewan told us that depending on everyone's individual abilities, the form may vary. The eye was in red intertwined mana. The main character recalled that all awakened people who have reached the stage of dedication are obliged to receive their own and unique world. Thoughtful Jaewon thought about what they told him, the unique world of Garam. Garam stood in front of the main character in the ground and told him that spiritual attacks do not affect him, and attacks using the system are irreparable. The main character recalled the fight with Garam and reflected that the awakened ones are always trying to destroy the system of the world, but they do not know that this is also someone's unique world. A sitting Ewan told Javier not to panic. Perhaps his unique world can be saved, to which Javier asked him if this was possible. The main character, with folded arms, told him that this possibility was not excluded and he was not aware of it. Excited Javier answered him, if his unique world originates from the system, doesn't that mean that one day he will have to fight with the main character? Ewan held his hand near his face. He looked very thoughtful as he continued the conversation and told him that it would actually be possible if Carlton actually tried to protect that world. Carlton looked at him carefully. Standing in front of him, he told the main character that he saw that he really wanted to destroy him. Ewan was sitting in front of Javier in a large room. He called out to him, calling him Castellan. Javier slammed his hand on the table. He put his hand on his chest and loudly asked to go with him on this expedition. Confused, Carlton stood in front of the protagonist, who was in his own thoughts. Behind Jaewon was the old man Ikemen. He recalled how they asked him to take them. He told Javier, "And so do you." An irritated Carlton, in a golden light, answered him that according to the 14th paragraph, the 3rd article of the special law of the Gorgon, all captains are obliged to protect the Castellan in case of emergency. Surprised, Ewan told him that he was no longer the captain. The main character firmly grabbed the arm of the chair with his hand and said that he did not want to bear the title of Castellan after his departure. Ewan looked at the surprised Javier and told him that he would still be leaving this place in a week. The main character was rising from his chair when Javier asked him if he really wanted to resign from his post. Carlton stood behind the main character and said that without Ewan, the burning Gorgon represented the city burning down. Javier continued to say that not only will Gorgon fall, but all chaos will be destroyed. Carlton looked at Ewan proudly. He told him not to worry and he thought about the whole situation carefully. A golden light shone on the main character. He told Javier it was time to go and finish. The blue castle was in the rain. The rain poured down on all the columns. All the steps were wet. People stood in puddles. They stood in the rain and cried. Jurchen stood behind Ewan and told him that he was all wet, to which he replied that everything was fine. All the feet of the main character were wet. He stood above everyone and thanked them for coming. Ahsoka Ewan said that they did their best to protect the Gorgons. A good job was done. Kamen stood in the rain. The main character said this, for those who devoted their souls to the protection of Gorgon. The old man stood thoughtfully in the rain. Lowen continued his speech by saying, "And for the innocent victims." The main character stood in front of a crowd of people. In the rain, he told them that 3 days would be devoted to commemorating the dead. The blade was in a purple case that was completely wet. Jaewon mentioned Isaac Kendall. The man covered the grieving woman with a robe. The amulet with red mana lay on a purple backing. In the rain, the main character mentioned Rachel Veldora. People standing in the rain mourned them. The cracked hammer was in a purple case. Jaewon said Kasim Hill. A crying man with a beard held his hand. An unknown object lay under the sheet. The hooded people did not understand what was there. They proclaimed that it had been there from the very beginning. Ewan stood in front of people. Behind him was an incomprehensible object of enormous size. He stated that everyone performed well in the battle. The main character continued his speech in the rain. He said, "As they all know, this is not the end." Behind Ewan was a golden amulet. He mentioned that this was just the beginning of the war. People stood in shock. They mentioned a narrow gate. Wet residents stood in puddles. They asked to destroy the gate. Tense Ewan said that it was too early for them to be surprised because there was something else. The unknown man stood in front of the wet steps. His clawed hands were in pink handcuffs. All the people were surprised to see General Rat Leica. They called him a monarch from a great land. Siren stood next to him and kept him tied up. People mentioned that he was a timid monarch. The main character went down the wet steps. The rain continued to fall with the same force. Ewan stood in front of Leica and took out his sword. The frightened rat general asked him if he wanted to kill him. Enraged, Leica began to ask to kill him quickly, but mentioned that later they would greatly regret it. The tense Ewan said that, the Dark Monarch, he won't leave it like that. The main character hit Leica with his sword and told him to shut up. The General Rat had both of his arms torn off. The sword was in the ground, next to Leica's hands. He sat wet in front of Ewan and screamed in pain. His scream was crazy. Jaewon told the sitting general that he would not kill him, but he wanted him to return to the Great Land and told his master. The main character continued talking in the rain and asked if he wanted war, noting that he could come at any time. The wet hero with a yellow light in his eyes said that he would be waiting for him at the top of the Tree of Illusions. A bird with red eyes was hiding in the trees. Behind the back of the praying mantis, a bird was flying. He noticed that the bird would attack him. Siren walked behind Ewan. She shouted loudly that, for someone who would leave his post tomorrow. Enraged, Siren continued the dialogue with the main character. She asked him what he was doing. She, with tears on her face, asked him not to say that he wanted to fight the Dark Monarch. The rat general stood in front of the narrow gate. He told the main character that if he wanted to destroy the gate, he would do it without prying eyes. The narrow gate was broken in the rain. Leica said that Jaewon would achieve nothing by sending the timid monarch back. The crying Siren realized that now retribution could not be avoided. The main character walked next to her and asked her not to make noise, because at most the lieutenant general would show up. Thoughtful Jaewon said that the Great Land is now in a state of war, so the great monarchs will definitely not go there. Surprised, Siren said that she knew he was crazy, but not that crazy. 3 monsters with pink eyes stood above the castle. She told him that after the death of the Monarch of Silence, at least 2 or 3 lieutenant generals would arrive. Siren had tears streaming down her face. She thought that 5 great clans could still arrive, and that would be too much. The main character calmly said that this is what he wants. The blackbird's wing was in the grass Ewan was talking about after they lost. The praying mantis bit into the flesh of the bird with red eyes. The main character stated that then everything would change in an instant. Siren was very worried. Frowning, Ewan asked her if she was only here to ask him such questions. The shadow of both was visible on the ground. The main character asked her if she was interested in matters of chaos. Ewan watched her. Siren stated that he promised to tell her. Excited, Siren asked him to tell him. The main character stood at the gates to hell. She asked to tell him what he received there. The sun was shining very brightly. Ewan said in surprise. An excited Siren asked him if he was sure. She was on top of Javan and found out if he was sure that Mullah had left only this. The main character said that these are all the memories of her godfather. Dissatisfied, Siren asked him how she should believe what he was telling her. Ewan frowned. Siren was surprised because the main character began to say that in the cold winter. He carefully watched her expression. She only responded. They stood face to face. She told him the egg that he picked up. The worried Siren continued to speak. In the cold winter on the Tree of Illusions, Mullah walked along the purple land where there was devastation. She continued to remember that the place was in the 6th region. Mullah entered a huge tree from which pink mana emanated. Siren recalled that it was on its basis. The plot tells us that in that vicious country where a severe ice storm was about to occur, Mullah was approaching the entrance with pink mana. The plot reminds us that a brightly shining egg was waiting for him. Mullah came in and stood in front of a pink egg that was sprouting from the ground. The plot reminds us that at that time he was very nervous. Mullah watched him carefully with all his eyes. The plot recalls that this was the first time in his life when he took it in his hands. He says he could never forget that moment. The pink egg slowly opened. The plot reminds us of the germination of existence. The egg opened very slowly and a blue bud came out of it. The plot reminds us that it is born by eating dreams and dreaming again. A small pink child appeared in front of him. The plot tells us that the little life that looked out of its weak shell, at the moment when he saw the face of the child who woke up in the shell, he realized that his godmother's words were true. Ewan was talking about a child who was just born. His feet firmly planted on the ground, he continued to say that she did. They came face to face with Siren and he said that she was beautiful. She began to rejoice very much and asked him why. They stood facing each other. He said that he thought that she had enough evidence. She reproached him not to talk about other people's memories, considering them as her own. Siren looked very upset. She said that based on them, it turns out that all nightmares are born from an egg. She wondered where this place was. The top of a large purple tree sparkled. He said that it is located in the northern part of the Tree of Illusions in the Great Lands. In this, nightmares are born from the dreams of the tree and hatch in the form of an egg. Siren was shocked by this news. She asked him if he had left her something. She suggested that they might have left her a message or something, noting that there must be something. Ewan told her calmly that he didn't know. Maybe they left something, or maybe not. She asked him what it meant. The main character saw himself in the reflection and said that Mullah's memories, which he saw, were not in the form of a book. There were strange messages in the starry sky. It was like a collection of complex memories, like a glimpse of fragments that had no beginning or end. Apparently, he did not want his memories to become a specific story. Ewan and Siren were furious. He said that he couldn't tell her nothing special, although he would like to. She stated that he was a liar. The main character was illuminated by the sun, and he asked her why she was looking for him only because he was her godfather. Siren was furious and screamed at him, but what did he care? They stood in front of each other. He told her that if she needed his memories, then he could take her with him and they would move forward together. Siren was very surprised. She said what? Javan told her that Mullah had disappeared into the abyss and was heading there, and invited her to go there together. The main character waved his hand at her and said, "Think carefully." Siren filled everything with her pink mana and thought that he was a pig, and he was like that all the time. She looked at him with an angry look and thought that he was trying to make her look stupid. Then she remembered the memories. She started talking to the main character, called him, and asked him to stop. Ewan stood with his back to her. She turned to him, clarifying that the notes in the form of memories were left by her godfather. He turned to her and answered yes. She continued the dialogue and said that in that case, she was happy, everything was in purple mana, and said that she had a great idea. There was dust coming from my feet. The plot takes us to Siren's personal workshop. She communicated with Ewan, but was furious. He remembered if she told him that she would never let him in there again. She told him with a shout to shut up and not remember it at all. The main character walked around her workshop. Behind him was a huge shelf of books. He continued to tell her that she was against it and he was invading her privacy. She continued to say that it was a long time ago and asked him to be quiet. She pressed the pink screen saying she was done. The roof began to open above him. He watched it very carefully. He saw that in the hole in the roof, some kind of chains began to appear. From there, the shape of a bear began to appear. It started swinging right from the ceiling. There were fastenings and spikes on it. Ewan was very irritated at that moment. Siren found out how he was. She was leaning on the teddy bear and looking quite joyful. She proclaimed that this thing would help squeeze everything out of him. The main character frowned and asked her whether to squeeze it out. She told him that this thing connects with the soul and helps to recognize all the memories. Two wooden figures stood opposite each other. Siren explained to him that nightmares who have lost their spiritual powers often use this thing because it helps to concentrate emotions, memories, and enlightenment. Thanks to her, nightmares always have enough ideas. She was testing it for the first time and was not sure about it because everyone says that they get an unforgettable experience. Ewan was in the arms of a pink bear. He asked her if she wanted to see the memories of her godfather. He specified where he needed to stand. His hands were almost blocked. She checked with him if he was ready. He said he was ready. All the manual fastenings slammed shut and he could no longer free himself. Siren was pleased with this. She thought that he would no longer be so calm after everything began. She touched him and thought that he would feel incredible pain. Siren looked very distraught. In her thoughts, she mentioned that this was being done for their purpose. She just needed to look at his memories. Pink energy surrounded her from the top. She hugged Ewan with the teddy bear. Pink mana began to create a vortex. She looked anxious. In her thoughts, she could not understand why she was in more pain than him. His hands tensed greatly. In her thoughts, she expected this. The protagonist's gaze looked very fierce. She mentioned that his spiritual power was much more powerful than she thought. A pink whirlwind of energy filled the entire room. Her gaze was filled with sadness. Siren was very surprised. She found herself among the planets. In the form of his memories, she began to guess that this was the inner world of the awakened one. It became clear to her that the nightmares were not exaggerated. She looked scared among his memories. Siren thought that a person could have so many memories. She looked excited when she saw all these memories. Siren noticed in her head that when he broke through the 8th gate, she immediately realized that he was unusual, but not that unusual. One of the memories caught her shoulder. Contact with this memory frightened her. This memory left her with a burn. In her thoughts, she mentioned that she had to pull herself together and quickly read the memory of her godfather and get out of there. Otherwise, she would be stuck there forever. Siren was lost between memories. Each of them burned her. In her head, she noted that the further you move, the more memories there are. There were so many memories that they prevented her from moving forward. They squeezed her from all sides. She thought that she could not see anything. She looked scared and said that there was no other way out. She opened her wings and began to quickly move through the memories, saying that she could not remain idle but must gain strength and break through them. She flew through them with great speed. There were so many memories that she saw nothing but them. They blinded her and blocked her entire view. Her look was very surprised. She hovered in front of a huge, golden memory and said, "This is it." Little Siren is playing with toys with Mulek. She noticed in her thoughts that she had finally found her godfather's memories. She watched how, as a child, she called Mullah, calling him godfather. Mulek was in the golden light and was a little indignant. Her eyes filled with tears from their meeting. He said, "So here she is." Mullah's braid fluttered around him. He gave her his hand, beckoning her to him. Her fingers began to move inside the memory. She was scared and screamed loudly. No, she had been looking for him for so long. Godfather. Before her was the face of Mullah. She proclaimed that she had been waiting for him for 900 years. Siren was covered in yellow energy and shouted that she would definitely find her godfather again, checking the connection with him. She was drawn into the yellow memory, and she exclaimed, "Sure." Siren found herself completely exhausted after moving. She stood up and, sitting, said that after she got into his consciousness, she could not remember what happened. Siren stood on the roof, in front of the skyscrapers, and could not understand where she was. She looked at the sky and said, "It's good that I changed my appearance." She looked surprised. She was interested to know if it was true. She walked among ordinary people and realized that this was really land. She mentioned in her thoughts that this is World 294, it was called Earth. Siren recalled that this is the place that nightmares visit when they pass along the roots of the Tree of Illusions. Little Siren sat in bed. There were yellow screens in front of her. She thought in her thoughts that thanks to the desperate efforts of the nightmares of her predecessors to protect the Earth, she had been hidden from the rulers for a long time. The comic depicts a girl with purple ears and a green skirt. In her thoughts, she realized that she was in space, the basis of which was the Earth. Siren walks hand in hand with her godfather Mullah. He told her that inside every being there is consciousness, which is called space. She asked him what being is called. Mullah agreed with her. Every space was created on the basis of the world, and all the illusions of the worlds are also created using space as the basis. With his hand on his head, Mullah explained to her that if she ever got stuck in this place, there would be only one way out. It will be necessary to find the only consciousness within space. He proclaimed to her that she must find a guide. Siren stood in the passage and thought about how she could find a guide. From the depths of the passage, a guy ran and shouted, "Away from the road." When she was pushed, she was in a misunderstanding. 2 policemen tried to stop the escaped guy, who shouted after him to stop. Siren was scared and thought about this child. The policeman stopped and told the guy that he had been running away for a long time. The boy was at a dead end. The police said it was time for him to surrender. The child swung a stick at one of the policemen. The policeman swung his baton and said that the children were nothing but problems. Siren was excited and tried to stop them with her scream. She tried to stop them and was outraged by what they were doing. He was just a baby. The police did not understand what she wanted from him. One of them looked frowning and asked her to move away because it was dangerous there. The kid held the iron shelf with both hands. One of them said that he refused to become an adult. The police also stood in front of the baby and explained to Siren that refusing to become an adult is a serious offense requiring execution. Isn't it obvious that they were pursuing him? She looked alarmed. In her thoughts, she reflected that there was no such law on earth, that being a child was a serious offense. 2 policemen were talking to each other. One of them asked to wait and said that Siren was strange. She became very tense, and the police noticed that she spoke and dressed strangely. One of them thought she was cosplaying someone. Siren stood in front of the police. One of them asked her to show her ID. Another noticed that she had horns. She got scared and grabbed her head. In her thoughts, she thought that she had not completely hidden her horns. Mullah mentally called her. He held his finger near his mouth and said that if she got there, she should not stand out. Introducing a crowd of wooden dolls, he told her that the world is a place that rejects strangers. The purple doll made of wood looked very sad. Mullah continued to say if they saw that she was different from them. Started to smile. A pink doll looks at others. They all have red light instead of eyes. Mullah said that then no one would know what would happen to her. Siren tensed. She thought in her head that Mullah had told her to be careful, but there was nothing she could do. Siren summoned a storm of orange mana and thought in her mind about driving them away with magic. The police saw the magic and started shouting that it was fire. She collected all the orange energy into her hand. She looked very scared and the energy around her hand was decreasing. Siren was scared. In her thoughts, she thought why she couldn't do it. A sign appeared asking for attention. The 2 policemen dropped their weapons from their hands and began to transform into monsters. A sign appeared asking for attention. One of them's eyes turned red. The boy was in a panic. The plot tells us to pay attention. The policeman began to turn into a huge monster and his shirt began to tear. The plot tells us to pay attention. The policeman turned into a monster with red eyes. The plot tells us that aliens have been discovered. Siren stands in the red mana of the monsters. The plot tells us to immediately begin destruction. 2 monsters attacked her. One of them tried to grab her face. Siren was scared and screamed in fear. No. One of the monsters grabbed her by the face and swung his fist. He squeezed her face harder and harder. The kid ran to save Siren from the police monster, learning from him what he was doing. The boy hit the monster on the head with a stick with blue mana. Another monster was swinging at the baby. He was focused. The kid cut off their heads with a stick with blue mana. Siren was scared. Among 2 corpses, in her thoughts she thought, all at one moment. The baby was running in the passage. She thought in her thoughts that she was right. He has the only consciousness inside the space as a conductor. The boy runs. Siren assumed in her head that the conductor of space is of mental age. The boy was sitting with a stick in his hands. She mentioned in her thoughts that he was a guide. The boy with the pipe asked her who she was. She thinks in her thoughts that this is the conductor. The boy stands in the alley in front of Siren. She tells him that he moves fearlessly, to which he replies that it is natural if you want to survive. The boy pointed his hand forward and asked her what about herself. Siren watched the boy who was hiding behind the wall. She told him of course it was not a problem at all. The boy told her to follow him. They stood together leaning on the wall. She assumed in her thoughts that those sharp eyes and face said that he was stubborn as a bull. She noticed in her head that this is how he looked in his youth. Siren kept her hand on her face. She wanted to cry, and behind her was the image of the main character. In her head she thought that the mental age of the guide had such an appearance. She wondered if this meant that he was still a child inside. The boy walked forward while Siren tried to crawl between the walls. He told her that if she told him the truth, then she was carried away into the memory channels. He pulled her out of the passage with great difficulty. He told her that there were fragments of memories that got lost and from time to time ended up in this place. Siren was frowning right in front of the baby's face. At that moment he was telling her that a living soul had come here for the first time and asked her why she was looking at him like that. She thought in her head that everyone in this world is an adult, but he was the only child there. Siren, with a surprised face, continued to ask him why he continued to live there, because the police were constantly pursuing him. He told her that it was so. She squatted in front of him and found out why this world wants to kill a child who is not going to become an adult. He told her it was because. The boy told her in surprise that this was all because they were adults. She was very shocked by this. The plot tells us that in a world where everyone is alike, there is no room for anything different. The boy was illuminated by a white light. He said that he also had a question. The kid was next to Siren, and behind them was Ewan. He recognized what kind of person he was, the one outside him. She looked thoughtful and noticed in her head that he was interested. The main character stood with a blue sword in his hands, and Siren was behind him. She thought about how she could describe him. In her head she thought that she knew nothing about him. The modest boy stood in the rays of golden light. She also thought about what to say to her to please him. The baby spoke to her. Face to face, she told him that he was like him. The boy asked him what age he was. Siren was angry. Behind her was Ewan with a sword in his hands. She told him that the main character is a child like him. The kid was surprised and asked if he was also a child. Siren thought that he liked her answer, how cute he was. The boy extended his hand to Siren's ear and said that he would send her back. The kid noticed a red stone in her hair. He held the stone in his hand and said that with it, he was connected to her. She looked at this stone in surprise and asked him what it was. The kid told her it was a memory fragment and it was buried in her hair. Siren was among the planets of memories. She reflected that the fragment of memory was with her all the time. She managed to understand that he appeared on a journey between memories. Siren looked at Joanna in fear and asked that he wants to send her with this fragment. He knows how to do it. Ewan, looking at her calmly, replied that yes, he is working on it now. In his hands he held a red crystal, from which strong energy emanated. He extended his hand in front of him, holding a red crystal, then said that he wanted to bring back the memories that were lost along the way. Siren, kneeling, looked at Joanna and thought that he wants to bring back the memories that were lost along the way, which is why these people are called guides. Ewan, holding a red crystal in his hand, said that judging by the red glow, these memories are very valuable. The fragments are distributed according to importance. Ewan presented several crystals that differed in color and said that memory particles are divided into white, green, blue, and red. If the particle is not returned to its place, problems may arise in the present. Siren, sitting in front of him, looked warily at the crystal and thought that an important memory was a threat from the monks of the 12th region, but don't let him tell her what. Suddenly Siren stood up and asked that then Ewan would be able to send her back now. Ewan furrowed his eyebrows and replied that this was impossible, because now he would be able to return her along with her memories when the portal opened. Ewan added that the problem is that he doesn't know when it will open. Hearing this, Siren screamed loudly. We are transported to the Night City. Someone says that it is already late, so let them rest in the underground passage, and tomorrow they will continue their journey. Siren lay down on the box and asked that Ewan lives here alone. Ewan answered yes. Siren yawned and asked how he would know that the portal had opened. We are transported to the roof. Ewan stands with a radar and says that as soon as the portal opens, the internet signal will become worse, and then he uses a communication device to pick up the signal. Then we are taken to the bathroom. Ewan is standing on a box and washes his hair, and Siren, looking at him, asks that they will just wait for the signal. Ewan replied that yes, tomorrow they will wake up early and go to the store. They carry it into the store. Siren looks at Ewan angrily, and Ewan grabs a small package of food from the shelf. Siren asks the store. Ewan says yes, they need to get something to eat. Ewan adds that there is a large selection of onigiri and burgers. Siren asks that Ewan always wakes up so early to eat and then just waits for the portal to open. Ewan answered yes. Siren was lying on the box next to Ewan. She fell asleep and then thought that Ewan was fine. Despite such a life, she wanted to say this, but remained silent. Siren thought. An image appeared in her head of a huge tower on which monsters were attacking, and many of Ewan's comrades who died. She thought that maybe he was locked here because of a nightmare, because there was a high chance that his world had become like this for the Towers of Nightmares, the horror that he had to endure, but he did not fall, despite the difficulties. Siren sat next to Ewan on the roof. She thought that because this is what his world consists of. Siren looked at Ewan, and Ewan said that there was no signal for a week. As soon as the device picks up the signal, he will personally go to return the memory fragment. Siren remembered the police who were chasing Ewan and asked what if the police chased him again. Ewan, with a radar gun in his hand, replied that this usually happens. If you're just unlucky, it doesn't happen that often. Siren looked at him with concern and asked him that he was only putting memories back in place. Ewan put his hand in his pocket and replied that he was looking at other memories. Siren asked what the other memories were. Ewan took out a small white crystal from his pocket and, looking at it, said that not all memories returned to their place. Siren asked him that he was not worried about holding such a thing in his hands. Ewan looked at her, puzzled, and then replied that it was a white memory. Siren replied that she did not know. Ewan looked carefully at the white crystal in his hand and told Siren to look carefully. The memories react to the touch. Suddenly, the white crystal began to shine. Siren looked ahead in fear. The crystal settled and a long film of film appeared. Siren looked in surprise at the events that were happening on her. These were memories of Ewan. Siren looked in front of her in fear and wondered what it was. She heard someone's voice. We are taken to a small room. The girl sits on the bed, holding little Ewan on her lap. In her hands is a blue book. She says that today they will read this book. Looking at it, Siren thought that this book was with a little yellow-haired boy. She opened her eyes wide, looked at her and thought that she knew her well. This is The Little Prince. This is a popular book among nightmares. Little Ewan in the memories asked that the little prince came to Earth. His mother replied that yes, to Earth. She smiled and continued to say that the little prince once said the most important thing. Mom looked at the book on which the little prince was drawn looking at the sky, and then said that you can't see it with your eyes. Siren, looking at the book, thought that this story is about the little prince looking at the world in his own way. He tells adults who really love numbers and think that they are doing something important, that the most important thing cannot be seen with your eyes. This is a wonderful story, a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and values his own innocence. Siren looked at the page from the book, which depicted a long tale of a snake in a desert, and then Siren thought that this wonderful story ends with the death of the little prince. Siren continued to look ahead. She thought that perhaps such an end was inevitable. He must die so that his story would forever remain something pure, because everything pure and innocent is destined to sink into oblivion. Little Ewan looked at his mother in fear and asked what happened to the world he left. Ewan looked at the nightstand where there was a rose and a bottle and asked what was left in this world. His mother, looking at the book, replied that the little prince remained. Ewan asked that how is this possible? Didn't he die? His mother replied that, in fact. Ewan, sitting next to Siren, raised his head and replied that, in fact, the little prince did not die. Ewan smiled widely and added that because he continued to live on Earth. Siren looked at him, puzzled. Siren, looking at Ewan's happy face, thought that the little prince did not die and remained on Earth. Obviously, this was a lie made up for a child. She thought that the little prince did not give up his world. Siren remembered Ewan and his comrades and wondered if this improbable story was the source of his strength. She remembered how he proudly held his sword in front of him, and wondered that his world was born after a collision with the system. Siren remembered how Ewan single-handedly destroyed monsters, and, thinking that despite the fact that it is not realistic enough, does not have a well-thought-out system of the world of perception or is intricate, this world is not bendable. Here it is, the moment of the birth of the world after destruction. Siren looked ahead in surprise and clutched her chest. And then she saw something that shocked her. Ewan held a white crystal in his hand and looked at it carefully. Siren, looking at him, wondered why the fragment of such a memory was white. White memories are not particularly valuable. Siren imagined the image of Ewan in her head and wondered what memories he had to give up in order to survive. Suddenly the radar started beeping. Ewan and Siren looked at it in surprise, and then Ewan took off and ran. Siren looked at him in fear and shouted that he was going somewhere. Had he really caught the signal? Ewan turned around and shouted loudly that it had started. We need to prepare everything as quickly as possible. Siren looked at him in fear and asked what had happened. She turned around and saw a huge blue portal opening above the city. The portal expanded, blue lightning came from it. Ewan, looking at him, frowned and replied that it would open very soon. The portal grew larger and shone brighter. Siren looked at him in surprise. Small leaves fell from the portal. Ewan, looking at him, replied that the portal would take her out of here. Siren and Ewan were being chased by monsters and ran up to a large building. Siren turned around in fear and shouted that they had all come running because the portal had opened. Ewan pushed off the ground with force. Ewan swung his baton and hit the monster's neck. Siren, running after him, shouted in fear that there were too many of them. Ewan turned around and shouted that the portal is a foreign object in this world. They instinctively want to get rid of it. Ewan walked up to the elevator and started clicking on the button. He turned to Siren and shouted that the portal appeared only briefly and would soon disappear. Ewan, looking at Siren, continued to shout that he needed to get to the roof before the portal disappeared. Suddenly, two monsters appeared near him and climbed out of the elevator. Ewan looked ahead in fear. The monsters grabbed him by the neck. Siren looked at Ewan in shock and extended her hand towards him, then she shouted no. Ewan made several quick leaps forward. He swung his iron club and kicked the monster's head with all his might, and then he plunged his club straight into the throat of one of the monsters. Ewan turned around sharply and used the same club to skull another monster. Siren continued to watch the events unfolding in front of her in shock. She looked at Ewan's bloody iron club. Ewan, standing on the monsters, turned around and shouted at Siren why she froze. Let her come to him quickly. Siren looked fearfully at the monsters lying on the floor and thought that Ewan was not scared at all. They began to climb to the 20th floor. Siren thought that on the other hand, this boy is Ewan. Of course, he is not afraid of anything. This is typical of him. The elevator opened and monsters appeared in front of them. Siren thought that these were just numbers. He swung his club, made his hand forward directly at the monsters. Looking at Ewan, Siren thought that they did not exist. Ewan destroyed one monster after another. He did not stop. Looking at this, Siren thought that these were just rules invented by the adults of this world. Siren quickly began to climb the stairs. She looked down and saw a crowd of monsters rushing after them. She shouted where the exit was. Ewan, who was running after her, shouted that there was just a little more time left. Siren opened the door and turned to Ewan, shouting for him to quickly follow her. Ewan turned around and swung his club at the monsters who were reaching out to him. One of the monsters almost touched Ewan's hood with its long arm, but Ewan managed to go out onto the roof at the last moment, and Siren slammed the doors behind him with all her might. Ewan pressed himself against the door and began to try to hold it back. He shouted that he would delay them, let Siren jump into the portal. Siren asked in fear, "What about him?" The portal grew larger and larger, destroying part of the building. Ewan shouted that he would figure it out. "Don't worry, let her start acting, otherwise the portal will close soon." Siren looked at Joanna in fear and shouted that she wanted to go with him. "Let them get out of here together." The portal became larger and larger every second. Ewan shouted what Siren was talking about, and Siren replied that if she left. Siren continued to hold the door. The hands of the monsters began to tear it apart. Siren looked at Joanna in fear and shouted that in this case he would be left here completely alone. Ewan looked at Siren puzzled, and Siren shouted for him to come with her. Ewan asked along with her. His legs started to shake. He replied that he couldn't, and Siren asked why. The monsters in a huge crowd continued to try to get onto the roof, and Ewan replied that this was his world. He glanced down and replied that he should stay here. Ewan pushed Siren and shouted at her to leave quickly. The monsters almost destroyed the door. They began to climb onto the roof. Ewan shouted that he couldn't do it anymore. Siren clenched her fist, and then she clenched her teeth and, lowering her head, ran to the portal. Suddenly she stopped, her legs trembling. She, standing in front of the portal, turned around, and Ewan said that the last question was in reality. He, looking in her direction, asked that he had friends. Siren turned around, tears appeared in her eyes and her cheeks turned red. She smiled and replied that there are very, very many. Ewan smiled and asked if it was true. Ewan stopped holding the door. He looked at Siren, smiling, and replied that he was glad. Monsters began to break through the door. Ewan swung his baton. He hit the monster in front of him and shouted for Siren to hurry before the portal closed. She looked at Joanna, upset, and thought that when she returned, she would definitely tell him about this child. The monsters broke through the door. They ran forward with their arms outstretched. Siren imagined Ewan's torn body, wondering what time he would feel like he was all alone and couldn't move on anymore. The blue portal began to close. The monsters ran towards him, and Siren thought that she would let him know that the version of the little prince that he was told was real. Ewan swung his baton, frowned, his cap flew off his head, and Siren thought that the little prince she saw was still fighting for his world. Siren found herself in a certain space. There were planets around her. She looked at one of them and said that it was a stream of memories, so she came back. Looking at the huge number of planets, Siren thought that she would have to leave her godfather's memories. She does not know what the time difference is between reality and the supernatural. She cannot get lost again. Siren blushed. She smiled and remembered all the moments she spent with little Ewan. She thought that she had learned something after all. She thinks that upon her return she will be able to create a new tower. Siren clenched her fists and, looking menacingly in front of her, thought that okay, it was decided. She remembered Ewan's look and thought that she would go on an expedition with him. She would try to gradually learn more about her godfather. Siren put her hand in her pocket and said yes. She pulled out a small red crystal and, looking at it, said that she never opened these memories. These are his memories, but everything should be okay. Siren touched the red crystal. A red glow appeared and strong energy began to be released from the crystal. An image of a man appeared in front of Siren, standing on a huge pool of blood. He had a mask. He walked forward, looking at him. Siren thought that this was his godfather. The memories were connected with him. Siren looked at her godfather's back and wondered what was standing opposite him. A huge mouth appeared in front of Siren, and then what she saw shocked her. In front of the godfather was a huge smiling face of someone. Looking at it, Siren wondered what it was. You pass it on, and a system message appears that the creature's name is the Lonely King. Catastrophe, nickname First Awakened Disasters of Chaos, King of the Dead. The level of power is immeasurable. Description: lives in a strange factory created by masters born in chaos. Note: condescension to the dead, sword of the void. Siren looked at the red crystal and wondered why these memories are red. Anyone who wants to get into the depths must face a disaster. It is not at all necessary to fight with him. Siren, trembling with fear, squeezed the crystal in her hand and thought that yes, this is impossible. Even monarchies are not capable of this. But maybe. Siren's legs began to glow, and she wondered if not. She rushed forward with great speed, thinking that she urgently needed to return to reality. Siren flew, clenching her teeth. She thought that this is not the case. She must prevent this at all costs. We are transported to cold lands. There is a wasteland everywhere, and crystals stick out from the ground. There is fog everywhere and electric poles sticking out of the ground. The old man, frowning and looking down, said that 900 years had passed. The guy held Siren in his arms. He said that here they are. Ewan, looking forward, replied that yes, it is. Jaewon, looking ahead, continued to say that this is the last gate to the depths. He saw them in Mullark's notes. The whole team was assembled and not looking at the huge structure. Ewan said that it was an outlandish factory. Johor, looking ahead, asked Jaewon that he was heading straight there. Jaewon replied that he said that he was no longer a caretaker. Jaewon turned around and said that this was just a word. Don't let him think that he would save him. Yura replied that he understood. He smiled and added that for him, Ewan is still a caretaker. Ewan lowered his eyes and smiled. Ewan and his team approached the factory and, looking at it, thought that he had already repeated several times that not everyone can go into the depths, and if someone insists on his own, besides him, there will be another 3,000 people nearby. Ewan turned around and looked at the people, and then thought that there were too many of them. People did not want to listen to persuasion to stay, because an expedition into the depths was the long-standing dream of all the chaos. Yuchir put Siren on his shoulders and said that he would take care of her. Jaewon, looking at him, thought that this is an infection. Why should he hang around with her? She was sucked somewhere, and he should suffer, but maybe he'll need it later, so he can't just leave it. The factory doors began to open. Cayman, looking inside, replied that it was opening, and Carlton asked why so suddenly. Red eyes appeared from the factory, and then wolves, looking inside, someone said that there was someone there. Could it really be a horned monster? Ewan, looking ahead, thought that they wouldn't be allowed inside so easily. The wolves opened their mouths wide and began to advance, and then one of them pushed hard from the ground and lunged forward. The wolves began to run as fast as they could towards Jaewon's group. Someone shouted that they were approaching. Kaiman took the ball from behind his back and said that's it. He furrowed his brows and looked ahead, then added that everyone should prepare to attack. We are taken to a room. There are large long columns in the room. A man appears in front of us, kneeling. A guy stands on top and looks at the wall. This is the 9th region, an ancient castle of pitch darkness. The man presses his head to the floor and shakes with fear. This is the monarch of Reika. Reika raises his head in fear and thinks that even though his soul suffered, but when his hand was cut off in chaos, he was able to calmly return to his body in the Great Lands. But he cannot imagine what he will do to him when he finds out that he returned alone. Someone draws on canvas and asks what. Garam is no more. He knew that this would happen one day. Two guys appear in front of us. One of them wears a mask and a long hat, and the second is dressed in all black and has white long hair. On the left is the ice monarch Vargas, and on the right is the white-haired monarch of Massa. The guy who stands farthest asks what were his last moments. He was happy. Reika answered yes. The guy put down the brush and replied that it was great. He turned to Reika and said that the Dragon Appetite brothers with the rank of Major General were dead. Moreover, the 17th Major General Marigo and the 1st Major General. Reika looks down in fear. His heart begins to beat faster every second. The guy continues to say that his blood relative, the monarch of the secret aroma, are all dead, and he, a simple barricade general, survived. Reika looks ahead in fear, and the guy tells him to look up. Reika looks up and sees a guy in front of him, looking at him with a scary look. He has long blue hair and a long kimono. Reika, trembling with fear, looks down again and thinks that this look, that eccentric, was strong. But in comparison with him he is much weaker. The difference in level is too great. Reika looks at the guy standing in front of him and thinks that he is the true monarch and ruler, the strategist of the Black Shadow himself, Yun Hong. Yun himself told Reika to listen. Yun himself continued to say that a couple of days ago he found himself at the top. He just wanted to get out of these mortal lands. Reika raised his eyes and looked at Yun himself in fear, and he continued to say that he was full of expectation. Since this world is hidden in nightmares and really lives up to its name, Reika wondered what he was talking about all of a sudden. Yun himself turned around and smiled, and then said that he had grabbed something. If interested, they would take a look together. Reika shouted that it would be an honor for him. Reika thought that he was beating around the bush, hinting that won't blame him. Reika began to climb the steps and wondered what exactly. He really couldn't do anything. Who knew that some pathetic product would be so strong? Suddenly the curtains began to open. Yun Sam looked in front of him. The curtains opened completely, and a picture appeared showing an ordinary cup. Looking at it, Yun Sam asked if this was a miracle. Reika smiled and folded his hands, and then said that he had good taste. He had never seen such paintings before. Amazing artificiality. Reika thought that it seemed that he did not understand art at all. Reika, smiling, looked at Samyun, and Samyun continued to say that the splendor of this work is not at all that it is a painting. Reika asked, "What is the matter then?" Looking at the painting, Samyun asked if Reika knew what was depicted here. Reika replied that maybe a tea mug. Yun himself turned around and, smiling, replied that to be more precise, a special object in the shape of a tea mug. Could Reika read the inscription below? Reika, looking at the picture, replied that he did not understand a little. The inscription said that this was not a tea mug. Yun himself pointed his finger towards the picture and said that the creator, by depicting a mug, obviously meant that it was not one. Isn't it wonderful how such an amazing idea even came to mind? Yun himself, looking at Reika, asked that he really only saw a mug here. Reika replied that yes. Suddenly, Yun Sam grabbed Reika by the head and, looking into his eyes, said that no, this is not a mug, it is only something similar to it. Yun himself, with wide eyes, continued to say that isn't it strange, they call it a mug, although it is not real and you cannot drink anything from it. Yun himself smiled and said that this is a mug, that's what they usually say, strange, isn't it? Reika looked at Samon with frightened eyes and said that it was really strange. Samon released Reika and said that this is not a simple drawing. Samon looked at the picture again and said that there are countless mugs in the world, and they are all different, but each one is usually called a mug. If you think about it, you inevitably wonder. Samon looked menacingly at the mug and asked what the mug actually was. Samon looked at the painting and there was nothing on it. He asked if it even existed. Reika looked in front of him with a smile and then thought that this is a toy, at the same time not a mug. He understands that this work of art makes you think about the meaning of life. But what is this for? Samon teethed and said that this is an incredible masterpiece. Such thoughts would never have entered the mind of the adapter, having adapted to the system. Samon turned around with a smile and said that now the district understands the true value of this work. The district shouted that yes, it's great. Samon looked at the picture and said that it seems that the Reika now understands art. The Reika replied thank you. Samon, looking forward, said that then it was now his turn to answer. The Reika asked what to answer, and Samon said that when he first looked at the picture, he wondered who the monarch was. Reika said that the monarch is the greatest, noblest, and most important figure in these lands. Samon said that great, noble, and important are glorious words, but what is their meaning? Samon looked at the monarchs and asked whether this refers to that ice monarch or that white-haired monarch. Samon, looking ahead, asked that perhaps this had something to do with him. The Reika shouted that, of course, having heard this, Samon said that it was clear this was not the monarch. Samon turned around and looked at Reika, and then asked what he himself was. Reika looked ahead in fear, could not answer anything. Samon took a step forward and said that Reika could not destroy a single product. Samon took a few steps towards the village and added that he returned alone, having lost all his comrades. Samon looked menacingly at the Reika, and then asked whether he could be called a monarch. Reika looked ahead in fear, his whole body was shaking, and then drops of blood began to fall. They fell from the bloody blade. Blood flowed from the steps, turning into a large puddle at the foot. Vargas approached Samon with a towel and told him to dry himself. Samon replied thank you. Samon, looking at the canvas on which there was blood, said that he liked this drawing. What would Vargas say about it? Vargas said he was great. Reika's face was stretched onto the canvas. Samon said that she is calling him, this is not the monarch. Samon smiled, and then he started going down the steps. He asked where they were now. Vargas said that he thought they had already reached the strange factory. Samon stopped and said that it means they are about to reach the depths. They need to prepare for battle. Let him call the 5th and 6th Lieutenant Generals. They must. Samon smiled and turned around and said that they should teach this fool a lesson for his arrogance. We are taken to a large room. There is a computer on the table. Samon walks forward along the corridor, and then he smiles and thinks that the Earth, the 296th world, is a planet he likes more and more every day. Samon looked at the things that were on the table and then thought that there were some interesting things on other planets too. Samon continued to walk along the corridor. He began to think that there was something special here. Samon raised his head and smiled. In front of him, he saw a man hanging on the ceiling. His legs were chained. He wondered if she would go there. The man's hands were also chained. I wondered why it was because of him. There was a guy hanging on the ceiling. Everything was chained with chains. Samon, looking at the man, asked that you need to have the courage and honor to accept your death. That's a good idea. Samon smiled widely and started laughing, and then said that they will see if he has the courage to stop them. Suddenly someone knocked and Samon turned around. Vargas stood in front of the door. Samon said that he asked not to disturb him when he was alone. Vargas apologized and said that, however, the situation required his advice. Vargas, furrowing his brows, continued to say that he, as he had already said, the narrow gate is closed, how they are going to fall into chaos. Samon smiled and said that he himself said that they should accept their own death with honor. Well, they will have to get rid of him with their own hands. Samon, stand outside the door, said that they can only listen to his words. The torch began to burn with a blue flame. Vargas looked ahead in fear, and then Samon said that he wanted him to go there first. We are taken to the factory. Mechanical sounds are heard everywhere. Smoke is pouring out of the chimneys. The warriors fearlessly fight the monsters. The leader of the Fiery King's squad shouted that she couldn't believe that there were horned monsters here. She would have to use a sword. One of the guys, the night closed, he looked ahead in fear. Another was able to cut the wolf in half. Ewan, frowning, swung his sword and lunged forward. Huge energy rushed straight at the wolves, came and frowned and looked forward. He, looking tensely in front of him, said that no matter how many times you look, it amazes you every time. The old man, looking forward, said that this is amazing. Suddenly, Cayman furrowed his brows and looked ahead. The old man, looking at him, said that he had been somewhat depressed lately and was worried that he would not be able to go on the expedition. Kamen lowered his head, and the old man told him not to worry. He didn't know what about the others, but he would definitely take him. Ewan grabbed his sword, and then he hit the ground with all his might. The wolves that were near him scattered to the sides. Jaewon looked at his sword, which was devoured by the horns of the wolves. He thought that he was improving it with the help of enemies, but it was not being repaired. Ewan remembered the most difficult battle of his life and thought that in the last battle he suffered greatly. He would simply create a new sword, but if it were not a spiritual weapon that could recover. Jaewon remembered Michael saying that this spiritual weapon evolution has 3 stages. Every time it improves, he becomes stronger and his skills grow, but now he doesn't seem to change at all. Suddenly something huge came out of the factory, a huge creature that cast a long shadow. People looked at him in fear. Huge shining violet eyes appeared from the factory. Jurchen, looking ahead in fear, closed his ears and wondered who else this was. He was quite far away, but even from here he could hear him. A huge jaw appeared. A huge monster ran in front of him, crushing people. He had one eye located on his forehead. People shouted in fear that it was an Ockthorn. People looked at him in fear. Jurchen, looking at them, thought that little did they know that monsters had stronger 5 horns. He could not believe that they would meet a real 8 horn. The guy took a step forward, and Jurchen began to think that in order to kill the 7 horn, he would need at least 3 adapters of the 7th stage, and he was generally silent about the 8 horn. The monster took a step forward. He began to run forward at great speed. His horns pointed in front of him. Jurchen began to think that they needed someone with the level of a brigadier general. Ewan turned around. Jurchen shouted that the monster was heading towards the caretaker. Why was it targeting him? Jaewon's sword was eating the horn. Someone shouted that he doesn't know. It seems the monster is furious. Have they really met before? The monster let out a field piercing through him. Purple energy began to accumulate in his mouth. He is angry for the loss of his comrades. And then a huge stream of energy headed straight towards Ewan at high speed. Kamen looked at Ewan in fear and shouted at him to be careful. The old man, puzzled, grabbed Kamen and asked what. He was serious. Kamen, not understanding, asked what, and the old man said that Kamen was worried, knowing about everything. What is this kid capable? Ewan looked menacingly in front of him. Dark energy began to appear around him. He grabbed his sword, the energy increasing every time. And then a huge column of energy was released and headed in a direct stream straight towards the monster. Their energy collided. And then the energy began to consume the huge monster, and then all the remaining wolves. The wolves began to scatter in different directions. Kamen covered his face with his hand. Kamen, frowning, looked ahead and thought that it seemed that Ewan had become even stronger. The monster's corpse shattered into pieces, only bones remained. Looking at this, Kamen wondered whether such power really appeared after the start of infection. The monster fell to the ground dead, and Ewan began to walk towards it. Ewan stepped on the monster with his foot and, drawing his sword, said thank you for the horns. People started entering the factory, and someone said that Jaewon had dealt with the Gainak. Ewan turned around, frowning. Everyone who was on the battlefield frowned, looked to the side. The old man, looking menacingly in front of him, thought that here he was. Large bronze horns hung down. Someone said that he was just arrogant after fighting with one product. The old man thought that this was the monster at the head of all the chaos. White horns appear in front of us, and above them a yellow halo. The creature says that a strong man, the energy of a monarch, he does not feel it. The old man thought that this is the ruler of all horned monsters. Silver armor appears. Someone says that he has not seen such a powerful creature for a long time, capable of defeating a Gainak. Looking at them, the old man thought that this was a Decahorn. The old man looked at the creatures standing in front of him and thought that these were the rulers of the outlandish factory. They all had long horns, and their gaze was soulless. Jaewon's sword opened its mouth wide. The old man said that there were only 3 Decahorns. The silver Decahorn looked straight at Jaewon. Ewan smiled and said that he thought this number was enough. The man in the white mask looked forward. Ewan said with a smile on his face that he thought this number was quite enough. They were all standing on a huge battlefield. A man in a white mask, named Edsek, said that he had heard that some people were trying to get into the depths, but he could not even think that it would be Ewan. The little flying mechanical doll, whose name was Joniak, raised her finger up and said that this man was a virtue. Another mechanical girl, whose name was Ayaz, said with arrogance in her voice, little people. Ewan lowered his gaze, staring blankly. He began to remember Garam and the monarchs of Silence and Storm, thinking that his enemies were now weaker than Garam himself, but more powerful than the monarchs. He continued to peer at them intently and reflected on the fact that if they all fell on him at once, it would not be so easy for him to cope. The doctor began to approach Ewan and asked him to stop. He looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said that they didn't need to fight with them, because he didn't like them either, But the factory owners were not their enemies. Eve spread her hands, saying that it seemed that she and the old man had known each other for a long time, and then exclaimed that she could not believe her eyes that he had returned despite the suffering that he had to go through. Edsak turned to her and asked her not to be rude, because these people were guests of the great owner of the factory. They looked at Ewan and called out to him. With a friendly attitude, they pointed to their factory and told him to come in because the great owner of the factory was waiting for him. The whole factory had very good equipment and did impossible things. The guys walked right through the factory and looked at everything around, and Carlton with a surprised face exclaimed that this was amazing, because he could not even think that all these horned monsters would be there, and the doctor added that it seemed like the Ockthorn that Ewan killed is already being restored. The doctor began to scratch his mustache, remembering how Ewan grumbled displeasedly to let others into the factory besides himself. The old man was glad that he was still able to let Carlton and himself inside. Joniak stood directly in front of Ewan and addressed him. Pointing his finger first at himself and then at Ewan, he said his name and then asked his name. They moved further and further while a new 8-horn was being made on the assembly line. And Joniak said that Gainak is a magnificent product that is born every 10 years, and also with great difficulty. Joniak remembered how Ewan smashed the Octahorn and said that once every 10 years is not so much. Joniak flew right in front of him with his arms crossed, and Jaywin asked that they fought against a dead demonic warrior, to which he received the answer that the dead demonic warrior invaded the palace and they defeated him. Carlton, who was standing nearby, added that they would never have thought that they would meet the famous apostles of God on the way to the depths, and Joniak asked in surprise that they knew them. Carlton extended his hand forward, over which some kind of sign appeared, and he asked that they were the apostles of the god of machines, Deus. Ayaz walked forward, saying that their guests seemed to have rather bright heads. Edsak raised his head, saying that they were there, and in front of them was the office of the great owner of the factory. They all stood in front of the huge door. Edsak began to open this huge door with his hand and asked them to go inside. The doctor was in complete shock while Carlton and Ewan stood there emotionless. Once inside, they saw a lot of screens and wires. The trio from the factory walked forward, passing a large machine. Jaywin raised his head up, and in front of him was a terrible-sized mechanism, inside of which a core was spinning. Suddenly, someone turns their head because they notice Ewan. The man with a screen instead of a face exclaimed that he had finally come to him. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his name was Aniak, and he was the great owner of the factory. Ewan peered at him suspiciously, thinking that his name sounded quite familiar. Immediately, he began to remember all the names of the robots on their backs and realized that the names of all the factory owners sounded familiar, but they were more like the names of the product. Ewan asked him if he had heard of planet Earth. Aniak pointed a finger at himself, saying that the Earth is his home, and it seems that in this dimension it is called World 294. Scratching his chin with his finger, he asked why he asked such a question. Ewan, standing in front of him, replied that everyone here has machine names. Aniak looked at him with confusion and replied that they were tasked with being the creatures of God from the world of change, so it was quite possible that the world of change was his home. Ewan continued to stand still and question him that maybe he knew something about the depths. Aniak pressed a button on his hand. Because of this, all the screens began to be swallowed up in darkness, and this frightened the old man very much, and Aniak said that, simply put, if the rulers of the great lands are monarchs, then the rulers of the depths are gods. Aniak looked forward with a confident gaze, and then, spreading his arms, he activated the screens with the words that the place in which the gods are fighting for influence is the depths. Carlton and Ewan began to look around, fascinated. The doctor looked at Aniak with a little excitement in his eyes and said that is, in the depths, the gods play the role of monarchs, to which Aniak replied that these roles are similar, but they still cannot be called interchangeable. There were many wires under their feet, and Aniak added that most monarchs were adapters of the system, and gods and adapters were very different. Ewan looked down at him and said that in his world the gods are all powerful, and then asked what the gods in the depths were then. Aniak began to walk towards him, explaining that the gods of the depths are not at all omniscient, not omnipotent, and sometimes you can even become a god. Aniak pointed to the crystal in his chest and added that, however, since he was a creation of God, he could not perfectly describe who he really was, but he could tell what his god was like. He began to slowly walk towards Ewan, calling him by name, and then put his hands on his shoulders and called him a god. Ewan began to remove his hands, asking how he became a god. Aniak looked at his hand and said that he was a god, because he was the awakened one who began the generation. Jaywin split as if into two halves while Aniak said that the awakened ones, who began the birth and construction of their unique world, are like the gods of the depths, and in a sense he is even higher than these gods. Someone is standing on a bright golden staircase, and Aniak continues to say that unlike the gods, the awakened ones do not need representatives. All the gods in the depths need representatives, and they cannot do anything themselves, they only exist, providing their representatives and followers with a special world. ENIAC gave a thumbs up, saying that the more followers a god has, the more powerful he becomes, and those gods who have few followers usually don't reach their true potential. Immediately, Ewan introduced the YouTube media platform, thinking that those with more subscribers become stronger. ENIAC stood with his hand on his belt, saying that in reality, people like Ewan very rarely achieve deity. ENIAC began to wipe the screen on his face and answered Jaewon's question why he could not become a deity, that most gods were created by more powerful creatures by collecting karma and transferring physical form. He imagined those black monsters with a purple mouth, also remembered how these monsters fight, throwing spikes out of the ground, and then added to his words that they gain karma through control. Well, in other words, these are special voluntary points. We are shown a huge ruined tower, and ENIAC said that great beings who have accumulated enough karma points can become independent as soon as they receive permission from Big Brother. We were shown a huge purple sphere, which is shrouded in tree branches, and it is said that those who manage to take possession of their own unique world and become independent are the gods. He looked at the sky, remembering the very messages that he had seen, and realized that he was well aware that this was very important information, but nothing came to his mind, and he did not understand why nothing was mentioned about such important things. Mulark's notes. He was still looking at these words in the sky, when suddenly these words began to form from small drops. All these notes were flying right around Ewan, passing through his body. Then he slowly said the question, "Who is this Big Brother?" Carlton raised his hand and said that, as far as he knew, Big Brother was the name of the organization that monitors the system. The doctor raised his head with sparkles in his eyes and said that he had heard about it too. ENIAC began to walk forward, saying that he had no doubt that they would think so. Ewan was reflected in his eyes and he continued to say that for ordinary people like them, this is Big Brother. Ewan continued to look at him, asking if there were any other possible answers. ENIAC clenched his fist with all his might, saying that he would not like to talk about him so openly. Ease and Edsek looked at ENIAC, who said that the only thing he could say was that Big Brother is God. He presented it in the form of a huge eye, to which a red tree grows, and added that the large block is the greatest guardian of the system among all the gods. This is his whole essence. They stood right at the foot of these roots. Carlton was reading a small piece of paper, trying to explain everything that had happened recently. He introduced all four significant personalities and said that in the Great Lands there is not only the supreme monarchy, but also lieutenant generals, major generals, and brigadier generals. Most of them are adapters. He introduced a huge tower of monsters and said that most of the gods of the depths are evolved great beings. They gain karma through control and get permission from Big Brother to gain the title of God. We see Jaewon standing in front of a huge eye, and Carlton continues to say that great beings, cultivators, angels or demons grow and sell the product, and awakened ones who have begun the generation process are given the right to become as powerful as gods. We see a man on a staircase followed by many people, and it is told that unlike other gods, they can act without a representative, and gods can become stronger if they gain followers. Joniak showed him a tablet with the number 10. Joniak flies upside down and hums songs to himself. Edsek began to get very angry and hit Joniak on the head and told him to stop singing. Joniak, upset, flew straight towards ENIAC. Ewan tilted his head, asking if Big Brother had killed his god. While ENIAC was petting Joniak, he said that Jaewon is an amazing person, because they really lost their god because of their Big Brother, and that is why they were banished here from the depths. Ewan closed his eyes as a lot of words flew around him, and he thought about how the depth notes contained a ton of information. He remembered how ENIAC, clenching his fist with all his might, said that they had lost their god, but thanks to the useful powers they possessed, they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. These letters flew everywhere while ENIAC said that this was quite sad for them, because if there had been at least one Titan warrior with them, then everything would have turned out completely differently. We were shown how ENIAC bows to Mulark and asks for his help, saying that if it is possible, he must find their Titan warrior. Ewan looked ahead with one eye and thought that he didn't know the details, but he already understood a little what was what. After all, they lost their god, but they came here because they were useful. ENIAC stood right in front of Ewan and said that he only came out to see him for one reason. He stood firmly in front of Ewan, asking him to stop trying to get into the depths. The doctor looked at him with confusion and replied that he didn't think it was up to them to decide that. He started to walk towards him with bad intentions, saying that he was very arrogant, but ENIAC stopped her with his hand. The core of the mechanism was spinning, and ENIAC said that he was right, because it was not for them to decide, but he was only trying to convey to them that the one who has the right to decide forbids them to go there. The silhouette of the King of the Dead appeared behind ENIAC, and Jaewon immediately guessed that he was being talked about. ENIAC raised his hand up, saying that it is, and this King of the Dead is very angry with them, to which Ewan asked that this is all because he killed his Mega Dead Man. ENIAC looked at him with a slightly frightened look, imagining that same Mega Dead Man, and said that he was one of the king's most valuable confidants. Yuan introduced the key and the king of the dead, saying that, firstly, the king of the dead is the only creature that can open the gate to the depths, and secondly, the king of the dead is hysterical like a child because he killed his servant. Jaewon imagined how he killed the mega dead man, said that, thirdly, the king was offended, so he would not open the gate to the depths for them. After these words, Jaewon imagined how the gates in the depths were tightly boarded up with boards. Aniak looked at him and said that he presented it a little rudely, but overall he said everything factually. Yuan asked them to open the gate, to which he was asked if he still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Yuan looked at him with a very serious look, saying that he understood everything perfectly and would resolve the issue with him personally, so they should open the gates for him. Aniak also looked him straight in the eye, saying that he could not open it, even if he asked very hard. Yuan asked in a very rude tone if this was true. Then a purple aura began to appear around him and he said that they would leave him no choice then. Ys got into a fighting pose, preparing to strike back at him, saying that this was where he should have started. The doctor and Carlton were very wary when they saw Yuan grab his sword, and Carlton said that this is how it all ends. Aniak's face began to turn red and he raised his hand, saying that apparently they had no choice. What if Yuan says something that really surprises Aniak? Aniak jerks his hand in fear as Yuan says that if they open the gate, he will find them the Titan warrior they lost in the depths. Yuan walked ahead while Aniak asked how he knew about him, to which he received the answer that they should not go into details, and he raised his hand, activating the notification window, and asked if they were going to open the gate for him. He confidently put his hand on his notification window, some kind of sign was drawn. Aniak tilted his head, examining the key with which he was going to open the gate, and thought for a very long time about his further action. Yuan realized that he would probably already agree, so he just smiled, and then a few seconds later we see a huge bunch of wires, and then we see Aniak and Yuan enter the portal. Aniak walked ahead of Yuan and said that he had managed to come this far, then, raising his hand, he turned to him and said that he had never met people like him before, but Yuan arrogantly replied that he often hears that. Aniak turned his head at him even more in surprise and asked what he didn't think about the fact that he would be able to convince the king of the dead, to which Jaewon replied that until he tried, he would not know about it. They walked further and further, and Aniak hoped that he would succeed. Then he raised his head and said that he saw the mark of a deity on him, which he did not use at all. Yuan raised his hand, pointing to his tattoo, and said that the mark of a deity is exactly that, to which Aniak said that the mark is one of the gifts that the apostles give to people. Aniak immediately introduced this tattoo that flies through a long time and said that they originally gave it along with the horned monster as a guardian. But now he is not sure if the monster died when Yuan received the brand, because now he can no longer see him, so now that he uses this brand, the horned monsters will not attack him. Aniak pointed his finger at her, adding that if he met other apostles hiding in the depths, he could become friends with them thanks to this mark. Yuan looked at his brand on his hand and said that he would keep it in mind. After some time, we see a huge red lantern and Aniak's words that they have finally arrived at the place. He pointed to the suspended wooden bridge with his hand and said that he should go further all alone. This bridge passed right over a huge chasm. Clenching his fists, Yuan thanked him for his help and said that he would be back very soon. They looked at this bridge, and then Aniak looked at the key with which he opened the gate, and told Yuan not to forget that he must return within an hour, because if he did not make it, he would have to close the gate. Yuan turned to him and said that he understood everything and told him not to worry, because he would not take up his time anymore. And with a proud expression on his face, Yuan walked forward along the shaking bridge. As he walked along it, boards cracked under his feet. He walked forward with a very confident gait. Immediately he began to remember Aniak's words that he really believed that he could convince the king of the dead, and he realized that in fact this time he was not entirely confident in himself. He continued to walk along the bridge, realizing that he had Millark's notes, so now everything is under control, because this is the only way to solve all the problems, and in order to destroy this world, he is forced to take exactly this path. He silently, but with sparkles in his eyes, raises his head. In front of him is a huge carved steel door, on which a certain monster is depicted. He looked at this door and thought that the gate was made of the horns of monsters, and the dead were locked inside them. Suddenly, two eyes on the door began to shine and it began to open, and he said that it must have been difficult to create something so majestic, when suddenly a strong current of wind began to blow from behind the door of Yuan, which made him very surprised. We see the mangled teeth of this dead man who said that Yuan came here to give his life. With his voice, he began to break this bridge and greatly harm Yuan himself. Despite the strong currents of wind, Yuan was still able to catch his foot on the ground and not fly away. He began to cover his eyes and face with his hand, thinking that this king of the dead was very strong and his voice alone seemed to tear his body to pieces. This voice seemed to penetrate right into his head and ask how he had the audacity to kill his servant and come to the palace of the dead, but Yuan asked to listen to him. Yuan was still blown away by this unreal wind, and he shouted that he had come to negotiate with him. The king of the dead continued to shout that such a pathetic little man, who did not dare to appear here, was offering some kind of deal. Yuan's veins began to bulge out from the pain, and he bared his teeth. This wind was more like water, and Yuan shouted to the king of chaos, saying that he was a deity, but now he is an ordinary king. While the pain tore Jaewon from the inside, he continued to scream furiously, trying to offend the king of the dead with words that, as the most powerful god of the depths, he could stoop to a simple gatekeeper, and is that all he is capable of? These words truly touched the king of the dead, and he simply looked at him. Jaewon's sword, which was stuck into the ground, was already beginning to fall out of it, while he asked that, doesn't he want to take revenge on the one who expelled him from the depths and locked him here? Yuan continued to shout as much as he could, and then he began to confidently walk towards him and said that he had come to negotiate. After these words, the wind that was blowing him away calmed down. We see these bright pink lanterns. Then we see Yuan standing in the middle of a huge temple in the water, and the king of the dead tells him that he is much more narcissistic than he thought. Yuan made a displeased face, but the king of the dead said that he would listen to him and hoped that his words would justify his arrogance. We see a Korean-style building that is lit with bright pink lanterns. A silhouette could be seen inside this building. Right behind this temple we see a huge number of terrible monsters. And right in front of the temple we see a rather creepy face of the King of Death himself, who said that if his words do not come true, then he will not be able to leave here alive. Yuan's face expressed exhaustion and fatigue, and a scary voice asked the man what he wanted. Shadows flickered along the walls of the room, and the voice continued, saying that he hoped that fulfilling the deal would be payment for the man's insolence. Suddenly a shadow and a quiet exclamation flashed through one of the windows. All this time, the guy was surrounded by monsters that either resembled spiders or simply twisted creatures. The shadow from the door became larger and larger and depicted a grimace of a smile spreading in the water. The voice said that the guy would be able to get out of here alive. And suddenly a huge silhouette of a monster with huge teeth appeared behind him. Yuan turned his head a little and said that he knew about his promise with Mulak. A shadow suddenly blurred in front of Yuan, and a voice asked how the guy could know about this. Stepping on the water and seeing an image of a certain creature in it, the guy said that he would not tell because this was a promise. The man's reflection in the water merged with the monster's reflection. Yuan said that he can fulfill his promise. Playing with shadows across the windows, suddenly a voice asked the guy if the guy was aware of his words. He looked confidently and responded positively. The light illuminated the room, and the creature said that he was the only king of disasters. The guy stood knee-deep in water and heard that the monster would take him to the edge of the abyss. At this very time everyone was fussing around Siren. She began to come to her senses and opened her eyes. The girl stood up and saw that Jurchen was standing opposite her, who immediately greeted her and noted that she had been sleeping for a long time. The girl exclaimed in surprise, asking where she was. Siren was horrified, and the man said that they were now standing at the entrance to a strange factory. The girl was stunned when she heard that they were here. She attacked Jurchen, screaming, asking where Yoan was and that he urgently needed to be stopped. The man stopped her, but Siren continued to scream, and he did not understand why the girl was behaving this way. Jurchen pulled away from her a little and said that the Lord was already there. Suddenly, the guys standing nearby pointed up and noticed that fireflies had appeared above them, and another noticed that it had suddenly become hot. Gang Hwan and Yoon also noticed the fireflies, and one of the guys decided to touch it. Gang Hwan turned away, folded his hands, and said that all this was for a reason. Touching the firefly with his index finger, which was in the sphere, the guy suddenly received an electric shock and exclaimed. Suddenly something strange began to happen, and both men were surprised. Jurchen and Siren turned at the men's exclamations. The sphere began to grow and destroy everything around. People began to move away from the falling boulders in horror, screaming loudly. Suddenly the pipes began to burst with a crash. Siren pulled back, watching what was happening, and suddenly exclaimed. Many fell from the action of the moths, which had a strange effect on others. Suddenly a hand appeared that controlled these fireflies. The guys standing to the side were surprised to realize who was standing in front of them. Many creatures appeared before people, and, as it turned out, they were monarchs, and no one could give an explanation for what they were doing here. The monarchs walked slowly and impressively along the ground and called out to Lord Gorgon. One of them, with a hypnotic gaze, announced that they had come to start a war. Yun and Kaiman are ready for a serious fight. The other team members bared their teeth and glared at their opponents. One of the men began to take out his weapon. Suddenly someone demanded that everyone be killed except those awakened above the second level. The enemy cut off the head of one of the guys with a sharp wave of his hand, and it flew off. Another man fell under the magical powers of the monarchs. Suddenly the monster standing behind everyone stretched its clawed paw up and said that it didn't matter to him what happened to the others, because Jaewon himself must die at their hands. The monsters captured Kaiman and Yun in their furry clutches, obeying the orders of their commander. The commander's name is Nakmyeon Jeongdo, who is the poison monarch and the second chief of the Emerald family. The men looked around in confusion, watching the monsters surround them. The poison monarch bared his teeth and said, pointing at the guy, that it was he who killed their family members in chaos, so he must pay for what he did. Suddenly, someone straightened his clawed hand with a bracelet and said that the great war against chaos, in order to avenge Samyeon Garam, had to grow. The story introduces us to Samyeon Yua, who is the 4th general, as well as Nishimoto, the 1st general. Both men prepared to attack, but Nishimoto bared his teeth and told him to be careful, because he didn't know what the 9th region could do. The girl from the Monarch team suddenly smiled evilly and said that this was all nonsense. Looking at the defenseless children who were imprisoned in the clutches of monsters, she said that, looking at them, she already imagined how worthless their lord was. She said that she was surprised that only 100 monarchs gathered to destroy one product. The girl looked at them hypnotically with her gaze and said that after 3,000 years she again had to feel the taste of death. Turning to the guy who stood opposite, she asked if he had lied that there would be enough fruit for everyone. The plot introduces us to Samyeon Hong, who is the general and second military leader of the 9th region. He confidently smiled at the girl and told her not to worry about it. The girl said in a suspicious tone that the remaining fruits would go to the Samyeon family. She exclaimed so that the guy would not forget that he was the first son of the family, and then already the commander of the 9th region. Samyeon Hong smiled confidently as he looked at his prisoners. All this time he watched the holographic screens and thought, realizing that holding on to family ties was ridiculous. Looking at everything that was happening, he began to count those who came, namely 20 from the Nakmyeon family, 10 from the 7th region, 20 from the Samyeon family, and 50 from the 9th region. The man crossed his arms behind him and realized that everyone knew why they came here. Samyeon Hong covered his face with his hand and looking at everything through his fingers, said that you couldn't see the forest for the trees. Covering his face with his hands and looking at everyone, the man said that they all fell for the lie, that the fruit still remained. He smiled through his finger, revealing his smile, and said that by coming here in person, he made them all think that he could not lie. Standing opposite them, Hong looked into their eyes and told them not to be sad, because a lie becomes a lie when a promise is not kept. He looked around at everyone and pierced everyone with his gaze, saying that the fruits can be obtained without even going to the edge of the abyss. The whole universe was reflected in his eyes, and he continued, saying that there are 7 great gods who rule the abyss. A bright light glowed behind him, and the guy said that they could get the fruits by making a deal with him. Hong turned to them and thought that usually it would be impossible to pull this off, because the 7 great Mogus could get almost everything except one. Hong clarified that they can get everything except the awakened one. Imagining before him all the awakened ones, such as the Doctor, Carlton, and also Cayman, the commander thought that the gods needed representatives, and awakened ones who were able to accept the new world were very important to them. The monarch suddenly looked back at the shadow that appeared in the sky and said that it was Vargas. The monarch girl looked at her hypnotically and told her to lead their forces and find the product. The other monarchs stood aside, and she herself understood that the guys had not yet understood anything, but if they found out the real importance of their product, the families would try to steal from them. Vargas moved like a bullet because she was supposed to be the first one to catch him first of all. The girl smiled with all her teeth, realizing that her plan was wonderful and there was a tower to protect Chaos, although the Tower of Nightmares itself was actually in the hands of Chaos. And once upon a time, 2 of the monarchs argued about how to gather the motivated ones with the help of a tower. One of them looked at this with indignation, and their main goal was to monopolize the fruits of transactions with the gods. People had to become awakened. So now, the crazy-eyed monarch named Samyeon Hong was preoccupied with the desire to turn the 9th region into a new palace of rebirth. He was feverish with the thought and desire to obtain much fruit through this. An old tattered flag fluttered on the site of the 9th region. The grass was yellow and withered, and only in this place was no one afraid of death. Many flags fell as enemies of monarchs must fall to their knees in fear for their lives. They wanted the entire great land to be under the control of the 9th region. But at this very time on the battlefield, a huge hand rushed to attack. One of the monarchs rushed forward madly and at full speed. Hong observed this entire process. The mad monarch's eyes widened, and he said, "How dare they do anything?" The Cayman rushed to attack the monarch with a scream. He pointed his sword in his direction and said that everyone should stick together or they should not disperse. Cayman was confident of victory and said that they all must protect the factory. These words encouraged the young man, because they only needed to hold out until the Lord returned. Gang Hwan rushed at the enemy with a scream. Siren decided not to be left behind and used her magic. The mad monarch's hair began to fly up thanks to his strength, and he realized that this was the time. He smiled with all his teeth, laughed loudly, and said that now the moment had come to end everything. The monarch of poison grinned evilly, calling people damn bugs. Many monsters rebelled against the people, but their main goal was to bring Jaewon. The hair covered the eyes of the mad monarch, and he smiled biliously. Suddenly Hun appeared out of nowhere. Samyeon appeared and used a destructive blow, causing the stone floor to crumble into pieces. Gang Hwan and Kaiman recoiled in shock, but the monarch of poisons was waiting for them behind them. Hong headed towards the people and said that he now sees that there is even a stupid demon of nightmares here. Siren walked away anxiously, and she heard him say that because of her greed, she passed on pitch darkness. The girl realized that Hong had brought another of the commanders of pitch darkness. He appeared out of nowhere and looked around everyone present with a devastating gaze. Gang Hwan and Kaiman angrily stood up to him. Hong, along with his charges, stood and smiled, and then said that the military leader was the most dangerous. Suddenly Samyeon walked forward, heading towards the poison monarch. Hun approached the poison monarch and told him to stop, but the monster replied that he did not think he could do nothing. Then, turning his head away from the monarch, the Hun said that the monster should just watch. To this, the monarch replied that it was he who was responsible for this operation, so he simply could not interfere, but he would look. Someone rushed forward with a sharp movement. The mad monarch said, wanting to add something. Kaiman decided to take advantage of the moment and attack Hun, and Yun supported him from above, who launched the attack. Samyeon-hoon continued, smiling wryly and saying that souls continue to stubbornly crawl. At this time, Kaiman began to take out his sword. He swung with a sharp movement. Siren and Gang Hwan decided to surround Hong and launched an attack from different directions. Kaiman clenched his teeth tightly and thought that just one swing required a lot of strength. Hun knocked over one of the guys with just one wave of his hand, causing the ground to shake. Many blocks began to fall from above. Hong stood up confidently, holding his sword on his shoulder. He stood opposite his victim, leaning on his sword, and the guy he attacked was lying opposite him on a boulder. His lifeless body no longer moved. Suddenly someone grabbed Hun by the leg. The man turned around in surprise and saw Gang Hwan behind him. The man tried with all his might to grab his enemy, shouting that he would not let him go. Hun said, noting that they are strong guys. Each of them tried to get up and cause some damage to the enemy. Looking at this, Hong said that he liked to watch them try. Unhooking from Gang Hwan's hand, he swung, deciding to step on it. Having stepped on the man's foot, it scattered into pieces in different places. Hong grinned maliciously and laughed, saying that it would be fun to crush them all. At this very time, one of the machines started working at the factory. Carlton and Chingyo stood there puzzled, asking questions to the host and owner. At this time, the enemies discussed the plan, and during the conversation they were surprised that people decided to carry out a massacre. The owner of the factory looked at everyone indignantly and, turning to the guy, asked Joniak to check the situation outside. The owner's horns glowed green. Sound vibrations and holograms began to emanate from the horns. The owner watched the process all the time. Joniak tried to concentrate. Suddenly, a hologram of the outside appeared above his head. The owner intensively reproduced the picture on the screen and said, seeing the terrible pictures, and later the elders and the younger ones. Carlton and the doctor stood confidently, looking at the hologram, and increasingly understood that people were in danger. The doctor exclaimed in surprise. After that, they rushed away from the owner and owner, who tried to stop them, but they no longer heard. Both men rushed to the doors at full speed to get out. All the time they exclaimed, concluding that Jaewon assumed that when they entered the abyss, monarchs might be waiting for them. The exit seemed closer and closer, but the monarchs had already managed to make a narrow door. The doctor exclaimed that this could not be possible, because its creation could take at least several months. The doctor clenched his teeth tightly, indignantly, and thought that the monarchs had come here at their own peril and risk. The goal of the monarchs was to destroy chaos so that it would never rise again. This is exactly what happened 900 years ago, and the doctor was transported into memories. In his arms lay a half-dead guy who said that he did not want to die. Drops of rain wet them, but they did not pay attention to it. Shaking the guy, the doctor encouraged him, saying that he should pull himself together and move on, because they had come a long way. The guy handed the sphere to the doctor and quietly said that the old man should take it. Barely opening his mouth, the man asked Chingyo to convey his words to everyone. The guy was sure that they did not lose. Tears streamed from the doctor's eyes, and he, without holding back his emotions, listened to the last words of his hero that they were still able to get the fruit, so the expedition into the abyss did not fail. Then the doctor returned with the already dead guy back. They met him, and the doctor told them that the mission had not been a failure. They began to unseal the doctor and bring him to his senses, after which he proved to everyone that they were able to get the fruit. But Chingyo was often discouraged because he couldn't prove it to himself. The doctor tried to survive in shame and dishonor. Coming out of his memories, blue smoke appeared in front of the old man, into which he entered, and all this time he thought that the monarchs had again decided to destroy them. Looking around at the dead guys, Chingyo couldn't believe his eyes. He and Carlton looked at everything with indignation and pain. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise at seeing such chaos. Chingyo was completely immersed in his memories, only Carlton's voice brought him to his senses. Shingyeo looked at the whole situation with horror, asking where everyone was. Yun, whom the doctor's eyes were looking at, screamed from how hard and painfully the enemy's hand grabbed him. Gang Hwan fell to his knees and endured all the torment that he felt at that moment. Standing opposite him, Mudgeuk grabbed his shoulder and, despite the severe pain, still remained at least somewhat on his feet. And at this time, the pale Jurchen, coughing up his throat, could barely stand on his knees, holding his right side. Siren looked at the man who stood up and said that no one told him where Yiwen was. Semyon Hong stood up and raised his sword and, gaining strength, said that he likes strong souls. But he didn't want to waste much time and wanted to kill Kamen as an example for everyone. The doctor shouted with anger and fear that he did not want this. At this time, Kamen gained strength and prepared for battle. He stood and looked the enemy straight in the eyes. Behind his broad back stood all those whom he wanted to protect. Only the final phrase of an apology flashed through his head. Kamen was completely exhausted. In front of his face, Yiwen appeared in blue mana. Siren grabbed Kamen and pulled him away. They watched the battle together. She was very unhappy with what was happening. She called out to Yoonghyo and Carlton. The old man and Javier dodged the blows of blue energy. The entire battle was shrouded in blue smoke. The stranger grinned. The tired old man noticed that it was not bad. He clutched the sword tightly in his hand, thinking about the enormous strength of spirit the stranger had. The old man wondered in his head how Kamen could fight him for so long. The stranger felt yellow mana behind him. The factory owners appeared behind him from the teleporter. They called the stranger the Black Shadow Strategist and found out what he allows himself. They stood nearby, in a blue field, where the strategist told them that they had not seen each other for a long time. The owners asked him what he could afford. He told them that after he found the product, he would leave. The owner of the factory, Edsak, stood looking at him and asked about the awakened one who discovered the Genesis. The strategist asked if he knew him. Edsak watched carefully and insisted that the monarchs had not changed in any way for thousands of years. He continued to ask the strategist how he had the right to call people products. The strategist, with a smile on his face, answered them that in any case he hoped that the owners would open the gates to the factory. They had a dialogue in the middle of a blue field. The owners asked what its purpose was. The strategist needed the owners to open the factory gates for him. He covered his face with his hand, telling them that they did not understand him. The strategist was very focused and told them to open the gate in a rude tone, calling them junk. A strong flow of energy emanated from him throughout the entire field. The factory owners were perplexed by his action and told him that he should not interfere in their affairs. The strategist did not like their attitude. He told them that they were suppressing the Soul King with a seal. He raised his head to the sky and regretted that they had not touched them until this moment. The red factory was sealed with chains. The strategist continued to say that the Soul King is one of the 3 ancient gods, and he can only be sealed with the help of all 12 monarchs. He was considered the strongest god of the abyss. The strategist pushed himself off the ground with a push of blue mana. He said that he did not know how strong he really was. He walked along the ground, filling it with his mana, and continued to repeat that the main character, for him, is just a fallen god who turns everyone into ghouls. In addition, the supreme monarchs of the 12th region were weaker than the strategist. Mana rose behind him. He claimed that he was stronger than the 12 monarchs of 1,000 years ago. The factory owner was stunned by his behavior. He argued that the strategist was making a mistake and should stop. Samyang Hong was furious, raising his hand to his face. It said that it would not listen to the factory owners. Ayaz approached him with great speed and told him to shut up and stop doing anything. Above the strategist, a blue seal appeared in the sky. He was told that it was too late. The blue mana hit the ground with great force. Energy ropes were coming out of the seal. The old man was shocked by what he saw. A blue beast began to appear. A blue energy dragon appeared behind the strategist. The monster swung at one of the factory owners. Ayaz was excited by what he saw. A huge blue explosion spread across the ground. Unknown people watched everything that happened. The old man was tense and did not understand what was happening. The strangers remembered him and asked him what the situation was on the battlefield. The old man looked at Yun and asked him what he thought about it. Yun was without eyes. He was finding out if they still had a chance. The old man was tense and thought in his head that he had lost his sight. The whole earth was destroyed. The old man continued to think that Yun could no longer see. Behind the strategist stood a blue lion made of mana. The old man thought that Yun would not ask him questions. The strategist prepared for the attack, standing firmly on the ground. The old man thought that this monster was impossible to kill. Xiao appeared in the old man's thoughts and asked the old man why he was running away again. He was speechless and tried to say something. The old man's body was filled with excitement. He thought that he was afraid and his body was trembling. The old man recalled Yuan's battles and reflected on how he could be so confident in every victory when he fought against such strong opponents. Yun was face to face with him. He asked the old man if the main character had returned yet. The old man looked thoughtful and thought in his mind that Yuan had gone to meet the Soul King, and even if he died, he would never bend the knee. The old man stood next to Yun and told him that the main character had not returned yet. He grabbed his sword, which was in the ground. The old man waved them and said that they had not lost yet. Yun was missing one arm and was laughing hard, according to the old man. On the battlefield, light broke through the dark clouds. Behind the old man stood an army of damaged warriors, but he claimed that they were still able to fight. The strategist looked very excited. He was thinking that he had shown everyone his great power and it should have stopped all the warriors, but they stood in front of him and looked at him with devotion. He understood everything and put his hand to his mouth. In his thoughts, he reflected on the loyal gaze of the warriors, who themselves decided whom to follow. Came and made an attack with blue energy. The strategist continued to think that they have devotion, even though they are not monarchs. Gang H1 was very furious. The strategist also said in his head that they have loyalty and dignity. He fought with the warriors and continued to think that they did not care who was in front of them. Be it monarchs or gods, their eyes told him something. The strategist saw his reflection in the broken mirror and guessed that the eyes of the warriors told him that monarchs meant nothing to them. The golden warriors stood against the backdrop of memories. The strategist thought that if all those who came from the tower were the same as the wars, then he would not be able to sell them to the abyss. The strategist stood in front of Vargas and told him that the plan had changed. Behind the old man stood the wounded Cayman. He continued to think that they were all awakened. He was very excited that they had not been killed yet and talked about how they would take the tower and the main character. The dragon charged the projectile with blue mana. He began to attack Cayman and the warriors. They were all in blue energy and very excited. A projectile of red energy was fired. Two onslaughts of energies collided. The strategist did not understand where the red mana came from. Siren and the old man fell to the ground from the impact. The strategist was surprised and noticed the main character. Ewan made his way through the field with energy. He called out to him, calling him product. The main character was excited and apologized for being late. Ewan stood on the battlefield next to the old man who remembered him. He was calm and thanked everyone. After that, he asked everyone to leave. The strategist looked excited and realized that the protagonist was standing in front of him. Ewan was in torn and dirty clothes. The strategist noted in his thoughts that he looked like a ragamuffin, and he had come all the way for that meeting. There was a trace of purple energy on the hand of the main character. The strategist continued to think in his head that, with unclean energy wafting from him, he could not even think then that the king had let Jaewon go. He stood on the battlefield with two blades in his hands. The strategist reflected that he could not understand why everyone admired the main character. Two unknown people stood behind the strategist and said that they had wasted so much time and effort on a pitiful product. They stood on the battlefield and said that they had been fooled. The plot introduces us to the 5th Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, the Monarch of the Black Cloud, Megata, and the 6th Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, the Dragon Monarch Serum. The unknown woman said something to the strategist. She was at a loss and asked why they had come there for him. She stood behind the strategist and found out why they came there. He told her it was necessary. The strategist stood in front of Javen on the battlefield and thought that the only thing blocking their path into the abyss was a creature that decided who would enter and exit. He argued in his head that the Soul King was a disaster. The wars of the strategist were going on across the earth. The strategist continued to think about what if the king did not allow them to go into the abyss. He stood in front of his army with a frown on his face and continued to think that they would have to open these gates by force. Jaewon's blade radiated a lot of energy. He looked furious and was wondering how long they would stand. Red mana began to envelop the entire battlefield. Some of the warriors realized that the main character was there. The unknown person held his hand to his mouth. He was interested. Ewan stood by the red tree with an eye. The unknown person wondered if his world was really so unique. Megata and Serum stood at the big red eye, wondering if the eye was watching the first nightmare or if it was a big brother. The strategist's sister stood under the black bird and said that no matter how unique the main character was, he was still empty inside. The old man held the wounded warrior on himself and thought about what decision Jaewon would make, because he had not yet reached the level of fighting the lieutenant general. The old man was very tense and was thinking about whether the main character had a plan or not. The strategist held a katana in his hands and said that it is rare to come across such a worldview, but he was still far from being a man of rift. He was excited for the battle and asked Ewan if this was all he had. The main character quickly ran and answered him that of course this is not all he has. The furious Ewan swung his sword with purple mana. He tried to hit the strategist with his sword. Serum pushed himself off the ground and said that it was pathetic. He deflected the main character's blow in mid-flight and told him that he was nothing. Giovanna was sliding on the ground after a failed attack. He was very angry. Serum told the strategist that he could handle it alone. He looked surprised because the strategist told him that he could handle it himself. The unknown man stood behind the strategist and was surprised that he himself would enter the battlefield. The strategist told him that he was obliged to clean up the mess. He was very serious. Unknown told him that he would join him. He snapped his fingers and thought that this old bug could not interfere with him. The strategist told him that this was unnecessary. Behind Yuan, blue energy began to appear. A huge blue cube appeared on the battlefield, and the strategist said that he could handle it alone. The bug tried to get inside the cube and said that the strategist was planning something wrong, although he knew that the main character had killed members of his clan. The strategist's hair filled with blue mana, he told the bug to stay away. The main character was dissatisfied with the fact that the strategist was stalling for time. He answered him that it was a favor that he had given him because of his bravery. The strategist stood in front of the main character with a blade in his hands. Yuan asked him if he would be satisfied with his result if he fought with him one-on-one. The strategist claimed that he did not like it when someone disturbed his fun. He took out his katana filled with blue mana. The strategist urged Yuan to attack because he had taken care of everything and was confident that he could even get close to him. Yuan held his sword tightly, which was filled with energy. The strategist dodged his red magic and said that this was the last thing he did. He was furious and noticed that the main character had hidden a couple more trump cards. Yuan approached him. The strategist proclaimed that this would not be enough. He repelled all the attacks of the main character and told him that over the past 6 months, he had seen many awakened ones. He pushed off from the ground. While making the attack, he said that most of those he saw were in the 3rd stage, but there were also geniuses who had reached the 4th. Yuan dodged his blue magic. He was very surprised. The main character received damage from his attack and heard that among all the awakened ones, he considered him the weakest. Javen was thrown back from the attack. He noticed in his head that the strategist was stronger than Garam. The protagonist's sword was filled with blue energy. He noticed that Garam was strong as a lieutenant general. A katana was visible, which was filled with purple magic. He noticed in his thoughts that they used the same power, the same system, but the strategist was several times stronger. His sword was overflowing with mana. He noticed in his head that his attacks did not affect the strategist at all. He was focused and made a powerful attack. The blue monster's fangs opened. The strategist told him that he had heard about the discovery of its genesis and materialization and that it emitted decent energy. The blue magical dragon stood behind the strategist. He hoped that it would not be so boring in the future. The main character's muscles tensed greatly. Yuan looked very aggressive. He tried to repel the monster's attack. The blue magic attack knocked him back very hard. The monster was receiving an attack from Yuan. The strategist was excited as he watched the battle. Blue cube cracked in half. The old man was scared. He called the main character. The strategist's sister looked surprised and said that this was incredible. The strategist looked at the battlefield and said that he was not surprised that the main character was able to defeat Garam. The surprised strategist said that Javen was very mistaken because he thought that his opponent was at Garam's level. The main character looked tired and sat leaning on his sword. The strategist told him that if he had discovered Genesis, it meant that this was just the beginning. Yuan stood in front of him. The strategist asked him if he still had any tricks left or if he should stop. Jawen's eyes were filled with yellow mana. He asked the strategist what he was trying to achieve. If he wanted to finish him off, he could have done it several times already. He stood in front of him and laughed, saying that he caught on quickly. Yuan asked him what he wanted. The blue cube was filled with smoke. The strategist wanted the protagonist to join the 9th region and bring the Tower of Awakening with him. Yuan leaned on his sword and asked him what would happen if he refused. The strategist was amazed that he wanted to refuse. He snapped his fingers to see if he could refuse after this. A blue sparkling cube came out of the ceiling. Yuan looked at the cubes with his head raised. He was at a loss because cubes were falling from the ceiling. He saw a computer desk in the magic hole. Yuan saw a computer in front of him. He was surprised by this. In his head he noticed that it was a computer. The strategist was furious and asked him whether he was surprised by this or not. Continuing his speech, he declared that he had something more important than a computer. Yuan looked very surprised. The strategist told him that he could give him something else. Yuan's pupils shook at what he saw. Exhausted protagonist in another life. Yuan stood in front of his lost life, which was imprisoned in chains. The strategist told him that he would give him a chance to get it back. The imprisoned Jaewon was focused. He asked him if he was bored. Against the backdrop of the imprisoned protagonist, the strategist claimed that he could live his old life and receive the position of 8th Lieutenant General. Yuan looked very thoughtful, telling him that there was more to come. PP City skyscrapers. He thought about the streets he ran along as a child. In his thoughts he noticed that place. Jaewon looked at the planet, calling it Earth in his thoughts. The strategist said that he could return his lost time. The main character looked tense and insisted that he would not return back. The mad strategist told him that he expected such an answer because based on the behavior of the main character in that world, he hated returning to his essence. Jaewon clutched his sword in his hands and found out why the strategist asked him such questions. He replied that he was not offering to return. The open-mouthed strategist told him that the return did not include the disappearance of the nightmares he had experienced, so it did not have the meaning of returning to the past. Jaewon had a surprised look. The strategist was telling him that returning would not heal his wounds. On the hilt of the sword were his memories, telling him that those wounds had become a part of him. Jaewon was lying on the floor. The strategist was telling him that he was trying to find the present that he had lost. The blue cube stood on the red magic ground. He continued to say that he was thinking about it. The old man was in the smoke. The strategist recognized him, whether this was really the real one that he wanted to find. The strategist had a crazy expression on his face and claimed that he was sure that this was not the real thing. Ewan looked frowning. The strategist kept telling him that the time he deserved was the present, which he unwittingly lost. The main character stood in front of his memories with a sword in his hands. The strategist said that it was there. Ewan looked at the memories. He saw his mother in them, who was calling him. He watched as she offered him a choice of fairy tales. The main character looked very confused, remembering what his mother called him. The strategist, with a grin on his face, told him that he had lost the people he loved, and they were all there. He asked him to think about choosing a side where he should stay. Ewan stood in front of him on the battlefield, and he didn't like everything that was happening. Blue cubes were flying in the sky. They had the memories of the main character on them. He clenched the sword tightly in his hands. The strategist was at a loss and asked him what he allowed himself to do. The attacker Ewan stated that he was not going to go back, but was going to go up. The strategist gritted his teeth with anger, telling him that he really wanted to see his favorite people. Behind the strategist, a magical explosion occurred. He told Jaewon that he was going to throw everything he was striving for in the trash. Ewan was hiding from the blue mana. He moved into his thoughts and pondered what truth there was in the words of the strategist. Young Ewan was stroked on the head. He continued to think in his thoughts that he missed them. He remembered his old girlfriend. The main character thought that he would like to meet everyone, and reflected that he is a person and has emotions. The attacker, the main character, stated that it did not matter to him what time he would return, because in the world where he was, it did not matter. Ewan deflected the red mana projectile. The old man stood on the red earth, in front of the blue cube where the battle took place. The ground inside the cube was damaged. Ewan stood up after the devastating attack and said that there was no point in him returning to Earth. The main character was angry and continued to say that they would begin their cultivation in ordinary life. The strategist brandished his katana with blue energy and stated that of course they would continue to be cultivated. He left a blue trail of mana behind his sword and claimed that cultivation is the law of the world. Ewan slid along the ground, stopping with his sword. The main character was very tense and thought that a world where everyone is cultivated is a natural way of life. He thought that this was not the fault of anyone alone. Cayman stood with the sword. Ewan continued to think that it was not his fault when he was a product. Little Siren played with Mulla. Javen also thought that it was not her fault. Demon Beastrain looked very thoughtful. The protagonist also thought in his head that this was possible, not even the fault of the angels or demons. Ewan leaned on his sword. In the middle of the battlefield, he said that if anyone should be blamed for this, then it is only that world. The main character looked very aggressive. He claimed that he had to destroy it. The strategist looked at Jaewon and argued that he had narrow thinking. The old man held a bottle in his hands. Cayman stood behind him. The strategist said that everything he loves is part of the world that he is going to destroy. A blue magical sign descended from the sky. It continued to say that the system does not exist and it cannot be destroyed in any way. A charge of blue mana was created above Javen. He said that the system is an organism. The main character took something out of his pocket. He thought in his head that he would not be able to defeat the strategist because he did not have time to become stronger. Ewan looked at the red stone carefully and thought that the reason he did this was because of him. Biting off the red stone, he insisted that if he could not defeat the strategist, then they would do it for him. A blue blast of energy rained down from the sky. A whirlwind of blue mana sucked in Jaewon. The old man tried to call him. The tense old man tried to understand what was happening there. The focused strategist thought in his head that he had behaved stupidly, and if he died, his soul would return to his original body. Ewan tried to resist the blue energy with the help of his sword. The strategist continued to think that his soul would be damaged, and he would have to forcibly send it to the almighty earth. The main character held the sword tightly in his hands. A magical image of a face with red eyes appeared. The strategist did not understand what was happening, being in red mana. Red magic replaced blue magic. Two energies fought for their place. His legs were also covered with this magic. He did not understand what was happening. An infection appeared on his face. He was furious about this. The whole cube was covered with red spots. No one understood what was happening. The old man was nervous about what was happening and insisted that this could not happen. He was thinking in his head that Ewan didn't completely eat the horn that was leaking impure energy. The main character planned this from the very beginning. The old man stood in front of the infected cube and remembered that such an action would have to pay a high price, but he did not understand what the main character was up to. Monsters with red eyes began to appear. Their eyes had 4 pupils. Ewan laughed like crazy. Monsters crawled out of the cracks that were above the head of the main character. Sarum was shocked by what was happening. He could not understand what it was. Carlton stood on the battlefield and tried to call Ewan. The scales covered the hand of the main character. His shoulders looked terrifying. The heart was in the middle of the chest. Ewan looked like a monster. The crazy main character said that he had not seen vermin for a long time. An anonymous god 277 asked if it was an earthquake. Anonymous god 528 said that it was due to chaos. Anonymous god 297 found out what chaos is and what is happening there. There was a hole in the flying ball. Ewan stood in the middle of a red battlefield. The unknown person had a pendant on his chest. He stood saying that this is chaos. He had a smile on his face and said that Sala was there. The entire world was shrouded in red mana. The strategist leaned on his sword. He thought in his head about what was happening on the battlefield. He was among large monsters and destruction. The upset strategist did not understand what was happening. He said that 12 monarchs sealed him. The golden book was flying among the shelves. He thought that it was like this in the Akashic records. The strategist stood next to his sister. He reflected in his head that 100 monarchs should have been enough for that place. He thought that the information turned out to be false. Jaywin in the form of Ghoul sat on a stone throne. The strategist thought that this was all taking a serious turn. He doubted that they could defeat the Dark Monarch. He said that they should have left that place sooner. The strategist stood in front of Jaywin's throne. He said that they did not want to fight him, they just needed to take the product. Jaywin looked very mysterious. He said that they would not be able to take the boy. The strategist was furious. He said that Jaywin promised his big brother not to interfere in Hassa affairs. Awan gritted his teeth. The main character was very angry and shouted at the strategist. He said that he should not mention Big Brother in front of him. The strategist was very scared. He apologized and said that he knew the reason why he did not choose proxy. The eyes of the main character were filled with red light. He said that he was not his proxy, but was simply trying to protect his world at any cost. He claimed that because of this they signed the contract. The strategist was very scared and said something about the contract. Furious, Jaywin held a red eye in his hands. He said that it did not concern him. A tornado was rising on the battlefield. The tornado was very extensive. The main character said that he could only say one thing for sure. Streams of purple mana were directed towards the water. The water created huge waves. Ewan said that they were all. The strangers were frightened by what was happening. Ewan sat on the throne and controlled everything that happened, saying that they would die there. The strategist was very frightened by what was happening and said that he was breaking his promises to his big brother. The warriors were in shock. Ewan said that he never did anything. Lightning thundered over the battlefield. Ewan stated that it was his strength, not his intentions. The water broke the ground. The hurricane scared everyone in its path. They united as one on the battlefield. The frightened strategist asked everyone to get together. The waves and hurricane destroyed the battlefield. He said that they should not be afraid of this, and they should stay close. He assumed that the Soul King used the descent to be there. It didn't matter to them how long he was, because the vessel he used was only a physical body. The strategist looked very furious at that moment. He said that if they wear him down, he will lose in 5 minutes. The bug was very scared. He told the strategist that he was thinking stupidly, thinking that he could fight the monster. The strategist was very angry and stated that the Emerald Beetle family would not participate in this war. He noticed in his thoughts that the bug was a fool. Ewan was releasing an attack from his hand. He mentioned in his thoughts that the Emerald Beetles created the Nightmare Stone after analyzing the world. They behaved foolishly, trying to imitate the gods. The beetle was cut into 2 halves by the attack. Ewan said that he was not going to let them go. The main character sat on his throne with a thoughtful look and reflected on the fact that none of them were worthy of the status of a ghoul. The drowning people asked for help. Jaywin claimed that none of them would return alive. The strategist was very excited about what was happening. The main character asked them to remember that day. He sat on the throne with a smile and said that this was the day when they brought disaster upon themselves. The strategist sat on his knees and regretted that the whole situation had reached such an outcome. He told everyone to gather. Blue energy flew over them. The strategist's sister shouted that the way the war was being behaved was very pathetic and mentioned that at this rate everyone would die. Sarum was heading towards the battle and said that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes and attack in unity. Furious, Jaywin noticed in his thoughts that there were brave souls there. The strategist smiled and called his sister. She began to attack. He asked them to break through. Wars tried to cope with the flood. The monsters protected Ewan. The strategist's eyes were very tense. He thought that they had every chance of victory, but he understood that losses could not be avoided. The battlefield was overflowing with magic. He kept thinking that with such attacks, the protagonist would quickly get tired. Nobody knew how it would end. Ewan looked content as he sat on his throne. He was pleased to see everyone rushing around the battlefield like cockroaches. He extended his finger. The strategist stood in purple mana. Behind him, the limbs of dead warriors flew. He sat on his knees in the midst of devastation. His face looked very worried. Ewan, looking smart, said that it would be boring if he sat upstairs all the time. The strategist leaned on the red earth with a laugh. His face looked crazy. He didn't understand what was happening there. The strategist sat on his knees in front of Jaewon and reflected on the fact that they had lost at the very beginning. He looked very exhausted. In his thoughts he had resigned himself to defeat. The strategist saw how the throne was enveloped in white energy. He said that he would not allow him to do what he wanted. Extending his hand, Ewan said that he had not had so much fun for a long time. The strategist's look was upset. A huge hole appeared in the strategist's body. Ewan clenched his fist and said that he was very bored. The guy with blue hair was lying in a puddle, with his eyes wide open and his teeth clenched. The guy was lying in the middle of a shallow gorge, and the main character looked at him carefully from a high cliff and thought, this is the strength of a single king. Ewan looked carefully at his black hand with glowing purple fingers and noticed in his head that despite the fact that his powers manifested through his soul, they did not seem real at all. The main character remembered how a huge wave began to flood the plain and the people on it, and then thought that the power of the first awakened Soul King goes beyond the simple destruction of the part of the world in which he dominates. This is definitely the final stage. Now he understands where he belongs. Strive to reach such a level, he would probably have to struggle for the rest of his life. But even the Soul King was sealed by Big Brother. After these thoughts, the main character clenched his fist tightly and thought about how much stronger he needs to become. Then someone said that how weak his body is. He cannot hold out for even 5 minutes. Ewan sharply raised his head to the sky, looked at him carefully and asked how many more times he could borrow his powers, to which he received the answer that if he is not his proxy, then he can only summon him 3 times. He has already used 1 summon, so he has 2 more times left, and no, since he will need to call him when he meets Big Brother. The main character looked carefully at the bright sky and heard that it would be more accurate to say that he had 1 call left. After using his power, his soul will be at its limit. Gullification will soon occur. Since he has chosen this path, try to endure everything. A moment later, the main character sharply lowered his head and looked angrily straight after saying that after all, he wants him to keep his promise. Then the main character fell to the ground, grabbed his chest tightly and thought that as soon as the connection was broken, he was overcome by pain, a feeling that his body was about to be torn apart. The protagonist's hand began to emit purple-black curls. Black tentacles came out of the main character. He was completely twisted and he thought that the more the gullification progresses, the more memories he loses. Memories from the past began to appear in the protagonist's head, how he was little sitting on his mother's lap, eating chips and walking straight with a friend. And then he thought that losing memories would be the same as losing himself. At the moment when a person loses himself, he will become someone who no longer exists and turn into a ghoul. Huge, black tentacles began to emerge from the main character and quickly rushed into the sky, and he screamed loudly in pain. The main character closed his eyes tightly, clenched his cheekbones and wondered if he would really become a ghoul. An unconscious Ewan began to float up from the deep pond. A huge brush touched the paper. The main character was approaching the surface. The brush drew 1 line, then another. Ewan opened his eyes wide and noticed in his head that his memories were filling up. After these words, pictures of his past began to appear in his head, and he threw his head back and began to emerge. In the protagonist's head, Kamen and Chingyo appeared. Who? The old man turned to the guy after he asked what he liked so much about the castle, that he said to himself, yes, he will follow him, and the old man asked what he liked about him. Chingyo looked at the warrior carefully and replied that to be honest, he doesn't even know. He's just a reckless boy, young, rude and inconsiderate, and he always gets on his nerves. A moment later, the old man stuck out his finger in his ear and added that if he was asking why he was still traveling with him despite all this. The main character appeared in the old man's head, carefully looking out the window, and answered, because he doesn't want him to be left alone. After these words, the old man lowered his head and laughed. Ewan began to swim out, the tentacles began to disappear, and he looked up carefully and sadly. Chingyo threw his weapon near the protagonist and started screaming at him to wake up. The main character, without opening his eyes, rudely said that the old man should not call him that and asked if he would call him that all the time. The old man twitched sharply, tears came from his eyes, and he looked at the protagonist in surprise. He looked at the guy with his mouth wide open and shouted that he had finally woken up. Ewan carefully turned his head and, without opening his eyes, heard the question that if he became a ghoul, he did not think about it. The main character looked closely at the frightened Chingyo and said that it was because he believed that he would wake him up with his slash. The old man shook sharply, clenched his teeth and remained silent. A moment later, the old man jumped on the protagonist, shouting that he was a brat, but Ewan stopped him with his hand. Then the main character stood up, and the old man stood next to him with his head down and came to his senses. The main character leaned on a stone, lowered his head and, covering his eyes, asked if it was all over. In the mind of the protagonist appeared the wars of the expedition, some of whom were wounded and scared, and then thought that although they suffered huge losses, quite a large number of the expedition members survived. They will always have more people awakening. Even after he leaves, problems there shouldn't be. A clearing appeared in the protagonist's head with destruction and swords stuck in the ground, and then he added that the monarchs will now not be able to be interested in chaos. Now that the balance of power in the almighty land is upset, they will be busy enough trying to fix it. Chaos has finally found true freedom. A crowd of people began to run towards the protagonist. A man in a white suit approached the protagonist and addressed him as a castellan and asked what it was. A moment later, the main character opened his eyes wide and stared at him. A mountain appeared in the protagonist's head into which white energy flowed, and he heard that he would not allow everything to go according to his wishes. The guy with blue hair who was lying in the puddle smiled widely. In the guy's hand there was a blue cube in which the protagonist in chains could be seen. The evil guy squeezed this cube, causing it to break, and shouted that he really came to this place alive. Shingo looked at the guy angrily and shouted what he meant by this. He just risked his life for all of them. This is very important. All the souls in chaos are dead. The man looked angrily at the protagonist, opened his mouth wide and shouted that when the castellan visited the Palace of Resurrection, didn't he get the fruit? After these words, Cayman jumped out of the crowd and shouted that don't tell him that he thinks that the castellan resurrected himself thanks to fruit. Their goal is to regain their life. James turned sharply and angrily at the warrior and asked how else would he explain this video, and Cayman lowered his head and replied that he did not eat the fruit. Jurchen looked at them carefully and asked them to calm down, and the man asked what happened to all the fruits. The castellan they were following was a living person. In the man's head, the main character sat in chains and with his head down. Jurchen looked at him carefully and in horror and thought that this was not good. They were not calming down at all. All the anxiety that had been accumulating inside them poured out. A wounded protagonist appeared in the head of the commander of the Gorgon castle, who stretched his hand up and a huge sword appeared behind him, and then noticed in his head that after seeing the castellan perform all these miracles, they followed him, thinking that they could get their lives back. They not interested in changing the world, which the castellan so wanted. In the commander's head, the protagonist stood with his back in a brown cape and looked straight into the red abyss, and then Jurchen added that so the fact that the castellan was alive and everything that happened afterwards were not explained to him. Jaewon sat leaning on a sharp stone rock while in front of him a crowd of people shouted at each other and asked the castellan to answer them, and Jurchen thought that all these things began to accumulate over time, and this is the result. In the guy's eyes, a crowd appeared in a puddle in his blue eyes and he noticed in his head that there was confusion. He smiled slightly and added in his head that the castellan, how pathetic he is, they are excited because of the skill, confusion, it can only work if someone has created a reason for it. The guy from the puddle looked carefully at the crowd that was going towards the protagonist. He saw how the crowd had blue eyes and looked furiously at the protagonist, and then added in his head that this meant that the jealousy and doubts they had until now became the catalyst to cause this outburst of emotions they might need in him before, but they never trusted him. The main character sat gloomily, lowered his head and was heard to tell what happened to the fruits and why he had been deceiving them all this time. The puddle guy smiled widely and noted in his head that he might have managed to stop his plans, but his plans would also be thwarted. Cayman stepped in front of the protagonist and shouted for them to stop because he was the one. Then the protagonist interrupted the wars and stood up with a sword in his hands and shouted that he had destroyed all the fruits. The whole crowd looked at the protagonist in horror and asked what he said. Cayman looked at the protagonist in horror and opened his mouth wide. A girl named Siren could be seen among the screaming crowd, and the crowd was asking what he just said, why he did it. The man opened his mouth slightly and said that maybe the point was that he was alive and they were not. The main character straightened up with a sword in his hands, stared at the man and heard the question that how could he do this when he knew how much they wanted them. Ewan stood straight, looked at the people carefully and thought that true life cannot be obtained from fruits. Even if someone is reborn in the almighty land with fruits, a war breaks out and they all end up in chaos, he could tell them this. A moment later, the main character gripped his sword tightly in his hands. The air around the protagonist cleared, his eye turned red and he asked if he was alive. James backed away sharply, stared at the protagonist along with all the people and asked what he was trying to do. The main character slowly turned his feet and stood firmly on the ground. A moment later, he closed his eyes, the ground under his feet turned red and orange cracks appeared, and then said that if they want to know, then let them see for themselves, and the crowd loudly asked if these were brainwaves. The man, in horror, extended his finger at the protagonist, turned to the crowd and shouted that these were brainwaves. He was really connected to them, he was lying all this time, he was using them to get the fruit. One guy from the crowd looked at the protagonist with horror and sadness. James turned to the crowd in horror and asked why they were all silent. Ewan looked at him carefully and said that he doesn't care what life is real or fake. A moment later, the protagonist's blade rushed upward. The man looked at this in horror. The main character held his sword up and said that he had made his choice. The entire crowd, along with the warrior named Kaiman and the old man Chingyo, carefully and silently stared at the protagonist. A moment later, the black shadow strategist raised his head and laughed madly loudly. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was crazy. He cut off his brain connection. A crowd of people turned to him and heard that this was madness, and then asked that he was still alive. The black shadow strategist began to slowly disappear and say something final. A moment later, he suddenly disappeared and only silence remained, and people looked at him in surprise. The guy put his hand to his chest and exhaled. The man lowered his head and silently looked at the ground. The main character took a sharp step directly at the man, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at him carefully. He looked at him in fear with his mouth open. Yuan quickly and confidently walked past him. The man staggered slightly, looked at the ground and fearfully asked where the castellan was going, and he stopped and looked gloomily at the ground. Then he put his hand to his shoulder and replied that he was going into the abyss. Carlton looked carefully at the limping protagonist and shouted to him. Chingyo quickly rushed after him. The commander of the northern regiment grabbed the protagonist for support and stopped. Jurchen looked sadly at the protagonist and wondered what happened from the moment he appeared in chaos. The head of the Gorgon castle remembered how the protagonist was in the past, how he fought monsters and was in his office, and then noticed that the castellan was always alone. A crowd of knights looked attentively at the protagonist. Jurchen suddenly knelt down and stared at the shadow of the protagonist with the warriors nearby. Then he sharply lowered his head, put his hands on his legs and closed his eyes and added in his head that no one said anything, but everyone understood. Cayman abruptly knelt down and bowed to the protagonist, and the head of the Gorgon castle added in his head that from now on new kings would be born in chaos. All the castellans bowed sharply to the protagonist and lowered their heads to the ground, and Jurchen thought that for the people of chaos there would only be one king in that day, the last king of chaos. The wounded and tired warriors bowed their heads before the departing, wounded castellan. Jurchen noticed that he had left them. Nino stopped abruptly and hit the tile with her heel. She carefully raised her head and looked around. She carefully looked around, saw the chic, marble streets and wondered if this was the same chaos that she knew. Mino slowly began to remove her hood. A moment later, she looked up with satisfied eyes and noticed that the chaos had changed. She remembered how Claire hugged her and cried, and then said that 3 months after he left, she woke up and heard from Claire what had happened with the chaos during this time. Near the walls of the castles lay ancient bones that glowed slightly, and Mino added that thanks to an agreement between the King of People and the Soul King, the chaos was united. In the united chaos, a new fortress was built on the site of the old one. Mino stared attentively at the new city. Her hair flowed in the wind and she noticed that her name was Carpdiem. She saw Gang Hwan hugging a huge, black-purple beast, walked past and noticed in her head that the people, ghouls and horned beasts that fought each other before began to coexist. She turned her head sharply at the scary ghoul who was walking next to the man and communicating, and then Mino thought that although she still felt uneasy about it, she imagined in her head 2 huge blue arrows from the castles, which were directed against 3 red ones, and noticed that this is how the central fortress of Chaos Carpdiem flourished. But those who were opposed to it also appeared. These were people from the almighty earth. Mino imagined in her head a broadly smiling black shadow strategist, and under him there was a huge rock towards which black energy was flying. And she noticed that the 9th region, headed by the black shadow strategist, had lost most of its strength due to the incident with the murder of the monarch. Then a picture appeared in her head of a man on a horse with an outstretched sword in his hands galloping towards death, and she said that other regions took advantage of the situation and a brutal war began. She heard that because of this, hundreds or even thousands of monarchs are dying to this day and fall into chaos. An awakening tower appeared in her head, and she added that fortunately, Chaos still had an awakening tower left by the protagonist. Chaos used it to increase the number of awakened ones to fight against the monarchs, but the general majors were stronger than many opportunists of the 10th stage. Nino imagined several warriors in her head, sadly lowered her head and noted in her thoughts that they were very difficult to deal with. The factory leaders who were designing the marble building with golden plaques in front of their hands appeared in her mind and added that the factory leaders were the perfect solution to this problem. Nino imagined a huge, luxurious palace with glowing lanterns and thought that when monarchs die, they are usually summoned in only one place. And this place is the Resurrection Palace. The factory leaders changed the summoning location. Nino slowly walked through the gate, turned her head sharply, looked around the fortress and added that the new place was Carpdiem, the fortress itself. In the girl's thoughts, she slammed her hands hard on the table, looked angrily at the girl named Claire, and thought that she was very worried when she heard about this news, but then everything was explained to her. The huge, gloomy doors opened and dark smoke poured out. There were marble structures in the red world and someone noticed that they had died. One of the monarchs raised his head, looked carefully up and asked what kind of place this was and where the palace was, and the second monarch looked at him carefully and looked around. They looked up slightly and saw a huge building that was shining very brightly, and they were standing on a small island. They heard someone calling them insects and asked what it was, and then the Soul King told them to disappear. The heads of the monarchs suddenly flew off their shoulders. Behind the small door, the shadow of a large man could be seen, and Mino wondered who would have thought that after death they would be greeted by the Soul King himself. Mino approached the huge statue of the protagonist, stared at it carefully, and noticed in her head that in any case, the chaos that had not changed for several thousand years changed in an instant. The girl looked down at her hand, stretched it out slightly, and added that when she woke up, she found a stone in her hand. The protagonist appeared in her head with stones in his hand, and then Kaiman, who was sitting among the marble pillars, thought that it was the same stone of nightmares, and she heard that when he left the factory, he came to her and left this stone with her. She extended her hand with the stone, remembered how she stood next to the protagonist, who was drawing a sword, and silently and carefully stared at the stone. Mino sharply raised her head to the statue of the protagonist and wondered why he saved chaos. It didn't seem like he did it for the sake of people. A moment appeared in her head when she crawled out of the bushes and looked at the protagonist in horror, and then added in her head that he didn't like them, so why? A moment appeared in her head when, with the last of her strength, she looked sweetly at the protagonist, smiled slightly, and asked to save this world. Then they abruptly began to shake their heads, folded their hands on their sides, and noticed in their heads that this was definitely not because of her. Mino looked down rudely. She clenched her fist tightly. It trembled all over, and thought that she wanted to know why he saved this world, whether she would find the answer to her question in this place. Mino began to slowly approach the Tower of Awakening, near which people were standing and carefully looking at the tower. A moment later, the tower glowed brightly purple and made a sound. A gold-colored screen appeared in front of the girl, asking if she agreed to enter the Tower of Nightmares. She put her hand to her chest, clenched her fist tightly, and thought, which is understandable. Then she sharply turned her head towards the happy people and thought that the expression and emotions they show when entering the tower, now she understands them, albeit a little. Mino lowered her head sharply and smiled slightly. Then she turned her snide face on the people and said that he wanted to end this world, but left behind a seed of hope before leaving. The girl looked again at the golden tablet with questions and 2 answer options. Mino raised her head sharply as she began to slowly be pulled into the tower and added that perhaps this was some kind of end. She looked carefully at the sky and noticed that one day she would meet him again. A protagonist standing behind her appeared in the girl's head, and she noticed in her head that in the world he painted, she didn't know what kind of salvation it was. Mino sharply lowered her head, closed her eyes, and added with a wide smile that, however, in her imagination, his world was a tree that had roots that had nowhere to take root. There was a huge red tree hanging in space, and Mino noticed that the leafless branches stood alone. Despite this, she felt better when she thought about it. Mino curled into a fetal position, closed her eyes, hovered in space, and noted in her thoughts, because if one day they would turn away from his world. Mino sharply opened her eyes, stared roughly straight ahead, and added, "There will always be someone." The girl stood in the middle of a terrible battlefield. There was a red sky above her, and she looked at the ground in horror and thought that there was one person who would defend this world to the end, and the world that was protected by this lonely man. The main character, in a torn cape, confidently walked towards a huge mahogany tree with his head down. Huge, golden roots appeared, and Mino said that the depths are also called a branch of the Tree of Illusions. The area there is divided into sides. Golden tables with profiles appeared in the girl's head, and she added that each side is a unique world. In her head there were 7 silhouettes sitting on a throne and creating something like a hierarchy, and then Mino noticed that there were 7 great gods, the highest deities who ruled the worlds. Mino presented all the same golden roots and added that then the most dangerous corner of the depths was, there were times when the gods, free from worries, discussed this for hours. A huge, red eye appeared in her head, carefully looking at the dark void, and then she said that some said that the most dangerous was the first side, created by Big Brother. Others insisted that it was the 4th side, created by a mad god. A crowd of silhouettes with their backs turned in black hooded cloaks stood and looked into the void, and Mino noticed that even these small gods, mythical creatures that are almost impossible to meet, there is another place that it is better for ordinary gods to avoid. A dark forest with glowing eyes looking out of the darkness appeared in the girl's head. In this forest, a salamander crawled up a tree and stuck out its tongue. A huge, dark and very bright forest appeared in her head, which was called the 8th side, the Blue Forest. Runard carefully walked through the blue forest, and then asked if there was definitely a fishing spot here. He stopped abruptly, heard the answer that she said it was there, why he believed it, and shouted that he couldn't find it. Runard confidently walked forward and noted that it might be better to go back if a dark soul appeared. The guy with blue hair stopped abruptly, looked forward and heard that he was thinking, the dark soul is so easy to meet. More than 100,000 years have passed since the fall of the three ancient gods. Runnard stared straight ahead, lowered his eyelids slightly, and Anderson added that no matter how many followers they had, they must all be dead by now. He is her, he has nothing to worry about. Runnard continued his way through the gloomy forest and said that this was exactly what he was worried about, and she asked what he was hinting at. The guy stopped abruptly, looked around and asked if he needed to gather followers here, and Anderson replied that there was no other way out. Runnard sharply closed his eyes, squeezed his eyelids and thought that the followers, he went with the goddess to this dark place precisely for their sake. A crowd appeared in his head standing opposite a dark silhouette. The crowd raised their hands up and tried to attract the silhouette's attention, and Runnard said that in the depths the number of followers determines the power of a god. The more followers a god has, the more majestic he is and the more rare items he will have in events. A man appeared in his head next to a sword and a mysterious necklace and added that if a god has no followers, his world will begin to disappear. Runnard carefully stared straight into the depths of the forest. Anderson said that otherwise their world would be destroyed, and he noticed in his head that that's why he was here. Runnard opened his mouth wide and shouted that maybe he could just lure people with speeches, to which he received the answer that he forgot how the newcomer he attracted robbed their cellar and ran away. Runnard looked away slightly, remembered how he trembled at the sight of a crowd of unknown people in dark hoods, and Anderson added that this was not the end. Then another god declared a holy war on them, because they lured away his followers. Had he really forgotten? In response, he closed his eyes, screwed up his face and replied that it seemed he would have to continue catching, to which the goddess replied that that was what she was talking about. A fisherman appeared in the guy's head, who was catching people, and Runnard said that fishing, a typical way to find followers, the principle is simple, you need to catch the souls of real people. The guy with blue hair put his hand to his forehead, scrunched up his face and asked if there really was a place here somewhere, to which he received the answer that Anderson said. Two fishermen first appeared in the guy's head. Then there was a huge waterfall that created a whirlpool, and Runnard added that usually public areas are used for fishing, but sometimes secret corners can be found. Runnard raised his incredulous head, looked up exhaustedly and asked how she knew about him, and Anderson replied that she heard it in Manhwa's shop. A magazine with a picture of a tower appeared in the naked guy, and then he asked that it was about the goddess of luck named Manhwa, who owns a fortune shop, and the goddess answered positively, and he added how much she paid her. Runnard fell to the ground in hysterics, began to beat his hands on the ground after he heard that there were about 300, and then noticed that that was all they had. Torn pictures from a magazine appeared in Anderson's head and she noticed that the cards of a goddess named Manhwa told her something. She was lucky in the northwest of Caspian, in the blue forest near the water. Runnard clenched his teeth and heard that this was the only suitable place, and water was a sign of a place for fishing. A moment later, Runnard clenched his fists in anger and shouted that that was all he heard her say, that here she would meet someone important. The guy looked at it carefully and asked her if she admitted the mistake, to which he received the answer that she did. Runnard confidently rushed further into the forest and said that it would be better not to waste time and go back, to which the goddess sadly replied, "Okay." The guy looked at the ground angrily and upset and an awkward silence hung between them. After a moment, Runnard scratched the back of his head, lowered his sad head and wondered if it was too rude. The goddess must also be in despair, she has no followers except him. A picture appeared in his head of the goddess disappearing into the darkness, and then he noticed in his head that this meant that her world could disappear. Runnard turned his head sharply, looked around carefully and began to say something. He stopped abruptly, looked straight attentively and said that they might look around again, and she happily asked again. Runnard put his hand to the back of his head, yawned widely and said that he would like to find a newcomer. Manhwa deceived her, so now she needs to do everything possible. The guy confidently scratched his head, heard Anderson and what she was saying, that's for sure, and then thought that every time he hears her voice he becomes kinder. Because he remembers his younger sister, whom he lost a couple of years ago, she is the only one he has left after losing his family, he must help her. After such thoughts, the guy lowered his head and looked sadly at the ground. A moment later, Runnard flew up sharply, looked madly to the side and asked if she could smell the water, to which Anderson replied that she had no nose. The next moment, Runnard ran very quickly and shouted for her to follow him. The guy made his way through huge and dense thickets. Blue and bright water could be seen through the leaves. Runnard stared straight ahead in surprise. He saw a huge waterfall with gorgeous, clear water. Fireflies flew in a huge swarm around the pond. Runnard completely crawled out of the thickets and carefully stared at the gorgeous pond. The guy looked at the pond in surprise, spread his legs wide and shouted that there was water, they had found the fishing spot. Runnard opened his eyes wide and wondered what they had found, and Anderson shouted what happened. Runard climbed onto a low, sharp stone and noticed that maybe they would really find a new follower, and the goddess noticed that it was true that maybe the catch would be good, they would gain a bunch of followers and buy items. Runard looked carefully at the waves on the water and asked if she remembered that what was most important was its unique subject and history, to which Anderson replied that of course she remembered. A beautiful owl was sitting on a branch and had been watching Runard catch souls for an hour. The guy looked carefully at his fishing rod and called the goddess. He sat confidently on a stone, looked carefully at the water and asked whether it was always so long, to which the goddess replied that he should wait a little. They say, catching souls is like catching time. The guy looked up at the moon and asked where she heard that, and she replied that she read about it in the monthly questions of luck. Runard had been sitting under the moon for 3 hours, then all 5. The guy had been sitting on the stone for 24 hours, all emaciated and exhausted, and then he called the goddess. He sharply clenched his fist, grabbed a piece of his clothes and offered to go and give a thrashing to a goddess named Manhwa, and Anderson replied that she was a high-ranking god. A god without a name like her would not do anything. Runard looked carefully at the float in the water and noticed that he knew he was not going to do anything anyway. A moment later, the float twitched slightly and splashed water. Runard sadly looked at the ground and thought that they had found a fishing spot, but there was nothing here. Perhaps the place had long been abandoned. The guy looked sharply and in surprise at the float after the goddess shouted that the float had moved. Then Runard jerked the fishing rod sharply and shouted that he was hooked and noticed that it was something large. The guy grabbed the fishing rod tightly, gritted his teeth and thought that he was strong. He didn't think that such powerful souls existed, this soul from Miram. Runard, with a grinning face, tried to pull out the soul, and Anderson shouted that something was wrong. This soul was not from the border, it was from chaos, and then asked him to take off his clothes. The waves on the reservoirs began to intensify, and the float was carried from side to side. Runard quickly pulled off all the fabric, grabbed the fishing rod with his teeth and shouted for her to quickly connect his story, and Anderson noticed what kind of torso he had. She looked confidently at his chest and then said, Anderson's story. A moment later, Runard became pumped up in just a second. The guy grabbed the fishing rod tightly with both powerful hands and began to pull harder and then said nakedness. Runard clenched his teeth tightly and began to pull even harder. A moment later, the guy suddenly turned his back and pulled the fishing rod. A muscular man with dark hair emerged from the water and flew high into the air. Runard turned sharply towards the fallen guy and was surprised that they had caught him at all. The goddess looked at the hands of the prey and noticed that this guy had the power of the world. Runard quickly approached and stared at the guy in surprise. The guy stared in surprise at the main character lying unconscious in a puddle of water, and the goddess noticed that they had caught the god. Runard looked carefully into the sky, heard Anderson say that this was definitely God, and said that this could not be. The guy carefully examined the protagonist, put his hand to his face and said that he simply cannot be a god. There are no gods with souls, and Anderson noticed that even if he is not a god, he is very similar to him. Runard began to dress sharply, slightly contorted his face and said that all gods exist thanks to faith and can only manifest themselves with the help of an avatar. This is one of the main laws of the depths, and the goddess asked what he decided to flaunt with his knowledge. Runard stood steadily on his feet and said that she herself taught him this. Maybe this is an avatar or a follower, since he radiates the power of the world. A moment later, the guy opened his eyes wide, looked ahead, and the goddess turned to him. Runard sharply turned his head towards the protagonist, studied him carefully, heard that it seemed that he now also felt something strange, and asked who he was. The guy clenched his fist tightly until it crunched and noticed that, judging by her words, someone from chaos. Gods exist only in the depths, otherwise all the accumulated knowledge about followers and avatars loses its meaning. A terrible and gloomy face with a huge smile appeared in the goddess's head, and then she noticed that in the chaos there is a god, and a rather frightening one, but he cannot have an avatar, so that is ruled out. Runard looked carefully at the unconscious protagonist and asked if this soul was really from chaos, and Anderson replied that she swears on her name that yes, and the guy asked whether he was a god or not. The guy carefully examined the protagonist who was lying in a puddle, heard the goddess's answer that if this is not an avatar or a follower, then it means God, and said that this does not apply to the principle, a cat is everything that is not a rat. Runard began to carefully examine the main character and said that he knew that she understood what was happening here and asked her to tell her. She shouted that it was definitely God. A fat rat appeared in Anderson's head and she said that he had heard the story about a strong rat. Once upon a time there lived a unique rat. She was really very strong. In the head of the goddess, the rat kills and tears apart a huge snake, and then adds that this rat did not eat leftovers, but hunted and got food itself. Thanks to this it gained incredible power. The rat learned its strengths and weaknesses and realized that it could resist even its own main enemy, the cat. In the goddess's head, a fat rat stood opposite a grinning cat, And then Anderson added that on the outside she was still a rat, but on the inside she was something more. A huge crowd of rats looked in horror at the one opposite, from which came the shadow of a cat, and Anderson said that when she realized this, other rats began to be afraid of her. The only animals that saw an equal opponent in the rat were cats. Runard looked straight attentively and began to say something, but the goddess interrupted him and said that she calls such rats awakened. These are creatures that have surpassed themselves and reached the rank of God. In the goddess's head, the uneven, dark silhouettes of people stood in a red, eerie world, and she said that unique rats, creating and spreading their world, creatures that go against the system and are able to withstand predators and cats with their own strength, are the only creatures capable of gaining divine power without losing their soul. These are the awakened ones. Runard carefully examined the protagonist, bowed his head and asked what it means. This guy is awakened, and the goddess replied that she was not sure, but the probability was high. Then the guy noticed in his head that this was not the first time he had heard about the awakened. Leaves slowly fell to the ground from the tallest pines in the blue forest, and Runard asked if he was from the rift, and the goddess replied that she didn't think so. The guy asked what they would do with him, and Anderson replied that first you need to understand God or not. He will either become their comrade or they will have to absorb him. Runard raised his head, looked straight, and the naked protagonist lay under his feet, and Anderson noticed that she needed to make sure before he came to his senses. Runard slowly leaned over, put his hand on him and said that he hoped he was not a god. The guy gritted his teeth, slowly looked at the protagonist's face and added that if he is a human, he can become a new follower. He can even become an avatar, but if he has to absorb him, then don't be too angry. Runard put his hand on the chest of the main character. His palm began to flare up with a golden light, and he thought that devouring another god is a common occurrence in such lawless corners as Caspian. In other places it is, of course, prohibited, but the only way to expand your world without gaining followers is to devour a god. The guy smiled broadly, looked at the protagonist with kind eyes and noticed that he would not want to lose the comrade whom they had been looking for so long. If he became an avatar, he would become a follower. Runard closed his eyes tightly. Golden curls began to spread from his hands, and he added that he was sure that the avatar would be chased everywhere with such force. He thinks the goddess would like such an outcome. Runard put his other hand and pressed them tightly. Ewan sharply tensed his forehead and golden curls came out of his head. A strong wind rose around. The guy pressed himself tightly against the protagonist and shouted to the goddess that something was wrong here. A moment later, he stood up sharply, opened his mouth wide, and with surprised eyes noticed in his head that his connection with the goddess was severed. Their connection was interrupted. It was not like that. Runard began shaking his head to the sides and shouting, and then asked for an answer. Behind the trees stood people in mysterious capes who looked carefully at the guy and the protagonist. Runard sharply raised his hands, looked at them in horror, and noticed in his head that this was not just a disconnection. He did not feel her presence at all in what was happening. Drops of water began to slowly roll down from the main character's head. Jaewon remembered in his thoughts how he stood near the portal, which was all in his hands, along with his warriors, and remembered the words that if he follows the corridor, he will be able to reach the depths. The king of the dead told him this. It turns out that this is the entrance to the depths. The main character remembered how he slowly began to enter the gate with a confident look and added in his head that they say that the gods live in the depths. Monarchs are so afraid of this place. You shouldn't relax. Ewan saw his comrades, Chingyo, Carlton, and Siren, and then noticed in his head that it's good at least all his comrades are still with him. It's a pity that he couldn't take a warrior named Cayman, but there's nothing to be done because only he can entrust chaos. The old man looked down with interest and asked what it was, and the protagonist thought that as soon as they got into the depths. A moment later, the main character looked back in horror. He saw his comrades moving away from him in horror, and the gate began to suck him in. Ewan froze and carefully stared at the crater behind him and noticed in his head that he had stopped feeling the presence of people. He did not feel the energy of the disaster. The main character stood confidently in the middle of a huge void, along with the fog. Xiao Ha looked carefully at the protagonist and asked if he was surprised, and Ewan looked at her carefully. The girl extended her hand in front of her, smiled slightly, and said that she had not seen the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress for a long time, and then asked that this was their first meeting after the tournament, and next to her stood a red-haired guy who had been poking at the golden screens before the protagonist appeared. Ewan lowered his head thoughtfully, remembered their first meeting, how she approached him, and thought that this was the captain of the rift that the old man was talking about. It seems her name was Xiao Ha. She is definitely not lower than the rank of lieutenant general. The main character abruptly grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked what she had done, and she replied that she simply deployed the barrier to talk to him. The red-haired guy looked at the girl with horror, opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were opposing the king, so the barrier would not last long, and without even turning around she noticed that he should not worry, she would soon. Xiao Ha wrapped her arms around herself, lowered her head and, moving closer to the protagonist, began to say that the rift was curious about everything he did in the chaos, but they did not expect that he would contact the king and kill the monarchs. Now it is called the Great Murder of the Monarchs, and Yuan looked at her carefully. The main character sharply clenched his teeth, grinned his face and asked her to get to the point, and she said that he was impatient, but it's okay if he insists. Xiao Ha looked carefully at the protagonist, put her hand to her chin and invited him to join the rift. Yuan looked at her angrily and asked again, and she replied that they left him because he wanted almost the same thing as them. The girl looked attentively at the protagonist and added that they changed their minds after seeing the technique he had recently used. She didn't know where he learned it. Xiao Ha looked at him carefully, put her finger to her chin. Moments from the protagonist's battle appeared in her head, and then said that the connection strike, better known as disconnection, can only be used in a rift and by a holder of the rank of captain and above. Yuan looked at her confidently, thought that others could use this technique, and said that she wanted to say that the technique was available only to them. Xiao Ha began to slowly pull out her weapon from behind her back, bent slightly and said with a rude look that she was very dangerous and could destroy the soul, only the rift could use it. The main character began to slowly stand up and said that it turns out that she wants him to join them, otherwise he will die. A moment later, the main character drew his sword, stood in a stance, extended his hand forward and refused her offer. The protagonist's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light. The girl abruptly snatched up her magic sickles, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked what he thought. She was joking here, but she naively believed that this half-dead body could resist her. The red-haired guy looked carefully at the leaving girl and shouted that she was about to fight. Soon the barrier would disappear. If the communications fell under his attack, they would be stuck here. Xiao Ha turned sharply and looked at the guy rudely and asked what she was hinting at their defeat. After a moment, the girl bit her lip and tisked. Then she turned sharply, began to leave, put her weapon behind her back and noted that he would regret refusing. Yuan slowly put away his weapon, looked carefully at the leaving shadows of people and thought that they would just leave. If he fights in this state, he might really be in danger. It's good that they leave silently, but he spent too much time on her. The barrier began to crack sharply, and the main character carefully stared at the empty gate and thought that the entrance to the depths must have already closed. Yuan stood alone in front of the empty gate, turned towards it and carefully looking ahead thought that probably if he went again, they would meet somewhere in the depths. The question was how to get there. The main character sharply squeezed his sword in his trembling hands and added in his head that his body was not listening. Fatigue had accumulated. It felt like he was about to lose consciousness, and then he heard a voice that he was so pathetic now and let him follow the light. The main character, barely opening his eyes, stared in front of him and wondered what it meant to follow the light. A moment later, pink smoke began to appear around the protagonist, accompanying loud sounds. He turned sharply and heard that he would now understand, and if he was lucky, when he woke up, he would be in the depths. Yuan gritted his teeth, looked around carefully, and began to disappear and wondered what this meant. The main character suddenly found himself in the water. He opened his mouth slightly and wondered what had happened. His body weakened, he lost consciousness, it seemed as if he was underwater. The protagonist was slowly drowning. He completely relaxed and added in his head that he doesn't know why, but he feels peace, as if he had turned into a fish. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the surface. He turned his head sharply and saw a bright light at the very top. Yuan began to quickly emerge and noticed in his head that this was the light the king was talking about. This was his last chance. The main character began to emerge very quickly. He screwed up his face and shouted in his head that he would get out. A moment later, the goddess Anderson screamed over the protagonist's body. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and lay there without a clue. He looked carefully to the side, saw the crows and wondered where he was. Then he sharply turned his head to the side and saw a huge eye looking at him and noticed that it did not look like the depths. The place seemed familiar. This was his world. Anderson hung over the protagonist. He began to slowly rise and then shouted to see if he could hear her. The goddess put her finger in front of her, opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was all his fault and what she would do now. And Yuan looked at her carefully in confusion and wondered what kind of noisy girl she was. What had she forgotten in his world? And then asked, who is she and how did she get here? Anderson put her hand to her chest, looked angrily at the protagonist and, opening her mouth wide, shouted that he should not act so arrogantly. She is Anderson, the goddess of the depths. The main character looked carefully at the goddess's finger right in front of his face. She screamed with tears in her eyes, her mouth wide open, that he had just consumed her. Watching Anderson floating, Yuan asked how he absorbed her. The stunned Anderson replied that this was so and that he now had to deal with it himself. She put her hand on the main character's shoulder. Holding Jaewon by the shoulder, Anderson asked him to save her only one. Renard ran away from the mercenaries, holding the main character on his back. Anderson noticed that this was her follower. Turning around, Runnard noted in his thoughts that things were bad. He looked at the warriors hiding in the forest. Runnard noticed that these people were watching them in the forest and suddenly appeared, demanding to give up their catch. Taken aback, he emphasized that everything happened precisely when the goddess was not around. He suddenly stopped. He stood at the cliff and cried out that it was a cliff. The mercenaries stood behind him and said that they had caught a rat. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man stated that he was talking about giving the guy on his back. The stunned Runnard noted in his thoughts that in front of him was Skiff Belkane. He imagined the dark outline of a man. Runnard emphasized the fact that the Lord of the Scythians and a mid-level god is Belkane. He noted that this god is recruiting evildoers and traitors. Runnard's gaze fell on the dense forest grove. He noted that he had heard that they had already moved to Caspian, but no one could have thought that they would reach the forgotten blue forest. Standing at the cliff, Runnard said that this was his goddess. Belkane asked what this nonsense was, noting that they had seen him break the rules while fishing. He ordered Runnard to release the main character and get out. Looking at Jaewon, he noted in his thoughts that if he left him, he would lose the goddess. He presented the image of a man from whom dark souls fly out. Runnard noticed that whoever loses God loses his mind and becomes a monster wandering through forgotten places. He noted that he was very afraid of this. Taken aback, Runnard thought about what Anderson would lose. He noticed that she was the only goddess who came to his aid in the depths. The mercenary standing in front of him asked if Runnard had misheard. Covering Ewan's body, he replied that he could not give it away and would never leave it. Runnard sat on one knee. Belkane asked if that was true and said so then. He kicked Runnard in the chest. Standing over him, Belkane declared that he would have to force Runnard. He was scared by Belkane. Suddenly, splashes of blood flew through the air. Belkane's hand was cut off. Runnard was surprised by what he saw. Belkane's hand fell next to his accomplice's, who asked how the main character did it. Looking down, Jaewon said that in chaos he at least wore rags. Runnard and Belkane looked attentively at the main character. Jaewon reported that he was completely naked there. A powerful blow hit Belkane on the head, who ordered the death of Jaewon. The main character destroyed it with a powerful attack. Runnard was shocked by what he saw. Anderson asked about where the nudity came from, noting that she was curious about it. Runnard remembered lying in a hammock and talking with Anderson. She asked what she should do, noting that this story had come to her from someone else's lips. Runnard asked whose lips she was talking about. Anderson replied that this came to her from one of the most ancient gods, who is quite strong but rather eccentric. Runkred repeated Anderson's words and asked a question about what kind of god this is. Runnard imagined the muscular man throwing a strong punch. Anderson said that he was cruel, merciless, and hated clothes. She noticed that no one was allowed to appear before him dressed. Runnard imagined the man starting to pose. Anderson said that they usually ran past him, holding clothes in their hands and warning everyone around about his appearance. Frowning, Runnard noted that this god seemed stupid. Anderson stated that he has his own philosophy. Runnard imagined a lot of scattered clothes. Anderson said that God believes that clothing creates duplicity and spreads pretense. She noted that the most important thing is that streams of steam emanated from Ewan. Anderson said that the real fight begins only when he takes everything off. Runnard was stunned by what he saw. The main character walked towards him and asked if he was a follower of Anderson. Putting his hand to his head, Ewan asked for a favor to get Anderson out of his head. Runnard was shocked by what he heard. The main character looked at him with a serious look. He began to examine his hand, mentally noting that he had used doubt, and saw that the world's essence was taking the form of history. Ewan asked if there was a power of nudity, an increase in power. Closing his eyes, the main character heard Anderson tell him that this was more like undressing. She noticed that nudity and the process of removing clothes are two different things. Ewan began to look around the forest around him. The main character noted in his thoughts that he does not feel spiritual energy at all and this world is very different from chaos. Anderson asked if Ewan decided to just ignore her. The main character imagined how a person was enveloped in blue flames. Ewan noticed that in chaos, spiritual energy was used to activate the skill. In the imagination of the main character, a picture emerged of how the outline of a man concentrates yellow mana in his hands. Jaewon noted that in the depths of the world, everything is ruled by the power of peace already hidden in the soul. Looking down, the main character emphasized in his thoughts that he knows about this thanks to Millark's notes, but in life it feels completely different. Runnard called Jaewon out, calling him God. He ran up to the main character and asked to be allowed to become a follower. Ewan replied that he was not his god. Anderson asked what was wrong with Runnard and whether he was ready to betray her. Runnard cried out that he was sure Anderson wouldn't mind. She declared that Ewan should not even dare accept him as his follower. Closing his eyes, the main character said that they both. Ewan was surrounded by golden energy. He ordered them to shut up. Runnard was scared. Looking at him, the main character said that they would start from the very basics. Ewan introduced many monsters and human images. The main character said that in the Great Lands, each monarch has his own region. He imagined many people sitting on thrones. Ewan stated that in the depths, each god has his own land. The main character presented many orange notifications. Jaewon noted that the difference is that the gods in the depths rule the lands much more carefully than the monarchs. A picture of a sign appeared in the main character's head. Jaewon reported that the gods call their lands pages. He presented many symbols in the starry sky. The main character said that there are both huge pages that are run by high-ranking gods, and small pages the size of a village that are run by middle or lower gods. Jaewon stood with his back to Runard and asked if it turns out that the page is a certain corner of the earth. Crossing his arms, Runard asked about the lands, noting that this was a little different. Runard presented a map of the lands and said that what is land for the middle and lower gods is a sanctuary for the higher gods. He imagined a red tree with an eye in the sky. Runard stated that this is because through the page, high-ranking gods can open their own world. He noted that it can be said that this is their weapon. Ewan, in thought, imagined the image of a huge ghoul. The main character suggested that chaos was one of the pages for the disaster. Ewan wondered if it was possible that there were gods out there who could use a power almost as powerful as the king's. The sunlight began to illuminate them. Runard said that it is difficult for high-ranking gods to spread their powers across the entire page, so most simply create some kind of story. He noticed that undressing is also one of the stories. Confused, Runard called Jaewon God. Turning around, the main character with a straight face ordered not to call him God. Runard looked at the back of the main character and asked if he was going to kill Anderson. Jaewon stopped and noted in his thoughts that Runard followed him because he was afraid of losing his goddess. Anderson asked if the main character would kill her. The main character stood with a serious face. Anderson said that she was absorbed by the unique world of Ewan and could close the entrance at any time. Stunned, Runard called out to the main character. Anderson said that this was expected and she felt it immediately when she came into this world. She imagined the demonic image of Ewan and stated that she could not even think that he would turn out to be that famous monarch killer. The main character remembered how Anderson pointed her finger at him. Ewan noted in his mind that he also had some memories of the absorption. The main character imagined Anderson handing over a small bag to a demon. An image of a tower appeared in Ewan's head. He imagined how Anderson, with a smile on her face, created towers in his world. The main character remembered how many monsters jumped out of the tower. Frowning, Ewan stated that she was a cultivator. The main character stood in a bright void. Ewan asked her why she was doing this and if she wanted to become a god. Anderson replied that it would sound like a cowardly excuse, but all gods lose memories of the times when they were cultivators. Looking at the evening sky, the main character asked if it turns out that nothing happened, since she doesn't remember about it. Anderson replied that she understood what he was hinting at, but she was not going to deny the terrible things she had done in the past. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jaewon stated in his thoughts that in his memories, Mullark mentioned that higher beings like angels and demons were born to become cultivators. The main character suggested that they simply did not have a choice in the first place, but he still would not forgive anyone. Runard watched Ewan with his palms crossed. Anderson said that the main character can kill her, but he must take this child as a follower. Ewan asked with a serious face if she was a cultivator and worried about the boy, noting that it boggles the mind. Sunlight illuminated the forest. Anderson said that she was not asking for understanding, but simply did not want Ewan to spoil the impression of him because of her past. His scabbard hung on the protagonist's back. Anderson suggested that the main character does not understand what this former product is doing nearby. She asked Ewan to understand that not all gods live up to his expectations. The main character stood silently in a forest grove. Anderson noticed that her reasons for living change, but her emotions do not go away and they are only hers. Runard began coughing up blood. Taken aback, he reported coughing blood. His blood fell on the grass. Anderson began calling him loudly. Veins appeared on Runard's face and he spoke about his body. Anderson said that his soul was darkening. Ewan stood over Runard. Watching him, the main character noted in his thoughts that the owners of the strange factory were also called Dark Souls. Ewan, in thought, noted that if you do not take into account such rare characters as Aniak, most Dark Souls simply become monsters who have lost their minds from despair. Runard began to scream in pain, holding his head. Ewan noted that if he doesn't help, he too will become a monster. Anderson asked the main character to help Runard. Ewan was sitting on the ground. She stated that Runard is the same person as the main character. Anderson began to beg Ewan to help him. Sitting above him, the main character asked about the man. Ewan introduced his face. He stated that he was human. The main character asked if he could be called a man. Anderson said that there was no time and he should rather help. Ewan frowned at what he heard. Looking up, he asked what needed to be done. Anderson replied that she should take Runard as her follower. Runard looked at his hand and screamed in pain. Ewan asked what he would get for this. Anderson stated that if the protagonist wanted, he could erase her from memory forever, noting that she would not resist. Yellow sparks of energy appeared. The main character said that Anderson is better. Holding the blade next to Runard, Jaewon added that it was better for her to keep her promise. Runard opened his eyes. He began to examine the area and, in thought, asked where he was, noting that it was not Caspian. Runard wondered what this place was. Putting his hand on the ground, Runard noted that followers can see the world of their god, and how followers see the world depends on the perception of God. He sat surrounded by red energy. Runard emphasized in his thoughts that the world of the goddess Anderson was like a fairy tale. He asked if this is Mr. Ewan's world. A skull lay next to his hand. Runard asked if the protagonist had taken him as his follower. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the mahogany tree and the eye in the sky. Runard began to scream in fear. Ewan stood over him and reported that he had passed out. Anderson said Runard was too young for such horrors. Jaewon remembered how the wounded Garam told him that his world would not be in demand in the depths. Anderson said that the main character's world features a huge eye, crows, and graves. She asked who would even want to adopt such a world. Holding Runard on his shoulder, Ewan stated that it was his own fault for wanting to become a follower. Walking with Runard, the main character said that it was time for them to stop chatting and to hit the road. Anderson asked if Ewan was going to get rid of her. They walked along a path where flowers grew. Anderson asked if they had agreed that if the main character helped Runard, then she would allow herself to be disposed of. Closing his eyes, Runard called out to the goddess. Ewan's face was illuminated by sunlight. He announced that he had changed his mind. Anderson asked what the main character said. Turning around, the main character asked her to prove that she deserves to live. The sun's rays were shining through the treetops. She thanked Ewan. Streams of mana rushed towards the main character. Anderson stated that she would prove this to Ewan. The plot takes us to Caspian, to the 84th gate. The light illuminated the huge city. The plot takes us to the entrance, around which tree leaves were flying. The man fell next to Ewan. The main character asked if everything was okay. A monster lay next to their feet. Runard replied that this was true, noting that the deep respected all stories. Runard looked after Jaewon in bewilderment. The main character asked if walking around naked is even respected. Runard asked what the big deal was. Anderson asked Ewan to trust that everything was fine. The main character presented the image of Carlton and suggested that it is possible that they are right and people are different from the gods. Ewan pointed out that it was good that Carlton wasn't there. Approaching the gate, the main character wondered whether this was normal in this world, noting that it was surprising. Raising his head, Ewan noted with a smile in his thoughts that the depths was an amazing place. The man said he couldn't believe his ears. The main character sat down at the table with his hands cuffed. Sitting opposite, a man asked about the history of giving stories with nudity. He asked who came up with it. The stranger said that these perversions are needed in order to calmly rejoice in his unique world. He asked about what Ewan was doing outside. Anderson said this was strange, noting that it was a completely normal story. An enraged Ewan declared that he would finish her off. She asked for a minute and said that she had accurately recorded the plot. The guy looked at the captain and said that the main character was telling the truth. He noticed that there were records of this story dating back to 2,531 years ago. Frowning, the man asked if there was really a recording. Looking at the many tablets, the guy said that this was true, and according to the document, this used to be the story of a high-ranking god. The main character thought about a high-ranking god. Anderson said that this is already in the past and now history belongs to the ordinary god. The captain was taken aback as he looked at the notices. He started talking about Anderson's nudity. He asked if he was God and if he was a follower behind him. The captain asked if it was written in the notes. He noticed that his world power is different and there is information about only one follower. Stunned, Runard stated that their god had only recently accepted him. Anderson asked Jaewon to agree quickly, otherwise he would have problems. The main character said with a serious look that he was right and they needed to let them go as soon as possible. The man frowned at what he heard. Runard began to whisper, covering his mouth with his hand, that even the followers had a hierarchy based on the rank of god. He noticed that the stranger was a follower of a high-ranking god, so he should be more polite. An enraged Ewan stated that he doesn't care about such nonsense. Frightened, Runard began to ask the main character to be quieter, noting that he would sort it out. Ewan walked down the street and said that they somehow managed to get out. Stunned, Runard said that he did not expect the captain to be such a person. Adding to his speech, he said that usually no one interferes in the history of other gods. Walking down the street, the main character stated that thanks to Runard, he managed to enter without any problems and he was at ease. Ewan reported that he was clearly more useful than some. Anderson said that she didn't want to hear that and, in fact, he got through thanks to her. Passers-by were passing along the street. Ewan asked to clarify that it was because of her that they almost got stuck. Anderson asked if the main character knows that he is not a real god, noting that if he were alone, he would definitely be stuck. Ewan imagined a red eye and asked about the fake god. Anderson presented the golden book. She replied that such gods include those who are not in the Akashic records of the Big Brother. She said that usually after becoming a god, registration happens automatically, but Ewan had a different case. Anderson said that the Big Brother factions would never recognize him as god. Walking down the street, the main character said that this is some kind of problematic world. The man shouted that it was slow, ordering him to speed up the pace. There were golden shackles on the people's hands. Waving his whip, the man declared that the slowest ones would be sold into slavery and they had to make a choice. Runnard examined what was happening. The main character asked who these people were. Runnard replied that it seemed like they were new souls caught fishing. He noted that it would be nice to put them up for auction, but first they would have to serve time in prison. Ewan watched the shackled guy. Anderson said this may seem inhumane, but they have their reasons. She noted that if newly captured souls do not find God, they will go crazy. A guy walking down the street pushed a stone. Anderson said that usually the souls that pop up are those that wandered around the edges of the Tree of Illusions, but in rare cases. The stone flew up to the main character. He looked at the stone under his feet. Ewan watched the guy from the crowd. Anderson said that souls who died in the Tower of Nightmares rarely emerge. Looking at the main character, Runnard asked what was the matter. Ewan was taken aback by what he saw. Pictures of the last minutes of Ewan's life surfaced in his memories. He sat with a smile, bleeding. The main character remembered how he clutched the soul stone in his hands. He remembered Ewan walking up the stairs. There was a pool of blood on the window. The main character looked after the passerby. He was dumbfounded. Ewan wondered in his thoughts what he was doing there. Ewan turned around and looked at the main character. Ewan watched him closely. A crowd of people stood behind each other. They were ordered to come in and not hesitate. The main character looked at the two warriors who were discussing that almost everyone had been neglected. He stood not far from them. The two warriors were discussing who had arrived and whether they had spotted anyone. They came to the conclusion that those caught all looked pathetic, so they would most likely end up on the market. Ewan stood with a blank look and turned to Anderson. He asked her about how many followers he could take. Ewan grabbed the blade. Anderson asked about what he suddenly became interested in. The main character held a sword next to him. She said that you can take as much as you want, but Ewan shouldn't tell her what. The main character watched Ewan, who was sitting behind bars. Anderson asked if Ewan wanted to take his friend. The captain walked past the cameras. People from them asked about where they were. They asked if the captain was from Manga. He replied that these fools never understood. Yunwana sat in the cell and listened to the man's words. He told them that these were not the Central Plains, much less Murim. He noticed that this was not some notorious Pangaea or Astrium. Yunhwan noted in his thoughts that this was a damp and gloomy isolation ward. Yunhwan narrowed his eyes. The man ordered them to close their mouths if they did not want to die. The plot tells us that Yunhwan thought so. He wondered in his mind how things had turned out this way. He recalled how he walked among the crowd of those caught. Yunhwan noticed and thought that he got there a week ago. He emphasized that he tried to figure out what happened, but could not remember anything. Yunhwan asked what he was doing there. He remembered the tower and the many demons. Yunhwan asked if the world was destroyed. He was suddenly taken aback. His memories split and he remembered Ewan. Yunhwan trembled and thought about the main character. He noted in his thoughts that he did not know such a name. He held his hands to his face and trembled violently. The plot tells us that Yunhwan was attacked by the cold of the depths and now he cannot remember anything. He watched the girl who was in the cell with him. The plot tells us that the fragile, glass-like anxiety hanging in the air seems to be about to crumble. Yunhwan was like an insect waiting to explode in the midst of chaos. Holding his hand, Yunhwan couldn't help but mutter Ewan's name. He reached out to the memories associated with the main character. The plot tells us that he seemed to be pronouncing the name of God. Someone said a series of numbers. Yunhwan was scared. The man entered the cell and said that he needed to go out, noting that God was calling him. The girl was sitting against the wall. The stranger told her that she should go out too. Watching Yunhwan, the stranger asked if it was them. The warrior noted that the stranger was already there. He moved towards the warrior. The stranger asked if they had left the tower. The soldier replied that this was true and this was confirmed by the Nightmare Association. Yunhwan stood in front of them. The warrior said that the woman only reached the 74th floor, but she was very nice. The soldier said that the guy was unable to clear the tower, but he reached the 99th floor and the stranger would not regret the purchase. Yunhwan looked at the floor with a blank look. The stranger asked if this was all and if there should be more people. The soldier replied that they were following the orders of the Nightmare Association and only these two had memory gaps. The stranger looked after the soldier, who wished him all the best. He looked at Yunhwan and asked if it was him. Smiling, the stranger asked Yunhwan to come with him. Yunhwan was at a loss. Taking hold of the blade, the main character announced that he was leaving. Anderson screamed at Ewan not to do this. Runnard watched the main character in surprise. Standing on the ground, Ewan asked why Anderson was stopping him. She replied that the main character was going to smash the isolation ward into pieces. Ewan stated that he just wanted to save his friend. The main character moved with Runnard through the isolation ward. Anderson said that this is the same thing. She asked if Ewan had any idea how many high-ranking gods there were. Anderson noted that, moreover, there is even a bureau for suppressing the energy of the world. The main character imagined how the castle was holding back many magic balls. Anderson said that this bureau was created to ensure the security of pages. She noted that no god or avatar would be able to use their history's combat abilities in the center of Caspian. Clenching his fist, Ewan replied that he didn't care. Anderson repeated that it wouldn't even be possible to fight there. Stretching out his hand, the man declared that peaceful entry was prohibited. The main character ordered him to leave. He held his hand to prevent Ewan from going further. The main character said that he came for a friend. The stranger chuckled at what he heard. The angry man asked if Ewan didn't understand that this was a restricted area. He asked if the main character only understood things poorly. Frowning, Ewan ordered him to move out of the way. The main character grabbed his blade. A yellow glow began to come from his eyes. Ewan imagined Ewan's happy face and noted in his thoughts that this was a comrade who climbed with him to the 99th floor. He imagined his bloody face and noted that he wanted to know why he didn't go back in time like everyone else. An image of a powerful golden stream of mana appeared in Jaewon's head. The main character wondered what happened to Ewan. Holding onto the blade, the main character was taken aback. He noticed that he did not feel this world. He asked what was the matter. Turning around, Ewan asked who was bothering him, noting that there was no one around. As he left, the man said that if the main character was done with his foolishness, he should get out, noting that he couldn't believe that he had come across such a fool. Ewan was dumbfounded. Anderson asked about what she told the main character, noting that it was impossible to fight there. The main character left the isolation ward. Anderson revealed that if Jaewon tries to use the power of the world, the big story created by the Suppression Bureau will use the World Energy Seal to seal his powers. Ewan asked about how he could help his friend. The main character stood in a blue space. Anderson asked if Ewan would know how to help, noting that she had one way. They looked at a building with a glass dome. Anderson suggested that they first go to that large building, adding that then they could save the protagonist's friend. As they walked down the street, Ewan asked if she was sure. Anderson replied that this would clearly be smarter than mindlessly rushing somewhere. The plot takes us to the World Energy Suppression Bureau in Caspian. The huge building was illuminated by sunlight. Several people ran to the door and shouted to the director that they needed to go there. The dumbfounded director asked what was the matter. The frightened guy replied that now he would see for himself. They ran at lightning speed. They opened the door. The director was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on many human corpses, from which purple mana emanated. Pointing with his hand, the guy said that about 80 followers had already disappeared. The director asked what happened there. The guy replied that strange energy was noticed near the isolator. He imagined how many people stretched out their hands towards the blue cloud of energy. The guy noted in his thoughts that the seal of the world's energy is a story supported by hundreds of followers serving various gods. He noted that since the creation of the Bureau, there had never been a case when history was so badly violated. Pointing his finger upward, he asked the director to look at the danger level. They looked at a huge sign that said danger level 8. He imagined people carrying out corpses. The director noted in his thoughts that a month ago something happened that caused half of the followers to lose consciousness, noting that at that time there was a fierce battle between the avatars and high-ranking gods, but it was not that bad. Clenching his hand into a fist, the director ordered a request for reinforcements, noting that their world energy level must be at least 3 and an entire battalion would be needed. Taken aback, the guy asked who to ask for reinforcements. Turning around, the director replied to ask for reinforcements from the high-ranking gods. The city was illuminated by bright lights. Ewan was illuminated by the city light. He said that they were there. Standing on the street, the main character asked if this was the building. Anderson replied that this was true. Ewan stood in front of a glass building. Anderson said that this is an auction house and there is a high probability that his friend is there. Ewan said with a serious face that he was wondering if Ewan was there. The main character began to rise to the entrance and announced that they were entering. She asked Ewan to listen to her carefully and to enter first. Happy Runnard pointed to the sign recruiting followers. He enthusiastically asked passersby to come and take a look at the unique world of this god. Putting his hand to his face, Ewan asked if he needed to listen carefully. Anderson asked for forgiveness. She said that she forgot that her ID was out of date. Holding his glasses, the man asks to forgive him, saying that gods without identification are prohibited from entering the auction house. Runnard tried his best to attract people to him. Anderson said that if the main character has at least 5 followers, then it will be possible to get a temporary certificate and asked to see how Runnard is trying. Ewan told her to shut up. Runnard put his hand on the passerby's shoulder. The main character noticed that he was doing well and had already adapted well. Anderson asked about what Ewan just said. Stretching out his hand, the man asked if this was a new world. With folded hands, Runnard stated that if he followed them, he would gain many benefits by becoming a high-ranking follower. Crossing his arms, the man asked what kind of world this was and what the history was. Adding, he asked why the avatar was completely naked. Taken aback, Runnard said, "What about this?" Turning around, the stunned Runnard told the main character that he needed help. Ewan extended his hand and said that he would show him now. He shook hands with the main character. The man appeared in Ewan's red world. He started screaming in fear. Laughing, Runnard said that the man had lost consciousness. Anderson noted that they definitely won't gain followers this way. Taking hold of the sword, Ewan assumed that he would have to force his way through. The main character presented his world. Anderson loudly declared that everything cannot be decided like that, Ewan must reconsider his view of the world. She imagined the image of a dead man. Anderson said that most of the followers of the depths live ordinary lives, but it is the main character who looks at the world too darkly. She asked about who would want to make life difficult for themselves, noting that it was already difficult for them. Anderson asked with a smile if Ewan wanted to make the world a more joyful place. She said that she could lend her view of the world. Taken aback, the main character asked what kind of world she had. Anderson imagined many people running around the field. She stated that it is called the world of nudity. Anderson noticed that in this place all the followers are naked. She said that the only drawback is the creepy men who periodically appear there, but this is not prohibited there. Frowning, Ewan asked if she said that her world was like a fairy tale. Anderson replied that this is a fairy tale for adults. Runnard juggled in front of the audience. She asked if the main character really didn't want to change, noting that she wasn't forcing him, but at this rate he wouldn't find a single follower. Ewan replied that he would not change his view of the world. The ball bounced off the main character's head. Crossing his arms, Ewan stated that he would continue to watch and if nothing changed, he would simply push through. Anderson asked if it would be better for the main character to plant flowers and trees in the world. She said that this would make his world more beautiful. People were going down the steps. Anderson asked to make the world more beautiful and this way he will gain followers. Passers-by were discussing that all the souls who ended up in the isolation ward this week had disappeared. The guy asked where they had gone. Grinning, the girl asked if he knew, noting that it was Metaverse Week. Ewan was taken aback by their dialogue. The girl assumed that all souls from public fishing spots would end up there. The main character grabbed the guy by the shoulder. He was stunned by the sight of Ewan. The main character asked to repeat where all the souls from the fishing spots go. A scream was heard in the city. The man asked what the naked man was doing there. Runnard watched the gears. He was delighted with what he saw. Raising his hands, Runnard stated that he couldn't believe he was there. Recalling his conversation with the passerby, Ewan assumed that they were talking about this place. The main character suddenly stopped. Looking up, he asked where it was from. Anderson replied that the depths are large and varied, which is why they are full of insane people. Ewan frowned at her words. He imagined the nightmare reaching out to the man. She said that among them there are fools who want to feel the pain of the product. The main character noted that it would never have occurred to anyone to experience this. His gaze fell on the blue sign. Anderson said that after visiting so many amazing worlds, sometimes you start to miss something simple. They looked at a huge mechanism from which a bright light emanated. Ewan stated that he didn't think he saw the Tower of Nightmares there. He began to read the words on the sign. Ewan noted with a serious look in his thoughts that he saw them in the records of the depths. He presented many symbols in the starry sky. They said that a long time ago a tower was built, created with the goal of reaching the pinnacle of illusions, and it was created specifically so that an old nightmare would challenge the end of the world. The main character noticed that this is a tower of ideals, a metaverse. Looking at the tower, Ewan wondered if it was a metaverse. The main character turned to Anderson and asked if she knew about this tower. She replied that she had been there, but the worst gods lived there. Ewan calmly asked if that was all. Anderson said that when she went there, the main character presented her image behind his back. She noticed that she had lost everything she had. Several people were heading towards Ewan. Turning around, the main character saw those caught. Mujina ordered the trapped souls to go to the other side. Ewan assumed that Yunwan was among them. Turning around, the main character said that the guy passing by the auction house was right. Anderson reminded the main character not to waste his energy. She asked if Ewan had forgotten about the Suppression Bureau. Watching those caught, the main character asked what would happen to them. Anderson replied that most likely they would become puppets in the hands of the gods. Ewan introduced the puppet and asked about them. The main character imagined how they were controlled. Anderson noted that this is the name given to avatars who have lost their soul. She reported that all the puppets in this tower lose their minds and become toys of the gods. The guy pointed his hand at those caught. Jaewon wondered if the gods were trying to gain as many followers as possible. Anderson stated that she said that the depths are great and diverse, so there are a lot of fools there. She noticed that the gods who live in this tower simply cannot stand followers. The main character lowered his gaze. Looking at the tower, Ewan asked for information on how he could save his friend. Anderson said that the main character will die if he gets there. Grabbing the sword, the main character ordered her to tell her how. She agreed, noting that she would tell him if he put the sword away. She imagined a person moving through the platforms. Anderson said that if Jaewon wants to save his friend, he must take part in the events of the metaverse and reach the 7th floor. She said that the puppet auction begins on the 7th floor, but it is very dangerous, so the main character should think about it. Grabbing Jaewon's hand, Runnard said that the entrance was there, and to get through, you need to buy a ticket. Anderson called out to him. Moving forward, the main character said that this could be dangerous. Runnard replied that he was going to get there anyway. They walked towards a lot of people. Ewan asked why Runnard was there. He replied that the goddess Anderson had something to do with him. Ewan walked up to the stranger who was holding papers in his hand. He informed the protagonist that admission for a day costs 50 viras, and if he wishes to purchase a ticket for a week, it will cost 250 viras. The main character asked about faith. Taken aback, Runnard said that this is the currency of the depths and one can say that this is the materialized faith of the followers. Anderson said that she was not going to give this away. A small bag appeared above Jaewon's head and several bolts of energy shot into his hand. The main character asked if that was all. Anderson screamed that it was her money. The stunned Runnard said that there were about 200 vir. Ewan handed them to the man and asked for 2 tickets for 2 days. The main character's gaze fell on a sign that said that if the paid period comes to an end and is not renewed, the visitor becomes a puppet. The man asked about 2 days and asked not to regret it. He asked Ewan if he had read the warning. The main character thought about puppets, noting that Anderson talked about it. The man pointed his finger at the entrance. He asked Ewan to go through the main gate, adding that he would get struck by lightning if he tried to go through the top one, so he might as well not even try. As he walked towards the entrance, Runnard said he couldn't believe they were going there. He cried out with a happy face that it was his first time there and he was even excited. Runnard reported that the goddess Anderson had always forbidden him to approach the tower. Ewan suddenly turned around. He looked at the crowd of people and noticed that there was a familiar face there. He listened to Anderson's speech with a serious look. She asked if the main character realized reality. Anderson said that he will compete against those monsters and that's not all, noting that he has no idea how powerful the tower gods are. Looking away, Ewan declared that he would go anyway. Anderson asked if this was a joke. A blade hung on his back. The main character replied that he knew that she did not want this. Anderson began to say that this was not so. He imagined her grinning face and noticed in his thoughts that Anderson was a cultivator who once ran the Tower of Nightmares. Ewan remembered how she stood behind him. The main character, thoughtfully, noted that he doesn't know why, but she hates this tower with all her heart. Ewan stated that in that case. Standing in front of the tower, the main character asked if she said that she lost everything in this tower. Ewan noted in his thoughts that Anderson would be useful to him. Lowering his hand, the main character stated that then. Pointing his finger at the tower, Jaewon said that the loot needed to be returned. The men moved towards the closed door. Putting on his glove, the director asked if the guy was sure they needed to go there. He answered the director that this was so and that is where the reaction was noticed. He watched the pink sign. The guy said it was subtle, but they were trying to track down the story they noticed. The director said that this is strange and this power of the world is supposedly the 8th level. There were many blue projections in front of the gate. The director reported that no traces had been found. The guy stated that he brought a witness who was nearby during the incident. The director, with a calm face, asked about the witness. Looking at him, the red-haired guy said that he had brought the commander who had come on shift that day. Stretching out his hand, the witness reported that he did not see any battle, but a naked fool appeared there, causing a fuss. Taken aback, the director asked if there were any casualties. The witness responded that there were no victims, noting that Ewan was simply holding a sword. The angry guy asked how the witness dared to report such trifles. Raising his hand, the director asked when it was. He asked if he could look at the CCTV footage. The witness puts his hand on the pink projection. He noticed that he used Mr. Vanguard's action camera to record it. The image of the main character appeared on the screen, holding a sword. The director was dumbfounded. The guy remembered how there were corpses on the floor from which pink mana emanated. He called out to the director and cried out that the time coincided perfectly with the moment of the incident. The puzzled director looked around him. The guy screamed that this couldn't happen. He asked if the level 8 warning occurred because Ewan simply picked up the sword. Clenching his hand into a fist, the director presented a purple outline of a man. He noted in his thoughts that he would like to agree and say that this is impossible, but the depths are a place where inexplicably strong people meet, so anything is possible there. The director, thoughtfully, noticed that a month ago an awakened child appeared, lured away the followers of all high-ranking gods and disappeared without a trace. There was a pink projection in front of the witness's face. The director asked why the video was of such low quality. The witness replied that he did not know this himself. The director introduced dark outlines of people. In his thoughts, he asked about the interference in the video. The director guessed that the god who could summon them must be a high-ranking one. He emphasized that in the worst case, this was the work of a vassal of the 7 great constellations, but such power would have been discovered by the inspection center long ago. The enraged director, screaming, ordered people to gather all inspection captains who had noticed anything unusual over the past couple of days. Pointing his hand at the man, the guy said that he had brought one. The director asked him to report. The man recalled how he sat at the table opposite the main character. He said with a surprised look that he saw a strange naked avatar, all the time talking about worldview. He noted that Ewan was a newcomer and a follower of a low-ranking god, so he didn't pay much attention. The director wondered if nudity was part of the worldview. With a serious look, he asked the man if Anderson was the name of God. The man was taken aback by the director's question. He said that this was true and asked how the director knew this. The director's gaze was blank. He asked where Anderson's avatar was last seen. The guy replied that it was at the entrance to the metaverse. The director looked at the blue night sky. He noticed in his thoughts that so much time had passed. The director wondered if people had completely forgotten about Anderson's nudity. He noted that if her avatar was really there. The director was dumbfounded. He declared in his thoughts that a disaster was approaching Caspian. The plot takes us to the metaverse. The light coming from the lamps illuminated the room. Anderson reported that this is so. Behind Javen was a happy Runard. She stated that not only were they not supposed to be there, but there was also a child on their tail. The main character asked her to shut up. Ewan walked down the corridor. Anderson said that she was not going to help the main character and asked him not to say that she did not warn. Ewan informed her that she can do whatever she wants. Frowning, the main character said that he could cope without her help. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ewan ordered her to keep quiet. Anderson said this is the wrong road. The main character stood near a bright stream of mana. She advised that Ewan should stick to the right side. The main character asked if Anderson said that she was not going to help. Ewan approached the illuminated passage. She stated that she helped him out of old memory. The main character said that she spoke as if she had been reborn. Anderson asked about rebirth and noted that this is what they call it now. Ewan reported that she didn't manage to climb, so she's probably out. He noted that he hoped that her information about the failures would be useful to them. Anderson asked if the main character was told that he had a bad character. Ewan stood stone-faced. She noticed that, be that as it may, it would be faster this way. Anderson suggested that most likely nothing has changed. Ewan said she grumbles a lot, but she has a point. The main character approached the yellow projection. Anderson asked Ewan to shut up, noting that he was now dependent on her, so she had no other choice. The main character was looking at a poor quality notification. Ewan said that some message appeared, but he couldn't see anything. Anderson noticed that the main character is awakened. She assumed that he would not be able to see the system. Streams of energy began to flow from Ewan's eyes. Anderson said she would share her eyes with him. She said that the main character would be unlucky if he did not read the message. Ewan stood in front of the orange sign and looked at it. It said that the main character got to the first floor of the metaverse and approached the Metaview's parking lots. Looking around the dark space, Ewan asked if this was the first floor. He noticed that he could not see anything. Turning around, the main character saw how the space began to glow brightly. Frightened, Runard called out to Jawen and reported the space. The main character squinted when he saw a bright light. Colorful lights illuminated Jawen and Runard. A notification appeared that the main character is now a passenger on the first floor of the Metaview's. Stunned, Runard assumed that they had finally entered the Metabase. The protagonist's gaze fell on many passers-by. A message appeared that they were now in a safe zone. Ewan looked at the girl in the suit. A notification appeared that the power of the protagonist's world is displayed in the world and is available to anyone. The message said that Ewan did not yet have a rank and it was necessary to assess the strength of his world. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if it was possible to concentrate power into numbers, noting that it was not that different from spiritual energy. Ewan looked up and saw a sign stating that the power of his world could not be measured. Anderson suggested that the awakening affected the information in the system. She noted that nothing could be done and asked the main character to look at the screen. Ewan's gaze fell on the sign that stated the rules for passengers. A projection appeared that said that the Metabase was divided into 10 floors and that after completing tasks on the current floor, he would be able to move to the next floor. The main character presented a multicolored tower. A message about the second rule appeared. Ewan read that he can earn and spend faith to purchase items through quests or enhancing his worldview. The main character presented 2 blue spheres. Yuan's gaze fell on the sign about the 3rd rule. The main character learned that passengers can use parking lots to move to lower floors, but moving to more than 1 floor is subject to a fine. Yuan imagined an arrow pointing to the floors of the tower. A message about the 4th rule appeared. The main character read that each floor has a boarding bell and can be activated by pressing it. However, for its use on the 6th floor and below, a fee of 1,000 ver and half of what is earned on the floor is charged. Yuan imagined a sign hanging near the 5th floor that said showers were prohibited there. The main character began to look at the sign about the 5th rule. Yuan learned that only 9 people could be on the 9th floor, and only they would be allowed to challenge the last floor. The main character presented a picture of a man. A message about the 6th rule appeared. Jaewon read that the passenger who reaches the last floor will have the opportunity to request anything from the Metabuse driver owner. The main character presented the 10th floor of the tower. Shrouded in an aura, Yuan imagined the image of Yunwen and the dark outlines of people. The main character noted in his thoughts that this is nothing special and he has 3 things to do in this tower. Yuan noted that the first thing was to save Yunwen on the 7th floor. The main character emphasized that the second thing is to try the unique fighting techniques of the gods. Jaewon noted that he needed to find out how to get to the top of the illusion tree by finding the clue Mullah left at the end of the tower. The main character presented the image of Mullah and huge gears. Jaewon noticed in his thoughts that according to Mullah's records, he had already been there. The girl stood behind the main character and greeted him. She asked if Yuan knew who she was. Holding the microphone to her mouth, the girl announced that she was Renee and she was again trying to climb to the top of the Metabase. Renee stated that this is not an advertisement, noting that she has no subscribers on her channel. She asked who would pay her. While watching Renee, Yuan asked if it was a streamer. Renee stood in front of the screen and asked if viewers said she looked like Siren. She thanked people, noting that she was a big fan. Renee started shouting that she had prepared a lot of interesting things today, namely, she pointed her hand at Yuan and said that she had prepared him. She asked if the audience could see them, noting that they were newcomers who were not often seen there. Renee stated that this can be seen from their behavior because they walk and look around. The enraged protagonist stated that they had been staring at him all this time. He offered to talk to them. Anderson said that she had heard about such streamers, but she was always surprised as if she was seeing it for the first time. Smiling, she turned to Yuan, calling him a newbie and asking if she could ask a few questions. Renee said that the main character should not worry about the first interview. A projection of bunny ears appeared on the stunned Yuan's head. A sign popped up that Miss Renee gave the main character 100 ver. She stated that this was her gift, and if Yuan answered all the questions, she would receive more. The main character frowned at what was happening. Anderson asked what Yuan was doing and asked him to quickly agree. She noticed that Renee said she would give more, noting that the main character still had to restore her faith. Yuan noticed in his thoughts that it was not alone. The windows of the city glowed with bright light. The main character, in thought, emphasized that he doesn't care about faith, but if Renee is telling the truth on the air, then it might help him find Yunwen. Renee put the microphone to the main character's cheek and asked him what his name was and why he went to Metabase. The main character replied that his name was Jaewon and he came to save his friend. Putting her hand to her face, unenthusiastic Renee asked if the main character went to such a dangerous place to save his friend. She cried out that it was touching. Many signs appeared on Jaewon's head, saying that the gods do not believe in this and the newcomer is handsome. Renee screamed that she simply could not miss a person with such a touching story. Renee extended her hand and offered to team up with her. Crossing his arms, Yuan replied that he didn't want that. Pointing her finger upward, Renee suggested that the main character had no idea how dangerous this place was. She noticed that Yuan entered through the usual passage, but there were a lot of scary places there. Stunned people looked at the main character. Renee asked Yuan to be extremely careful, because there are a lot of fools around who kill for pleasure. She said that it was better not to contact them under any circumstances. The angry man fought. Renee noticed that they are very dangerous and nothing will stop them from killing. Smiling, she asked if Yuan understood how dangerous it was there. Renee suggested that the smart thing to do would be to team up. The main character thanked her for her advice. Yuan approached her and asked how she was different from them and if he could trust her. Taken aback, Renee asked what the main character said. Runnard listened to their dialogue in bewilderment. Lowering the microphone, Renee addressed the newcomer. She smirked and said that Yuan was smart. There was a huge sign hanging over the city. Renee said that the main character can believe or not believe, because if the gods ask to betray him, she will do it. Putting her hand to her chest, Renee stated that if Yuan joined, she would help him find a friend. Looking at the main character, Renee asked what floor his friend was on. Crossing his arms, Yuan replied that he heard it was on the 7th. Surprised, she asked about the 7th floor and asked whether the protagonist's friend had become a puppet. A sign appeared that said that some gods were asking if it was true. A message came out that several gods were asking if the newcomer was able to climb to the 7th floor. Renee asked if Yuan's friend was handsome. Frowning, the main character asked what these questions were. Yuan introduced the image of Yuan. Renee said that beautiful puppets can break through to the 8th or even 9th floor. The main character asked if this meant that Yuan could be taller. Renard was taken aback by their dialogue. Renee noted that it turns out that now Yuan needs her. She noted that there is still time and the main character can think carefully. Renee stated that if Yuan wanted to improve his chances of getting there, he would need an experienced teammate. A sign appeared that said that some gods were asking if the main character perceived the 8th floor as stupidity. Renard looked around the illuminated city. Anderson reported that Renee looked strange. Stunned, Yuan asked about the last time Anderson was there. She replied that she had been there about 500 years ago. A sign appeared asking for a new recruit. Smiling, Renee said that there was no point in buying stories, noting that they were all useless. Surprised, Renard asked what to buy then. He asked if it was worth buying a beginner's kit. Anderson screamed that Renard shouldn't accept gifts from strangers so thoughtlessly. Happy, Renard thanked Renee. She stroked Runkered's head. Yuan turned away silently. Anderson asked if the main character was going to continue the journey with her. Stunned, Renee and Renard clicked on many signs. Anderson stated that she would give Yuan friendly advice to be careful with Renee. She noted that she felt that Renee's energy. Distressed, Renee watched as multiple purchase notifications appeared around her. Anderson noted that she felt that Renee's energy was from another universe. Renee's screams were heard throughout the city. She called out to the main character and said that she also had a lot of things for him. Yuan replied that he didn't need it, so he could take it. She asked if it was true and thanked the main character. A message appeared stating that the entrance would open in 1 minute. Renee, with a smile on her face, said that time was almost running out and asked if it turned out that they were now a team. Anderson said that something about her was bothering her. The main character watched the bright city. In this case, Renee suggested switching to you. Yuan refused her offer. Renee screamed that the main character was very rude and treated her disrespectfully and forbade her. There was a sign in the city that the entrance would open in 10 seconds. The sign began to disappear. Renee asked how old Yuan was. The main character replied that he was 2,000 years old. Renee screamed that Yuan was lying, and in that case she was 20,000 years old. The main character with a serious face asked if she was serious. Renee started laughing and asked what Yuan was thinking. A message appeared that the entrance to the 1st floor was open. People were surrounded by yellow energy. The man looked at the sky and asked if it had already started. The stunned girl said that she hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. Turning around, Renee asked what it was like for the main character on the 1st floor. She noted that this is a change, the planet is outside. Renee emphasized that nightmares love this place. She said that she had been there a couple of times, but each time it was a strange feeling. A crowd of people stood on the road. Renee asked if those tall buildings looked strange. Standing in front of Renee, Yuan noted in his mind that he didn't think that the ground floor would be the setting of the ground. Looking at the main character, Renard said that he had already seen this place. Jaewon asked if Renard knew about him. He replied that he had looked while he was studying the different alignments in the forge. Renard stated that in this world one becomes a hunter and exterminates demons. The main character, with a straight face, told Renard that this was not such a place. A sign appeared that said that the basis of this floor was hunting. A notification came out that some gods said that they were already tired of the 1st floor. Yuan imagined Yunwan's face. The main character noted in his thoughts that he heard about hunters from Yunwan. Yuan emphasized that he was not very interested in this, so he did not ask and should have listened more carefully. Stretching out her hand, Renee noted that the main character was lucky. Yuan asked why this is. She said that usually in such worlds, tasks consist of killing monsters. Renee noted that there is nothing complicated about it, so it's not that difficult to cope with. A lot of people were standing on the road. Renee noted that the difficulty depends on the monster. There were many monsters in the alley. She stated that with weak monsters everything is as easy as shelling pears. A red stone appeared above the monster. Taken aback, the guy asked if these were pathetic goblins. Taking out a katana, the man said that the 1st floor was easy. A crowd of people ran into an alley infested with monsters. The guy cried out that even if they only fight against goblins, he will not allow anyone to take credit for his achievements. The man screamed that the first kill would be his. The enraged goblin ran towards the people. The guy hit the monster with his sword and said that you can get killed for mass murder. Screaming, he asked where the boss was and ordered to find him. Ewan looked at the signs above his head. A notification popped up that a reward for the first kill had been received. The main character stood quietly with his arms crossed. Several notifications appeared that Ewan had received a token. Stunned, Runard asked the main character if they needed to do something. Looking at Ewan, Renee asked why he was waiting, noting that everyone else had already left. Looking at Renee, the protagonist assumed that he was still there for the same reason as her. A smirk appeared on Renee's face. Pointing her finger, she said that Ewan is smart, adding that she advises against acting rashly before the floor assignment is announced. A huge monster fell to the ground. A message appeared that ground floor passenger diners had won first place in points. The stunned man screamed that the first 2 passengers had already scored the most points. Drops of sweat were running down the guy's face. He noticed that if they didn't hurry, then there wouldn't be a goblin left for them and they would need to use the kit. A message appeared that they had purchased a normal attack enhancement spell. A notification popped up that they had purchased an exclusive first floor set to enhance their combat power. A projection appeared saying that an exclusive event was available and the Metabass had received a request from the Upper Floors Alliance. The Alliance stated that it would give 3,000 faith to anyone who could demonstrate innovative ways to torture goblins to high-ranking gods. The goblin was sealed in a water ball. The man said that he would see how long the goblins could survive underwater. A message appeared in front of him that the gods liked the spectacle. Fire mana was concentrated in the guy's hand. He asked if the gods were curious about what a roasted goblin smelled like. A notice appeared in front of him that some gods were interested. Ewan stood in front of Renee with his arms crossed. He noted that the situation was heating up and asked why people were going so far. Renee replied that the goblins managed to annoy everyone, so everyone hates them. She noted that the gods would applaud if the main character was killed by a passing goblin. The purple sky enveloped the city. Ewan stated that they are just trying to gain faith, noting that he has no intention of earning it that way. A message appeared above the main character's head that the first floor mission was ready. The notice said that the mission of the first floor was to earn 10 tokens in 30 minutes of hunting goblins. The reward will be 500 faiths and passage to the second floor. The message was marked that tokens can only be obtained for goblins that are marked. Reviewing the message, Renee stated that this was not what she expected, adding that there was usually some kind of trap hidden behind such buildings. Holding his head, Runnard suggested that maybe it was just a goblin hunt. Smiling, Renee said that with such a mission it is better to hunt separately. Inspired, Runnard noted that he would also go look around. Ewan said that they can do whatever they want. The main character looked after them. Renee stated that she would see Runnard again and asked her to try not to die. He said he would go first. Turning around, Jaywin watched as Runnard jumped up at the sight of the goblin. Anderson asked him not to worry, noting that Runnard was a great runner and everything would be fine. The main character began to leave. Ewan said he wasn't worried. Anderson asked whether the main character himself could cope, noting that there were no goblins there at all. Ewan started running around the city and said that he needed to find someone as quickly as possible. Streams of wind enveloped the buildings. The main character noted in his thoughts that he had to collect 10 tokens, but there weren't many goblins left. A message appeared that Ewan could purchase a new ground floor item and suggested purchasing a goblin map. Anderson asked if she could even buy a card. Ewan moved at lightning speed. She asked the main character if they still had faith. Ewan replied that faith was over. Anderson asked what they should do now. The main character noticed in his thoughts that the first stage of awakening is doubt. Golden mana began to flow from Jaywin's eyes. The main character imagined himself standing in a dark space where the outlines of people and monsters were visible. Ewan noted and thought that the second stage of awakening, awareness. The main character imagined a guy holding a goblin by the head and swinging a blade. An image of a monster hiding from a person popped into Ewan's head. Frowning, the main character said that he had found it and was not so far away. Anderson stated that the awakened ones have an advantage and she is surprised that Ewan can do this. Rings of golden energy emanated from around the protagonist. Ewan asked if the gods could do this. Anderson suggested that probably some people can do this. The main character said that it looks like she doesn't know how. She asked if Ewan was waiting to add his 2 cents. Many sounds came from the city. The happy guy shouted that he was the first to earn a 10. People looked at him in surprise. Holding the monster's head, the guy screamed to be given a reward for completing the mission. A notification appeared that the animal target passenger was the first to receive 10 tokens. The goblin's jaw hung from its severed head. The guy with a grin ordered to fight until the last goblin, calling everyone fools. She told them to work as hard as they could until all the goblins were exterminated. A message popped up that a goblin had appeared with 10 tokens. A lot of people were dumbfounded. The guy screamed that this was boring. Taken aback, the man asked to look at what was above his head. Turning around, he asked if it was over his head and what they were talking about. Looking out the window, in front of the guy was a huge dark goblin. A message appeared that if you kill the specified goblin, you can get all the tokens that he collected, and after the end of the wave you can exchange the tokens for faith. A red indicator appeared above the stunned guy. He asked about why he became a marked goblin. Taken aback, the guy screamed that this couldn't be happening. A projection surfaced that there were 20 minutes left before the first floor closed. A crowd of people came towards him and said that there was nothing they could do. The guy was scared by what was happening. A message has surfaced that some gods are enjoying the new goblin hunt. He ran away with steam coming out of his mouth. Pointing his finger, the guy ordered to catch people with a mark above their heads. A notification popped up that a goblin had appeared with more than 10 tokens. Ewan watched the chase with a calm expression. The guy ran into the wall. A man approached him and, holding a hammer behind his back, declared that the time had come to finish him off. The guy fell to the floor and extended his hand and asked him to stop. He stated that if he killed him, he would also become a goblin. Smirking, the man asked what the guy with the mark was talking about. He noted that he just needed to hold out for another 20 minutes. Swinging his sword, the stranger suggested simply cutting off the head of the guy with the mark on his head and moving on. The guy put his hand in his pocket. He shouted that he would give the people the tokens and scattered them. Many people followed them. A token flew next to the main character. Anderson asked if they could grab the badge. In front of Jaewon was Runard, who called out to him. Holding the token in front of him, Runard announced that he had collected 9 tokens. An indicator appeared above Runard. A notification popped up that a goblin had appeared with more than 1 token. Ewan frowned at what he saw. Lots of notifications about goblins popping up. All the people in front of the main character turned into monsters and were discussing it. A message popped up that a large group of goblins had appeared with more than 1 token. Frightened people held tokens in their hands. Ewan noted in his thoughts that you can become a goblin even if you haven't collected 10 tokens. The main character remembered the sign with the task. He noted in his thoughts that if he thought about it like that, then nowhere was it stated that you could become a goblin only if you collected more than 10 tokens. A lot of angry people looked at each other. Ewan emphasized that the mission of the first floor is to kill goblins and collect 10 tokens. The main character emphasized the fact that the first floor was originally created for passengers to fight among themselves. Looking at his hand, the stranger asked if he had become a goblin simply because he had collected the tokens. Stretching out his hand, the man said that if so, he stated then. Runard was frightened by what was happening. A crowd of people came towards Runard and ordered him to give up his tokens. Ewan covered it with his hand. Holding onto the sword, the main character asked him to stay behind. People looked at Ewan and asked him what he was doing. The stranger asked to look at the main character and asked if he had any tokens at all. Touching the projection, the guy replied that Ewan doesn't have a single token. The stranger asked which god the main character served. Ewan stood in front of them. He noticed in his thoughts that there were about 12 people there. The main character noted that this would be enough to test his strength in the depths. Ewan frowned. Anderson said that something will happen now. Smirking, the stranger asked the main character to simply give up the tokens if he did not want to die. He screamed in pain. Stunned people watched as the stranger flew into the wall. He was approaching the building. People were taken aback by what they saw. Blood spattered from the wall. A dark aura began to hover around the area. Dark streams of energy knocked people down and threw them away. The frightened guy screamed, asking for help. Holding the blade in his hands, Ewan looked at the splashes of blood. Taken aback, Runard turned to the main character and said that these were those people. Blood dripped from the stranger's blade. Runard remembered running away from people with the main character on his back. He noted in his thoughts that he needed to be very careful because there were a lot of fools out there who killed for pleasure. Runard remembered the stunned faces of the strangers. He noted that one should avoid meeting them at all costs. The guy in the red cape walked towards the main character. Runard noted that otherwise, there was a high chance that they would end up being followers of a high-ranking god. Anderson said that these guys are apostles and they are stronger than followers, but weaker than avatars. The man held his hand to the golden projection. A message popped up that someone was using a badge scanner. Looking at the stranger, the guy in the mask said that the guy behind him had 9 tokens, and the guy in front had none. He asked what they would do. The man stated that they would get rid of Ewan and take the child. There was a powerful blow. Ewan parried the stranger's blow. The guy watched the main character and noted in his thoughts that he was a fool. His blade destroyed Jaewon's sword. The stranger, thoughtfully, noticed that the main characteristic of the scythe is physical strength, but the apostles can use melting. He emphasized that this means that most of the weapons that his scythe breaks. The guy was suddenly taken aback. He noted in his mind that Ewan's blade must have melted and he could not reach the weapon. He asked the main character to let go. A mouth appeared from the sword. The main character's blade absorbed the guy's weapon. Ewan assumed that his sword had not been eaten for a long time. Crossing his arms, the guy asked about the story of the main character and how much power he had. A sign appeared that it is impossible to measure the power of the world. The main character closed his eyes. The stranger asked what was wrong, noting that it wasn't working. Ewan emphasized in his mind that this was careless. The main character wondered why they were all saying the same thing. While watching Ewan, the guy said he thought he knew who it was. He noticed that low-ranking followers had recently been spotted. The man assumed that this naked guy was one of them. Throwing off his cape, the stranger said that if Jaewon dares to go against his people, the man's eye began to glow red. He stated that the protagonist must deal with the consequences. Anderson said that this is the main avatar of Belkane and he is much stronger than other followers. Ewan frowned at what was happening. A message appeared that God Belkane senses that the main character is looking at him. Standing in front of the man, Ewan wondered if this was God. A powerful aura began to emanate from the stranger. A notification popped up that God Belkane was unhappy with Jaewon. The main character watched him with a serious face. Ewan wondered in his thoughts if his energy sensor was rusty, noting that it couldn't detect his power level. Anderson said that the main avatar can use about 90% of the powers of his god. She noted that since there is a big difference between low-ranking gods and mid-ranking gods, it is better to avoid fighting with them. The main character stood in a dark space. Ewan reported that he felt that she was not saying what she felt. Anderson looked at the main character in surprise. Ewan stated that he thought she wanted to watch him fight. She replied that she wanted to see the suffering of Runnard's offenders, but she imagined the demonic form of Ewan and said that she even more wanted to see how strong the awakened one she had chosen was. Anderson said she wants to know if the rumors that Ewan is a monarch killer are true. She noted that she wanted to assess the chances of him taking revenge on the tower. Anderson closed her eyes. She merged with the main character. Ewan stated that she could watch if she was interested. The main character watched his opponent. Anderson asked what it was. An inscription appeared above the man that the novice god supports Belkane's avatar. Anderson asked if this was the little brother's message and why they were seeing it. Holding the sword in front of him, the main character asked where it was. Anderson asked Ewan to wait. Watching the main character, the man suggested that he was not focused on conversation. His army rushed towards Jaewon. The stranger ordered them to kill the main character. Ewan took a fighting stance. A purple stream of energy flew towards the main character. Ewan dodged the magical blow. A notification appeared that the number of tokens had increased to 10. Sitting on the roof, Renee stated that it looked like everything was going according to script. A notification appeared that some gods were asking Renee what this stupid lie was. Putting her hand to her head, she asked the gods to forget, noting that what was important now was what. Renee watched Ewan's opponent. She said that this was Diner, Belkane's avatar. Renee said people call him the promotion avatar. She pictured Diner with the tower in the background. Renee noted in her thoughts that this is the so-called Death Squad and this is the title of people who always strive to kill. She noticed that they serve the middle-ranking god Belkane and always start from the first floor. Holding the microphone to her face, Renee stated that she hated bumping into them. A message popped up that some gods were saying that Renee was accepting faith from others as well. Renee watched the main character fight. A message appears that the flame god Ignis says that Jaewon is hiding his powers. Renee replied that a follower hiding power was impossible. Renee's gaze fell on the protagonist's blade. She noted that this spiritual weapon was incredible, but such a replica could now be found anywhere. A notice appeared saying that some gods were agreeing. Many warriors rushed towards Jaewon. Renee noted that the main character is already surrounded and is about to die. She asked if he could hide his power. Ewan parried the blow. Renee noted that if the main character hides his power like this, then so does she. A message popped up saying that some gods were saying that Renee had been using too much sarcasm lately. Standing up, Renee declared that it was time to help. She was suddenly surprised. She watched as Ewan pointed his blade at his enemies. There was a powerful blue explosion. Renee was thrown away by the shock wave. The windows of the building began to crack. Lying on the ground, Renee asked what it was. She was taken aback by what she saw. She watched Ewan walk among the corpses. The main character observed many corpses of warriors. Renee and Runnard were frightened by what they saw. She wondered if Ewan was really hiding his powers. Clouds of dust rose from the main character's blow. Diner asked in his thoughts about who. He watched Yehun and asked who he was. A notification popped up saying there were 10 minutes left. Taken aback, Diner thoughtfully asked whether the main character was able to knock out 5 apostles and a mid-ranking god with 1 attack. A message appeared saying that some gods had noticed the commotion on the first floor of the Metabas. Ewan looked at Diner with a serious look and said that he thought that a mid-ranking god could withstand a normal attack. A projection appeared in front of the main character, which said that some gods could not believe in his victory. Streams of red mana began to emanate from Diner's hand. He noted in his mind that he did not intend to waste so much effort on the first floor. A message appeared in front of him that many gods had paid attention to the battle. Diner clenched his teeth and noted in his mind that if he started to retreat, Belkane would never forgive him. A message popped up that the Scythian god Belkane was expressing disappointment at the impotence of his followers. Diner started walking towards Ewan and asked him to stop getting in the way. He noticed in his thoughts that he had no other choice. Diner walked among clouds of dust. He asked about who the main character is. He asked if he was from the association, or perhaps in favor of promoting this raid. Ewan, watching him, replied that he didn't understand anything. Frowning, Diener ordered the main character not to make a fool of himself, noting that such a strong man had nothing to do on the first floor. He emphasized that if Yuan was honest with him, he would spare his life. The main character was holding a blue blade in his hand. A notification appeared that some gods were interested in Jaewon's identity. While watching Diener, the main character asked how high one could climb with such skills. Taken aback, Diener wondered what the main character was talking about. He suggested that Yuan doesn't know how to communicate with people. Diener said he could walk to the 6th floor on his own. The main character looked at him with a serious look and asked if that was all and if he could only go to the 6th floor. Smirking, Diener asked if Yuan was good at provocations. He rushed at the main character and screamed that he would cut him into pieces. The windows of the buildings were broken. Suddenly, the buildings were cut apart by purple energy. Behind Diener, a multi-story building was collapsing. An enraged Diener ordered Yuan to leave. He asked if the protagonist's confidence had ended and whether he would now run away. Jumping up, Yuan watched Diener from the air. He was beside himself with rage and called the main character a vile rat. Watching Yuan fall on top of him, Diener noted that he might be ashamed of himself. Watching the enemy, the main character noted in his thoughts that he wanted to see how strong the one who is able to reach the 6th floor is. Yuan noted that he would wait until he showed all his skills. Diener started throwing a lot of punches. He wondered if the protagonist had decided to wait until time ran out. A message appeared that some gods were evaluating their battle. The main character dodged many of his opponent's blows. Diener noticed in his thoughts that he, an elite who had been promoted to the death squad, could not leave a scratch on him. A message surfaced saying that the Scythian god Belkane was furious about what had happened. An enraged Diener noted in his thoughts that he would not allow Jaewon's plans to come true. He grabbed the red talisman. The main character was leaning on the building. Anderson suggested that Diener was up to something. Diener's talisman began to exude dark energy. He stated that he would show Yuan how big the gap was between them. A crazy grin appeared on his face. A notification appeared that Diener's avatar was using a skin. The main character was illuminated by bright energy. Smirking, Diener asked if Yuan knew why they say about Metabas that the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. He stated that the fact is that there are objects that further distance them from those who have nothing. There have been many reports that thanks to the skin, Diener's stats have increased. He took on the image of Garam and said that one of these items was a skin. A notification popped up that this was a rare Garam secret flavor monarch skin. Yuan was shocked by what he saw. Putting the blade behind his back, the main character asked how Diener managed to take on such a guise. Standing opposite, Diener in the guise of Garam replied that this skin was known even to such a fool. He assumed Yuan understood now. His fist was in front of the protagonist's face. He stated that Yuan has no chance of winning. There was a powerful explosion. Reports have surfaced that the Scythian god Belkane is coming out to support his avatar, and the connection between the avatar Diener and the god Belkane is progressing. The main character was furious at what was happening. Anderson said synchronization has increased thanks to Belkane's support. She asked Yuan to stop being harmful and use her power. Dina rushed at the main character. Anderson stated that at this rate, Yuan would lose. Smirking, Diener said that it was time to die. Diener sent a huge stream of fiery mana. The windows of buildings were destroyed by Diener's energy. There were powerful gusts of mana in the area. Diener landed on the ground. Looking at the main character, Diener stated that he could have avoided this if he had simply given up the tokens. Standing between the ruins, he said that the main character was burying himself. Diener's accomplices watched him and shouted that he was amazing and could defeat such a monster in an instant. He stood in front of the rubble of a building. Diener noted in his mind that this was the end and Yuan did not survive his blow, given the skin and history. Observing the ruins, Diener noticed that he was completely carried away and spent too much power on the first floor. He suddenly turned around. Directing blue mana at Diener, the main character said that he now knows what Metabas is. Diner's gaze fell on Jaewon's blade. The main character said that thanks to him, he now understands the level of the 6th floor. Yuan stated that they were all. Looking calmly at Diener, the protagonist said that they were a little weaker than the monarchs. Stunned, Diener said that this could not be. He asked if Yuan stood up as if nothing had happened. Drawing his leg back, the main character said that the major generals of the Great Lands repelled the blow 4 times. Holding the sword in front of him, Yuan said that he wondered how long they would last. Diener was taken aback by what was happening. He looked at his minions and shouted that they needed to connect to the power of the world. His allies were dumbfounded. Diener said that with the support of God Belkane, they can open his sanctuary. He asked them not to be afraid and to attack altogether. Many warriors, shrouded in purple mana, rushed towards Jaewon. The main character concentrated red mana in front of them. Ewan said he uses a worldwide lunch. Red mana appeared above the main character, in which a tree and a red eye were visible. Stunned, Diner noted in his thoughts that Ewan was a monster. A powerful blast of red energy rang out. Diner wondered if it was a lunge. The main character's blow cut the space. A message appeared that the god of the Scythians was struck by the guard and was furious. Lots of notifications popped up. They said that the Scythian god Belkane fell asleep due to great damage. God of Flash's Ryiri can't believe what's happening. The flame god Ignis is interested in the main character. The god of destruction wants to accept Jaewon as a follower. Ewan picked up the token from the ground. The message said that the god of wisdom, Higmatun, condemns the careless behavior of the protagonist. A notification popped up indicating that the time was up. The main character watched the cracked space. Anderson asked about what Ewan did. A message appeared that the conditions for clearing the first floor of the metabass had been met. Holding the token in front of him, the main character asked what was wrong. Anderson said this was impossible. She asked if Ewan was still asking. The main character watched the ruins. A message appeared in front of him that he had received 86 tokens. Ewan stated that he couldn't waste so much time on everyone who stood in his way to the 7th floor. The main character said that this tower is a world, which means that it can be destroyed. Ewan raised his head and looked at the hole in the sky. A message popped up that the main character ranks first in the number of tokens. Ewan said that's why he decided to break through directly. Huge, destroyed buildings could be seen on the horizon. Renee with long hair was sitting on one of the buildings, and looking down she noticed that she thought he was just an ignorant show-off. Who would have thought that he would destroy the metabass? The girl looked at the protagonist with crazy eyes and added that he was more amazing than she thought. Runard quickly ran forward. A moment later, he raised his hand high, smiled broadly, and loudly called to the protagonist. Ewan looked carefully at the approaching guy and thought that he had already forgotten about him, and Anderson noticed that she told him not to worry, he runs great. The main character sharply raised his head upward, stared attentively, and wondered if he really only broke through to the 5th floor. It seems that something interfered with this on the 6th. In other words, there is someone on the 6th floor who is able to block his attack. A moment later, the sky cracked and a huge, blue portal appeared. Ewan stared at him intently and threw his head back. The main character sharply tensed his gaze and stared at the portal. Then a huge beam of light appeared and crashed into the ground, right next to the protagonist. Ewan sharply put his hand in front of him and took cover from the strong wind. A golden tablet began to appear. A huge elevator appeared in front of the main character and the guy, and a sign said that the conductor of the 1st floor of the metabuse had called him. The main characters abruptly flew out of the portal, found themselves in outer space, and the sign informed that he had sent a request to stop. Ewan watched closely from the elevator what was happening. He saw people fighting ghouls and screaming loudly. They flew among different pictures of events and quickly flew past them in outer space, and Ewan wondered if this was the 1st floor. He looked straight ahead. A girl named Siren and a man in a helmet named Millark appeared in his head, and then thought that the nightmare that created this tower was pursuing its own goals, just like Siren and Millark. The main character imagined in his head the tower in which he is located and added in his head that on the 1st floor everyone becomes goblins. Some become monsters themselves, some hunt monsters. Be that as it may, people sacrifice themselves in the name of the tower. A moment later, the main character opened his mouth slightly and said that he heard that those who wanted to experience the pain of the product had gathered here. Then he abruptly folded his hands on his chest, remembered the floors of the tower, looked gloomily in front of him, and added that the souls of the depths either never climbed the Tower of Nightmares, or tried, but it didn't work out for them, the gods of the depths, those who have forgotten about the times of cultivation, and Anderson noted that everything was so. Ewan looked up carefully. The main character looked into outer space. They were quickly flying on an elevator in outer space, and said that if she saw the end of the tower once, you wouldn't want to get to it again. A moment later, the elevator doors slowly opened in front of the protagonist's face. The main characters abruptly exited the elevator and carefully looked around. They arrived on the 9th floor. Runard stared in front of him in surprise and opened his mouth wide. Runard looked carefully in front of him, saw a huge number of elevators, and noticed that it seemed that this was a stop, and Anderson said that this was the requested stop. The conductors were here. In the protagonist's head, a smiling girl was walking straight at him, and he made a dissatisfied face and wondered what was happening. This was the conductor of the metabass, and the goddess noticed that there was one on each floor. A golden stone began to appear in front of the protagonist, and Runard pointed his finger at it in surprise and opened his eyes wide. The main character looked carefully at the stone, saw the inscription rating of the 1st floor, and then noticed that it seemed to be the rating of the metabass. He carefully studied the writing on the wall and read, Rachel Yun. Then he lowered his head thoughtfully and noticed in his head that some familiar name was her former avatar. In the protagonist's head, Anderson was visible through the broken glass. Runnard sharply tilted his head, yawned slightly, and asked why his name was not there. He was sure that he had broken all records. After these words, a portal appeared behind the main characters, from which it was heard that it would be soon. The heroes turned sharply and stared attentively at the unknown man, and Runnard was slightly frightened. They saw a creature with white fur and crooked horns coming out of a purple portal. The main characters saw him wearing a jacket and a bell around his neck. A moment later, a goat in a suit appeared in front of them and said that he had set a new record on the first floor and was glad to meet him. A moment later, Runnard opened his mouth wide and spread his arms to the sides in surprise, and the main character slightly scrunched his face and thought that this was a real goat. Then the guy suddenly rushed towards the goat in a jump, came closer in it and stared at the goat with emotion and shouted that he was a real goat. This was not a suit and could he touch it, and the goat looked at him carefully and asked what was wrong with him. Runnard began to torment the goat with harassment and screams as gently as possible, and the main character looked attentively at this picture, heard Anderson's words that he thinks he works here now. Times have changed, and thought that it seems that she knows this goat, and the goddess asked if would he mind if she borrowed his body for a while. She wants to talk to the asshole. The goat grabbed the guy tightly, turned to the protagonist and said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself, but Anderson interrupted him and asked him what he called him. Virtus. The goat opened his eyes wide and asked how the fallen god knew his name, and then realized by his aura that it was Anderson. A moment later, Anderson smiled broadly and said, "Nakedness." They appeared in the gray world. Virtus slowly brought something on a tray, and Runnard and Anderson carefully watched it. The goat slowly placed a mug of purple liquid on the table. Virtus began to sit down at the table and said that he was having a rather modest reception, and Runnard asked that this was really tea, to which he received the answer that he purchased it in the closed zone of Caspian. It is useful for restoring the power of the world. Anderson looked in surprise as Runnard swallowed all the tea. Virtus looked carefully at the goddess and noted that he did not think that she would return here, and the protagonist's body smiled broadly and asked if he was really bored. Anderson stared at the goat carefully and asked how he became a guide. After all, he used to be Saval's avatar. Virtus averted his eyes, put his hand in front of him and replied that as she knows, Savile is no longer alive. An avatar that has lost its god has almost nowhere to go. Anderson folded her arms on her chest, lowered her head and, opening her mouth wide, asked that he decided to become a slave of the tower, to which the goat replied that otherwise he would not survive. Virtus raised his hand to the mug, looked into it carefully and asked why she returned. She solemnly turned to the goat and replied that she had no choice, and Virtus looked at her with his mouth wide open, began to put the tea on the table and asked what she had forgotten. Virtus carefully looked straight into her eyes and noticed that she would die if she returned. She promised the association. Anderson looked rudely and angry at the goat and asked, and the association kept its word. The goddess put her elbows on the table, held her head in her hands and remarked that she saw what they were selling during her ascent to the tower, and Virtus looked at her pitifully. A moment later she hit the table hard and asked why. Anderson sharply pointed her finger at the screen behind her and loudly asked why everything happened this way, what kind of goods these were, and since when did they sell such useless things in the Metaverse. A moment later, she looked at the poster behind the goat and asked what kind of elephant it was, and Virtus put his hand to his face and hid behind it. The goddess jumped up sharply, looked angrily at the goat and said that on the way here she saw some kind of skin of the monarch, but they did not say that skins were also made from her believers. A moment later, Anderson grabbed the goat tightly by the collar and asked what happened to her followers. She stared angrily straight at the goat, opened her mouth wide until a vein burst and shouted that he said that he would save them. What was wrong with them? Virtus looked at her carefully and replied that everything ended badly, and she looked at him even more angrily and shouted his name. Then the goat clenched his teeth and exhaled. A moment later, he flew up, stared at her angrily and shouted that 500 years had passed. That was enough time to become a low-ranking god. Anderson began to slowly let the goat fall to the ground and heard that he did not know what she had planned for herself with this return, but that what she was looking for was not here. The goddess stared attentively at the floor and froze. The tea on the table began to shake and blue lightning began to appear around. She clenched her fist tightly, looked carefully at the goat and noticed under the falling mug of tea that was why she had returned. Runnard stared attentively at the flying cookies. He stuffed his mouth full with them, and the goddess added that she would destroy everything. A moment later, she was all lit up with lightning. Her eyes lit up with lightning and turned blue and screamed at this damned association and all the fucking traitors. A moment later, Anderson began to fall exhausted and said that things were bad. She fell unconscious on the table and said that the power of the world, and Virtus and Runnard looked at her carefully and tried to find out if she was okay. The guy began to cry sharply, put his hands in front of him and asked if she was okay. A moment later, the main character stood up sharply and confidently, which made Runnard very scared. Ewan put his hand to the back of his head, exhaled slightly and noted that he thought she had fallen asleep. And Virtus looked at the protagonist in slight fear and exhaled and said that due to the lack of power in the world, everything could have ended sadly. The goat closed his eyes, lowered his head and said that who would have thought that Anderson would use a buff, and Ewan began to slowly rise, looked carefully at the goat and noticed that he seemed to know her well. Virtus raised his head sharply and looked sadly at the ceiling. He looked at his portrait on the ceiling, where he looked more menacing, and said that 500 years had passed since his last meeting with her avatar, and the protagonist stared there. The main character sharply turned his head towards the goat, folded his hands on his sides and asked who was at the top of the tower, and Virtus answered that the driver, but this answer gave rise to even more questions. The goat spread his arms to the sides, looked carefully at the protagonist and replied that whatever they call him, the driver of the Metabuse, the guide of 10,000 gods. Javan and Runnard looked attentively at the goat and heard that the heir of heaven, the owner of the star, an ancient memory, an idle monarch. A moment later, Virtus opened his gloomy muzzle and noticed that he was the only one here who knew how to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions. After these words, Jawan stared at the goat in horror. The main character looked confidently at the goat and asked if he could meet him on the top floor, to which he received the answer that of course, if he gets there. Virtus looked carefully at the protagonist, put his finger in front of him and asked him not to destroy the tower, and the main character noticed that it seemed to him much easier to smash everything and instantly get to the top. Profiles in a golden frame appeared in the goat's head and he noticed that he would pay if he destroyed the playground of the unfortunate gods. He had no idea what this place meant to the gods. Virtus began to slowly move away from the main characters and noticed that he came to save his friend, he knows where he is. Ewan glared at the goat and replied that he didn't know, but the gods above must know, and he didn't think they would appreciate his actions. He wasn't here to do these childish tasks. The main character looked carefully at the screen and heard that for some, these tasks are a consolation, and for followers, this is a place where they can take a break from the tedious fight for the sanctuaries. Ewan looked at the goat menacingly and angrily and asked that he was offering him to become a clown, to which he received a negative answer. Virtus turned his head at him, slightly raised his chin and said that he was inviting him to become a hero. The main character looked carefully at the goat and said that he was not interested in this. If you destroy the metaverse, the arrogant gods themselves will crawl out, and Virtus noticed that he recognizes his strength. The hole in the ceiling will really surprise everyone. But this is not the first time. Something like this has happened a couple of 100 years ago, and the main character asked again. The goat raised his head up, presented a stone with the rating of the first floor and replied that the rift was doing the same thing here as he was, and he heard that this time someone from their squad was involved. Virtus put his fists behind his back, clenched them until they crunched, and added that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't skip floors. Unknown symbols of the golden case appeared in front of the goat's face, and Virtus noticed that this was a special case. God had paid for everything and asked to be sent to the top floor. Runnard opened his mouth wide at the news and asked how serious it was. The goat looked carefully at the inscription and added that it seems that some gods are interested in him, and he also received an offer from his superiors. And Jawan looked at him carefully and asked about the offer, and Runnard looked with his mouth open and noticed that they want to use them for advertising. In the guy's head, the main character appeared standing in a heroic pose, with a tower behind him, and above his head it was written that he was the son of the meta-universe. And Virtus looked carefully at the dreams and noticed that, simply put, he would become the symbol of the season. 2 golden notifications appeared in front of the protagonist and he did not understand what they meant, but the goat noticed that it seemed that they had arrived. Jawan carefully studied what was written in the notices. One said that the Flame Union hopes to see him in their advertisement. The second that the Hope Union also hopes to see him in their advertisement. And the third the Oblivion Union also with advertising. Runnard looked attentively at the notices, spread his arms and shouted that they were offering 2 million, and Virtus noticed that, surprisingly, this was the first time he had seen such an amount. The main character gritted his teeth slightly, looked at the notice carefully and asked if it was good, and the goat replied that it was very unusual. Virtus put his finger to the screen, looked carefully at the protagonist and said that undoubtedly, because of him, the souls of the depths are flocking here. Here is a more detailed explanation of the conditions of the promotion. The goat poked at the screen and said that we were talking about goods, then a notification appeared that the Flame Union was introducing various products, and an event was currently being held to receive skins. 2 cards appeared above the goat's hands, one with a skin for the god of thunder named Thor, and the other a skin for the god of fire named Ignis. Virtus imagined in his head a surprised person looking directly at the cards and noticed that these are, so to speak, costumes. In accordance with the chosen skin, the appearance changes. The owner of the skin can use the abilities inherent in it. Virtus put a blue screen in front of him, held it out to the protagonist and noticed that this skin is now the most popular. Ewan saw a guy with dark hair in front of him and read that this is the skin of the ugliest king named Kim Dokja, which gives an additional effect, increasing the speed of movement and attack by 40%. Ewan carefully took the card with the skin, studied it, and through a displeased face asked why it was ugly, and Kim Dokja had a strange name, and Runard in the background jumped high, put his hands up and shouted that he should take it. The main character carefully examined the skin of the dark-haired guy and asked that it was necessary to buy the skin with the money received, to which Virtus replied that this was the meaning of the advertisement, asking him to understand that there are gods who watch over his appearance. Ewan held the card in his hands, looked carefully at the goat and asked if this was fair. It seems he reads something about justice, and Virtus coughed and replied that this is not something to worry about. In any case, this offer is a good opportunity. After the goat's words, the protagonist suddenly heard the voice of the goddess, who noticed that she had taken a short nap, and when she woke up, she discovered that a monstrous thing was happening. Ewan sharply covered his ears after Anderson started shouting that whoever supports whom, they don't need the help of these advertisers if they have to earn money. She will do everything with her own labor, and replied that he understood and asked to stop, and the goddess added that if he takes at least something, she won't leave him alone. Virtus looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if he really would just leave, to which he received a positive answer. After the protagonist answered, he looked straight rudely, and notifications appeared near his head that the gods of the Flame Union considered his choice interesting and the gods of the Hope Union did not understand his choice. After the protagonist's answer, the goat smiled broadly. A moment later, he raised his finger up, looked carefully at the protagonist and loudly remarked that he did not deliberately choose a sponsor in order to gain significance. He was a terrible person, and Ewan replied that he should let him think as he wants. Then the goat lowered his head, closed his eyes and, putting his hand in front of him, asked him to at least not destroy the tower. It was dear. The main character nodded slightly, stared angrily at the goat and thought that he shouldn't incur the wrath of the gods until he finds out where Yun Hwan is. Ventus clapped his hands sharply and noted that since he refused sponsorship, here is his compensation. This award is given only to the best players of the first level. A moment later, the protagonist's skin began to turn golden. He quickly began to put on his clothes. Within seconds he was fully dressed. Ewan sharply put his hand in front of him, clenched his fist tightly, and a notification appeared in front of his face that this was a set of Rian Lot's combat uniform. Level 5, additional effects, increased strength, water resistance, elasticity, noise reduction, and high speed. The goat looked carefully at the protagonist in new clothes, put his finger in front of him and, smiling, suggested that he could take it off at any time using a button. Runard sharply turned his back, carefully examined his new, white equipment and shouted for the protagonist to look, and Javen noticed that he was thinking about how he was wearing clothes for a while, and Anderson asked what humiliation it was just now. Ventus put his finger in front of him, smiled broadly and noticed that additional rewards had been set after his words. A notification appeared that said that 2,000 faiths had been received as an additional reward and access to the 6th level had been opened. The main character stood confidently on the metal floor and asked that he could immediately go to the 6th level. The goat sharply lowered his head, looked carefully at the floor and replied that yes, as he had already said, some of the gods bought passage for him to the upper floors and he understood that it would be stupid to refuse such a thing. The main character began to gloomily walk out the door, and Runard waved his hand to the goat and said goodbye. Ventus bowed deeply, lowered his head to the floor and asked the protagonist to take care of Mrs. Anderson, and the protagonist only turned an eye to him. After the protagonist left, the goat suddenly raised his head and stared at his porter in his youth. Ventus sat gloomily in his chair and turned his head when he heard the question that the newcomer was coming. Without turning his head, he replied that just recently, and Renee noticed that he had not accepted a single advertising offer and left. A moment later, the girl lowered her head to the floor, smiled widely and added that, as expected, he was fun to watch, and Ventus noted that he thought the broadcast was still interesting to many people, the god of fate. Renee stood straight and looked attentively at the goat. The girl looked carefully at the broken plate and cookies on the table, and then asked why he sponsored his passage, to which she received the answer that he wanted it. Ventus looked carefully at his desk and added that he was sure she had no plans to mess with the tower when the gods found out. Renee abruptly interrupted him, appeared behind him in an instant and asked in horror what he thought. She was afraid of them. The goat opened his mouth slightly and, all sweaty, replied that the 7 supreme gods could find out. She was going to intervene. Renee looked at the goat carefully and silently. She lowered her head at him and asked if he thought it was all in vain, and Ventus turned sharply to her and asked again with an angry look. After a moment, the girl clapped her fingers. Huge green screens appeared in front of them, showing a broadcast of the passage of floors, and Renee said that so many believers are trapped in the tower and are pursuing a useless goal. Ventus sadly lowered his head and noted that they need this world. For them, this is the only paradise. Renee imagined a goat sitting on a chair in complete darkness and said that you can risk your life, earn faith, buy skins and sets like someone possessed, and then climb the tower again for skins and offers, and this is called heaven. God the judge leaned over his shoulder and said in his ear that the metaverse had long lost its original meaning. And the goat looked forward in horror and noticed that it was too late, and she asked that didn't this remind of the events of 500 years ago. A crowd appeared in the goat's head near the tower and he grinned his face, and then furiously noted that that day the riot was suppressed and the tower system was not shaken. Then she sharply clenched her fist until it crunched and added that she knew how many high-ranking gods died that day. Renee looked at him carefully and noticed that she knew, so this time she would try something different, and then she heard that that was why she was helping him, and the goat added that he had no chance of reaching the last floor. Renee looked carefully at the back of his head and asked if he really thought so. The golden stone was slightly cracked and the girl noticed that it had set a new record for the first floor, which had not changed for hundreds of years after a warrior named Malad. Ventus sadly lowered his head and said that he didn't know whether he would have succeeded if he had not been Anderson's successor, and Renee looked at him carefully and asked what he was talking about. The god of fate looked furiously at the goat and asked that maybe he accepted a bribe from the Union, and he answered with gloomy eyes that not really, she had not forgotten that she was on the 6th level. The main character looked confidently through the golden screen, and Runnard ran up next to him, and the goat noticed that if he really was Anderson's intermediary, then he will not cope, he will die along with his god. The main character came into the central room with a checkerboard-colored floor. The main characters suddenly raised their heads, looked at the tall and huge room, and the golden notification announced that they had arrived at stop 6, 3 and had access to the tasks of the 6th floor. Jaywin raised his head sharply, looked up carefully and thought about another stop, and Runnard shouted how many doors there were. A notification suddenly appeared in the middle which said that the 6th floor of the metaverse. The task is 3 doors and complete the task, and the reward is passage to the 7th level and 500 faith. The main character looked straight ahead with confidence. Anderson began to say that it was finally time to act, and the protagonist interrupted her with the thought that there was no time, she needed to go faster. Javen and Runnard confidently and quickly rushed to the elevator, and Anderson loudly asked to listen at least briefly. A door suddenly opened in front of the main character, from which a golden wind with bright light poured out. A notification also appeared in front of him, which informed him that the event was a Starstream collaboration. A young guy with dark hair looked straight and heard a sound. Then he turned sharply and stared straight ahead, and in front of him was a red-haired girl. The next gold-colored notification popped up across the entire field of view. The main character folded his arms on his chest, looked confidently at the notification and noticed that it suited him. The passage time was short, and the next notification said that the passage was open. A sign indicating the arrival of transport appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The main characters appeared in the middle of a metro station. Runnard smiled broadly, closed his eyes and folded his fingers and asked if the protagonist had a plan, to which he received the answer not to worry. He did not come with an empty head, and the guy loudly noted that he knew that he could be relied on. Ewan stared carefully into the dark subway tunnel, saw many black silhouettes with red eyes and noticed that it couldn't be otherwise. A moment later, huge, furry animals with sharp claws ran towards the main characters. A moment later, the animals surrounded the protagonist and the guy, and Runnard shouted that here they were, a whole pack, and asked what his plan was. Ewan put his sword in front of his face and stared menacingly straight ahead and replied that the plan was to cut with a lunge until there was no living space left on them. After these words, the main character made the fastest possible attack, left behind a huge stream of light, and from his blow the limbs of the animals scattered throughout the tunnel. Runnard opened his mouth wide and looked at the bright flash. A moment later, one of the doors glowed brightly and the entire corridor was illuminated with light. Runnard fell out of the door and immediately fell to the floor. The main character began to slowly walk out of the door, slightly lowered his head and noticed that the job was done, nothing complicated, and Anderson noticed that almost all his clothes were torn and Runnard noticed that he almost died. The guy looked at the protagonist in fear and asked that they completed the mission correctly. In the naked guy there was a moment where he throws a stone at a huge bear and finishes off that the first card, just survival, is quite easy to deal with. Runnard looked carefully at the protagonist and said that it was the second, but the protagonist did not even pay attention to him. A moment later, the next event of the Starstream collaboration was activated. A huge, golden notice appeared above the city, saying that this task was the strongest sacrifice, the difficulty was extreme. The main characters appeared in the middle of the city, and notifications informed him that other passengers would be moving around the map, and he needed to cope with the oncoming wave of monsters. There were a huge number of people on the streets of the destroyed city, who looked carefully at the protagonist who had appeared, and the notifications added that the conditions of the cleanup, the death of half of the passengers or the death of the strongest participant. At the moment he is the strongest passenger in Seoul. A moment later, the main character tightly grasped the sword in his hands and blue essences began to appear from it, and Jaewon noticed in his thoughts that he would destroy this world. The main character raised his sword into the sky and curls of blue energy reached towards him. A crowd of people opened their mouths wide and shouted that the protagonist here is the strongest, you need to kill him, and the mission will be completed. The main character looked at them carefully after shouting for them to give up on the monsters and to get rid of the protagonist. The asphalt around the protagonist suddenly cracked, and people began to dodge the bright light, after which a notification appeared that the mission was over with the death of half of the passengers. Ewan turned his dissatisfied face, pressed the button on the suit and noticed that this was not in his plans. But it just so happened and he was interested in how this ugly king coped with the mission. And Runnard carefully looked at the protagonist and noticed that thanks to him they finished very quickly. A moment later, a bunch of notifications appeared that the god of illusory flame Volkaus was furious with him, the god of emotions Heka hated him, the god of the flood Damer cursed him, and the god of flame named Ignis liked his straightforwardness, and Runnard opened his mouth wide and noticed that these gods also took part in the mission. A notification about currency exchange appeared in front of the protagonist, to which he confidently and quickly replied that he wanted to exchange. Runnard grabbed a small bag of currency, put one to his eye and shouted that he would become a little richer. With the faith he received they would be able to extend the entrance ticket, and the notice noted that the god of flame Ignis was interested in what mission he would choose this time. Ewan began to slowly follow the joyful guy, heard that this was not the Ignis she knew, and asked that they knew each other. The golden screen in front of the protagonist's face began to shake slightly, and Anderson replied that in the depths of the god of flame everyone knows and he would never watch such a broadcast. There must be an imposter, and Ewan noticed in his head that there seemed to be a problem with the connection. The main character confidently continued to walk along the long corridor, and the goddess added that the level of her account and little brother was simply too low, and noticed in his head that that girl named Renee had no interference. A moment later, the goddess lay down on the ground in the protagonist's world, turned away and said that then let him go to her, and the protagonist slightly rolled his eyes and asked that she was offended. Ewan began to quickly approach the guy and said that this time the door that the goddess would choose would be opened, and she asked again, and Runnard stared at the light straight ahead with his mouth wide open. A huge notification appeared saying that they had completed 2 missions, they only had to choose the last one. Runnard looked at the doors with locks, then sharply turned his head and noticed that all the event cards that had not been cleared were closed. Only ordinary ones remained, and Javen thought that they had deliberately made the choice of such cards impossible, and the goddess replied that she thought so. Notifications began to appear in the middle of the room, which informed that Metabas version 1.54 and Metabas version 5.46, and the main character thought that they were in version 9.61, these were obviously earlier. Ewan confidently walked through the doors with golden plaques, and Anderson noticed that this is a feature of the 6th floor. After the release of a large-scale update, the previous version disappears and ends up on the 6th floor in the so-called Metaverse Museum. Runnard turned sharply in the middle of the stairs, looked carefully at the protagonist and said that almost all the versions here are classical, and the goddess added that this is why there are a lot of passengers here, and before the Metabuse was a fair place, passengers were awarded special honors only for their merits. The main character approached the guy, looked at him carefully, he turned to the protagonist and said that he heard her voice but did not see her. The main characters walked confidently along the corridor, and Anderson said that she thought his world power had increased a little after clearing the 1st floor. A little more and they would be able to talk, and then the guy noticed that now he couldn't hear again. Runnard stared attentively at the golden sign, pressed his nose against it and said that he would like to go to a place with good reviews, but there was none with a rating higher than 2 points, and the goddess noticed that at first everyone was so naive. Runnard clasped his hands together, smiled widely and shouted that if they were presenting a classic to passengers, then it had to be the very first version. Runnard abruptly started from his place and, starting to walk away, shouted that he would try to find her. The guy ran up to the door with a gold sign that the place was currently closed for renovations. Runnard fell sharply to the floor and looked at her with horror and frustration. Ewan abruptly walked past the guy, stared carefully ahead and thought that the gods must find this pathetic tower funny. And Anderson noticed that 500 years ago everything was completely different, then there was a feeling everywhere that he was really close to the end of the world. The protagonist stopped abruptly, looked straight ahead and thought that she was here to have fun, and the goddess replied that she was here for the same reason as him, he also wants to save his friend. The main character approached a huge door. On it was the inscription Metabas 3.12. He carefully raised his head and heard Anderson say that they would come here. A sign with a review of half a point appeared in front of the main characters, and Runnard noticed that the rating here was below 1, and the protagonist replied that he didn't care. Runnard put his hand to his chin, looked carefully at the door and thought that, after all, you could get more rewards for a map of higher difficulty, and at that time Jaywin extended his hand to the door. The main character grabbed the handle tightly and said that they had to go, and the notification warned them that they had chosen Metabas version 3.12. The main characters appeared in a snowy forest. Runnard walked confidently through the snow and left footprints. Ewan walked confidently next to the guy when he said that it was cool here, and Anderson noticed that she couldn't even think that she would still be here. The main character abruptly looked to the side and looked there carefully. He saw a small body of water, cosmic colored, in a small crevice. He stopped abruptly and looked into it carefully. The main character sharply raised his head, saw cracks in the sky, and noticed in his head that there were traces of his blow from the first floor. Had he really come all the way here, but there was no crack in the sky? Someone must have blocked his blow upstairs. Ewan looked attentively at the sky, and then a notification appeared before his eyes that said that they had entered the 6th floor of the Metabase, a picture of the world of this place 500 years ago, the era of the Great Revolution. Then a huge, golden notification appeared with invisible data, and Anderson noticed that nothing had changed, a great damn revolution. The main characters confidently walked through the snow, and the protagonist decided to destroy something. And the goddess asked what else to destroy. There were only ruins here, and he asked if she was here. Ewan stood in front of the village, the windows of which were shining brightly from afar, and Anderson replied that this world is very similar to the 8th floor, which she once challenged. Someone fell dead, someone ran to another floor, and then asked what the village was like. The main character clenched his teeth tightly, looked angrily at the village, and said that there were no clues, so he would have to study everything himself. And Runnard turned to him in fear and asked that in the reviews they wrote that it was better not to go to the village, whether they could cope. Ewan turned to him, looked carefully, and replied that they would sort it out on the spot. There were 2 guards standing near the gate, carefully watching everything around. The guard sharply tensed when behind a small fog he saw 2 unfamiliar silhouettes. A moment later, he held out his spear in front of him and shouted for them to stop and tell them who they were. The main character slowly began to draw his sword and threateningly told him to step aside. Ewan suddenly tensed up and stopped. His hand shook sharply, and he looked at the sword and then asked what the goddess was doing. The protagonist began to become covered in blue bark. A helmet was slowly placed on his head. His eyes turned blue. The main character blossomed sharply and looked carefully at the stunned guards. Runnard looked carefully at the body of the protagonist under the control of the goddess, and she thought that the power of the world was so familiar, such a warm feeling. Seeing such a picture, the guard threw his spear to the ground. He looked straight ahead in shock and trembled slightly. He saw the protagonist's hand move. Then the goddess herself appeared in front of him with a slight fear on her face, and in front of her stood the frightened protagonist, and the guard shouted that it was Miss Anderson, and she recognized him as a man named Gantz. Snowflakes fell on the roof of the house. Gantz put it on the table and said that it was not thick, but what it had. Ewan was sitting at the table looking at him. Anderson thanked him. Runnard reached his hand towards the food and cried out that it was very tasty. Gantz patted him on the head and asked if he was a new follower of Anderson. The main character held a cup of tea near him. Gantz asked if she had descended to become an avatar. Anderson replied that this was true. Ewan noted in his mind that this was a lie. Gantz said with a serious face that she had finally returned to the tower. Candles illuminated the room. Anderson asked what Gantz was doing there. He replied that he lived quietly, noting that, as she saw, it was modest, but he was happy. The main character looked at the cup of tea in his hands. Anderson asked if Gantz was happy. He stood silently over Runnard. Turning around, he said that they would be back soon. Looking at him, Anderson asked in Ewan's body about who would return. Gantz replied that it was Christian and Marina, noting that the others were there too. Throwing wood into the fireplace, Gantz said that by midnight everyone goes to work. Anderson screamed and asked who was making them work. Gantz's face was illuminated by the fireplace fire. Gantz asked her not to misunderstand. He said that they were doing this themselves in the name of saving the world. Gantz's gaze fell on the fire in the fireplace. Anderson called out to him. He assumed they were about to return. Gantz left the house and looked at the people. He waved his hand. Anderson asked what they were carrying. Gantz replied that they were carrying or found in the ruins, or the corpses of monsters that hunted nearby. She asked why this was. Turning around, Gantz asked if she understood. The man came out of the blue portal and stated that he did not want to come there because of this fool. Standing at the portal, the guy asked about what was left. He noted that among the survivors of 500 years there were no people left who retained their sanity, and they would still have to return there to replenish supplies. The stunned Gantz looked at them. Anderson, in the body of the main character, looked at him and asked who it was. She said that these gates can only be purchased in the shop. Anderson noted that this means that they are definitely higher than the 7th floor. She asked what they were doing there. Gantz began to run towards the strangers. Anderson called out to him questioningly. The guy looked at the outline of the crowd of people and said that that was enough for today. A man from the crowd shouted that they were the Reapers. The girl was trembling with fear. The man said that this is all they have. The Reaper nudged him with his foot and asked if they were laughing. He asked if they were offering to be content with this, noting that even 5 enhancement stones could not be made from this. The red-haired girl covered the fallen man. The guy approached his friend and said that it was better not to quarrel with them and if something went wrong. The stranger asked about what could go wrong. He noticed that he did not see this fool anywhere. Taken aback, the guy asked if he was joking. Gantz called out to the Reapers from behind. Gantz ran towards them and asked them to understand. He reported that the monsters had not appeared for several days. Smirking, the Reaper asked if this was so. He said that then nothing could be done and he would have to make up for the deficiency with something else. He extended his finger and called out to the people standing behind him. He ordered to follow them. The frightened girl asked if they were being addressed. Reaper grabbed his comrade's shoulder and noted that he said they couldn't take people away. The guy called him a coward and asked who needed them. The Reaper cried out that they should go to them. A distressed Gantz asked the Reaper to stop, noting that if they continued, they would. The Reaper asked what they would do to them. He began to approach Gantz and asked if they thought they were weaklings for being so kind to them. Standing in front of him, Gantz replied that he didn't think so. Smirking, the Reaper asked what such godless scum could do. He began to concentrate fire mana in his hand and asked why Gantz grimaced. Placing his hand on Gantz's shoulder, he began to burn his body. The Reaper asked if something was wrong with him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gantz asked that in this case the others should not be touched. The Reaper cried out that this was entertaining and Gantz was very proud. Gantz silently endured his body being burned. The Reaper stated that he would see how long he could last. He looked at the frightened people and screamed that such rabble could not even protect their god. He asked if they thought that once they showed pride, something would change. He began to laugh and shouted that they should beg for mercy if they did not want to die. Anderson, in Javen's body, grabbed the Reaper's hand. She turned to the main character. A blue light started coming from Yuan's eyes. Anderson said that she uses the body of the main character. Taken aback, the Reaper noted in his thoughts that Jaewoon was a fool and asked where he got such strength. The Reaper pushed the main character away and asked who he was. He asked if Yuan knew who they were. Standing in front of them, Anderson, in the body of the main character, asked if they were pawns of the Alliance. A notification popped up that Fire God Flamers sensed her presence. Anderson asked about Flamers. Frowning, Anderson asked if some poker dared to mock her people. The Reaper looked at her with an angry face. He rushed at Anderson in the body of the main character and declared that she was finished and they would open the sanctuary. She watched the fiery streams of mana. She frowned. Anderson imagined golden runes in her thoughts and noted the opening of the sanctuary. She presented many messages and noted that according to Mullark's records, all the gods of the depths have their own unique worldview. She imagined two people shaking hands. Anderson emphasized that the worldview exists thanks to believers and in the worldview avatars have almost unlimited power. She noted that sometimes powerful gods use their alignment in battle. The area was engulfed in enormous fiery mana. The Reaper used the fire demon colony of the Flamers' sanctuary. Anderson noted that this is what is called the opening of the sanctuary. Stunned, Runnard began screaming and calling for Javen and the goddess Anderson. Smirking, the Reaper declared that it was too late to regret anything, calling the main character an arrogant fool. Stretching out his hand, the stranger directed streams of mana at Jaewoon and wished him death. The main character watched a huge column of fire. Gantz began to move towards Jaewoon. He pushed the main character away. Anderson called out to Gantz. A powerful shock of energy was heard in the area. Enveloped in flames, Gantz turned around and called out to Miss Anderson. The Reaper, with a crazed grin, declared that he would burn them to the ground. Yuan grabbed Gantz by the shoulder. Anderson turned to the main character and said that she would reset everything. Jaewoon held several clots of mana in his hand. She said it would take some faith. The main character was beside himself with rage. Clothes began to disappear from Yuan's body. Anderson presented musical notes and said that a long time ago, people stood in front of a huge clot of fiery mana. Taken aback, the man asked about the music. The red-haired girl noted that this could not be true. Anderson said in her thoughts that there once lived a naked goddess. Gantz had severe burns on his face. He looked at his hands and asked if the fire had gone out. Vegetation began to appear under Yuan's feet. Anderson noted that the goddess hated clothes. She, in the body of the main character, walked towards the Reaper. She moved along the ground, on which grass began to grow. Anderson said the Reaper crossed the line. Taken aback, the Reaper asked how Jaewoon did this without opening the sanctuary. He noted that the main character also walks around naked. Looking at him with a serious face, Anderson in Yuan's body replied that she did not need any discovery. Anderson said in her thoughts that they say that she spent her whole life naked. Her gaze fell on the grass that appeared on the ground. She grabbed the Reaper by the head and declared that this world was her sanctuary. Closing his eyes, the Reaper asked to wait. Anderson reported nudity. She squeezed the Reaper's head. His comrade began to scream in fear after what he saw. Anderson, in the body of the main character, looked at the second Reaper. Yuan imagined Mullark in the night forest. He noted that if he were asked to voice his main regret after visiting the depths, moonlight illuminated Mullark. The main character noted that he would talk about the fact that he did not meet God, who inherited the history of the ancient deity. Ewan highlighted the fact that he is one of those rumored to be closest to the 7 great gods. The main character noted that this god is called. The fire has completely dissipated. Runard was trembling with fear. The second Reaper lay on the ground and begged to be spared. Javen noticed that god's name was Naked God Anderson. The Reaper was trembling with fear. She called out to him. The enraged Anderson in the body of the protagonist ordered the Reaper to tell the Alliance that Anderson had returned. The Reaper's Ruaka trembled. He started running away from Ewan. Anderson, in the body of the protagonist, watched as the Reaper ran away. Gantz asked if this was the goddess Anderson. She frowned. Gantz sat on his knee and held his hand to his chest, saying that Anderson had returned and had not forgotten about them. She looked at the tearful man and called him Christian. Her gaze fell on the red-haired girl, whom she called Mariana. Anderson turned to everyone else. Standing before them, she asked them to believe that she had not forgotten about them for a moment. Ewan presented his golden face. He wondered in his mind if these were her followers and what had happened there. In Anderson's memories, pictures of golden lightning surfaced. She remembered how the wounded Gantz shouted to her that she had better run and they would take care of everything themselves. Marian, lying on the ground, thanked the goddess for everything she had done for them. Taken aback, the main character wondered if these were Anderson's memories. The plot tells us that it is this feeling that the balance of the world has been disturbed and the memories that come flooding back to Ewan. The main character frowned and lowered his head. The plot tells us that these are actually Anderson's emotions 500 years ago. Anderson asked why they were treated this way. Runard was frightened by what he saw. A message popped up about a new mission. The plot tells us that 500 years ago Anderson fought to protect this world. The main character stood in front of Anderson's followers. She asked about who dared to turn those who fought to the death 500 years ago into puppets. Anderson in the body of the main character was furious. A notification popped up that the mission of the floor is to destroy the world. The time for this is 14 days. The reward will be passage to the 7th floor, 10,000 faith and an unknown reward. The plot tells us that now she must destroy this world. The snowstorm was moving towards the house. Many people stood under the lantern. Runard looked at Javen and asked if Goddess Anderson had fallen asleep. The main character replied that this was so and she fell asleep immediately after talking with them. He presented the image of Anderson. She said that she was sorry, but she had to lie down for about a day and she had overworked herself. Anderson noted that she could not continue in this state. She stated that she needed to rest and would tell everything later. Anderson asked Ewan not to act stupid while she was not around. The main character, with a straight face, asked if he was some kind of child. He lowered his gaze. Standing in front of the Reaper, Ewan asked if they would leave him like this. Christian reported that he could barely breathe and his connection with God had been severed. He noted that no matter what the enemies did, Anderson always spared them. The lantern illuminated the room. Christian stated that they still cannot just kill the Reaper from the Alliance and the fate of this person is in his hands. Ewan stood with a calm face. In his thoughts he wondered about his hands. Christian said that the main character also needs to rest. As he left the room, he noticed that he was taking Ewan to the resting room. Snowflakes fell from the night sky. A crowd of people was walking down the street. Covering his head with a hood, the main character moved along the street. He noted in his thoughts that it was surprising that street lamps did not fit into the image of a medieval village at all. Ewan imagined many human footprints in the snow. The main character, deep in thought, noticed that somewhere there was someone who stopped his attack. Ewan assumed it was one of them. Orange mana began to flow from the eyes of the main character. Streams of mana passed by people. Anderson looked at Ewan in surprise and called out to him. The main character emphasized in his thoughts that he doesn't see anyone with that level of energy. Turning around, Jawen asked what Runard wanted. He was scared. Moving away from the main character, Runard, with his hands behind his head, replied that he didn't want anything and would rather say everything tomorrow. Runard was surprised. He said with a happy face that this was a good room. Ewan confirmed his words. While removing the sheath from his shoulder, the main character heard that the bed was very soft. His gaze fell on the lantern. Ewan noted in his thoughts that he again felt that objects were out of place. He noticed that first there were street lamps and now there was also a nightlight. The main character looked back and noticed that such technologies do not correspond to the era. He approached the sleeping Runard. A smile appeared on Ewan's face. The main character noted in his thoughts that before Anderson awakens, he still won't do anything, so he'd better rest. Moonlight came through the window. Ewan was lying on the bed next to Runard. Looking at the ceiling, the main character noted that he was finally in bed, but there was no sleep in either eye. He wondered if it was because of Anderson's memories. Lying on the bed, Ewan emphasized that he had not remembered the past for a long time. While deep in thought, the main character stated that suddenly memories of the times when he climbed the Tower of Nightmares poured into his head. Ewan imagined killing monsters. The main character noted that this is the first fight with monsters. He remembered lying on the bed. Ewan noted that this was his first night in the Tower of Nightmares after selling their skin. The main character said that he fought for survival every day. Ewan noted that he had almost forgotten about it. The main character presented his dark outline. He noted that he was interested in what he looked like then. In his head, a voice called to him. He introduced his comrades, who asked if he was coming. Ewan was taken aback by these memories. He imagined himself standing in front of them. The voice told him that he was a hard worker. They suggested that he relax a little. The main character remembered Ewan, who asked him for forgiveness. Ewan extended his hand towards him. He stood in front of the blue stream of mana and called out to Ewan. His eyes were full of despair. The protagonist's gaze went blank. Lying on the bed, Ewan stated that tomorrow. The main character added that he would practice the lunge again. The sun was shining brightly. Runnard yawned and said that he had not slept like this for a long time. He noted that he was wondering if Ewan had woken up yet. He looked at the other half of the bed and noticed that the main character was still a hard worker. There were snowdrifts in front of the fence. Green grass made its way out from under the snow. He turned into water. Ewan lunged. Frowning, the main character said that after falling into the depths, his attack became more than just a technique and this is now history. Runnard watched the main character's attack. He was stunned by what he saw. Turning around, Jaewon stated that Runnard had arrived early. Taken aback, Runnard turned to the main character. He stood in front of Ewan and asked him to teach him. Runnard's gaze fell on the protagonist's blade. Ewan said that he has been practicing for thousands of years and this is not a skill that can be mastered in a day. Lowering his head, Runnard stated that he simply realized how weak and worthless he was. He noted that further he would only get in the way and did not want to be a burden for him and the goddess. Stunned, Runnard cried out that he also wanted to become strong. Jaewon looked at him carefully. Runnard lowered his head and said that he realized how weak and worthless and further he would only get in the way. He looked very surprised, saying that he also wanted to be strong. Ewan looked at him with a frown. The sky was blue. Drops of magic flew near Runnard's hair. He didn't have enough strength to hold the sword in both hands. He stood in front of the main character and thought in his head that he would not be able to learn anything in such a short time. Ewan was training. He understood that in the end it all started with the first blow. A tree grew out of the ground. The plot told us that the training took a lot of time, although from the outside it might seem that it was easy and did not require a lot of effort. Leaves sprouted from the sprout. The plot tells us that to achieve mastery, you need to hone your technique day and night. A huge tree sprouted from the sprout. The plot said that with a lunge there is no other way. Gantz looked very cheerful. He also wanted to try and said that he had once carried a sword too. Runnard stood next to the main character and said that everyone wants to try. Ewan looked very thoughtful. Marion apologized to him for the fuss. She looked very modest and thanked him for saving them yesterday. The plot introduces us to Marion. She was Anderson's fourth follower. The unknown people communicated with each other. They said that everyone had come running to look at the new avatar of the goddess. Ewan looked frowning and said that he was not an avatar, but just got into his head. Marion was very worried. The main character noticed that he was speaking seriously. The green grass was illuminated by the sun. She said that maybe she really got into his thoughts. Marion stood next to Jaewon and told him that his arrival along with the goddess Anderson was a huge gift for the villagers. The main character looked very happy. The sun was setting in the village. Gats was very tired and said that it was time for them to go. Ewan stood next to Marion against the background of the sunset and asked them where they were going. Runnard was very tired and lay on the ground. Mariana told the main character that that day there was a celebration in the temple. Ewan thought for a moment. He was offered to go with them. Mariana looked very cheerful and said that everyone had been waiting for a very long time. Runnard was resting on the grass and said that he had also been waiting for a long time. He held Ewan's leg and said that he really wanted to go. The main character asked him to leave him alone. Ewan looked very thoughtful and was musing in his head that it was all because of the metaverse, and he had been having old memories coming to him lately. Ewan remembered his friends and thought in his head that they would definitely laugh at his refusal. He stated that the world of the village is unique. Marion walked ahead of Jaewon and said that the village was truly unique. She looked very thoughtful and said that Anderson was very unique. The shadows of the gods were drawn. Marion said that she called other gods friends. She mentioned that the village was created by one of her comrades. The main character walked behind Marion and asked her if they were Anderson's followers. She confirmed his words. Marion walked quickly along the ground. He asked her whether they would become followers if Anderson returned. She claimed that this was impossible. A large castle appeared in front of them, illuminated by the moon. She talked about how they would no longer be her followers. Jaewon and Runnard looked at the castle in surprise. They walked up the stairs, past statues of gods and goddesses. Statue of God without an intermediary. Ruckard looked very thoughtful and talked about how there was a god without a follower in the metaverse. Jaewon was very bored. Runnard did not know that god was Anderson's friend. The main character quickly climbed the steps and found out if Anderson had told anything else. Marion told him that she always avoided talking about events that happened 200 years ago. The door to the castle was open. They saw a beautiful stained glass window. Women in robes sat on the benches. Naked people sat on other benches. Ewan and Runnard were talking to each other about how everyone was naked because it was the Anderson temple. Ewan pressed a button on his suit and talked about following Anderson's example and showing respect. Gantz sat with his back to them. They found out where to sit. He told them to sit in front of him. His gaze was very frowning. Ewan and Ruckard stood naked. He said that this was their place. The strangers were surprised and told him that he shouldn't behave like that. He was very surprised by this. The main character thought about it. He said that Anderson had a naked worldview, and they needed to have a naked soul, but not undress. Ewan sat furious and thought about killing her. Runnard was cheerful and claimed that he had not visited the temple for a long time. There was a picture of a blue woman on the stained glass window. Runnard talked about how he was forbidden to visit temples. He liked that in the depths everyone could believe in their own god. Ewan looked tense. Runnard was offended. The main character reflected that he knew little about his past. He said that they were looking for him for stealing bread and he tried to protect his sister, but ended up in the Tower of Nightmares for this. As a result, he faced despair. He recalled that all they had to do was rely on God. Ewan sat on the bench next to Runnard, and he told him that if he believed in him, then nothing would come true, because faith is needed to feel safe. Runnard looked desperate and said that he wanted to get the appearance of the ugliest king. Jaewon looked thoughtful. Runnard asked him if he ever prayed. He talked about how a religious man lived in the Tower of Nightmares. The box was in the golden light. Jaewon recalled that in his native lands there was a device that could read prayers. He said that a prayer could be counted even if a person did not know the language. He doubted that God heard such prayers. Runnard was surprised that such a device existed. Runnard looked confused and was learning what true prayer was. Ewan frowned. He was thinking about true prayer. There was a woman on the blue stained glass window. Ewan thought in his head that he did not understand who they were praying to because Anderson was not there. He concentrated the yellow energy around himself and thought about trying it once. His eyes sparkled with yellow magic. The temple was filled with mana. He noticed that he understood what Anderson was talking about. Yellow streams of energy emanated from the main character. He reflected on the fact that she had lost everyone 500 years ago and said that death in the depths caused the soul to disappear forever and only a shell remained. Ewan was focused in red mana. People were sitting on benches. Christian was very focused, holding his hands to his face. The main character said that this can be called prayer. He didn't understand why they did it. Gantz had red eyes and called out to Jaewon. The main character noticed in his head that they all looked like dolls. Marion's heels touched the floor. She insisted that they had been waiting for this day. She stood in front of people and said that a stranger and the goddess Anderson had come to them. Ewan looked tense and was asked to make a short speech. The red-eyed people turned around and looked at him. She wanted to hear a speech for everyone present. Renee's hair fluttered in the air. She had a microphone to her mouth, saying that it was the 6th floor of Multiverse. Reports appeared that the flame god and just the lightning god Ray greeted Renee. The notice said that Injust really liked her outfit. Renee stood in front of the green screens and said that she bought herself a new skin with her own money. A notification appeared asking lightning god Ray for the name of the skin. The card featured a new skin. She said that she won it in the lottery. Green locators were flying around her. A notification appeared. It said that the god of lightning was unhappy that she got the outfit too simply. Renee said she had 20 copies. The new notice said that Ray was finding out how she got to the 6th floor. She told him that it was difficult to get there. The notice stated that the god of wisdom claimed that she was using a penetration. Cheerful Renee spoke into the microphone that she did not have the money for this. They asked her where she found the money for the drone. She stood among the drones and said that this was all thanks to donations. Anonymous God 37 found out in a message whether it was done with his money or not. Anonymous God 56 claimed in his message that he would soon break. Renee's hand pointed to the screen. She said that she came there for the sake of the newcomer from the last stream. There was a naked Ewan on the green screen. The god of lightning asked in the message if it was about a naked man. Renee said it was about him, and he took over the metaverse. On the green screen there were emoticons with the image of Renee. She said that she did not give anyone permission to use her photo. Her hair touched her cheeks. She insisted that it was the same new guy. Renee stood in front of the green screen and said she would follow him. She looked at the mountains with a frightened look and said that he had an interesting view of the world. Renee mentioned that the 6th floor consisted of old Metabaz maps. On Renee's green screen, There was a building. The god of flame said in his message that perverts lived there. Renee asked him if there really were perverts there. On the green screen, Ewan and Renard were visible. She said that Balbal managed to track the newcomer. Ewan was tense. His sword was on his back. He claimed that he was not Anderson. Christian's eyes were filled with red mana. He called Ewan with the goddess. Everyone was sitting on the benches and their eyes were red. He continued to ask the main character to pray for everyone there. Ewan stood next to Renard. He asked why everyone was acting so strange. The main character was very focused. He reflected that everyone who was inside was unable to understand him. They all answered based on their memories. He understood what Anderson was talking about. The plot told us that the believer who died in the Tower of Nightmares was remembered. The box was covered in blood. Ewan stood among the corpses. The voice asked the main character to occasionally turn on the box after his death. The box was stained with blood. The voice said that he would be interested to know whether God heard the melody of the abandoned box and what he would respond to what he heard. Ewan looked tired and reflected in his thoughts that if God spoke of something, then it had to do with the box. The voice found out whether the gods were lonely or not. The corpse floated in a sea of blood near the box. The stained glass window with the goddess shimmered in different colors. The main character noticed in his thoughts that he began to understand why people constantly pray. He thought that the believer from the Tower of Nightmares lived the same way. His hand rested on the wall. He noticed in his thoughts that the gods exist thanks to prayers, so pray for them for 500 years. He mentioned that everyone wanted God to continue to exist and be remembered. Ewan looked serious. He called Gantz. The main character stood in front of him and asked him to stop praying. Gantz held his beard with his hands and told everyone that they did a good job. Ewan stood in front of him. Gantz continued to talk about how it was time to take a break. He addressed the main character. His eyes filled with energy. He asked if Ewan could pray for them. He was very tense. Ewan started walking. His eyes were filled with yellow energy. Renard learned from him what he was going to do. Anderson said to stop. Ewan was shrouded in blue magic and mentioned it in his thoughts. Energy descended upon him from above. The main character looked tense and was thinking about what he was doing wrong. The windows in the temple were broken. He noticed in his thoughts that these were not the believers he remembered. He considered giving them freedom. Anderson appeared in front of him. He thought that she would act like a selfish person if she continued to hold them. She screamed at the main character, saying that if his friend turned into a puppet, then what would he do? Ewan clenched his teeth and thought about when this would happen. He was furious and took out his sword, saying that he would have killed him with his sword. Anderson said that if he had a chance to bring a person back to life. He held his sword tightly. She continued that he would have killed him. Ewan was in his thoughts, asking her if there was such a possibility. She told him that she was. The stranger's dress fluttered in the wind. Anderson said she was not entirely sure. She was approaching the main character. Crows with yellow eyes flew near the temple. Anderson continued to say that there was a possibility of restoring life thanks to the creator of the puppet. The gates were open. A stranger appeared behind Ewan. There were crows sitting on her shoulders. She said that strangers had not visited there for a long time. People's eyes turned red. She didn't have a hairstyle with bows. She approached the main character and found out what he was. She was perplexed by what was happening. Ewan looked very serious and remembered that he had already seen her face somewhere. She was enveloped in pink magic. Ewan asked her if she was Anderson's former avatar Rachel Yeon. There was a smile on her face. She said that she knew him. Ewan was furious. She told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rachel was shrouded in purple magic and called the main character dear friend. Ewan clutched his sword in his hands. He thought that the puppet was just an empty shell. He thought there was a god inside. The main character was very focused. Anderson asked him how dare he was. She stood in front of him and said that she was going to kill him. They both prepared for battle. She began to attack with magic. It seemed to her that she liked her gift. Rachel was shrouded in mana and claimed that it had weakened over 500 years. Ewan dodged the attack. Anderson found out why he turned Rachel into a puppet. He was very tense. Anderson claimed that it was Eden. We see some kind of tower that consists of various mechanisms, and it is said that the gods from the same faction as Anderson were either killed by the Alliance or expelled by the Alliance, and Eden is the only one who was not caught. There are still rumors that he defected to the Alliance and betrayed Anderson. We are shown a raven with glowing eyes, and they say that it is obvious that this is now one of the strongest gods of the metaverse. Eden pets the raven that sits on his shoulder, and the narration continues that unlike the other broken gods, he still has the power of the high god, and then he asks that he is the new avatar and claims that he is not at all into her taste. The aura of Eden echoed throughout the hall, to whom Jaewon told that it was because of him that the villagers had become such puppets. A purple aura flies right next to Ewan, and his gaze was very serious, and he ordered him to turn them back into people. He clenched his fist as hard as he could and pointed his sword at him. Eden just smiled sarcastically, saying that he had a good attitude, but he was not his match at all. He began to use his magic, spinning it into a whirlwind, and said that he had more than 2,000 years of countless battles and overwhelming difficulties behind him. A whirlwind of his abilities flew into his eye, and the craziest smile of all was visible on his face because he had seen enough fighters of his level. The reflection of Jaewon himself could be seen from his eyes, and it is narrated that the alignment setting God without followers is a unique skill of Eye of the Raven. We see puppets that had different numbers above them, and this skill allows you to display the abilities of all the followers in numbers. A similar skill allows you to search for the sequence with the best abilities, and many followers fell under the Eye of the Raven and turned into puppets. His eyes began to show huge numbers above Yuan's head. He was very surprised to see them. There was a huge number flying around Jaewon that couldn't even be named. Sweat began to flow down his cheek from fear, and he asked Anderson who she had brought to him. Yuan narrowed his eyes, asking what it was. It turns out he held back his attack. Eden looked at his sword, which had a strong mark on it, while Yuan said that the marks on his blade could only be from his blow. He turned his gaze in great surprise, realizing that this could not be. Jaewon began charging his sword with red energy, asking Anderson not to interfere with him in the future. An orange aura began to appear around him, and he said that he would kill him and go to the 7th level. Eden made a malicious smile, asking that he was going to resist the power of the world, and noted that this had not happened to him for a long time. There was a bright pink light coming from this building. Runnard sat behind the concrete wall and saw Jaewon preparing his attack and telling him to be careful. There was a purple aura around Eden, and he said that he was going to stand like a pillar. Was he afraid that Eden would block his blow again? When suddenly all the puppets ran out right behind him. A purple aura began to appear around the door, and Eden thought that maybe Yuan was waiting for all the puppets to escape. But as soon as he was distracted, Yuan's ability flew at him. He was very surprised by this, so he stood with his eyes wide open. He saw a huge red ball appear in front of him. This red ball was Yuan's ability that he was about to launch at him. Eden became very wary, and his eyes trembled, and he could not believe that his opponent had such strength. While Eden was screaming for him to stop, Yuan started using these balls that appeared in a circle. His eyes glowed yellow, and Eden begged him to stop. Then, out of fear, he began to cry and scream furiously, begging him to stop. But these words could not stop Yuan, and he launched all the attacks he had prepared at him. From such a blow, everything that was possible in the building began to shine. Due to such a powerful attack, the building completely exploded. Concrete pieces from this building were flying everywhere. There were so many of them that they flew in all directions. Yuan looked forward with a confident look and half-closed eyes, when suddenly black armor and yellow eyes appear on Eden. He was completely covered in black armor and stood in a very confident stance, asking what his name was. Yuan looked at him and introduced himself. Yuan narrowed his eyes as Anderson told him to be careful since Eden rarely asked for followers' names. Eden stood upright and began to laugh. He began laughing furiously, clutching his head as Anderson said that when he asked for a name, it meant he wanted to take possession of a new puppet. Yuan looked at him intently and said that he was not the avatar at all. Eden was surprised and asked who he was then. While Runnard looked at him, Jaewon stood confidently and replied that he was her ally. Eden was taken aback by this information and asked how he was her ally. From the destroyed building came the voice of Eden, who said displeasedly that she still had allies left. He stood right in front of Yuan and asked that didn't they die here exactly 500 years ago. There were shards of glass on the floor, and then Eden began to get very angry and broke all these glass fragments, shouting that all her allies, every single one of them, had died. We see parts of Yuan's clothes, and Anderson said that as crazy as he was, he still is. Yuan looked at him with sparkles in his eyes and mentally told Anderson that he was not crazy, but only pretending. He glanced at the door behind him and added that as soon as it came to attack, he immediately led the residents out. Yuan doesn't know why, but Eden protects them. Yuan began to approach him, saying that he did not know why Eden was doing this, but creating puppets and forcing him to pray endlessly would not bring back the old world. Eden bowed his head with sadness on his face and asked what he even knew. Bowing his head, tears seemed to well up in his eyes, and he said that their prayers before were sincere. Yuan just walked towards him silently. Seol lay with her elbows on her back, with her eyes closed, and said that in the end everyone would accuse them of lying, because the appearance of the tower, the destruction of the world, and the return of the past is very suspicious. Yunwan stood next to her and replied that it sounded like a fiction, and she asked who would believe what happened to them. He turned to her with a smile on his face and said that he was sure that those who came here with them would remember everything. Yuan began to squeeze his sword in his hands with all his strength, and it is said that Yunwan and Seol, who were chatting so carefree, must now not remember the past because only he reached the end of the tower and retained all the memories of training. He remembered how he walked with the guys in his squad, realizing that those days when they fought to protect the present and risked their lives in order to climb the tower, those days had finally gone into oblivion, and Eden also remembers those events. It is likely that this is why he still cannot leave this world. Some kind of grid began to appear under Eden's feet, and he said that Jaewon would not understand because this was not at all accessible to a common person. Everything that was near him began to be covered with that same mesh, and he added that if he really was Anderson's ally, then let him prove it. Bright pink wings appeared behind Eden and he stood in a very confident pose. His eyes shone brighter than sunlight. Ewan turned and shouted at Runard to run away. At the same moment, Runard himself instantly rushed away from him. Eden swung his hand downwards as the pink crown glowed above his head and he used the shrine opening ability. Crows began to fly everywhere. Ewan bent down on his knees and covered his face with his hands while the strong wind blew around him. Ewan's legs began to get stuck in some kind of pink liquid, and Anderson said that he opened his sanctuary. Ewan looked warily at his feet. Feathers were flying everywhere, and some hands grabbed him by the torso. He looked down in fear because they were begging him for help and salvation. His old friends began to appear directly from the mucus, asking him not to go alone and to help them. He looked at them in fear. Eden said with a malicious smile that these were his most cherished memories. All the people from his memories were reaching out to Ewan and begging for help. Ewan's eyes glowed yellow. The armor began to become covered in slime. Various eerie silhouettes began to appear directly above Ewan's head, and he used the awareness skill. As he was drawn in more and more, he thought that what was happening was not so easy to interpret, because this worldview had existed for thousands of years. These drops of mucus were flying everywhere, and he understood that if this continued, he would not be able to absorb it. His eyes still glowing yellow as he was pulled into the slime, he used the skill of self-denial. He looked down in fear and realized that he needed to come up with a solution while the stream of thoughts was flying, and Anderson asked him that there were no faith left at all, because the only thing that would do was the sanctuary. Many different images began to pop up in his head, and he thought about her words that the only thing that would save him was the sanctuary. When he suddenly realized everything, already half his body was mired in mucus. The slime had almost completely swallowed him except for his eye, and he realized that the only difference between the sanctuary and the world was the use of physical strength. He shook hands and remembered a huge tree with an eye above it. He immediately guessed what it meant. If he added a little embodiment to the world, then everything would work out. The sword in his hand glowed with purple flames. A bright red glow appeared where the mucus had swallowed him. Right from that place, a bright red ray shone into the sky, blinding everyone around, and this was the awakening of the fourth stage. Eden was very surprised by this, so he stood with his eyes wide open. He looked at this bright beam and realized that his sanctuary was disappearing. All this slime began to glow red, and Eden ran forward. From such a bright light, he covered his eyes with his hand, which trembled in surprise. He looked at the sky, which was covered with red clouds, and did not understand how it was possible that his sanctuary had opened. There was red water under his feet that he was about to step on. Looking at Jaewon, he said that the sanctuary is accessible only to the gods, but it is not like the Anderson sanctuary, so what kind of trick is this? Ewan decided to boldly answer him, saying that he didn't care about this, to which he received the answer that it was very important, because if he chose Anderson as a god, then the sanctuary is God's view of the world. He looked at him from under his brows and added that, in other words, the sanctuary was influenced by the history and imagination of God. Rising up, he shouted that this world was an early figment of Anderson's imagination, so had he really chosen it? Eden was very scared, because at that moment Jaewon opened this sanctuary. Skulls and bloody hands began to reach out to him straight from this red water. Various monsters began to emerge from the bones, and this sanctuary was called the World After Destruction. While there were bloody skulls everywhere, Eden couldn't believe it. He looked at each of them and was very horrified by this. Ewan looked at him with a very confident look and said that his world is not unique either. Eden was even more frightened when he saw something in front of him, and what he saw was a huge red eye that was looking at him. At that very second, Jaewon rushed to attack him. Eden tilted his head with a blank face, wondering, is this really how his world is? Immediately he faked a smile. Then, as Ewan approached his neck with the blade of the sword, he raised his hands and said that he surrendered. Ewan looked at him with incomprehension, and he still shouted with the same fake smile that he would admit that Ewan had won. We are transported forward some time, where we see the same dilapidated building. We see the same glass and the same roof that was blown up by Ewan's blow. Eden slowly said that it would not be easy for him to stop him, and then we see him sitting in a restraining chair, which cost him 500 faiths, and he also activated the alignment restriction, also for 500 faiths. Ewan began to clench his fist in anger while Runard held his hand and calmed him down. He mentally asked why not just kill him, to which Anderson replied that he promised to listen to him. After all, this is the sixth god of the metaverse, and he is clearly not so simple. Eden looked at him with half-closed eyes and a smile. Runard pointed a finger at his cheek and said that it would be difficult to predict his intentions, because he gave up so suddenly and also sold his items. Ewan looked down as Anderson told him that he was unpredictable even 500 years ago, when suddenly the guys who were puppets came through those doors and asked that he was going to kill him. The red-haired girl tilted her head as Yuan angrily asked why they were worried about him when he turned them into puppets. As she began to speak, a man came up to her, interrupted her, and said that he had done them a favor. He put his hand on his heart and said that they themselves asked him to turn them into puppets. Runard was very shocked by these words. Yuan looked at him as Anderson told him that this request was probably in the name of saving her. He himself knows that all the forgotten gods die. Tilting his head, a spark appeared in his eyes. He immediately imagined this temple, but in its entire state, and realized that the support of God is an idea, and any forgotten idea disappears, and he does not know whether the prayers of the puppets worked, but Anderson did not disappear. He imagined the puppets praying for Anderson, and they ended up in the tower. Yuan looked at the window of the characteristics of this village, and Anderson said that all the believers were afraid of becoming his puppet, but he never forced anyone. To which Yuan said that he was not as terrible as he thought, to which Anderson added that she had already said that he was crazy, but she never considered him a bad person. Yuan was very surprised, remembering his fight, because at that moment Anderson said that he turns puppets only of those believers who will die soon, and he asked why she rushed to kill him, to which she replied that he crossed the line by contacting her avatar. Yuan looked at him with a very surprised face and asked why he didn't explain it to him right away, to which Eden said with a smile on his face that he simply didn't have the opportunity to explain himself, so he could do it now. Runard turned his head with a feeling of shame and said that he was not the first to attack, and Anderson said that they would pretend that nothing happened. Eden was still chained to this chair and said that he was completely immobilized now, so they could ask him any questions, and Yuan said that his friend was caught here and he heard that they could make a puppet out of him. Eden closed his eyes and spread his arms, saying that this was quite a common thing, and Yuan said that he wanted to find his friend. After these words, Eden began to scratch his chin, raising his head, and said that this was very touching, but he was not sure that he could help him with this. He imagined people being handcuffed and carried into cages and said that he doesn't buy souls to make puppets, and Yuan said that there are rumors that he created the first puppet, so he must have communications. There were bright blue clouds in the sky while Yuan said that he could try and find out, to which Eden asked why he should help him. Yuan started grabbing his sword, saying that if he didn't help him, he would just kill him. With a confident look, he held his sword in his hand and looked straight at Eden. Eden raised his finger and said that if he killed him, the puppets would die, so is that what Anderson would have wanted? Yuan made a very unhappy face and Anderson said he was a scoundrel. Suddenly, a bright fire flared up behind them and people began to panic. An old man with a gray beard, seeing this fire, shouted that a fire had broken out in the area of the rural warehouse. Yuan was scared, remembering what happened there. There was smoke from the fire everywhere. People ran with buckets of water straight to this warehouse and tried to put it out. Eden was very shocked seeing all this fire. After some time, the entire fire was finally extinguished. The guys stood in the middle of a burnt building. Eden was seated right in front of the burnt man. Anderson said they were poor things. Yuan looked down with sadness on his face, and Anderson added that the Alliance did it all. There was a small symbol right on this corpse, and Anderson said it was the symbol of the Alliance. Huge villages were burning, over which there was exactly the same sign. Anderson said that it literally meant God's punishment. She saw it 500 years ago, because all the marked villages were disappearing, and Anderson herself said that this village would be punished for daring challenge the Alliance. Eden began to clench his fists in anger and called out to them. He turned to them with a very menacing look, asking what they had done to his village. Yuan and Runard looked at him with sad expressions. The huge column of smoke slowly disappeared. The guy put his hand to his forehead, lowered his head and, covering his eyes, said that he was forced to tell about something. He looked carefully at the main characters and said that first of all, the Alliance would arrive within a week and there would be nothing left of the village, and the main characters carefully looked at the guy sitting in the chair. Yuan gritted his teeth, looked straight at him and said that he had heard that he was quite strong, to which he received the answer that he was still the sixth god of Metabas. The main character confidently looked at the guy and offered to fight, and he, sitting in a chair, looked angrily at the protagonist and noticed that if this were possible, he would already be sitting in the Alliance, and Runard looked at the protagonist in surprise. A moment later, a golden screen began to sharply descend from the sky and the guy asked the protagonist to just leave the village before they arrived, and then added something else. The guy put his hand to his chin, smiled sarcastically and noticed that he said that his friend's name was Kim Yun Hwan. A moment later, he extended his hand with the golden screen, looked at it with a huge smile and said that he had found its traces. God looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that it was obvious that he had already been taken out of the prison in Caspian, since there was only one source reporting on movements from prison. Then the guy imagined in his head a prison with prisoners and a guard who walks around and watches, and then added that if nothing happened, he should have been transferred to this tower. Ewan gritted his teeth, looked at the guy gloomily and asked if his friend was alive, to which he received the answer that a person does not die when he becomes a puppet. A guy appeared in God's head, hanging from his hand by threads, and then the guy noticed that some people turn into dolls without a soul, while those above simply adore living dolls. The main character roughly opened his mouth and said that he asked if he was alive. The guy sharply withdrew his hand. The golden screen flew away and replied that, in general, it seems that his friend had not yet turned into a doll. He looked through the list of souls turned into puppets, and did not find his friend's name in it. Ewan looked straight ahead with confidence and wondered that after all, he exhaled, is there really a chance? The main character stood confidently on his feet, and then Anderson asked if he was okay, and then noticed that his friend wouldn't remember him. After these words, the main character looked straight in horror and opened his eyes wide, and then thought that perhaps Yun Hwan had probably already forgotten about the Tower of Nightmares. Ewan sadly lowered his head, clenched his teeth slightly, and added in his head that he didn't care, he didn't live to be remembered. Runnard sharply pulled his hand towards the protagonist's hand, and at that moment the main character thought that maybe it was like this once, but now. Runnard took the protagonist's hand tightly and looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. Ewan stared at the guy carefully. A moment later, the god moved his hand to the side and asked if he was going to leave, and the protagonist replied that he had something to do. The main character held the guy by the hand, looked carefully at the god on the chair and noticed that he must destroy this place. This is the task of the 6th floor. After these words, the guy in the chair opened his mouth slightly and called Anderson. He looked carefully at the protagonist and said that she should immediately take this crazy person away. He knows very well what the Alliance is capable of, and Jaewon and Runnard stared at him carefully. The main character looked carefully at the god in the chair and said that she could only talk when he allowed it. The guy looked carefully at the protagonist and replied that everything was clear to him. He was not an avatar, but he stretched out his hand and noticed that he had done this thing quite a long time ago. A black clockwork crow appeared above the god's hand, and he said that he didn't put it up for sale because he didn't think that no one would buy it. The main character could take it. Ewan sharply put out his hand, took the raven for himself and said that it had a strange name. And the guy noticed that it didn't move at all. You need to implement this into your worldview and then you won't have to give Anderson's body. The main character began to sharply turn the raven's winding key after God told him to do so. The key shone sharply with a bright blue light. The main character looked carefully as the raven began to glow, and a notification announced that the connection was starting. The raven's wings began to move slightly, and Anderson said that finally, now she too could speak. After these words, she sharply flew up. Runnard raised his hands up with joyful cries, and the main character and God carefully watched this. Raven looked at God carefully and said that 500 years had passed. Eden raised his head and agreed with his mouth wide open. A projection of Anderson suddenly appeared near the raven, who looked carefully at the god, and Eden noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Pictures appeared in a room with blue light. In the same room, a luxurious chandelier with blue light bulbs appeared. On the 7th floor of the Metabuse, a guy was sitting in a chair and carefully looking at the blue screen. A moment later, he scratched his head and said that the legendary skin was not so easy to obtain. Varys sharply moved his hand to the side, slightly moved his hand to the side and rolled his eyes and asked that it was a hologram again, and then a golden notification appeared with an announcement. The guy opened his mouth wide, looked carefully at the blue screen and noticed that there were more and more offers. Chun Hee-won did not know where to get these guys, but if they caught his eye, they would not last long. Varys raised his head sharply at 2 notices. Read that Ned, the god of cold, said that he was feeling a little depressed today, and the god of gambling was urging him to spend more faith. And through a gnarled face he said that they should not overdo it. He and without I've already spent 50,000 faith. Varys raised his head sharply in front of him, looked carefully at the ceiling and read the notice that the lightning god Ryari bets 1,000 faiths that today he will not choose the legendary skin. And then the guy asked that within a week there will be a new legendary skin, the Ugly King, something new. The guy suddenly raised his surprised head and saw notifications that some gods were scolding him for not knowing the name of the skin. The god of lightning Ray notes that the stream is going so again. The god of madness thinks that he has lost his original intention, and many gods claim that the skins are chosen with money received from the audience, and with his mouth wide open he said, what is there about promotion? How can you even get a legendary skin? They are chosen thanks to donations. Varys put one leg on the other, said that it's good for everyone if the gods are happy after watching the stream, and a notification appeared that the lightning god Ryari said that there is someone who strikes without clothes. The main character with a sword on his shoulder stood naked and looked carefully straight ahead. And Varys asked that he was completely naked. What nonsense. Okay, even if this is so, They think that he can defeat him. A moment later, Baris threw his arm over the sofa, looking madly straight at the notifications in front of him about his available skins. A huge golden notification appeared which stated that the effect of the skin collection, additional damage, movement speed, attack speed, recovery speed, and world power have been increased. Baris looked carefully at the card, which depicted a girl with dark hair, and said that it turns out that among the gods there is one who has a higher effect, Metabass, skin battle. The cooler the effect of the skin, the higher its performance. Then a notification appeared that reported that some gods say that someone has higher indicators even without a collection. Some gods claim that one guy collected more than 100 tokens on the first floor, and the lightning god says that this is the guy he was talking about. A moment later, the guy clenched his teeth in anger, looked carefully at the screen, and, pressing it, asked what this nonsense was. Baris clicked to accept the god of lightning, and the notification that the god of flame Ignis said that this was true, and said that 100 tokens on the first floor, a new record, is some kind of absurdity. A moment later, Baris looked straight ahead with wide eyes. The protagonist's face appeared on his screen. The guy lowered his head slightly and asked who else this was. Suddenly, a huge notice appeared saying that the flame god Ignis sent 500 Ver with a message. Please let him try to find this naked man. Baris rudely poked his fingers at the screen and said through gritted teeth that it was good, but what kind of nonsense is this? The guy clicked on the screen on which the protagonist was. Then he rolled his eyes, looked up carefully, and through his crooked face wondered if naked skins really existed. He was striking naked, very strange. He saw in the video how the protagonist instantly passed one of the levels with the help of a huge beam of light. A moment later, Baris put out his hand, looked at the screen with a smile, and told the gods to take a look. This simply cannot be free. There is a whole crowd of enemies around him, and he throws everyone away with one blow. Baris raised his hand, opened his mouth wide, and shouted no views after seeing notifications that some gods had left the broadcast, and then a notification saying that some gods were telling him to take off his clothes. A moment later, Baris looked carefully at the screen where there was a naked protagonist and Runnard standing next to him. Then he sharply twisted his arms, raised his head up, and, with his mouth wide open, angrily shouted why he was naked and had several times more views than him. A moment later, the phone next to the calmed guy vibrated. Then he picked up the phone, closed his eyes, and the notification said that the god of flame Ignis was asking how he dare talk on the phone while streaming. Baris abruptly looked away, looked carefully to the side, and new notifications reported that some people were interested in why the gods made such a noise. Some gods showed a desire to look. Then the guy took the phone into the cell and showed everyone who was calling him with a wide open, crazy smile. And the notification said that the god of madness was asking if Galathian was the leader of the 6th floor alliance. Everyone was interested in the other gods. A moment later, Baris put the phone to his ear and, covering his mouth with his hand, laughed loudly, and the notification reported that they were saying that some even changed their behavior. Baris looked away in surprise, looked carefully to the side, and asked, "Is the low-ranking god Flamet? He is ordinary." Loud voices began to be heard on the phone, and the guy slightly moved the phone away from his ear. A moment later, Baris looked carefully at the screen where the protagonist was. Then he abruptly put the phone on the sofa and said that now is not the time to think about this naked creature, now is a minute of really worthwhile content. Baris began to sharply rub his fist, looked up madly, and noticed that he thought the list of gods on the 6th floor would change. It was winter outside, and there was snow on the destroyed buildings. Eden was sitting calmly in the room at the table and drinking tea. Opposite him, Anderson the Crow was sitting right on the mug. The goddess began to slowly drink tea and said that as he knows, she almost disappeared when she recovered from grief. All the believers in the tower were already dead. Then she met a guy named Runnard, thanks to which she survived. She remembered how Runnard was lying on a hammock, there was a fire under him, and even lower was the unconscious protagonist on land. And then added that 2 years flew by, and then she caught a guy named Ewan. They wandered around and suddenly found themselves in the metaverse. She remembered how the main character stood without clothes in the middle of the hall with a tower, and then added that after her meeting with the protagonist, a lot of strange things happened. Eden carefully took a sip of tea, looked carefully straight ahead, and noticed that it was enough. It was better to let her tell what happened to the village. Anderson looked questioningly at the guy and asked what he thought. It was her fault, it was he who touched her believers. And the guy looked at her carefully and noticed that she was not herself, and the crow noticed that it was unusual to hear such things from him. Eden looked carefully out the window and said that no matter what, she must leave the village, otherwise she would die, and Anderson asked that something would really change if she left. The goddess looked carefully at the guy, remembered in her head the guy lying on the ground, and the protagonist standing in front of him, and added that in order to declare war on the Alliance, she sent the puppet back, and Eden loudly noticed that she had really gone crazy. Anderson looked carefully at the golden screen that appeared in front of her and said that in any case, now he knows everything. She is going to complete a mandatory task, so she asks him to help. Eden began to slowly bring the tea to his mouth, smiled broadly, and said that she was again shamelessly asking for help to destroy the world. Was it really sincere? The crow looked carefully at the guy and asked how long he was going to stick around in this world. Eden fell silent and looked carefully at the goddess. A moment later, Anderson looked carefully at the guy and noticed that she knew why she couldn't leave, thanked him for taking care of her dead followers and not letting them disgrace themselves. Eden slowly lowered his head and began to slowly bring the mug of tea to his mouth, and the goddess added that he himself understood that he couldn't stay stuck in the past forever. Was he really happy with everything? After these words, Eden hit the mug hard on the table and noticed that it was not too late, and the crow stared at him in fear. Eden began to slowly stroke the raven on his shoulder and said that the alliance only works in the metaverse. You don't touch them, and they won't touch it. If he refuses the mission and leaves the tower, he will tell you how to find a way out. Anderson carefully stared at the guy and said that she was not going to leave, but if she did, she would find him. She wanted to conquer the tower. Then she looked sharply out the window, saw the protagonist playing with a guy named Renard, and added that she would help that guy find a friend. Ewan stood with his back to the window, and in the house, Eden asked what she plans to take revenge on the Alliance after this, to which he received a positive answer, and then added that he was sure their defeat was still fresh in her memory. The crow looked gloomily at the guy and noticed that, of course, she remembered that day hundreds of thousands of times. Eden, in response, looked at her with disbelief and said that then she understands perfectly well that even the two of them cannot win here. Even if all the dead comrades were resurrected, nothing would work out. No one in the entire universe could defeat that guy from the Alliance. A skull emblem appeared in the guy's head, which hung in the air above the corpses, and then Eden added that the strongest of the 6 gods of the metaverse, the leader of the Oblivion Alliance, after his appearance, the place of the strongest person was never taken away. Eden imagined the hierarchy of rulers in his head, looked straight attentively and said that this was the same as being at enmity with one of the 7 great goddesses. Anderson looked at the guy rudely and angrily and noticed that she didn't care. Crow looked carefully at the guy and asked if he was sure that Rachel and the believers were dead, whether it was possible to turn the puppets back into people, and Eden looked at her carefully and answered, as far as he knew, no. Anderson opened her beak wide and said that this is a metaverse, everything is possible here, absolutely everything is in the power of the driver. Eden sadly lowered his head and looked carefully at the mug of tea. A huge tower appeared in the guy's head and he said that the rules for Metabuse passengers say that there are things that are known to everyone, but they are impossible. Therefore they are useless. The rules for passengers are point 7, passengers who reach the top of the tower can ask the driver for a wish. The crow looked carefully at the sad guy and said that all the deaths happened here, in the metaverse. This space is neither real nor virtual, it is fictitious if the metaverse was involved in everything that happened. Eden looked carefully at Anderson sitting on the mug and asked that she thought that even the dead could be resurrected, and then noticed that times had changed. Now she had neither believers nor allies. The crow looked carefully at the guy and replied that he had an ally. She looked carefully outside the window and saw how the protagonist was training a guy named Renard, and then added that she had him, Eden. The guy sadly lowered his head and thought that Anderson had been through so much, but still looked at the world the same way. He trembled sharply, clenched his teeth in anger and added in his head that where she got such a positive attitude, why she believed so much in illusory changes and how you could look at the world with such eyes. Anderson sat on a chair with her legs dangling, and beautiful and pure nature appeared around them. A moment later, Anderson leaned back in her chair and, laughing loudly, noted that there was no need to be afraid, perhaps everything was not so important. It was bitterly cold outside, but Jaewon and Renard were training, and Anderson noticed that there are people who dream of more absurd worlds. The main character carefully stared straight at the training guy. The sky suddenly became darker. Eden sharply lowered his head, looked down carefully and, covering his eyes, replied that he would help. The crow flew up, flew over the table and shouted that of course. Eden looked carefully at the screen and said that he didn't really want to do this, but there was no choice, and opposite him at the table were already Jaewon and Renard. A huge notice appeared that at the moment the Metaverse version 3.12 belongs to the Alliance, passengers are advised to leave the map within 5 days. Anderson flew sharply over the guy's head and said that it was about demolishing the map, and Eden carefully looked up at her and examined her. A moment later, the screen began to disappear, and Eden folded his arms on his chest and said that even though she had annoyed the Alliance, even though she had warned him, it seemed she had become wiser. The crow looked carefully at the guy and asked what he was going to do, and he replied that it seemed like the time had come. The two guys fearfully talked to each other in the middle of the snowy street, and Eden added that everyone was worried after the news. He initially planned to make sure that she was alive and leave this world with the puppets. Anderson sat on the protagonist's shoulder, stretched out her wing and asked that they would go together, and Eden looked at her carefully and answered that yes, but it was better not to quarrel with the Alliance. If he fought against them now, he would definitely lose. The guy sharply lowered his head, looked carefully at the table and added that before the Alliance comes here, you need to complete the task and go to the 7th floor, then there will be at least some chance of victory. Anderson looked carefully at the guy and asked what he had a plan, to which she received the answer that there are gods on the 7th floor who remember her, she needs to enlist their support. Ewan looked carefully at the guy and noticed that it was happening. Now the main thing is to go up to the 7th floor, the condition is to destroy the world. The main character confidently looked at his sword and rudely said, well, then everything here needs to be destroyed, and Eden rudely asked what destruction he thought was. Eden put his hand to his head, bent down and, crouching, noticed that he was not asking about the meaning of the word. He believed that the world would be destroyed if one village was gotten rid of. Ewan stood up sharply, took the sword and, approaching the door, noticed that it was happening. He just needed to destroy absolutely everything, and how quickly. Eden lowered his head, closed his eyes and said through a small smile that if he was thinking of breaking through the ceiling again, then it was better not to, because he was the only one who could block his blows. A moment later, the protagonist's sword glowed red, and Eden began to say that after the 6th floor, the structure is so strong that it will not work out so easily. After that, a huge, red column of energy appeared outside the window. Eden opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead in a daze. The guy with horror in his eyes looked out through the window and looked in horror at what was happening on the street, and the main character began to slowly lower his sword. All the people in the village looked closely at the huge hole in the ceiling. The hole began to slowly close. A moment later, the hole turned into a whirlpool and Eden stared at it carefully. Then he sharply turned to the protagonist and noted with a smile that this is impossible. He knows that he is strong, but the world cannot be destroyed with one blow. It is not easy even with the help of a more powerful attack. After these words, the guy looked carefully at the clear sky. Ewan lowered his head thoughtfully and asked, then there is another way. The raven slowly sat down on the guy's head. Eden looked carefully at the protagonist and replied that this world was destroyed 500 years ago. There is a volcano in the center of the map. It all started with the fall of a meteorite. There was a huge crater in the middle of the map, and the guy added that, simply put, if they can awaken the volcano, the world will be destroyed. It has been sleeping for a long time, so reviving it will not be so easy. There is a possibility that a whole piece of power could fall into the crater piece. The main character confidently raised his head to the sky, and Eden slightly closed his eyes, leaned out of the window and added that the problem cannot be solved with a couple of blows. A moment later, the main character looked up in surprise. Lightning began to appear in the sky. A huge hurricane of lightning began to approach the earth. Large, blue panels began to fall to the ground, and the protagonist raised his head and carefully watched them. The people in the city looked up at the sky in horror and opened their eyes wide. Eden looked up with his mouth wide open and asked how this could happen. Baris slowly descended from the sky and said that this guy really broke through the ceiling. Baris turned his head sharply at the strangers in black suits and asked what he didn't say. Of course he'll try again. Baris looked angrily at the protagonist. Another guy appeared next to him and shouted, here he is, a naked destroyer. Jaywag abruptly grabbed the sword and angrily stared at the guy who appeared. A moment later, a crowd of people in black suits rushed towards the protagonist. The main character moved his sword to the side, looked carefully at the crowd flying towards him, and Eden shouted that here they were. Ewan then suddenly grabbed the sword with both hands and it began to glow red. A moment later, he extended the sword to the side and a red column of light came from it. After his words, the compression of a world strike. Unknown people began to receive wounds, some died immediately, and some had a cracked visor. The villagers looked in horror as the golden shells flew into the ground and began to scream loudly. Jaywin returned the sword to himself, looked straight angrily and asked how he was doing, and Eden, pressing his hands to the ground, replied that his strength was running out. From the guy's hands, golden veins began to run along the ground. A moment later, the whole world turned pink and Eden used the raven's grave. The unknown people looked attentively and asked that he was reincarnating an entire village. The main characters began to quickly run away from the swarm of people, and the squad shouted that they were going to turn the village into a whole world, hide, and then escape. Eden caught up with the protagonist, looked at him carefully and asked what he really had in mind for this ridiculous plan, and Jaywin quickly ran and, looking carefully, directly answered that he didn't say that there was no other way out. After these words, the main character tightly grabbed a guy named Runard by the clothes, and he opened his eyes in fear and froze. Ewan grabbed the guy tightly, began to run even faster and noted that if there was no way out, then he would have to use the last option. The face of a guy named Baris appeared on the blue screen with the inscription that they were fighting a naked destroyer, and the notification said that many gods had entered the stream. The fight Ryari had entered the stream, the god of flame Ignis had entered the stream, and the god of gambling named Vakara asks how things are going with the gacha. Baris began to fly even faster, greeted the gods and noticed that they themselves understood everything from the name, and Ignis left a sarcastic remark, saying that this was another stream where they mock newcomers. And Baris smiled broadly, looked carefully at the screen and loudly noticed that it was not the newcomers, but their opponent, the Naked Destroyer, and he was not alone. Baris put his hand in front of him, imagined Anderson in his head, and below her the protagonist, and said that the gods had heard about Anderson. This is the legendary goddess who killed the 6 Metabas gods, the Naked Destroyer of her avatar, and that's not all. A notification appeared that said that the god Ryari was asking what else was new. Some gods were confused. Baris looked straight with a wide smile and noticed that there were rumors that the King of Ravens was in cahoots with them. The guy looked carefully at the protagonist and the Raven King nearby and added that this devilish gang was again plotting to plunge the metaverse into chaos again. A man appeared in the guy's head, looking at the golden screen in horror, and then thought that in fact everything was far from the nonsense that was spread through rumors. The Alliance does not consider the situation so serious. Based on data from the World Center for Measuring the Power of the World, Anderson has descended to a low-ranking god, and although this Naked Destroyer inspires horror, in reality he is just an avatar. Then Eden appeared in the guy's head, looking carefully straight ahead, and added that the only real opponent, the King of Ravens, is now one of the 6 gods of Metabas, and his powers were measured as much as 500 years ago. All these years he was in isolation. He could not maintain its strength without finding a single follower, and the reason for all this fuss is that the Alliance will not sit on the sidelines and watch such atrocities. After his words, a notification appeared informing him that the Death Squad was giving him 500,000 faith. Baris noticed that he could make good money from this. The guy quickly flew to the protagonist, looked carefully at the screen and said that the leader of the Death Squad, Galathian, managed to warn him about everything. He sent troops to the King of the Crows and warned him that the revolution would repeat itself. Baris raised his hand in front of him, looked madly straight, read the notice which said that the god of flame Ignis was asking who started first, and with his mouth wide open he answered that he really didn't understand at all. It all started after they killed their priests. They only came to administer justice. Baris looked carefully at the screen, where notifications appeared that the god Ryari shakes his head and says that the Alliance is being pathetic again. The anonymous god 58 says that the Naked Destroyer appeared on Rene's channel, and the flame god Ignis laughs and says that in this there is absolutely no justice, and he replied that he was a newbie. A moment later, Baris pressed the end stream button. Then he looked straight at him angrily and said through clenched teeth that they were simply unbearable, pretending to be such powerful gods. Anyway, in the end they would applaud him. Baris turned sharply to his comrade named Jai-Han and asked if the diamond spear had not appeared yet. The whirlpool god Avatar Supreme Circle quickly ran straight and replied that he would be in the purge party as he was meeting with the other 6 gods. Jai-Han turned his head to the side, heard that he was meeting with them, the name Anderson sounds amazing, and then looked carefully and said that 500 years ago. After these words, Anderson appeared in his head killing the monster and said that she had killed the 3 strongest Metabas gods, and almost passed through the gate of the 10th floor, guarded by the Alliance. In his head, the girl looked to the side with crazy eyes, and then Jai-Han added that if Anderson returned with the same strength, even the Death Squad could not stop her. Baris turned to him in horror and asked if she was really that strong, and the Avatar replied that, of course, he was talking about her strength 500 years ago. Jai-Han looked at the guy carefully and added that now she was just a low-ranking god, so there was nothing to worry about, and Baris looked at him carefully in response and said that he didn't think that the Death Squad acted as the vanguard. Jai-Han looked at him again and added that the King of Ravens had arrived in this world, and Baris answered slightly thoughtfully that he knew this god well. Jai-Han looked at the guy with incredible anger, and he fearfully added that he was not trying to offend anyone. Baris accelerated across the sky, turned slightly towards the Avatar, and, putting his hand in front of him, said that there was a lot of envy towards everyone involved in this incident, and then someone from the squad said that they could be here. The diamond spear ordered to wait. Jai-Han looked straight at him angrily and replied that it was not scary, and he added that wasn't the day predicted. It seems that everything should have happened 5 days later if he showed up early. A moment appeared in the Avatar's head when a notification appeared warning them to leave this world, and then said that they had an excuse. They told them to leave this world, they did not ask them to destroy it, and then heard the question that they would definitely cope with the King Ravens. Jai-Han sharply turned his head towards the soldier, looked at him carefully and replied that he had prepared countermeasures. The Avatar extended his hand on which lay a cube with a gold watch and noticed that today was his last day. The main character lifted the guy onto his shoulders and began to make his way through the forest while a hail of blades flew at them, and Eden turned back and fought off one of the blades. Eden turned sharply and looked carefully at Anderson, who was shouting that she had to go faster. They have combat skins, which means they are very fast. A squad in dark suits approached the main characters. Runnard put his finger in front of him and, turning to the protagonist, shouted that they had almost caught up with them. Ewan began to stop abruptly. Then he turned sharply and dealt a powerful blow to the squad. Eden quickly ran past the protagonist and shouted that there was no need to kill everyone. And Anderson turned her head and noted that she didn't think it was worth worrying about, there were too many of them anyway. There was nothing behind the running Raven King, and the crow was carefully looking behind him. A moment later, Anderson turned to the guy, looked at him carefully and said that they all ran to catch her, and then warned the Raven King to be careful. Eden sharply turned his head away, looked straight and told her to be careful too. And Runnard on the back of the protagonist looked carefully straight ahead and shouted that he thought they were close again, and behind him there was a cry that he didn't like something. A bright light appeared through the trees. The main characters stopped abruptly, looked up carefully, and Eden shouted that they were there, they needed to be lured to the crater. Ewan rushed forward sharply, looked straight ahead and thought that it would be an incredible sight if such a huge volcano began to erupt. A huge squad of warriors in black suits suddenly flew up, lined up with the main characters, began to fire projectiles, and the main character added that they could instantly destroy this world. A moment later, the main characters landed on the crater of the volcano. Eden began to run, looked straight ahead and shouted that it was time to start. Then Resk sank to the ground and began to use his pink magic. The squad of flying warriors looked carefully at the bright, pink light. A moment later, the main character clenched his sword with his hands and it glowed red. A huge, red beam rushed straight at the squad of warriors, who quickly died with painful screams. The corpses of people began to slowly fall into the deep crater. Baris turned his head to the avatar and noticed that they did not know when it was time to stop, and Jaihan, looking carefully at the main characters, replied that their death was a matter of time. In 10 minutes a cleanup squad would arrive. The main character looked carefully at the falling blades and corpses straight into the volcano, and Eden sat behind and cast a spell. Runnard shielded himself from the bright light with his hand and squeezed his eyes tightly. Ewan confidently began to fend off the blows, and Jaihan added that he did not know what they were counting on by jumping into the volcano, but there was not a single place on this map where they could escape. The avatar looked down rudely and carefully and said that as many people as possible need to be sent, the number of victims does not matter. A moment later, the ground began to tremble. Baris looked straight ahead with horror and question. The squad on the ground began to tremble all over and noticed that they were hearing something strange, and Jaihan looked straight ahead attentively and peacefully. Then he suddenly opened his eyes in horror and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that it couldn't be. All the wars hanging over the volcanoes looked closely at the levitating protagonists, and then a notification announced that the volcano had begun to erupt. Jaihan began to slowly walk through the air above the volcano and wondered why the volcano suddenly woke up. The avatar remembered in his head how the corpses fell into the volcano, and noticed in his head that they were really going to use the power of the volcano. Against the members of the Alliance who jumped into the crater, they used people as a catalyst. The ground under the protagonist's feet began to tremble violently, and he said that the volcano erupted 500 years ago due to the fall of a meteorite. The main character sharply pulled out his sword and pointed it towards the avatar and said that it sounds like an idea to reset it first. After these words, Jaihan scrunched his face and gritted his teeth in anger, and the notification noted that there were 4% left before the eruption. Barely standing on the shaking ground, Ewan said that 500 years ago, a falling meteorite caused an eruption. Behind him stood Eden, sitting on the ground and holding a saber, as well as Lunard, ready to attack at any moment. The main character pointed his gun towards the enemy and said that this time they would fall. The enemy gritted his teeth, glaring bitterly at Ewan's team. The process of awakening the volcano by 4% began, which was displayed on the screen. Eden decided to attack the enemy, pointing his hand in his direction and using magic. Magic birds flew at the enemies, who tried to defend themselves with daggers. The boy used a crow bomb to attack his opponents, causing many birds to fly towards them. Pieces of torn flesh flew in different directions, and the screen showed that the percentage of the volcano awakening was increasing more and more with every minute and with every fallen enemy. Eden, grinning, did not remove his hand, realizing that it turned out to be easier for him to do than he expected. Lunard fell with all his weight on the enemy, trying to strangle him with his weapon, realizing that there was no end to the opponents. Anderson grinned at Eden's words that he was able to easily repel his enemies. Jaewon tried to repel each of the opponents, destroying them with his weapon. The percentage of awakening exceeded 20 and reached 26. All three heroes fought back strongly against their enemies, trying to inflict heavy damage on them. The awakening of the volcano has increased from 29 to 38%. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face because while working hard, he understood that the process was going quickly and this could not but rejoice. He did not immediately notice that fiery spears were flying in his direction because he thought that the volcanic eruption would happen very soon. The guy was deep in thought and was only called out by Eden's voice, who warned Jaewon that sharp blades were flying in his direction. The guy managed to substitute his weapon in time, defending himself from the attack. But one of the fiery blades hit him in the leg, cutting into him with a piercing whistle. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him saying that the main character was in a hurry. Turning around, Ewan saw the sparkle of a smile and a guy who, grinning, noted that the free passage of the hero was killing the guy himself. Lunard looked dumbfounded into the eyes of the standing guy, who appeared in front of the entire team and let out a surprised cry. The boy was clearly surprised by who he saw. The blades flew at him with a squeal, but the young man in the white cloak stood and smiled nervously. Lunard opened his mouth in surprise and grabbed his chin with his fingers, exclaiming in surprise. Varys appeared before him, who had the skin of the ugliest king. The boy dreamed about this, but the guy standing in front of him grinned maliciously and said that people like them never get this skin. The young man, laughing, spread his arms, showing his advantages, and the boy, turning to Jaewon, said that this skin was popular among people his age. Suddenly, Anderson asked herself whether he really wanted this skin. Jaewon became alert and began to pierce his opponent with his gaze, trying to analyze him. The guy didn't understand what the ugliest skin was. A guy stood in front of Jaewon, smiling from ear to ear. He looked straight confidently, and the main character did not understand why he was ugly. Suddenly, stepping foot forward, the young man appeared in front of Eden and said that he had not seen him for a long time. He looked at the boy with a cold gaze and said that 500 years had passed since their last meeting. Eden looked at the guy with a serious expression on his face, and suddenly said that he didn't think that the Alliance would send him here and asked if this was really the decree of the Shining Spear. Gritting his teeth and grinning, the guy said through a fake smile that he was here by choice. Jaewon stepped aside for a while and, looking at the flaring up battle, heard Anderson's words that he had come here to deal with the past. The guy began to gather fire blades around himself, and suddenly cried out that Jaewon had held out for a long time, especially considering the fact that he did not have a single skin. But crossing the path of the Alliance was a bad idea for him. Ewan didn't even listen to the guy's speech and quickly rushed towards him, wanting to attack and take him by surprise. He pierced many of his men with weapons and, with a gleam in his eyes, sought to kill the enemy. The guy's eyes widened, and he saw that the main character has enormous speed and does not have skin. Ewan pierced everyone in his path and reached what he wanted, and the enemy loudly exclaimed that it was useless to try because this was a legendary skin. Ewan didn't think twice and grabbed the first thing he came across, namely the enemy's mouth. Sticking his whole hand in there, he decided to deal him a decisive blow and pointed the weapon in his direction. Ewan pointed his weapon towards the enemy and, frowning, asked what he said about free passage. The enemy's mouth was torn and obscene language towards the heroes could be heard from his lips. Ewan couldn't understand why he took out the most legendary skin with the best stats in one blow, and a holographic window popped up informing him that the skin's durability was very low. But suddenly Lunard appears behind the main character and demands that Jaewon stop. He looks at what is happening with confusion and says that he is embarrassed to behave this way in front of his subordinates. But suddenly a strong whistle is heard behind the team and a crow, which pierces everything in its path with its gaze, and the voice that grinned said that the guy who came with him had already finished his speech. Two male silhouettes appeared in the air and the darkest of them addressed Jai-Han, saying that the level of the Alliance had fallen. The bright image of Jai-Han in the distance began to approach, and the man told him not to worry about it because the guy himself did not have any special expectations from him. Huge crows circled around him, but Jai-Han looked into his opponent's eyes with a smile and suddenly said that according to rumors they were still making dolls. Looking through the yellow lens at the guy, he says that 500 years ago it was fun when he was their avatar. Jai-Han suggested going there and asked if they were going to make dolls today. The guy, laughing loudly, was dying of tears and asked, without tiring of laughing, whether gods and followers could really be equal. Looking sternly at the man in white, the enemy said that he noticed that Jai-Han was treated well in the Alliance, to which the guy himself said that it was all thanks to him. Jai-Han looked resolutely towards the enemy and said that the method of creating dolls was very useful to him. Han had a blue glow appear in his chest, and he called it the concept of God without the upper circle personality. The enemy with purple wings sarcastically appreciated the concept and prepared for battle. Jai realized that joining the Alliance was his best decision. They smiled with an evil grin, hinting at the beginning of the battle. Jai-Han grabbed the enemy's throat, and he swung his sword, almost hitting Han in the throat. The enemy swung his sword in different directions, but could not hit Jai. There was a hot battle between them and Khan, clenching his fists, fought mercilessly. At a certain moment, Jai-Han repelled a strong attack from the enemy with his fist. The enemy accused the Alliance member of being a traitor. The opponent hit Jai-Han and said that he had not changed at all. Jai hit the ground so hard that a large purple pillar rose above them. Everyone who was around flew away from this explosion. At the same time, Khan looked at the enemy with a calm face, letting him understand that for him it was not even a blow. Jai-Han hit his opponent in the stomach. The opponent flew away and Jai said that he was very sorry for him, because many believed that Khan was their favorite avatar. The enemy flew away a considerable distance with a loud noise. The enemy extended his hand towards Khan in order to inflict at least some damage, but even part of his power did not reach Jai-Han. At this moment, the sanctuary tomb of the Raven opens. It resembles a large purple desert with a bunch of different garbage. Jai, seeing the sanctuary, said that it does not look stable, as he said. Khan ridiculed the Raven and said that they could not devour the village. The enemy was indignant, saying that Jai did not even realize his full power. The people standing around turned around in horror when they saw something. A giant, purple, humanoid slug appeared in the sanctuary. Jai-Han was very worried when he saw such a picture. The big slug began to destroy everything around. Everyone who saw the enemy ran away and screamed in horror. Raven proclaimed that even a half-formed sanctuary would be enough. There were more and more slugs. The sanctuary was a complete nightmare. People saved themselves as best they could, but many could not save themselves because they simply could not resist. People could not escape their fate, and many simply gave up. One of the minions of darkness did not even understand when they used this power and understood that in this way they would all be buried and hurried everyone. Yuan's friend looked at the guy irritably and was surprised at who he saw. Jai-Han himself began to be swallowed up by monsters, and he said with disappointment that he could never understand all his power, but this is not true because he understands it better than anyone. Even despite this situation, the guy grinned and said that if they open the sanctuary, then there will be almost no gods left in Metabaz who could cope with them. Jai-Han himself did not expect to defeat them alone. He suddenly extended his hand forward, gradually going underneath, and said that he was busy with something else when they went crazy. A cube suddenly appeared in his hand, and the guy laughed loudly, saying that he had been waiting for this moment to gain an advantage. The enemy was surprised at what he saw because he did not understand how the cube fell into his hands. Everyone began to frighteningly rush from side to side and run away, and Yuan turned around and looked into the eyes of the enemy. He pierced him with his gaze, and from a distance shouts were heard that he needed to run away as far as possible. Due to the fact that Yuan did not have time to escape, his hand was cut off and it flew down. Everyone was rushing about in fright. I didn't understand what to do or where to run. Jai-Han held a cube in his hand that made a cracking sound. Strong vibrations came from the cube, and the guy looked at it enthusiastically and laughed. Lunard looked at what was happening with fear and apprehension. The guy held the cube in his hand and headed towards Lunad, who was slowly sliding lower and lower and calling out to Javen. Anderson suddenly looked at Jai-Han with all indignation and asked him where he got the time cube from. The guy stood steadily on his feet and suddenly said that, as expected, they knew about him and he had specially prepared him for them. He began to perform strange actions on him, because of which strange symbols appeared, and the guy said that even the god of the 6th floor would not be able to get out easily. Suddenly Baris grabbed Lunard by the hair and cursed. He also grabbed the bird, dragging both of them to an unknown location, causing both to start screaming. Baris was unhappy that one of them had a legendary skin, and the guy himself could easily injure him. The young man approached Jai-Han and asked him if he managed to do this, to which the guy replied that it worked out, as he himself can see. Baris looked at the cube with delight and said that it was really cool, which means the rumors were true, to which Jai-Han replied that after all, it was used to seal Anderson 500 years ago. He held out his hand with the box and looked warily at what was about to happen. Baris swallowed his saliva and asked with caution that Jai-Han himself said that the cube could hold even the god of the 6th floor, to which the guy replied that he thought that it would not last as he expected, so he should quickly deal with everything. Jai-Han looked at the guy with irritation and suddenly said that if this does not happen, then Anderson will continue to cause problems for the gods of the Alliance. Suddenly Baris ruffled Lunard's hair, causing the boy to squirm, and he said, turning to his comrade in arms, intending to kill Lunard and turn him into a doll. He clenched his teeth, grinning, and Baris began to change by eye. After a while, he laughed out loud, and his legendary skin was called Demon Kim Namun. Lunard himself was trembling with fear, and Anderson shouted for everyone to stop, and if they touched the boy, they would not think too much. But suddenly Anderson bit Baris' finger and cursed nervously. The guy experienced severe pain, and because of this he let go of the guy, who immediately started running. The bird screamed for the boy to run, and Baris himself cursed the crow. She, in turn, encouraged Lunard, claiming that he just had to be patient a little because this device would not work for a long time. Baris became enraged and began to attack Anderson, causing Lunard to turn around and fall. The guy pinned the bird to the ground with his foot and poked it, saying that he would have killed it if it weren't for the Alliance, and Lunard, in turn, screamed for Miss Anderson to try to run away. But suddenly the guy grinned and said that he didn't know where. Anderson lay under Baris's foot, and Lunard lay opposite. Baris looked at everyone fiercely, but suddenly messages appeared on the screens, which surprised the guy because he had turned off the broadcast. A knife appeared in front of Baris, which was summoned, and the guy himself turned to the others, saying that those were terrorists and there was no need to chat with them, but we needed to figure it out. Suddenly Lunard jumped up and drew his sword, pointing it at the guy's face, to which Boris laughed and said that the boy had changed and became different, thanks to the one who raised him, but then added that all the gods who were watching the broadcast were signed and turned on the bell. Boris exposed his mouth, from which his teeth were visible, and grinning evilly, and holding a knife in his hands, said that he would show everyone something interesting. Lunard trembled, holding the weapon in his hands, and his legs did not obey. He called out to Ewan in a barely audible voice. Suddenly someone's eye flashed behind the stones. Lunard's hands trembled, clumsily holding the sword, and behind the blocks of stones the eyes of a green creature sparkled. He broadcast everything onto someone's screen, and someone's voice suddenly said that they even used the ceiling cube because they were scared, and notifications for the broadcast kept pouring in and out. The girl watched in fascination what was happening and, turning to someone, asked if he would really stand aside because Lunard was in trouble. Many gods generally said that the journey would take a quarter of a day, others said that he could move at the speed of light, and so on. The girl looked at the accounts of all users with interest, but could not believe what she saw. Suddenly one of the gods wrote that he did not understand what was wrong with the death of a child. The girl gnashed her teeth when she heard this, and many gods confirmed and joined in the words of God 88. From many pixels, a broadcast platform for the gods called Little Brother was assembled. First of all, it might seem at first glance that the gods could challenge Big Brother here, but that was not the case. But because of their inflated self-importance, they considered themselves a collective capable of resisting the 7 great gods of the constellations, and therefore they often spoke nonsense, because that was their true nature. The girl continued to look at what was happening with interest and thought that she had an agreement with the conductor, so she shouldn't interfere, but she couldn't just leave, so she might as well stand up for someone. Suddenly one of the gods spoke in the chat, asking where this place was. The girl watching what was happening suddenly became very happy, but also wary when she saw the man's name. She looked questioningly and in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Serena TV asked about what place to come to. Suddenly she appeared in front of the girl and introduced herself as Serena Armelt. She recalled her entire past and said that in the past she was an influencer who was called the Master of 500. Many memories came flooding back to her, and she told her that she had fallen into the abyss because she had followed the man who organized the expedition. Then, although there were many losses, the girl was one of the main ones, although they appeared in different places, so she had to look for him. 2 years have passed since then. Everything changed, and she began to live in a different place and found herself a completely different calling. She became a pirate. It was site number 5 and called Ragnarok, where the girl appeared before us. It was Serena Armelt. She enthusiastically looked at the sunset, marveling at its beauty. Suddenly a voice was heard behind her, and after that a silhouette appeared and called out to her. A guy approached her and said that according to paragraph 4 of Article 8 of the aircraft law, putting your feet on the dashboard is prohibited. The girl did not pay attention to the guy's words and asked if the old man would return soon. Taking off the bandage, she said, if they sit like this for a long time, the gods will catch them, so let him tell the old man to come as early as possible. The man watched with interest the girl who was stretched out on the dashboard and suddenly said that Serena herself had not broadcast for a long time. The girl leaned over on the seat of the chair and said, making a plaintive appearance, that she could not lead them because they were being pursued. To which the guy replied that besides this, the girl doesn't look at others. She snapped her fingers and closed her eyes, saying that she was tired. They were showing the same thing. There were many messages on the holographic screen that broadcast about why the girl herself was not broadcasting, why she did not want to cooperate, and whether she was even alive. She faked a smile and laughed when she saw these messages, but she understood that the popularity had gotten to her. She gradually began to flip through the channels. I understand that if she came in, you would watch the latest news. Suddenly she went to one girl's channel and noticed that she was incredibly popular. Serena looked at her channel with interest and suddenly noticed that the girl was copying her manner of speech, hairstyle, and also clothes. At this, the guy standing above her exclaimed in surprise. He looked puzzled and said that there weren't many like sirens. The girl herself concluded that she would not watch this channel. She continued to poke at the holographic screen. The guy said that he didn't mean anything bad, because if, for example, Institute of Legal Research, Shushu and How to Get a Trust are very similar, but he didn't have time to finish. The girl interrupted the guy's speech and said that she would punish her with some evil comment. The guy looked at her puzzled and suddenly said, saying that writing slanderous comments is a serious crime. But after a long time, the girl said that piracy is also a crime. The plot introduces us to Carlton, who is a pirate. At these words, the guy went into a corner and, squeezing his knees, said that he was a violator, and at the same time the girl continued to write a comment. She paused for a second, thinking about what to write. Suddenly an interesting channel opened up to her eyes, and she looked at it questioningly. It was the same broadcast called Capturing a Naked Guy with Lunges. Carlton and Siren looked at the broadcast in fear and realized that they were seeing a familiar silhouette. Pictures of the struggle appeared on the holographic screen. Carlton and Serena suddenly exclaimed in horror, recognizing a familiar person. Suddenly, the old man burst into their room, sweeping everyone away from the screen and shouted that he recognized Yuan. It was the god of despair, Jongho. The old man grabbed the siren's hat and asked her where the young man was. The girl answered angrily so that the old man would not worry, because it was necessary to clarify where the broadcast was coming from. Carlton stood thoughtfully on the sidelines and said that the Lord remained the same, but he does not know what happened to him during this time and has already started a war with the Ancient Alliance. Jongho still strove for the screen and uttered words, expressing affection for the guy, noting that now a powerful cutting force was felt in the hands of the JYs. But Serena did not understand what the old man was talking about, because the guy himself knew nothing except attacks. During the broadcast, a cube appeared in Jaewon's hands, and everyone around exclaimed because it was impossible to get the cube. Jongho was still looking out from under Siren's hat and was suddenly surprised by what he saw, but the girl herself didn't understand where they got the cube from. Everyone looked at the screen in surprise, and suddenly they heard a voice that asked them if they would really stand aside because Lunard was in trouble. Siren listened to all this in horror and tried to do at least something, but Jongho hurried her, saying that they definitely had to get there, but for a long time the girl tried to find out the location. Everyone waited with tension and attention for Siren to speak, and she replied that this was happening in Caspian on the 6th floor of Metabaz. Carton noticed that it was very far away. The girl looked down at the floor in frustration and said that even if they accelerated, forgetting about the risk of detection, it would take them at least 15 days, and Chonkla asked if it was possible to make it faster, to which the girl replied that the maximum time can only be reduced for 1 or 2 days. The girl chattered her teeth with indignation and did not understand what to do, but besides this, they found Yuan. They searched for him for about 2 years, because at that time the girl did not understand where he was, and the theft of the treasures of the 7 great constellation gods and the creation of an airship of destruction, all this was to find Jaewon. She even had to become famous to increase the likelihood of detection. The girl was upset that, having stumbled upon him, she could not do anything. Jongho was jumping with indignation, and suddenly asked her if it was really a Metabas, and the girl asked why he was asking. The old man began to rustle in his sleeves, and suddenly said that there was one place where they could help Jaewon, to which everyone else exclaimed. Jongho took out a coin with a picture of scales and looking at it with a stern look, said that this is where they can help. Carlton cried out in surprise when he saw what the old man was holding in his hands, and the girl looked at this thing with confusion. Lunard stuck his sword into the snow and stood on 2 legs. He stood with all his strength, his body was shaking. Baris turned to the gods, saying that he was not mocking the child, although no one even knows how old he is. One of the gods supported Baris, and the second said that it was necessary to quickly deal with the terrorists. Lunard grabbed the sword in his hands and ran screaming to attack. Baris dodged without any effort and looked with a grin at the sword rushing nearby. Lunard literally a second later found himself on Baris's fist, and he said that such a child really doesn't know who he is and doesn't care about him. The blow was so strong that the fist seemed ready to go through Lunard's body. A moment later, he was already lying on the ground, groaning in pain. At this time, 2 men stood in the background, and one of them was holding a cage with a bird that was screaming Lunard's name. He was stunned that a simple punch caused him so much damage. Baris felt more confident and began to understand what monsters Jevon was with. Lunard lay curled up on the ground in pain, although for Baris this fight was like a normal thing. One of the gods said that he was getting bored and suggested leaving. Baris agreed with this and said that we would finish soon. He stood over Lunard, reasoning that if he hit again, the views would drop. It was probably difficult for Lunard to survive with such skills. Baris turned to Lunard, saying that if he himself was weak, he should have chosen a stronger god. Lunard began to cry. Tears rolled down his cheeks. In his head there were thoughts that he was a weakling, the same as he was at home and in the Tower of Nightmares. Lunard saw his reflection in a puddle of tears. His face looked extremely sad. More and more tears rolled down his face. He couldn't stand it. Lunard gathers his thoughts, motivating himself, and gathers the strength to attack. Lunard clenched his sword in his fist again. After a moment, he raised his blade and pointed it towards Baris. His face was filled with anger and a sense of vengeance. Baris looked at this with caution and not much confusion. Lunard shouted in his head that he would not allow the god he had chosen to be called a weakling. Lunard's weapon was right on target, but in response, he made a quick attack, exactly what he knew best. There was an angry grimace on Lunard's face, wet with tears. Baris discovered a scratch on his left side and his shirt was torn. He flew into a rage, had the most evil expression on his face, and Baris attacked Lunard. Baris shouted that how could he disgrace him with this scratch. And now Lunard was lying on the ground, and Baris put his leg on him with his knee bent, but there was not much sadness on his face. But there was also a drop of anger. Baris said that he wanted to leave it for last, but now he changed his mind. He looked at him angrily again and said that Lunard would say goodbye to his limbs. Beerus directed his magical powers towards Lunard. Red blades flew. Seeing this, the bird from the cage screamed. Hearing the scream, Lunard opened his eyes and looked at everything with a terrifying face and fear. When the magical forces reached their target, there was a loud crash. After a while, someone's voice was heard and Beerus looked towards the source of the sound. Lunard opened his eyes slightly and saw blades flying into him and realized that there was no point in resisting. And again the voice made a sound. He clarified with them that one of them was a follower of that guy. A boy with red hair appeared in front of them. He stated that he had come to save one of them. His name was Jin Yun-si. He had headphones on his head and his eyes were bright pink. He was one of the members of the crack group. God Ray Ray is very surprised by Jin's arrival. The opponents were also stunned by this appearance and said that how the crack got to the groups here. Jin turned the thought of finding the guy in his head. At this time, the god of fire wonders how it came to be that he is rooting for the crack at a time when all the gods express hostility towards this group. Jin saw the man from below and admired the alliance group, while the stranger looked at it all. The red-haired boy reasoned that the alliance even created an object to imprison the awakened one and now it would be easier for him. The man below shouted for everyone to get ready for battle, but in an instant Jin found himself next to the stranger. The man said about ordinary training, and Jin reacted to this phrase with insensitivity. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and began his sentence about how everyone in the crack is awakened. The next moment, Jin stabs the man, but in response he receives a strong counterattack and the stranger remains firmly on his feet. His look was a little angry and lost. Large, rectangular, purple figures fell on the man from above. He somehow dodged them and fell to the ground. Jin looked at this situation with indifference and not much frowning. Beerus shouted questioningly and with rage that the crack was really looking forward to a fight. Jin, with his hands in his pockets, began to use his powers. Bright red and pink lights emanated from it. After a while, he began to destroy enemies using his abilities. Beerus made an aggressive face and entered the fight. Beerus attacked Jin with all his might, with different types of attacks flying from all sides. But at this time, Jin calmly avoided all attempts to cause damage. Jin's attack was called Block Yun-si, first form. This attack sent purple rectangles flying towards enemies. After a while, a large sphere called the tumbler formed above Beerus. After this came the second form of attack. Large toy hammers appeared and began to strive to destroy all enemies in their path. The enemies looked at this with horror. There was great fear in their eyes. Hammers pounded on the surface and on enemies. From the impact, fragments flew in different directions, injuring enemies. Beerus groaned from such resistance, asking himself what Jai Chuan was doing. The hammers continued to hammer on the ground, breaking and destroying everything in their path with a crash. But suddenly an unexpected stranger appears in this battle and wants to stop this fierce battle. One of the participants in the battle shouted to the stranger that he should not care about their affairs. Jin said that may be true, but they received a request. A participant in the battle shouted questioningly that they really wanted to become opponents of the alliance. The stranger, shuddering, became negatively indignant about the alliance. Jin was loudly surprised that someone was threatening the crack. As a result, he loudly exclaimed about the achievements of the crack and how everyone was afraid of them. A participant in the battle said that the crack is strong when they are all together. However, there was only one private in front of him. Jin used the third form of his power called Spinning Top. A large crater appeared on the battlefield, destroying everything in its path. The funnel spun and destroyed everything, thereby repelling the enemy's attack. The participant in the battle was indignant that his attack was so easily repulsed. He continued his indignation because this was just an ordinary participant. Jin has already activated the fourth form of power called Spinoska. On the battlefield, pink fists appeared in the air and began to hit the ground. The enemy did not understand how there could be such a difference in strength. His hand was pinched by pink sticks, and in his hand was a yellow box. Jin began to approach him, sarcastically praising him for betraying his god. Jin slowly grabbed the yellow box from his hand. When the box was in his hands, he walked in the opposite direction, telling the enemy that the avatar would never become god. Jin had a slightly evil smile on his face and his red hair fluttered in the wind. Jian clenched his teeth and looked in front of him with displeasure. Jin turned to him, and he stretched out his hand, trying to escape from the magical cage. Then he shouted that Jin even understood about the awakened ones. Jin looked at the cube, squeezed it, and then said that she was already tired of Jehan. Jehan turned to his assistants and, frowning, shouted why they stood up, let them go on the attack. The assistants looked ahead in fear, and then they, clenching their weapons in their hands, rushed into battle. Jin frowned and glanced in their direction, and then he kicked one of them in the face at great speed. Runnard sat nearby on the ground and watched this. Jin smiled and extended his hand forward, and then many rays headed towards Jehan's assistants, and in a huge crowd they began to fall into the abyss. A system message appeared that the readiness for the eruption was 89%. Jin took a step to the side. The assistants lay on the ground, and Jean walked forward. He said that it seemed that it was all over. Runnard looked ahead in fear. He thought that this follower single-handedly dealt with an entire battalion. He remembered Jaewonu's battle and wondered if there was someone as strong as the 6 gods in the metaverse. Surprisingly, even his level was too low. Anderson was sitting in the cage. She wondered what was happening. Jin looked at Jaehan's assistants, who were standing still, looking at her with clenched fists. He asked that they were still not giving up. Then she tossed the dice and asked that why don't they stop wasting energy, just let them stop. And then Anderson, screaming, took the cube. Jin, looking at her in fear, shouted for her to give it back. Runnard ran cheerfully along with Anderson. Anderson asked what was grabbed, so Anderson came to them. Jin, looking at them, said that they still wouldn't leave. He looked menacingly in their direction. And then Runnard and Anderson turned around. A yellow light began to appear in the black clouds, and then they moved apart and the whole sky turned yellow. Lightning struck from everywhere. Runnard looked at them in fear and said that it was the sky. Suddenly someone stepped forward. A man with white hair. There were lightning bolts around him. He calmly said that it seemed that an uninvited guest had intervened in the metaverse system. A man in golden armor began to descend from the sky. He extended his hand forward and told them to get out of the way. It is none of their business. This man is the Shining Spear Galathian, the 6th god of the metaverse, the head of the alliance, the throat, the 5th place. Anderson looked at him in fear and then wondered if it was really him. Jin and Runnard looked at the 6th god. Jin looked ahead in fear, not understanding what to do. And then he turned around and opened his mouth wide. The 6th god extended his hand forward and lightning rained down from it. Runnard looked at the sky in disbelief. The 6th god smiled, and a huge spear charged with lightning began to fall from the sky. Jin turned around and shouted loudly for Runnard to jump. The spear hit the ground, and a huge shockwave began to go in different directions. Runnard and Anderson flew away at great speed, and Jin managed to jump away. There was a huge flash of light on the mountain. The lightning, along with grains of dust, spread to the side. Jin stretched his hand up. A huge magical barrier appeared. Runnard said that he had heard about the 6th god, but could not even think that they would meet. Jin said that he shouldn't have been scared. It's not that bad. He used the 5th form of the silver block, rotating umbrella. Jin smiled and, frowning, said that he thought that the strength of the 6th god would be comparable to the leader. Maybe the fact is that he is fighting with a puppet. The 6th god frowned and looked down angrily, and then said that all gods use puppets because there is no worthy enemy. Jin smiled, and Runnard said that no matter how strong the rift was, they were obliged to stop further interference. Jin dusted off his clothes and smiled, then asked what he should do. He wasn't going to lose to some puppet. The 6th god looked at Jin angrily. Runnard ran as fast as he could. He held a cube in his hands, and Anderson was flying next to him. She said that if only Ewan were here. Jin stood still. Runnard approached him, and Jin asked that Runnard could still run. Jin turned around and, frowning, told him to run to the 7th floor and find the Black Moon Tavern. Runnard rushed as fast as he could. As he ran, a blue orb appeared behind him. She fell to the floor and Runnard was thrown away from the big explosion. Someone said that this is it. Someone hovered in the air and said that stop trying to take away the cube. Anderson answered, looking up menacingly, that how did he even do that? Jaehan frowned and stretched his hand up. Energy began to gather. He said that he is not the one Anderson knew before. He thinks she knows why he is here. Anderson, looking at Jaehan, replied to him to stop because she does not know why Jaehan joined the alliance, but before it was different. Jaehan looked down with teeth in displeasure and then said that if she continues in the same spirit, otherwise she will die. Let him give up the cube and leave, then he will leave her and her followers alive. They will guarantee the safety of the Raven King. Anderson looked displeasedly at Jikun and asked that Jikun can be trusted, that he swears by the god of the whirlwind, no, the king of the ravens. Jaehan, looking down, continued to say that if he does not give up, he will have to force him. Suddenly someone shouted, "What are you doing?" Baris flew up behind Jaehan. He extended his hand forward and said that now is not the time to relax. He needs to return the cube now. Galathian is waiting for him. Jaehan looked down and said that he had nothing to worry about. Baris looked ahead in fear and asked why. Jaehan turned around and extended his hand in front of him, and Baris shattered into pieces a second later. Jaehan said that they were going to give the cube to the Alliance. Runnard watched all this in fear. Baris fell to the ground at great speed. Many system messages appeared saying that the god Baris is furious over the death of the puppet. The anonymous god 94 expresses surprise. The flame godines is observed with interest. The broadcast of the god Boris is completed. Jaehan began to quickly descend, saying that he could not wait any longer. Anderson looked at him angrily and shouted, What was he going to do? Take revenge. Jaehan looked at the blackened sky and replied that he did not need the Raven King, but the guy inside. Jaehan furrowed his eyebrows and looked down with a crazy smile, and then said that he would absorb him and become a follower. Anderson frowned and shouted angrily that what was he thinking about? He forgot about the oath given 500 years ago. Where did the desire to create a world of equality between people and gods go? Jihan looked ahead in fear, then replied that a mouse would never become a cat's friend. Jihan plunged into memories and said that there is only one way for a mouse to get close to a cat and become as strong. Anderson looked ahead in fear and shouted that Jihan was only an avatar, he would not become a god. Jihan extended his hand forward, it began to change color, and he said that Anderson had forgotten who he was. Without looking at his hand, which had already become half dark, small lightning bolts were coming from it. He said that from the Raven King he learned not only how to create puppets, he thinks he gave them quite enough time. Runard looked in front of him. Jihan said that they were believers. Runard held a cube in his hand, and then Jihan added that or a follower in the cube. Anderson looked ahead in fear. She couldn't believe this was really happening. We are taken to the Jinn. He slowly walks forward, and then he makes a dash at great speed, pushing off from his magic cubes. The sixth god extends his hand forward and uses a lightning spear, to which the genie puts his hand forward and his energy tries to cope with the heavenly spear. A second later, the spear pierces the genie's energy and he hastily dodges. The lightning manages to hit the genie's shoulder and the genie jumps to the side, pressing himself to the ground. Jin stops, he frowns, smiles broadly, and then he looked at the sixth god and said that it seemed to him that a difficult battle was planned. The sixth god looked down menacingly, then said that he was trying to buy time for Anderson to escape. The genie frowned. The sixth god continued to say that it was pointless to keep him here. The genie asked what. The sixth god smiled and said that he was not the only one of the six gods who had arrived here. Hearing this, the genie was very frightened. He, standing on one knee, looked puzzled at the sixth god. We are taken to Runard. He looks ahead in fear, and Jihan asks what the believers are. Runard holds a golden cube in his hand, and Jihan continues to say that the follower is in the cube. Hearing this, Anderson looked ahead in fear. She fell into despair and did not know what to do, and Jihan asked her to choose. Jihan, looking down, told her to hurry up and not make him wait. Suddenly, a dark whirlwind appeared in the sky, and Jihan turned around sharply. He saw a huge blue column of energy. Looking at it, he asked how, because the second group of the alliance was the Throat, led by Galathian. Jihan clenched his teeth and fists and looked at this energy with displeasure. Someone pulled out his hand from this energy and said that Jihan was thinking of getting rid of Baris' puppet. Someone hovered in the air with his allies. He angrily looked at Jihan and asked that Jihan wanted to hide the alliance cube. It was a man with scars on his face and hands. He frowned and looked at Jihan with a fist. This is the god of murder Ryaikos, one of the six gods, meter of the universe, fourth rank, head of the secret history group. Jihan clenched his teeth looking at him. He extended his hand to the side, and energy began to gather there. He looked up angrily and thought that he did not expect that there would be two commanders, and since it went like this, then it would no longer be possible to hide anything. Suddenly, the beads on the neck of the god of murder began to tremble. He held them out in front of him, looked down angrily and asked that Jihan was going to betray the alliance. Hearing this, Jihan became afraid, and the god of murder looked at him angrily and told Jihan to answer. Jihan felt his head fly off his shoulders in a second. He looked at the beads again in fear, and then with trembling hands he grabbed his throat. Jihan turned around and shouted loudly for Anderson to give the cube here. Anderson trembled, and Jihan shouted that if she didn't give it up, everyone would die. A large gear appears in front of us and breaks, and a few more intact, but not working. And then a completely mechanical watch, one of its shells was broken. Jaewon appears in front of us. He stretches his weapon forward and makes an attack. Eden was sitting behind Yuan. He said that he had said that if Yuan hit with great force, then the blow would come back. Yuan looked in front of him and saw a strong energy. Eden continued to say that there are traces of interference in the system settings. It seems that someone very skillful did it. Yuan asked if this was the work of a nightmare. Yuan looked at the unusual energy in front of him, and Eden continued to say that, apparently, the space was turned into a sanctuary with the help of the tears of the waterfall of time. Jaewon frowned and turned around, then asked how to get out of here. Eden replied that it would not be possible to get out right away, it would take at least 10 days. Yuan clutched his sword in his hands and replied that if they stayed here for 10 days, then there would be nothing left of either Runard or Anderson. He wouldn't be able to save Yan Hwan. He couldn't wait that long. Eden looked at the system screens and replied that Yuan should not worry, time flows differently here, a whole day has passed here, and no more than a minute has passed outside. Eden looks at the system message with various goods in the shape of a raven. Jaewon, with a frown, asked what is why he just sits and trades. Eden replied that without this he cannot survive, in fact he needs faith so as not to die in order to eat, need to earn it. He frowned and looked down, then he said that it seems that other gods don't need this. Anderson used it to quickly restore the power of the world. Eden looked displeasedly at Jaewon and replied that for gods with followers this is just a formality, they can do nothing, and their world power will gradually be restored and increased, but he is a god without followers. Eden imagined in his head a jug with holes from which water flows, then said that such gods cannot restore their world power, so over time it decreases. If the supply is not replenished, it will completely disappear. Yuan turned around with his eyebrows furrowed and replied that that's why he avoids fighting. Eden said that Yuan was lucky, and then Yuan said he doesn't know. It seems like luck was on Eden's side back then. Jaewon looked up and asked why Eden was avoiding followers. Eden replied that it was obvious that he had been betrayed. Jaewon asked that Eden couldn't forget the pain of betrayal. Eden replied that it was easy for Jaewon to say. Eden looked at Jaewon and replied that perhaps Jaewon would not be interested. But he was betrayed 500 years ago. Jaewon replied that he might not tell. Eden looked down at the system screen and replied that it was he who stole his method of creating puppets, and then abandoned it, leaving for the Union. Yuan replied that he did not ask. Yuan lowered his head, and Eden continued to say that he himself was not very good-natured, but you couldn't call him a bad guy either. He was an extremely determined person. Strong bolts of energy exploded behind Eden. He turned around and said that his determination had led him down the wrong path. Jaewon stood in front of him, holding his sword out in front of him, and Eden added that this is how it all happened. Jaewon asked that all the gods in the depths are so talkative. Eden, continuing to sit on the chair, replied that they are different. Most members of the Alliance also do not have followers. Eden smiled and closed his eyes. He hugged his body and said that the gods in the tower do not like followers. They consider followers to be insects that eat away their existence. Hearing this, Yuan lowered his eyes downwards. Eden remembered several gods and said that they want to become gods without the intervention of intermediaries. So they create puppets, they just don't need these bugs. Jaewon, standing in place, said that without these beetles there would not be the best gods. Eden replied that therefore the gods have no choice. They grow them to preserve their world. Eden, frowning, looked at Jaewon, and Jaewon said that this was disgusting. Eden threateningly asked what. Jaewon, looking at him, said that I wonder if the followers would remain with their gods if they knew all this. Eden, putting his hand to the side, said that every believer needs a god, because in the depths you can only survive with a worldview. Yuan lowered his head and said that he knows, but why don't they start believing in a better god? Jaewon remembered Anderson and said that he didn't want to admit it. But Anderson is a good goddess, even though she is of a low level and she cares about the believers. Eden, braiding his hair around his finger, replied that Jaewon was right, there are good gods in the depths. Eden smiled and winked, and then said that not all believers want a god like Anderson, because in order to manifest themselves they need a strong god. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and then asked what that meant. Eden replied that Yuan really did. Eden crossed his arms and said that believers act on behalf of God. Eden crossed his arms and saw a small glowing star in the center, and then said that Jaewon never thought that it was God who acted on behalf of the believers. Yuan furrowed his brows and remembered his followers, and then he calmly said that this is how it is, it means that value is determined by God. Jaewon put together a puzzle in his head. He thought that the gods need believers, and believers need God, because their value is determined by faith, depth, a world in which those who fail are alone. Yuan imagined the believers raising their hands to the sky and wondered how they leaned on each other to survive. Eden, looking at Jaewon, said that all the gods, believers, and monarchs hate Jaewon for one reason. Yuan lowered his head, there was a strong aura around him, and then Eden said that Yuan was simply capable of acting alone. Eden smiled and said that he was curious about something when he saw Yuan at the shrine. He really acts on his own behalf. Yuan imagined a puzzle in his head. Looking at it, Eden said that maybe he, too, is only a believer, that he is alive thanks to his view of the world. Yuan looked forward with furrowed brows, wondering what Yoon himself once said. Yuan remembered how he defeated the enemy very strongly, and thought that the difference between an adapter and an awakened tank is like a piece of paper, they just believe in another world. Yuan felt a strong energy flowing through his body. He thought that Yoon himself was a slave to his system, so he could turn out to be a slave to his own world. Eden looked at Yuan with a smile and said that he thought his world was all his own. Yuan looked ahead calmly and then said that he would find out. Eden looked blankly, everything around began to change, and Jaewon added that he would know when he saw it. Many pillars with bloody skulls appeared around Eden. Eden looked around in fear. Yuan stood opposite him and looked at him silently. Eden looked at Yuan puzzled and said that he sees this every day. He knows what that eye means. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and replied that everyone who saw him said the same thing. Eden replied that everyone in the depths knows what it is, but no one wants to look closely. Yuan continued to look forward calmly, and Eden continued to say that a long time ago he saw someone else create something similar in the sky. There was a huge red eye in the sky, and below there were claws with skulls. Eden continued to say that the person who passed through the last level of the metaverse 700 years ago had something similar rising in the sky. This figure did not look like an eye, but there were similar features. Yuan wondered if there was a god with a similar worldview. Ewan asked who he was. Eden opened his eyes wide and replied that Huang Sang-soo was the commander. The image of a young guy dressed all in white appears before us. He turns around and smiles. This is the commander of the Nightmare Group Razum. Ewan furrowed his eyebrows and looked in front of him, puzzled, and then wondered if there was a rift again. Eden brought his hand to his lips and then said that he had the same gloomy view of the world, only Ewan was more lonely than gloomy. Eden looked at the sky, which had a huge red eye, and asked what Jaewon decided to fight, wants to destroy the Tree of Illusions. Ewan stood with Eden in the middle of a dark place. Eden, looking at Ewan, replied that why is Ewan trying to save his friends if the world is going to be destroyed anyway? It's strange that a person who wants to get rid of the world is trying to save someone. Ewan lowered his sword and said that guy. Blood began to circulate around Ewan. Eden looked at him in fear, and then out of nowhere a huge tower appeared behind Ewan. Ewan said that that guy deserves to see the end of the world. The tower smashed the ceiling and shards of glass began to fall down. Ewan, frowning, looked up menacingly. He looked at the huge tower and said that it seemed that he had finally found a way out. Ewan began to run up the stairs of the tower, with Eden running after him. Eden turned around and thought that this couldn't be true. Eden stepped on the step. It was painted with yellow light, and then Eden saw a bright light in front of him. He began to turn around and look in different directions. Seeing Ewan's memories, he wondered if the memories from the tower were entering his head. Eden stopped and wondered if this was the tower he had conquered. Eden saw Jaewon's friends, who told him with a smile that the guys were in a great mood today, who waved at him and asked with a smile that Ewan was going to go straight to the boss. Memories of Grandma selling various goods, telling Ewan to stop by the store for a minute. There were a couple of good things for him. How someone's blood fell to the ground. How his best friend sat on the floor waiting to die and then apologized. How a friend, dying, hugged his cheek and, smiling, said that Ewan should cope. And Ewan answered, looking at her so that she wouldn't worry. How Ewan sat over her dead body, saying that he would definitely destroy this world. Jaewon climbed higher and higher in the tower. Eden, looking at him, thought that he could not stand the experiences and transferred them to the puppets. And Jaewon created a tower inside himself. Does he really remember about that guy, although something distinguishes them? Ewan, frowning, ran higher and higher, and Eden thought that he was living through all the memories alone, perhaps because no one in this world knew about his past. Eden looked at the bottomless tower and thought that if he had let go of his memories, then those who conquered the tower would not have to endure so much suffering. Although the system wiped people from the face of the earth, he continued to remember anger, sadness, and despair were alive in him. Eden, climbing the tower and looking ahead, thought that how could an ordinary person become so strong? Now he understands how a god with one follower got such a huge power in the world. Eden looked at the tower and thought that this tower was his creation. His power of peace became the very memories from the tower. Jaewon himself created this tower of nightmares. Eden watched as Jaewon ran through the tower. He thought that Jaewon remembered his nightmare to a single detail, and these horrors fed him with strength. Eden imagined the people who followed Ewan in his head and thought that it seemed like Ewan was already a god. Ewan stopped and said that Eden wonders if he controls his own worldview. He doesn't know that himself. Ewan, standing still, said that he could only say one thing. A large black passage full of uncertainty appeared in front of Jaewon. Looking at it, Jaewon said that he was witnessing the end of this world. Eden frowned and silently looked towards Jaewon. Ewan approached a dark passage from which red lightning oozed. Eden, looking at him, said that whatever it was, it seemed like something happened outside. We are taken to the god of murder. He pierces someone's body with his hand. Frowning, he says that he didn't like him from the very moment he joined the alliance. He was against it, despite the approval of the other 6 gods. The god of murder squeezed Jahan's neck with beads. He screamed desperately, and the god of murder said that a person who betrays once will betray twice. From below, Anderson and Runnard looked up in fear. Trembling with fear, the god of murder said that he had left Jahang alive for too long. It would be a good idea to create a new puppet. Looking at this, Anderson said that now they are out of sight. While he is furious, they can try to escape. Suddenly, a green glow appeared in the sky, and the god of murder opened his eyes wide, saying Ryikos. The god of murder, gritting his teeth, turned around displeasedly and said that Glayton was enough for him. A god appeared in black clothes with short hair. Holding his hands behind his back, he said that confidence is the mother of everything. This is one of the 6 gods of the universe, 3rd rank. He is the leader of the Fire Union. Seeing him, Anderson was very frightened and said that he was like him. Anderson remembered her past, because he was one of her comrades 500 years ago. Anderson looked at him. He was smiling, holding his hands in front of him. She shouted that he should be ashamed of his betrayal, the god of justice, justice. Anderson furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide. Purple energy began to gather in front of her. And then a strong plasma beam hit Justice, but he dodged it. It was the ability of the Raven Cannon secret settings. Justice extended his hand in front of him and said to the sentry Anderson. He moved his hand behind her back, summoning a strong energy that blocked Anderson's blow, and then he said that she was terribly weakened. Anderson looked ahead angrily. Jian clutched the beads that were wrapped around his throat. He thought that he did not imagine that 3 of the 6 gods would appear. It was all over. Runard, holding a golden cube in his hand, he thought that Mr. Jihan. Runard squeezed the cube and, looking at it, thought that, although they had not known each other for long, he knew how cool Jihan was. Runard threw the cube upward with all his strength, thinking that he believed in Jihan. Jihan, clenching his teeth, managed to grab the cube in the air. The god of murder furrowed his brows angrily and waved his hand, then shouted that Runard was an idiot. A quick blue flash flashed in front of them, and then the god of murder watched in fear as his fingers flew off to the side. Jian frowned as he clutched the golden cube in front of him. The god of murder flew to the side, a huge blue energy began to appear around Jihang, the rock began to crumble, stones fell down. Runard, grabbing Anderson, began to run away from the deadly energy. Jihan began to absorb the power from the cube into the hole in his chest. A huge flash of light was seen from all over the area, half the mountain was destroyed. The followers watched in fear as Jihan's body shone brighter and brighter. Jihan squeezed the beads and destroyed them, and then said that they could rest assured. The god of justice silently looked in his direction. And then Jihan smiled. His left eye was completely colored with blue light, and a blue flame was burning from his chest. He said that he would get rid of everyone. Jihan raised his hand to the sky, and a huge blue sphere appeared in it. The followers, looking at this, shouted in fear that something needed to be done. They urgently needed to go on the attack. The sphere in Jihan's hands became increasingly brighter. Energy gathered from all places, the mountain began to glow. All followers who exposed themselves to this energy were covered with bars. They stopped abruptly, doing nothing, and then their body began to fall apart. One by one, the followers were divided into parts. Their bodies and heads flew off at great speed. Jihan watched it all. Arms and torso flew away from the followers. Their bodies literally crumbled into pieces. Jihan smiled widely. Looking at the followers exploding, he shouted that this is the power of an awakened one. He, smiling, stretched his hands up and thought that the alliance was no longer his enemy. Jihan looked down and thought that they simply could not withstand his highest circle. With this power he can do anything. Suddenly someone said, "That's it." Jian looked in front of him in fear. Behind him was the god of murder. The god of murder grabbed his hand. It gradually began to recover. He asked, and that's all Jian could do. The god of murder used superhuman regeneration at the construction site of the Ryaikos. Jian turned around in fear, shouting, "What?" Literally in a second, the god of murder flew up to him and grabbed him by the head, saying what it was. Jian's face began to fly to the side at an incredibly high speed. The god of murder, squeezing his head, angrily said that this was the limit for the insect. He descended from the sky with a beam of light at great speed and stuck Jihan into the ground. The ground collapsed beneath them, and the fragments scattered in different directions. The dust began to clear. Jian coughed up blood, then wondered how it was possible that he had definitely awakened. The god of murder stood calmly above him, and Jian thought that he must have reached a completely different level of power. The god of murder furrowed his brows and then said that Jian thought he had everything. It was hilarious to watch him indulge in a fleeting fantasy. The god of murder extended his hand forward towards the cube that was stuck in Jiang's heart, and then said that he had had enough. The god of murder pulled out the golden cube from Jiang's heart and then told him to wake up. Jian coughed up blood and furrowed his brows. His hands shook. He remembered the image of a man, and then thought that 500 years ago he had given up everything in order to gain strength. Jian wondered if this was the result of his betrayal of his comrades and the god who accepted him. The god of murder swung his leg and angrily said to let Jian die. And then a huge red eye appeared in the sky with a bright flash. Runard and Anderson looked up in fear. The god of murder furrowed his brows in confusion, and then his hand, which contained the cube, flew to the side. The hand along with the cube fell to the ground, and then system messages appeared that the anonymous god 94 looked in surprise. The god Ryari shouted that he had foreseen such an outcome. The cube began to crack, and strong energy began to flow out of it. System messages appeared that the god Thanatos was rolling his eyes. The god of Flamines was watching the owner of the sword. A bright flash appeared in front of the god of murder, where the cube lay. He grabbed his severed hand and shouted that he. Two dark shadows appeared, and someone said that he. Ewan, holding his sword at the ready, frowned and looked forward, saying that he was Ewan. It's been 542 years since he entered the metaverse. The god of murder introduced followers who shout for the god to add new components. How the followers, stretching out their hands in front of them, say that they still have to use these strange settings for a long time. How one of them, with his mouth wide open, says that if this continues, he will change his worldview. The god of murder watched as his followers shouted displeasure at him. He fled to this universe from the demanding believers. He frowned and looked ahead, and then the heads of his believers flew to the sides. He thought, in order to survive in this place, he got rid of all the believers. I started thinking that he sold his beliefs, and sold the gods he once trusted, like that 542 years ago. He imagined someone painting on a canvas and thought that he caught a revolution 500 years ago and was able to maintain power by defeating 6 new gods that arise once a decade. When new skins were released, he held pranks from time to time so that attract attention. The alliance steadily increased its power by investing the faith it had earned. The god of murder sat in front of his believers. He thought that several hundred years had passed since the reign of the 6 strongest gods. He imagined the believers worshipping him and trembling in fear. The god of murder grabbed a brush and, while painting, said, "What now?" Having drawn a hieroglyph, he thought that everything had become ordinary. The god of murder returned from his thoughts to Jaewon. He gradually restored his severed hand, and then, looking ahead, said that he thought that the only thing that could truly be of interest was the king of the ravens. And Jaewon, you see, is that same naked destroyer. The god of murder raised his hand, laughed with a crazy smile, and then said that he thought Yuan was quite tasty. The god of murder stretched out his hand and shouted that together, where no one dared to challenge him, he was waiting for someone like him. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that the power emanating from Yuan made him tremble. The god of murder, looking at his shadow, said that Yuan is incredibly strong by nature. Yuan, looking ahead, furrowed his brows. He saw 2 huge black hands in front of him. The god of murder said that he was already anticipating the pleasure of Yuan's disappearance. The 2 hands began to clench, with a bright sphere in the center. The god of murder closed his eyes and said the opening of the sanctuary. The whole sky turned black, various weapons were visible everywhere. The god of murder stood on 2 long blue arms. Yuan, looking ahead, furrowed his brows. The god of murder, sitting, raised his hand and said with a smile that he wanted to taste his soul alive. Yuan looked closely at his hand, his eyes slightly glowing golden, and thought about the vision blocking technique. No wonder the 6 gods' domain is not so easy to destroy with doubt, he can't even see himself. The main character looked carefully at his hand, slightly moved the sword forward and added in his head that, apparently, the sense of touch was also blocked. The protagonist slowly took a step, began to slowly walk forward and, slightly moving his sword to the side, noticed in his head that he could not understand where he was going and what he was looking at. Wherever he looked, there was pitch darkness everywhere. It felt like he was locked in a basement. A moment later, the blue, projective sword stabbed into the ground. The main character slightly turned his head to the place where this sword had wounded him, and noticed in his head that it was good, he could at least feel pain. Ryaikos looked attentively at the protagonist, smiled slightly and pointed several more swords towards the protagonist, and he thought that for the first time in a long time he felt like a target. A moment later, a huge number of swords flew past the protagonist, and he confidently walked on and noticed in his head that he was exploring this pitch darkness. He confidently moved his shoulder to the side to dodge. Then he straightened out and continued to confidently walk straight. A moment later, he sharply turned his gaze straight ahead and looked angrily in front of him. Yuan saw one of the swords fly right into his eye. He then deflected it with a sharp blow from his sword, causing it to spin. Ryaikos looked straight in surprise and noted in his head that he should not see anything. One of the 6 gods looked carefully as the protagonist reflected another blade and shouted in his head how he was doing it. Yuan stood in place and confidently and quickly began to deflect the swords flying at him. The main character sharply moved his leg to the side and stopped. Then he suddenly began to reflect swords with great speed and accuracy. Ryaikos carefully looked directly at the flashes from the protagonist's sword and wondered how he was able to swing his sword so skillfully. God slowly touched his hand, looked straight at the protagonist and, smiling broadly, noticed in his head that, apparently, his reflexes were good. A moment later, a severed, watery hand appeared in the god's hand. He swung it confidently, looked straight ahead and noticed in his head that such talent was even fun to chase. Ryaikos quickly waved his hand, first in one direction, then to another, drawing some lines in the air. A moment later, Ryaikos smiled broadly, walked towards the protagonist and thought that he should make some noise with all his heart. Huge drops of water fell to the ground, and behind them there were lines. Ryaikos drew a symbol above his head, slowly descended, blades appeared in front of the symbol, and the god noticed that he was a worthy opponent. One of the 6 gods smiled terribly, looked carefully at the protagonist and told him to try to block. Huge blades quickly headed towards the protagonist. Yuan raised his head confidently and looked at them angrily. A moment later, huge blades stabbed into the ground. The blades slammed into the ground one by one, leaving behind huge fragments and explosions. Then a huge whirlpool appeared, which sucked everything into itself, and Ryaikos watched it. A moment later, the protagonist's sword glowed brightly in the darkness, and Jaewon spoke, "Sword of Destruction." Then his sword began to transform, opened its mouth and began to gather in the second position. A moment later, he had a gorgeous sword in his hands, with an eye on the guard, and he looked at it carefully. Ryuko's looked at the protagonist with horror and anger and clenched his teeth in anger. One of the 6 gods stood and carefully looked at the huge mouth in front of him and wondered what kind of setting it was. It was absorbing all his weapons. A moment later, Ryuko's looked at the protagonist with furious anger and shouted, "How dare he? He will die." And Jaewon looked at him carefully, pulled his eyebrows away and confidently said that since they were so dear to him, there was no point in throwing himself. The main character raised his head and saw another hail of swords. Ryuko's abruptly put his hand behind his back and looked carefully at the protagonist. Jaewon looked angrily at the blade in front of his face. One of the 6 gods looked at the protagonist in horror and told him to hit him. A moment later, the sword grew several times in size and began to beat with thunderclaps. The main character bent sharply to the ground and looked carefully at the blade. Jaewon began to quickly dodge, jump from side to side, looked closely at the blade and heard the god screaming for him to attack. Ryuko's looked at the protagonist with a huge smile and shouted that he thought he could dodge forever. The thunderclaps became larger and stronger. A moment later, Ryuko's, with his severed arm in his hand, stood up, looked carefully forward, and all the swords behind him began to emit lightning after he set up the lightning of all ailments. Jaewon pressed himself into the ground and raised his head to God and shouted for him to show everything he was capable of. The protagonist deflected the blades with a powerful, red blow and asked if that was all. Jaewon looked straight ahead angrily, and lightning flashed near his head. A moment later, the protagonist swung his blade strongly and looked straight ahead. Then a huge red beam hit the ground directly. The red and blue beams met and began to fight each other. Ryuko's opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly. Jaewon confidently extended his hand and looked straight ahead. A moment later, the red beam hit the ground with all its force. Ryuko's clenched his teeth in anger and was pinned to the ground. In the dark, he began to quickly fall into the volcano, along with his world and swords. His world began to slowly disappear and Ryuko's thought that this was not a battle of sanctuaries, but due to some stupid settings, the sanctuary gradually collapsed. Jaewon remained standing on the snow-covered volcano and carefully looked straight ahead. The main character looked carefully at the snow. Notifications appeared next to him that Ryuri was yawning from boredom. The anonymous god 94 could not believe his eyes and some gods were shocked and asked what happened. Runard quickly ran up to the protagonist from behind and shouted to him. The protagonist's sword began to take its normal form, and the notifications reported that the anonymous god 158 said that the alliance is not so special. The broadcast rose to the top of the junior bar. The majority of gods are watching the stream with Rene TV. The main character looked attentively and calmly straight while the wound on his hand was healing, and the anonymous god 99 asks what will happen to the 6th god now. Jaewon looked carefully at the god trembling opposite him, tightly grasped the sword in his hand, and the notifications reported that the anonymous god 32 considers the god of murder pathetic. Rumors of naked destroyers are scattered throughout all floors of the metabase, and the owner of the metabase is focused on the outcome of the battle. Ryuko's looked at the ground in horror, trembled all over and thought with fear, it couldn't be why he was so weak, he simply had to kill him. The main character looked carefully at the exhausted god until he, without raising his head, thought that the sanctuary was not opening. Jaewon began to slowly approach the 6th god, and he noticed in his head that the sanctuary seemed to be afraid of this guy. Ryuko's raised his head, looked at the protagonist with horror and tremblingly asked who he was. Suddenly a tower appeared in the head of the 6th god and he thought that he suddenly remembered some words. Once every few years a monster appears in the metaverse, shaking the tower. Then a guy with a horn mask appeared in his head and added in his head that the legendary nightmare appeared here 900 years ago. He destroyed the 9th floor and got rid of the 6th god. In his head, the blonde boy was smiling widely. Then he imagined a burned-out village above which there was a fire symbol. And then Ryuko said that after receiving support from the 7 gods of the metaverse 600 years ago, 3 such monsters had already appeared in all thousands of years, which means that no one would appear now, so he thought. Jaewon stopped abruptly in front of the trembling, one-armed god. Ryuko's looked at the ground in horror and noted in his head that at first he thought that this was just a new game. In his head, the girl bowed her head, put them on her hands and began to tremble. The main character looked at God carefully. There was a wound on his cheek, and then God thought that he was just a toy, a brave fighter with whom no one fights. In his head, someone wrote something on paper with a pen, and then added that he believed that he was only marking the place of the 6th god, who came once every couple of decades. Ryuko saw the symbol in his head on the paper and noticed how wrong he was in front of him. God raised his head, saw the protagonist in front of him, who was slightly torn and had a terrible silhouette, and noticed that he was a real monster. The main character looked angrily at God, opened his mouth slightly and asked what it was all about. Renee carefully looked at the many green screens in front of her, and then several notifications appeared informing that the number of viewers on the live broadcast had been updated. The god Ryuri was saying the name of the naked destroyer. The god Thanatos admired the courage of the protagonist. The god of excitement for the first time in a long time smelled the smell of battle and heard the broadcast hit the top of the younger brother. Renee began to slowly transform into her usual appearance and looked at the screen in surprise. The girl looked up in surprise, saw two notices that said that the dragon god Droyan was watching the battle with curiosity. The god of flame Ignis supported the protagonist and said that 2 of the 7 great gods. Renee sharply lowered her eyes, made a gloomy appearance, imagined in her head the face of a dog with blue eyes, and thought that the god of flame Ignis had been watching her broadcasts for a long time. But even Droyan, the owner of the black flame of the dragon and the lord of hell, appeared, and that's not all. The girl lowered her head down. A huge number of notifications appeared under her feet, and she noticed in her head that comments were pouring in from anonymous users. Due to her low level, she could not get to the main page of her younger brother, but now all the gods and believers. An ether appeared on the green screen as the protagonist stands in front of a trembling god, and notifications scream that the god Ryikos is being defeated. The long-awaited change of gods is happening right now. The defeat of the 6th god will inevitably bring war. Renee looks carefully at the screen, and from there he hears, "It cannot be." She imagined in her head a domino with the image of a god named Ryikos, and said that the defeat of the 6th god of the metaverse, such an event only happens once every few hundred years, so it could not help but shake up the metaverse. A huge finger pushed the domino, and Renee added that the real reason for such close attention is that what happened will not end with just a change of god. In the girl's head, a huge row of dominoes began to crumble, and she noticed that of the 6 current gods, 5 are members of the alliance. One of the strongest gods was defeated by some newcomer, so this is not a defeat of the 6 gods, but a hint of the further collapse of the entire alliance. A message appeared in front of the girl's face to inform her that 2 anonymous gods were dreaming of a new revolution, and she said that the alliance that had ruled the tower for almost 600 years had begun to burst at the seams. It was quite logical that among the gods of the lower rank there was a lively expectation that one day in the history of the metaverse will take a turn. Renee smiled broadly, looked straight attentively, and said that, dear viewers, something more could happen than they expect. Renee stood on a rock, far from the volcano, and looked attentively at the screen. Jin exhales slightly and tries to rest. A moment later, he looks up and sees a glowing god named Galathian in the sky, and then thinks that he knew it wouldn't be easy, but it's much worse. Galathian pointed his spear straight at him and shouted that he seemed tired. Jin looked attentively and clenched his teeth at the bright light approaching him. After a moment, Galathian began to tremble and stared down attentively. Jin opened his mouth wide, looked at the floor, and began to tremble. The entire ground beneath them began to tremble. The guy looked at the floor in horror, grinned his face, and thought that he was so focused on the battle that he completely forgot about the volcano while everything was quiet, but it was about to begin. A huge notification appeared, which announced that the destruction of the 6th floor was beginning. In 20 minutes the world would completely disappear. Jin looked carefully at the god in the air. A portal appeared behind him and he called him. Jan began to hide in the portal, clenched his fist, and shouted with a crazy look that he had not lost. He was only conceding because he did not know when the eruption would begin. Galantian looked at him without lowering his head and noticed that he was a coward. The next moment, Galantian appeared on the girl's screen. Renee pointed her finger in horror and shouted that something terrible had happened. It seemed like there was a crack in the crater. The girl suddenly lowered her hand, squeezed it until it crunched, and noticed in her head that things were bad. In the girl's head, the 3 gods joined each other, and Jaewon and the Crow King looked at them carefully, and she added that if an eruption occurs, the outcome will be monstrous, especially if Galantian joins. Will Jaewon and the Crow King be able to win? No, victory over the 6th god? This is not luck, but true talent and to cope with it. The girl was abruptly interrupted by a shadow above her, and she quickly began to turn her head. Renee looked in horror at the huge shadow above her. After a moment, Ryikos clenched his teeth and slowly began to raise his trembling head. Ryikos jumped back into it and shouted loudly. Eden looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that it was all over, and the main character began to slowly turn around. Ewan looked at the guy carefully and asked if he was injured. Ronard looked carefully at the protagonist, raised his hand, and looked at him sweetly. A moment later, he smiled broadly, rubbed his chin, and shouted that everything was fine, and they. Ewan smiled slightly and replied with a slight blush that everything was fine. The Crow King looked in great shock at the sweet interaction between the protagonist and the guy. A moment later, he smiled broadly, looked madly forward, and shouted that this was a pleasant sight, not like that traitor, and Ewan looked sadly at the guy and noticed that he should not make any noise. Anderson looked carefully at the King of Crows and noticed that it's okay for him. 500 years have already passed. A moment later, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky, and one of them shouted that it was not yet time to celebrate the victory. Justice looked carefully at the main characters and asked why they were talking as if everything was over, and behind him Ryikos was recovering. Anderson looked at him angrily. Justice looked carefully at the notice that the destruction of the 6th floor was beginning. The main character turned to the team, looked at them carefully, and asked that the eruption was really about to begin. Justice smiled widely, lightning began to sparkle behind him, and noticed that he no longer had time to watch their game of friendship. In the end, they returned with renewed vigor. After these words, Galantian appeared behind the gods. He stared angrily and intently at the protagonist. Runnard opened his eyes wide, imagined a guy named Jin in his head, and thought that he had lost. Justice looked carefully at the protagonist, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that it was a great battle. It was fascinating to watch. Who would have thought that the sanctuary of a god named Ryaikos would be so easily destroyed? He suggests for the last time. Jaewon raised his head, looked carefully at the god, and heard if the protagonist would like to join them. The Union of the Flames offers the best conditions. Anderson began to flap her wings angrily, looked at him furiously, and shouted that he had entered into an alliance and began to imitate them, but he had betrayed his comrades 500 years ago. Justice smiled broadly, looked carefully at the squad, and said that if they wanted, he would guarantee the safety of Anderson and the believers. And she shouted back to him that it felt like he just wanted to take them hostage, wanted them to fall into his trap. A moment later, Justice snapped his fingers, a screen appeared in front of him, and said that he swears he would not do that. Eden began to slowly approach the protagonist, looked carefully at God, and said that he swears in the name of justice. Then he smiled broadly, looked madly at the god, and added that he still uses such a stupid nickname, the god of justice. Justice. That's hilarious. Justice looked carefully at the green light document in front of him and noticed that he had not seen the Raven Queens for a long time. He should have immediately understood who he was talking about as soon as he heard the nickname. Eden looked at the god in horror and noted that neither the god of Flaming Knees nor Cage could compare with him, and Justice asked what he was talking about. After his question, Eden replied that he understood that if he explained, he would lose his soul, and Justice, hearing this, clenched his cheekbones. A moment later, he crumpled the green document, looked at it with a smile, and noted that it seemed that it was not time to relax yet. The Raven King looked at him carefully and asked him that he had the courage to speak like that after meeting the Naked Destroyer. Justice looked at him with a crazy smile and replied that he was strong, but he seemed to have forgotten what a union was. After his words, a huge, blue rift appeared above his head, and Justice added what they had become over the past 500 years. Eden looked up in horror and shouted that there was no such thing as a giant door. Someone began to appear from the door. Then a sharp object with rings on the sides appeared from them. A huge weapon in the Great War, Nebula, appeared above the main characters. Justice looked at them carefully and asked how they might now be ready to negotiate. Eden looked straight at him with anger and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they even used this for the sake of fighting them. Do they really want to start a war? Apparently, in the Alliance there are threats and shelling, methods of negotiations. A moment later, Jaewon noticed that they were misunderstanding the negotiations, and behind him, Eden looked at him carefully. The main character put his sword in front of him and added that if they really want to talk, then let them bring their leader here, and Justice asked if he really didn't understand. A moment later, the main character stuck his sword into the ground and calmly said that he would give them 5 minutes. Justice looked at him with confusion. The main character began to slowly fold his hands and added that they would bring his friend from the 7th floor, who had become a puppet. Jaewon looked at the gods carefully and rudely and confidently added that then he would spare their lives. Justice looked carefully at the protagonist and, squeezing his eyes, said that this was absurd and agreed. God extended his hand, a golden card appeared above it, and asked his friend's name, and the main character looked at him carefully and answered, Kim Yun H1. Justice looked carefully at the screen, put his hand to his chin and said that there might be some kind of mistake. He couldn't find it. Perhaps he was already registered as a puppet or was waiting his turn. Yuan looked at him gloomily, began to slowly reach for his sword and noted that it seemed that they were not ready for negotiations, and Justice noticed that he said that he could not find his friend by name. A moment later, the main character pulled out his sword in front of him, looked menacingly at the god and said menacingly that he would rise and find out everything himself. Justice looked at him carefully and asked if she was sure, and Jaewon pointed the sword in his direction and said that he only needed to conquer the tower, and Eden behind him began to cast a spell. Justice looked at him carefully. Behind him the two gods were already preparing for battle, and asked why he needed this, and the protagonist replied that he had already explained everything. Justice looked menacingly at the protagonist, slightly rolled his eyes and said that the wealth, fame, and power that he would receive after conquering the tower could also be given to them. The main character looked up angrily, looked carefully at the gods and noticed that they couldn't do something. The conversation was initially useless. After these words, all the gods flew to attack the main characters. Yuan jumped back quickly, with a purple raven flying behind his leg. The protagonist sharply dodged the golden column of energy and flew upward. Justice summoned a green sword from the void and glared angrily at the protagonist. The main character met the gaze of God, and he shouted that he thought he was the only one so awakened. Yuan leaned back slightly, and crows flew at his sides with lightning speed. A huge, purple explosion occurred, and the main character watched this carefully and began to descend. The huge burst of purple lightning slowly began to dissipate. The main character gritted his teeth and became slightly angry. Justice split the magic, pointed the sword towards the protagonist, and Jaewon put his hand in front of him and began to raise the sword. A moment later, Justice stared straight ahead in horror. Then he sharply dodged the lightning-fast, direct blow of the protagonist and grunted slightly. The main character looked at him angrily and noticed that it was a pity he planned to break his head. Justice lifted his scratched head slightly and asked if he knew what made a person vulnerable when he became a god. After these words, God spread his hands to the side, the world began to be covered with other colors, and Justice said a prayer. The nebula began to slowly open. It opened completely and a bright stone appeared in the center. Runnard raised his head in horror and watched her carefully. The cannon began to open up more, a female silhouette with hands on its head appeared from it, and the main character began to slowly fall. The cannon began to accumulate charge, and Anderson, falling down, began screaming for everyone to be careful. The main character sharply turned his gaze to her and looked in horror. A moment later, Ewan put the weapon in front of him, grabbed it with both hands and fired. The walls of the world cracked and a blue screen with different symbols appeared. The main character began to fall and looked carefully at the cracks in the world that slowly began to appear. Ewan began to quickly fall to the ground. Runnard abruptly caught the protagonist and opened his mouth wide, and Eden looked at the protagonist in fear. The world began to crack more. Justice looked up with a crazy smile and asked how they were in God's world. Ryuko's and Eden appeared in the god's head, and under them Anderson in his naked world. And then Justice noticed that someone hears the cry of justice, and someone hears heart-rending death cries. There are gods who hear only the voices of death, who are also only interested in naked bodies. No god can hear all prayers. Justice stared attentively in front of him and added that God chooses only one topic and ignores the rest, such as life. The main character stood up sharply, looked carefully at the three gods and heard that a wave of prayers, a special weapon against the awakened. A similar technique allows you to look at the world of God in the head of the awakened. The main character sharply clenched his teeth in anger and heard that those who fight based on faith cannot help but hear this. Ewan sharply lowered his head, put his hand on it and hunched over, and Justice added that if you just close your ears, it will be impossible to use the power of awakening. Justice withdrew his sword with a huge smile, looked carefully at the protagonist, and noticed that a long time ago the second leader of the rift turned the Metabas upside down. Well, he never thought that the weapon created by the alliance against the awakened ones would be used again. Thanks to this alliance, an awakened puppet will appear. The main character began to slowly move the Raven King. Justice looked at this with confusion. The main character slowly began to return his hand and continued walking, and Justice shouted like this. He looked at the protagonist with horror and thought that this was impossible, since the awakened one is not able to resist. Two people appeared in God's head, one screams, and the second calmly looks down, and adds that he either gets lost and dies in the flow of prayers, or closes himself off from voices. The main character looked gloomily at the floor, and the notification said that the god of Flame Ignis supports the protagonist, the god Ryari calls for abandoning cowardice, and the anonymous gods are rooting for the protagonist. Justice looked carefully at the protagonist, flew a little closer and said that this was a waste of time. This is not a soul that they can conquer, since they cannot get it. They will have to get rid of it. A moment later, Justice put his hand in front of him, looked carefully at the protagonist. At this time, behind him, Nebula began to accumulate power again and shouted for him to die, torn apart by prayers that he was unable to stop. The main character began to slowly walk into the oncoming stream of energy. Justice imagined a world with cracked borders and blue screens in his head, and then said that the protagonist's mind was flooded with an endless stream of voices, and he felt pain piercing his skull. Unlike other gods, Jaewon does not know the main theme of his prayers, however. Then the red world of the protagonist appeared in his head. He stood straight in it and watched the huge head scream and suffer, and God added that he hears all the screams. His spirit is so strong that even the loudest screams will not break him. He is not the god of nakedness and not even the god of destruction. The main character slowly touched one of the heads, and she looked at him carefully. Jaewon looked at his head angrily, twisted his face and rudely said that he was not a good person at all, and God added that he was a man walking on the ruins of this world. A moment later, the main character leaned over, clenched his teeth in anger, and began to accumulate strength for a powerful attack. Nebula screamed loudly, emitting energy, and the next moment a huge stream of red energy flew towards her. There was a huge explosion. A huge, red beam hit the weapon, and the world around began to collapse. The main character held the sword tightly with both hands and looked straight ahead with confidence as the energy flowed upward from the sword. Ewan gritted his teeth a moment later and noted in his head that this was the limit. The protagonist remembered how he summoned a tower in a cube, how he defeated a god named Ryuko's, and added that too much of the world's power had been spent, and his mind was splitting apart from prayers. The main character stood firmly on his feet, then staggered slightly and noticed in his head that now his strength was too little. He imagined his friends and comrades in his head. Then his skin began to tear. He lowered his head slightly and added that if they were nearby, perhaps he would have more strength. A moment later, Runard began to run loudly. The guy and Anderson quickly approached the protagonist and shouted that they were here. Ewan turned his head sharply at them and looked attentively. Then Runard put his sword in front of him, blue energy appeared from it and shouted, a weak blow, and Anderson opened his beak and a column of blue energy burst out of it under her screams. Anderson looked straight attentively and shouted that if we die, we should die together. Blue rays clung to the red one and began to give it strength. The rays rushed into the weapon with greater force. Justice looked at them carefully and in horror and shouted that this was stupidity. What would change if we added more mana? A stream of energy began to pierce the weapon's volley. Justice looked straight in horror and did not understand what was happening. He watched Runard and Anderson help the protagonist. The main character slowly touched the button on the suit and said, setting Anderson nudity. A moment later, the main character began to slowly expose himself and said that this time, a huge, red beam began to approach the weapon faster. Then there was a powerful explosion, the beam crashed into the weapon, and Ewan noticed that he had borrowed some power. Gold particles rained down all over the mountain. Justice, with anger on his face and through clenched teeth, shouted what he was doing. Nebula looked carefully and asked what they were doing there. There was no need to retreat, and Justice slowly moved his hand to the side. The main character stood firmly on his feet. He was completely naked and drew attention to another charge. A moment later, a purple sickle flew into the cannon. Eden jumped out in front of the protagonist and began firing multiple projectiles at the weapon. The shells hit the weapons with a roar, and the ground nearby quickly cracked. The main character looked at him in surprise. Violet wings appeared on the Raven King's back and he noticed that he was the personal weapon of the Awakened One. Eden turned sharply with a smile on the protagonist and added that beings who are not gods live rather depressing lives. Justice began to tremble sharply, clenched his teeth and shouted asking what he was going to do to disturb him again. Eden suddenly flew up into the sky with his sword and told the protagonist that, of course, he could hardly be called a good person. The purple crows began to quickly fly into the sky, and Eden added that Ewan, he is rude and does not respect his elders at all and takes off his clothes anywhere, but he tolerates hostility towards him. The main character looked carefully at the King of Crows and asked that he doesn't have much world power, doesn't he? Eden began to quickly fly towards the god. There was a flock of ravens around him, and he replied that he said that he had no followers, but he did not say that he had little strength. Justice looked straight in horror and shouted that he was tired of the crows. A moment later, huge purple balls flew straight into the cannon. Ewan raised his head, looked carefully at the Raven King and thought that it seemed like he was really saving his strength in the battle with him. The main character and Anderson watched carefully as Eden attacked the weapon called Nebula, and then Ewan added that, be that as it may, he is clearly above the level of a general. Justice quickly flew to the side, turned his head and called out to the gods named Ryaikos and Galatheon. They quickly headed towards the Raven King, and Justice shouted for them to follow the ship. The shelling could be very dangerous. Justice saw a bright purple light behind him. The god quickly dodged the Raven King's blow. Justice sharply swung his sword, looked carefully at the King of Ravens and shouted that he lost 500 years ago. Is it really naive to believe that he can resist the Alliance now? Eden quickly and effortlessly blocks the god's quick strikes. A moment later, Eden stopped abruptly, looked down and called out to God. Then he sharply pulled his hands back, several blue balls appeared, and shouted that he knew what he had been doing for these 500 years. Justice looked ahead in surprise. Eden sharply headed straight towards the god with lightning strikes, and a huge number of notifications with spent faith appeared behind him. Justice shielded his face from the bright light and asked where so many faiths came from. Another big notification has appeared. The Raven King's hands began to become covered in purple armor, and he replied that when he was all alone, he bought and sold items. Eden almost completely covered himself in armor, looked madly at the god and shouted that he would now show what the power of one of the 6 gods was, and then a notification appeared that he had converted more than 300 million faiths into the power of the world. A moment later, the whole world was covered with pink veins. The main character looked up in surprise and thought that the scale of his sanctuary was on a completely different level than before. This is the true power of the Raven King. Justice turned his head sharply, opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to attack. He would deal with the Raven King. A crowd of people in dark suits suddenly jumped out of their weapons, stared at the protagonist, and Justice added that they should get rid of the Awakened One and catch Anderson. A crowd of warriors rushed towards the main characters. Eden looked carefully at the god and noticed that he seemed to have forgotten this is the world in which they fought 500 years ago. Suddenly, the hands of people came out of the purple ground and tried to crawl out. A huge number of people in purple masks crawled out around the protagonist, and the King of the Crows noticed that while his sanctuary was open, countless followers immersed in sleep were endlessly living past lives. Eden is all in armor, summoned a huge number of ravens, a crown appeared above his head, and he shouted that he was not going to lose in this war. And the plot tells us that the sixth god of the current metaverse, the fourth place in the past metaverse, the king of the ravens, Eden Karth. The man sharply withdrew his hand with the spear, looked straight ahead, and shouted that this day had come. The spear instantly pierced one of the hooded men. The masked people began to fight with the people of God and shouted that they would fight together. A crowd of masked people began to squeeze everyone into a circle. Justice looked there carefully, sweated slightly, and thought that the Raven King is really not easy to resist. Fighting the puppets is simply useless. You need to get rid of the Raven King, which supplies them with the power of the world. A moment later, Eden approached the god with a blade and shouted that there really was time to be distracted. How self-confident he was, and Justice sharply turned his head and was slightly scared. Eden dealt a powerful blow to the god, who flew away a long distance, and noticed that he used to hate him. Justice clenched his teeth, rushed forward with his sword, and shouted that there was no need to be mistaken. The Raven King abruptly approached the god, grabbed him sharply by the head. He shouted that he still couldn't stand him, and Eden noticed that this was mutual. The Raven King squeezed the god's head tightly and said that he had always been terribly annoyed by his character, but he could not even think that he would betray his comrades. Eden looked at his sides with crazy eyes and asked why he did this. Then he abruptly threw the god straight to the floor and asked that he wanted to get some power and betrayed his friends to become a dog of the Alliance. Justice hit the ground with great force, leaving behind a stream of purple energy. Justice lay exhausted and leaned lightly on a broken tree. God raised his head to the approaching King of Crows, gritted his teeth, and wondered if Eden Karth had been hiding here all the time. Had he really managed to fully restore his strength? Eden landed on the god with a powerful blow of his sword and pressed him into the ground. There was a huge explosion. The Raven King slowly took the god's head and told him to get up. Eden raised the god in front of him, carefully looked him straight in the eyes, and asked if he could stop being childish, and he replied that he generally understood. The Raven King gripped his sword tightly and remarked that if he didn't stop, he would kill him, and Justice added that he didn't know what he went through to get here. The Raven King squeezed the god's hair tightly, and he raised his smiling head at him and said that he had no idea what he was ready for the sake of the goal. Eden looked away slightly, looked carefully, and asked what happened to him, what the Alliance promised him. A battlefield with broken marble heads and weapons stuck into the ground appeared in the head of the Raven King, and then shoutingly said that he had betrayed his dying comrades and stabbed a knife in the back. Were the promises of the Alliance really worth the blood? He wanted to live in grand style, deciding to show off in front of the Alliance in a miserable tower. Justice grabbed the Raven King's hand and addressed him. A notice appeared before his eyes that it was 10 minutes before the volcano erupted. Justice glowed green, looked at the Raven King with wild eyes, and asked that this was not the only reason. Moments later, Justice made a cut on his hand and a 10-minute timer appeared. Then a huge, green symbol appeared above the forest. It was the sanctuary of a god. A moment later, Justice hugged the Raven King tightly and noted that it was he who had brought him down. Eden leaned on him in horror and looked straight. A moment later, Justice grabbed the king gently by the head, shouted that he had taken Anderson from him, and sharply stabbed the Raven King with his sword. Justice walked on the tiles and said something that happened a long time ago. His face looked tense. He talked about how he was a loser who was sucked into the metaverse. Justice approached the tower. He dreamed of returning there with other believers. He looked tired. Someone was calling him. Benjen, with a surprised look, told him that he could develop not only in the sanctuary. He told him that they could work hard and create their own worldview. Benjen had no doubt about it. Justice looked at him and thanked him. Benjen was very funny and sweet. He said that he followed God. He was young and full of ambition. Justice said that the metaverse was waiting for them. He sat near many corpses, saying that reality in the metaverse is quite harsh. Benjen stood behind him, beckoning him towards him. Justice told him that it was too early for them to give up. He insisted that if they continued to pursue their goal, they would one day achieve their goal. Justice looked broken. Benjen apologized to him. In his hands was an amulet. He walked away from Justice, throwing the amulet to the ground. Benjen said he was tired of playing with Justice. The amulet lay on the wet ground. The sun illuminated it. Justice sat with his elbows on a mountain of stones and said that he had lost all the believers he cared about. He recalled that when he began to turn into a forgotten god. Continuing to think, he said that he had been saved. Justice looked back. A girl was approaching him. Her hair was flying in the wind. Two girls stood in front of Justice and asked him what he was doing. Anderson stood in front of him and asked him if he was lost. Justice, gritting his teeth, could not say anything to them. He looked tired and asked them to get away from him. Anderson was very surprised because she did not understand anything. He mentioned that these were his comrades. They stood next to each other. She was cutting bread. Justice said that he expected her to cut herself a larger piece. She screamed at him and told him not to waste time on trifles. He said that it was unfair. The three of them slept near the fire. Justice and Anderson sat on a pink field. He mentioned that he often wondered. He looked at Anderson and continued to think about what would have happened to him if they had not saved him. The sun illuminated his face and he looked content. He thought about what could have happened that day. Anderson let go of his hand. He continued to think that someone was in his place. He looked at her next to the stranger. She fought with him. Her fist hit him on the cheek. Eden Cart was into green magic. Justice continued to think that he shouldn't have been there. Justice said his sanctuary was opening. The green rune illuminated the entire field with green mana. He held Eden in his arms and said that he had finished him off. Eden looked surprised. Justice continued to say that it was because of him. He stuck his sword into his chest and said that Anderson took it. A sign appeared saying that all conditions had been met. It was also mentioned that a special possibility in Justice's worldview was opened, and he could establish clarity for 10 minutes. It stated that the Raven King was weaker than the God of Justice. Eden was in a raven costume. He said that it was possible to manifest only in the sanctuary of another god. He asked Justice to change his name to God of Bedbugs. He held it in his hands and said that he always mocked his name. Justice said that he is not the God of Justice. He waved his sword in Eden's face and claimed to be the God of Clarity. He sat in green magic. Justice continued to tell him that the world was ruled not by justice, but by clarity. Eden, dressed as a raven, watched his actions. Justice told him that his name existed because of fools full of prejudices. Eden insisted that he had heard this for the first time. Justice looked tense. He asked him to show him clarity. Justice kicked him in the face and said that it was better not to provoke him. He stuck his sword into Eden and said that he knew about his sanctuary, but tried to resist. He pierced his hand with his blade and said that it was stupid of Eden. Eden looked very worried. Justice conveyed to him that it was for a short time, but he could change the strength of the damage only if the conditions were met. Justice said that his weakness was short-termism and that Eden had chances. Ewan stood next to Runard. A message appeared that the destruction of the world of the 6th floor was beginning. After 10 minutes, the worldview will be destroyed. Justice said that there were 10 minutes left before the destruction of the world, which was enough for his abilities to operate. Eden saw himself in Justice's sword and told him that this would be his pitiful fate. He asked him to prepare for death. Eden clenched his teeth and said that Anderson would be happy to see the one she loved so much. Justice's sword entered his hand. Eden continued to talk about how Rachel was Anderson's intermediary. The sword cut his hand. He claimed that Anderson came only to save him. They met face to face in battle. Justice argued that Anderson would be disappointed in him, but in the end, she would understand that this was her true comrade. Justin was furious. Eden called him crazy and said that he fell into a trap 500 years ago. He looked at him from above, holding his sword in his hands, and said that he was indifferent to useless chatter. His sword sparkled. Justin said that he would not understand their connection. Justin pulled the sword from his hand. Ewan appeared next to him. Justin told him to die in the world that was dear to him. A naked Javan with a sword in his hands was approaching him. Justin looked surprised and asked him if he really followed him under a stream of prayers. The main character was furious and called him a monster. His eyes were filled with yellow energy, telling him to take his hands off Eden. Justin stood in front of him on the battlefield and told him that he recognized his strength, and except for the head of the alliance, no one was his opponent. He extended his hand and continued to talk about what he could have said if not for his vault. There were several reports that all the conditions had been met and Justin was given the all clear. The message said that the results of the 1543rd analysis were ready and that Ewan was weaker than Justin. The protagonist's fist flew into God's face. Justin mentioned that in his sanctuary, no one punched through his green screen and hit him in the face. He was furious. Justice was thrown far away by such force. He was perplexed by what was happening. Angry Jawan asked him to repeat what he told him because he did not hear. He swung his fist. Justin took damage. A message appeared that there was an error in the skill's operation. Justin saw trees in front of him. Ewan slammed him into the floor with his punch. A message appeared that the object was not clear. Justin lay face down on the floor, wondering why his skill stopped working. He recalled that the condition was to have contact with the soul in the sanctuary. Ewan stood over him, holding his sword in his hand. He told him that the Raven King was right. Justin tried to grab his sword and said that the gods were prisoners of their worldview. Ewan looked surprised and said it was nonsense. A magical core appeared in front of him. The main character was stunned by him. Justin was in multicolored magic. Ewan thought that the prayers were strong, but still the situation was out of his control. Unknown people appeared on the battlefield. He continued to think that he would not finish off Eden. Guts sat with his head bowed. The main character continued to think that the crows and puppets would end only after the death of the Raven King. Ewan was annoyed by this and contemplated not getting involved. Anderson appeared behind Justin. She told him to come to his senses and stop what was happening. She, in the form of a bird, screamed at him, telling him that Eden was not against him because he knew about all the abilities. The pendant hung around Justin's neck. He told her that all her words were lies. Anderson told him that it was all 500 years ago. Justin was in the air in front of her. She told him that he guaranteed life for her and her believers. Justin stood there with no eyes. She told him he wasn't there for the fight. Anderson continued to tell him that he had arrived there when he learned of her return to the tower. Anderson, in the form of a bird, told him that he turned out to be a coward and they would fight the Alliance. Upset, Justin said that they would lose. Runnard held the wings in his hands. Anderson said that she was not going to ask him about the betrayal, she was just asking for help. Justin looked upset as he talked about the reason for the betrayal. Ewan stood next to the prone Eden. Justin was in the air. He had a smile on his face and said that he had forgotten something. Anderson was in front of the main character and called Justin. A message appeared. It said that the destruction of the world was inevitable. There was a hole in the world from the impact. Orange mana accumulated. Magic was approaching the earth. The message said that the world would disappear without a trace. All the people ran away. The shells fell to the ground. They were flying out of the volcano. People were shrouded in smoke from the attacks. Smoke filled the entire space. Vulcan continued to release fire attacks. A ship appeared on the battlefield. Justin kept saying that the world was over. He looked tense and asked them to stay, because higher up they would die. Jaewon and Runnard were scared. He kept telling them to get off. Runnard did not understand what was happening. The dying Eden told him that he was a coward. Ships were appearing everywhere. Eden continued to say that he was a master at causing trouble. An unknown angel appeared before them. Angel energy. Mana was stretching. A blue magic object similar to an eye appeared. Anderson, in the form of a bird, arrived in shock. The world bombing began. Anderson said that it wiped out half the army from the Earth 500 years ago. Eden lay behind the protagonist and told her that she had worked hard. He insisted that there was no other choice. He lay exhausted behind Ewan and said that there were 3 minutes left before the volcano erupted. He told them that he would tell them how to get away from there. The main character asked him why he accepted defeat so easily. Eden looked upset and told them that expectations don't always match reality, so he wanted them to try again without him. He was shocked and was told that if he was going to leave, he should leave alone. Indignant, Anderson asked him for faith, which he stole from the fools from the Alliance. Ewan moved through the smoke. Confused, Eden did not think that anyone had guessed about his theft. Ewan was serious and said that they would rise up. A notification came from the goddess Manhwa, where she said that they could not cope. In the notice from God Ray, it was written that he was worried about their squad. The god of flame, Ingis, told Javen to get out of there. The main character extended his hand to Runnard. Ewan was very tense. Eden told them that they might succeed. Purple mana emanated from him. He said that he would give his worldview to the main character. Anderson was shocked. She said that she could not believe it. Strong purple magic emanated from Eden. Ewan thought about the sanctuary. The main character was very frightened by what was happening. He thought that the sanctuary was the unique world of each person, where the world was built on perseverance and prejudice. The dying Eden said that the connection of the two worlds seemed absurd to him. He mentioned that Ewan's worldview was designed to destroy worlds. He looked upset. Purple mana came out of Eden. It was said that his world was no exception. Blue mana covered the entire space. She struck the ground. Anderson, in the form of a bird, was very scared. Runnard was angry and did not understand what was happening. He stood in front of a huge red tower. Justin was tense and reflected on the fact that Eden's sanctuary did not have such settings. Birds with red eyes were flying everywhere. The plot introduces us to the sanctuary of Eden. The whole world was in ruins in red mana. The plot introduces us to the sanctuary of the main character. There were mountains of skulls everywhere. Their sanctuaries were united into one, and destruction reigned inside. Justin was outraged by this. He stood in front of the united shrine. In his head he didn't understand whose shrine it was. Ewan was in the form of a raven with red eyes. The main character took the form of Eden and used the raven's grave technique. He said it was time for them to move forward. An enraged Ewan punched the sign with his hand. Siren watched this and asked what was happening. Tilting her head back, the stunned Siren screamed and asked why she was taking off her clothes. She asked the main character to put his clothes back on. Chingo was eating a cookie and asked if they had reached Caspian yet. Taken aback, Siren said that she had forgotten to say that the journey would take more than 15 days. She asked why the old man needed cookies and whether he was upset. The old man was stuffing his mouth with cookies. Siren stated that this was strange, noting that a person from the rift should have come to help. She asked why he was not visible. Chingo replied that it happened suddenly, so everything changed. Watching the pink projection, Carlton turned to Siren and reported that the enemy was moving strangely. Looking at the screen, she said that their ship was there. Siren said that she had created protection against attack, but now she wouldn't really have time to use it. She watched the powerful streams of mana depicted on the projection. Siren noted in her thoughts that she was lucky that the model was not new, but even an old one could cause significant damage. She wondered how a person without the right equipment could handle such a weapon. The demonic world was visible on the pink screen. Taken aback, the old man asked if such a thing had happened in Jaewon's world. Surprised, Siren noticed in her thoughts what it was. The screen showed a tower. Siren emphasized in her thoughts that this was the second creation of Mr. Mulark, a tower of nightmares, a fortress of regrets. A notification popped up that God Ryrie said that he had already seen such a tower somewhere. A message appeared saying that the dragon god was asking if this tower was popular. Frowning, Siren wondered in her mind if her godfather was watching. She imagined a tall tower in red smoke. She said in her thoughts that this is how a person who destroyed the tower shows contempt for the gods. Notifications popped up that anonymous monarchs had joined the broadcast. Taken aback, Carlton said that even monarchs began to join the broadcast. Biting her finger, Siren noticed and thought that the news about the main character had reached not only the Abyss, but also the Great Lands. She suggested that now 12 lords were present on the air. Siren imagined humans fighting monsters. She emphasized the fact that several years ago, Jaewon had already defeated the monarchs of the Great Lands while fleeing chaos. She noted that it was quite possible that the gods associated with the monarchs would also move. A red glow came from the eyes of the main character. Jaewon appeared on the battlefield wearing a black robe. He used the Shrine of Eden, the Raven's Grave card. Siren asked about how far the main character would go. Ewan stood in front of the red eye and used Shrine Merging. The main character fell into thoughts about uniting the sanctuaries. He imagined Runard transferring golden energy to him. Ewan noted that this is an act of complete acceptance of someone else's world. The main character noted that this is a scene of the unification of two worldviews and opposing values. The monster was scared. He was flying towards Ewan. Holding the blade in his hands, the main character in his thoughts emphasized that even Anderson, who lived for thousands of years, is just a legend. A pink bird appeared above Ewan's head. The main character asked if Eden had died. The bird looked at him and replied that Ewan could see it. Standing in front of the pink streams of energy, the main character asked why he then acted as if he was about to. Eden replied that he thought so too, but it was not time to relax and the battle was not over. Ewan agreed with him. Moving through his world, the main character said that he knew this. There were reports that the number of views had been updated and that the broadcast was now being viewed by about 200,000 people. Renee stood on the ledge and screamed, supporting the naked destroyer. Notifications popped up that there is now a war of 6 gods in the metaverse and only new participants are allowed to participate in the event. Ewan jumped into action. Renee held her fists in front of her and shouted for the main character to move forward. A message popped up that the Secret History Alliance had launched a new prank. A notification appeared that the Flame Union had launched a skins giveaway. Renee received a message that the anonymous god was interested in whether she would like to earn extra money. Ewan rushed towards the crowd of opponents. A message appeared that most of the gods are betting on the victory of the alliance. A projection popped up saying that Flash God Ryrie said he could instantly determine the duration of a fight. Many warriors fell on the main character. Taken aback, Galathian looked at Jaewon and said that this was not a monster. Turning around, he extended his hand and addressed Justice. He asked how long Justice would continue to participate in this pointless fight. Galathian noted that if the leader found out about everything, then they would be finished. Justice had green numbers on his hand. Galathian stated that unlike that guy, their troops were not involved in the war on the 6th floor. He noticed that if the world was destroyed, then they would die too. Galathian held a spear in his hand and said that although their reputation would be ruined, it was better for them to leave. Ryikos looked at him and asked what he was carrying. Stretching out his hand, he asked if Galathian thought he could handle such a monster on the 7th floor, noting that they could not allow him to go higher. Frowning, Justice said he agreed with that. Grabbing the blade, he stated that they could not send him to the leader, noting that they needed to deal with him there at all costs. Looking at Justice, Galathian said that then everyone would have to attack together. He replied that this was impossible. Galathian asked why this was so. Justice said with a serious face that if they were tied to the sanctuary, it could be dangerous. The enraged Galathian screamed that they were not happy with everything and asked what to do then. Raising his head, Justice said that they had. A huge shackled monster appeared behind him. He stated that they also have this. Taken aback, Galathian asked if he was serious, noting that the Alliance troops were then. Watching the warriors, Justice asked what Galathian was talking about. He said with an angry look that he didn't see anyone. Ewan pointed the red blade at his opponents. The main character pierced many soldiers with a blow. A message appeared that the anonymous god was intoxicated by the pleasure of battle. A notification popped up that the god of inevitable doom, Thanatos, was happy to witness the deadly battle. The warrior was trembling with fear. Watching Justice, the soldier said that this was impossible and they needed another detachment. Justice was in a dark space. The warrior told him that this could not continue. Justice's face was illuminated by a green light. A soldier called out to him. He watched as he hid in a huge structure. The stunned soldiers asked why he was closing the gate, noting that they were not inside yet. Runnard watched the battle from the window. Taken aback, Runnard reported that they had closed the door of the ship. He asked about what they were trying to do. Anderson, in the body of a bird, stated that Nebula's true power is revealed when she is controlled by God, adding that they are going to get rid of them with the final blow. Anderson's gaze fell on the huge ship. A blue eye appeared behind Justice. He stated that things could have been different if they had just given up and joined them. Justice was illuminated by a blue light. He ordered the awakened one to blame himself. Golden runes appeared on the ship. They used the shining spear Galathon, opening the sanctuary. The runes turned blue. A green aura began to emanate from the ship. They used the opening of the sanctuary of the god of clarity, Justice. A message appeared that in this alignment the clarity effect will last for 10 minutes and all alliance attacks will be strengthened. There was a powerful explosion. The blue swords were heading towards the battle. Justice used the sacred spear of victory, the shadow of all diseases. A projection has appeared that many gods are amazed at the inaction of the 6 gods of the metaverse. Siren was dumbfounded. Chingyo frowned at what was happening. Justice said with a serious face that no god or monarch could survive the bombing. Standing in front of the huge flow of energy, Yuan said that this is the end. The main character quietly watched what was happening. Eden said that's all. Yuan confirmed his words. Eden reported that he survived as promised. The protagonist's blade was enveloped in red energy. Eden started talking about 30 seconds. There was a red glow coming from Yuan's eyes. The main character remembered his battle with many warriors. The frightened soldier rushed towards Yuan. The main character hit the warrior on the head. Yuan looked at the multitude of warriors. Eden asked to listen and noted that they could not continue this war forever and he lent him his strength, but everything has a limit. Eden noticed that both of them had already spent too much energy and the sanctuary would soon collapse. Yuan flew towards many opponents. Eden reported that moreover, 3 of the 6 gods had already recovered. The main character remembered how he swung his blade at his enemies. Yuan said that there is a way to turn everything back and asked Eden to hold out a little longer. He asked how long he needed to hold out. The main character remembered how he pierced many soldiers with a stream of mana. Holding the blade in front of him, Yuan replied what else? Frowning, the main character said that he needed another 30 seconds. Holding the sword shrouded in pink energy next to him, the protagonist noted that Eden had done well. A powerful stream of mana was directed towards Jaewon's mana. The main character noted in his thoughts that countless experiences had been accumulated in the fight against the strongest, and he had fought with Monarch Garam and other high-level opponents. As he prepared to attack, Yuan was furious. In thought, he noticed that he was standing face to face with a catastrophe, assessing the power of the 12 lords and the 7 great gods. Jaehoon's eye began to glow pink. He noted that he realized that if he did not deal with them now, he would never destroy the world, despite his despair and disappointment. The main character emphasized the fact that you should never give up. The plot told us about Yuan's first appearance. He sent a powerful stream of energy towards the ship. The ship's mana collided with the energy of the main character. Powerful streams of pink mana began to bounce in different directions. Yuan watched many blows. The stunned Justice noticed in his thoughts that this could not be. He wondered if Yuan was going to attack 3 gods at once. The protagonist's wings were enveloped in a pink aura. Eden said that they did not join forces to simply show the worlds. Pink energy enveloped the main character. Eden said that there is meaning only when you accept someone else's world. Jaewon sent a powerful stream of mana, which bounced and destroyed everything around him. The main character used the destruction of the constellation. Streams of pink mana flew around the ship. A stunned Galantian asked if Yuan destroyed not only the puppets, but also the puppets. Frightened, Ryaikos began screaming to open the ship and that he did not want to die. There were wounds on Justice's face. Closing his eyes, he stated that it was. A powerful flow of energy destroyed the ship. Justice said this is the world of the awakened. The main character pointed his blade in their direction. A voice called to Justice in his head. He imagined green streams of mana in the sky. He lay with his eyes closed. A voice in his head told him to find something he could think about forever and that would be his world. The plot tells us that a long time ago, under the guidance of the guide who was responsible for his awakening, Justice dreamed of the gods. The plot tells us that the lower gods have joined forces to seize lands. Many people fled into battle. Justice hugged Benjen. The plot told us that others rallied to gain followers and they were happy about the appearance of a new believer. Justice held the white-haired girl by the shoulder. The plot tells us that he met Anderson and Artana, making fun of each other's worlds. They boasted about their intermediaries until late at night. Justice, enveloped in pink energy, lay on the ground. The plot tells us that this was a time when they gravitated towards communication, although they could not afford it. We are told that these were the days when Justice could rely on them without fear of betrayal. He was lying on the ground with a smile on his face. He reached out to the little bird and called out to Anderson. She looked at him with a saddened look. Justice said he did. Justice began to turn into a pink ball of energy. He noted that she ended up staying with him. Eden opened his eyes. Ewan carried him in his arms and asked if he had woken up. Anderson called out to him. Eden looked at what was happening. The main character asked if he could get back on his feet. Eden replied that he thought it would be difficult. Lying in Ewan's arms, Eden said he felt sorry for Rachel. Clouds of smoke rose behind them. There was a powerful explosion. The main character turned around in fear. Behind them, rocks began to explode, with lava flying out of them. Runnard looked at this in surprise. Streams of fiery energy rose into the sky. Ewan left the battlefield. Observing what was happening, Eden asked if the main character was going to do this to all the worlds. He looked at Ewan's calm face. Eden stated that he perfectly remembers his world, which opened when the sanctuaries were united. He noted that this is a terrifying truth and a dark loneliness in which no one would want to live. He looked at the streams of fiery mana. Eden said that he would not like the inhabitants of this world to recognize him. He said that he hopes that the end that Ewan dreams of will not come true. Holding Eden in his arms, the main character said that since he has the strength to talk about nonsense. After interrupting Ewan, Eden said that he was hopeful. The main character looked at him. Eden added to his speech by saying that he hopes that Jaewon will get rid of loneliness. Smiling, Eden noted that the main character will still achieve what he wants. He asked Ewan to protect Anderson until the world was destroyed. He put his hand to the protagonist's face. Eden stated that this is not enough, but he will give his settings to Ewan. He said that the settings of the metaverse of the 6 gods would still be useful. Stopping in front of the girl's corpse, the main character said that now it's time. He noted that he still had some things to deal with, so they should go first. Taken aback, Anderson asked what Ewan was talking about. The main character said that he would take the puppets and go with them, and they should leave. Looking up, Eden said that he had something for Anderson. His gaze went blank. Pink energy began to float around. He closed his eyes. Tears began to flow down Anderson's face. She said this energy. The man in front of them rose to his feet. Eden reported that Rachel had not yet become a full-fledged puppet. Anderson called out to Eden. Red mana came from Rachel's eye. Eden said that he could not bring her back to life, but he put part of her soul into sleep. A tearful Anderson noticed that it turns out that Eden was controlling Rachel because, looking at Anderson, Eden asked to take her away, noting that he was unable to save her. Eden emphasized that at the top there will definitely be someone who will help her. Golden energy appeared behind Ewan. He announced that he would place Rachel in his sanctuary. Eden looked at them and asked them to move, noting that there was not much time. Soaring in the sky, Anderson asked if Eden would really come. He told her that he would come and he still had a couple of faiths left and she didn't have to worry. A notification appeared that the gate to the 7th floor was opening. Anderson was flying next to the portal and said that Eden simply had to come. With a wave of his hand, Runnard shouted that they would meet on the 7th floor. The main character watched Eden. He lowered his hands and looked at his comrades. Eden watched them go. Looking at Ewan's back, he asked him to promise him with a grin. The main character turned around and looked at him. Smiling, Eden said goodbye to Anderson. Eden sat on the ground and messages popped up in front of him that he did not have enough faith. Sitting by the stone, Eden noted that 500 years had passed and it had been a protracted battle. He introduced the wounded man and noted that he had been with the puppets for a long time, accumulating faith. He imagined himself flying in the air and stated that even though he remained torn to pieces, thanks to him the battle had finally come to an end. In front of him, streams of fire rose into the sky. Eden thoughtfully noted that this was a high price to pay for such an experience. He said the place was now too shabby to be called Raven's Grave. Jai-Han walked towards him. Eden reported that he held up well. A blue glow emanated from Jai-Han's hands. Eden asked if he was waiting for the opportunity to consume him. Jai-Han looked at him and said that he would not survive this even if he absorbed him. He noticed that both hands capable of using divine absorption had been destroyed. He remembered how he screamed in pain. Jai-Han reported that his body had already survived death and the damned Ryaikos had taken everything from him. He noted that even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would forever remain a nobody. Jai-Han sat down next to him. Eden said he hoped it would disappear forever. Jai-Han raised his head and smiled. Eden reported that it was serene there until he arrived. He turned to Eden. He was sitting by a stone. Jai-Han asked if he was really okay with this. Looking at him, Eden asked if he really didn't want to see the world after destruction. Smiling, Jai-Han said that Eden had not flown enough yet, calling him a raven. He sat next to him and asked to make him his puppet. Jai-Han stated that he has strength and faith and if Eden makes a puppet out of him, he can survive. Then enraged Eden asked him not to talk nonsense and to continue climbing, noting that he was seriously injured but could still survive. Sitting on the ground, Jai-Han said that he was aware of his condition and there was no time, noting that he would not last long. He looked at the hot lava and said that he had heard that God, without an intermediary, takes only dying followers as puppets. He asked if that was true. Turning away, Eden asked not to regret it. Jai-Han replied that he need not worry. Blue streams of energy began to flow from him. He noted that it is good that prayer does not require hands, because Eden is God, who was never worried about such heresy. Blue streams of mana hovered around Eden. Jai-Han turned to Eden in his thoughts. He raised his head and closed his eyes. In thought, he noticed that he had already forgotten about the equality between God and man. He looked at the ruins lying in the lava. Jai-Han wondered what the point was now, noting that their era had come to an end. He looked at the corpses of people drowning in lava. Jai-Han emphasized that the passion burning in his soul had faded. He said that people dear to him died, leaving nothing behind. He imagined his image in a dark abyss. Jai-Han said that he had been looking for God for a long time to give him the peace he desired. Turning around, Jai-Han noticed in his thoughts that this would ultimately be his last world. He looked at Eden, from whom light energy was emanating, and noted that this world turned out to be the last. Raven stood at the cliff. Jai-Han emphasized the fact that in hindsight, things weren't that bad. The light emanating from the lava illuminated the Raven. There was a powerful explosion. Lava began to erupt. Jai-Han noted that especially the world that Eden sees. A huge stream of mana was moving towards Jai-Han. A pink aura began to envelop him. His gaze fell on a huge wave of lava. He lay in front of her, enveloped in pink energy. Jai-Han noted in his thoughts that this was his last battle. Eden began to move into his body. Jai-Han asked God to live without an intermediary. Eden and Jai-Han's body flew into the sky. He was heading towards the portal. Eden frowned at what was happening. A huge wave of lava was catching up with him. A notification popped up that the world of the age of the Great Revolution was destroyed, and after checking the survivors, there was not a single surviving passenger. A message appeared that all tasks on the 6th floor of the metaverse were completed. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.